In this world, professions are awakened through marriage. Everyone has one chance to enter the marriage room after adulthood, choose a partner, and awaken their profession. The racial strength of your marriage partner directly determines the strength of your career. If you choose the right partner, you can achieve success overnight. If you choose the wrong one, the consequences may be extremely tragic. In this marriage ceremony, the results were all kinds of strange. Zhou Yun, your marriage partner, is a common pig-headed human. There was a sigh from the audience. Zhao Feng, your marriage partner, is a rare elf. Elves. Everyone cast envious glances at him. This race is not only extremely gifted, but also has handsome men and beautiful women, making them the perfect match. In comparison, Zhou Yun's pig-headed people were completely hopeless. Standing next to me is Zhao Qingsong, my best friend who has been with me for 3 years. He rubbed his hands nervously. Lu Yun, I'm so nervous. What race will my future soulmate be? I smiled, but didn't respond. When it was my turn, Zhang Qingqing looked at me with her signature sweet smile still on her face. Lu Yun, it's your turn. I took a deep breath and said to Zhao Qingsong, I'll go first. Under everyone's gaze, I stepped into the bridal chamber. From the outside, the bridal chamber looked like just an ordinary one-bedroom apartment, but inside it was an endless corridor. There are doors lined up on both sides. Each door has a different color, smell, and even a self-introduction hanging on the door. Behind the door is the future marriage partner. Next, Zhao Qingsong. Zhang Qingqing's voice came faintly. As I went deeper, the noise from the outside world gradually disappeared, and I was the only one walking in this corridor. Every door here has its own characteristics, and the words on the doors change with the mood of the people inside, which makes me dizzy. Come and love me. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The handwriting was so urgent that it made me alert. Could it be a monster that no one wants? I kept going forward. You can come or not. I don't need a man like you, Humph. That's under a type? If you don't have enough strength, such a partner may be difficult to control, so you should wait and see. I'm 18 years old, lively and cute. You could get rich prizes if you marry me. The handwriting was in pastel pink, and there was a cute little rabbit head drawn at the end. This style? Rabbit people? I stood in front of the door and looked at it carefully. 3 years of psychology knowledge has taught me that real opportunities are often hidden beneath the surface, and now is the moment to decide fate. My eyes lit up. I had already seen more than 70 doors, but only this door's self-introduction piqued my interest. Just as I was about to push the door open, a voice suddenly rang in my ears. It is detected that the host has started to marry, and the detection system is activated. I was stunned for a moment, and then I was ecstatic. After 3 years of waiting, the golden finger is finally here. I didn't expect that the activation condition would be when getting married. System Dad, you're finally here? Do you know how I've survived all these years? While feeling ecstatic inside, I quickly checked the system functions. This system is an auxiliary system that can see through disguises and analyze weapons, equipment, and monster weaknesses. For more functions, please explore them yourself. Although it is not as exaggerated as the invincible systems in the novels of the previous life, it is already a pretty good plug-in. Seeing through camouflage means you can avoid danger, and equipment can be identified directly without spending any money. Thinking of this, I stared at the pink door in front of me and came up with an idea. System analysis. Analysis begins. Analysis completed. The people inside the door are rabbit people. It really worked. I was delighted. This way, I could select the best marriage partner and get a head start. My heart sank and I took a few steps back. Looking at the pink door, I felt a chill on my back. I almost pushed the door open just now. Fortunately, there is a system, otherwise my life would be ruined. This kind of blessing should be left to other warriors. I turned around quickly and came to a green door. A useless little tree spirit. A simple introduction. It seems that she has no interest in marriage, or she has no confidence in herself. System analysis. Analysis begins. Analysis complete. The door is a tree spirit. Evaluation. This little tree spirit who just transformed is very easy to fool and coax. It is the best choice for the host to go to the harem. The disadvantage is that the breasts are too small, which may affect the development of offspring. What kind of nonsense is this? However, with an appearance score of 86 and the special racial characteristics of the tree spirit, it is a good choice. If you marry her, you may awaken the druid or forest elder profession, both of which are very rare summoning professions. I made a mark on the door and decided to keep an eye on it for now. Continuing forward, Jumping over a few boring doors along the way, I stopped in front of a blue door. This door is different from others. It has an abstract dandelion pattern carved on its surface and the words, "Do not enter." I don't want to get married yet. The interesting attitude actually piqued my interest. System analysis. Analysis begins. Analysis completed. The person inside the door is a zombie girl. Age, 1145. Appearance, 8 to 91, floating. Full score, 100. Combat power, excellent level. Zombie girls. This is a very special race. Zombie girls sleep for a long time, and their appearance always stays in the youngest state. The longer they sleep, the stronger they are. Some zombie girls can even rival dragons. More importantly, after someone marries a zombie girl, they awaken the profession of corpse chaser, which allows them to control dead monsters and even bosses, and their combat power is off the charts. However, what the hell is the fluctuation of appearance? Evaluation. This zombie girl has an excellent appearance and a perfect figure. The only drawback is that her head is not solid, and there is a risk of it falling off at any time. She will not die, but cannot be repaired. Please be mentally prepared. Although she is very powerful, I really can't imagine her head suddenly falling to the ground in certain scenes. After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. At least the little tree spirit left a mark, so I should just give this zombie girl to someone who is destined to be with her. I continued to move forward. Soon, I stopped in front of a red door. The door looked nothing special, but it emitted an amazing heat wave. Even standing outside the door, I could feel the burning breath. I looked up and saw that the self-introduction was quite concise. "Don't bother me, get out." He has a bad temper, but the more aggressive he is, the more I want to see who is inside. System analysis. Analysis begins. Analysis completed. The fire dragon princess is inside the door. A giant dragon. My heart skipped a beat. Dragons are one of the strongest races in the marriage world. Marrying a dragon not only awakens rare professions such as dragon blood warrior and dragon tamer, but also grants a terrifying 20% reduction in all damage, including physical, magical, and even true damage. I couldn't help but clench my fists. This was a start I had always dreamed of. There's no need to hesitate this time. The opportunity is right in front of me. I took a deep breath and reached out to hold the door handle. On the playground of Jinsha No. 1 High School, the marriage ceremony was still going on. Zhaoqing song. Your marriage partner is an outstanding zombie girl. A voice sounded, and then Zhaoqing song walked out of the marriage room triumphantly, his arm around a pale arm. Looking up, I saw a beautiful face with a yellow talisman on it and an unnatural blush on her face. The whole audience went wild. Why is Zhaoqing song so lucky? Zombie girl, my zombie girl. With a beautiful girl and a good career, Zhaoqing song is totally different from us. Zhaoqing song originally just wanted to pick a rare level rabbit girl, or even a slime girl would be acceptable, but he didn't expect an excellent level zombie girl to fall from the sky. He felt so happy. After looking around, he didn't see me, so he looked at Zhang Qingqing in confusion. Teacher Zhang, Luyan hasn't come out yet? Zhang Qingqing shook her head. Not yet. I guess she's still struggling with it. I knew very well that she and I were half neighbors, and we often visited each other since we were young. In addition, I was a good cook, so we quickly became friends. He has been preparing for this wedding ceremony for 3 years, so it's normal for him to be cautious. Zhao Qingsong smiled, said hello to Zhang Qingqing, and left with the zombie mother. The ceremony continued. Next, Zhao Si. A bald man rushed into the marriage room excitedly, but a few minutes later he came out with a sad face, followed by a rabbit man with an extremely horizontal body and pockmarked face. My dear husband, from now on we will be a family that will never leave each other, the rabbit man said in a sweet voice. The corners of Zhao Si's mouth twitched. He looked up at the sky, his eyes full of despair. Zhang Qingqing had seen this happen many times, so she calmly recorded the matchmaking information. Zhao Si, your matchmaking partner is a rare level rabbit man. Just as she was about to call the next person, a hot breath came from the marriage room. The heat wave swept the entire venue, and the temperature rose by more than 10 degrees in an instant. Why is it so hot all of a sudden? The sun is too strong. Principal Li Zheng and several teachers looked towards the marriage room with serious expressions, obviously noticing something unusual. Could this strange phenomenon be? Li Zheng's eyes lit up slightly, with anticipation in his eyes. Zhang Qingqing nodded. At least epic level, maybe even mythical level. Could it be the three-headed dog of hell? Not likely. I think it's more likely to be a lava man. There were discussions among teachers and students, and some even made wild guesses. Someone married a mythical race? Could it be that the entire blue planet is going to marry him? As the temperature continued to rise, all eyes in the school were focused on the marriage room. Then, the door opened. I walked out, followed by a girl in a red dress, with horns on her head and a pair of small dragon wings swaying slightly behind her. The air around me still had a scorching breath. The whole place was silent, and everyone was stunned. After a moment, a deafening voice broke out. "So beautiful! She is more beautiful than Teacher Zhang." The commotion was even crazier than when Zhao Qingsong brought out the zombie girl. All eyes were focused on Long Kier, and even I, the groom, was ignored, until someone exclaimed, "What's on her head?" "Dragon horns. Those wings are also dragons." A moment later, the whole audience realized a terrible fact. Mythical dragons. The corners of Zhao Qingsong's mouth twitched wildly, and he pointed at me for a long time before he managed to utter a sentence. "Lu Yun, your marriage partner turned out to be a mythical dragon? Human, I am a noble fire dragon princess. You have to call me Lady Long." Long Kuner's eyes were filled with indignation, and the temperature around her rose as her emotions fluctuated. Zhao Qingsong was forced to retreat again and again. I sighed helplessly. "Sorry, my classmate is not very good at speaking. Please calm down first." Long Kier stamped her feet, turned her head away, and barely held back her anger. She possessed terrifying strength, but could only obey me, her human husband, so she was naturally not in a good mood. Zhao Qingsong secretly gave me a thumbs up, his eyes full of admiration. I glanced at the zombie girl behind him and said in surprise, "You are lucky. Your marriage partner is actually an outstanding one." Although the zombie girl is at the excellent level, her combat power is close to the epic level, and she has great potential. But thinking of her changing appearance, I silently lit a candle for Zhao Qingsong in my heart. This is probably the case of blessing and disaster. At this time, Zhang Qingqing came over with a smile. "Student Lu Yin, congratulations." Behind her followed the principal, Li Zheng, and several teachers, who were obviously very interested in my marriage partner. Li Zheng's eyes were burning with satisfaction. "I didn't expect that our school would produce a unicorn like you. This is the first time that Jinsha No. 1 Middle School has matched a mythical race. It's worth celebrating." Other teachers also sighed. "Student Lu Yun, your future is limitless. Have you received a reminder of awakening career?" Awakening career, this is another turning point in life. The race of your marriage partner determines your development potential. And if you marry a mythical race, the profession you awaken will also definitely be mythical. This is an iron rule. But mythical professions are also very strange. There was once a god-level pharmacist who was slapped to death by the boss while collecting herbs in a dungeon. I prayed secretly that I could awaken a combat profession. Otherwise, it would be a shame for this great opportunity. The awakening ceremony on the playground has begun. Wild boar breeder? I can't stand the pigs, right? Someone collapsed on the spot. Ha ha ha, I feel sorry for you. Zhao Feng has awakened the elf archer, one of the most popular professions in the rare class. Zhao Qingsong suddenly flashed with light and awakened successfully. Necromancer. He clenched his fists in excitement. "Lu Yun, I have awakened an excellent necromancer. I can also summon skeletons. This wave of brother is taking off." "Awesome." I congratulated sincerely. Suddenly, a transparent panel appeared in front of me. "The marriage ceremony has ended. Congratulations, your marriage partner is Fire Dragon Princess, Long Kuer." The personal attribute panel has been opened, and the marriage partner attribute panel has been opened. After reading Long Kier's attributes, I couldn't help swallowing. Because the marriage partner is mythical, the mythical class library is opened. Please choose one of the following classes as the awakening class: Dragon Mage, Dragon Slayer, Dragon God Priest, Dragon Knight. I was stunned for a moment. Mythic professions are not randomly selected, but one of 4. This wave is worth it. Being able to actively choose is definitely much better than random awakening. The system automatically analyzes the occupation information. 1. Dragon Language Mage, a mage-type occupation specializing in dragon language magic. Because of its terrifying power, it is classified as a forbidden spell and is easily listed as the enemy's first kill target. Past 2 eye-catching. 2. Dragon Slayer, swordsman class. Derived from the ancient race, Dragon Eater. Good at hunting dragons, with a 300% damage bonus to dragon blood races. If I really choose this profession, I'm afraid I'll be eaten alive by Long Kuer tonight. I decided to continue watching. Each job introduction is more terrifying than the other, and it makes me itchy. But Dragon Slayer, isn't this profession naturally opposed to long cour? I don't want to be torn to pieces by my own wife on the first day of my marriage, so I pass it decisively. 3. Dragon God Priest, a priest-type profession. As the patron of Dragon God Ivy, he can bless and strengthen his companions. He is the spiritual leader of all dragons, but his own combat ability is relatively weak. Vet Nursha, no matter how good a wet nurse is, she is still a wet nurse. Pass. 4. Dragon Knight, a knight class, the strongest knight class of the human race. It has far superior physical strength, power, and agility than other knights. At the same time, the Dragon Knight can share 80% of all the attributes of a Dragon Rider. Sharing 80% of the attributes. No need to hesitate. I decisively chose the Dragon Knight, simply for this abnormal bonus, and I absolutely had no intention of riding the Dragon Maiden. Absolutely not. Job transfer successful. Your current occupation is Dragon Knight. The attribute panel has been updated, and the skills learned are Blazing Dragon Breath / Dragon Scale Body Protection, Life Regeneration, and Dragon Charge. A powerful force surged into my body. I closed my eyes and felt the changes. After a moment, I opened my eyes and found that Zhao Qing's song was still chattering. My necromancer is invincible. I can summon undead spirits by killing monsters. As long as I kill enough, I can be an army all by myself. I laughed and said, "Then you are invincible. I, the Dragon Rider, can never be better than you." Principal Li Zheng, who had been paying attention to me, was stunned for a moment, and then he said in shock, "Wait a minute. Your awakened profession is Dragon Knight." Other teachers also gathered around. Dragon Knight, the ceiling of the strongest knight profession. It's a perfect match with his marriage race. Zhao Qingsong was confused. Teacher Zhang, is the Dragon Knight very powerful? Zhang Qingqing's eyes flickered, and she said solemnly, "You may not know the weight of the 3 words Dragon Knight. There was once a god of war in Gaul. He swept across 36 countries with his horse and spear, killing several knights. For 10 years, no one dared to cross the border. He was known as the best knight in the world. His profession is Dragon Rider, but his biggest regret is that he has never been able to find a suitable Dragon Rider mount." Hiss! Zhao Qingsong took a breath of cold air. The students on the playground were also shocked. Doesn't that mean that Lu Yun could become the world's #1 knight in the future? Brothers, is it too late to become sworn brothers now? Brother Yun, Bah, Father Yun, I, Zhao Si, have been wandering for half my life, and I only regret that I have never met a wise master. If Father Yun does not abandon me, Zhao Si is willing to be your foster father. Zhao Si, you shameless bastard, why did you steal my father? Me. Principal Li Zheng was so excited that he left in a hurry and asked for my contact information before leaving. Zhang Qingqing looked around at everyone and said, "Students with awakened professions can go to the dungeon to level up. Teaming up is more efficient and safer. But remember, never challenge a monster you can't defeat. Everyone disband." Wow. As soon as she finished speaking, a group of people rushed towards me like wolves and tigers. "Dad Yun, help me level up. I'll be your little brother in the future." "Brother Yun, I have a lot of milk. Please take care of me." I quickly stepped back, but Zhang Qingqing grabbed my hand and led me out of the playground. Arriving at the school gate, she tidied her hair and asked with a smile, "Lu Yun, do you want the teacher to help you level up? I am a level 40 professional." I hesitated for a moment, then shook my head and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I will go to the low-level wild monster area to practice and get familiar with my skills. I will ask for help when I play a difficult dungeon later." "Okay then. Teacher will wait for your call." She looked reluctant and walked on her high heels, leaving behind an elegant bag. Just as I watched her leave, Long Kier beside me suddenly said, "Do you like this type?" I turned around and saw her looking at me with a playful expression. "Why don't you two just be together? I've just become an adult. I'm at a disadvantage. We're not suitable for each other." I raised my eyebrows, looked at this young wife in a red dress with dragon horns on her head, and said with a smile, "You are over 3,000 years old, and you still say you have just come of age? It would be a pity for a super young man like me to fall into your hands. Besides, I am a good student who respects teachers very much." Long Ku'er lowered her eyes, watching Zhang Qingqing's departing back, and asked meaningfully, "Chong Dao? Which Dao? Me? You nerds are so scary." Ignoring her teasing, I dragged her to the wild to level up. Jinsha City level 1 to 10 leveling area, suburban forest. Long Kier glanced around and curled her lips in disdain. Such a boring place. Not fun. Not fun. I smiled and said, then let's do something fun tonight. She quickly protected her chest with her arms and backed away. No, I'm Apuravirgin. Then how about I take you to eat delicious lollipops? Long Kier struggled for a moment and finally nodded reluctantly. Then will think about it. I repeat, if you dare to bully me, be careful or I will bite you. Okay, as long as you promise not to let me die in the wild. After entering the wild monster area, I immediately became cautious. Soon I saw a wild boar. It's a good time to try out my skills. I stepped on the ground, the dust flew, and I rushed out like a cannonball. Giant dragon charge. Skill effect. Invoke the power of the dragon and launch an uninterrupted charge. After the target is hit, it will be stunned for 6 seconds and repelled according to the power difference. With a roar of a dragon, I bumped into the wild boar, which was blown away and smashed hard into a tree. Minus 221. Level 1 wild boar. HP 20 points. Killed instantly. Successfully killed the wild boar. Experience +1. I slowly closed my fist, a smile on my face. Not bad, very exciting. As we moved forward, there were more and more wild boars. I was too lazy to think and just killed one the moment I saw it, punching it right through the flesh. Successfully killed a wild boar. Experience +1. Successfully killed a wild boar. Experience +1. Successfully killed a wild boar. Experience +1. Isn't this upgrade too easy? Just keep killing them instantly. Charge. I simply ran the whole way, punched the wild boar when I saw it, and rushed to the next target without looking back. Long Kier stood among the corpses, folded her arms and sneered. Humph, boring man. After saying that, she squatted down, flipped the corpse over casually. Then her eyes lit up and her movements became faster and faster. Collect wild boar carcass X1. Harvest wild boar meat steak X1. Collect wild boar carcass X1. Harvest wild boar meat steak X1. A total of 69 wild boar carcasses and steaks were collected. Wow, fun. She excitedly hugged a large pile of trophies, and I continued to move forward. Soon, the number of wild boars began to increase, and the rhythm of hitting them one by one was simply addictive. Successfully killed a wild boar. Experience +1. Successfully killed a wild boar. Experience +1. Just when I was enjoying the killing, a reminder sounded. Congratulations, your level has been upgraded, your attribute values have been upgraded, and you've gained 5 free attribute points. I took Long Kier to avoid the wild boars. We moved forward and encountered level 4 pheasants and level 6 hyenas. We crushed them all the way. When we reached the level 8 wild wolf area, I finally stopped. Wolves are social animals, living in groups of 3 or 5 or as many as dozens. It's good to live in a group. It saves me from looking for them one by one. I moved my wrist, locked onto the nearest group of wild wolves, and charged forward. At the same time, release 2 major defensive skills for yourself. Dragon Scale Body Protection. LV1 reduced damage taken by 20%, lasting for 10 minutes. Maximum damage reduction of 90%. Life Regeneration. LV1 recover 5% of your health per second. Currently 14 points. Full status. Dragon Charge. Boom. I slammed a wild wolf onto a rock, and it whimpered and was killed instantly. Minus 257. The other 7 wolves saw their companion dead and went berserk. They attacked, biting, pouncing, claws. Minus 15. Minus 19. Minus 21. Plus 14. Minus 22. Minus 14. Minus 11. Plus 14. Minus 20. He lost blood and recovered at the same time without panicking. 700 health points are enough for them to gnaw on for a while. The fist smashed down, and all 7 wild wolves fell to the ground. Successfully killed the wild wolf. Experience plus 200. Successfully killed the wild wolf. Experience plus 200. Long Kier's hands were very fast, and she peeled the skin and collected the materials skillfully. Collect wild wolf corpse ×1. Harvest wolf skin ×1. Collect wild wolf corpse ×1. Harvest wolf skin ×1. Collect wild wolf corpse X1. Harvest wolf skin X1. Harvest spear, white weapon, X1. The equipment is out. Long Kier excitedly threw the spear to me. Equipment on. Long Kier smiled proudly and said, Hee hee, this princess is good luck, right? Come on, praise this princess. I rubbed the little dragon horn on her head and said calmly, "Well done. You can enjoy your lollipop plus one." Long Kurer jumped away suddenly, her cheeks flushed. "Don't touch my dragon horns. Those are the twin ponytails you will never get." I was silent for 2 seconds, feeling that this otaku girl's train of thought was a bit dangerous. Forget it. Let's continue killing monsters. In one afternoon, I had killed all the wild wolves, and my level soared to level 8. I saved 35 free attribute points, and also got a few white protective gear and weapons. Overall, the results were good. Just then, I walked deeper into the woods and unexpectedly found a group of students wearing uniforms from other schools. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. A large group of students came running from a distance, howling like ghosts and wolves. Run! The monsters in the core area of Jinsha Forest have rushed into the low-level leveling area. A group of level 15 high-level monsters and boss are coming this way. The two looked at each other, chose silence, and then ran faster. As they passed me, one of them kindly reminded me, "Brother, run. These monsters are too fierce. Run as fast as you can, and don't blame us for not reminding you if you die." There was a hint of self-blame in their voices, but it was clear that they were no longer able to rescue their teammates who had fallen behind. I nodded. "Okay, I'll take another look." I looked up into the distance and saw a large white figure rolling like a tide. A pack of wolves. At least 1,000 level 15 snow wolves, densely packed and crushing towards us. What's going on? I was stunned for a moment. These guys look like cute balls of experience points. Long Kier licked the corner of her mouth. So many materials. When the thief passed by me, he saw the blank equipment on me and shook his head in disdain. Blank weapons, blank equipment. You really don't know what's important. You deserve to die. The knight beside him patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry about it. Respect the fate of others." They ran away quickly. Behind them, the rumbling footsteps were getting closer and closer, and the women's prayers and the men's angry curses were intertwined. The air was filled with a strong stench. The white wolves were approaching. These monsters rubbed their sharp claws, and their scarlet eyes stared at the front. The next second, the wolves let out a deafening howl. "Oh, whoa!" Jiang Shir, a talented girl from Jinsha number 3 middle school, has a legendary profession, Thunder Taoist. Thunder Taoist, legendary mage. Thunderfall, summons thunder to cause horrific single-target damage with paralysis effect. Listen to thunder. Thunder resistance plus 50%, thunder damage plus 50%. As a legendary mage, she naturally attracted a large number of classmates to follow her. She led her team into the level 10 monster area, but the wild monsters suddenly rioted, and a large number of monsters above level 10 rushed into the low-level leveling area, and the situation was completely out of control. During the escape, Jiang Shir was the slowest one. Her agility was only 15 points, far behind the rest of the team. She watched the wolves approaching, their bloody mouths almost biting her head. "Can anyone save me?" The desperate cry for help was drowned out by the crowd's escape, and no one responded. Boom, boom, boom. The wolves charged, tearing the air apart. She closed her eyes, waiting to die. At that moment, boom, a blaze exploded behind her. Billowing flames cut through the sky. Hot air waves swept past, and one snow wolves after another fell to the ground, howling in the flames. Flame Dragon Breath / LV1 releases the dragon's breath, burning enemies within a 50 by 50 yard range, causing super high damage of strength times 10 plus spirit times 10, and adding a 20-second burning and knockback effect. The wolves howl and are killed by the flames. Jiang Shir suddenly opened her eyes and looked behind her blankly. She saw a young man with a smile on his face, holding a white spear, charging towards the wolf pack. His figure was as straight as a mountain, one man and one spear, like a god of war descending. Jiang Shir's pupils shrank slightly. He was only level 8. She hurriedly shouted, "Stop rushing. There are too many monsters. You will die." However, the boy did not stop and did not even hear her words, because his attention was completely attracted by the system's experience prompts. Successfully killed LV 15 Snow Wolf. Experience plus 500. Successfully killed LV 15 Snow Wolf. Experience plus 500. Successfully killed LV 15 Snow Wolf. Experience plus 500. Congratulations, your level has been raised to level 9. One move of Dragon Breath / and I leveled up directly. Looking at the densely packed wolf pack in front of me, my eyes lit up. How could such a good thing happen in the world? This is a large experience pool. Charge. During the charge, I decisively added all 35 free attribute points to physical strength. Physical strength, 117. The Dragon Knight's physical strength is increased by 20 times, and the health value exceeds 2,000 points. Then, turn on life regeneration. Restore 110 health points per second, comparable to the skills of a nurse. Dragon Scale Protection. Damage reduction, 20%. Dragon Charge. Boom. I charged into the wolf pack like a cannonball, my spear piercing the throat of a snow wolf and nailing it to the stone. The snow wolf was stunned instantly, and I punched it and killed it instantly. Successfully killed LV-15 snow wolf. Experience plus 500. The wolf pack was furious. More than a dozen snow wolves surrounded and attacked, clawing, biting, and killing. Fast attack, right? High damage, right? Unfortunately, my health is ridiculously high, and my recovery speed is comparable to that of a magic nurse. Counterattack. Blazing Flame Dragon Breath Slash. The tip of the spear cuts through the sky, and the billowing flames engulf the wolves. A large group of snow wolves turned into charcoal on the spot. The number of wolves was already large, and the materials, equipment, and jewelry that exploded after killing them covered the ground. While I was fighting, Longkeer was happily jumping around at the back of the battlefield, picking up the fallen spoils. Wow, what a big piece of wolf skin. I can make clothes. This wolf tooth necklace is so beautiful. Wait, rare blue equipment. Her eyes lit up, and she excitedly picked up a spear and a skill book. Wolfbone Spear, LV9 spear damage plus 40. Learned basic spear skill stab, pierce, wrap, circle, tap, flick. Longkeer threw the spoils to me. Lu Yun, I'll give you two good things. I took the spear and skill book, my eyes lit up. Now, the output is even stronger. The battle escalates. Spears are wielded, flames are raging, and I am reaping the harvest among the wolves. The battle lasted for half an hour. Nearly 100 snow wolves fell, and they experienced bar sword. Congratulations, your level has been raised to level 10. Standing in the middle of the wolf's corpses, I slowly put away my spear and smiled. Level 10 achieved. Congratulations, your level has been raised to LV10. Obtain professional skills. Justice Taunt. Lu Yun, LV10. Whoa. Suddenly, a low wolf howl was heard, and the air froze instantly. Jiang Shirshir's face suddenly changed. Oh no, the boss is coming. I looked behind the wolf pack and saw a snow-white, over 2-meter-tall snow wolf slowly approaching with steady steps and cold murderous intent in its eyes. System, analyze the boss. Snow Wolf Lord Silver Boss, LV-15, attack power, 295, HP, 5,000. Skill 1 Wolf King's Fury. All attributes of the wolf pack, plus 50%. Critical hit rate, plus 50%. Skill 2 Wild Fury. Passive when health is less than 40%. Attack power triples. Weakness. The left leg is seriously injured. Evaluation. This is a female wolf who just lost her cubs and is extremely angry. Please put away your mercy, otherwise your kindness will only cost you your life. So strong. I rubbed my hands together. This was my first time challenging a boss. I felt nervous and excited. My sight fell on its left leg, where there was a huge blood scar, the weak point. The strategy was already formed. I was determined to kill this boss. Jiang Shirshir looked at me in shock, her face full of disbelief. Impossible. Challenging an agile boss alone? This is the most difficult type to defeat alone. Agile boss has extremely high attack frequency and burst damage. Even high-level teams have to be equipped with a complete lineup of meat shield plus treatment plus output. It is impossible for a single person to withstand it. But she watched helplessly. I rushed forward. The spear was raised, aimed at the Snow Wolf Lord's left leg, and stabbed down fiercely. Minus 259. Critical hit. The Snow Wolf Lord howled in pain and raised his claws to fight back, but I easily pushed them away. Then, Flame Dragon Breath Slash. The hot dragon breath gushed out and accurately hit his left leg. Minus 1,157. Critical hit. 1/3 of the HP evaporated instantly. The surrounding wolves were about to come to the rescue, but were affected by the flames and were immediately wiped out. The Snow Wolf Lord was furious and pounced on me, waving his claws. I resisted directly, exchanging blood for blood. 70%, 65%, 60%. Suddenly, the Snow Wolf Lord opened his bloody mouth. Anger the Wolf King was charging. Here it comes. I understood instantly that it was going to activate a skill that benefits everyone. The wolves' attack power, speed, and critical strike rate will all soar. If this skill is released, I will definitely die. Unfortunately, you don't have a chance. Justice taunt. Skill triggered. The Snow Wolf Lord's skill charging was forcibly interrupted. Its eyes suddenly froze, and the roar that was originally ready to go got stuck in its throat, and it was replaced by a dull, ordinary attack. Basic attacks, even my blood recovery speed, can't catch up. Steady. 1 shot. 2 shots. Nearly 300 points of damage, continuously bombarding the Snow Wolf Lord's left leg. Blood splattered, and the wound on the left leg was completely torn. At the same time, the wolves finally rushed forward. Snow Wolf Lord's health, 60%, 50%, 40%. Wild Fury, passive trigger. Attack power tripled. The Snow Wolf Lord, with red eyes, went completely berserk and pounced on me. I've been waiting for you. I charged my spear, aimed it at my left leg, and stabbed it down. Dragon charge. Boom. The Snow Wolf Lord was knocked away by me and slammed into a big tree. Snow Wolf Lord stunned for 6 seconds. 6 seconds. That's enough. Go to hell. Blazing Dragon Breath slash. The fiery dragon breath devoured everything again. The flames burned fiercely, and the damage surged. The Snow Wolf Lord opened his eyes wide, and then fell to the ground with a bang. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the silver-level boss Snow Wolf Lord. Experience plus 150,000. Your level has been raised to LV12. Obtain title, Beginner Boss Hunter. Title features. After killing the boss, an additional piece of equipment of the same level will be dropped, and luck plus 10. Equipment reward. Silver level hunter helmet. The boss's body exploded, and a large amount of equipment and materials were scattered all over the ground. Oh, the boss is dead. Jiang Shirshir opened her mouth in shock. Her legs softened, and she collapsed to the ground. This is impossible. He really defeated the silver boss alone. She stared at me in shock. Her heart was extremely shocked. In just a few minutes, the fighting power I showed completely overturned her perception of the knight profession. She originally thought that a legendary professional lightning Taoist priest was already a genius, but compared to the man in front of her, she wasn't even a foil. Wow, so many equipment. Long Kur was already rummaging through the pile of equipment excitedly, her eyes shining. Can I touch all these materials? She picked up a bunch of equipment and said intoxicatedly, "This feels so good." I glanced at her helplessly and said lightly, "Okay, but give me half of the equipment." Long Kur pouted reluctantly. "Okay." At this moment, Jiang Shirshir took a deep breath, suppressed her trembling, stood up, slowly walked in front of me, and said solemnly, "Lu Yun, thank you for saving me. You touched the body, then what should I touch?" "Touch me." Long Kuter blinked her big eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed, and then she coughed twice, pretending to be serious, and added, "Husband, can you let Longer touch it? Is that okay?" The girl came over directly, put her arm around my arm tenderly, and looked at me with her bright red eyes. Her eyes looked so pitiful, as if tears were about to drip out of them. "Who can stand this?" I nodded helplessly. "Okay." She immediately smiled and began to skillfully take equipment from the boss's body. Snow Wolf Shield. Blue rare secondary weapon exclusively for knights and warriors that increases physical resistance. Wolf King Skin X2. Wolf King's Pride X1. Wolf King's Heart X1. Quest card. Snow Wolf Lord's Last Wish. Task description. The Snow Wolf Lord's cub was snatched away by the level 20 silver boss, Iron Arm Ape Lord. The Snow Wolf Lord originally planned to attack his territory, but was killed by a mysterious person. Before he died, he was still thinking about his cub, and his will turned into this mission token. Mission content. Go to the Iron Arm Ape territory, defeat the Iron Arm Ape Lord, and take back the young Snow Wolf. Reward. Ride the pet Snow Wolf Young Master. I counted the harvest. 11 pieces of equipment. 1 silver, 2 blue, 8 white. Skill book. Spear specialization. Several materials. Quest card. Snow Wolf Young Master. More importantly, he was promoted from LV1 to LV12, and also learned the professional skill, Justice Taunt, and obtained a personal title. What a great harvest! Let's go home. Long Kur jumped up excitedly. Go home, go home. Lollipops. I want to eat lots and lots of lollipops. As I entered the city and my phone signal was restored, I was instantly bombarded with WeChat messages. Ding, ding, ding. I clicked on it and saw over 99 unread messages. My phone was so stuck that it almost crashed. Lizem, principal. Li Zheng, Lu Yun, I have submitted your information. The city has decided to exempt you from the professional exam and directly recommend you to enter the highest institution of learning in Daxia, Mo University. I stared at the screen, my breath stagnating. Magic and Martial Arts University. This is the strongest professional academy in Xia country, the true cradle of the god of law and the god of martial arts. In all previous national wars, the top gods of war were almost all from the magic and martial arts schools. I was recommended for admission. Lu Yin, thank you, principal. I will never bring shame to Jinsha number 1 middle school. Li Zheng, you deserve it. Come to the school to handle the formalities later. Then, I clicked on Zhang Qingqing's message. Zhang Qingqing, how about leveling up? Do you need help from the teacher? Female teacher holding a teaching stick.jpg. Lu Yin, thank you for your concern. It's okay. It would be better if the teacher could accompany me. Zhang Qingqing, shy expression.jpg. Next time the teacher will take you and let you experience the upgraded experience of taking off on the spot while sitting still. Lu Yin, then I'll leave it to you, teacher. Class group. The group has exploded with a bunch of people showing off their professions and ranks. Suning, guys, I'm a level 4 swordsman, and I'll be level 5 soon. Wang, Itisk, I'm teaming up with the elf archer Zhao Feng, who's already level 5, hee. Kai Su, brother Feng is already level 6? Please help me. Zhao Qingsong's speech, Xiaofeng is not bad. He is already level 6. He is indeed a rare level professional. Instantly, there was silence in the group. Everyone knew that Zhao Qingsong was an outstanding professional, and he suddenly spoke up just to show off. But no one dared to say anything. The scene was extremely awkward. Then, I spoke up. Lu Yin, brother Song, what level are you at? The group was in complete silence. Who asked? Everyone clicked on the chat box and saw the ID. Lu Yin. Wow. No one was there to show off. So Lu Yin took the stage himself. Zhao Qingsong, I'm only level 8. Not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. I still have to work hard. After all, I'm an excellent professional and can't waste my talent. The group immediately exploded. Fuck, what a weird Versailles. I give full marks to this pretentious guy. Then, I continue to speak. Lu Yun, it's really not worth mentioning. Xiao Song, you have to work harder and don't waste your talent. Don't learn from me. I have a mythical profession and a mythical wife, but I was too lazy to level up. After playing for an entire afternoon, I'm only level 12. You have to work hard. Let's encourage each other. The group was in deathly silence. 5 seconds later, Zhao Qingsong, Nest? Zhou Yun, Godfather, you leveled up 12 levels in one afternoon? And you were admitted to Magic and Martial Arts University? I'm jealous. Suning, in comparison, life suddenly has no hope. Wang Yi, brothers, I admit that I am jealous. How can the gap between people be so big? Kai Su, it's okay. When you feel sad, think about Zhou Yun's guilt and wild boar breeder. Zhou Yun, are you polite? Uh-huh. I stared at the screen and laughed. Long Kier came over and looked at me curiously. What are you laughing at? I showed her my phone. She looked at it for a few seconds and said with a curled lip, aren't these people too bad? The corner of my mouth twitched. Humph. She put her hands on her hips and raised her chin proudly. Luckily, you are my husband. If it were any other man, I wouldn't marry you. I smiled slightly and rubbed her dragon horn casually. Okay, let's go to the school to handle the formalities. She glared at me and said angrily, don't touch the dragon horns. Those are the twin ponytails you will never get. I was speechless. The otaku girl is really scary. Chapter 10. He's already level 12 after not seeing you for a long time. Zhao Feng had been working hard all afternoon, shooting arrows and killing monsters, and he was almost paralyzed from exhaustion. I finally got a break, chatted, showed off, and watched my friends in the group bragging about themselves. It was quite comfortable. Until Zhao Qingsong and Lu Yun came in, the tone of the group chat changed, and he couldn't be happy at all. The more I watch, the more sour I feel, and the more jealous I feel. Mo University is a paradise for job changers. Why do all the good things belong to Lu Yun? Why is it that every time I'm happy, Lu Yun pops up? I really want to throw up. While Lu Yun was chatting, Long Kur was sucking on 2 lollipops and licking them happily. She was very good at playing tricks. Sometimes she licked it, sometimes she sucked it hard, and she never bit it with her teeth. After playing for a while, Long Kier's delicate little face came up to Lu Yun and watched him fiddling with his phone. Lu Yun, what is that iron cube in your hand? Why does a person appear one moment and words appear the next? Lu Yun, eat one more lollipop tonight, and I'll tell you. Long Kier smiled happily. Okay, there's such a good thing? Lu Yun, I find that you are actually a very nice person. Jinsha number 1 middle school, principal's office. Principal Li Zhengzheng is chatting with a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit. Li Zhengyan smiled, but the middle-aged man's expression did not look good. Principal Li, isn't it a bit too arbitrary to give the admission qualification to Mo University directly to the students of your school? Our number 3 middle school has finally produced a genius with a legendary profession. This is so unfair, said the man in the Zhongshan suit. Li Zheng smiled and said kindly, Principal Wang, I don't have the final say on this matter. It was decided by the higher-ups. Besides, although legendary classes are rare, they are still inferior to mythical classes. Don't you think so? He could actually understand Principal Wang's feelings. Legendary professions are also quite rare. In previous years, if a school gave birth to a legendary genius, it would definitely be a 100% recommendation. It's a done deal. But this year, a genius like Lu Yun appeared, who emerged out of nowhere and directly awakened a mythical profession that is seldom seen in a century. That's not necessarily true. Principal Wang disagreed when he heard Li Zheng say that his students were not as good as others. There are many types of mythical professions. Some mythical professions may not be as powerful as legendary professions. And no matter how important the profession is, the key is still personal strength. What if a person has a mythical profession but cannot level up as fast as a legendary profession? Li Zheng was slightly stunned because, in fact, this kind of situation has really happened and it is not uncommon. Seeing Li Zheng wavering, Principal Wang immediately said, Old Li, I'm not unreasonable. You said your student is a combat profession, so how about we make a bet? Our school's legendary profession is also a combat profession, and he went from level 0 to level 10 in one day. As long as your school's mythical profession can do it without help, I will give up this quota and personally compensate him with 100 gold coins. Li Zheng frowned. Upgrading so quickly? For a new professional, the hurdle of level 0 to 8 is actually not difficult. But it is more torturous to upgrade from level 8 to level 10. As the level of the professional increases, the experience given by lower-level monsters becomes less. But when fighting high-level monsters, the risk becomes higher and the efficiency becomes lower. He sighed, Old Wang, this admission quota was given directly to my student by the higher-ups. You found the wrong person. I don't care. I promise my student that she will definitely get a recommendation. How can I save my reputation if you do this? Principal Wang was furious and a bit shameless. You must let me meet your student today and talk to him face to face. After saying that, he picked up the phone and called out, Sure. Is your leveling going well? It's okay. I'm glad you're okay. Well, I have something to talk to you about. Please come to Jinsha number 1 middle school later. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Li Zheng and said, I have called the geniuses from our school over. We will know which child is better after a comparison. Li Zheng. After a while, a girl wearing a wizard's attire, with slightly disheveled clothes and confused eyes, entered the office. Principal Wang immediately began to praise the young girl highly. Thunder Taoist priest, do you understand? Sure from our school can kill monsters of the same level in 1 second with one skill, and she levels up very quickly. In the later stage, she is a walking nuclear warhead. She will blow up whatever she points at. Ahem, sure. Why are you so absent-minded? Wait until that student from number 1 middle school comes. Don't let him outshine you. Jiang Sure came back to her senses and shook her head. It's okay, teacher. I just have something on my mind. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yun pushed open the door and walked in. When he saw the principal, he nodded slightly. Principal, I'll go through the procedures. Jiang Sure looked at Lu Yun's figure and felt like she was struck by lightning. The opponent's figure charging among high-level monsters began to emerge in his mind. Challenge the boss alone, kill the wolfhound, and attack ferociously, just like Shura. Just thinking about it, Jiang Shure's calves couldn't help but go weak. She lowered her head and buried her cheek in her own softness. Principal Wang said to her, Sure, this person stole your admission quota. You should compete with him later and try to get the quota back. In an instant, Jiang Shure's legs became even weaker. Thinking of the corpses scattered all over the ground, I almost fell to my knees. Jiang Shishir raised her watery eyes and looked at her own principal, shaking her head in fear. Principal, no. Please let me go. I am scared. I don't want that position anymore. After Jiang Shishir finished speaking, she covered her face, lowered her head, and left as if she was escaping. This made Principal Wang look very confused. It's really strange. How come the proud girl of our school is like a quail that has lost its soul when she sees this boy? Is she so timid? Principal Li Zheng stared at the top of Lu Yun's head. After staring for a while, a sentence suddenly popped up. Lu Yun, what level are you? Lu Yun replied, just level 12. What's wrong, Principal? Li Zheng laughed out loud, very happily. In half a day, without anyone to guide him, he reached level 12 by himself. This is Jinsha's genius, the real leveling king. He hadn't laughed so happily in a long time. He restrained his smile after a while and said in a deep voice, very good. You are worthy of being the first genius in our number 1 middle school to awaken a mythical profession, a mythical professional dragon knight. Lu Yun. Chapter 11. I, Lu Yun, am upright and above board. Li Zheng suddenly turned around and looked at Principal Wang. Old Wang, Lu Yun is already level 12. I think there is no need for the bet, right? Principal Wang walked quickly to Lu Yun, took a serious look at him, and asked quietly, did you practice this by yourself? Lu Yun, just now I encountered a riot of level 15 wolves in the level 10 area and killed a wave of them. Principal Wang was speechless for a long time. After a while, he sighed and said, alas, legendary classes are ultimately inferior to mythical classes. Young man, I lost these 100 gold coins to you. Principal Wang took out a bag of gold coins and handed it to Lu Yun. Lu Yun looked at Li Zheng, not understanding what he meant. Li Zhengdao, you keep it. Come, sign this agreement and report to Mo University in a week. After Lu Yun filled out the form, Li Zheng straightened his clothes and solemnly handed over a letter. On the envelope was written, Mo University, Special Admissions Channel, Admission Notice. Li Zheng, I don't know how many heroes, knights, wizards, gods of war, gods of arrows, and kings of assassins have been born in the University of Magic and Martial Arts. I hope you can become one of those legends. Lu Yun took the admission letter and walked out of the principal's office. At the door of the principal's office, Long Kier lowered her head and played with Lu Yun's cell phone. She doesn't know how to play. She just gestures randomly. Suddenly, the screen jumped to a chat group named Singles Taoism Training Group. Wait a minute, give me back my phone. Lu Yun's face changed drastically, and he shouted. Long Kier didn't react. A picture of a scantily clad female creature with a human face and a horse body popped up. When Long Kier saw the content of the chat, her pretty face immediately turned red. The fragile cell phone flew out of her hand, and she quickly covered her eyes with both hands. Rope, my eyes are dirty. Lu Yun took the phone, speechless. It's not his fault. Which teenage boy in the world has a clean cell phone? If so, it is recommended to see a psychiatrist. Lu Yun, listen to me. Long Kier, I don't want to listen, you big pervert. Lu Yun shook his head. It was easy to get away with this matter. After all, it was Long Kier's first time in the human world. Lu Yun accused. Hey, you insisted on watching this. It has nothing to do with me. Long Kier's fingers quietly opened a crack, and she pouted and said, Isn't it your phone? Lu Yun, but the picture was posted by someone else. There is freedom of speech on the internet. How can I stop people from speaking through the internet? I can only stay alone and away from filth. I'm an upright man. Long Kier looked at him suspiciously. Really? Lu Yun said calmly. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, try it at night. I will never touch you. I just warned you, but you insisted on watching. I tell you, the human world is very dangerous. You will only be safe if you stay with me. Long Kier looked at Lu Yun blankly. Come on, come home with me, and I'll treat you to a lollipop. There's a steel monster eating people. How scary. Can it hypnotize people? Why is no one resisting? That's a car, a mount made of materials. Oh, that girl on the street is wearing so little, she has no shame at all. Oh, why'd she ask you to go in and play? What are you going to play? Play some small games that can only be played at night. What organization are those people floating around on the street wearing yellow combat uniforms? They look so cool. Can I join them? They are the takeaway men. Gulp, so sweet. Unable to bear Xiao Longnu's curious questions, Lu Yun bought 2 lollipops and stuffed them directly into Long Kier's mouth. Seeing her cheeks filled and a look of enjoyment in her eyes, Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Back home, Lu Yun was responsible for cooking while Long Kier was responsible for playing with her phone. He is responsible for washing the pots and dishes, and she is responsible for playing with her mobile phone. He was in charge of filling the bathtub with water, and she was in charge of playing with her phone. Although she has developed very well, she still has the mentality of a girl. Of course, Lu Yun knew how his classmates found their marriage partners, but his Long Kuer was obviously different, so he had to proceed step by step. Lu Yun snatched the phone and said, "Go take a shower." Long Kuer said impatiently, "Humph, why are you so fierce?" 5 minutes later, a fearful voice came from the bathroom. I have no clothes to wear, Lu Yun. Lu Yun, wear a bathrobe, I just bought it for you. Long Kier responded weakly, "Oh." After a while, the bathroom door was slowly opened, and Long Kier walked out with her little feet curled up, wearing slippers that were obviously one size too big. Lu Yun looked at Long Kuer, and his eyes lit up. The girl had just finished taking a shower and had not yet wiped off the water stains on her body. Her tooth-white toes were sparkling with sparkling water droplets, exuding the unique pure scent of a girl. The two slender legs timidly tried to move together, and the skin was as white and tender as mutton fat. Although she was thin, her hips and breasts were well-defined, making her loose bathrobe slightly lift. The wet hair fell down like a waterfall, covering the pretty face that made Lu Yun's heart beat fast. She lowered her eyes, as if she had sensed the ambiguity of the situation at the moment, and did not dare to look into Lu Yun's eyes. Lu Yun, where should I sleep?" Lu Yun pointed to the only bedroom. "Just sleep in the bedroom." As an orphan, his home certainly couldn't be luxurious enough to have 2 bedrooms. Long Kier, then, "Where do you sleep?" Lu Yun patted the pillow beside him and said, "I'll sleep on the sofa." Long Kier breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I feel relieved." After leaving the marriage room, the two were already husband and wife. But Long Kuer had never thought about marriage, and she was still a young girl, so she was very afraid of having sex. Long Kuer returned to the room, wrapped in a quilt. The scent on the quilt was very similar to Lu Yun's. Suddenly, the door opened and a figure slipped in. Long Kuer was horrified. "Aren't you sleeping on the sofa?" Lu Yun said calmly, "There are mosquitoes outside. Squeeze in. I said I'm a gentleman and I won't touch you." Long Kier felt relieved. "Oh, then you have to keep your word." Then her pretty face turned red, and she felt her feet being held in the palm of her hand. "Lu Yun, don't worry, I won't go in." 2 hours later, Long Kier looked at the ceiling and clenched her teeth. Now she didn't believe a word Lu Yun said. Chapter 12, you want to ride me? Lu Yun pulled his arm out from under the delicate body, turned on the bedside lamp, got out of bed and stretched, thinking to himself, "I still underestimated the fighting power of the Dragon Clan." Lu Yun left the bedroom, ordered takeout, then opened his phone and browsed the news on the app. Jinsha News. Yesterday, wild monsters in our city's low-level training area rioted. Fortunately, a job changer passed by and no one was injured in this disaster. Longwa Morning News. The Magic and Martial Arts University is about to open, and the first batch of job changers to be admitted has been preliminarily determined. There will be 100 legendary job changers and several mythical job changers joining, and this generation will shine. International News. Her Highness Akagi Sakako, the 189th level female sword god of Sakura Country, plans to visit our country in 3 months to compete with old sword god Lee. At this time, the bedroom door opened and Long Kier walked out of the bedroom. Unlike the formal dress she wore yesterday, today she was wearing Lu Yun's plaid shirt and shorts. Long Kier sat opposite Lu Yun, her pretty face frosty, and a series of nouns came out her mouth. Rogue, liar, dragon liar. Lu Yun looked embarrassed. "Don't be angry. I'll buy you your favorite lollipop tomorrow." When talking about lollipops, Long Kier's face turned green. "Lu Yun, I will never eat lollipops again. It's disgusting." Special. A dragon knight with a dragon mount is a true dragon knight. In the dragon mount state, the mount will share 80% of all states with the knight. The two were eating. Lu Yun looked at the information on the system panel. His eyes fell on Long Kier. "Why are you looking at me?" Long Kier asked, feeling Lu Yun's gaze. "Lu Yun, you know that knights need mounts, right?" Long Kier, "No, what does it have to do with me?" Lu Yun spoke word by word. "I am a dragon knight." Long Kier was puzzled at first. Then her face froze, and she became furious. She jumped up and stepped hard on Lu Yun's foot. "I finally prepared myself mentally to be your wife, but you You actually want me to be your mount? Lu Yun. This cannot be blamed on Lu Yun. The mount will share 80% of all status with the knight, and no one can resist such temptation. Lu Yun, just for once. Long Kier. Don't even think about it. Jinsha City, professional exchange center, trading area. This is the most prosperous area in Jinsha City. Lu Yun seldom comes here. The things for job changers are too expensive, and he cannot afford them. Today was the day he and Zhang Qingqing had agreed to level up. Before leveling up, Lu Yun still had something to do here. Team up. Team up. Rare class changers above level 20. Add me and go fight the spider's nest dungeon together. A student group, all of whom are girls above level 5, and a level 7 thief beauty leading the team. Looking for a knight to be the tank. Boys are also okay. Take a look, a newly released skill book, Spear Mastery. Only 500 gold coins. First come, first served. Not 998. Not 499. Just 188. Take the silver level broadsword home. As soon as Lu Yun came in, the girl who was calling for the student group came over and said, "Handsome guy, are you a knight? Do you want to join our team? We are all girls here. You just need to take the damage. We have a level 7 thief." Lu Yun was stunned and looked over when he heard that. There were only 4 girls, a mage, a priest, a shooter, and a thief. The level 7 thief is wearing leather armor and has a thin build. There are 3 output professions and 1 auxiliary profession, and the only thing missing is one who can pull monsters head on. Sorry, I have a team. Lu Yun refused without even thinking about it. Oh, hearing this, the girl nodded in disappointment. The level 7 thief sighed. Forget it. Let's just go with the 4 of us. I'll be in charge of killing the monsters, and we'll concentrate our firepower to kill them instantly. Xiaoxin, you just need to heal me. Xiao Xian beside Lu Yun was shocked. This is too risky. If you encounter a group of wild monsters, you will be in danger. The thief girl glanced at Lu Yun and said calmly, "It's useless for you to please him. He doesn't think highly of us." Lu Yun smiled. This thief girl was quite fierce. He really looked down on this team. The gap in strength was too big. It would not be good for anyone to get together. However, Lu Yun still said, "I suggest you wait a little longer. This configuration is very inefficient. Stop looking down on us." The thief girl snorted coldly and left the trading area with the 3 girls. Lu Yun shook his head, spread a piece of newspaper on the ground, and took out his trophies, wolf skin, wild boar steak, and several pieces of white equipment. Chapter 13. The bond system is open. Lu Yun began to imitate him and shouted, "Low-level white equipment, 8 gold coins each. Low-level materials wholesale. Large quantities are discounted. Only 10 minutes. No more waiting after the expiration date." Countless people looked over after hearing this. 10 minutes later, Lu Yun clapped his hands. "After selling all the items, I got 247 gold coins. With the 100 gold coins given by the principal of number 3 middle school, I have a small asset now." Lu Yun casually glanced at the other stalls, didn't see any equipment he liked, and just left. The Jinsha Beach defense line is a leveling area for levels 20 to 30. This is the entrance to the same area as the Golden Sands grassland, 0 to 10 leveling area. There were quite a few people at the entrance. From a distance, Lu Yun could see a sexy female swordsman with a short sword on her back, a high ponytail, and exquisite armor. The female swordsman has a pretty face and an even more perfect figure. The proud chest bulged up the top of the armor, but the waist was tightly bound by the cloth strips, forming an exaggerated and ridiculous curve. "Teacher has a great figure," Lu Yun praised. The female swordsman was Lu Yun's teacher, Zhang Qingqing. Seeing Lu Yun arrive, Zhang Qingqing waved gracefully. "Let's go. I'll help you level up." Lu Yun walked up quickly and said, "Teacher, I'm going to ask you for help today." Zhang Qingqing patted her chest confidently, causing a wave of excitement. "Leave it all to the teacher. Today you just need to lie down and the teacher will help you level up. When you become famous in the future, the teacher can also brag that this number 1 dragon knight in the world was once my student, and I even helped him level up." "Haha, thanks for your good words." While chatting and laughing, the two stepped into the defense line of Jinsha Beach. When Lu Yun entered the Jinsha Beach defense line, 4 people were discussing with each other, facing his back. "Hey, it's the knight who doesn't want to team up with us. How does he get into the level 20 to 30 maps? No wonder you didn't want to team up with us. It turns out your level is so high." Impossible. Shun Dashin, the proud son of our school, is only level 9 now. He was almost killed instantly when he entered the level 15 map yesterday, and ran out in disgrace. No matter how powerful he is, can he be stronger than Shun Dashin? They're the 4 female students that I met at the Professional Exchange Center. When talking about Shun Dashin, all 4 of them calmed down. Female thief. Look at his equipment. Many positions are empty. The level cannot be too high. I think it is probably some rich young master who paid a lot of money to help him upgrade it. The priest lady who had a good impression of Lu Yun said, but if the output, damage taken, and treatment are all insufficient, wouldn't the experience gained be very little? In that case, it would be better to gain more experience by killing low-level monsters. The world rules have many checks and balances on the issue of high-level players, helping low-level players level up. The amount of experience gained from the death of a monster is allocated entirely based on the combat core data. That's why 4 people went to the dungeon together. As a result, the female thief reached level 7, while the young priest was still level 5. The female thief was speechless. The archer suddenly said, they must have some special way to level up. As long as we learn it, we might be able to kill monsters above our level. The female thief's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Some people have used the terrain to their advantage to level up. For example, they climbed up a pillar so that monsters couldn't attack them, but they could still use their range skills to attack them. They leveled up very quickly. They must have found a similar way to level up before they dared to enter this leveling area. What if they learned this leveling method? The female thief raised her lips and said, let's see if he dares to look down on us again in the future. As the absolute core of the team, once she made a proposal, no one else had any intention of objecting. The 4 of them quietly entered the Jinsha Beach defense line. Although the female thief is aggressive and arrogant, she is quite cautious in her actions. She asked her teammates to follow her from a distance while she surveyed the map environment. Not far away, I saw a group of fishmen lying on the ground with tragic deaths. No one survived. It's safe ahead. There are only corpses of wild monsters. Be careful when you follow us, and don't make any noise. If there are any monsters coming, run to the safe zone immediately. The female thief gave some instructions and continued on her way. At this moment, she heard the sound of noisy fighting ahead. The clang of weapons colliding, the roar of magic exploding, and the strange cries of the murlocs. Found it. I saw dozens of short men in front of me, with gills on their mouths and fins on their backs and arms, stepping on the waves, brandishing their weapons, and acting like a tiger. Uluo-o-o. Vahla-mumumu. Brutal fishman, LV-22, common monster. Ding. An elegant female swordsman entered the scene, and with a flick of her dagger, one of the fishman's arms flew into the sky. With one sliding step, he walked through the crowd of fishmen on the mud and sand. The dagger was swung several times, and a sharp sword light pierced through countless fishmen, causing blood to splatter. The health of more than a dozen fishmen dropped by 1/3. Zhang Qingqing put away her sword, and when the mermen rushed over angrily, she had already rushed towards another group of mermen. Soon, another group of murlocs were chopped to pieces by her swords, which successfully angered them, and they joined the murloc army chasing her. A group of murlocs, 2 groups of murlocs. 7, 13, 46, 85, 97. Slowly, a group of fishmen appeared behind Zhang Qingqing. She didn't move very fast and adopted a roundabout tactic. While ensuring that his own health did not drop too much, he also attracted the hatred of all monsters and did not let a single murloc leave the team halfway. This is the professional monster pulling technique. The female assassin was stunned. Before she understood the meaning of the female swordsman pulling so many fishmen, Zhang Qingqing had already drawn an arc and inserted diagonally towards Lu Yun, who was standing on the edge of the beach. Then he jumped lightly, bypassed Lu Yun, and left. Lu Yun was exposed to the eyes of all the fishmen. When the army of fishmen was at a loss, Lu Yun picked up a handsome shield and inserted it vertically into the mud pit. Release skills, Justice Taunt. In an instant, a group of fishmen rushed over, trying to drown him. Countless ordinary attacks fell. The mountains were filled with ferocious fishmen, who attacked one after another. The terrifying attack frightened the female thief who was hiding nearby and watching so much that her legs went weak. If she was the one who suffered these injuries, she would definitely be torn to pieces by these level 22 murlocs. But Lu Yun just raised the shield with one hand, and various special effects on his body flashed, and he took almost all the damage. If it was yesterday, Lu Yun would definitely not be so vigorous. But today, after opening the properties panel, I suddenly received a prompt. Successful wedding night with a mythical partner. The mythical bond system has been unlocked. Current bond unlocking degree, 20%. 10% bond reward. Dragon Fortress, level 12 platinum, has been issued. 20% bond reward. Blood boiling, legendary night skill, has been issued. Chapter 14. This time, I made a lot of money. Although he didn't know why the bond was only 20% after spending a night with Long Kur, these two rewards were really powerful, and also gave Lu Yun a deeper understanding of the mythical level marriage partner. The first is the Dragon Fortress, which is an exclusive shield for the knight profession. Dragon Fortress, offhand weapon for knight and warrior professions. Level, platinum, level requirement, 12. Attributes, strength plus 30, stamina plus 30, agility plus 10, mental strength plus 10. Special 1, solid barrier. When you use Dragon Fortress to block, the physical damage you receive is reduced by 50 points without distinction. The magic damage is reduced by 10 points without distinction. Special 2, Shield Slam. When using Dragon Fortress to attack the enemy, there's a 10% chance of causing a 1-second stun effect on the enemy. Introduction. A shield once used by a Dragon Knight, which fell from the Dragon Realm to the human world at some point in time. With such powerful attribute bonus, it is hundreds of miles ahead of the bronze equipment on you. After adding the physical strength of the Dragon Fortress, Lu Yun's physical strength directly reached a terrifying 150 points. The total health value is increased to 3,000. The most powerful attribute of the Dragon Fortress is the special effect of the first one. Solid Barrier. All physical damage received is reduced by 50 points without distinction. It is simply the top artifact in a novice village. With this special effect, plus the terrifying damage reduction of Dragon Scale Body Protection and Justice Taunt, the attacks of these ferocious fishmen are just like tickling. It doesn't hurt at all. And the other skill is also a magical skill. Blood Boiling. Activate the life magnetic field hidden in your body, increasing your maximum health to 150%. Duration, 10 minutes. Combined with his life regeneration, tank is no longer enough to describe Lu Yun at this stage. He is a living blood cow, or a blood demon. Now Lu Yun can probably sweep all wild areas below level 30 without any problem. Minus 33. Minus 38. Minus 29. Dash 21. Minus 34. Plus 225. Minus 28. Minus 30. Minus 31. Plus 255. Dense groups of red little guys popped up above Lu Yun's head. Then a green quality number quickly appeared, filling up his health, killing monsters at full health after 10 levels. This is the sense of security that the Dragon Knight profession brings him. After adding all the extra attribute points to strength, Lu Yun raised his spear. Sweep it hard. A Murloc. All health removed. Fiery Dragon Breath Slash. Dragon Strikes. Hundreds of points of horrific damage exploded wildly on the fishman's head. Lu Yun waved his spear, madly harvesting the lives of the fishman army. His own experience bar was rising rapidly, and it reached level 13 in a moment. The wild monsters had not been cleared, yet when Zhang Qingqing's slender figure suddenly appeared over there, bringing nearly 100 new wild monsters. One of them pulled the monsters while the other killed them, without stopping. There is a small detail. Lu Yun and Zhang Qingqing did not form a team. Lu Yun always relied on the skill, Justice Taunt, to attract monster hatred instead of the team system. This allowed him to consume almost all of the wild monster experience. Without the need to evenly distribute experience, the experience bar is rising like crazy. Leveling up is possible this way. The female thief was stunned. They need to make various plans and analyze various situations to kill level 6 monsters, for fear of unexpected events. I have never seen a scene like Lu Yun killing high-level monsters so quickly. She couldn't understand how this happened. The 3 female companions leaned against her side at some point, looking at Lu Yun with stars in their eyes. So handsome as a god of war. Stop being so crazy. He doesn't think highly of us. Look how handsome he is. We lying in the sand look like 4 poor civets. Who do you think is better, Shun Shuaba or him? Jime, are you crazy? Shin Dashin? I don't know him well. I think this classmate is the coolest. The female priest Xiao Xian pulled the female thief's arm and said aggrievedly, Sister, we really can't learn this leveling method. Don't look at it. Go back and continue leveling up, sighed the female thief. Before leaving, he looked at Lu Yun deeply, as if he wanted to imprint his face in his mind. I've fantasized in my mind. If he is willing to take me to level up, then my experience will definitely soar like a rocket. He is also very handsome, and I don't know if he needs a girlfriend. For hours later, Luyan shot for the last fishman's head. The corpses of the fishmen under his feet piled up into a 10-meter-high hill. The rare materials, white equipment, and blue equipment that exploded were so densely packed that it was dazzling. Faintly, you can see some lights of other colors. Luyan took a look at the level prompt information. The dense prompts made him feel a little intensive phobia. Successfully killed the ferocious fishman. Experience plus 2,100. Successfully killed the ferocious fishman. Experience plus 2,100. Successfully killed the ferocious fishman. Experience plus 2,100. Congratulations, your level has been upgraded, your attribute values have been upgraded, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Successfully killed the ferocious fishman. Experience plus 2,100. Congratulations, your level has been upgraded, your attribute values have been upgraded, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Your level has reached 15, and you have obtained the basic skill of the Dragon Knight profession. Dragon Lance Triple Strike. Successfully killed the ferocious fishman. Experience plus 2,100. Congratulations, your level has been upgraded, your attribute values have been upgraded, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Reminder, your level has reached level 17. So many hints. The level 22 ferocious murlocs on the Golden Sands Beach defense line were almost all wiped out. If she continues to kill monsters on the spot, Zhang Qingqing will need to run far away to pull the monsters. Not only is it inefficient, but the monsters will also easily lose their aggro. The candlelight outweighs the gain. Teacher, take a break. Zhang Qingqing wiped the sweat from her forehead and sat down with her back to back with Luyan. The hot body, soft and gentle, pressed tightly against his back. Luyan closed his eyes in enjoyment, smelling the fragrance emanating from the woman behind him. Let the teacher see what good equipment has been dropped. Zhang Qingqing casually picked up a piece of equipment, and when she saw it, her eyes lit up. Nice bronze. Traveler's wristband. Required level. LV16, quality, bronze. Attributes. Strength plus 5, stamina plus 10. Special. The damage you receive from normal attacks is reduced by 2 points. She immediately continued searching excitedly. There's also this Traveler's Pendant, Traveler's Knee Pads, and Traveler's Armor. I'll give you a set, but the drop rate is too high, isn't it? I've never seen such a drop rate when I go out to fight monsters. Luyan slapped his forehead and remembered a very crucial attribute of his. 10 points of luck. This is the special reward when he obtained the title of Junior Hunter. After putting on 4 pieces of bronze equipment, Luyan was no longer a rookie. The remaining blue equipment, white equipment, and materials that exploded could bring in several hundred gold coins if sold in bulk. This wave of profit is crazy. Chapter 15 Diamond Level Boss. Zhang Qingqing circled around Luyan, and suddenly her face came close to him, staring at Luyan. Luyan froze for a moment, not knowing what to do. Zhang Qingqing said in a gentle voice, "You have already graduated and are a 20-year-old adult. When you go to the imperial capital, you will forget your teacher, right? We have such a close relationship. How is this possible?" Then, Zhang Qingqing hesitated to speak. Luyan was puzzled. "What do you want to say?" Zhang Qingqing hesitated. "I submitted my resignation letter." Luyan was shocked. Why? Zhang Qingqing raised her eyebrows. "Want to know? If I want to fall in love, would you believe it?" Fall in love? No matter how stupid Luyan was, he finally came to his senses. Zhang Qingqing was teasing him. "Luyan, teacher, don't blame me for being rude." Luyan reached out and grabbed Zhang Qingqing's hand. Zhang Qingqing's hand was soft, boneless, and smooth. Zhang Qingqing pulled her hand back instantly. Her cheeks flushed. "What are you thinking? How dare you take advantage of the teacher? I'm just teasing you." She refused bluntly, but she rubbed her hands together in a very awkward manner. Just then, a group of people came behind them. The level of this group of people is above level 30, and they all wore the same union epaulets on their shoulders, a golden quicksand staff. As they walked, the group shouted, "Golden Sands Magician Guild, clear out the area. Everyone who is outside of the area, please leave." The leading man saw Luyan and the others and said, "Excuse me, this place has been taken over by the Jinsha Magician Guild. Please withdraw from the Jinsha Beach defense line." Zhang Qingqing frowned. "Such a large leveling area. Can you take it all?" The leading man did not comment. "We will only take over for an hour. After that, you can do whatever you want. That's all I ask. I hope you two will give me some face. Zhang Qingqing said to Lu Yun in a deep voice. Lu Yun, let's retreat. Seeing Lu Yun's silence, she added, the Jinsha Magician Guild ranks among the top 5 in Jinsha City, with more than 200 people. Teacher, I know. Lu Yun replied. I've heard of your great name for a long time. Let's go now. The Jinsha Magicians Guild is a long-established local guild that has existed in Jinsha City for decades. He has lived in Jinsha City for 3 years, so how could he not know about it? The leading man said, Thank you for your understanding. After saying this, he led his men away. Lu Yun and Zhang Qingqing walked out. On the way, Zhang Qingqing said, That person is Chao Menglong, the chief knight and vice president of the Jinsha Magician Guild. He is a level 45 job changer. Lu Yun commented, He is so high-ranking, yet he is so polite to us. He is quite an important person. They left the Sands Beach defense line and entered the rest area. Soon, more and more job changers were invited out by the Magicians Guild. They were not as good-tempered as Lu Yun and the others. Someone opened his mouth and cursed. The Magicians Guild is so overbearing. The leveling area is not theirs. Why are they chasing us away? That's right. I finally managed to wear down 2 murlocs until they were almost dead, and I was about to kill them, but that Chao Menglong actually kicked the murlocs back into the sea. The Magicians Guild is shit. We can't even make the top 3 on the guild rankings. I think we'll be taken care of sooner or later. Humph, do you still need to rely on others? When I reach level 50, I will go to the Magicians Guild myself and kidnap their president Fei Bingru and take her home to be my wife. Several people were talking and cursing at each other, and bursts of laughter occur from time to time. Lu Yun curled his lips and planned to stay away from these people. As soon as he turned around, a cool fragrance hit him in the face, and before Lu Yun could react, he collided with a delicate body. Feel sorry. Lu Yun looked up and saw a tall figure wearing a milky white robe with gold patterns. She is tall and slender, over 1.8 meters tall, half a head taller than Zhang Qingqing. The figure under the robe was tall and straight, with a section of calves exposed at the bottom of the robe, which were slender and straight. The legs are unparalleled, and the temperament is free and easy. Nothing. She was wearing cloth boots with golden patterns, with a cold face, and responded softly. Then she turned to look at the person who was abusing her and asked, I'm Fei Bingru, who wants to take me home to be his wife? That cold tone seemed to freeze people. The cursing voice just now stopped abruptly. The man who was talking nonsense turned pale. People around him turned away and kept their distance from him. Fei Bingru said in a cold voice, Everyone, a high-level diamond-level boss has been refreshed on the Jinsha Beach defense line. Its range of activity is the entire Jinsha Beach defense line. We are clearing the area to deal with this boss. If you're not afraid of being killed by it, you can come in. After she finished speaking, her whole body gradually faded away until she disappeared. After a brief silence, exclamations rang out. The skill of the epic professional void mage, Flash. She's really Fei Bingru. Fuck, I actually saw the goddess in person. She's so beautiful. I must join the Magicians Guild. A diamond-level boss has appeared in our Jinsha city. The Magicians Guild is going to make a fortune. I'm not sure if the Magicians Guild can defeat them. Bosses above the gold level are more difficult to deal with than the other. I'm afraid a lot of people from Magicians Guild will die this time. There's going to be something interesting to watch. Chapter 16, Level 40 Diamond Boss. Zhang Qingqing smiled evilly. Soft? I saw you bump into it. Lu Yun. Zhang Qingqing curled her lips. It's a pity that there is some knowledge that I can't teach you. Unless. Lu Yun. Unless what? Zhang Qingqing flirted and said, Unless you are brave enough to help the teacher take a holiday. Lu Yun couldn't stand this stimulation. He grabbed Zhang Qingqing's hand. The other party struggled for a few times, but finally failed to pull it back. Time passed slowly, and from time to time, people wearing golden quicksand staff shoulder badges passed by the two of them. The people who went in looked nervous, and some of those who came out were supported, and some were carried out. It can be seen that the battle was brutal. Information about the boss of the Jinsha Beach defense line also gradually spread. It is a fire creature named Firebird, a level 40 diamond level boss. It's been almost an hour. It should be over. Zhang Qingqing said. Lu Yun nodded. Just then, there was a loud noise. A man ran out with blood all over his head, and he shouted, Oh no, the boss has evolved, and Brother Raptor has fallen. The boss evolved? Chao Menglong fell? Everyone looked towards the Golden Sands beach defense line, where more and more people were withdrawing, most of them with injuries. Luyan noticed a man in the crowd who was wearing heavy armor and had a strong physique. He was carried out. His armor was covered in blood, and his hair was burnt and stuck to his face. Isn't this person Chao Menglong, whom he just met? Is the diamond-level boss so powerful? No way. The Jinsha Magician Guild has more than 100 people. How can such a large number of people fail? The Sand Magician Guild is no good. They can't even defeat a level 40 boss. Bullying newbies is fine, but when you meet a boss... Upon hearing this, a fleeing union member turned around and yelled at the person who was speaking, "Bullshit. We took it down right away, and the boss actually evolved. Not only is his health full, but he also has many more skills." He became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and even shed tears. "I have a brother with 5,000 HP. He was killed instantly by the boss's skill. The boss dealt group damage, and used skills without spending any money. He couldn't even pull aggro. How can we fight? We can't fight at all." He closed his eyes slightly, as if he remembered a horrific scene. His body trembled, and he turned and left. What kind of boss is this? And he's F*** King evolving? That's way off base. 5,000 HP for one skill? No wonder even Chao Menglong couldn't stop it. Zundu is fake? Why don't I believe it? Dude, this is the Jinsha Magician Guild. No matter how weak they are, the average person is at level 30. I just did a rough calculation, and there's still more than 20 people who haven't come out yet. I'm afraid they will never come out. I've told you guys a long time ago that bosses above gold level are harder to kill. Not to mention this is diamond level. The Magician's Guild deserves it. Lu Yin was shocked as he listened to everyone's discussion. Is a diamond level boss so strong? Even such a large guild can't take it down. Zhang Qingqing pondered. Didn't they say the boss evolved? Maybe its level or grade has increased. Monsters can evolve, but it's rare for a diamond-level boss to evolve. I can only say that the Magician's Guild is very unlucky. Fei Bingru finally came out of the leveling area. She was still wearing a soft white mage robe, but her eyes were filled with a hint of sadness and anger. Before leaving, she glanced at the entrance to the Golden Sands beach defense line and sighed. The Magician's Guild is doomed. The two left the rest area, and Lu Yun said goodbye to Zhang Qingqing. This time of leveling up, Lu Yun's level was raised to 18. He gained a few more pieces of equipment and also gained more knowledge. He was particularly impressed by the diamond-level boss, the fire-weaving bird. One skill can instantly kill a job changer with 5,000 HP. Lu Yun opened his own panel. Lu Yun, LV 18. Physical strength, 275. Strength, 177. Agility, 120. Spiritual power, 135. Total HP, 5,500. I am now qualified to be killed instantly by this boss. 5,500 HP is the effect after he puts on the equipment. Without considering the defense attribute bonus, you can barely withstand one skill of the boss. As for arm wrestling with the young firebird, that is absolutely impossible. Improving our strength is imperative. When I got home, I saw Long Kur wearing an OL uniform. The white shirt on her chest was slightly raised, and she was wearing a hip skirt, shiny pantyhose, and open-toed high heels. As expected, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Just by changing her clothes, she turned from an elegant princess into a white-collar worker in the workplace. Noticing Lu Yun's dull gaze, Long Kur raised the corner of her mouth and said with a smile, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen an elegant and beautiful princess? But speaking of which, your human clothes are really beautiful." Chapter 17. Lin Ying, a student at the Magic University. As she said that, Long Kur reached out and rubbed her smooth thighs. Especially these strange socks. They are comfortable and beautiful to wear. I also bought white, black, and letters on them. In addition, I also bought a few beautiful little skirts. She kept taking out various clothes, socks, and shoes from the house like she was presenting treasures. They were Lolita style, campus style, and more of them were expensive dresses. Lu Yun's face became darker and darker. "Where did you get the clothes? Do you have money?" It's from an app called Matewan. They delivered it very quickly. "What's the money? Do these things cost money?" He snatched the phone and checked the bill. Today's consumption, 167 gold coins. Account balance, 13.2 gold coins. Oh, he doesn't lack the more than 100 gold coins now, and there is still money from selling materials in the warehouse. But he was used to living a hard life, so he was always very frugal. He had never spent money so lavishly before, and now all his savings that he had accumulated over the years had been squandered. He found it a little hard to accept. Noticing that Lu Yun was in a bad mood, Long Kier lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake, and her princess's pride was completely gone. Lu Yun, did I do something bad? No. You only said 2 words to me. You must be mad at me. It's not a big deal. Lu Yun patted Long Kier's smooth cheek. No matter how much money he spends, this is still the little wife he brought from the bridal chamber. In the sense of world rules, the two are an absolute pair, an inseparable combination. Long Kier stood on tiptoe, her small nose rubbing against Lu Yun's hair, and whispered in Lu Yun's ear, At most I could be generous once tonight and reluctantly agree to let you sleep with me once, then don't be angry. There is a hint of tea in her coquettish tone. Lu Yun couldn't help it anymore. He hugged Long Kier and walked into the bedroom. I haven't taken off my clothes yet. No, I want you to wear this outfit and sleep with me. Anyi? Why, idiot. The skirt should be taken off. Why are you lifting it up? My new socks. What are you doing? Damn it. In the evening, Lu Yun took a shower and climbed back into bed. On the other side of the bed, the girl curled up like a fragile cub, wrapped in a space quilt. Lu Yun stroked the girl's hair and untied her spiral bun. The 2 braids hung down like snakes, and he untied them one by one. The black hair fell down, and the girl tilted her head comfortably in her sleep, with the corners of her mouth curled up happily. She buried her face in the silky hair spread out on the curtain and fell into a deep sleep. After Lu Yun finished doing all this, he took a look at the system interface. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. The mythical bond system has changed again. The affection between you and your spouse has increased, and the compatibility of your souls has increased. The bond system is being updated. Current bond unlocking degree, 30%. 30% bond reward. Flame Dragon's intimacy, passive skill. Intimacy of the Flame Dragon, the daughter of the Dragon God. Long Kier, Ivy Hylia Fire, gave her husband the characteristic of fire favor during a soul fusion with her husband. She is the supreme of fire and does not allow any fire in this world to harm her lover. Effect: the damage of your fire magic and combat skills increases by 70%. You are 70% immune to the damage of fire magic and combat skills. The damage of fire magic and combat skills is increased by 70%. 70% immunity to damage from fire magic and combat skills. Lu Yun read the introduction of this skill over and over again. Supermodel. Powerful. If those fire mages saw this skill, wouldn't they just skin him alive? Enhance fire skill damage? What a coincidence. Lu Yun's main AoE damage skill, Fiery Dragon's Breath Slash, is of the fire element. The damage is directly increased by 70%. With one strike, he can probably deal 2,000 points of group damage. What does 70% damage reduction mean? A 100 damage fireball will only tickle him, and a 1,000 damage pyroblast will only scratch his skin. The meteorite storm with 10,000 damage can only take away half of his health. From now on, he is the humanoid, self-propelled fire nemesis and the public enemy of fire mages. Thinking of this, Lu Yun wanted to find a leveling area full of fire monsters, do some butterfly swimming in the fire pit, and teach those fire monsters a lesson. I sent a message directly to Zhang Qingqing. Teacher, is there any map with more fire monsters? Zhang Qingqing quickly replied, there are 3. In the Jinsha honey farm, there is a leveling point with level 15 fiery bees, but the experience given is not very high. There's a group of level 25 fire goblins stationed on the Wildstone slope, and that was also one of the leveling points where I plan to take you to level up. The third one is more difficult. It is a dungeon with an average of level 40 monsters. The name of the dungeon is Prelude to the Extermination of the Fire Elemental Elves. It is full of fire elemental elves and a level 45 gold boss. The first leveling point was too low and Lu Yun didn't even look at it. The second leveling point is quite suitable, but it doesn't highlight the advantages of his new skills. On the contrary, in the third copy, although the monsters are of high level, but they're all fire monsters, so Lu Yun has a lot of room for development. Teacher, can you give me a copy of the specific data of the fire elemental spirit and the fire elemental boss? Soon, Lu Yun received a form. Fire elemental elf, LV40, skill damage, 1120. Elite fire element, LV42, skill damage, 1650. Fire elemental lord, LV45, skill damage, 2700. The damage wasn't that high. He could definitely afford it. After gritting his teeth, he said, "Teacher, shall we go to this map to upgrade tomorrow?" Zan King, huh? How about reconsider it? Isn't it too risky? Lu Yun, it's okay, I'm prepared. Zhang Qingqing, do you want me to call a few teachers to help? Let's team up and go down together. Lu Yun, no need. Zhang Qingqing, it's good to see the advanced dungeon. After all, it's in the dungeon, much safer than in the wild area. If it's too difficult, we can just exit the dungeon, and the teacher will protect your safety. Lu Yun, thank you, teacher. The female teacher was really nice to him. Zhang Qingqing, it's awkward to say thank you. The teacher is so tired every day. Just remember to compensate the teacher in the future. After Lu Yun pondered for a moment, he typed, how do you compensate me? Should I let you take maternity leave? Zhang Qingqing, little pervert, do you want to try? The teacher also wants to take a vacation. Flirting selfie.jpg. Chapter 18, is Lin Xiao trying to kill himself? Lu Yun closed Zhang Qingqing's chat window. Zhang Qingqing is an experienced person, and he doesn't have the courage to respond to some of the words. If they continue the conversation, Long Kier will be the one who suffers. Switching to the class group, it was still as lively as usual. Suning, brothers, have you heard? A diamond-level boss has appeared on the Jinsha Beach defense line. Wang, who doesn't know about this? The whole Jinsha has been going crazy. Suning, I heard that the Jinsha Magicians Guild suffered heavy losses because of this boss. Wangi, that's not the case. The president of the Jinsha Magicians Guild is a beautiful lady. I don't know how many people are vying to get in. If I don't do well in the exam, I will go to this guild. Kai Su, it's a diamond-level boss. I wonder what good stuff it will reveal. If I can kill it, I can probably reach level 20. Kai Su, do you think diamond-level equipment will drop? That stuff is priceless. Wangi, don't even think about it. No guild dares to take action against this boss now. The topic discussed in the group was what Lu Yun had witnessed in the rest area. He understood the horror of the diamond-level boss better than anyone else in the group. Zhao Feng, I have an inside information. Lin Xiao, the president of the Second Trade Union of Jinsha City, is planning to take action against this boss. Zhao Si, damn, is Lin Xiao trying to kill himself? Zhao Feng, the one who did it was not Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao's cousin Lin Ying, the super genius who had been studying at Magic and Martial Arts University for 2 years. Lin Xiao told Lin Ying about the diamond-level boss, and Lin Ying agreed to take action and also said that the equipment that was dropped would be given to Lin Xiao. Zhao Qingsong, how did you know? Zhao Feng, I'm not talented, but I have joined the Paladin Guild and become a reserve cadre in the guild. I heard this from Boss Lin himself. Eating with a group of people with guild medals on their shoulders. JPG. Looking at the chat content in the class group, Lu Yun seemed to be thinking about something. As the second largest guild in Jinsha City, the Paladin Guild is what all job changers in Jinsha City want to join. Lin Ying came out of this guild. He had an extremely rare light attribute profession. Later, he went to the Magic and Martial Arts University for further studies and also founded the famous Fast Sword Guild, which had terrifying strength. Lin Ying's outstanding experience has become the pride of Jinsha City. Lu Yun was not envious. As long as he was given time, his achievements would definitely not be lower than Lin Ying's. After turning off his phone, Lu Yun held Long Kuer in his arms. With the soft jade in his arms, he felt an unprecedented peace in his heart. He felt sleepy and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Yun found that he had nightmares all night long. In the dreams, he was strangled by a Cthulhu-like creature, and the feeling of suffocation lasted throughout the dream. Lu Yun frowned. The feeling of suffocation still existed and did not disappear when he woke up. Lu Yun lowered his head and saw that Long Kier's legs were tightly around his neck. Lu Yun's face was full of black lines. No wonder he felt suffocated. It turned out to be this guy's doing. I didn't expect that sleeping could be life-threatening. I have to be careful in the future, otherwise I might be strangled to death by her one day. Just then, Long Kier rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up. She is particularly charming today, with a mature charm. Good morning. Seeing Lu Yun staring at her, Long Kier smiled slightly, which formed a great contrast with Lu Yun's tired face. Morning, Lu Yun replied oppressively, then got up and cleaned the room. The room was in a terrible state. Even a newly bought hiss was broken into pieces. After a quick wash, Lu Yun took Long Kuer to the Fire Elemental Elves Genocide Prelude Dungeon. This is a high-level dungeon with an average monster level of 40, which is not suitable for Lu Yun at his level. If Lu Yun wasn't immune to fire, he wouldn't have come here. The damage of fire magic and combat skills is increased by 70%. 70% immune to damage from fire magic and combat skills. Thinking of these two properties, Lu Yun became extremely excited and was determined to give it a try today. The copy is located in a jungle with no visible boundaries, and the trees here are different from ordinary trees. The trees were not green, but scarlet red, and each tree was burning with flames. Chapter 19, Playing with Fire in front of me? This place doesn't look like a jungle. It looks more like a sea of fire. The flames burned, emitting a scorching force, and the sparks merged together and shot straight into the sky, forming an extremely shocking scene. Even though he was still some distance away from the jungle, Lu Yun could already feel the suffocating heat. It's so hot that it's about to explode. Glancing at the empty dungeon entrance, Lu Yun laughed. No wonder there's no one here. Even a level 40 job changer wouldn't be able to get in if they weren't immune to fire. There were burning trees all around, and the temperature here had reached a terrifying level, so other job changers couldn't get in at all. But Lu Yun was different. Although he could also feel the heat, his 70% immunity to fire allowed him to ignore the terrifyingly high temperature here. As for Long Kuter beside her, there's no need to mention it. As a member of the Fire Dragon clan with the attribute of fire, these flames are just like playing house in her eyes. The two of them went deeper into the copy together. The temperature outside the copy was already quite high, and as they went deeper, the temperature rose sharply. A red translucent barrier appeared around Lu Yun, isolating the restless flames around him. This barrier was the Flame Dragon's intimate part. Fire, Elemental Spirit. Level, LV40, Grade, Gold. Rarity, 3 stars. Attack Power, 500. HP, 6,800. Skill 1, Fire Arrow Rain. The Fire Elemental Elf's bow is like a full moon, firing a rain of arrows, causing 50% fire damage, 50% critical damage, and 50% deceleration effect. Skill 2, Fire Elemental Burst. When the Fire Elemental Spirit's HP drops to 10%, it deals an additional 10% fire damage and gains a 60% blood-sucking effect. Weakness. Fire Elemental Spirits are afraid of destructive explosions. Evaluation. This is a monster that is good at hiding in a sea of fire. Flame is its cradle and the source of its power. At this moment, the system's analysis panel automatically appeared in front of Lu Yun. When Lu Yun saw the panel attributes, his expression suddenly froze. There was a sea of fire all around him, and he didn't see the so-called Fire Elemental Spirit. Is there something wrong with the system? Whoosh! Just as Lu Yun was thinking, a sound of breaking wind suddenly came from the hot space, and an arrow condensed by flames pierced through the sea of fire and headed straight for Lu Yun's eyebrows. At this moment, all the hairs on Lu Yun's body stood up. The arrow grew bigger and bigger in his pupils. At the critical moment, Long Kier stood in front of Lu Yun, stretched out her fair little hand, and directly grasped the arrow in her hand. Although Long Kier was always passive when she was having a meeting with Lu Yun, she was unambiguous when Lu Yun was in danger. The flaming arrow seemed to be condensed from magma, filled with extremely strong flame power, and red light radiated to the surrounding space. If anyone else dared to hold the arrow with bare hands like this, their palms would probably be roasted on the spot. But for the little female dragon who controlled the power of fire, the fire power on this arrow was pitifully weak. They're monsters. Long Cooker turned sideways and whispered to Lu Yun. Then she exerted a little force with her palm, and the arrow, condensed by fire, was crushed into pieces. In fact, Lu Yun realized this without Long Kier's reminder. But when he looked around, he found nothing. This is a sea of fire, with flickering red flames all around, and no monsters in sight. Suddenly, Lu Yun thought of the interface, prompt just now. Since the system has already prompted the other party's information, it means that the other party is nearby, but is hiding in this sea of fire. The enemy is in the dark, and we're in the light. It's difficult to deal with. Lu Yun murmured softly. Whoosh! At this moment, another flaming arrow flew through the sea of fire and headed straight towards Lu Yun and Long Ke. After this arrow, several more arrows were released at the same time, like several flaming meteors. When the arrows passed through the air, they left a long tail flame, which was powerful and brilliant. Long Kuner's face was full of indifference. She casually stretched out her slender index finger and waved it lightly forward. Whoosh! The power of fire condensed at the fingertips, turning into a long flaming whip that instantly smashed the flaming arrows into flaming fragments. Playing with the power of fire in front of me? Long Ku'er was a little irritated. The other party had not shown up for a long time, but had been hiding in the dark and shooting arrows at her. It was really disgusting. The little female dragon got angry and planned to do it herself, but was stopped by Lu Yun at the critical moment. Experience in the dungeon is distributed based on damage. If you kill the opponent, I will have no experience. Lu Yun naturally knew how powerful Long Ku'er was, but if he wanted to level up in the dungeon, he had to do it himself. Long Ku'er could only act as his bodyguard and take action in dangerous moments. All right, Long Ku'er nodded, then stood behind Lu Yun without saying anything else. Lu Yun took a step forward, his eyes scanning the surrounding sea of fire. He decided to use his brain to find the other party's trace. As long as he can judge the direction from which the arrow was shot, he should be able to find the opponent's approximate position. Then Lu Yun can take action and teach the opponent a lesson. But ideas are good and reality is cruel. Just when Lu Yun was looking for the other party, several arrows suddenly shot out through the sea of fire. But these arrows were shot from all directions, and it was impossible to find their exact direction. In desperation, Lu Yun had to defend himself and put on the fire dragon's intimacy, which directly reduced the damage of fire tribute attacks by 70%. Then Lu Yun stood there and let the arrows shoot at him. With 70% fire reduction, even if he just stands here and lets the other party shoot at him, there probably won't be any problem, right? When Long Ku'er saw Lu Yun's actions, she wanted to say something but hesitated and finally did not say it. She really wanted to say that although the fire dragon's intimacy could reduce fire damage, the arrow itself also had physical damage. However, she felt that since Lu Yun decided to do this, he must have his reasons. Bang! The next moment, several flaming arrows shot at Lu Yun at the same time. 70% of the flaming arrows were blocked. The remaining 30% of the damage was almost no different from a tickle in the face of Lu Yun's powerful attributes. Only, puff, the arrow shot at his body with a huge impact force. Lu Yun's eyes suddenly widened, and he almost vomited out the overnight meal. Chapter 20. A Man Riding a Dragon. The power of fire was blocked, but the physical damage was still there. Lu Yun felt his waist was numb. Fortunately, his basic attributes are strong, and his defense is sufficient. Otherwise, this arrow would have pierced through his body. Lu Yun came to his senses and felt a little scared, but Long Ku'er hesitated to speak. At this moment, a ball of fire in front suddenly began to jump, and a figure condensed by flames walked out of the sea of fire. The figure's facial features could not be seen clearly, and it looked more like a human-shaped ball of fire. In the figure's hand, he was holding a bow, an arrow condensed from fire. Obviously, the guy who launched the attack before was the other party. Fire elemental spirit? Lu Yun narrowed his eyes. Looking at the fire elemental spirit that walked out of her, Long Ku'er suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Lu Yun just stood there and let the arrows shoot at him. It turns out that he wanted to take the opportunity to lure the other party out. You are worthy of being a man riding a dragon. I never thought you could do this. Long Ku'er admired Lu Yun so much that stars almost popped out her eyes. Long Ku'er initially hated humans and didn't like being married. As a stay-at-home girl in the dragon clan, she felt that a dragon's life was meaningful only if she stayed at home. But when she met Lu Yun and felt the joy of holding a small meeting, she realized how narrow her vision was before. For example, before, if she wanted to find the other party, she could only absorb all the firepower here and force the other party to show up. However, Lu Yun used a simple trick to make the other party show up on their own initiative. It was simply amazing. If Lu Yun knew what this little female dragon was thinking, he would definitely spit out blood. He wasn't thinking of any plan just now, he just failed to show off. After the fire elemental spirit walked out of the sea of fire, it immediately drew its bow again and prepared to attack Lu Yun. However, Lu Yun did not give the other party a chance to do so and rushed out directly. A red ripple appeared on the surface of Lu Yun's body, and it turned into a fireball and rushed over directly. Dragon charge. Bang! When Lu Yun bumped into the fire elemental elf, the opponent was forcibly stunned by the skill characteristics and stood there swaying. Just when the opponent was stunned, Lu Yun took out the dragon fortress again, holding a platinum-level shield, and directly hit the opponent in the face. Bang! The fire elemental elf hadn't recovered from the dizziness, yet when it was hit hard on the head, and almost turned into a small flame. After doing all this, Lu Yun felt that 6 seconds had passed. In order to prevent the opponent from launching a fierce counterattack after waking up, he directly used Justice Taunt. After all, the opponent was dozens of levels higher than him. So Lu Yun naturally did not take it lightly and immediately used a set of smooth little combos. Buzz! A pale yellow light enveloped the fire elemental elf. The fire elemental elf had just woken up from its dizziness and immediately shot another arrow at Lu Yun. With the dual blessing of Dragon Bastion and Righteous Taunt, the red damage number finally jumped out. Critical hit -20. The fire elemental elf was completely stunned. My level 40 gold monster only did 20 damage, even though it was a critical hit. After seeing the damage inflicted by the opponent, Lu Yun almost burst out laughing. At first, he was a little worried whether his actions were a bit abrupt. Although he can reduce 70% of fire damage, he is at least a level 40 gold monster. Now it seems that he was just worrying too much. The 70% fire damage reduction, plus his Righteous Taunt, coupled with the Dragon Fortress, the effect is really amazing. The level 40 fire elemental elf was just like a scraping monster in front of him. The 20 health points deducted were restored in a few seconds with the help of life regeneration. In other words, after Lu Yun took a head-on attack from a level 40 golden monster, he was still in full health. He is only level 18 now. If you tell others about this, I'm afraid no one will believe it. After reacting, the fire elemental elf attacked Lu Yun again. This time it was even worse. It didn't even trigger a critical hit and only dealt 15 points of damage. Lu Yun, on the other hand, relied on the Dragon Fortress to directly confront the fire elemental elf and dunked on his head. -123, -125, -155. Although the opponent had 6,800 health points, he could not withstand Lu Yun's series of attacks. In less than a minute, the fire elemental elf was killed by Lu Yun. Lu Yun also gained some experience because of this. The experience of a level 40 monster was quite terrifying, and it directly brought Lu Yun's level to level 19. This made Lu Yun overjoyed. The prelude to the genocide of the fire elemental elves was really coming at the right time. For other people, this place was a place of death, but for Lu Yun, it was just right. With the terrifying fire element reduction attribute, he can completely solo here. Lu Yun continued to go deeper and began to hunt other fire elemental elves. These fire elemental elves were very cautious. At first, they would only shoot arrows in secret and would not appear until they were sure that Lu Yun had been hit. But they never expected that the guy in front of them had such horrible defense, and their attacks couldn't cause much damage at all. When they show up, Lu Yun will rush up with the Dragon Charge, then activate the Justice Taunt and start his torture. In less than a few minutes, Lu Yun killed several fire elemental elves, but it was not clear whether it was due to the special properties of the copy, and no equipment was dropped. Lu Yun's level was still stuck at level 19. Although the fire elemental spirits could provide a lot of experience, they were slow to kill. After level 18, each level increase would require more experience. It seems that if I want to level up, I must hunt more fire elemental elves. In addition to fire elemental elves, there are also higher level elite fire elements and fire elemental lords. I should be able to gain a lot this time. Lu Yun thought so in his heart, so he quickened his movements. While Lu Yun was having fun killing, Zhang Qingqing was in a daze outside the copy. This brat, we clearly agreed to meet here at 9 o'clock. Why is there no movement yet? Zhang Qingqing was still wearing a professional suit today. Although the professional attire is relatively conservative, it can still highlight the perfect body curves. The absolute area covered by the gray hip skirt is fascinating. The white thighs are of moderate thickness and exude a heart-beating temptation under the wrapping of the hips. After waiting for a while, Lu Yun still did not show up. Zhang Qingqing suddenly thought of Lu Yun's marriage partner, Long Qir. Long Qir has the natural attribute of fire, just like a noble fire queen. The temperament in her every move is incomparable to Zhang Qingqing. In terms of appearance, Long Qir is able to suppress Zhang Qingqing. A single man and a single woman were in the same room, and the other party was Lu Yun's marriage partner. Could this brat have been playing all night? Chapter 21 it runs. He chases. It can't fly away, even if it has wings. Zhang Qingqing suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but widen her eyes, and suddenly felt her breathing become a little short. If this is true, what should I do now? Go back directly? But she had already made an agreement with Lu Yun, so if she called directly, would it disturb them? After thinking for a while, Zhang Qingqing sent a message to Lu Yun. At the same time, outside the entire fire elemental extermination prelude, all the fire elemental elves were experiencing their most terrifying nightmare. One human being beat all of them and made them flee in panic. At first, Lu Yun was hunting the fire elemental elves alone, but later, seeing their own kind being hunted by the humans in front of them, the fire elemental elves collectively went berserk and appeared at the same time, wanting to strangle Lu Yun to death. Then they were horrified to find that their attacks on Lu Yun were just tickling. Then, these elves became desperate and started playing hide-and-seek with Lu Yun. When Lu Yun saw that these guys were no match for him, he immediately ordered Long Kier to take action and directly sucked up all the fire from the surrounding area. Without the protection of the Sea of Fire, all the fire elemental spirits were exposed to Lu Yun and began to flee frantically for their lives. It runs. He chases. It can't fly away even if it has wings. My beloved, don't run. Let me love you well. Hee hee hee. So, a group of level 40 fire elemental elves were chased all over the map by Lu Yun, who was only level 19. Anyone who saw this scene would cry. So miserable. Just when Lu Yun was having a great time chasing these elves, his cell phone suddenly rang. When I picked it up, I saw Zhang Qingqing's WeChat. Oh shit, Lu Yun exclaimed. No wonder he always felt like he had forgotten something. It turned out he had forgotten Zhang Qingqing. The two had originally agreed to meet outside the dungeon at 9 o'clock yesterday and let Zhang Qingqing take him to level up. However, Lu Yun wanted to experience his newly acquired skills, so he rushed in by himself. Teacher Debeo, Zhang Qingqing Lu Yun, you haven't woken up yet? Lu Yun quickly replied. Teacher Zhang, I forgot to tell you that I have already started clearing the dungeon. Seeing Lu Yun's reply, Zhang Qingqing immediately panicked. Lu Yun was only level 18, and he actually came here to solo a level 40 dungeon. Isn't this nonsense? If you're not careful, it may be life-threatening. Lu Yun is now the treasurer of number 1 middle school. He is a genius selected by the Magic and Martial Arts University, and a dragon knight who has signed a contract with a dragon clan. If anything goes wrong with him, it will be misfortune for the entire Xia country. Teacher Debo, Zhang Qingqing, you should be outside now, right? Stay where you are and don't move. Ensure your own safety. I will come over right now. Don't act rashly. Wait for me. After sending this message in a hurry, Zhang Qingqing rushed out into the copy with a pale face. At the same time, I am always praying in my heart. Don't get into trouble. Please don't get into any trouble. However, when Zhang Qingqing rushed into the dungeon at the fastest speed in her life, she was shocked beyond words by the scene before her. Bang! Zhang Qingqing's cell phone fell directly to the ground, and the whole person seemed to be frozen in time by the Sakura country's time-stopping technique. She stood there blankly, her charming face full of shock, her pink lips slightly parted, and some saliva flowing uncontrollably from the corners of her mouth. At this moment, the entire outer sea of fire had completely disappeared. A group of fire elemental elves were howling and being chased all over the map by Lu Yun holding the dragon fortress. The key point is that Lu Yun was chasing while making an evil laugh. Hee hee, no matter how fast you run, you can't escape from my grasp. Even if you scream your throat out today, no one will come to save you. Long Kutter had been following Lu Yun all the time. She felt a little jealous when she heard Lu Yun's words. This guy had never said such dirty words to her before. Dragons are inherently lustful, and she also hopes that Lu Yun can treat her in the same way. But as a girl, she couldn't say such words, so she could only look at Lu Yun with resentment. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly felt someone was staring at him. He stopped and looked behind him, and then he suddenly realized something. When did Teacher Zhang arrive? Teacher Zhang. Lu Yun scratched his head and awkwardly came to Zhang Qingqing to say hello with long Kur. Zhang Qingqing also recovered from her shock at this time, took a look at the group of fire elemental elves that were still fleeing, and said with a strange expression, "You are quite good at playing." Hey. Lu Yun smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "I was just playing with them casually." Just play with them? At first, Lu Yun was still very conservative, but he gradually discovered that these fire elemental elves were very afraid of him. So Lu Yun gradually let go and started chasing them all over the map. Just for fun, Zhang Qingqing took another look at the group of fire elemental elves who were fleeing. Although these elves had no facial features, their figures were indeed quite good. The front and the back are curvy, quite hot, but it is impossible for ordinary people to have a private meeting with them. The sausage will be burnt to pieces. None of this matters. What matters is that although these elves have no facial features and cannot show facial expressions, Zhang Qingqing can still feel their fear. This made Zhang Qingqing ponder what on earth these level 40 monsters had experienced to be chased around by Lu Yun like this. Let's get back to the point. Do you know that what you're doing is very dangerous? You're now a student selected by the Inner Demon and Martial Arts University. If anything goes wrong, how will number 1 middle school explain to the higher-ups? Zhang Qingqing frowned and criticized seriously. Lu Yun also realized his mistake and said with a wry smile, "Teacher Zhang, I was wrong." Seeing Lu Yun's sincere attitude in admitting his mistake, Zhang Qingqing didn't know what to say. She suddenly turned her wrist and took out a long sword from the storage space. The sword is 3 feet long and 3 inches wide. It is made of azure crystal and is translucent. The shape is quite unique and exquisite, and it actually exudes a faint icy power. The air in the copy was already quite hot, but when Zhang Qingqing took out the sword, the temperature nearby dropped a lot. This is the Frozen Sword, a weapon forged from the body of a level 40 monster with the ice attribute. Since it has the power of ice, it is naturally effective against monsters with a fire element. As Zhang Qingqing spoke, she handed the Frozen Sword to Lu Yun. "Take this sword. I will help you level up now. Follow me later and watch how I kill these fire elemental spirits. You can finish them off from behind." How can you level up in this high-level dungeon without professional equipment? She went to Jinsha number 1 middle school early in the morning to apply for it and got this sword. It was specially prepared for Lu Yun. Otherwise, with Lu Yun's level, it would be too difficult to deal damage in such a high-level copy. Lu Yun reached out and took the Frozen Sword, feeling the cool touch of the sword in his hand, and felt indescribably moved. "Thank you, Teacher Zhang. With this sword, I will be more proficient." Chapter 22, This is the Art of Fighting. If I really want to thank the teacher, words are not enough. How about inviting the teacher to have a few drinks afterwards? Zhang Qingqing blinked at Lu Yun with a smile on her face. Zhang Qingqing has a charming appearance and a voluptuous figure, like a mature flower. You can smell her refreshing fragrance just by getting closer. Lu Yun couldn't help blushing and nodded in agreement. Teacher Zhang specially prepared the Frozen Sword for me and personally brought me here to level up. It's only right that I thank him by having a meal with him. However, Lu Yun did not notice the sad look of the little female dragon next to him. "Hiss with professional attire? So you like this?" Long Kier glanced at Zhang Qingqing, talking to herself in her heart, and clenched her little fists. Although she was extremely reluctant when she married Lu Yun, she was still quite unhappy when she saw other women were interested in Lu Yun. In her opinion, the two of them had already had an in-depth communication, and Lu Yun was already her long coerce, and she would never allow anyone to take Lu Yun away from her. Lu Yun did not notice Long Kier's little look because he didn't even realize that Zhang Qingqing was interested in him. He simply felt that Zhang Qingqing was too responsible and took too good care of him. Without further ado, follow the teacher and he will help you level up. Zhang Qingqing didn't waste any words. After saying hello, she took out the same ice sword and walked towards the fire elemental elf in front. Just looking at the trees around that had lost their flames, Zhang Qingqing was still somewhat confused. Why did the flames here disappear? Also, why are these powerful fire elemental spirits being chased by Lu Yun? But she didn't think too much about it. She just thought that all this might be an accident. Some monsters in the dungeon would not actively attack. Maybe the fire elemental elf here is of this type, which is why Lu Yun is chasing it. This group of fire elemental elves have been chased all over the map by Lu Yun before, and they were already very angry. Now they saw a woman dare to bully them, and they were furious. What happened to the copy monsters? We also have thoughts and dignity. A fire elemental elf immediately stopped, and the bow was like a full moon. The fire element condensed an arrow in front of the bow and shot it towards Zhang Qingqing. Whoosh! However, before the arrow got close to Zhang Qingqing, it was split in half by Zhang Qingqing's ice sword. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun took a breath of cold air. As expected of a teacher at Jinsha number 1 middle school, Zhang Qingqing was not only beautiful, but her swordsmanship was superb. After blocking the arrow, Zhang Qingqing decided to strike while the iron was hot. Her long legs wrapped in black stockings suddenly burst out with powerful strength, and she rushed directly towards the fire elemental elf. At the same time, Zhang Qingqing's voice also rang out. "Watch carefully. The teacher will personally demonstrate to you what the art of fighting is." Lu Yun looked serious and stood there watching Zhang Qingqing's operations carefully. He has currently only awakened the mythical profession and become a dragon knight. In terms of combat experience and so on, he is definitely not as good as Zhang Qingqing. After all, as a teacher at #1 middle school, he has undergone a lot of systematic training, and there are many things that Lu Yun cannot compare with. In less than a few breaths, Zhang Qingqing appeared in front of the fire elemental elf and swung the icy sword in her hand forward mercilessly. Buzz! The fire elemental elf was unable to dodge and had one of its arms chopped off. The red arm jumped high into the air, then fell heavily to the ground and turned into flames before dissipating. Normally, fire elemental elves are condensed from fire elements and have no physical form. Their bodies are flames, and it is very difficult to cut off their bodies with ordinary means. But the frozen sword has its own ice attribute, which naturally has a restraining effect on them, which is why it achieves this effect. Seeing how fierce the woman in front of him was, the fire elemental elf was a little frightened and quickly turned around and groaned to his companions. It's obvious that he wants his companions to help, but those fire elemental elves stood far away and had no intention of coming forward to help. Are you kidding? Lu Yun was still standing not far behind Zhang Qingqing. This ruthless man had chased them, a group of elves, all over the map, and had become an indelible nightmare in their hearts. With Lu Yun around, they didn't dare to fight back at all. In desperation, the fire elemental elf had to retreat while fighting with Zhang Qingqing. But Zhang Qingqing, as a swordsman, has already mastered the swordsmanship to perfection and is almost invincible in close combat. In addition, the fire elemental elf is only good at long-range attacks and was directly suppressed by Zhang Qingqing throughout the whole process. Minus 555, minus 456, minus 666. In a fierce battle between the two sides, the health of the fire elemental elf began to drop rapidly, and in a blink of an eye it dropped by 1/3. But at this moment, the distance between the two sides finally widened a bit, and the fire elemental elf used his skills without hesitation. Rain of fire. Hundreds of flaming arrows fell from the sky like a rainstorm. After the 50% critical strike and 50% slowdown effects came out, the situation changed again. With the help of the critical hit, this attack had a very good effect and actually directly ignited the clothes on Zhang Qingqing's body. Although Zhang Qingqing put out the fire in time, her professional attire was still burned with holes, and her fair skin could be vaguely seen. This situation made Zhang Qingqing furious. She immediately held the ice sword and tried to get closer again, but the 50% slowdown effect was too abnormal. Zhang Qingqing's movement speed was severely affected, and she couldn't get close to the opponent at all. But this did not pose a problem for Zhang Qingqing. She suddenly took the ice sword and swung it forward in the air. A sword shadow accompanied by a sound of breaking wind blasted towards the fire elemental elf, causing huge damage again. Seeing the fight between the two sides, Lu Yun was amazed. As expected of a beautiful teacher, Zhang Qingqing was extremely graceful when fighting, especially when she moved violently. The evil behind her would be ready to emerge. Lu Yun was watching with fear, fearing that the burnt cloth could not contain the powerful evil. But unfortunately, the fabrics were still very strong, and although they were about to burst several times, they finally managed to block the evil attack. Finally, after 5 minutes of fierce fighting, Zhang Qingqing successfully killed the fire elemental elf in front of her. But she herself was also exhausted and panting, her cheeks flushed, sweat dripping, and her originally smooth black hair was stuck together, as if she had just taken a shower. Did you see that? Zhang Qingqing put away the frozen sword and walked up to Lu Yun, saying with a smile, "This is the art of fighting. Although you're not a swordsman, a dragon knight can also play a similar role. Next, you can try it yourself. I will assist you. Even if you can't kill the fire elemental spirit, it's okay. After all, you're only level 18, so it's normal that you can't beat it." Chapter 23, Are You Really Only Level 18? Good. Lu Yun nodded, then took a step forward with the frozen sword in hand. Seeing Lu Yun take a step forward, the many fire elemental elves in the distance looked as if they had seen a ghost. They all took 3 steps back in unison. Lu Yun twitched the corner of his mouth and took another step forward. The group of fire elemental elves retreated another 8 steps. Lu Yun, I'm not a man-eating devil. Do you have to be so afraid of me? It's also fortunate that the fire elemental elf can't speak, otherwise it would definitely have to greet Lu Yun's 18 generations of ancestors. We saw with our own eyes that our kind were killed by your set of skills, And now you despise us for being afraid? What exactly are we afraid of? Don't you know it yourself? Seeing the reaction of the fire elemental elves, Zhang Qingqing finally noticed something unusual. Why did it seem like these elves were very afraid of this kid? This guy is only level 18. Why do these level 40 monsters act like sheep seeing hungry wolves? Boom! At this moment, a fire elemental elf couldn't bear it any longer. It couldn't stand the feeling of being chased by Lu Yun anymore, so it bowed like a full moon and took the initiative to attack Lu Yun. Lu Yun was overjoyed and rushed forward like a dragon. Launch an uninterruptible attack and stun for 6 seconds, depending on the strength of both parties. Before the fire elemental elf could launch an attack, Lu Yun forcibly stunned it on the spot. Lu Yun raised the ice sword without hesitation and slashed at the fire elemental elf. Bang! 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 Under the restraining effect of the frozen sword, Lu Yun inflicted even more explosive damage than before. After a few slashes, the opponent's health was reduced by nearly half. Seeing that the 6 seconds were about to expire, Lu Yun once again started his righteous taunting. A pale yellow light directly enveloped the fire elemental elf. Then the fire elemental spirit shot an arrow at Lu Yun, caused up to 16 points of critical damage. And then nothing happened. After shooting the arrow, the fire elemental elf was hacked to death by Lu Yun with the ice sword. After doing all this, Lu Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead, holding his sword and smiling as he returned to Zhang Qingqing. Then he scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I still haven't learned your art. I can only hack randomly." Hacking indiscriminately? Zhang Qingqing looked at Lu Yun and felt unwell all over. It's been less than a minute, and you actually killed a level 40 fire elemental elf in 1 second? It took her nearly 10 minutes to kill the fire elemental spirit before, and she had to use various sword techniques to kill it. Lu Yun directly controlled the opponent to death. Before the opponent died, he only dealt a total of 16 points of damage, and then was killed instantly. Is this still a human being? Is this the horror of a mythical profession? Are you really a level 18 Dragon Knight? Zhang Qingqing asked in shock after being alone for a long time. Level 18? Lu Yun shook his head, revealed a brilliant smile, and said, "I'm level 19. Level 19? After Lu Yun's reminder, Zhang Qingqing realized that Lu Yun had indeed reached level 19, and she couldn't help but be even more surprised. What on earth did this kid do in the dungeon just now that he was able to level up so quickly? Zhang Qingqing suddenly remembered the scene when she had just entered the dungeon and saw Lu Yun chasing many fire elemental elves all over the map. She thought it was just an accident at first, but now she realized what was going on. A level 19 player was chasing a group of level 40 monsters. He did not think that a mythical profession could be so amazing, but believed that there was an unknown secret hidden in Lu Yun. Lu Yun naturally had no idea what Zhang Qingqing was thinking. After defeating the fire elemental elf with ease, he prepared to continue hunting the remaining fire elemental elves. Seeing Lu Yun's actions, Zhang Qingqing did not stop him this time. She had originally wanted to take this kid to level up and improve the relationship between the two sides. Now she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. This little guy was so scary, but she was still brandishing swords and guns in front of him. It was really embarrassing. Teacher Zhang. Lu Yun was about to continue hunting the fire elemental spirit, but suddenly he seemed to think of something and blushed as he reminded him. "You should change your clothes first." Zhang Qingqing looked down and realized that she had exposed herself, and she couldn't help feeling embarrassed and angry. Although she usually looks charming, she is actually quite conservative. Many parts of her body are exposed now, and those who don't know would think she is wearing funny clothes when she goes out. Zhang Qingqing had a storage space, and she immediately took out a new set of professional attire from the storage space and put it on. It was also thanks to the fact that she usually liked to store clothes and other things in the storage space. Otherwise, she would have had no choice but to go out like this today. Lu Yun was a little disappointed when he saw that Zhang Qingqing had changed her clothes in just a moment. "Why do you look so unsatisfied?" Zhang Qingqing noticed Lu Yun's expression, smiled charmingly, and ignored Long Kurer beside her. She leaned close to Lu Yun's ear and blew a breath of hot air and whispered, "If you still want to see it, come to the teacher's room tonight, and the teacher will let you see enough." Lu Yun coughed lightly a few times and was about to say something when he suddenly felt a chill spreading from behind him. He turned around and found that Long Kurer was staring at him with a resentful look on her face. Let's talk about it later." Lu Yun cleared his throat and said, Zhang Qingqing also glanced at Long Qi. As a woman, she naturally knew that she was jealous, so she didn't dwell on this topic too much. Let's get back to the topic. Start leveling up now. You're much stronger than I thought. I will assist you from the side. Zhang Qingqing said. Lu Yun nodded, holding the frozen sword and preparing to take action. But at this moment, the group of remaining fire elemental elves in front suddenly stopped running and stopped where they were. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qingqing frowned and said in a deep voice, "Oh no, they know they can't escape, so they are ready to unite and fight us forcefully." Monsters in many dungeons share a common characteristic. When they sense danger, they will unite and fight to the death. Even a dog will jump over the wall when it is forced into a corner, let alone the monsters in the dungeon. When faced with this situation, if one does not have an absolute advantage, temporarily avoiding the spotlight may be the best option for all professionals. Retreat first. Zhang Qingqing's face darkened, and she pulled Lu Yun and prepared to retreat. But before the two of them could retreat, the group of fire elemental elves in front of them raised their bows and arrows at the same time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of flaming arrows with long tails drew a curved arc in the air and shot towards the two people in an overwhelming manner. Rain of fire arrows. Chapter 24. Why leave? Thousands of flaming arrows were like a meteor shower, creating a wave of flames in the sky. The flames on each arrow were connected to each other, painting the entire sky crimson. Zhang Qingqing's face turned pale. Even though she was a teacher in a middle school, she was unable to withstand the current attack. You should know that each of these fire elemental elves is level 40. If dozens of fire elemental elves use their skills at the same time, even epic professional spirit masters of the same level will not be able to resist. It's over. There's no escape. Looking at the rain of arrows that were shooting towards her with the sound of breaking wind, Zhang Qingqing's eyes were filled with despair. The speed of these arrows is too fast. They have no chance to retreat now. Zhang Qingqing's expression changed for a while, and she finally made a decision. She held the ice sword in her hand and resolutely stood in front of Lu Yun. Teacher, Lu Yun spoke softly. You go first. The teacher will block here for the time being. I am at a high level, so my life will not be in danger for the time being. You go first. Zhang Qingqing decided to block the attack in front of her by herself to buy time for Lu Yun to escape. But Lu Yun didn't think so. Teacher, why should I leave? Lu Yun asked a question in his mind. In fact, what made Lu Yun most uncomfortable was that these fire elemental elves kept running away. Now that they had united and counterattacked together, it would save Lu Yun a lot of trouble. He could then easily kill these fire elemental elves. After all, with up to 70% immunity to fire damage, the skills released jointly by dozens of fire elemental elves, although seemingly powerful, actually cannot cause much damage. But Zhang Qingqing didn't know this. After hearing Lu Yun's question, she almost couldn't catch her breath. Why do you want to leave? Why do you want to leave? If we don't leave now, both of us will die here. Zhang Qingqing was just about to turn around and yell at Lu Yun to leave quickly, but Lu Yun had already disappeared from behind her. At the same time, Lu Yun's voice came from the front. Teacher Zhang, you just watch here and leave the rest to me. Swish! Zhang Qingqing's pupils shrank suddenly, and she looked forward. When she saw Lu Yun standing in front of her, her mind went blank. What is this kid going to do? Didn't he feel the horror of this blow? The fire elemental elf is a pure fire monster. Although the attack has not yet arrived, she can already feel a terrifying hot air. What on earth is this kid trying to do? Before Zhang Qingqing could react, a rain of arrows burst out from the sky, and the moment they landed on the ground, they directly ignited a sea of fire. The place where Lu Yun was instantly covered by raging flames, and the flames burned fiercely as if they could burn everything. Lu Yun's figure was directly submerged in the sea of fire. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qingqing was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes suddenly turned red. Lu Yun. Zhang Qingqing suddenly felt a pain in her heart, and her eyes turned red. Because Lu Yun can cook a table full of delicious dishes, the two of them became friends because of the delicious food, and Zhang Qingqing would ask Lu Yun to have a meal with her every now and then. Some time ago, Lu Yun entered into a marriage contract with the legendary dragon clan and became the envy of all students in the school. The profession he awakened was a mythical one, Dragon Knight. This made Zhang Qingqing fall in love with Lu Yun even more. After all, her purpose of staying in #1 middle school was to find a man with great potential, form a partner with him, and become a good wife and mother in the future to take care of her husband and children. But now, the sudden experience made Zhang Qingqing unable to accept it. Compared to Zhang Qingqing's excitement, Long Kuer was much calmer. Looking at Zhang Qingqing, who was shouting at the top of her lungs, Long Kuer did not explain. With 70% fire damage immunity, it would be strange if these attacks could kill Lu Yun. Zhang Qingqing, that stupid woman, doesn't understand Lu Yun at all. She still wants to snatch a man from this princess? She is the woman who knows Lu Yun best. Thinking of this, a smile appeared involuntarily on Long Kuer's pretty face. Snort. So what about Lu Yun's teacher? I am the woman who knows Lu Yun best. What do you have to snatch him from me? Teacher Zhang, you called me? Just when Zhang Qingqing was heartbroken and about to cry, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from the sea of fire in front of her. Zhang Qingqing was completely stunned, staring blankly at the sea of fire in front of her. As the flames gradually disappeared, a figure appeared in front of Zhang Qingqing. It's Lu Yun. Under the joint attack of dozens of fire elemental elves, Lu Yun was not only unharmed, but even his clothes did not show any signs of burns. At this moment, his body was covered by a light red barrier, and the horrific fire attacks were directly offset by 70% of their power. However, the frozen sword in Lu Yun's hand had been burned into steam under the terrifying rain of fire arrows. Are you okay? Zhang Qingqing rubbed her eyes, unable to believe what she saw. When she was sure that Lu Yun was really fine, she burst into tears of joy. Of course I'm fine. I have 70% immunity to fire damage. Lu Yun scratched his head and smiled. 70% immunity to fire damage, coupled with his current blood volume, makes him an indestructible cockroach. 70% fire damage immunity. After hearing Lu Yun's words, Zhang Qingqing finally understood why Lu Yun was unharmed and couldn't help but gasp. Mythical professions are so powerful. Don't underestimate this 70% immunity to fire damage. If you're facing monsters or professionals with the same fire attribute, it almost means you are invincible. If the opponent could originally cause 100 points of damage, he could only cause 30 points of damage in front of Lu Yun. This can no longer be described as abnormal. It's like a cheat. Zhang Qingqing was delighted but also shocked. No wonder the Dragon Knight could be called a mythical profession. It was so terrifying. What she didn't know was that Lu Yun's abnormal attributes had little to do with Dragon Knight. The main reason is that there is Long Kuer, a little female dragon with fire attribute, and these attributes are shared with him by Long Kuer. It's not the mythical class of Dragon Knight that is strong. The strong one is Long Kuer, the little female dragon with fire attribute. Lu Yun suddenly looked at the frozen sword with only the hilt left in his hand and said awkwardly, "This sword has melted. You are not going to ask me to pay for it, right?" The frozen sword was also forged from materials from level 40 monsters and was considered a relatively advanced piece of equipment. But now the frozen sword has been melted. If Lu Yun really has to pay for it himself, he really can't afford it now. His more than 200 gold coins have been spent by Long Kuer. Chapter 25. Jungling without taking any damage. Thinking of this, Lu Yun felt a pang of pain in his heart. That was more than 200 gold coins, and Long Kuer had managed to spend them all in just one day. This speed of spending money is simply unimaginable for Lu Yun, who lives frugally. Let's talk about the sword later. Let's solve the problem at hand first. Zhang Qingqing gave Lu Yun a cold look. I was so worried about this kid before that I almost cried, but in the end, what this little guy cared about was whether to compensate for the frozen sword. This made Zhang Qingqing both angry and amused. Good. Lu Yun nodded, then took out the dragon fortress again and rushed towards the fire elemental elf in front of him. Dragon charge. Boom. As this group of fire elemental elves had just released their skills and were standing relatively close to each other, Lu Yun's giant dragon charged over and stunned a large number of them. And while these fire elemental elves were stunned, Lu Yun directly used the righteous taunt. Buzz. A pale yellow halo instantly spread out from Lu Yun's body, radiating in all directions, covering all the fire elemental elves. When the fire elemental elves woke up from their dizzy state, they immediately attacked Lu Yun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of flaming arrows shot directly at Lu Yun. Yet the damage done was minimal. Minus 15. Minus 11. Critical hit, 18. Critical hit, 19. A group of level 40 fire monsters bombarded Lu Yun crazily, but all the damage added up did not even exceed 100. On the contrary, with the help of his super recovery skills, Lu Yun's health was quickly restored. After his blood volume was restored, Lu Yun was not idle either. He raised the dragon fortress and smashed it towards the group of fire elemental elves. Even though the dragon fortress is mainly a defensive equipment, it can be blessed by Lu Yun with up to 70% fire element damage attribute. Every strike will cause high damage. -698. -770. Critical hit, 999. Critical hit, 998. After a few shield strikes, the health of this group of fire elemental elves was reduced by half, while Lu Yun's attributes were still at full capacity. Zhang Qingqing showed a look of shock. Her worldview was completely turned upside down. No damage to the jungle. As a level 19 professional, Lu Yun was able to clear a dungeon with an average level 40 monsters alone without taking any damage. He is indeed the man that Zhang Qingqing has chosen. Finally, under Lu Yun's simple and rough ravage, this group of fire elemental elves finally couldn't hold on. Their blood volume directly dropped to 0, and then they turned into a ball of flame and dissipated. After killing these fire elemental elves, Lu Yun also gained a lot of experience, but he was still some distance away from reaching level 20. We still need to continue hunting monsters. However, all the fire elemental elves outside the copy had been killed by Lu Yun, and now there was nothing for Lu Yun to upgrade. I underestimated you before. You are really a monster. No wonder that Dragon Knight could reach such a height. This profession is really abnormal. Zhang Qingqing sighed, and then noticed that Lu Yun had a somewhat uncomfortable expression on his face. I'm just a little bit away from upgrading my level, but there are no monsters to kill right now. How frustrating. Now you have killed all the nearby fire elemental spirits. It will take some time for them to refresh. If you want to continue leveling, I am afraid you have to go deeper. Zhang Qingqing was amused by Lu Yun's expression. The fire elemental elves are only the most basic monsters in the dungeon, and the monsters that follow will only become more and more powerful. If it were before, Zhang Qingqing would definitely not allow Lu Yun to go deeper into the dungeon, because the monsters inside the dungeon were difficult for even her to handle. After seeing Lu Yun's terrifying fire immunity attribute, she felt that Lu Yun might really be able to clear this place alone, then continue to go deeper. Lu Yun nodded, then looked at Zhang Qingqing and asked, "Is it okay, teacher?" "Sure." Zhang Qingqing nodded. Her charming phoenix eyes stared straight at Lu Yun. Then she narrowed her eyes and smiled. "If it's classmate Lu, you can all come in." The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched, and he felt something running over his face. It's the wheel. Long Kerr, who was standing behind Lu Yun, was so angry that she gritted her teeth and grabbed the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands, almost tearing it to pieces. I don't know why, but Long Kerr didn't like Zhang Qingqing the first time she saw her, and now she hates her even more. Lu Yun was her marriage partner, but this woman said such ambiguous words to her marriage partner in front of her. This is clearly a provocation to her. I must be careful about this woman. Long Kerr muttered to herself that she had already listed Zhang Qingqing as the person who needed to be most vigilant. Lu Yun didn't notice Long Kerr's reaction. When he saw that Zhang Qingqing agreed to let him go deeper, he didn't hesitate and started to move forward. Lu Yun is a cautious person by nature. Even though he knows that this is a copy of fire monsters, and even though he has 70% immunity to fire damage, Lu Yun is still very vigilant. In Lu Yun's opinion, talent is secondary, and the ability to survive is the key to becoming a king. Since Zhang Qingqing said that we can go deeper, I think there should be no problem. As the two men and the dragon went deeper, the scenery around the copy also changed. Not long after they walked, the original flaming jungle turned into a sea of fire. It was indeed a sea of fire, with endless flames burning on the ground all around. The terrifying high temperature spread through the air, releasing extreme temperatures. Under the terrifying high temperature, the space above the sea of fire is constantly distorting. This is a very common natural phenomenon, but at the moment, large areas of space are distorting, which is quite shocking at first glance. This should be the lair of the fire elemental elites. They are stronger than the fire elemental spirits. They are level 42 monsters, and their combat power is comparable to some small bosses. You have to be careful. If something goes wrong, retreat immediately. Zhang Qingqing looked at the sea of fire in front of her and gave up the idea of teasing Lu Yun and gave him a serious warning. As a teacher at No. 1 middle school, she has the obligation to ensure the safety of her students. Even if Lu Yun is not a genius who has awakened a mythical profession, she must live up to her identity as a teacher. Understood. If I'm really no match for you, I will retreat. Lu Yun nodded. He didn't know about the others, but as for himself, he still valued his life very much. Even though he is very good at fighting, he is also very good at escaping. Chapter 26. If it's him, there's no problem at all. With his status as a mythical professional, as long as he can survive and develop, he will sooner or later become a powerful person who dominates a region. There is absolutely no need to lose your life because of a copy. The Dragon Knight is a combat profession after all. If he really died in the dungeon, he would probably be more miserable than the mythical alchemist who died in the dungeon. It was even listed as a typical negative example and praised by people all over the world. Go ahead, the teacher is here to cheer you on. Zhang Qingqing handed her frozen sword to Lu Yun. She had already had some difficulty dealing with a fire elemental elf before, and now she had to deal with a fire elemental elite that was stronger than the fire elemental elf, which was beyond her ability. Good. Lu Yun took the frozen sword, nodded, and walked towards the sea of fire ahead. Higher-level dungeon monsters will hide themselves most of the time and will only show themselves when outsiders step into their territory. But just as Lu Yun was about to step forward, something strange happened. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion was heard in the originally calm sea of fire in front, and then several pillars of fire suddenly shot out from one direction of the sea of fire. A figure covered in a black barrier rushed out from the sea of fire. However, due to the black barrier, Lu Yun could not see the figure's appearance clearly and did not even know whether the other person was a man or a woman. There are people leveling up here? Lu Yun was stunned. He originally thought that only someone like him who was immune to fire damage would challenge this dungeon. I didn't expect that someone had already taken the lead and challenged this place first. Zhang Qingqing also frowned. She didn't expect that someone would come to such a place, and that person was just one person. If it is a group, it would be fine. With the cooperation of various professions, the entire dungeon can still be completed. Of course, Lu Yun is an exception. If others came to this kind of copy alone, without Lu Yun's incredible immunity to fire damage, it would be purely a suicide act. However, just by taking a look at the opponent's attack methods, Zhang Qingqing concluded that the opponent did not have any attributes that reduced fire damage. Is that the Void Mage? But when Zhang Qingqing saw the other party's methods, she was immediately a little confused. Lu Yun couldn't believe his eyes. A virtual wizard. If you remembered correctly, Fei Bingru, the president of the Magicians Guild, was also a virtual wizard, right? Although looking around the world, the Void Mage is not a very rare profession. As an epic profession, there are also quite a few spiritualists who have awakened the Void Mage. But within the scope of number 1 middle school, there seems to be only one person who has awakened the Void Spirit Mage. And this person is naturally Fei Bingru from the Magicians Guild. It's actually her. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes. The last time he saw Fei Bingru was at the Jinsha Beach defense line. At that time, Lu Yun and Zhang Qingqing were clearing a dungeon in the defense line, and then people from the Magicians Guild appeared and blocked the entire beach. Because a diamond-level boss appeared, almost all members of the Magicians Guild were mobilized to eliminate this boss. It's a pity that it failed in the end. Fei Bingru was also at the scene at that time, so why is she here now? Whoosh. However, before Lu Yun and Zhang Qingqing could be too shocked, more than 10 fire pillars shot up into the sky. They were burning with crimson flames and took on human forms, like gods of fire, appearing on top of the fire pillars. Although they also have human-like outlines, they're much more muscular than the fire elemental elves encountered before. Moreover, the power of fire in his body became even more violent. They are none other than the level 42 fire elemental elites. When Lu Yun saw these more than 10 fire element elites appear at the same time, he immediately understood what was going on. Fei Bingru was besieged by more than 10 fire element elites. Roar! After more than 10 fire element elites appeared, Fei Bingru, who was inside the black barrier, suddenly frowned, with tension and unwillingness written all over her face. Ever since the Magicians Guild failed in its last attempt to encircle and suppress the boss of the Golden Sands Beach defense line, the Paladins Guild has released the news that it will personally execute the boss. However, the Jinsha Magicians Guild paid a heavy price to encircle and suppress the boss. If they stop here, not only Fei Bingru will be unwilling, but also many members of the Magicians Guild will be unwilling. Therefore, during this period of time, Fei Bingru has been looking for a way to defeat the boss. Finally, she chose to come here, wanting to find a way to defeat the boss from the fire elemental monster in the copy. As the person who founded the Magician's Guild and brought it to its current level, Fei Bingru has a very stubborn personality and is a strong woman. Her greatest pursuit in life is to bring the Magician's Guild into the top 3 super guilds. Now all the members of the guild are mobilized, but they are unable to defeat a boss. Naturally, she cannot accept such a big blow. Although Fei Bingru did not have the attribute of fire damage reduction, she still relied on her level 50 to forcefully kill the fire elemental elf in front of her and made it all the way here. I originally thought that I could use my level advantage to defeat the fire elemental elite alone, but who would have thought that I would be surrounded by so many fire elemental elites as soon as I got here? The intelligence of these fire element elites is obviously higher than that of the previous fire element elves, as if they sensed the power of Fei Bingru's level. When Fei Bingru just appeared here, the fire element elites took the initiative to show up and use their skills at the same time. Fei Bingru was caught off guard and could only defend passively. She was then forced directly into the sea of fire below. If it weren't for the Void Mage's unique defensive barrier, she might have been roasted by now. After fighting with more than 10 fire element elites in the sea of fire, he finally got out, but he didn't expect to be caught up so quickly. Roar! At this moment, the fire element elites, standing on the fire pillars around them, suddenly let out a shrill roar. As the roar spread, the originally calm sea of fire suddenly began to boil. Countless flames began to jump wildly, and the height of the flames increased from a few centimeters before to several meters now. The entire sea of fire seemed to be restless. The power of flames burned all around. Even though Zhang Qingqing was still some distance away from the sea of fire, she felt like she was being roasted on a grill. She was sweating profusely, and for the first time she felt that clothes were a burden. She wanted to return to her most primitive state as an animal. Take off those annoying fabrics. But after taking a look at Lu Yun beside her, Zhang Qingqing suppressed the thought. Boom! At this moment, the more than 10 fire element elites suddenly turned into more than 10 fireballs at the same time and smashed towards Fei Bingru from different directions. Fei Bingru changed drastically, and the black barriers around her suddenly shone brightly. Boom! Then fireballs descended at the same time, and the black barrier was instantly covered by red flames. When the flames slowly dissipated, the black barrier had collapsed. Chapter 27. I Want to Die. There was blood at the corner of Fei Bingru's mouth, and her breath was a little fluctuating. Fortunately, the luxurious magician's robe itself was an extremely high-quality equipment. Otherwise, she would be naked now, and Lu Yun would have been feasting his eyes on her for nothing. Damn it, I underestimated the enemy. Fei Bingru gritted her teeth, somewhat regretting coming here rashly to kill the monster alone. If she could seek help from some magicians of other professions in the guild, perhaps she wouldn't be in such a mess. She is the president of the Magician's Guild and the pillar of the entire guild. If she dies here, the Magician's Guild will inevitably decline. But the current situation is extremely dangerous, and Fei Bingru has no good way to escape for the time being. After so many years of development, she has quite a few advanced magic props, but unfortunately, she came in such a hurry that she didn't bring any with her. Just when Fei Bingru didn't know what to do, she glanced around inadvertently and found Lu Yun and the other two not far away. The last time she came out of the Jinsha Beach defense line, she bumped into Lu Yun and had also seen the 3 of them. Seeing these 3 people appearing in such a place, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Leave here quickly. These fire element elites have gone berserk. Fei Bingru shouted loudly to Lu Yun and the other 2. At this time, she was in a difficult situation herself, but she did not shift the blame to others. Instead, she reminded Lu Yun and the other 2 to leave quickly. It was enough to show that although this woman looked quite cold, she still had good character. Lu Yun glanced at Fei Bingru and felt very conflicted. On the one hand, he was a little afraid of death, and at the moment he didn't know if he could be a match for these elite fire elements. Although his 70% immunity to fire damage is abnormal, if the opponent's power is really terrifying, there is still a risk of being killed instantly. But on the other hand, Lu Yun didn't want to sit idly by. By the way, Fei Bingru was also a student of Jinsha No. 1 Middle School and a senior of Lu Yun. Fei Bingru successfully passed the assessment of Magic and Martial Arts University with her outstanding performance as an epic professional void spirit mage and is now a student of the university. Although Lu Yun is not the kind of person who cares about the world, he does not want to stand by and watch someone die. Ka-ia. Lu Yun suddenly looked at Long Kuer. After this period of training, the two of them had a telepathic connection. Long Kuer immediately understood what Lu Yun meant. Immediately, flames began to burn on the body. Roar! A shrill dragon roar suddenly sounded from the sea of fire, and a huge red dragon spread its wings and rushed out from the flames. This is exactly Long Kuer's true form. Seeing this, Lu Yun did not hesitate. He jumped up and stood directly on Long Kuer's back, standing on the giant dragon and overlooking the endless sea of fire below. Lu Yun suddenly had a feeling of looking down on the world. Only with the assistance of a giant dragon can he be a true dragon knight. Kuer, let's go, Lu Yun shouted in a low voice. Long Kuer did not hesitate and immediately took Lu Yun and dived directly into the sea of fire in front like a star. Faced with a greater threat, the attention of the dozen or so fire element elites was immediately attracted by Lu Yun and Long Kuer, the man and the dragon. Seeing this, Fei Bingru clenched her teeth, hesitated for a moment, and then quickly retreated to a safe area. Originally, it was thought that Lu Yun and the other person would retreat quickly, but who would have thought that Long Kuer would directly lead Lu Yun towards the center of the elite fire element? When the two sides were very close to each other, Lu Yun leaped up and jumped directly towards the center of more than 10 fire element elites. Seeing this scene, not only Zhang Qingqing, but even Fei Bingru's pupils shrank sharply, feeling unbelievable. Actively enter the center of more than 10 fire element elites. What on earth is this guy trying to do? Is he looking for death? Lu Yun took action naturally to save Fei Bingru. After rescuing her, he should have retreated. However, Lu Yun knew that when these fire element elites came to their senses and saw that Fei Bingru was gone, they would definitely chase after her again. So Lu Yun must temporarily hold these guys back. These guys only look powerful. In fact, their attributes are not much stronger than those of the fire elemental elves. They should not be my opponents, right? Lu Yun said to himself in his heart. Apart from anything else, just based on this appearance, Lu Yun was still a little scared. But the situation at the moment is that the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Justice mockery. Lu Yun descended from the sky with a roar. Buzz! A pale yellow halo radiated from his body, covering the surroundings and instantly completely enveloping these fire element elites. The range of Lu Yun's justice taunt was limited, but because these fire elemental elites were too close, they were all taunted. When being ridiculed, these fire element elites immediately launched an attack on Lu Yun. Lu Yun has a 70% reduction in fire damage, and when he uses Justice Taunt, he will reduce the opponent's damage by another 70%. The two attributes are superimposed, and a special situation occurs. Boom! When the fire attribute damage from these elites fell on Lu Yun, the terrifying power of fire rushed straight into the sky, as if to burn everything in this world into nothingness. Then a damage number popped up on Lu Yun's body. -5, -5, -5. Critical hit 8. Critical hit 8. Fire burn -1. Fire burn -1. What's going on? After seeing these numbers pop up, Lu Yun was stunned, but he quickly realized that this was the combined result of the two 70% damage reductions. Chapter 28. The boss appears, the fire prison. Hiss. At this moment, even Lu Yun felt his scalp tingling. Wasn't his attribute too abnormal? If this is true, Lu Yun is almost invincible not only when facing fire monsters, but also when facing fire magicians. Because the fire element magician's moves are all fire attribute skills, and Lu Yun has double blessings, he is almost invincible. But Lu Yun soon calmed down. He had no time requirement for the 70% damage reduction of the fire attribute. But the Righteous Taunt has a time limit and can only last for 10 seconds. However, Justice Taunt has no CD, so as long as Lu Yun has enough strength, he can continue to use it. In this way, the effect is still quite terrifying. Just as Lu Yun was shocked by this, Zhang Qingqing and Fei Bingru also widened their eyes. Zhang Qingqing even rubbed her eyes deliberately, feeling that her worldview had collapsed again. These terrifying elite fire elements are all level 42 monsters, being surrounded and attacked by so many elite fire elements. Even the swordsman Zhang Qingqing would find it difficult to resist. And Lu Yun didn't lose any blood. It would have been fine if normal damage didn't cause any loss of blood and critical damage didn't cause any loss of blood either. Even the true damage, which is said to be the terminator of any shield, didn't cause any damage at all. Zhang Qingqing was stunned. This little guy's perversion is far beyond my imagination. How terrifying he will be when he grows up. Just as the two women were shocked, Lu Yun had already taken out the ice sword and started fighting with these elite fire elements. After a simple and brutal battle, these fire element elites were hacked to death by Lu Yun. It's true that the frozen sword is really useful, since it can restrain monsters with fire tributes. Almost every strike of Lu Yun's sword amounts to real damage. On the contrary, the opponent threw a barrage of skills at him, and with the double attribute reduction, not even a drop of Lu Yun's blood was knocked away. Your level has been raised to level 20. After killing the last fire element elite, a faint light emerged from Lu Yun's body and his aura instantly became stronger. After killing these elite fire elements, he finally reached level 20 as he wished. However, Lu Yun was not too happy because the experience gained at the next level became much greater, almost increasing exponentially. This also means that it will become increasingly difficult for Lu Yun to continue upgrading. Damn, you can't play it like this. I'm only level 20 now, and the experience I need to upgrade is comparable to those level 30 professionals. If I'm level 30, wouldn't the difficulty of upgrading be comparable to those level 60 high-level professionals? Lu Yun looked at the experience progress panel and almost vomited blood. Experience 6/1999999. 1.99 million. This is too horrible. As the highest level of all professions, shouldn't mythical professions be the fastest and easiest to upgrade? Lu Yun muttered softly and was about to go back to the two women when the sea of fire that had subsided around him suddenly began to boil again. Boom! Immediately afterwards, countless pillars of fire shot up into the sky and in an instant transformed into chains of fire, condensing into a fire prison in the air, directly trapping Lu Yun inside. Lu Yun frowned immediately. Zhang Qingqing and Fei Bingru's expressions also changed drastically. Oh no, the boss of this copy, the Fire Elemental Lord, has appeared. The two women were silent for a moment, then reacted at the same time, their expressions becoming extremely nervous. As a teacher at number 1 middle school, Zhang Qingqing has studied various copies of Jinsha. As the president of the Jinsha Magicians Guild, Fei Bingru would naturally not come here, rashly, to level up. She also studied the dungeons here when she came. Prison of Fire. This is a skill that only the dungeon boss, the Fire Lord, has. This level 45 gold boss finally appeared. Even though the Flame Lord is only a few levels higher than the Fire Elemental Elite, in terms of damage and attribute panels, he is much stronger than the Fire Elemental Elite. Otherwise, he is not worthy of being a dungeon boss. Oh no, Lu Yun, the dungeon boss, is about to appear. Quickly break the fire prison and escape. Zhang Qingqing shouted to Lu Yun anxiously. Although she recognized Lu Yun's strength and knew that Lu Yun was extremely immune to fire damage, she did not think that Lu Yun was strong enough to fight the dungeon boss alone with these attributes. The boss appears. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun also became panicked instantly. He originally wanted to rely on his high damage immunity to fight against the dungeon boss. Now listening to Zhang Qingqing's posture, it seems that I am no match for the boss of this dungeon. Lu Yun reacted quickly, raised the ice sword, and slashed at the flame prison. However, when the sword was chopped down, the fire prison was not damaged at all. Not even a trace was left. These chains are clearly condensed from flames, yet their strength is terrifyingly high. Lu Yun didn't believe it and swung his sword a few more times, but it was still in vain. The flame chain was intact, but a few tiny cuts appeared on the ice sword. Lu Yun's eyelids twitched, and he felt unwell at that moment. Teacher Zhang. Lu Yun suddenly looked up at Zhang Qingqing, forced a smile on his face, and said, "It seems that I also broke this ice sword. You want to ask me to pay for it, right?" When Zhang Qingqing heard Lu Yun calling her, she thought Lu Yun wanted to say something important, but when she heard these words, she almost exploded with anger. "It's already this time. My life is in danger, and you are still concerned about whether you have to pay compensation. Which is more important, losing money or losing your life?" What Zhang Qingqing didn't know was that Lu Yun was really worried about losing money, as he had no gold coins left. "If I really have to pay compensation, I can only sell Long Kier as collateral." Who let Long Kier spend all the gold coins by herself? Long Kier. You little bastard, find a way to escape quickly. I'll give you the gold coins for the frozen sword. Come out now. Zhang Qingqing shouted at Lu Yun, suppressing her anger. Lu Yun nodded and tried again to cut the chain with the frozen sword. Lu Yun held his breath and concentrated all his strength on the arm holding the frozen sword. Then he chopped it down hard. With a clang, the frozen sword broke into 2 pieces. Lu Yun, it looks like things are getting tricky. Although the frozen sword can restrain fire monsters, it is only forged from materials of level 40 ice monsters. However, the current boss level has exceeded level 40, and the attribute restraint of the frozen sword obviously does not have much effect. Seeing the increasingly boiling sea of fire, Lu Yun's expression became serious. Judging from the situation, the boss should be appearing soon. We must leave here as soon as possible. Chapter 29, Are You Willing to Marry Me? Lu Yun suddenly took out the dragon fortress and smashed it on the flame chain, but it still had no effect. Zhang Qingqing and Fei Bingru were extremely anxious and wanted to help, but they did not have the ability to do so. Boom! At this moment, a sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded, and Long Kurur in the giant dragon state turned into a meteor and appeared next to the fire prison. He immediately stretched out his dragon claws and gently swung at the flame chain, and the sturdy flame chain was easily cut off. That works too. Lu Yun took a deep breath and glanced at Long Kurur. She was indeed the fire dragon princess with fire attributes. Her method was indeed powerful. As the flame chains were cut off, the flame prison was instantly disintegrated. Lu Yun jumped onto Long Kurur's back without hesitation and left. But at this moment, the final boss of the dungeon, the Fire Elemental Lord, finally appeared. This Fire Elemental Lord is also a monster whose whole body is condensed by flames. But this Fire Elemental Lord is not a humanoid creature, but a being similar to a fireball. When he emerged from the sea of fire, his entire body was burning like crazy, releasing extremely terrifying high temperatures, just like a miniature sun. Immediately afterwards, countless flame chains instantly extended from the body of the Fire Elemental Lord. Before Lu Yun could react, these flame chains had bound his limbs and entangled Lu Yun in place. Lu Yun's expression changed drastically, and then he saw the body of the Fire Elemental Lord begin to expand rapidly, and several red runes appeared on the surface. These runes contain extremely violent power, and even Lu Yun feels strongly threatened by this power. This is Lord Blast, a skill of the Fire Elemental Lord. When the Fire Elemental Lord senses danger, this skill will be triggered directly, which is equivalent to using all of its strength as the raw material for self-destruction, providing a 100% critical hit bonus and 30% true damage. Fate Bingru's pupils widened, and she quickly shouted in the direction of Lu Yun. Zhang Qingqing's scalp tingled. Lu Yun, run away. When Zhang Qingqing shouted these words, her voice was trembling. 100% critical damage and 30% true damage are not to be trifled with. The Fire Elemental Lord must have sensed Long Kurur's presence, which triggered the Lord's explosion. Self-destruction. Lu Yun didn't understand the skills of the Fire Elemental Lord. When he heard the reminders from Fei Bingru and Zhang Qingqing, he felt like a thorn in his back and wanted to curse instantly. You are a dungeon boss after all, and you even have a self-destruct skill. Do you have to be so disgusting? And what does it mean that you blow yourself up right at the start? Do you think you're easy to bully? Lu Yun panicked instantly. He had finally awakened the mythical profession of Dragon Knight, which had a bright future. If given a choice, Lu Yun doesn't want to die here. Kurur, don't worry about me. Just leave now. This boss is crazy. Seeing that the body of the Fire Elemental Lord was getting bigger and bigger, Lu Yun suddenly shouted at Long Kurur. Sometimes I feel helpless when I'm sober alone. Long Kurur's mouth twitched, and she said speechlessly, Have you forgotten that you have the attribute of reducing 70% fire damage? The self-destruction of the Fire Elemental Lord will only last for a short time. With your reduction in fire elemental damage, combined with Justice Taunt, the self-destruction of the Fire Elemental Lord is of no concern to you. Why are you so scared? Yes. Lu Yun slapped his forehead and realized that there was no reason for him to be afraid of the other party's self-destruction. When Lu Yun reacted, his face turned red. It was not his fault. It was mainly because Zhang Qingqing and Fei Bingru misled him and made him forget that he also had the attribute of fire damage reduction. Buzz! Lu Yun did not hesitate, and at the moment when the Fire Elemental Lord self-destructed, he directly used the Righteous Taunt. And at the moment when the pale yellow light ball was released, the fire elemental lord finally self-exploded. Boom! The fire elemental lord exploded instantly, and a terrifying flame ripple immediately covered the nearby space, like the sun exploding. The scene was extremely shocking. The violent wind and waves swept around, causing the flames in the entire copy to jump wildly. Zhang Qingqing and Fei Bingru were directly blasted backwards by this force. After steadying themselves, the two women looked up in horror, only to see that the place where Lu Yun was had turned into a sea of fire. Lu Yun. Zhang Qingqing's voice couldn't help but tremble. The thing she was most worried about had happened. Lu Yun, something happened. He did this because he was trying to save me. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have rashly entered here to play the dungeon alone. Fei Bingru was also extremely sad. She clenched her fists and felt extremely uncomfortable. She thought that she had killed Lu Yun. So how are you going to compensate him? A voice suddenly asked. I don't know. Fei Bingru shook her head, her deep eyes filled with sadness. If you were given a chance to pledge your love to him, would you be willing to repay him with this? The voice asked again. I do. Fei Bingru nodded, then smiled bitterly and said, It's a pity that there is no chance anymore. However, Fei Bingru had only said half of her words when she suddenly realized something and her eyes widened. This voice seems to be Lu Yun's voice. Is he not dead? Just as Fei Bingru looked at the sea of fire in front of her, she saw Lu Yun and Long Ke, who had transformed into human form again, slowly walking out of the sea of fire. The two men were unharmed, not to mention any injuries. Even the corners of their clothes were intact. With every step forward the two men took, a flaming staircase would appear in the space ahead. The two men stepped on the flaming staircase and walked towards the two women step by step. Lu Yun blinked at Fei Bingru and said with a smile, President Fei, I heard everything you just said. Since you don't mind giving yourself to me, then I can accept your reward. However, before Lu Yun could finish his words, he suddenly screamed. It turned out that Long Ke hit Lu Yun hard on the waist. Long Ke glared at Lu Yun. Although she was smiling, that smile was extremely dangerous. It seems that your physical fitness is very good. I, a dragon, can't satisfy your needs. Lu Yun laughed awkwardly and quickly explained, I was just joking. Joke? Long Ke sneered, then put her head close to Lu Yun and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, If you can stand up and get out of bed tomorrow, I, Long Ke, will be considered a waste. Swish. The smile on Lu Yun's face froze immediately and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He could already imagine the scene of himself being severely tortured by Long Ke. I was really just playing a little joke with President Fei. Lu Yun continued to explain, but Long Ke turned her head away arrogantly and ignored him. Lu Yun was quite helpless, so he looked at Zhang Qingqing and Fei Bingru and smiled. I'm fine. Chapter 30, let's enter the bridal chamber now. Be good. Zhang Qingqing stepped forward, pulled Lu Yun over and began to look him over. But he found that Lu Yun did not have any injuries, and even his health was still full. Her face was filled with horror. How on earth did you do it? You took on the Fire Elemental Lord's self-destruct skill, and it was still at full status. This is too abnormal. Although Fei Bingru didn't say anything, her eyes were full of surprise, and she was obviously shocked. Lu Yun did not tell the two girls about the attributes of the skill of Righteous Taunt. He was not a fool who would tell everything to others. Many professionals will deliberately hide the attributes of their skills so that they can achieve unexpected results at critical moments. It's not that Lu Yun doesn't trust the two women, but there are many things that are really not suitable to be told to other people. Seeing that Lu Yun did not answer but smiled without saying anything, the two women were tactful enough not to dwell on this topic too much. Anyway, I'm glad you're okay. Zhang Qingqing shook her head, and the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Teacher Zhang seems to care about me a lot. I'm really flattered. Lu Yun pretended to be touched and teased. I thought Zhang Qingqing would defend herself, but she admitted it directly. I do care about you, isn't that right? If you are willing, come to the teacher tonight, and the teacher will care about you more attentively. Zhang Qingqing's meaning was very clear. This teacher, who was hailed as the dream goddess by all the teachers and students in the school, had completely opened the door to Lu Yun. As long as Lu Yun is willing, he can enjoy the feeling of being the goddess in the eyes of all the teachers and students in the school. If other people knew about it, the envious eyes alone would be enough to overwhelm Lu Yun. As a man with little experience in the world, this was undoubtedly a huge temptation for Lu Yun. Before Lu Yun could agree, he saw Long Ke's murderous look and shook his head quickly. It doesn't seem right for a man and a woman to be alone in the same room, haha. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly spread out his hands, and a red crystal ball similar to glass appeared in his palms. The crystal ball is transparent, and the flames flowing inside can be clearly seen with the naked eye. These flames are also red in color, revealing a violent aura. This is the core of the fire elemental lord. As a school teacher, Zhang Qingqing was naturally knowledgeable and recognized what this crystal was at a glance. The core of the fire elemental lord. What is this? What is it used for? Lu Yun asked curiously. Just after offsetting the self-explosion of the fire elemental lord, this thing appeared in front of Lu Yun, and he took it away. But Lu Yun didn't know what this thing was, and thought it was some material that could be used to forge equipment. You made a fortune, kid. This fire elemental lord's core is an offensive item. Once released, it can explode with power comparable to the fire elemental lord's self-destruction. Hiss. Lu Yun took a deep breath. If this was true, it would be like having a life-saving trump card. He wouldn't have to be afraid, even if he met a level 40 professional. If this thing is thrown out, its power is no less than that of a small mushroom egg. If it is a level 40 professional, he may be killed directly if he is caught off guard. Even a level 50 professional can be easily, severely injured if caught off guard. This is good stuff. Lu Yun's eyes lit up, and then he carefully put the core into the storage space. You just killed the fire elemental lord, and this is all you got? Zhang Qingqing asked suddenly, changing the subject. Yes. Lu Yun nodded. Although he had 20 points of luck, nothing else happened. You just killed a boss, but you didn't level up? Zhang Qingqing asked in shock. Well, how should I answer this? The fire elemental lord self-destructed because of Lu Yun, so it was determined that he was killed by Lu Yun. But after killing this boss, Lu Yun also gained 1 million experience points. He still needs 990,000 experience points to level up. It's almost upgraded. Lu Yun scratched his head and smiled. Fortunately, the two girls didn't think too much about it and immediately took Lu Yun away from the copy. Only after they were sure they had left the copy did the two women breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Yun, I am so grateful to you this time, otherwise I would have died in there. I, Fei Bingru, owe you a huge favor. If you need anything in the future, I will never refuse as long as I can do it. Fei Bingru was quite sensible. After coming out of the copy, she started to thank Lu Yun, and then left in a hurry, saying that she had something to deal with. Looking at that graceful figure, Lu Yun fell into deep thought. He really couldn't understand why Fei Bingru appeared here. Was she simply unwilling to see her guild lose to that diamond-level fire boss and came here to find a solution? Lu Yun didn't believe that Fei Bingru would act so impulsively. His intuition told him that there must be something hidden. But no matter what the reason was for Fei Bingru to come here for training, it had nothing to do with Lu Yun. After all, the two of them were just casual acquaintances at best. At this moment, Lu Yun felt something soft in his palm. He turned around and found that it was Zhang Qingqing holding his hand. Teacher Zhang, don't say anything. If it weren't for you, I would have been stuck in the dungeon. To thank you, I decided to give you my body. What do you think? This. Lu Yun was completely dumbfounded. Zhang Qingqing was amused by Lu Yun's appearance and smiled softly. Then she said, a good moment is worth 1,000 gold coins, so why not wait for a better day? Let's go to the bridal chamber with the teacher now. Lu Yun. Longkir? Half an hour later, Lu Yun and Yilong arrived at a villa. This is the luxurious villa area of Jinsha. Only powerful job changers who are either rich or noble can afford to buy a house here, because the price of the land here alone is enough to discourage ordinary people. But Lu Yun owns a 3-story villa here, which is a combination of Chinese and Western styles. Lu Yun himself naturally cannot afford such a good house. These are the treatments given to him by Jinsha No. 1 Middle School. When Lu Yun successfully signed a marriage contract with a mythical dragon like Long Kier, the entire management of No. 1 Middle School was excited. The marriage partner is a mythical partner, even if he is not from the dragon clan. As long as Lu Yun does not die young, he will sooner or later become the dominant force in the future. This means that after many years, Jinsha has produced another talented player with great potential. This is a great honor for Jinsha. In order to reward Lu Yun, the top management of No. 1 Middle School had a heated discussion that lasted for 2.5 hours. One of the top management originally proposed to reward Lu Yun directly with gold coins or resources. But the proposal was rejected by the principal of No. 1 Middle School. The principal felt that using these material possessions as rewards was an insult to a genius like Lu Yun. Chapter 31, there is a misunderstanding between us. I think that directly rewarding these material possessions is an insult to Lu Yun's character. As a genius who can sign a marriage contract with a mythical dragon, he must have his own pride. Let alone hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Even if he was given hundreds of millions of gold coins, he would probably sneer at it. So I decided to directly reward him with a villa so that he can feel at home. No matter how far he goes in the future, he will always be a member of our number 1 middle school and the pride of our Jinsha city. After his fierce rebuttal, warm applause suddenly broke out in the conference room. Everyone unanimously decided to reward Lu Yun with this villa, hoping that even if Lu Yun went far away in the future, he would not forget his hometown. This is also thanks to Lu Yun not knowing the content of the meeting. If he knew what the principal said, he would definitely be so angry that he would vomit blood. Give me gold. Give me resources. Who said I don't want these worldly things? I really want it. Please don't be stingy and insult my personality. As expected of a genius who has signed a marriage contract with a legendary partner, even I, the teacher, can't help but feel tears welling up in my eyes when I see this treatment. Zhang Qingqing came to the entrance of the villa and took off her shoes. Without the shoes, her perfectly proportioned long legs under the high heels looked even more pure. Her feet are not flat, but rather have a curvy shape. They are small and delicate and look very beautiful. When looking at the extremely luxurious decoration inside, Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but feel a little envious. Normally, this kind of place should only be inhabited by big shots in Jinsha, but Lu Yun moved in directly here, which is enough to show how much importance number 1 middle school attaches to him. This was also Lu Yun's first time coming to this place. In the past, Lu Yun lived in poverty and rented a house outside. He had only dared to live in such a luxurious house in his dreams. The gears of fate may have quietly changed when he signed a contract with Long Kier. If teacher Zhang likes it here, you can come here often in the future, Lu Yun said with a smile, touching his nose. Okay, I'll come and eat more often in the future. Zhang Qingqing did not refuse. After she finished speaking, she walked in and began to look at every corner of the villa. Student Lu, are you satisfied with the environment here? At this moment, a voice sounded behind him. It was a middle-aged Mediterranean man. The middle-aged man was wearing a pair of reading glasses, and his head was almost reflective under the sunlight. It looked somewhat vulgar. This person was Lu Yun's former knowledge teacher. Even though Lu Yun has become a legendary professional this time, his performance in knowledge classes is surprisingly poor. I was criticized a lot by this teacher at the beginning, but now this teacher behaved very respectfully in front of Lu Yun. This is the benefit of talent. Although, as a mythical professional, academic performance is also important, but when your talent or strength breaks through to a certain level, other things are no longer important. After all, the flaws do not outweigh the merits. I'm very satisfied with this place. Thank you for remembering to visit me. Teacher. Lu Yun nodded and expressed his gratitude to the Mediterranean. Mediterranean immediately took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He felt embarrassed to be communicating with a mythical professional, even though this person was his student. He was asked by Principal Li Zheng to come as a representative to express condolences. Fortunately, Lu Yun was not dissatisfied with a reward from number 1 middle school. That's good. If you have any questions, please contact me in time, and I will try my best to help you solve them. After saying this, Heidi hurriedly turned around and left as if he was running away. After leaving the villa area, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then a smile appeared on his face. He said, he is already a legendary professional, but he is still not arrogant or impatient. This kid is a character, and he will become a great man in the future. As a teacher at number 1 middle school, he had trained many powerful professionals. However, after those professionals married their powerful partners, they simply disowned him as their teacher. What's more, some even treated him like a subordinate. Only Lu Yun, even with his current position, did not put on airs. This still made him feel comfortable. Zhang Qingqing walked around the villa and found that there was a back garden behind the villa, which was full of various plants. In the middle of the back garden, there is even an extra-large swimming pool with its own heating function. Wow, you actually have a swimming pool here. After having dinner here, I can swim to digest the food. Zhang Qingqing looked at the swimming pool with shining eyes, wishing she could jump in and have a good swim right now. If you like it, Mr. Zhang, you can come here often in the future. Lu Yun smiled, then asked the 2 girls to stay while he went to cook. As for what Zhang Qingqing said at the beginning about entering the bridal chamber, it was naturally a joke. Her original intention was to come to Lu Yun's place for a meal. After all, the last time I came to Lu Yun's house for a meal was a week ago, and that happened to be the day of the national marriage in number 1 middle school. As a teacher, Zhang Qingqing also had a lot of things to do and had no time to find Lu Yun. Lu Yun originally wanted to go out and buy some ingredients, but when he opened the refrigerator, he found that it was already filled with various ingredients. I couldn't help but admire the hard work of number 1 middle school and immediately took out the necessary ingredients and started cooking. He has been frugal over the years, and although he may not have any other skills, the taste of his cooking is absolutely first class. Soon, as Lu Yun was busy, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. At the same time, outside the swimming pool, Zhang Qingqing stood in front of the swimming pool with her arms open, then took a deep breath of the air in the garden. She felt her whole mood improve. Long Kuer next to her looked at Zhang Qingqing with a bad face. As a woman, Long Kuer could see that Zhang Qingqing had feelings for Lu Yun, so she would not treat her well. After all, strictly speaking, Lu Yun is also her marriage partner. That is, her, Long Kuer's man. Kuer, I actually discovered a long time ago that you don't seem to like me very much. At this moment, Zhang Qingqing suddenly turned her head to look at Long Kuer, then blinked her big eyes and smiled. I think there must be some misunderstandings between us. Who allowed you to call me like that? I'm a great dragon. How can a lowly human call me by my great name? Long Kuer's brows suddenly tightened, and suddenly a hot breath was released from her body, like a volcanic eruption, magma destroying the world. The space around them heated up rapidly, and the space near Long Kuer even twisted directly and turned bright red. Behind Long Kuer, a giant dragon shadow appeared, with flames burning all over its body. Suddenly, a dragon roared, shaking the entire backyard. Under the radiation of this terrifying air wave, all the vegetation in the backyard shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing the changes in Long Kuer, Zhang Qingqing was also shocked. She didn't expect that such terrifying energy could burst out from Long Kuer's small and exquisite body. She suddenly realized one thing, something she had often overlooked. Long Kuer was Lu Yun's marriage partner, but this girl is also a mythical dragon. Chapter 32, Long Kuer's relatives came. If it weren't for the marriage restrictions, if Long Kuer released the power of destruction, she could easily burn her to ashes in an instant. Don't be impulsive. Since you don't like me calling you by your name, I won't. I just think that maybe we don't need to be so tense. Zhang Qingqing quickly regained her composure and comforted Long Kuer with a smile. Although she knew how powerful the other party was, as Lu Yun's marriage partner, Long Kuer could not act rashly. She did not originally exist in this world, and only appeared here because she signed a marriage contract with Lu Yun in the marriage room. Therefore, she is essentially bound by the laws of the world. Simply put, no matter how angry Long Kuer was, unless Lu Yun gave the order, it would only make her feel uncomfortable, but would not really hurt her. I have nothing to do with you. Long Kuer roared in anger at her helplessness, so she had to retract her pressure and turn to look to the side. Seeing this soft and cute scene, Zhang Qingqing suddenly had evil thoughts in her heart, and she coaxed softly. You dragons are also the ones who are respected for being strong. Even if they don't have many wives and concubines, they must have beautiful women around them, right? What do you want to say? Long Kuer said coldly. What I want to say is that Lu Yun is very good. The moment he became a dragon knight, it was destined that there would be a smooth road ahead for him, and there would be no shortage of women around him in the future. After hearing what Zhang Qingqing said, Long Kuer fell silent. In fact, she had thought about this kind of problem a long time ago, but she just never thought about it much. Now, after hearing what Zhang Qingqing said, Long Kuer suddenly became irritated. Although she hated the idea of signing a marriage contract with Lu Yun at the beginning, she has now accepted Lu Yun. Dragons are inherently lustful, but as a woman, how could she want her man to have other women around him? Seeing Long Kuer's gloomy face, Zhang Qingqing continued to strike while the iron was hot and said, If you agree with me and Lu Yun, I can help you with this. What's the matter? Long Kuer asked with a frown, not quite understanding what the other party meant. I'm teacher Lu Yun. When he goes to Magic and Martial Arts University, I'll also be there to take up a position. I can help you keep an eye on her. If she meets other suitors, I can help you solve this problem. Zhang Qingqing had a smile on her face and looked as gentle as the sister next door. Although Long Kuer was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, she lived in the world of dragons and did not know much about the secular world. In comparison, Zhang Qingqing's experience is much richer than hers. After hearing Zhang Qingqing's words, Long Qir fell into deep thought. Although she hated the other person, it would be a good thing if he could help her deal with the suitors that Lu Yun might face in the future. If Lu Yun is destined to be surrounded by many women in the future, she would rather monopolize Lu Yun with Zhang Qingqing. After thinking for a while, Long Qir finally made her own decision. If you can do it, I cannot stop you from doing it with him, but if I can't do it, then I will leave you and promise not to be a light bulb anymore. Zhang Qingqing showed a bright smile. What a smart woman she was. When Long Qir fell into deep thought, she knew that this matter was most likely to succeed. After talking about this, the tense atmosphere between the two women was immediately eased a lot. After all, the two women are now a united front. But what followed was silence with no topic to talk about. After a long while, Long Qir asked, I heard from the students in number 1 middle school that you are their goddess, and you should have no shortage of suitors. Why do you like this guy? The guy that Long Qir was referring to was naturally Lu Yun. I see a bright future for him and want to keep him as my gigolo. Is there a problem with that? Zhang Qingqing smiled faintly and answered casually. But when she heard this answer, Long Qir frowned. Just because you want to be a gigolo, you're clinging to Lu Yun? Although she was just a dragon and didn't quite understand the emotions between humans, she still felt disgusted by Zhang Qingqing's behavior. Just when Long Qir wanted to say something else, Lu Yun's voice came from the room. Dinner is ready. Long Qir glanced at Zhang Qingqing and finally said nothing and turned and left. Zhang Qingqing smiled and followed him in. There were 4 dishes and a soup on the table. Although they were all home-cooked dishes, they tasted really good. There was also a bottle of red wine on the dining table. It was kept in the kitchen wine cellar. Originally, Lu Yun wanted to go out and buy some beer, but when he saw there was red wine, he just got it. At the dining table, Zhang Qingqing kept picking up dishes, chatting and laughing with Lu Yun, and expressed her approval of Lu Yun's cooking skills. Only Long Qir looked like she was troubled. After the meal, Zhang Qingqing left on the pretext that she had something to deal with. When Lu Yun cleaned up the dishes, he found that Long Qir was sitting on the sofa in the living room waiting for him. What's wrong? Lu Yun wiped his hands and sat down next to Long Qir and asked, Are you worried about something? I don't like that woman. Try to have less contact with her in the future. Long Qir said softly, I always feel that this woman is a little too snobbish. Teacher Zhang shouldn't be that kind of person. She took good care of me before I signed the marriage contract with you. Hearing that Lu Yun was still speaking for Zhang Qingqing, Long Qir suddenly became angry and turned her head away and ignored Lu Yun. Lu Yun was very confused. It is said that women's hearts are as deep as the sea. He really didn't understand why Long Qir was like this. Could it be that relatives are coming? Will fire dragons also have relatives? Doesn't it directly turn into Mao Shuang? Lu Yun didn't think much about it. After checking the time, he took a quick shower and went to bed. As for Long Qir, Lu Yun originally wanted Long Qir to sleep with him, but Long Qir got angry for some unknown reason and simply ignored Lu Yun. Thinking back to what he had done today, a smile appeared on Lu Yun's face. Breaking into the dungeon to fight the boss alone, today is another plain day. As he thought about it, Lu Yun gradually fell asleep. But at this moment, the bedroom door was suddenly opened, and then through the light in the corridor, a hideous shadow appeared outside the door. At this time, Lu Yun was playing chess with Zhou Gong, so he naturally didn't notice this. After making sure that Lu Yun was asleep, the figure tiptoed into the room and closed the door. Then, he came to Lu Yun's bed. Lift the quilt. Free yourself from bondage. A mountain falling down on one's head. Just sit on it. Bang! Almost in an instant, Lu Yun was awakened from his dream, and his eyes widened in horror. His brain was forced to turn on, and seeing Long Qir sitting on him in the middle of the night without sleeping, Lu Yun was really a little confused. And more importantly, what Long Qir was wearing was actually the professional hip-hugging outfit that Zhang Qingqing was wearing today. Chapter 33, The Assessment begins. Qir, what are you doing? What do you think? Don't you like that woman very much? I will do as you wish now. It's not like that, don't hiss. Lu Yun wanted to explain, but Long Qir didn't give him the chance to explain. Lu Yun gasped, and his whole body began to twitch. An hour later, Long Qir finally stopped what she was doing, stood up, walked to Lu Yun, and looked down at Lu Yun lying on the bed. A strong desire to conquer suddenly arose in Long Qir's heart. Dragons are inherently lustful, but at the same time, they're also extremely domineering marriage partners, and conquest is one of the means they use to gain pleasure. So tonight, Lu Yun was destined to suffer. Seeing Long Kuer stand up, Lu Yun thought that everything was over. However, Long Kuer suddenly squatted down, stretched out her white and smooth hand, and gently stroked Lu Yun's chin. Then, the eyes that emitted a faint red color in the dim room locked onto Lu Yun's lips. Your lips are a little dry. It must be because you don't take good care of them. Long Kuer stood up again and laughed dumbly. But it doesn't matter. I can help you put on lipstick. 7:30 the next morning. Lu Yun was still resting. After being tortured by Long Kuer last night, Lu Yun finally experienced the feeling of being ridden by a dragon. To be honest, this feeling is really uncomfortable. Even if he's a dragon knight, he can't stand it. But what made Lu Yun despair was that his cell phone rang less than 10 minutes after he fell asleep. Lu Yun felt exhausted and his bones were sore. He just picked up the phone and wanted to hang up the call instinctively, but when he saw the caller ID, the whole person immediately became energetic. Principal Zen. When the wedding was held that day, after Lu Yun and Long Kuer were successfully married, Li Zheng took the initiative to leave Lu Yun's phone number. I didn't expect that the other party would call me at this time. Lu Yun had no choice but to press the answer button and said with a strong spirit, Principal Li, is there anything you want to talk to me about? Student Lu, today is the day for the school's ability test. Why haven't you arrived yet? Are you sick? Do you need me to come and see you? Principal Li on the phone had a kind face, as gentle as an elder next door. But after hearing the words school-wide strength test from the other party, Lu Yun sat up from the bed reflexively. Grass. According to previous regulations, after completing the national marriage, the school will give students some time to improve their abilities. Then the strength test will begin, which can also be understood as a power assessment, although this assessment is only a one-sided assessment. However, if you want to enter a well-known university for job changers, the results of this assessment are also very important and will serve as a necessary reference when the time comes. Such an important day, I actually forgot it. Wrong. It's not that he forgot, but Lu Yun, who was tortured by Long Kuer for a whole night, really couldn't remember it. What's wrong? Why are you so nervous? Did something happen? Long Kuer, who was standing next to him, was woken up by Lu Yun. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, then hugged Lu Yun and asked in a hoarse voice. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched, and he had the urge to curse. Imsuri, principali, iuvarzipt. I'll be there right away. Lu Yun hung up the phone in a hurry, then got up and started getting dressed. What happened? Seeing Lu Yun like this, Long Kuer also sat down in front of the bed. Her big, red glowing eyes looked at Lu Yun innocently, which formed a great contrast with her wild image last night. If he didn't know that the person lying in front of him was Long Kuer, Lu Yun would definitely suspect that this little wooden dragon was possessed by a domineering empress last night. The school-wide test has already started, and I've already wasted quite a bit of time. Lu Yun said hurriedly while getting dressed. Long Kuer suddenly felt a little aggrieved and drew circles with her hands on her chest. I'm sorry, I just wanted to punish you last night. I didn't know that today was the day for the school test. Lu Yun rolled his eyes. What had already happened, and now it was not a question of who to blame. After hurriedly putting on his clothes, Lu Yun took Long Kuer straight to school. Fortunately, this place is not far from number 1 middle school. It only takes about 5 minutes to get to school by bike. When Lu Yun arrived at the school playground, he was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he was speechless. Thousands of teachers and students from the whole school had already gathered here, and the principal Li Zheng and many school teachers were already standing in the front. When Lu Yun and Long Kuer both arrived, the eyes of all the teachers and students in the school fell on them at the same time. Feeling these different looks, Lu Yun felt embarrassed and wanted to find a way to hide. Shit, Master Lu seems to be in a very bad condition. Did he fight all night last night? Needless to say, with such a beautiful fire dragon princess as your companion, I wouldn't be a man if I didn't act wild and unrestrained. TSK, if I also had such a beautiful marriage partner, I would be even more indulgent than Lu Shun. No wonder he can clear a dungeon with an average of 40 level monsters alone. His stamina is amazing. Lu Yun didn't know yet that the news of him soloing the fire elemental elf genocide yesterday had already spread. It was already a big deal that he had signed a marriage contract with a mythical level partner, and now he had surpassed his level and cleared such a high-level dungeon alone, which caused a sensation in the entire number 1 middle school. In the hearts of the students of number 1 middle school, Lu Yun's name is like a god. Some people began to call Lu Yun Lu Shun, and gradually this title spread throughout the entire number 1 middle school. In ancient times, Su Xian slept with a snake, and now there is Lu Yun talking about a dragon. If this cannot be called a god, then there is no god in this world. Looking at the fire dragon princess standing next to Lu Yun, who was becoming more and more feminine, the male classmate's eyes were about to explode with envy. Just when Lu Yun was embarrassed and didn't know what to say, Li Zheng stood up and coughed a few times and said, "Okay, since classmate Lu is here, the school's strength test will officially begin now." The school-wide strength test is a test that every college must go through, which is a bit like a midterm exam. Not only is the assessment extremely difficult, but you could even lose your life if you're not careful. Therefore, after hearing this, the discussions at the scene suddenly stopped, and a solemn look appeared on everyone's face. Lu Yun also became serious. When everyone at the scene saw Lu Yun's serious look, many people around him began to whisper again. As expected of Master Lu, he has already been admitted to the Magic and Martial Arts University, yet he is still so serious. You are indeed a genius. They say genius is 99% perspiration and 1% talent. Now I believe it. Even though Master Lu was admitted as a recommended student, he is still so serious. As his classmates, we can't be too bad. Chapter 34, Battle of Glory. Inspired by Lu Yun, everyone was excited as if their Run and Du meridians were opened. Lu Yun was stunned when he saw everyone's reactions. It's just a test. Why are you so excited? On the high platform, Li Zheng and others cast approving glances at Lu Yun. As expected of Lu Yun, just a few words can cheer people up. Zhang Qingqing was even more excited. He was indeed the man she had chosen. He was excellent in every aspect. The assessment officially begins. Li Zheng stretched out his hands and drew circles in front of him, and a portal appeared in front of everyone. Li Zheng is the principal of a middle school, and his talent is also quite terrifying. Although his professional talent is not as good as Lu Yun's, it is only at the epic level, but he is a rare space mage. Space mages can do many things that ordinary people cannot imagine, such as opening a portal to allow the job changer to cross two places instantly. A team with a space mage can immediately return to a safe area once they encounter danger. So even though the space mage is only an epic class, it is more valuable than any legendary class. If someone awakens a space mage, he can also be admitted to the Magic and Martial Arts University. When the students saw this, they all looked envious. At the same time, they felt a terrifying breath coming from the portal. It feels like being stared at by a peerless, ferocious beast, like a thorn in the back, making one's scalp tingle. Li Zheng opened the portal and nodded to a teacher beside him. The teacher understood and began to distribute blue crystals to the students. Li Yun also got one. The surface of the crystal was rough, and a special power flowed inside it. This was the power of space. There will be no teacher in this assessment. It's all up to you. If you encounter danger, crush the space crystal and exit the assessment. Remember, the assessment is important, but life is priceless. Giving up is also a kind of wisdom. Li Zheng looked at everyone and said loudly, "Space crystals are teleportation props and are distributed every year during the assessment in order to reduce casualties. Unfortunately, there are still students who cannot return from the assessment every year. The bottom line is that students take assessments too seriously and are unwilling to give up." After distributing these space crystals, Li Zheng glanced at everyone and continued, "This assessment is different from the previous ones. In addition to our number 1 middle school, graduates from number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school will also participate. The assessment does not prohibit confrontation between schools. So after entering the dungeon, I hope that our number 1 middle school can unite. This assessment is not only related to your future, but also to the glory of number 1 middle school. Don't worry, principal, we won't bring shame to number 1 middle school," the students shouted in unison. The voice is like thunder and full of confidence. Facing graduates from the other 2 schools, they have great confidence. "Okay, I wish you all the best." Li Zheng nodded and waved his hand, signaling everyone to enter the portal. Soon everyone entered the portal one after another, and finally only Lu Yun was left. "Student Lu, wait a moment." Just as Lu Yun was about to step into the portal, he was stopped by Li Zheng. "Principal Li." Lu Yun turned his head and looked at Li Zheng in confusion. Li Zheng walked up to Lu Yun, grasped Lu Yun's hand and said, "Student Lu, you have been recommended by Mo University. Logically, you don't have to take the test, but the honor of number 1 middle school still needs you." "The honor of number 1 middle school? What does it mean?" Lu Yun was confused. Seeing this, Li Zheng briefly explained the reason. As the strongest high school in Jinsha City, number 1 middle school has always enjoyed the best educational resources, which makes number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school feel unfair. So the two schools jointly reported the matter to the higher-ups, who felt that it would be best to allow 3 schools to compete rather than having one school dominate. Therefore, it was decided to use this assessment as an opportunity to conduct a 3-school competition. Simply put, in this assessment, number 1 middle school performed the best, so it will still enjoy the best educational resources. If number 1 middle school does not perform well, it will be stripped of the title of the strongest middle school in Jinsha, and its original treatment will also be reduced. It turned out that the old man wanted him to help number 1 middle school get good results. Lu Yun suddenly realized, "Don't worry, Principal Li. I'm a dragon knight. With me here, number 1 middle school will not lose." Lu Yun patted his chest and promised. Chapter 35, Under Pressure. Li Zheng first expressed his approval of Lu Yun's attitude, and then poured cold water on Lu Yun. "I know your ability. You can clear a dungeon with an average level 40 monster by yourself. If Teacher Zhang hadn't seen it with his own eyes, I would have thought it was a rumor. However, this year, many talented job changers appeared in number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school. For example, number 3 middle school has a legendary lightning Taoist priest. The mage profession usually starts to gain strength in the middle and late stages, and is relatively weak in the early stages. But the lightning Taoist priests are different. As long as they reach level 15, all aspects of their attributes will be greatly enhanced. It can be said that starting from level 15, the lightning Taoist priests are almost invincible at the same level, and are even more powerful than many mythical professions." Swish! Lu Yun was stunned. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to have met this talented girl from number 3 middle school last time, when he was clearing a dungeon. Jiang Shishir from number 3 middle school. At that time, Jiang Shishir and others were also working as a team to clear a dungeon. They encountered a terrifying wave of monsters. Later, it was Lu Yun who came to their aid, and they escaped the crisis. At that time, Lu Yun was still sympathizing with the weakness of the mage profession in the early stage. But now you tell me that the lightning Taoist priest will start to exert his strength at level 15, and a qualitative change will occur? Grass. I will try my best to lead number 1 middle school to achieve good results. Lu Yun touched his nose and said awkwardly, "I originally thought that I could sweep away the students from the other 2 high schools with my career as a dragon knight. Now it seems that he still thought too simply." Li Zheng took a deep look at Lu Yun and continued. In addition to Jiang Shishir for number 3 middle school, number 6 middle school also has a legendary professional this time. Since number 6 middle school has blocked the news very well, we don't know the specific situation of the other party, but it is said that he is also a powerful existence that can surpass many mythical professions. Swish! Hearing this, Lu Yun's heart tightened again. Another legendary professional who was not weaker than the mythical level appeared. Lu Yun had an urge to cry. Wasn't the mythical level the highest level? How come 2 legendary professions that were not weaker than the mythical level suddenly appeared now? In fact, Lu Yun was completely overthinking it. Given the career positioning, a mythical career must be stronger than a legendary career of the same type. It's just that many mythical professions start to develop relatively late, while some legendary professions start to develop very early, which result in a situation where mythical professions are temporarily inferior to legendary professions. If it comes to the later stage, the mythical profession will definitely be stronger. However, the Dragon Knight awakened by Lu Yun is really rare, and the only recorded one is the War God Dragon Knight. However, although that Dragon Knight is a Dragon Knight, the race he marries is not a dragon, so strictly speaking, he is not a true Dragon Knight. But it's a dragon rider without a dragon. Therefore, Li Zheng and others couldn't figure out how long the Dragon Knight profession's power period would last. However, they only need to know that Dragon Knight is very strong in the later stages. After all, the Dragon Knight without a dragon can be called a god of war in the later period, and one man can block the passage of 10,000. The Dragon Knight with a dragon will become even more powerful in the later stages. Understand. I'll do my best. Lu Yun nodded, but his words were not as confident as before. He is under a lot of pressure now. However, Li Zheng and others did not care too much about it. They did not want to put too much pressure on Lu Yun. Regardless of whether Lu Yun could perform well this time, he was still a student selected by the Magic and Martial Arts University. Student Lu, come on. Beside her, Zhang Qingqing winked at Lu Yun, put her hands in front of her turbulent body, and made a cheering gesture. Lu Yun nodded, then took Long Kuer into the portal. Shortly after everyone entered the portal, two loud laughs suddenly came from behind at the same time. Ha! Laoli, this time we're fighting for the Golden Sands title, and we are determined to win. I can only say that you are bound to lose this time. Hearing these two hearty laughs, Li Zheng's face suddenly turned dark, and when he turned around, he saw two old figures. These two are naturally the principals of number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school, respectively. The three of them are presidents of 3 universities in Jinsha City, so they naturally visit each other frequently and become familiar with each other after a while. Normally, the three of them would just drink tea and chat when they got together, but this time they were in a competitive relationship, so Li Zheng didn't look at them well. Haha, Laoli, why do you have such a gloomy face? Didn't your number 1 middle school release a mythical class this time? Why don't you have any confidence at all? The principal of number 3 middle school stroked his goatee and felt happy when he saw Li Zheng's frustrated look. The strength of their number 3 middle school was not much worse than that of number 1 middle school, and this time with the appearance of the genius Jiang Shishir, they were immediately in a good mood. Ha ha ha. Most mythical professionals start to exert their strength relatively late and need to wait until they reach level 40 or even level 50. You should stop attacking him. If you continue to attack him, he will probably eat people. The principal of number 6 middle school also smiled brightly, seemingly trying to help Li Zheng out, but in fact he was also teasing him. The two of them performed a double act in unison, which made Li Zheng lose his mind. Before the results come out, I don't want to waste time talking to you. If you want to see me, Li Zheng, make a fool of myself, I can only say that you have come to the wrong place. Li Zheng said lightly. The principal of number 3 middle school chuckled and said, what about our old rules? Let's go have a cup of tea first and wait for the results. I have no objection, but I'm worried that someone might be under too much psychological pressure and won't dare to go. The principal of number 6 middle school stared at Li Zheng and laughed. Who said I'm stressed? I'm very relaxed now. Li Zheng's face was filled with black lines, and he immediately asked someone to bring out the fine tea that he had treasured for many years. Two old guys, enjoy your drink. Once the results come out, I'm afraid you won't be able to drink it anymore. Li Zheng said this in his heart, but I still feel unsure. He didn't know the situation of the 6 geniuses, but he knew very well that the reason why Lu Yun was able to solo the Fire Elemental Elf Genocide Prelude was mainly because of the fire damage reduction. The Thunder Taoist Priest seems to have similar attribute bonuses. After reaching level 15, if he goes to a monster dungeon with thunder attributes alone, he seems to be able to do this. Now he can only hope that the Dragon Knight can exert his strength in the early stage. Otherwise, he will definitely lose in this fight for honor. All hope lies on Lu Yun. At the same time, Lu Yun, who had just entered the copy, suddenly sneezed. Ever since I awakened as a Dragon Knight, I have been missing my junior high school sisters. Maybe one of them is thinking about me behind my back. Lu Yun rubbed his nose and said softly. Then he began to observe his surroundings. This is a dense jungle, a bit like the lowest level copy, whereas basically this kind of primitive jungle with no end in sight. There are only some low-level monsters inside. However, since this is the assessment site, the monsters inside will naturally not be low-level monsters. Chapter 36. Run away. The God of Plague is coming. So Lu Yun did not take it lightly. After taking a quick glance around and making sure there was no danger, Lu Yun led Long Kuer to go deeper. Teleportation is random, and everyone's teleportation location is different. When Lu Yun entered the copy, he and Long Kuer were the only ones around. As for the other students, they were probably randomly teleported to other places. He couldn't care less about what was happening with other people, as long as he didn't meet Jiang Shishir and the genius from number 6 middle school. As long as he doesn't meet these two, Lu Yun is not afraid of anyone else. Although Lu Yun awakened a mythical profession, there was nothing he could do. He was too cowardly. It was better not to fight a battle without absolute certainty. The main focus is on stability. In the copy, Lu Yun walked in front, and Long Kuer was behind to protect Lu Yun's safety. The man and the dragon cooperated very well. After knowing the importance of this assessment, Long Kuer didn't say anything during the whole process and followed Lu Yun silently like a bodyguard. At critical moments, this person is still very reliable. Swish! However, before the two could go too deep into the dungeon, something unusual suddenly happened ahead. I saw an ancient tree that was 3 meters thick suddenly trembled violently, and then a hideous ghost face appeared on the trunk. The ancient tree opened its mouth and laughed at Lu Yun strangely, making a creepy and weird sound. However, before the other party's laughter died down, Lu Yun took the initiative to attack. Dragon charge. Boom! Lu Yun didn't care about anything and just activated the giant dragon and charged forward. With a bang, the tree-shaped monster in front of him was knocked unconscious by Lu Yun's impact. While the opponent was dizzy, Lu Yun stretched out his right hand and took out the Dragon Fortress. This level 12 platinum shield was used by Lu Yun as a weapon. Bang! 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 After several crippling blows, the tree-shaped monster was smashed unconscious, and dozens of dents appeared on its trunk. Grass! What the hell is this human being in front of me? Are you the monster, or am I the monster? The role positioning is wrong. How come you're more powerful and tough than a monster like me? I haven't even made a move yet, and you're acting like you've seen the murderer of your father. Who did I offend? In fact, it's not that Lu Yun is fierce, but that Lu Yun wants to be safe, as he is not sure what skills the opponent has. Lu Yun could only hope for a fatal blow to kill the opponent directly without giving him a chance to attack. So just use all your skills as soon as you make a move. But just when Lu Yun launched dozens of attacks and was about to deal a fatal blow to the tree-shaped monster in front of him, he saw that the monster suddenly began to shake, and then the ground where the ancient tree was located began to collapse. Then a jaw-dropping scene appeared. This tree-shaped monster actually grew a pair of legs. After pulling its legs out from the ground, it turned around and ran away, carrying its huge body. The tiny short legs, formed by vines, were shaking faster than the wheels of the cars. Lu Yun was stunned. After he reacted, he slowly stretched out his right hand. A small red flame suddenly jumped on his fingertips. Fiery dragon breath slash. Whoosh! Lu Yun stretched out his index finger and made a chopping motion forward, and immediately the small flame turned into a flaming sword shadow. When dry wood and dry fire meet, the result is bound to be spectacular. In just a few breaths, the tree-shaped monster was instantly ignited by the red flames and began to scream and flee frantically. But before it could escape far, the monster completely lost its vitality and fell to the ground, motionless. As the flames on its body grew smaller and smaller, the monster was directly burned into charcoal. Dead. This level 10 dungeon monster was easily killed by Lu Yun. The rules of this assessment are very simple. You'll get a point for each monster you kill. After the assessment, whoever has not been eliminated and has obtained more points will naturally have a higher ranking. Lu Yun felt that if the monsters in the dungeon were so weak, he should be able to get a lot of points. But it's a bit of a pity that since this is an assessment copy, no experience or equipment will be dropped after killing monsters. After killing the monster, Lu Yun and Long Kuer prepared to continue on their journey. But after taking just one step, Lu Yun suddenly stopped again. What's wrong? Long Kuer asked in confusion. I don't know why, but I always feel something is wrong. There is something eerie behind me, as if countless pairs of evil eyes are watching me. Lu Yun frowned and glanced around, but found nothing. There are countless old trees all around, and it's empty. Am I too sensitive? Lu Yun murmured softly, then burst out laughing and said, It seems that I am really too nervous. It may be because the pressure of this assessment is too great. After saying this, Lu Yun continued to walk forward with steady steps. But after taking a few steps, Lu Yun stopped again. Did you discover something? Long Kier couldn't help but ask curiously. I always feel like there are countless pairs of eyes staring at me. This feeling is so strong that I'm not sure if it's an illusion. The more Lu Yun spoke, the weirder it seemed. If it was an illusion, why did this feeling not disappear, but become stronger instead? Lu Yun glanced around again, but there was still nothing around except those ancient trees that seemed to have no end. Moreover, when Lu Yun's eyes inadvertently glanced at an ancient tree, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but Lu Yun actually saw that the ancient tree seemed to tremble slightly. It was like a sheep seeing a tiger and being frightened all over. This time, Lu Yun was sure that he was not dazzled. The ancient tree seemed to have really moved just now. There's something weird about this tree. In order to confirm his judgment, Lu Yun used the fiery dragon breath, slash again, and threw it forward with his hand. Bang! The red sword shadow fell on the ancient tree, instantly igniting the entire tree. Then, swish! The ancient tree began to tremble wildly, and the ground began to sink. Then the ancient tree actually grew 2 legs and it screamed and ran for its life. Seeing this, Lu Yun's mouth twitched. But before he could react, hundreds of densely packed ancient trees all around him suddenly began to tremble violently at the same time. Then, under Lu Yun's horrified gaze, these ancient trees all grew legs at the same time, and then ran away from Lu Yun. The way they ran away was as if they had seen the god of plague, as if they were a step slower they would be eaten alive by Lu Yun. Lu Yun stared at the scene blankly, his mouth twitching, and he was speechless. No wonder he always felt a chill on his back, as if something was staring at him. Could it be that all the ancient trees here were monsters in disguise? Chapter 37 now is the time. Fire at me. And this is not the key point. The key point is, you trees, when they saw that I was alone, not only did they not attack me, but they ran away like mice seeing Sheriff Black Cat without any hesitation. What on earth is the purpose of this? Do I look scary? Lu Yun touched his handsome face. Although there was no mirror, he could still feel that his face was suave and elegant. It's not that scary at all. Long Kur looked at Lu Yun, who was full of confusion, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. When the ancient tree monster showed up before, you took it away with a series of moves without hesitation. Not only did he smash dozens of deep holes on a man's body, but when he was done, he simply set him on fire because the man wanted to escape. Although these guys are just monsters in the copy, they have their own intelligence. Seeing such fierce guys, if they don't run away, will they stay and wait for Lu Yun to treat them to midnight snacks? Not good. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly slapped his forehead. His face changed drastically, and he said, "Kur, hurry up and take action. These guys are walking points. We must not let them get away." Lu Yun then realized that these guys were not only monsters, but also his points. There were at least thousands of ancient tree monsters at the moment. If we can kill them all and calculate 1 point for each monster, then these thousands of monsters would give us at least thousands of points. Long Kur nodded and immediately transformed into a giant dragon. Lu Yun jumped onto its back, and the man and the dragon began their slaughter on the spot. I saw red flames lingering around the giant dragon, and the white clouds in the copy were dyed crimson. The originally blue sky turned red as if at dusk. Lu Yun stood on the dragon's head, his clothes swaying wildly in the strong wind, like a peerless master looking down on the heavens and earth. At this moment, Long Kur suddenly opened her bloody mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Then a fireball suddenly condensed and then shot out like an anti-aircraft gun. Boom! The fireball landed on the ancient tree monsters below and exploded. As the flames spread, dozens of ancient tree monsters burned themselves on the spot and were soon burned to charcoal. Buzz! At the same time, the blue crystal in Lu Yun's pocket suddenly made a buzzing sound. When he picked it up, he saw that a string of numbers was displayed on it. Points, 31. This means that Lu Yun has killed 31 ancient tree monsters and obtained 31 points. Seeing the skyrocketing points, Lu Yun suddenly became extremely excited. He stretched out his finger on the spot, and the red flame on his fingertips jumped out again. Fiery dragon breath slash. Lu Yun was not idle while standing on Long Kur's head. He used a fiery dragon breath slash madly at the ground. The sword shadows carrying the power of fire were devastating, and every time a sword shadow fell, more than 10 ancient tree monsters would be directly wiped out. With the cooperation of one man and one dragon, the ancient tree monsters below suffered a devastating blow. In less than a few minutes, hundreds of ancient tree monsters died under the attack of the two. Seeing their companions being killed one after another and burned to ashes before their eyes, the remaining ancient tree monsters became terrified. Fortunately, they were plants without bladders. Otherwise, you have to pee on each other to show respect. If these guys could speak, they would definitely look up and sigh at this moment. God, is this guy a monster, or are we the monsters? How could he be so cruel? Thousands of monsters were being chased all over the map by one man and one dragon. If other people saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. This can no longer be described as perverted. It is clearly terrifying as cheating. However, the massacre only lasted for a short time, and soon Lu Yun frowned. At first, these ancient tree monsters fled in groups. With the killing of Lu Yun and Long Kur, the remaining ancient tree monsters have become fewer, and they are actually fleeing in different places. This meant that every time the two of them attacked, they could only kill a small number of the ancient tree monsters. Efficiency has been greatly reduced. A group of ancient tree monsters are running to the east. A group of ancient tree monsters fled to the west again. Under such circumstances, Lu Yun didn't know which direction to attack the ancient tree monster. They are trying to escape. It seems there is no way. However, we have killed more than 1,000 monsters now, so we have a lot of points. Long Kuer, in dragon form, suddenly spoke to Lu Yun. Of course, she couldn't speak in human language in dragon form, so these words were transmitted in her mind. After the two signed the marriage agreement, they were already connected in mind and could naturally communicate with each other without opening their mouths. No, there are still more than 1,000 monsters left. We can't let them go like this. These are all my points. Lu Yun's eyes were determined. Since he had promised Li Zheng to do his best to help number 1 middle school win glory, Lu Yun would naturally do his best. He looked at the ancient tree monsters fleeing in all directions below. His eyes rolled, and then suddenly he became furious and became extremely evil. Got it. Lu Yun's eyes lit up, and he immediately signaled Long Kuer to lower her altitude, and then he jumped directly downwards. Originally, this group of monsters thought they could escape and go to heaven. You could be as awesome as you want, but if we run away separately, what can you do to me? As a result, before these monsters could be happy for too long, they saw Lu Yun descending from the sky and landing directly in the center of a monster army. Many monsters were stunned on the spot, and their empty eyes could not hide their confusion. What else does this killer want to do? If it comes to a one-on-one fight, this group of monsters is naturally no match for Lu Yun. But if Lu Yun fights all the monsters alone, he is obviously not their match either. And now that Lu Yun has taken the initiative to come to the center of this group of monsters, even if he has the means, it will be difficult for him to use them, and he will obviously be suppressed. The group of monsters reacted quickly and stopped running. They rushed towards Lu Yun, wanting to kill him to avenge their dead companions. But seeing this scene, Lu Yun was not surprised but happy. Justice mockery. Lu Yun suddenly roared, and the power in his body surged like a tide. A pale yellow barrier instantly covered an area of hundreds of meters, with Lu Yun as the center. Almost all the ancient tree monsters were enveloped by this light. What is this? Many ancient tree monsters were stunned, but before they could react, the effect of righteous taunt was triggered, and the bodies of these ancient tree monsters seemed to be out of control. Take the initiative to approach Lu Yun and attack him. Many ancient tree monsters were in collective chaos. You jumped into our center just to activate your taunting skill and attract hatred? What is this operation? Isn't this the same as jumping into a group of enemies and shouting, "Dad, beat me"? However, in the next moment, this group of ancient tree monsters finally knew what Lu Yun was going to do. When many ancient tree monsters were ridiculed and gathered towards Lu Yun uncontrollably, Lu Yun suddenly looked up with a determined look as if he wanted to join the party. Kuer, right now, blast them to death. Lu Yun's eyes were red, and his voice shook the sky like thunder. Fire at me. Swish. At this moment, many ancient tree monsters felt a chill in their hearts. This guy is simply a living devil. When he gets ruthless, he even does it to himself. Chapter 38, sometimes being a monster is helpless. What these monsters didn't expect was that after hearing Lu Yun's words, Long Kuer didn't hesitate at all. The dragon immediately opened its mouth, and several huge fireballs like meteors shot out from its mouth. Boom! The fireball exploded with a loud bang after hitting the ground and began to attack indiscriminately. The terrifying flames turned into a wave and surged in all directions. Wherever the flames passed, the bodies of all the ancient tree monsters were instantly ignited, and eventually they could only be burned to ashes in pain. Since these monsters were all taunted by Lu Yun and were quite close to him, Long Kuer only needed a few fireballs to completely kill them. There were originally thousands of monsters, but only a few dozen managed to escape. This situation can only be described as a total annihilation. When the flames on the ground gradually disappeared, Lu Yun's figure appeared intact in the original place. If you look closely, you can easily find that there's a faint red barrier wrapped around his body. 70% immunity to fire damage. Relying on this attribute, Lu Yun was so fearless and allowed Long Kuer to attack indiscriminately. For the glory of number 1 middle school, Lu Yun really gave it his all this time, and his playing style was almost crazy, so at this moment his points have successfully skyrocketed to more than 2,000. After doing all this, Long Kuer transformed into human form again and came to Lu Yun's side. Are you okay? Long Kuer hesitated slightly, but finally asked. Although she knew that Lu Yun was 70% immune to fire damage, she was still a little worried about hurting Lu Yun. Fine. Lu Yun shook his head, indicating that he was fine. He then lowered his chin and pondered. It's been less than 10 minutes since the dungeon was opened, and I already have over 2,000 points. I don't know how the others are doing. My 2,000 points may not be the highest. After all, Jiang Shishir and the mysterious genius from number 6 middle school are also very powerful. Their early bursts are even more terrifying than those of mythical professions. Lu Yun murmured softly. For the sake of safety, he did not linger any longer and took Long Kuer deeper into the dungeon again to look for other monsters. In fact, Lu Yun was really overthinking it. The early bursts of Jiang Shishir and the 3 geniuses' professions were indeed terrifying. But no matter how terrible their revenge is, it cannot compare to Lu Yun in front of us. The beginning was a devastating massacre, which was not something a normal person could do. Even if another Dragon Knight were to arrive at the same level, he would not be able to have the terrifying strength of Lu Yun. The main reason why Lu Yun is so terrifying is that he is a Dragon Knight, a true dragon rider. While Lu Yun and Long Kuer continued to look for other monsters to hunt, the others also encountered monsters in the copy one after another, and battles broke out. These monsters were only level 10 in strength, and were easily killed by everyone. At first, everyone thought that this assessment was not that difficult. But when they saw the army of hundreds and thousands of monsters, everyone suddenly panicked. Ants are not scary. Thousands and thousands of ants would be pretty terrifying, because as long as there are enough ants, they can kill an elephant. Under such circumstances, many people were forced to evacuate, fighting fiercely with a monster army while running, looking quite embarrassed. This is in stark contrast to Lu Yun's aura of being able to stand alone against 10,000 enemies. It turns out that level 10 monsters are not scary, but thousands of level 10 monsters are very terrifying. It's a pity that the others are not Lu Yun, nor do they have Lu Yun's terrifying explosive power. Faced with this situation, they can only run away. On the other side, Lu Yun was having a boring time, because after slaughtering more than 2,000 monsters on a large scale, Lu Yun discovered in despair that he seemed to have never encountered dungeon monsters again. This resulted in half an hour later. Lu Yun's points still remained at over 2,000. How come there are no monsters? Are there so few monsters in this instance? This made Lu Yun very anxious, fearing that his points would be overtaken by others. If those monsters who died at Lu Yun's hands heard what he said, they would definitely explode in anger. Few? We have more than 2,000 monsters, and we can easily chase you humans all over the map. It's only because you are too perverted that you directly killed us all. Now, not only do they kill people, they also destroy their hearts. It's such a beast. Soon another half an hour passed, and Lu Yun and Long Kuer continued to go deeper into the jungle. Soon Lu Yun's eyes lit up, because he found that not far in front of him, there were 2 monsters confronting each other. Both monsters are level 15, covered with black hair, and each is nearly 30 meters tall. It can be called a mobile fortress. Level 15 silver monster black wind ape. No matter how small a mosquito is still meat. In Lu Yun's eyes, these 2 guys are just 2 walking points. Lu Yun's mind went blank immediately. His face filled with excitement, and he ran towards the 2 black wind monkeys. He looked as if he was afraid that the other person would run away. The 2 monkeys that were confronting each other also noticed Lu Yun's presence. They looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Why are humans so brave nowadays? They are silver-level monsters in the copy. When humans see them, shouldn't they turn around and run away? But Lu Yun was as excited as a pervert seeing a little lowly with twin pigtails and white stockings. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. The 2 monkeys looked at each other again, and their eyes full of wisdom revealed the realization of seeing through the world. Got it. The humans in front of them really underestimated them. Boom. The 2 black wind monkeys were immediately furious and stopped the confrontation. Their murderous eyes were fixed on Lu Yun at the same time. One of the black wind monkeys suddenly opened his arms and dropped them to his chest, making a heavy sound. Then, he rushed directly towards Lu Yun. The opponent's body is huge, and the black wind ape is also a very representative heavyweight player among monsters. So every time he took a step, the entire ground would sink, and there would be a loud, crashing sound. It can be said that he is as steady as an old dog and as agile as a mad rabbit. But when he saw the other party rushing towards him, Lu Yun became even more excited. Dragon charge! Lu Yun roared, and a dragon shadow appeared behind him. And then a dragon roar suddenly broke out. Bang! When the disproportionate bodies of both parties collided with each other, unexpectedly, instead of Lu Yun being knocked away, the black-winged ape was stunned for 6 seconds by the effect of the skill. Those violent eyes suddenly became dull, and they actually began to stagger on the spot, as if they were drunk. Seeing that the collision was successful, Lu Yun immediately took out the dragon fortress, jumped up, and hit the black-winged monkey's head hard. Bang, bang, bang. After a few hits from the shields, the black-winged ape was smashed on the head and bleeding. He was killed on the spot. His huge body fell straight to the ground like a brick. Then there was no breath. The other black-winged ape was stunned when he saw his companion, who was already dead but still bleeding from his head. At least 5 of the 7 orifices in the body were opened on the spot, and the whole person became extremely clear-headed. I even had the urge to call the police. Chapter 39, I am a very approachable person. There was a dead silence at the scene. Just when Lu Yun raised his head to look at the black-winged monkey, the black-winged monkey suddenly became alert. He immediately turned around and ran without hesitation. As for counterattack, he didn't dare to think about it at all. His companions were killed by several shields, and his head was still buzzing. Not to mention fighting back against Lu Yun. He didn't even have the courage to look Lu Yun in the eye. Even when he was running away, his legs felt as weak as if he had been hit by bone-dissolving powder. He was really scared. However, he had only run a few steps when a red figure suddenly fell from the sky and blocked the way ahead. The person who came was naturally Long Kier. Upon seeing Long Kier, the black-winged ape instantly became furious. It was okay for Lu Yun to bully him. After all, the other party's strength was there, and he had nothing to say. But this woman's waist was as thin as a willow, and she looked weak and unable to take care of herself. How dare she stand in front of him? Do you really think you won't kill women? Roar! The black-winged monkey bared his teeth, revealing his sharp fangs, and beat his chest and stamped his feet at Long Kier. Then, Long Kier slowly stretched out her right hand, and her fair and slender palm was instantly covered with scales, and it instantly turned into a huge dragon claw. Bang! With a slap, the black-winged ape was smashed into the ground on the spot. It felt as if the top of its head was lifted off, and it could actually see stars in broad daylight. Which good woman can give birth to a dragon claw? Mercy! Mercy! Sir, please spare my life. The black-winged ape reacted and immediately climbed out of the deep pit while suppressing the dizziness. With his extraordinary ability to withstand blows, he began to kowtow frantically and beg for mercy. After seeing that Long Kier was also a monster, at this moment he, as a copy monster, actually spoke human language. But Lu Yun was not too surprised by this, because he had already known that this guy could speak human language. Strictly speaking, the monsters in the dungeon are like the dungeons in online games. They have no intelligence or emotions, and will refresh again within a certain period of time after being killed. But not every monster is like this. Some higher-level monsters also have their own intelligence. Races that are closer to humans, such as the black-winged monkey, can speak human language and have similar thinking to humans. Because of this, Lu Yun did not directly kill the black-winged ape in front of him. The black-winged ape kowtowed like pounding garlic, and every time it kowtowed, a big hole would be made on the ground, which was enough to show that this guy really had thick skin and tough flesh. The fact that Lu Yun was able to kill a black-winged ape with just a few moves was enough to show how terrifying his combat power was at the moment. Obviously, the Dragon Knight with a dragon has a terrifying burst in the early stage. What are you doing? Do I look like a bad guy? Lu Yun suddenly stepped forward and stopped the black-winged ape's actions, and instead helped the latter up with a friendly face. I'm a person who values peace and harmony, and I don't like fighting and killing, so you don't have to be so afraid of me. The black-winged ape was looking at the human in front of him who was much shorter than him, and his CPU was almost smoking. Approachable? Harmony is the most important thing. You are not like this just now. Looking at Lu Yun's brilliant smile, the black-winged ape couldn't help but shudder all over and became even more frightened. What on earth is this human planning to do? Did he have a special hobby and plan to torture himself before he died? Thinking of this, the black-winged ape almost collapsed on the spot. But at this moment, Lu Yun spoke. I don't really like fighting and killing. As long as you tell me where the other monsters are hiding, I can let you go. That's right. This is why Lu Yun spared the other person's life. He has been in the dungeon for an hour now and has not seen any other monsters. This efficiency is too low. Lu Yun wants to find the monster's base directly so that he doesn't have to waste time looking for the monster. If I take you to find other monsters, will you let me go? The black wind ape blinked and asked doubtfully. Lu Yun smiled brilliantly, showing an expression of blessing from the heavenly officials, and said, "Of course." Just seeing Lu Yun's smiling face, the black wind ape became even more frightened. He was not stupid and had roughly guessed what Lu Yun was thinking. Brother, the levels of the monsters in this dungeon are not low. Even though I'm only level 15, the highest level monster here is even level 20. If you go directly to them, it might be dangerous. The black wind ape was not lying. The overall strength of the students taking the test this time was only around level 15. Therefore, the monsters in the assessment were deliberately controlled at around level 20. Although Lu Yun's strength was terrifying, he did not reach level 20 after all. The black wind ape was not thinking about Lu Yun, but he really didn't want to take the guy in front of him to find other monsters, because every minute and every second with Lu Yun was torture for him. After all, the scene of Lu Yun brutally beheading his companions was still lingering in his mind. Yet, even such a ruthless person was smiling brightly at him at this moment. He is really scared. Don't worry about the rest. Just tell me whether you will lead the way or not. If you don't, I will chop off your head right now. Lu Yun frowned, and his tone became cold. He was too lazy to talk nonsense here, and a murderous intent emanated from him as he spoke. The black wind ape was speechless on the spot. You said before that you value harmony and are approachable. I know all the monster spawn points in this dungeon. As long as you don't kill me, I can take you there, but you must let me go after the task is completed. After thinking it over for a while, the black wind ape finally decided to compromise with Lu Yun. Although the monsters in the dungeon can continue to refresh after being killed, it does not mean that they could be resurrected. The newly refreshed monsters are a new batch of monsters. If you're really killed, you are really dead. Even though the black wind ape is just a monster, he is intelligent and really doesn't want to die easily. Then lead the way. Lu Yun was instantly overjoyed when he heard this. If he could go directly to the monster refresh point to hunt monsters, his points would probably skyrocket. In the following time, Lu Yun, led by the black wind ape, headed towards the nearby monster spawn point. But before the man, the dragon, and the monkey had moved forward for long, they were suddenly attracted by the sound of fighting coming from the front. Lu Yun looked in the direction of the sound and frowned. Is someone fighting a monster? Could it be a student from my number 1 middle school? If he really met a classmate from number 1 middle school, Lu Yun would naturally help if he could. After all, this assessment is not only related to the individual's future, but also to the honor competition among the 3 high schools in Jinsha City. Go and have a look. Lu Yun said softly, and then he took Long Kur and the black wind ape and slowly approached the direction where the battle came from. But when he approached the battle site and saw the 2 fighting parties, Lu Yun frowned. Chapter 40. Sloth Climbs a Tree. There was indeed a battle between someone and a monster right now, but the person fighting the monster was not a student of number 1 middle school, but they are students from number 6 middle school, because all of these students had a badge on their chest with the 2 big words 6th middle school written on it. There are 3 students in this group of 6 middle schools. All of them are girls, and they all have the standard appearance of schoolgirls. The one that attracts the most attention is the little girl in the middle with twin ponytails. She looks no more than 16 or 17 years old, with a chubby face and some baby fat, which makes her quite cute. But when he took action, his power was as strong as thunder and lightning. It was obvious at first glance that he was an experienced job changer. A green mysterious mark flashed between the little lowly's eyebrows, and in her hand, she was holding a green magic wand. There is a green gem on the top of the staff, and a strong wood-attributed power is released from the gem. The little girl swung the staff in her hand forward fiercely, and the entire ground began to expand rapidly. Several vines stretched out from the ground like tentacles, instantly binding the monster in front of her in place. Now, the little lowly narrowed her eyes and said in a low voice. Upon seeing this, the other 2 6th grade students immediately used their methods to bombard the monster that was restrained in place. One person is responsible for restraining the monster, and the other 2 are responsible for attacking. With the perfect cooperation of the 3, several monsters in front of them were destroyed in an instant. Call! Seeing the monsters being wiped out, the little lowly with twin ponytails breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to relax, there was suddenly a commotion in the jungle ahead again. Immediately afterwards, dozens of monsters rushed out of the jungle at the same time. These monsters are in the shape of trees and have legs. But what is weird is that the legs of these monsters are shaking like wheels. There were even afterimages. Moreover, the ferocious faces of these monsters were filled with deep fear, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The moment these tree-shaped monsters appeared, Lu Yun, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly frowned. Long Kuer also looked at Lu Yun with a twitching mouth. These monsters seemed to be the ones that slipped through the net just now. The battle had almost ended, but now they are in danger again. To be honest, they also benefited from Lu Yun. Lu Yun felt Long Kuer's gaze and immediately coughed a few times to ease the embarrassment. You are a dragon, so you may not know that there's an old saying among us humans. Long Kuer asked, what ancient saying? The secret of heaven cannot be revealed. Everything is the result of cause and effect and reincarnation. They are destined to suffer this disaster. It has nothing to do with me directly, Lu Yun said without blushing or panting. Long Kuer immediately rolled her eyes. Do you want to take action? Long Kuer has already seen that the strength of these 3 second-level middle school students is not strong, and those 2 students are only at level 12. As for the little lowly with double ponytails, she is only at level 16. It is obviously difficult to resist these dozens of level 10 monsters. If Lu Yun and others do not take action, they may be able to escape successfully if they are lucky. If you're unlucky, your life may even be in danger. Logically speaking, now that we have encountered this, we can't just sit back and do nothing. After all, although we are competitors, we are also students of Jinsha City. Lu Yun coughed lightly and suddenly changed the subject. But I still plan not to take action. Anyway, they have blue crystals in their hands. If I really can't defeat them, I can just crush the crystals and teleport out. This is not because Lu Yun is unkind. This is an assessment in itself. There will be no danger to life, and any emergency may happen. Saving is a favor. Not saving is a duty. In that case, let's go, Long Kuer said. Lu Yun nodded and prepared to leave to continue hunting monsters to earn points. But just as Lu Yun and the other 2 were about to leave, the little lowly with ponytails suddenly looked in their direction. At this time, the other 2 schoolgirls were all terrified. Senior Yumi, there are too many monsters. I think there should be a monster tide in the dungeon. What should we do now? Both of them were very nervous. Even though this was just a test, they could still lose their lives if they were not careful. If it weren't for the presence of Yumi, the top genius of number 6 middle school, they would even want to crush the blue crystal and run away. Yumi looked solemnly at the dozens of tree-shaped monsters rushing towards her, and her expression became more and more solemn. Although she is the only legendary genius student in number 6 middle school and the only great elementalist in the entire Jinsha City, she really has no way to deal with so many monsters. After all, although the great elementalist can control all kinds of elements and can unleash extremely terrifying power, that is something for the later stages. Now is the early stage, and she has only awakened the elemental power of wood, and the function of wood can only be used to restrain the enemy or help teammates heal. If she faces a monster with wood attributes, she can play a certain role, but when facing monsters with other attributes, her role is equivalent to that of a functional nanny. As for these monsters in front of us, although they are all in the shape of wood, in fact, they have nothing to do with wood at all. It's not wood attribute at all. Yumi's deep green pupils contracted, and just as she was about to order a retreat, she suddenly seemed to have discovered something and looked in one direction. And that is where Lu Yun and the other 2 are. At this time, Lu Yun, who was about to retreat, also felt the other party's gaze and couldn't help but look up. The 2 looked at each other from several hundred meters apart, and the atmosphere became awkward for a moment. Are you from number 1 middle school? Yumi's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, help us. Although she knew that the 3 high schools were now competitors, they were all students of Jinsha City after all. She felt that Lu Yun and others would not stand by and watch someone die. It's a pity that this little lowly underestimated Lu Yun's character. I can't help you. I can't help you, and I can't deal with so many monsters. Lu Yun spread out his hands and lied without blushing. He was clearly chasing thousands of monsters all over the map before, but now he says he can't deal with just a few dozen that escaped the net. Long Kuer couldn't help but give Lu Yun a thumbs up. This guy's ability to lie is incredible. So natural. It is definitely at the level of a movie emperor. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be quite desperate after hearing Lu Yun's answer. but as a great elementalist. One of Yumi's attributes is that she can see the approximate strength of other job changers. So she could tell at a glance that Lu Yun was lying. This guy was at level 20, and his profession was at the mythical level. Although it is impossible to tell what Lu Yun's specific occupation is, there is only one mythical level job changer in the current Jinsha city. That man was none other than the genius who became a dragon knight. Lu Yun. Chapter 41, What is your taste? Yumi looked at Lu Yun deeply, then took a deep breath, leaned forward, and rushed directly towards Lu Yun. Before Lu Yun could react, he felt a flash before his eyes, and then the little girl clamped Lu Yun's head tightly with her legs like a sloth climbing a tree. Lu Yun, what kind of move is this? What does this little lowly want to do? Lu Yun was frightened by this scene and took an uncontrollable breath. Then he smelled the scent of poly seaweed. Hiss! Lu Yun suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils shrank instantly. But strangely, there was no sunlight in sight, but a yellow Pikachu. Lu Yun's pupils shrank again, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. After realizing the current situation, Lu Yun wanted to pull Yumi off, but the girl held Lu Yun's head tightly with both hands. No matter how Lu Yun struggled, he was unable to shake Yumi off. Instead, with the violent shaking, the distance between the two people was infinitely shortened. Yumi's face also blushed at this moment. She suspected that this guy was deliberately taking advantage of her, but she had no evidence. But I can't let go now, because if Lu Yun is unwilling to help, there is a high probability that they will be trapped here, and the only thing they can do at that time is to crush the blue crystal and teleport out. But now is the assessment period. Once you are teleported out, it means giving up, which is something Yumi cannot accept. So no matter what, she had to ask the guy in front of her for help. Let me go. No. Do you know what you're doing now? I won't let go. No, I won't let go. Unless you help me deal with the monster in front of me. Click, click, click. Just as the two were pulling, a sound of grinding teeth was suddenly heard. It turned out that Long Cur next to her was so angry that she gritted her teeth, and her sharp fangs were almost worn flat. As Long Cur's jealousy intensified, the surrounding space was distorted due to the rising temperature. A shadow of a giant dragon gradually appeared behind Long Cur. Terror, destruction, restlessness, and heat. All the forces intertwined together, forming an extremely terrifying scene. The group of monsters rushing towards the crowd suddenly stopped in fright. When they saw Lu Yun and Long Cur clearly, the mentality of these tree-shaped monsters collapsed immediately. Why are these two evil stars here? Blanche, the Black Wind Monkey, was also frightened silly. Only then did he realize that the girl in front of him was not simple. She was actually the legendary dragon. No wonder he was so terrifying. Before, he could have been knocked to the ground with just one slap. Lu Yun did not feel the atmosphere was unusual. He just felt quite powerless. Who could have thought that this little Lolita would play by her own rules? After struggling in vain, Lu Yun really didn't want to experience the taste of seaweed anymore, so he compromised immediately. Okay, I promise, you let go first. If you lie, your whole family will die. Upon hearing this, Yumi said this before letting go of Lu Yun and falling to the ground. However, before Lu Yun could say anything, Yumi suddenly stretched out his thumb and pressed it tightly against Lu Yun's thumb. Lu Yun was puzzled and was about to ask what the girl was doing. Then I saw the other party's serious expression. If you lie, your whole family will die. We'll never change our promise for 100 years. Lu Yun, I originally wanted to get away with it, but who would have thought that the other party would discover me and do something like this? With no other options, Lu Yun had to take action and turned to look at the group of monsters. At this moment, seeing Lu Yun's gaze, the group of monsters were almost scared silly. Why is the human in front of me haunting like a ghost? After realizing what was happening, these poor guys immediately turned around and ran away. But this time, Lu Yun will not give them a chance to escape. I'll just let you run away. Now that we meet again, you should stay. Lu Yun had a blank expression on his face. Suddenly, he slowly stretched out his index finger and gently drew it forward. Buzz! Boom! A flaming sword shadow burst out from Lu Yun's fingertips, and the raging red flames immediately covered the monsters. Instant kill. After killing these monsters, Lu Yun's points increased by dozens of points, so it was not in vain. As expected of a Dragon Knight, this move is so cool. Seeing Lu Yun's handsome moves, Yumi immediately turned into a little fangirl, and her eyes were shining as she looked at Lu Yun. She has now completely confirmed Lu Yun's identity. He is the legendary genius of number 1 middle school and the only dragon knight in Jinsha City. The other 2 female students from number 6 middle school were also so shocked that they couldn't recover for a long time, although they had heard about the power of mythical professions. But after seeing it with my own eyes, the shock still took a long time to dissipate. It's so powerful. Before this, they all thought that Yumi's strength was terrifying enough. But in front of Lu Yun, Yumi's methods were simply not enough. As an extremely rare mythical profession, the elementalist can indeed burst out strength comparable to many mythical professions in the early stages. But the Dragon Knight is outside this range, because the Dragon Knight profession is very terrifying even among many mythical professions. Especially since Lu Yun is not an ordinary Dragon Knight, but a Dragon Knight with a dragon. After casually dealing with the monster in front of him, Lu Yun did not linger, but turned around to leave with Long Kier and others. Originally, Long Kier was quite angry. She had never played with Lu Yun in such a posture, but Yumi did this. It's simply unforgivable. If this was in the world of dragons, she would have killed Yumi immediately. She is not only a dragon, but also the princess of the fire dragon in the dragon world. Lu Yun is the man she has set her eyes on, and she will never allow anyone to snatch him from her. But considering that the other party was not very old, Long Kier didn't say much. But before leaving, he glared at Yumi fiercely. But what made Long Kier a little depressed was that the other party seemed to be very careless and didn't pay attention to her warning at all. Wait a minute. However, just as Lu Yun was about to leave, Yumi called out to him. Anything else? Lu Yun's face was full of vigilance, fearing that this little lowly would kick him in the face again in public if they disagreed with him. Although he did not object to such behavior, as a dragon knight, he still had to maintain his dignity in broad daylight. You must be Lu Yun from number 1 middle school. I'm Yumi from number 6 middle school. Nice to meet you. Yumi smiled and stretched out her fair hand while speaking. When she thought of her previous behavior, her chubby little face became a little hot. She was not a frivolous woman. She was helpless about the situation just now. Thinking about it now, she felt so embarrassed. Chapter 42, High-End Operation, Blocking the Fountain. Oh, after hearing the other party's self-introduction, Lu Yun simply nodded, then looked at the black-winged ape and said, "Let's go." Just ignored Yumi. The smile on Yumi's face froze, her eyes widened in disbelief, and even her outstretched little hand was awkwardly frozen in midair. This guy actually ignored me. As a talented lowly in number 6 middle school, she has countless suitors, but the guy in front of her actually ignored her. Does he have taste? At this moment, Yumi took out a mirror and began to look at her own pink little face in the mirror. I started to doubt my life. As expected of a genius of a mythical class, this is too strong. Killing dozens of level 10 monsters is as easy as slaughtering chickens and cows. The 2 6th grade girls were looking at Lu Yun's back in admiration. They were completely mesmerized by his handsome moves. If other geniuses were here, they would most likely flee in panic, but Lu Yun killed all those monsters with just the movement of his fingers. So handsome. Humph. There's nothing to admire about such an arrogant guy. Yumi pouted in dissatisfaction, looked at Lu Yun's back with resentment, and said, "I was thinking of apologizing, but this guy is so arrogant. It seems unnecessary." Senior Yumi, our 3 high schools are taking the exam at the same time, and we are already in competition. It's a great honor for them to help us. Yes, Senior Yumi, I think this Lu Yun is quite manly. You didn't see what he did just now. He was so overbearing. The 2 female students from number 6 middle school were so obsessed with Lu Yun that they actually took the initiative to speak up for him. This made Yumi even more upset. She knew this, of course, but she had just wanted to apologize, but this guy ignored her in front of 2 female students. This made Yumi feel embarrassed. The black-haired monkey that was following Lu Yun just now seems to be the black-winged ape, a monster in the dungeon. Just then, one of the schoolgirls suddenly thought of something and spoke loudly. After being reminded by this schoolmate, Yumi finally came to her senses. Yes, all her attention was on Lu Yun just now, and she ignored the monkey. This is a monster in the dungeon. Why is it following Lu Yun like a follower? And when Lu Yun left just now, it seemed that he asked the other party to take him somewhere. Something's wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. It was unusual in itself that job changers were mixed with dungeon monsters. Yumi started to use his clever brain, and soon his eyes lit up as if he had thought of the key. I see. A small light bulb seemed to appear on Yumi's head, and she suddenly realized. Yumi-senpai, what do you understand? The two junior high school girls looked at each other and asked in confusion. That guy must have found some good place and is planning to take advantage of it, Yumi said with certainty. Although when we arrived at the dungeon, the principal of number 6 middle school had said that the monsters in the dungeon would not drop any equipment or the like after death. But it didn't say that there are no forbidden areas in the copy. Forbidden areas are usually maps that exist in dungeons. To put it bluntly, they are hidden maps, which often contain many benefits and opportunities. Yumi felt that Lu Yun must have learned the news about the forbidden area in the copy from the Black Wind Monkey. So he did not kill the Black Wind Monkey, but let the other party take him to the forbidden area to find benefits. Thinking of this, Yumi suddenly became excited and waved his hand, saying, "Hurry up, let's follow them. Maybe we can get some unexpected gains." The two junior schoolmates were hesitant. "Senior Yumi, this isn't a good idea. After all, she just saved us. It doesn't seem right for us to do this now." Yumi glared at the two of them fiercely, pretending to be ferocious, but her chubby face always gave people a sense of harmless cuteness. "Are you guys going or not? If not, I'll go by myself," Yumi said indifferently. The two schoolgirls looked at each other, and finally could only sigh helplessly, then followed Yumi and looked in the direction where Lu Yun left. In order to avoid being noticed by Lu Yun, Yumi tried to keep a distance from Lu Yun and others on the road. It's true, Lu Yun didn't realize that he was being followed. In fact, Lu Yun would never have thought that Yumi would play such a trick. It would have been fine if he had just performed the sloth climbing a tree trick when they first met, but now he's actually following me quietly. Any normal person wouldn't do such a thing. But Yumi didn't follow the usual path and did just that. They didn't encounter any monsters on the way, and under the leadership of the Black Wind Monkey, they arrived in one direction of the jungle in less than 10 minutes. Brother, this is it. This is the center of the jungle and the spawning point of monsters. The Black Wind Monkey suddenly stopped and pointed ahead. In fact, Lu Yun already knew that this was where the monsters spawned, without this guy reminding him. Because at the very front of the jungle, there was an open space, and above the open space, a black square object was floating in the air. This thing is a bit like a Rubik's Cube. It is made up of many small black cubes and emits a faint black glow all around. And at the top of the black square, there is a string of numbers. As time goes by, the numbers on it are decreasing rapidly. 100, 99, 98, 97. Obviously, this is the countdown to the monster refresh time. According to the current countdown, a new batch of monsters will be refreshed in about 100 seconds. The black cube in front of you, also known as the monster cube, is the key item in every copy. It is precisely because of the monster cube that monsters can still exist in the copy, even when the spirits are clearing it alone in waves. Simply put, as long as the monster cube is still there, the copy will always exist and can be recycled. These are the basic things taught in the knowledge class, so Lu Yun is naturally very clear about them. Brother, we have reached the monster spawning point now, can I? The Black Wind Ape looked at Lu Yun nervously, wanting to say something but stopping himself, feeling quite uncomfortable. He really wanted to tell Lu Yun that he had completed the mission and could let him go, but he was worried about offending Lu Yun by saying the wrong thing. He had already witnessed Lu Yun's brutal methods and was truly afraid of the human in front of him. But fortunately, Lu Yun was a man who kept his promises. He waved his hand and said, "You can go now." Upon hearing this, the Black Wind Ape was in disbelief at first. Then he almost jumped up in excitement. Chapter 43, you are stuck here with a bug. The two junior schoolmates from number 6 middle school also noticed this. Their pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Their mouths slightly opened, and they almost screamed out. Blanche, do all the geniuses nowadays play so fancy? Block the spring. Who told them to do this? The dozens of tree-shaped monsters that appeared before had already made them extremely desperate. As a monster refresh point, the monsters that refreshed here were more than just dozens. Crazy. They also thought that Lu Yun was simply crazy. The two junior schoolmates were getting anxious and were about to say something. Something strange happened. Buzz. As the countdown ended, the power within the monster cube began to surge, and a black vortex suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yun. Immediately afterwards, a level 10 monster walked out of the vortex with a ruthless step. However, as soon as he walked out, his body was enveloped by a pale yellow halo. Monster. However, before the monster could see the situation around it clearly, its body suddenly moved forward uncontrollably. Taunt skills. Justice Mox. The monster's head was buzzing. As soon as he looked up, he saw Lu Yun holding the dragon fortress, leaning forward slightly, making a baseball-playing posture. Monster! Bang! Lu Yun swung the dragon fortress in his hand forward fiercely, and the monster's head flew straight into the sky, then fell heavily to the ground. Flash sale. However, just as this monster was killed instantly by Lu Yun, other monsters continued to emerge from the vortex. The one that came out this time was a level 12 monster covered in scales, and a dull sound was heard with every step it took. Just with the naked eye, one can tell that this person's physical defense is quite terrifying. However, under the coverage of the righteous mockery, the monster had just walked out of the vortex when its body uncontrollably moved towards Lu Yun. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. The monster raised his head suddenly, and then looked into Lu Yun's extremely calm eyes. Monster, fuck. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yun swung the dragon fortress in his hand again, and the scales on the monster's chest were directly dented, and its internal organs were instantly shattered by a huge force. Then he fell straight to the ground like a brick and received his lunchbox in this way. Similar situations continued to occur afterwards. These monsters, who had just emerged from the vortex, did not even have time to observe this beautiful world before they were ridiculed by Lu Yun in the name of justice. They had just arrived at this copy, and the last scene they saw was a young man holding an extremely heavy shield and smashing it towards their faces. In just less than a few minutes, Lu Yun successfully killed hundreds of monsters. No matter what level they were killed instantly. Lu Yun's points instantly soared by several hundred. This scene made Yumi and others who were hiding in the distance stunned. Is it possible to block the fountain like this? The monster refresh point was originally a place that many freshmen avoided, but in front of Lu Yun, it was more like an experience refresh point. Although every job changer and monster are natural opponents, Yumi and others couldn't help but feel some sympathy for these monsters at this moment. Since the monsters have just been refreshed, the range of the vortex is not large, and the monsters can only appear one by one. This resulted in that every time a monster appeared, it would be killed by Lu Yun with ease. They didn't seem to be coming out of the refresh point, but rather like they were queuing up to be killed. As time passed, another 10 minutes passed. During this period, Lu Yun killed many monsters again, but he was still not very satisfied with his killing speed. It's still too slow. But fortunately, after 10 minutes, the space of the vortex gradually expanded, and the monsters could only walk out of the vortex one by one. But now, monsters can appear in groups. Buzz. Accompanied by a buzzing sound from the vortex ahead, dozens of monsters walked out of it at the same time with confident steps. Then their bodies were enveloped by a pale yellow light. When they looked up, they saw a human leaping high with a shield in hand and rushing towards them in an instant with an overwhelming attitude. Bang, 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 bang. In less than a few seconds, dozens of monsters were wiped out instantly. At this moment, a new batch of monsters happened to come out of the vortex and happened to witness what Lu Yun had just done. Then the group of monsters were stunned. Oh shit, isn't this their refresh point? How could there be humans here? And this guy seems to be blocking their fountain. Roar. Suddenly, a big rat covered with yellow hair roared, then grabbed the ground with its 4 limbs, stirred up a cloud of mud, and rushed towards Lu Yun at lightning speed. At the same time, an interface bar appeared in front of Lu Yun. Lichtninghot. Level, LV20, grade, silver, rarity, 1 star. Attack power, 250. HP, 300. Skill, heavenly electric grid, summons thunder and burns the enemy with the power of thunder. Enemies trapped in the electric grid will suffer 100 points of damage per second. Weaknesses, terrible explosion, low defense, afraid of explosion. Evaluation. This is a cute electric mouse, a walking power bank, but if you're fooled by his cute appearance, you will be buried under the thunder. Seeing the prompt on the system interface, Lu Yun laughed. A mobile power bank? It's a pity that I have a fast-charging phone, so I can't use you. After saying this, Lu Yun slowly stretched out a finger, and a small red flame slowly jumped out. Whoosh! The next moment, a sword shadow, condensed by flames, suddenly burst out and shot forward. However, to Lu Yun's surprise, this move did not kill the lightning rat. The little yellow body rushed out directly from the red flames. Then, sizzle, Tianluo power grid. Several lightning bolts suddenly burst out from the lightning rat's lightning-shaped tail. These lightning bolts intertwined in the air and formed a huge thunder net. The giant net was several meters in size, and it instantly headed straight for Lu Yun. Lu Yun frowned and immediately rushed out like a giant dragon. Bang! This attack hit the lightning rat perfectly, and with the help of this displacement, Lu Yun easily avoided the encirclement of the electric net. While the opponent was dizzy, Lu Yun raised the dragon fortress in his hand and slammed the lightning rat. Bang! 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 However, the opponent's level was higher than Lu Yun's after all. After Lu Yun's series of attacks, he still failed to kill the opponent in seconds. Seeing that the opponent was about to wake up from the dizzy state, Lu Yun used the dragon charge again without hesitation. Boom! Stunned for 6 seconds. Taking advantage of the dizziness, Lu Yun raised the dragon fortress again and slammed it towards the lightning rat. Bang! 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 However, after 6 seconds, the opponent still had some health left. Lu Yun raised his eyebrows. This guy is quite tough. Then he used dragon charge. Boom! Stunned for 6 seconds. Lightning rat was a little confused. What the hell are you doing here with the bug? Should we let the rat live? It seems like I came out from the refresh point just to get beaten. Chapter 44, Monster Stampede. Finally, after Lu Yun's inhumane torture, the lightning rat successfully received the lunchbox and turned it into some points. Seeing this scene, Yumi and the other two who had been hiding in the dark and observing everything were so shocked that they were speechless. The level 20 monster was killed in the most frustrating way, and there was no chance to fight back at all. Is this guy a dragon knight or a bandit? The fighting style is too simple and crude. Wow, it's worthy of being a mythical profession. It's so powerful. A level 20 monster would be like a boss in some low-level dungeons, but it was killed so easily. There shouldn't be many people in the entire 6 middle school who can surpass Lu Yun, right? The two little girls from number 6 middle school have been impressed by Lu Yun's methods once again, and their faces are filled with infatuated looks. So what if he killed a level 20 monster? This is a monster spawning point, surrounded by so many monsters, let alone his dragon knight. Even if he is a dragon king, he will have a few broken ribs. Just wait and see. He will flee in a panic. However, before Yumi could finish his words, the monsters in front that were originally charging after the lightning rat suddenly stopped in place as if they were under a spell. When they saw their companions being killed, they were extremely angry and wished they could extract the souls of the humans in front of them. But when they saw the lightning rat being killed in such a tragic way, many monsters were completely shocked. It's true that they are monsters, but that doesn't mean they are stupid. The level 20 monster was pinned to the ground the entire time by the human in front of it, without even a chance to fight back. This is so horrible. At this moment, Lu Yun, who had dealt with the lightning rat, turned around and looked at them. Being stared at by Lu Yun, many monsters shuddered in unison and then retreated one after another. Seeing this, Lu Yun was stunned at first. Then his mouth curled up into a sunny and bright smile. Upon seeing this, many monsters were stunned at first, and then broke out in cold sweats, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. They all turned around and ran into the vortex. Then this time it was Lu Yun's turn to be confused. This group of monsters seems to want to return to the vortex. Am I that scary? Lu Yun touched his strong chin and said speechlessly. Long Kier couldn't help but roll her eyes. Is this something a human could say? However, when the group of monsters were about to rush into the vortex, a new batch of monsters were refreshed and blocked the exit of the vortex. Then, a strange scene appeared. There are 2 waves of monsters. One wave wants to rush into the vortex, and the other wave of uninformed monsters wants to rush out of the vortex. As the 2 sides had inconsistent goals, the scene suddenly became chaotic and a monster stampede broke out that was rarely seen in the world. Some monsters unfortunately fell to the ground in the crowd between the 2 sides and were then trampled to death by other monsters. Lu Yun was deeply saddened by this. These are points given for free. He would never allow his points to fly away from his mouth like this. Buzz! Lu Yun stretched out his right hand, and a red flame slowly jumped in the palm of his hand, then turned into a red sword shadow and shot out. In an instant, more than 10 monsters were killed instantly before they could escape. Seeing how fierce Lu Yun was, the remaining monsters also panicked. They now finally understood why that group of monsters just rushed in. However, before they could rush into the vortex, a new batch of monsters appeared. These pigs were immediately in despair compared to the monsters rushing in. The whole scene was in chaos, and many monsters lost their lives in the stampede. Damn it, Lu Yun instantly became furious, his eyes welling up, and suddenly he picked up the dragon fortress and rushed forward. Bang! 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 A loud noise erupted at the scene, and then the monsters at the scene began to be killed by Lu Yun one after another. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yun slaughtered nearly 1,000 monsters, and it was at this time. Congratulations on getting the new title, Monster Slayer. Monster Slayer? Lu Yun was stunned, then clicked on the attributes of the title. Title, Monster Slayer. Introduction. Kill more than 4,000 monsters, and you will have a 1 in a billion chance of getting it. From now on, you are a monster killer. Attribute rare. Effect. Players with a Monster Slayer profession will have a natural pressure when entering the dungeon, making monsters afraid to approach, allowing the job changer to roam freely in the dungeon, emerging from the mud without being stained, washing in the clear water without being evil. At first, Lu Yun didn't think there was anything strange, until he saw the effect of the title. He was completely disheartened. Deter monsters? Be good. If the monsters in the copy are afraid of him, how can he kill monsters and gain points? He can encounter something with a probability of 1 in a billion. I don't know whether to say he is lucky or unlucky. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to trick him? Lu Yun originally wanted to refuse to wear the title, but when the title was activated, he wore it automatically. And at the moment the title was put on, the 5 big words, Monster Slayer, suddenly appeared above Lu Yun's head. At the same time, a terrifying pressure was released from Lu Yun. When the monsters felt this pressure, they were like mice seeing a cat, and they instinctively felt a strong fear from the depths of their souls. Even the monsters that had just emerged from the vortex had faces full of fear and turned their heads to run into the vortex. As a result, the spectacular scene appeared on the scene again. Many monsters just came out of the refresh point and wanted to go back in despair. What's even more desperate is that the refresh point can only refresh monsters. Once a monster is refreshed, it cannot return to the vortex. Lu Yun also discovered this, so he took action again. Boom, boom, boom. The scene was suddenly engulfed in flames, and the earth was shaking. The monsters had just emerged from their refresh point, and what greeted them was not the fresh air of a new world. It was Lu Yun's devastating attack. After 2.5 hours of torture, all the monsters finally got their lunchboxes. There were more than 3,000 monsters in total, and they died at Lu Yun's hands just after they were refreshed. Among them are several level 20 monsters. After doing all this, Lu Yun's points successfully reached a level of more than 7,000. You should know that in the current copy, the highest score is only over 1,000. Lu Yun has more than 7,000. The two sides are not on the same level at all. It can be said that Lu Yun is far ahead of the others. But Lu Yun didn't know, and he still felt that more than 7,000 points were too few. Kuer, let's go somewhere else. Lu Yun looked at Long Kuer and said softly. Long Kuer nodded, and then the man and the dragon walked in the opposite direction. The monsters in the jungle have almost been wiped out, and the monsters at the refresh point have now been killed by Lu Yun. It will take a long time before the next refresh. So Lu Yun decided to go to other places to look for monsters first. And at the same time, in the pavilion of number 1 middle school, Li Zheng was drinking tea and playing chess with 2 principals. But just halfway through, the principal of number 6 middle school, Lin Jipeng, stroked his goatee and said with a smile, I don't know how the assessment is going. How about going to check the situation first? Li Zheng agreed, then waved his hand, and a copy panel appeared in front of him. The 3 of them were the organizers of this copy, so they could naturally view the specific information of the copy and the performance of many students in the copy. They can even see clearly through the copy panel how many points the students have earned in the copy. But when the copy panel appeared, one name directly occupied the top of the list. Looking at that name, the 3 principals' eyes widened instantly, and the chess pieces in their hands fell to the ground with a clatter. Name, Lu Yun. Level 20. Occupation, Dragon Knight. Score, 7,254 points. Chapter 45 Point Suppression. Seeing that Lu Yun was far ahead in points, the 3 principals were all stunned. Is this kid cheating? The second place is Jiang Shi, a genius from number 3 middle school. She currently has less than 2,000 points, while Lu Yun's points are as high as over 7,000, which is several times that of Jiang Shi. The gap between the first and second place was several times as high as expected, which made them involuntarily guess that Lu Yun was cheating. Even Li Zheng felt that Lu Yun's performance was a little abnormal. He really placed all his hopes on Lu Yun, but he never dared to believe in his dreams that Lu Yun could perform so amazingly. Mr. Lee, your student couldn't have cheated, could he? How did he get over 7,000 points? You're not going to tell me that he went straight to the monster's base and blocked the fountain. Wang Qingwei, principal of the 3rd middle school, asked with a strange expression. In fact, he was right. Lu Yun did go to block the spring. Students from our number 1 middle school would never do something like cheating. Besides, Lu Yun has been recommended by the Magic Martial Arts University, so he would never do something that would affect his reputation. Then you should give us an explanation. How did he, a level 20 job changer, get so many points? Li Zheng was silent. He really didn't know how to explain all this, because even he was shocked. But he knew very well that Lu Yun was unlikely to cheat. The principals of number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school were almost depressed to death. They had hoped to make a comeback in this assessment, but who would have thought that this would be the outcome? Looking at Lu Yun's points column, the two of them had an urge to vomit blood. Just wait and see. After the test is over, we can ask other people and we'll know the general situation. If he really cheated, I know what to do without you telling me. Li Zheng finally said this, and this explanation made the two principals lose their temper. After all, they really don't know the specific situation now, and they can only wait until the assessment is over and then ask other students. The atmosphere at the scene became strange as Lu Yun's points increased. After a long silence, Wang Qingwei finally spoke first. The boss on the Jinsha Beach defense line has affected the normal dungeon refresh. Fortunately, Lin Ying is about to arrive in Jinsha City. This guy is the pride of our number 3 middle school. With his help, this boss should be killed soon. The intention of Wang Qingwei's words is very clear. So what if you get a mythical profession? No matter how extraordinary a genius is, he still needs a period of time to settle down and grow. As a genius who graduated from number 3 middle school, Lin Ying has already become a strong man. After hearing the words of the principal of number 3 middle school, Lin Jiping and Li Zheng did not show much change in expression, because this time, two of their universities also had extraordinary geniuses. As long as they are given a certain amount of time, they may be able to reach Lin Ying's level or even surpass him. While the three principals were talking, the assessment in the copy had not yet ended. As time passed, more than 10 students crushed the blue crystals and chose to give up and were successfully teleported out, because many of them encountered many monsters. Although these monsters were not of high level, they came in groups like an invincible army, which made people despair. But these people are a minority after all, and most people are still killing monsters in the dungeon to accumulate points. After Lu Yun left the refresh point, Yumi and the others continued to kill monsters. Everything seemed to have returned to normal, but after the copy was open for half a day, a ray of light suddenly shot up into the sky, and then formed a huge ranking list above the sky of the forbidden area. On the ranking list, each name is condensed with golden light and is very dazzling, and there are corresponding points behind these names. The higher the points, the higher the ranking of the name. Noticing something unusual, many students in the copy raised their heads and looked toward the sky. When they saw the names on the ranking list, they were all shocked beyond words. First place, Lu Yun, points 7090. Zhao, what kind of monster is this? How did he get more than 7,000 points? The first place is actually this Lu Yun. As a mythical class, is the Dragon Knight's early burst so terrifying? As far as I can remember, most combat mythical classes are relatively weak in the early stages. This guy's a monster. The second place is Jiang Shi from number 3 middle school, but she only has 2,000 points now, which is nearly 5,000 points less than Lu Yun. This is too scary. If we can find this Lu Yun and eliminate him, will that mean we have more than 7,000 points? At this moment, looking at the names on the list, many people had evil thoughts. After all, this assessment did not stipulate that they could not attack their own people. If they could eliminate Lu Yun, they would directly inherit the more than 7,000 points. This is quite tempting. Therefore, except for number 1 middle school, the other students all had similar ideas and wanted to join forces to snatch the points from Lu Yun. It's a pity that they don't know about Lu Yun's glorious deeds of blocking the spring and killing numerous monsters, causing them to cry out in despair. Otherwise, they would never dare to have such an idea, because Lu Yun's perversion was beyond their imagination. In short, when the ranking list came out, many students joined together to form teams and began to search for Lu Yun throughout the dungeon, determined to take all of Lu Yun's points. No one except the people for number 1 middle school would have this idea. After all, Lu Yun participated in the assessment representing the glory of number 1 middle school. Moreover, after the news of Lu Yun's solo victory over the fire elemental elves and the prelude to the genocide spread. The students of number 1 middle school now call Lu Yun God Lu, and he is the object of worship for many people. It is even less likely that they will take action against Lu Yun. Oh no, these guys are starting to target Lu Yun. I have to find a way to tell him. Zhao Qingsong was worried as he watched the students from number 3 and number 6 middle schools whispering around him. Standing next to him is a zombie girl with a huge body and dribbling like crazy. This is none other than his marriage partner. The zombie girl, a marriage partner of outstanding level. In fact, the students from the 3 high schools had already met before, but because the difference in points between them was not that big, they had no intention of competing with each other. But now that Lu Yun's more than 7,000 points have been exposed, he has immediately become the target of countless people. Zhao Qingsong didn't know how powerful Lu Yun was. He just thought that no matter how powerful the mythical profession was, Lu Yun was still alone after all. If faced with siege from students from the other 2 universities, big problems would likely arise. After hesitating to enter the copy, private chat could not be established, so Zhao Qingsong immediately sent a message to Lu Yun through the blue crystal, but Lu Yun did not reply. Zhao Qingsong had no choice but to call on the students of number 1 middle school to start looking for Lu Yun together. He wanted to tell him the news here in person and let him hide. As long as they wait until the assessment time comes, everyone will be automatically teleported out. Then with more than 7,000 points, they will definitely win the championship. As long as Lu Yun can hold on and keep his points, he will win this assessment. As for the students from the other 2 universities, they were also frantically looking for Lu Yun. Their ideas were completely opposite to those of number 1 middle school. As long as they find Lu Yun and grab points before the forbidden area ends, they will be able to turn the tide. They are determined to get the more than 7,000 points in Lu Yun's hands. Chapter 46, the massacre, officially begins. You go to the east to search, you go to the south to search, and I will take people to the north to check. After all, the other party is a mythical profession. If you find any trace of him, remember to send us a message first. Don't act without authorization to avoid alerting the enemy. The student from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school began to make arrangements. Each person formed a team and was assigned to different places to look for Lu Yun. Whenever they find Lu Yun, they will send a message to inform others. They will not leave Lu Yun any chance to escape. They are determined to get these more than 7,000 points. However, it is worth mentioning that people from number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school all wanted Lu Yun's points, so they did not unite on this matter. Both parties tacitly agreed not to discuss this matter. The meaning was very clear. The capable one gets it first. Whoever can find Lu Yun first and kill him will get the more than 7,000 points. So invisibly, the students of number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school have already begun to compete secretly. Seeing the situation, number 1 middle school responded quickly. Many people even gave up the opportunity to continue hunting monsters and spontaneously looked for Lu Yun to remind him of the danger. When the leaderboard appeared in the dungeon, the tone of the entire dungeon changed. All the targets were no longer monsters and points, but Lu Yun. While everyone was looking for Lu Yun in a hurry, Lu Yun, the person involved, was completely unaware of this. He was hunting monsters in the copy at this time. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Lu Yun and Long Kier finally walked out of the seemingly endless primitive jungle and came to a desert. The map for this assessment is very large and is the product of multiple maps spliced together. Each huge area has completely different and special terrain. And depending on the terrain, the types and abilities of monsters are also different. Most of the monsters that appeared in the original jungle were of wood attribute, while the monsters that appeared in this desert were mostly of fire attribute. When Lu Yun came here, a feeling of heat enveloped his limbs and bones, making him feel as if he was in a furnace. If other people came here, they would definitely be extremely vigilant. But Lu Yun was quite relaxed and comfortable, just like a married girl returning to her parents' home, and his whole body was relaxed. With the 70% fire damage reduction, isn't Lu Yun just returning to his mother's home when he comes here? Russell. However, just when Lu Yun and the other person arrived here, the desert under their feet suddenly began to spin rapidly, forming a desert vortex. When the vortex was formed, due to inertia, Lu Yun and Long Coer's bodies sank uncontrollably towards the center of the vortex. At the same time, a huge head suddenly popped out from the center of the vortex. The head was extremely ferocious. It opened its bloody mouth suddenly, and there were countless sharp fangs in the mouth. It was like a huge meat grinder, grinding Lu Yun and Long Kier into minced meat. It was obvious that this huge desert vortex was created by this monster. It wanted to devour Lu Yun and the other person. However, just as the monster opened its bloody mouth and waited for its prey to come to it, what was waiting was not the prey, but it is a huge dragon shield, the dragon fortress. Bang! Lu Yun held the dragon fortress in his hand and smashed it into the monster's big mouth full of fangs. Instead of catching its prey, the monster had several of its teeth broken. It screamed in pain at that time, and then the nearby desert began to shake violently. Under the severe pain, the monster finally revealed its true form. It is a giant sandworm about 10 meters long. Its body is covered with mucus, and the mucus is covered with a lot of yellow sand, which makes it naturally concealed. However, the huge body that was like a python was now wriggling wildly like a maggot. As everyone knows, Lu Yun is a kind person. Even if the other party calls him a monster, Lu Yun can't bear to see him suffer. So with a heart of great compassion, he rushed over like a giant dragon. And while the opponent was dizzy, he raised the dragon fortress to kill the latter. After ending the battle smoothly, Lu Yun continued to move forward with Long Kuer. However, not long after they started walking, a wolf howl suddenly sounded in front of them. When this wolf howl sounded, many more wolf howls were heard from all directions. The howling of these wolves sounds like the roar of the god of death. Even though this is a hot desert, it can bring everyone a cold feeling as if they were falling into an ice cellar. Hearing the sudden wolf howls from all directions, Lu Yun and Long Kuer stopped immediately, and then saw a wild wolf with red hair appear in front of them. The wild wolf had deep eyes with a red flame flashing in its pupils. On top of its head, there was a crown condensed from flames. When the wild wolf appeared, it stared straight at Lu Yun and the other man, then raised its head and let out a wolf howl. Oh! After the wolf howl stopped, many wolves appeared around Lu Yun and his companions. These wolves also have red hair and flames burning in their pupils, but they do not have crowns made of flames on their heads. Obviously, the wild wolf with the flaming crown on its head is the leader of this pack of wolves, commonly known as the Wolf King. Wolves have always been social animals, even when they appear as monsters. Lu Yun and his companion have been surrounded by wolves. If someone else was here, they would have been so frightened that their bladder would have contracted and they would have crushed the blue crystal and run away. Lu Yun was an exception. Instead of feeling any fear, his eyes were filled with excitement. Glancing around, he saw that there were at least several hundred wolves. I didn't expect to encounter so many points just after arriving here. That's right, in Lu Yun's eyes, these terrifying wolf-shaped monsters are just pure points, with the damage reduction of fire attribute. Not to mention that these guys are only level 15. Even if they're all level 20, Lu Yun is not at all inferior. After all, he was a dragon knight who soloed a dungeon with an average monster level of 40, the prelude to the genocide of the fire elemental elves. Ka-ia. Lu Yun suddenly looked at Long Kuer beside him. As a marriage partner who had already had several experiences of solo dungeon clearing, Long Kuer immediately understood what Lu Yun meant. Immediately, a giant dragon totem suddenly appeared in those red eyes, and then the surrounding space suddenly twisted violently. A red barrier descended from the sky, instantly enveloping Lu Yun and many monsters. Above the red barrier, there are countless fire dragons circling and flying, filled with the destructive force of fire. This is one of Long Kier's skills, the soul-binding dragon prison. We saw that the space around him was blocked. A faint smile appeared on Lu Yun's face. This way you don't have to worry about losing the points you've earned. Massacre officially started. Chapter 47, Who is the Hunter and Who is the Prey? When the Wolf King saw the smile on Lu Yun's face, he was stunned. What's wrong with the human in front of me? He used some means to trap me here, and yet he can still laugh. What kind of magical operation is this? Moreover, they're the most powerful monster race in this area. When encountering them, the other party is not only not afraid, but can even laugh. The Wolf King expressed 100% incomprehension. However, he was unwilling to think too much about it. The average level of the wolves was around level 15, and as the leader of the wolf pack, his level had reached level 20. He couldn't believe that the human in front of him was so powerful that he could fight against all of their wolves alone. Oh! The Wolf King suddenly raised his head and roared, and the surrounding wolves immediately rushed towards Lu Yun like crazy. The moment they rushed out, their red hair instantly began to burn with flames. This is one of the wolf pack skills, flame impact. Bang! The wild wolf rushing in the front, with its red body, slammed into Lu Yun. Lu Yun was instantly covered by red flames, and his body was knocked hundreds of meters away. It finally stabilized after carving a long trench in the desert. Seeing this scene, the Wolf King's eyes were full of disdain, thinking that Lu Yun was dead. That's it. With such weak strength, how could he dare not run away when he saw them? But soon the Wolf King's gaze suddenly focused, because he found that Lu Yun, who had been knocked away, actually stood up again. When the flames on his body dissipated, Lu Yun's figure reappeared. Not to mention the injuries, all his hair was still there. Not a hair is wrong. Unharmed. The Wolf King was a little confused. At this moment, after seeing that Lu Yun was fine, several more wild wolves rushed towards Lu Yun. Bang! Lu Yun had just been knocked away, and then was knocked in another direction by another wild wolf. He was being trampled on like a ball. After being knocked out dozens of times, Lu Yun's body was once again covered in red flames, and he turned into a fireman. If it were any other student, they would have probably been burned to ashes by now. But when the flames disappeared, Lu Yun still appeared in the same place intact. He first moved his limbs, and there was a crackling sound of bones colliding in the joints of his body, and then he grinned. This group of wolves really had something. He wanted to test the damage reduction of the fire attribute, so he didn't take action the whole time. He wanted to see how much damage these guys could do to him. Their performance did not disappoint Lu Yun. More than 10 wolves actually caused him a huge critical damage of up to 123 in total. Lu Yun's health also dropped sharply by 1%, although the blood Lu Yun lost was recovered in an instant. At this moment, not only the Wolf King, but the other wolves also realized that Lu Yun was not simple. They began to retreat, not knowing what to do. But Lu Yun walked directly to a wild wolf, squatted down, and reached out to gently stroke the wolf's head. But the next moment, Lu Yun frowned again, because he found that the hair of these wolves was quite prickly and not comfortable to touch at all. Lu Yun was furious. He took out the dragon fortress and smashed it down, flattening the opponent's head on the spot. Wolf! The rest of the wolves were also stunned for a moment. Who on earth could this guy be to kill one of their own kind with just one move? At this moment, Lu Yun looked at the other wolves again and directly activated the righteous mockery. I have to admit that this skill is really useful. After the taunt range was expanded, dozens of wild wolves suddenly walked towards Lu Yun uncontrollably, and then were sent to Shao Shitian to pay homage to the Buddha with just a few moves by Lu Yun. Dozens of its own kind were killed, and the Wolf King finally realized that something was wrong. The human in front of him seemed to be a tough nut to crack. Immediately, the Wolf King let out an angry roar and ordered all the wolves to retreat. But at the beginning, Long Ke, at Lu Yun's signal, activated the barrier to block the surroundings, and now the wolves couldn't escape at all. A frightened wolf-shaped monster tried to break through the barrier by force, but the moment its body touched the barrier, a raging flame burned on its body. In just a few breaths, it was burned to ashes. With this previous experience as a lesson, other wolf-shaped monsters no longer dared to act rashly. Seeing that they didn't move, Lu Yun had to take the initiative to attack. With the combination of Justice Taunt and Dragon Fortress, Lu Yun did not use any other lethal skills, but directly sent these monsters to hell through physical salvation. In the end, hundreds of wild wolves were killed one after another, leaving only the Wolf King at the scene. The Wolf King looked at Lu Yun and was so scared that he retracted his wolf whip. If he had a human body, he would probably kowtow to Lu Yun and beg Lu Yun to spare his life. He now finally understood why the human in front of him was not afraid of them, but rather quite excited. From the beginning, the identities of the prey and the hunter were reversed invisibly. They are the prey, and Lu Yun is the hunter. Lu Yun clapped his hands and walked closer to the Wolf King, carrying the Dragon Fortress. The Wolf King bent his knees and stared at Lu Yun, letting out a low roar. Don't be nervous. I actually hate fighting and killing. Lu Yun squatted beside the Wolf King, stretched out his hand, and said with a smile, looking as if he was teasing a dog. The Wolf King didn't say anything, but after taking a look at the wolf corpses scattered around him, he suddenly felt an urge to curse. Don't like fighting? You just killed my entire tribe, and now you say you don't like fighting? Can you humans have some shame? It's easy if you want me to let you go. Just take me to the monster refresh point. Lu Yun suddenly spoke again, and the Wolf King was stunned. Is this guy going to the monster spawn point? Although he didn't know what Lu Yun was going to do, in order to save his life, the Wolf King finally nodded and agreed. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Lu Yun touched the Wolf King's head, and he couldn't help but feel in a good mood when he thought that he would earn a lot of points later. The Wolf King lowered his proud head and did not dare to look into Lu Yun's eyes. Although the other party was smiling, he found it quite creepy. Then, Lu Yun asked Long Kur to put away the barrier. Under the leadership of the Wolf King, Lu Yun arrived at the monster refresh point in the desert not long after. In the center of the refresh point, the monster cube is slowly rotating in the air, and the numbers above the cube are still slowly passing. 10 o'clock, 9:59, 9:58. Will it take another 10 minutes? Lu Yun looked at the countdown on the Rubik's Cube, murmured softly, and simply sat cross-legged on the spot and began to wait. Lu Yun was in a good mood when he thought that after the countdown was over, he would have thousands of points. But at this moment, something strange happened, and a loud, excited laugh suddenly exploded from behind. Ha ha! Lu Yun, I finally found you. Chapter 48. Able to fight and resist, crazy pig warrior. Lu Yun turned his head and found that he did not know the person, and the badge on his chest proved that he was not a student from number 1 middle school, but from number 6 middle school. Do you have something to talk to me about? Lu Yun asked. He didn't know the other person at all, but judging from his expression, he seemed quite excited. Suddenly, Lu Yun seemed to think of something, and his heart skipped a beat. Could this guy be having a sexual fetish? Seeing that I am so suave, handsome, and elegant, did she secretly find me at this time to express her feelings? Looking at the other person's eyes that were about to smoke with excitement, Lu Yun felt more and more that this was the case. Suddenly, his stomach churned and he almost vomited. This guy is fat and has big ears, and his skin is covered with a layer of oil. Just looking at him makes me feel sick, let alone doing anything with him. Vomit. Finally, the more he imagined it, the more his stomach churned. After all, Lu Yun was not a professional, and he finally couldn't help but vomit. When the fat man saw that Lu Yun vomited after just looking at him a few times, he immediately became furious. What's the matter? Is being fat disgusting? Did I eat your rice? How dare you insult me like this? Blanche. Without saying anything, the fat man opened the door of marriage and summoned out his marriage partner. Not every spiritualist would bring their spouse with them. After all, not every spiritualist spouse would be a beautiful woman like Long Kur, and most job changers would not bring a spouse who is not very good looking with them. It will only be summoned when it is needed in battle or when in danger. This is why many students often hope to marry a beautiful partner before entering the marriage door. A beautiful marriage partner is not only someone you can have sex with, but also someone you can keep by your side and show off all the time. But having a beautiful appearance alone is not enough to keep someone by your side all the time. For example, Zhao Song's zombie girl. Although her appearance is impeccable, the unique properties of zombies mean that his marriage partner cannot be exposed to the sun. If exposed to the sun for a long time, not only will her strength be sharply reduced, but it will also cause damage to her body. It is rare to find a marriage partner like Long Kur who can ignore any conditions and stay with Lu Yun, especially one who is beautiful and powerful. Buzz! As the marriage door opened, a terrifying pig demon suddenly walked out along the door frame. The pig demon was covered with layers of fat, with broad shoulders and a big waist. At first glance, you would think it was Marshal Tianpeng who had descended to the earth. Just standing there, it gave people a huge sense of oppression. The moment he saw the pig demon, Lu Yun cast a sympathetic look at the fat man. If he had chosen such a marriage partner, he would probably want to die. What are you looking at? My marriage partner is an epic fighter. We should not judge things by their appearance, but by their inner beauty. I prefer my little piggy to those slutty bitches. After the fat man finished speaking, he roared angrily, and a layer of golden light suddenly appeared on his body. When the golden light disappeared, a set of black armor suddenly appeared on his body. There's a fat pig pattern engraved on the armor, and the thick lines echo each other, releasing a black glow under the sunlight. This is the epic class, the Mad Pig Warrior. From the moment it is awakened, it has powerful defensive attributes and violent abilities, making it one of the more powerful classes in the early stages. This profession is also considered a frontline fighter in the dungeon team. It can not only resist damage, but also has a certain output. Therefore, it is also quite popular in the dungeon team. Because of this, when the fat man awakened the crazy pig warrior, not many people laughed at him. Instead, many people invited him to team up to clear dungeons. It seems that I have no grudge against you. Seeing that the other party was about to attack, Lu Yun suddenly asked with a frown. I really have no grudge against you. If you transfer all your 7,000 points to my blue crystal now, I can let you go, said the fat man with a sinister smile on his face. He was assigned here, by number 6 middle school, to look for Lu Yun's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, he actually found Lu Yun by accident. According to the agreed plan, when he found Lu Yun, he had to report to others first and wait for their support. But when he saw Lu Yun, his desire overcame his reason, and he decided to act alone. The news of Lu Yun's solo victory over the fire elemental elves to annihilate the clan has not yet spread, and only the people in number 1 middle school know about it. The mythical class is indeed the strongest class, but this type of class often has difficulty in inflicting too much damage in the early stages. In addition, his awakened mad pig warrior is able to fight and resist in the early stage, so he is confident that he can compete with Lu Yun. Very few people in the other 2 high schools knew about this. If they knew, the fat guy probably wouldn't be so rampant. So you came here for my points. Lu Yun suddenly realized. After the ranking list appeared, Lu Yun did not think much about it. He did not expect that his points had been targeted by someone. I'm afraid that this fat guy is just a microcosm, and there should be many people who are eyeing my points. After all, more than 7,000 points, even if not particularly a lot, is definitely not a small amount. Lu Yun had no idea that his current score of more than 7,000 points had already put him at the top of the pack, making him the most dazzling presence in the entire venue. In addition to that group, talented students from the other 2 high schools have already set their sights on him. This is not only for the glory of the school, but also for your own future. Since you are unwilling to hand over the points yourself, then let's speak with strength. The fat man took a fighting stance and sneered at Lu Yun. Go ahead. I want to experience the horror of a mythical class today. Lu Yun took a look at the opponent's level, which was only level 15. Lu Yun was too disdainful to take action against someone at this level. I'll leave it to you. Kill this guy and I'll let you go. Lu Yun suddenly looked at the Wolf King beside him and said. When the Wolf King heard this, he was overjoyed. When he brought Lu Yun here, he wanted Lu Yun to let him go. But he couldn't speak and didn't dare to act rashly, so he had to stay by Lu Yun's side obediently. Now that Lu Yun has spoken, he naturally wants it more than ever. Immediately, it let out a wolf howl and turned into red lightning and rushed towards the fat man. When it came to the fat man, the crown on the Wolf King's head instantly released a terrifying high temperature, and the sea of red flames covered an area of several meters in radius around it. Seeing this scene, the fat man's pupils suddenly shrank, and he started to panic. Why would this monster obey Lu Yun's orders? Aren't monsters and humans mutually exclusive? What on earth is going on? However, before the fat man could figure out what was going on, the Wolf King's attack was already within reach. Boom! Chapter 49, it really became a roasted pig's trotter. Seeing this level 20 Wolf King rushing towards him, the fat on the fat man's body suddenly tensed up and his face turned pale with fear. Fortunately, at the last moment, he finally remembered the shield in his hand and hurriedly raised it up. Bang! The Wolf King's body hit the shield heavily, and suddenly a bright light flashed on the shield, and the Wolf King was blown away. After steadying his body, the Wolf King's head was buzzing. He had already started admiring the stars and the moon in broad daylight. Fortunately, this thing is a monster with thick skin and strong basic attributes in all aspects. If it were a human being, it would at least suffer a concussion. And just after the Wolf King was blown away, the fat man's loud laughter followed. Ha ha, you didn't expect that. My crazy pig warrior's defense is terrifying. How can a mere level 20 monster hurt me? The fat guy was beaming with joy, and the word cocky was almost written on his face. As he started to laugh, the fat all over his body began to sway rhythmically. He didn't know how Lu Yun controlled this level 20 Wolf King, but he just knew that Lu Yun could not change the outcome of having his points robbed by relying on this Wolf King alone. In the face of absolute strength, any strategy is nonsense. After laughing, the fat man was ready to pursue the victory. He suddenly tapped the ground with both feet and then pushed hard. The whole person suddenly soared into the sky, like a flying fat pig, and smashed straight towards where Lu Yun was. Even though Lu Yun was a dragon knight, he had never seen such a scene before and was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweats. I used to hear elders say that as long as you stand at the forefront of the storm, even a fat pig can take off. Lu Yun didn't know the concept of a fat pig taking off before, but now he understands it. Apart from anything else, the appearance alone was indeed scary, like a meteor. If it hit him, even with Lu Yun's defensive ability, he would probably be in big trouble. At this critical moment, the Wolf King, who had been knocked away by the fat man before, suddenly rushed back with a roar, and then his whole body was burning with flames, and he rushed towards the fat man who was falling from the sky again. Whoosh! The fat man fell very fast due to the help of gravity, but the Wolf King was even faster, like an inverted meteor, and instantly collided with the fat man's huge body. Boom! The moment the two figures collided, it was like Mars hitting the Earth, and ripples immediately splashed up. Under the influence of these ripples, the yellow sand around them began to fly rapidly. The desert is like a boiling water surface, splashing out overlapping waves of yellow sand. The scene is particularly spectacular. However, to Lu Yun's surprise, the fat man actually blocked the Wolf King's attack. This guy was seen holding the black shield in front of him to block the attack of the Wolf King. Even though there were raging flames rising around the Wolf King, it was still difficult to cause any harm to him. It seems that this fat guy is not bragging. The defense of the crazy pig warrior is indeed very high. Lu Yun said softly as he looked at the confrontation between the two. Although mythical professions are very powerful, their advantages are not necessarily reflected in the early stages. Some mythical professions can only show their edge in the later stages of the game, showing their terror that overwhelms other professions. As for legendary professions and epic professions, although their later growth levels cannot compare to mythical professions, they can obtain terrifying power increases in the early stages. The fat man in front of you is a typical example. This also sounded a wake-up call for Lu Yun. He must not be blindly arrogant just because he is a mythical profession. Because if a mythical profession fails to survive in the early stage, there may be no later stage. Thinking of this, Lu Yun became more determined to stay alive. It seems that we need to be more cautious in the future. Lu Yun murmured softly. What he lacked most now was time. As long as there was a chance to develop to the later stage, that would be his time to make his effort. While Lu Yun was stunned, the situation of the confrontation between the two sides had quietly tilted. Originally, the fat man could rely on his shield and his own powerful attributes to compete with the Wolf King, but as the flames burned around the Wolf King, the fat man suddenly found something wrong. The jet black shield was gradually burned into a red color, and the fat pig pattern on the shield also began to become blurred. The hard shield actually began to become soft under the burning flames, just like an overtired ox. Sizzle. Later, the sound of barbecue was heard in the air, and the aroma of roasted pigs' trotters wafted out. When Lu Yun was wondering where the smell came from, the fat man's face had changed completely, because the palm of his hand holding the shield had been burned by the red-hot shield and was sizzling with oil. This is not the smell of roasted pigs' trotters, but the smell of his roasted palms. Blanche. The fat man's pupils contracted, and the fat on his body instantly tightened together, and he felt unwell. His physical defense is indeed abnormal, but he does not have Lu Yun's 70% immunity to fire attributes. He could indeed withstand the attack of the Wolf King, but he couldn't withstand this fire at all. Boil. The fat man originally wanted to endure the pain, but as the temperature of the shield continued to rise, his pig trotter-like palms began to sizzle with oil. A burnt smell is already wafting out. If he continues like this, his entire hand will probably be roasted and turned into a pig's trotter. In desperation, the fat man could only scream and finally let go of the shield in his hand. The moment the fat man let go of his shield, he lost support and fell to the ground. The Wolf King took the opportunity to fight back, and his body wrapped in flames instantly pounced towards the fat man, like cotton wool encountering a flame. Next moment, phew! The fat man's extremely obese body was instantly ignited by the flames. Oh! The fat man screamed madly, and wherever he looked was a sea of fire. He knew that the situation was hopeless, and at this moment he was filled with great regret. If he had known earlier, he should not have acted on impulse. He should have sent a message to inform others when he found Lu Yun's whereabouts. It's a pity that he didn't do so, and there is no medicine for regret in this world. The pain of being burned by flames all over the body was really unbearable. The fat man originally wanted to take out the blue crystal, crush it, and give up directly. But what made him despair was that under the burning flames, his limbs became extremely stiff, and he was unable to take out the blue crystal. In other words, he didn't even have the chance to give up at this moment, which made the fat man look even more dejected, as if the world had lost its color. Finished. Am I, Pang Dahai, going to be roasted to death here? Pang Dahai has already started waiting to die. At this moment, the flames that originally enveloped him began to slowly disappear. It turned out that at the critical moment, Lu Yun stopped the Wolf King. The Wolf King retracted the flame, glanced at the charred and half-dead Pang Dahai, and then looked at Lu Yun. Okay, you can go. Lu Yun naturally knew what the Wolf King meant, and waved his hand and said, "Oh." The Wolf King let out a light howl, and all the wolves felt relieved. After nodding to Lu Yun, they disappeared at the end of the desert. After the Wolf King left, Lu Yun came to the dead dog-like Pang Dahai and squatted down. He picked up a stone and touched him and asked, "Are you feeling good, Pang Dahai?" Chapter 50, Please be a human being. Is it fun? Pang Dahai swore that these were definitely the most vicious words he had ever heard in his life. He really wanted to answer Lu Yun, "That's awesome," but he didn't dare, for fear of being beaten. "It feels great, very great." Pang Dahai forced a smile on his charred face. Lu Yun suddenly stood up and decided to show his willingness to help others. "Since you were so happy, I will let you have more fun." After saying that, Lu Yun stretched out his index finger, and a small flame suddenly appeared at the fingertips. Pang Dahai's face twitched, and he suddenly had the urge to curse. "Are you a devil? Is this guy a pervert by profession? How could such bone-chilling words come out of a mouth that was only 37 degrees Celsius? Pang Dahai quickly changed his words and said, "No, I'm not happy. Actually, I'm very unhappy." Lu Yun blinked his eyes. "Since you are so unhappy, I should add more fuel to the fire to make you feel better. Pang Dahai." He now really wants to greet Lu Yun's ancestors for 18 generations. It's not okay to say it's fun, but it's not okay to say it's not fun either. "What on earth do you want me to do? Are you a dog? Please be a human being." Lu Yun's words were actually just to scare the other party. Although the fat man was planning to take advantage of his points, both of them were students of Jinsha City after all. So Lu Yun did not kill the Wolf King and asked him to stop. Otherwise, he would have become a charcoal now. Lu Yun glanced at this guy and was about to say something when he suddenly discovered that the countdown on the monster cube was about to end. "Let's deal with business first," Lu Yun said softly, and then asked Long Kur to keep an eye on this guy, and then he came to the front of the monster cube, waiting for the monster army to refresh. Seeing Lu Yun's actions, Pang Dahai's eyes became confused. When he realized where this place was, he immediately shouted out, "Fuck, this is the monster spawn point. The countdown is almost over. What the hell are you doing?" Pang Dahai didn't know what Lu Yun was going to do, nor was he interested in knowing. He just wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible, so he immediately forced himself to crawl away. As a profession that can fight and resist, he also has some recovery skills. Although his injuries cannot be recovered in a short period of time, at least he can crawl and walk now. But he had just climbed a few steps when a pair of long legs and hips appeared in his sight, blocking his way. This pair of long legs is flawless, slender, and delicate. Just by looking at them, Pang Dahai can imagine how comfortable they feel. His eyes continued to move upwards, and Pang Dahai saw two majestic mountains. He used to not understand why so many people like to climb mountains in the name of conquering nature. Now he knows it must feel great to conquer nature. His sight continued to move upwards, and before Pang Dahai could react, he saw a face that was perfect and impeccable. Long Kur narrowed her eyes, and her red pupils released a dangerous signal. "If you keep looking around, I'll dig out your eyes," Long Kur said expressionlessly. Except for Lu Yun, she hated other men looking at her in this way. Pang Dahai smiled awkwardly, and his movement to continue moving upwards suddenly froze, and then he quickly closed his eyes. "I won't watch it. I won't watch it." As he spoke, Pang Dahai quietly reached his hand into his trouser pocket, wanting to crush the blue crystal and give up directly. The monster was about to refresh, and even if Lu Yun didn't plan to deal with him, he felt it would be difficult for him to escape safely. In his current state, he would become a sitting duck once the monsters refreshed. Since he knew that he could no longer continue the assessment, he might as well just admit defeat. Anyway, relying on the special features of the wild pig warrior profession, he had already killed nearly 800 monsters. Even if we give up now, when the points are converted, our ranking should not be low. But just when he had just taken the blue crystal out of his trouser pocket, a pair of jade hands suddenly snatched the blue crystal away from him. "Give me back my things." Pang Dahai suddenly became angry and wanted to take back the blue crystal. Long Kur played with the blue crystal in her hand, stepped on the guy's head, and said lightly, "If you don't want to die, be honest, otherwise I will crush your dog head right now." The blue crystal is in the other party's hands, and now I can't voluntarily give up and teleport away from here. Pang Dahai really had no words to express his pain and could only lie on the ground obediently with a look of despair on his face. Glancing at the countdown that was about to reach 0, his heart became completely silent. Finished. This time it's really over. Now the only means of saving life is gone. Once the monsters are refreshed, he will definitely be beaten to death. If he had known this would be the outcome, he would never have taken the initiative to cause trouble for Lu Yun and should have sent a signal to notify others first. I finally succumbed to the greed in my heart. Pang Dahai beat his chest and stamped his feet, wishing he could slap himself a few times. Why are you so greedy? How can you be so stupid? Just as Pang Dahai was complaining about himself, the countdown of the monster cube finally reached 0. At this time, there were bursts of sonic booms and the sound of the flaming powder sandbody. Hearing the voice, Pang Dahai closed his eyes in despair, and a line of tears rolled down his eye sockets. He was ready to die. After waiting for a long time, Pang Dahai did not feel his body being attacked by the monster, and opened his eyes in confusion. "I'm boiling." Then the guy took a deep breath and cursed, because he saw the most incredible scene in his life. Lu Yun was facing hundreds of monsters alone. It was a completely overwhelming attack, but with just a few moves, those monsters of more than 10 levels were easily killed. When these monsters just walked out of the vortex, they were all majestic and domineering. But after seeing Lu Yun's inhumane massacre, they were all frightened and turned around and wanted to go back into the vortex. This is not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is that there's a level 20 boss monster on the way to escape. He can't withstand any attack from a monster of this level. But Lu Yun withstood all the opponent's attacks and remained unscathed. Not a single hair was burnt. When the boss's attack ended, Lu Yun performed a righteous taunt, then raised the dragon fortress in his hand, rushed forward and slam dunked. The result was that under Lu Yun's devastating physical transcendence, these bosses that had just been refreshed from the vortex were instantly killed. Seeing all this clearly, Pang Dahai was completely frightened. Before he knew it, his whole body was soaked with cold sweat. What kind of monster had he provoked? Chapter 51. Can't I just lie down? Pang Dahai watched Lu Yun's solo show for nearly 10 minutes in amazement. After killing all the monsters that came out of the vortex, Lu Yun's points reached more than 9,500 points, and he was only less than 500 points away from reaching 10,000. I don't know what ranking I will get with my current points, but even if it's not the highest, it shouldn't be too far behind. Looking at the points display in the blue crystal, Lu Yun murmured softly. Fortunately, Pang Dahai didn't hear what he said, otherwise he would have vomited blood. Be good. Brother, your current points are ranked first, and no one can shake you. What do you mean by even if it's not the highest? It shouldn't be that far behind. Your current points are several times that of the second place. After packing up everything, Lu Yun returned to Pang Dahai. After seeing Lu Yun's incredibly fierce fight, Pang Dahai no longer dared to challenge Lu Yun. He immediately grinned, revealing a brilliant smile, and said, "Brother Lu, I now know your true ability. It's my fault that I was blinded by lard and had ideas about you. I was wrong and stupid. I sincerely apologize to you here. Please give me a way out, return the blue crystal to me, and let me give up and leave." Lu Yun was stunned at first. Then he saw the blue crystal that Long Kier was playing within her hand. Lu Yun smiled and said nothing. Instead, he reached out and took the blue crystal, then placed it near his own blue crystal. Buzz! The moment the two blue crystals touched each other, they emitted a light blue light at the same time. When the light dissipated, the hundreds of points in the Pang Dahai crystal disappeared instantly. However, the blue points in Lu Yun's hand suddenly increased by several hundred points. It turned out that Lu Yun had absorbed all the points in the blue crystal of Pang Dahai. Boil! Seeing this scene, Pang Dahai gritted his teeth and almost shed tears. Since arriving at the dungeon, he has been fighting various monsters. Due to encountering many large armies of monsters, he was in danger several times. It can be said that these points are his lifeblood, and now his lifeblood has been taken away like this. He is so angry. What made him even more miserable was that he was very unhappy with Lu Yun, but at the moment he had no way to deal with him. Pang Dahai looked at the sky and the copy with lifeless eyes. The sky was azure blue and the sun was shining on the earth. Although it was fake, it could still bring warmth. But at this moment, Pang Dahai felt a chill in his heart, as if his life had lost its direction. We are all students of Jinsha City. I won't make things difficult for you. Lu Yun tossed the blue crystal in his hand and said with a smile. Pang Dahai's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had come alive again. Since we are all students of Jinsha City, give the crystal back to me now. I admit defeat this time. I will crush the crystal and admit defeat now. But Lu Yun shook his head and said with a smile, I can't return the crystal to you now. After that, Lu Yun added, when the time is right, I will give it to you. Don't worry, I'm not a person who goes back on my word. Lu Yun's words were like a bucket of cold water, which immediately extinguished the hope that Pang Dahai had just had. Pang Dahai once again lay on the ground like a dead, salted fish, with an expression that showed he had lost all hope in life. Never mind, he's really tired. Do whatever you want. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and honor are in the hands of God. Can I just lie down? Seeing this guy's expression, Lu Yun felt amused. So he said, compared to your lifeless look now, I still prefer your rebellious expression at the beginning. Pang Dahai. Then Lu Yun didn't waste any time and asked Long Kur to transform into a giant dragon. Then he carried Pang Dahai to the dragon's back and asked Long Kur to go to the next map. Long Kur was extremely fast, like an aircraft carrier, and she took Lu Yun away from the endless desert in just a few minutes. After Long Kur carried Lu Yun for a while, the original golden color disappeared and was replaced by a world covered with wind and snow. Heavy snow was falling from the sky, and everything within sight was covered with white snowflakes. It gave a feeling that the sky and the earth were the same color, and the sky and the earth were perfectly integrated under the connection of white. After arriving here, Lu Yun followed the same method and restored Long Kur to human form, then pulled Pang Dahai and swaggered through the snow. Not long after they walked forward, a group of monsters suddenly appeared. These monsters were all around level 10, and the leader was a huge white hairy bear. The white bear has particularly strong limbs, and there is tremendous power beneath its white fur. There are many other white bears around this white bear, but the size of these bears is far smaller than the leading bear. It is obvious that the leading bear is the boss of this group of guys. Long Kur is a giant dragon with fire attribute. After marrying Long Kur, Lu Yun awakened the profession of Dragon Knight and also became a Dragon Knight with fire attribute, and fire just happens to restrain ice. It just so happened that the monsters here, due to the nature of the ice and snow world map, all had ice attributes, which meant that Lu Yun was more like a fish in water here than in the desert. Although the 70% fire damage reduction is not useful here, his extra fire damage is even more useful. Under the restraint of the attribute, any ordinary attack by Lu Yun can cause critical damage. Minus 999, minus 989, minus 998. After a few moves, Lu Yun successfully sent all the monsters around to get their lunchboxes. Lu Yun wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and smiled with relief. I could be considered to have saved the world. In less than a few hours, I have saved nearly 10,000 monsters. If the Buddha were still alive in heaven, everyone would have thanked him in their dreams. After seeing Lu Yun's fierce fighting style, Pang Dahai became even more desperate. His eyes were wide open, and he didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment. When he thought about how he actually looked at a monster like this at the beginning, he felt more and more like a clown. On the other side, the situation of the strongest white bear was not much better than that of Pang Dahai. He saw that all his subordinates were killed by Lu Yun in 2 or 3 moves. The white bear almost lost his soul and turned around to run, but at this moment a ray of fire suddenly fell from the sky. After the fire fell on the snow, the ice and frost around it melted. Finally, a circle of fire formed on the ground, directly surrounding the white bear. Seeing that its retreat was blocked, the white bear had no choice but to look at Lu Yun again. The corners of his mouth slightly opened, and he let out a low roar, ready to fight to the death. But at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly said, I am not interested in fighting and killing. Take me to the monster spawn point here, and I can let you go. Chapter 52. You are really good at judging people. In the following time, Pang Dahai witnessed Lu Yun once again solo clearing the monster refresh points in this world. Seeing that Lu Yun had earned several thousand points, he felt no emotion at all and even wanted to laugh because he was completely numb. After harvesting all the monster refresh points in this world, Lu Yun followed Long Kur to other areas and did the same thing. After walking through more than a dozen different areas, Lu Yun also soloed more than a dozen monster refresh points, and his points exceeded 40,000. While everyone was frantically looking for Lu Yun, The copy points ranking list was also updated in real time, so everyone saw with their own eyes how Lu Yun's points increased from a few thousand to tens of thousands in a very short period of time. Jiang Shishir, who is now ranked second on the list, has a point difference of tens of thousands from Lu Yun, which is a very scary number. How is this possible? How on earth did he do that? He's cheating. I'm going to report this guy. He must be cheating. Oh my goodness, just one person took up 40,000 points. This kid is so scary. Lu Yun's current score made many students' scalps tingle, and also made countless people more excited. If we can grab all these points, our school will definitely take the lead, and we will definitely benefit from it. It can even be said that whichever of the 3 universities can obtain so many points will definitely be the first place. For a moment, everyone's desire to find Lu Yun became stronger. Those who were originally not interested in Lu Yun and his companions and were still hunting monsters to earn points on their own also changed their strategies. They didn't even bother killing the monsters. They all just wanted to find Lu Yun and fly into the sky. With such a mountain of gold in front of them, they can do whatever they want as long as they get it. Why should they still work hard to hunt monsters? You have to know that one monster can only be exchanged for 1 point. If they want to get 40,000 points, they need to kill 40,000 monsters. Now, as long as these points are snatched from Lu Yun alone, naturally no one will be willing to continue hunting monsters. In an ocean world, Lu Yun and Long Kuer were lying on the beach basking in the sun, with a piece of dogtail grass in their mouths, looking quite relaxed. This doesn't mean that Lu Yun is starting to give up. In fact, he is not sure whether 40,000 points is a lot. However, he has already explored all areas in the entire copy. He had also been to all the monsters' spawning points in each area, and now Lu Yun really had nothing to do. In addition to the monsters at the monster refresh points, there are many monsters in these areas. But these monsters are scattered, and it would be a waste of time to search for them one by one. Moreover, Lu Yun had the title of monster killer. If he got a little closer to these monsters, they would flee madly like frightened birds, leaving Lu Yun with no way to hunt them. At this time, Pang Dehai was also lying beside Lu Yun, staring at the sky in a daze with a look of despair. When he saw Lu Yun sweeping away all the monster refresh points in the area one after another, he realized what kind of horrible monster he had provoked. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly handed a blue crystal to Pang Dehai. The moment Pang Dehai saw the blue crystal, he was stunned. "What are you standing there for? Don't you want the blue crystal anymore?" Lu Yun said calmly. Pang Dehai finally reacted and held the crystal in his hand with surprise. This thing was an important certificate for this assessment, and he felt safe only when he held it in his own hands. But it was very abnormal that Lu Yun would return such an important thing to him so easily. After all, he came here for his points. The other party just beat him up and let him go. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. Pang Dehai was holding the blue crystal in a daze. Suddenly, he felt something and looked at the blue crystal fiercely. He saw that the score displayed on the crystal was exactly 3,000 points. Seeing these points, Pang Dehai took a breath and looked at Lu Yun beside him in confusion. What the hell does this mean? Not only did he return the crystal to me, he also gave me 3,000 points. What on earth does this guy want to do? 3,000 points was an astronomical figure for him. Even though he was a level 15 wild pig warrior and an epic job changer, it was difficult for him to obtain so many points within the assessment period. He should be happy for getting so many points, but at this moment he couldn't be happy at all because he knew that there is no such thing as a free lunch. "What do you need me to do?" Pang Dehai asked vigilantly. "I know that students from number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school are trying to steal my points. I need you to go out and find them, and then bring them here to see me," Lu Yun said with a smile. Pang Dehai immediately understood what Lu Yun meant. Now that all the monster refresh points had been attacked by Lu Yun began to set his sights on these students. It's not that Lu Yun is unkind. He originally didn't have such an idea. But since the other party has already directed his idea at him, it shouldn't be excessive for him to give him a taste of his own medicine, right? But to Lu Yun's surprise, Pang Dehai did not agree. Instead, he refused and said, "You are wishful thinking. I will not harm my classmates. Don't think that you can underestimate the bond between us just because you are so powerful. I, Pang Dehai, am also a principled person. Lu Yun, I'll give you another 1,000 points." Pang Dehai was stunned at first. Then he rolled over and stood up, came to Lu Yun, rubbed his hands with a flattering look on his face. "You are really good at judging people. I will go over and bring them here. Don't worry, Brother Lu. I will not let you down and will complete the task. Pang Dahai patted his chest, made some solemn promises, and left happily with the 4,000 points. In the face of absolute interests, the so-called bottom line of constraints is simply nonsense. Although Pang Dahai is a little ugly, he still has his own judgment when it comes to major issues. If you let me do something without paying me, then I am a very principled person. If you pay me to do something, I can still maintain my bottom line. But if you give enough money, classmate? We're classmates. I think you have enough points. Long Kier spoke after Pang Dahai left. Luyan took a look at the ranking list in the sky. His name was already ranked first, and no one could shake it, but Luyan still felt a sense of crisis. Not enough. He had a hunch that perhaps someone could temporarily block the ranking statistics. To ensure that you're the first, the more points you get, the better. While the two were chatting, Pang Dahai on the other side had already left here, and not long after leaving, he encountered a large group of people who came to look for Luyan. The show is about to begin. Chapter 53, Best Actor-Level Acting Skills. There are probably dozens of people in this group, with almost an equal number of people from 6 middle schools and 3 middle schools. They all formed teams and came here all the way. Because there was a fortune teller in the crowd. Although this profession was not very aggressive, it could predict the future. This kind of profession is also quite popular in the dungeon, and they relied on this fortune-telling wizard to find their way here. When they saw Pang Dahai suddenly appear, the people from number 6 middle school immediately surrounded him and asked, Pang Dahai, why are you here? They relied on the fortune teller to find this place, but this guy got there first. Of course I came here for Luyan, and I just met him. Pang Dahai's face suddenly became serious. Seeing this, everyone's curiosity was aroused, and someone hurriedly asked, how strong is that guy? He is a mythical professional dragon knight, and he has obtained so many points. You can imagine how terrifying his combat power is. To be honest, we are still a little bit unprepared. A little weak? If you were really fake, how could you have found your way here? This is what they call greed. Pang Dahai sneered in his heart, then continued his performance. That guy is not as evil as you think. The reason why he can kill so many monsters is purely because he has a special skill. This skill has a natural restraining effect on the monsters in this copy. Pang Dahai lies without even thinking. If Luyan were here, he would definitely give him a thumbs up and call him a boast. After hearing Pang Dahai's vivid description, everyone's fear of Luyan was much lessened. That's what I said. Mythic level professions are usually only powerful in the later stages. They're usually not that powerful in the early stages. The student who asked the question earlier also breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, Pang Dahai, take us to find Luyan quickly, and I will give you some points after the task is completed. Pang Dahai shook his head, glanced at everyone, and said, although that guy is not as powerful as we imagined, he is a mythical class after all. He has the power to kill so many monsters. If we want to take him down, it will not be enough to rely on just a few of us. We better notify the others. Pang Dahai's words did not arouse everyone's suspicion, because of being beaten up by Luyan before, there were still many visible scars on his body, which were obviously traces of the battle. I got these injuries because of that guy. Luckily, I am a crazy pig warrior who can fight and resist, so I was lucky enough to escape. We are all here for points, so there's no need for me to lie to you. If we want to deal with that guy, we must call more people. After Pang Dahai said this, no one had any objection, and they all started to use their methods to call for help. The blue crystal on each person can not only record points, but also transmit messages to each other, but it is only limited to the same school. Pang Dahai, it's a good thing that you provided the information in time. You will get all the points after the matter is accomplished. Someone patted Pang Dahai on the chest and exclaimed. Pang Dahai nodded on the surface, but sneered in his heart. You didn't expect that I am a double agent. Laugh now. Laugh as brightly as you can, because you won't be able to laugh later. Not to mention the group of people in front of him. Even if all the students in the entire copy came here, he didn't think that this group of people could do anything to Luyan. After all, this was a monster who had single-handedly cleared dozens of regional monster refresh points. At the same time, everyone who was looking for Luyan in other places received the news here at the same time. Their eyes lit up, and they quickly rushed here. In a corner of the copy, Yumi, who was hunting monsters with 2 junior schoolmates, was suddenly stunned because she also received the group message here. How stupid can these guys be to dare to target that guy? Don't they use their brains to think about it? Did he just pick up all those points? Upon hearing the news, Yumi was both angry and anxious. and hurriedly rushed to the destination with her 2 junior high school sisters. She has no control over the people in number 3 middle school, but she must stop the people in number 6 middle school from doing stupid things. At the beginning, she didn't believe that Lu Yun could be so terrifying, but after witnessing Lu Yun clearing the dungeon alone, she clearly realized how terrifying he was. If she is a genius, then Lu Yun is definitely a monster. Nowadays, Lu Yun's points have increased from a few thousand at the beginning to tens of thousands now. She knows where these points came from without any hesitation. They must have been obtained by Lu Yun by solo killing monster refresh points in other areas. They dare to provoke such a ruthless person. These people are really tired of living. At the same time, Jiang Shishir, who was hunting monsters, also received the news from number 3 middle school. She was completely stunned. Although she was not aware of Lu Yun's solo monster refresh point, her understanding of Lu Yun, coupled with his skyrocketing points, she knew without a doubt how terrifying Lu Yun was. She has worked so hard for so long, but now only has less than 10,000 points, while Lu Yun has already exceeded 40,000 points. The gap is too obvious. Where on earth did these guys get the courage to challenge that guy? I'm afraid that before they can snatch his points, their points will be snatched away instead. Jiang Shishir, like Yumi, immediately put down what she was doing and quickly rushed to her destination. She had to stop the people from number 3 middle school from doing stupid things. At the same time, someone from number 1 middle school happened to discover the movements of number 6 and number 3 middle schools and quickly passed on this information. Knowing that people from the 2 high schools might have found Lu Yun's whereabouts and were gathering their forces, the people from number 1 middle school were also not idle and hurried towards the meeting point to stop it all. It is less than 1 kilometer away from the beach where Lu Yun is. Half an hour later, people from number 3 middle school arrived here first, followed by people from number 6 middle school. Almost everyone from the 2 universities arrived at the scene, totaling more than 400 people. Of course, the total number of students in the 2 universities is definitely more than this, but these are the only ones who took the exam this time. When these people met, a tense atmosphere immediately arose. A young man from number 6 middle school suddenly stepped forward, looked at the people from number 3 middle school unkindly, and snorted, "Let me make it clear in advance, whoever can snatch the blue crystal from Lu Yun first will get the points inside. Let's talk about it based on our own abilities." That's exactly what I meant. The people from number 3 middle school snorted in agreement. After the 2 of them finished talking, the tense atmosphere in the air became much less tense. But at this moment, people from number 1 middle school finally arrived at the scene. Zhao Qingsong rushed to the front, and when he saw that people from the 2 universities were basically gathered here, his heart sank immediately. He immediately shouted to the people behind him, "You hold them here. I will go to Lu Yun to inform him of the situation and ask him to retreat quickly with the points." But just as he finished speaking, the way ahead was blocked by people from number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school. Chapter 54. I want your points. Do you think it's possible to go over and tip off? The student blocking Zhao Qingsong's way in front sneered. Zhao Qingsong's face darkened. He suddenly raised his hand and gently waved it towards the ground. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the ground. 2 hideous skeletons emerged from the ground and pounced directly at the students in front. However, before the 2 skeletons could get close to each other, a sword shadow flashed across the space, and the moment the sword shadow disappeared, the 2 skeletons instantly turned into a pool of bone fragments. Zhao Qingsong's face darkened again. The skeleton soldiers he summoned were killed in seconds. It's not that the necromancer is too weak. On the contrary, the necromancer is a good profession. It's a pity that Zhao Qingsong's level is too low now and he can't summon the powerful skeleton king. He can only summon skeleton soldiers now, and only 2 of them. It is obviously impossible to escape the current predicament with just 2 skeleton soldiers. He is trapped. Not only Zhao Qingsong, but also the people from number 1 middle school who came to support him were surrounded by people from number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school. In terms of numbers, number 1 middle school did not have the upper hand at all, and the people who came to support Lu Yun this time were only a part of them. Not all students from number 1 middle school were present. Not everyone has a good impression of Lu Yun. There will always be some people who are jealous of Lu Yun because he is too dazzling. It seems like you guys can't report the news. We're going to take that kid's points. Seeing that the people from number 1 middle school were blocked, the people from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school were extremely mocking. After finishing the job, they immediately arranged for some people to block the people from number 1 middle school here. Another group of people moved towards the direction where Lu Yun was. Boyle, Seeing that he couldn't inform Lu Yun of the news, Zhao Qingsong became so angry that he started cursing. It's no use for a large group of people to bully a small group of people. If you dare, let's fight one-on-one. We have more people. If we don't fight you in a group, we will fight you one-on-one. That's really crazy. The people from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school sneered, thinking that they had already taken Lu Yun's points. But at this moment, something strange happened. Jiang Shishir finally arrived here at the last moment. Everyone from number 3 middle school, stop it. Everyone in number 3 middle school looked at Jiang Shishir at the same time with confusion on their faces. They didn't expect that a genius like Jiang Shishir would appear here. Subconsciously, they thought that Jiang Shishir had come here to encircle and suppress Lu Yun just like them. That's great. With senior sister Shishir here, we'll be more confident in dealing with that kid named Lu. A genius from number 3 middle school shouted excitedly. But who would have thought that Jiang Shishir's next words would leave these people completely stunned? You must not cause trouble for Lu Yun. Jiang Shishir looked at everyone and spoke word by word. Senior sister Shishir, are you kidding me? That kid has so many points. If we just grab a few of them, it will be enough to win glory for number 3 middle school. I'm not kidding. That guy is very powerful. If you rashly go to find him, you will not only steal his points, but also give yourself away. After hearing Jiang Shishir's words, many people felt that she was being too serious and did not take her words to heart at all. Mythical professions are indeed very powerful, but now is the early stage. Besides, with so many people surrounding Lu Yun, even if Lu Yun had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would definitely be unable to resist. Seeing that she couldn't persuade the people from number 3 middle school, Jiang Shishir suddenly became anxious. Although she is the pride of number 3 middle school, not everyone is convinced by her. After all, we are all students of number 3 middle school, and we are not people with much say. Why should we listen to Jiang Shishir? Sister Shishir is right. You can't go looking for trouble with that guy. At this moment, another low shout suddenly sounded. It was Yumi who arrived with 2 junior high school girls from number 6 middle school. Yumi. Jiang Shishir was also a little surprised to see Yumi. Yumi nodded to Jiang Shishir and said with a smile, "It seems that Sister Shishir and I have the same opinion about heroes. Although they are not students of the same university, they are good friends who could talk about anything." So with just a glance, the 2 women knew the other's purpose of coming here. Yumi didn't say much to Jiang Shishir. She glanced around and said, "I can't control the people for number 3 middle school, but the people for number 6 middle school must not bother that guy. He's a pervert who can solo monster refresh points." Yumi directly narrated what she had seen and heard, and 2 junior schoolmates also came forward to testify. At first, everyone was very excited and wanted to find Lu Yun on the spot to snatch his points. But now, when they heard that Lu Yun was actually blocking the monster's fountain and killing it, they couldn't keep calm. Is this true? Is this guy so scary? Just go to the monster spawn point and hunt monsters. This seems to explain why that guy's points skyrocketed so quickly. There are no less than a few thousand monsters that spawn at each monster spawn point. Is this something a normal person can do? This. Yumi's words immediately calmed down everyone who had just gotten angry, and they began to analyze the situation. After everyone's analysis, it was found that the probability of Lu Yun soloing the monster refresh point was indeed very high, and Yumi had no relationship with Lu Yun, so there was no need for her to deliberately help Lu Yun lie to everyone. After combining this information, no matter how unwilling everyone was, they had to admit a horrifying fact. That is, even now in the early stages, the strength of Lu Yun, the Dragon Knight, is already extremely terrifying, even far surpassing everyone else. However, although the analysis results made many people feel wary, many people are still unwilling to give up this opportunity that is about to come. For a moment, the scene fell into an eerie silence. As for Yumi, she didn't say anything. All she could do was tell everyone how powerful Lu Yun was. As for whether everyone should continue to cause trouble for Lu Yun, she couldn't take care of them one by one. Finally, after a brief silence, only a small number of people took the initiative to withdraw from the siege of Lu Yun. But most people still remained silent, unwilling to give up this opportunity. So what if that guy is terrifying? With so many of us, can't we be a match for him alone? Someone suddenly stood up and said loudly, "That's right. We have more people, and we can kill him in turn." In the face of sheer numbers, even a mythical profession is no match. As soon as he said this, he was immediately echoed by everyone. Yeah. But suddenly, A joking voice suddenly sounded, and then everyone heard a dragon's roar coming from the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky involuntarily, and then saw a huge monster swooping down towards them at a very fast speed. It was a giant dragon covered in red scales, and there was a figure standing on top of the dragon's head. This figure stepped on the dragon's head, like the legendary dragon slayer. His momentum alone was enough to sweep away everyone present. The person who came was none other than Lu Yun. A terrifying aura was brewing in the air. Everyone was clearly planning to encircle Lu Yun, but when Lu Yun actually appeared in front of them. But they were filled with fear, and an unconcealable throbbing suddenly burst out from the depths of their souls. At this moment, Lu Yun's voice came from the sky again, like a mysterious voice from outer space. I want your points. Chapter 55. Operation as Fierce as a Tiger. Record of 250. When they saw Lu Yun appear, everyone in number 1 middle school was instantly overjoyed. But then they couldn't laugh anymore. It was indeed very impressive for Lu Yun to appear on stage stepping on a fire dragon. But he seemed to have overlooked one fact. He is just one person. Even if we count the people from number 1 middle school who came to support, their numbers are still less than those of number 6 and number 3 middle schools. It is said that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Facing competitors whose numbers far exceed his own, even if Lu Yun has the advantage of a mythical profession, he will inevitably suffer a great loss. Lu Yun, hurry up and leave. There's so many of them. What are you doing here? Zhao Qingsong was the first one to shout at Lu Yun, wishing he could lubricate Lu Yun's feet instead. If you come out at this time, aren't you just attracting hatred? The rest of the people in number 1 middle school were also panicking. Seeing that everyone had been persuaded by Yumi and Jiang Shishir, they did not dare to actively cause trouble for Lu Yun. Who would have thought that Lu Yun would actually show up on his own initiative? Isn't this just jumping into a fire pit? But after hearing Lu Yun's voice, Jiang Shishir and Yumi's pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be that this guy spread the news that he wanted to turn the tables here and rob every one of their points? That's impossible. He wants to challenge all the people from number 6 and number 3 middle schools alone. You have to know that there are also some epic professions among these people. Jiang Shishir said in shock. After all, number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school have more people and more power. Isn't this a bit far-fetched? Even though the mythical professions are very powerful, it is still in the early stages after all. How can a mythical profession be so abnormal? Have you forgotten what I said before? Yumi suddenly narrowed her eyes. You mean? Jiang Shishir seemed to have thought of something, and she suddenly felt unwell. She had forgotten what Yumi had said before, that Lu Yun swept through all the monster spawn points by himself. Then it doesn't seem too difficult to snatch everyone's points. After all, the monsters of the monster refresh points start to refresh in the thousands, and their number is more than the people in number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school combined. But compared to the nervousness of the 2 girls, the people from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school were stunned for a short while and then fell into ecstasy. Just now, under the persuasion of the 2 women, they really gave up the idea of causing trouble for Lu Yun. But now that Lu Yun has shown up on his own initiative, it is equivalent to sticking his face out for everyone to hit. If they miss such a great opportunity, they will look down on themselves. Ha ha ha, this is a godsend. I didn't expect this guy to be so arrogant and actually stand up to let us fight. Let's attack together. With so many of us joining forces, I don't believe we can't defeat him. Don't say he is just a mythical profession. Even if he is an invincible profession, we have to teach him a lesson today. If I can get 40,000 points, I'll be able to pass this assessment. Everyone, don't hold back. Whoever grabs the blue crystal first will get the points. The people from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school were suddenly excited. They called out their marriage partners one after another and were ready to get down to business. Hurry up. His target is you. You're the prey now. Don't let him snatch your points away. At this moment, Jiang Shishir and Yumi's voices rang out, full of tension. However, no one took the 2 women's reminder to heart. Seniors, please stop joking here. Lu Yun is just one person. Do you want to say that he surrounded more than 400 of us by himself? A student from number 6 middle school looked at the 2 girls and said with a bright smile. But just as he finished his words, Long Kur, who had transformed into a giant dragon, suddenly rushed down and landed in the middle of the crowd in an instant. The students from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school had no time to react. They only felt a flash of fire before their eyes, and then they were knocked to the ground by the terrifying force. Those who were slightly weaker were even knocked to the ground for dozens of times and then fainted. At this moment, everyone who had been clamoring to snatch Lu Yun's points suddenly shut up. The scene was dead silent. The only sound that could be heard was each other's rapid heartbeats. Lu Yun jumped down from the dragon's head like a god descending from heaven, and immediately came directly to the people who were blown away and started to collect them. An unlucky guy was just shaken to the ground and fell flat on his face. Just as he was about to stand up, Lu Yun came up to him. Then he stretched out his hand, and before the unfortunate fellow could react, he pulled out a blue crystal from his arms and placed it in front of his own crystal. Buzz! As a buzzing sound was heard, the points in the unlucky guy's blue crystal were instantly reset to 0, and all the points were transferred to Lu Yun's blue crystal. Grass! The unlucky guy was stunned for a few breaths before he reacted. He suddenly looked up and cursed at Lu Yun. However, before he could finish writing the word, Lu Yun crushed his blue crystal. Buzz! Suddenly, a force of space enveloped the unlucky guy, and he was teleported out of the copy in an instant. After doing all this, Lu Yun acted as if nothing had happened and flashed to the front of the other unlucky guys. Take out the blue crystal. Transfer points. Then crush the crystal. The whole set of movements was smooth and flowing. In less than a minute, 10 unlucky guys were successfully sent away by Lu Yun. He's so damn arrogant, everyone help subdue him. After a brief silence, someone finally reacted and pointed at Lu Yun and shouted loudly. When the others heard this, they all raised their eyebrows in anger. There's so many of us here, and you actually dared to attack us. You're still collecting points as if nothing happened. Do you really think we don't exist? We don't want to save face. Just because you have a mythical profession, can you be so rampant? After everyone reacted, they immediately displayed the characteristics of their respective professions. At this moment, the people from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school cooperated with each other tacitly. Of course, they want to fight for Lu Yun's points, but before that they must subdue Lu Yun first. The wizard immediately used his power to summon countless vines to bind Lu Yun's limbs to the ground. There were also warriors holding shields and rushing towards Lu Yun. The huge force directly pressed Lu Yun to the spot and made him unable to move. Everyone played all their cards without holding back. Just when everyone thought that Lu Yun had been tied up and unable to move and had completely become a lamb to be slaughtered, Lu Yun smiled evilly, and then his whole body suddenly burned with a red flame. The moment this red flame burned, the restraining effect that everyone had put on Lu Yun disappeared instantly. Tung Man was burned to ashes. The frost melted instantly. Even things like shields were burned into a pool of molten iron. At this moment, the whole audience was stunned. Everyone suddenly felt that what they had done before could be perfectly summarized in one sentence. He acts as fierce as a tiger at first glance, but upon closer inspection, he seems like an idiot. Chapter 56. Invulnerable to water and fire, swords and guns. We can't suppress this guy, so everyone attack together. Since we can't suppress him, we should beat him until he surrenders and hands over the blue crystal. Suddenly, someone reacted and spoke loudly again. In fact, when Lu Yun broke free from everyone's restraining skills, many people had already noticed that something was wrong. But the arrow has been shot, and they have no choice but to continue. An epic flame mage stepped forward decisively to take charge of the overall situation. Because the fire mage has high burst damage, and the key is area damage, it has become an essential damage-type profession in dungeons. Fire and rain. After this person stood up, he clenched his hands and muttered for a while, then suddenly stretched out his palm and lightly waved it toward the sky. Boom! Suddenly, a red cloud appeared in the space above Lu Yun. The cloud looked like a burning flame, and soon after it appeared, it began to rain heavily. However, these heavy downpours were not actually rain, but rain condensed from flames. These raindrops were like molten lava pouring down from the sky, so dense that it was impossible to dodge. This is Li Fan from number 6 middle school. Apart from Yumi, this guy is also considered a genius in number 6 middle school. The burst damage of the flame mage is very high in the early stage, and the damage of the fire attribute itself is explosive. This guy is finished. Seeing Li Fan take action, someone quickly stood up to explain. When this person's explanation came out, the others became extremely excited. Under this attack, even if Lu Yun could successfully resist it, he would probably be in a very embarrassing situation, right? When the time comes, they will take action again and will surely capture Lu Yun successfully. In ancient times, 3 heroes fought against Lu Bu. They are now a group of heroes fighting legends. When a molten lava rain fell, a terrifying heat wave swept across the 4 directions, and people who were a little closer could feel the heat in the space. Even when a molten rain fell on the ground, the entire ground was so hot that it was sizzling and smoking. From this, it is not difficult to see the horrific high temperature. But when the molten rain fell on Lu Yun, the damage he suffered was minimal. Even Lu Yun didn't use any means to resist and just let the rain fall on him. Lu Yun took a deep breath, then spread his hands and closed his eyes, his face full of comfort and enjoyment. It seemed as if what was falling was not a rain of fire, but a spring rain in March. Swish! The scene fell into dead silence again. Is this guy a monster? The rain contained such horrific high temperatures that even a monster would grimace in pain and scream if touched by it. But Lu Yun seemed like nothing had happened. Is he invulnerable to swords and guns and immune to water and fire? In fact, if you look closely, you will find that there is a faint red barrier on the surface of Lu Yun's body. It is this barrier that blocks most of the damage from the rain of fire. 70% fire damage reduction is no joke. Fuck, is this guy even human? Seeing that his attack had no effect on Lu Yun, Li Fan was stunned for a moment. He felt like he was dreaming, and all this was so unrealistic. I just don't believe this. At this moment, another man holding a 9-ring broadsword stood up. This man was wearing black armor, and the 9-ring broadsword in his hand was extremely conspicuous. Because this big sword is almost taller than this person. He is the genius He Junhong from number 3 middle school. He has awakened the epic class Chaos Blade Master, which is considered to be a relatively strong class among sword masters. It is also an explosive class, and its attacks have a true damage effect. When this person stood up, his identity was immediately recognized by others. Although Chaos Blade is only an epic class, it is even more terrifying than the Flame Mage, because the Chaos Blade's attacks can bring true damage, and the true damage will become higher and higher as the level increases. In the later stages, although the strength of the Chaos Blade Master cannot be compared with the mythical professions, it is not weaker than some legendary professions. Swords and sabers. He Junhong grasped the handle of the 9-ring sword with both hands, shouted loudly, and then chopped down at Lu Yun with both hands. But what was surprising was that this time Lu Yun still did not dodge the attack, and just let the 9-ring sword chop him. This blow landed solidly on Lu Yun. He Junhong raised his lips and was about to laugh, but the next moment his face froze before the smile could even bloom. He did hit the target with this blow, but it did not cause any harm to Lu Yun because the blow landed on the Dragon Fortress. At the critical moment, Lu Yun blocked the attack with the Dragon Fortress in his hand. When a sharp metal collision sound was heard, and then a huge recoil force came over, and He Junhong suddenly felt his hands holding the handle of the knife go numb. A bloody cut suddenly appeared at the base of his thumb, and blood gushed out like a fountain. He Junhong looked at the cut on his hand, then looked at Lu Yun, who was standing there unharmed, and even looking at him with a smile. It's a mess. I didn't expect that even this guy is no match for Lu Yun. What kind of monster is this guy? This is real damage. Are mythical professions really that awesome? I don't accept it. Seeing that the 2 geniuses were unable to do anything to Lu Yun despite their successive attacks, everyone's emotions were somewhat broken. Lu Yun is so powerful that it makes people despair. In fact, compared to the previous Flame Mage, He Junhong's attack is indeed the most threatening to Lu Yun. It's a pity that Lu Yun has the platinum-level equipment Dragon Fortress, and he himself has strong defense and recovery capabilities. The so-called real damage has almost no effect. These 2 geniuses are the most representative figures in the 2 high schools besides Jiang Shishir and Yumi. Now seeing that they were unable to do anything to Lu Yun, the others began to hesitate and simply did not dare to take action. Everyone stared at each other, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward for a moment. Didn't we agree that this guy would be killed in the fight? Isn't it said that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands? How come this doesn't follow the script? Seeing that everyone was silent and not taking any action, Lu Yun touched his nose and then broke into a brilliant smile. Since you guys won't take action, it's my turn now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yun directly used righteous taunting. Buzz! The guys standing in the front row were instantly enveloped by a pale yellow light, and then they were horrified to find that their bodies were walking towards Lu Yun uncontrollably. Ridicule. Although righteous taunt is a taunt skill, it has a relatively high priority and can hardly be interrupted. At the moment when everyone was being ridiculed, Lu Yun instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of everyone. Chapter 57: A Magical Reversal. At this moment, the taunting time was over, and everyone found that they could move freely. After confirming that there was no damage to their bodies, they prepared to attack Lu Yun. But when they saw what Lu Yun was holding, the people who were about to take action froze in place again. How come their blue crystal ended up in Lu Yun's hands? Dead silence. There was deathly silence in the air again. This world seems to be frozen. Everyone stared at the pile of blue crystals in Lu Yun's hand in a trance. Why are these blue crystals in Lu Yun's hands? Of course, Lu Yun got it when they were being ridiculed. After getting these crystals, Lu Yun first transferred the points to himself, and then squeezed them hard. Fuck, you can't. Seeing that Lu Yun was about to crush his crystal, these unlucky guys panicked instantly and tried to stop him, but it was too late. They didn't even have time to finish their words to stop it. As the crystal was crushed, their surroundings were suddenly blocked by a force of space. The next moment, he disappeared from where he was. Just like that, it was teleported out. The whole place fell into silence again. Ever since Lu Yun appeared, everyone's worldview had been overturned countless times. They have seen geniuses and can imagine how powerful geniuses are. But Lu Yun was beyond everyone's understanding. This can no longer be described as genius. This is clearly a monster, so powerful that it's despairing. Almost all the students from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school who were taking the test were here. Together, they outnumbered Lu Yun by several hundred times, yet they were unable to do anything to the other side. This is outrageous. In addition to being shocked, many people looked at Yumi and Jiang Shirshir and suddenly understood their difficulties. Previously, everyone ignored the two women's advice and thought they were making a big deal out of it. Now, they realized that they were just superficial. This Lu Yun is really strong. To attack like this and try to snatch this guy's points, isn't this dancing on the edge of a knife? Fuck, are mythical classes so scary? After seeing Lu Yun's methods, Zhao Qingsong lost his composure. Before entering the gate of marriage and becoming a dragon knight, Lu Yun's life had always been very difficult. But now his hardship has finally paid off. With his current strength, Lu Yun will definitely receive focused training from above, and his life will definitely get better and better in the future. Perhaps it won't be long before Lu Yun becomes someone he can only look up to. As close friends, Zhao Qingsong naturally hopes that Lu Yun will get better and better. Everyone in number 1 middle school was also quite surprised. They had come all the way here to tip off Lu Yun, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. Lu Yun's strength is so terrifying that even if they didn't come here, the people from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school would not be able to do anything to him. Who else? Lu Yun glanced around, raised his head slightly, and asked lightly. As soon as these words came out, an invisible domineering aura was released, and Lu Yun seemed to have his own aura, and people dared not look directly at him. This is Lu Yun's character. Although he is steady, even too cautious sometimes, he will never be timid when he needs to be arrogant. These guys all want to team up to snatch my points, so I don't need to be nice to them. You are awesome. We admit defeat. Let's end this matter here. At this moment, He Junhong sighed, put the 9-ring broadsword on his shoulder, and shook his head sadly. I had originally thought of stealing Lu Yun's points to become famous, but now I realize how ridiculous my idea was. Steal other people's points? So funny. It turned out that he was no match for the other party at all. That's it. Lu Yun smiled upon hearing this and said, "You wanted to steal my points before, but now that you find you can't beat me, you want to make a big deal out of a small matter? Have you asked for my opinion? What do you mean by that? Even though we are no match for you, we have so many of you. Even a corner dog will do anything. Do you still want to attack us?" Hearing Lu Yun's words, He Junhong frowned immediately. There were so many of them here. If Lu Yun really wanted to take forceful action, he will definitely suffer. If the person who just made the move hands over all the points, I can forgive him for what happened. Otherwise, I will have to do it myself. Lu Yun fumbled with his fingers, glanced at everyone present, and uttered these words with his lips slightly opened. But just these words made everyone's face change drastically. No one expected that Lu Yun would be so domineering. This group of people failed to rob someone, and were robbed by Lu Yun instead. Isn't the reversal of things too magical? Lu Yun, let's stop here. After all, we are all students of Jinsha City. Yumi suddenly spoke up to persuade. The officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps? They can rob me, but I can't rob them. Lu Yun felt amused. These words left Yumi speechless, because Lu Yun was not wrong, and even his approach was not wrong. At most, it's just a matter of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Jiang Shishir also wanted to speak up and persuade Lu Yun, but after thinking about it, she finally didn't say anything. Last time, she was able to save her life thanks to Lu Yun. Now there was nothing wrong with what Lu Yun did, and she had no right to advise him. Alas, this is all your own fault. You should bear the consequences yourself. Jiang Shishir sighed, then quietly stepped aside. Her action immediately made everyone in number 3 middle school despair. Originally, after seeing that Lu Yun was serious, they still hoped that Jiang Shishir would be able to help them deal with Lu Yun. Who would have thought that the top genius of number 3 middle school would just give up? At this moment, everyone in number 6 middle school looked at Yumi at the same time. You didn't listen to my advice in the first place. Now that things have come to this, I can't do anything about it. You should deal with the trouble you have caused yourself. Yumi also shook her head, then stepped aside and stopped interfering, because she knew that even if she took action, she couldn't change anything. This guy could sweep the monster refresh points, and his combat power was definitely much stronger than hers. As the two women stepped back and said they would not interfere in the matter, the people from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school became quite desperate, and many of them began to regret their previous recklessness. But some people did not want to sit and wait for death, so they united and launched a surprise attack on Lu Yun. It's a pity that everyone's offensive was full of loopholes in front of Lu Yun, and a righteous mockery made everyone stand still. Then Lu Yun easily dealt with these guys, snatched their points, and crushed their crystals. After seeing this scene, how could the others dare to have any other thoughts? Knowing that they could not escape, they immediately put on a gloomy face and voluntarily handed over their blue crystals. Immediately, such a strange scene appeared on the scene. Chapter 58. You're a bastard if you don't take advantage of an opportunity. The student from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school lined up like elementary school students and handed in their blue crystals. Whenever someone gave their blue crystal to Lu Yun would transfer all the points and then crush the crystal. In the blink of an eye, everyone's crystals have been handed in, crushed by Lu Yun, and teleported out directly. As a result, Lu Yun's points reached 55123. Now the changes in the ranking list above the copy include Lu Yun, Jiang Shishir, Yumi, and many students from number 1 middle school. The names of the rest were erased from the list at the same time, because they don't have any points left. Yumi and Jiang Shishir looked at each other, then looked at Lu Yun with complicated expressions. Then, after a slight hesitation, Yumi took out her blue crystal and prepared to give it to Lu Yun, but was stopped by Lu Yun. I'm a principled person. I took their points because they wanted to steal my points. You didn't attack me just now. We are all classmates from Jinsha City, so I will not make things difficult for you. Lu Yun waved his hand and said. The two women's expressions became more complicated after hearing this. This guy is indeed very principled. It would be great if they could have him as a companion. On the contrary, it would be quite scary if they became his opponent. It's a pity that those idiots couldn't see the situation clearly and insisted on making enemies with such people. The current consequences can only be said to be a result of one's own actions. Alas, our number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school are going to lose face in this assessment. Jiang Shishir sighed, then crushed the crystal and teleported away. Yumi followed closely behind, crushing the crystal and leaving. They all have complicated feelings now. Among the students taking the exam this time, only the 2 of them have scored points. The points of the rest of the people were manually cleared by Lu Yun. I don't know what expressions the principals of number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school would have when they learned about this. But you don't have to think about it to know that it will be quite exciting. After everyone from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school had left, Lu Yun looked at the many students from number 1 middle school who had come forward to report the news. Thank you so much for this time. Lu Yun nodded to everyone. Lu Yun had witnessed what happened below from the air before, so he naturally knew that everyone was there to give tip-off. Naturally, I am very grateful. Look at what you said. Although it is true that we came to help you, we did not help you at all, so you don't need to thank us. Zhao Qingsong came up to Lu Yun, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, Yes, Master Lu. The reason why you were able to resolve the crisis at hand was entirely due to your own strength and has nothing to do with us, so there's no need to say thank you. The others also echoed. There was no flattery in their words. They came completely from the heart. Lu Yun has conquered this group of people with practical actions. This sentence of Lord Lu is truly worthy of the name. Lu Yun shook his head and said with a smile, "No matter what, I'm still very grateful to you. You can give up hunting monsters and come all the way to inform me of the situation here. I naturally can't let you make a wasted trip." Lu Yun thought about it and said, "How about this? I have quite a lot of points. Bring the crystals here, and I'll give you some." "Master Lu, this is serious. These points are related to the final exam. What will we do if you give them to us?" After hearing Lu Yun's words, many people immediately began to refuse. Although they also coveted these points, they all knew what these points meant. But what no one expected was that as soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, Zhao Qingsong smiled and handed his crystal to Lu Yun. Everyone was stunned for a moment. "You are really not polite at all." Even Lu Yun's mouth twitched. Although what he said was not a joke, this guy was too straightforward. As if he had noticed the strange looks from everyone, Zhao Qingsong rolled his eyes and said, "You are all stupid." This guy was recommended by Mo University. Points are dispensable to him. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you are a bastard. If you don't want it, I will take it myself. After he finished speaking, Zhao Qingsong winked at Lu Yun again and said, "Brother, this assessment depends entirely on you. These points are useless to you anyway, so why not give me more?" The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched, and then he took the guy's crystal. After a flash of light, 3,000 more points appeared in Zhao Qingsong's blue crystal. "Fuck, bro, you're awesome." Seeing these 3,000 points, Zhao Qingsong suddenly had the urge to hug Lu Yun and kiss him. "With these 3,000 points, I will be able to pass the subsequent final examination." The others were also tempted when they saw this. Just as Zhao Qingsong said, these points were very important to them, but they were basically meaningless to Lu Yun. Since Lu Yun took the initiative to offer to share some points with them, they would naturally not refuse it. Soon the rest of the people stopped pretending and lined up in front of Lu Yun to get points. Lu Yun did not hesitate and distributed all the 55,123 points to everyone, not keeping any for himself. Because these points are really useless to him, it is enough to ensure that these points are in the hands of a middle school student. When all the points were distributed, everyone was very excited. They expressed their gratitude to Lu Yun, then crushed the crystal and left. There are less than 5 minutes left before the end of the assessment. There is no point in staying any longer. It is better to leave. After everyone left, Lu Yun looked at his empty blue crystal and smiled slightly, then crushed the crystal. At the same time, Li Zheng is going down with the two principals. At this moment, a teacher from number 1 middle school suddenly came over in a hurry to report the situation. "Principal Li, this assessment is over." When Li Zheng heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. The other two principals were also quite excited. "Ha, it looks like the results are out. If that's the case, don't just stand there and go take a look at the situation and see who's at the bottom this time." Lin Jiping laughed heartily and was the first to stand up and leave. "Old Li, the mythical profession is indeed very strong, but the school's comprehensive evaluation does not only focus on Lu Yun." The principal of number 3 middle school, Wang Qingwei, also patted Li Zheng on the shoulder and left immediately after him. Li Zheng was originally quite confident in Lu Yun, but after hearing what the two said, he immediately became a little uncertain. At the beginning of the assessment, the three principals can see the score ranking of each student in the copy, but in order to ensure the fairness of the assessment, when the assessment enters the midterm, the outside world can no longer see the ranking situation. Therefore, none of them know what the current ranking of the 3 high schools is. But at this moment, the teacher from number 1 middle school called Li Zheng and said with a complicated expression, "Principal Li, something big has happened in this assessment." Chapter 59, 0 points? Something serious happened? Did some kid not perform well? Li Zheng frowned for a moment, but then thought of Lu Yun, shook his head and smiled. "It doesn't matter. Lu Yun will bring honor to our number 1 middle school." After saying this, Li Zheng left without looking back. In the early days, Lu Yun's points were already over 7,000, which was a record-breaking result. Even if other students in number 1 middle school did not perform well this time, it would not be a big deal. Looking at Li Zheng's back, the teacher from number 1 middle school felt like crying but had no tears. Who said that number 1 middle school performed poorly this time? He had already seen the crystal playbacks of other students, and originally wanted to say that something big had happened in this assessment, as Lu Yun had directly taken away all the points of all the students from the other 2 high schools. He originally wanted to tell Li Zheng about this matter, so that Li Zheng could think of how to explain it to the other two principals. Who would have thought that the other party completely misunderstood what he meant? Many students who had just been teleported out of the copy had gathered on the playground of number 1 middle school. In the past, after each assessment, everyone would heatedly discuss their previous performance and what kind of results they expected to achieve in terms of points. But this time was an exception. After everyone appeared, they were all silent, and their expressions were even uglier than if their parents had died. All the points have been taken away. It would be strange if they didn't feel sad. At this time, the two principals finally arrived here and saw this strange scene. "Why are you so lifeless?" Lin Jiping came up to his students and frowned, saying, "Those from number 6 middle school, cheer me up. Since this is an assessment, there may be situations where you don't perform well. In any case, this is only a midterm assessment. Even if you perform poorly this time, there will still be another chance." Wang Qingwei also came over and glanced at everyone and said, "Students, the midterm assessment can only help us build an advantage. What can really change your future path is the final assessment. That is the sprint stage. Even if you perform poorly now, you still have a chance to make up for it. As long as you do your best, the school will not blame you." I originally thought that many students would feel a little relieved after hearing my encouragement. Who would have thought that after they said this, everyone remained silent, and their expressions even became uglier. The two principals naturally could not imagine that their students just performed poorly. They were clearly exploding. There were no points at all. This was the first time in the assessment records of the 3 universities in Jinsha City. The reason why everyone didn't dare to speak was that they felt too embarrassed. Why aren't you talking? Could something unexpected have happened in this assessment? Lin Jiping frowned as he noticed something was wrong. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shishir and Yumi were also teleported out. The two principals' attention was also attracted by the two girls. After all, they were the most outstanding geniuses in their 2 high schools. So both principals were very curious about their performance. "Sure. How many points did you get in this assessment?" Wang Qingwei came to Jiang Shishir and asked curiously. "A little over 3,000. The performance wasn't very good," Jiang Shishir said in a low voice. "More than 3,000? Wang Qingwei suddenly burst into laughter. Currently, the best scores in the midterm exams of the 3 high schools are just over 2,000, but less than 3,000. Excluding the monster Lu Yun, Jiang Shishir's score of more than 3,000 points can be considered record. He felt that Jiang Shishir was being deliberately modest. If more than 3,000 points were considered a poor performance, then no one could perform well. Seeing that Sanjong performed so well, Lin Jiping hurriedly asked nervously, "Yumi, how was your performance this time?" "With only 2,564 points, I can't compare to Sister Shishir," Yumi said truthfully. In fact, if she hadn't chosen to follow Lu Yun halfway, she might have been able to reach 3,000 points. But it doesn't matter anymore, because even if she has more than 3,000 points, she is still a younger brother in front of Lu Yun. Compared with Lu Yun's points, the points of both of them combined are nothing. 2,564 points is not bad, but if nothing unexpected happens, you should be ranked 3rd in this assessment. Principal Lin Jiping breathed a sigh of relief. He was right about Yumi. He was already quite satisfied with such results. Although they all knew that Lu Yun's points were even better than theirs, no matter how many points he had, he could not change the assessment results of other people from the 3 universities. They have confidence in their students. Just at this moment, Li Zhengkai arrived at the scene late. However, as soon as he arrived at the scene, he was teased by the two principals. "Old Li, it seems that your number 1 middle school is really in trouble in this assessment. All the students from our 2 middle schools have come out, but the students from your number 1 middle school have not come out yet. It seems that they know that the points are too few, so they're still working hard to hunt monsters. It seems that Lu Yun is the only one who is good among you. It's a pity that no matter how many points he has, it doesn't mean much. We need to consider the performance of other students in your number 1 middle school. If the performance is mixed, it will affect the school's rating." After listening to the two principals' words, Li Jing's expression kept changing. It turns out something really happened. It is indeed difficult to change the situation relying on Lu Yun alone. At the moment, it seems that his number 1 middle school may really be at the bottom. "I'm sorry, Mr. Li. It seems that the title of number 1 middle school this time belongs to our number 3 middle school." Wang Qingwei had a proud smile on his face. As the principal, he was naturally very happy when his students performed well. "The people from my number 1 middle school haven't come out yet, so it's hard to say what the result will be. Li Zheng said calmly with a pursed lip. Having said that, he is ready for everything. At this moment, a light suddenly appeared in front, and then the people from number 1 middle school were teleported out. When the students from number 1 high school appeared, they immediately formed a sharp contrast with the students from the other 2 high schools. The people in number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school were in a state of silence, not even daring to raise their heads. In contrast, the people in number 1 middle school were talking and laughing, looking quite excited. Seeing this scene, Li Zheng's hope was rekindled. Did he perform well this time? Lu Yun, how did you perform this time? You had over 7,000 points in the early stages of the assessment. Are your points over 10,000 now? Li Zheng hurried to Lu Yun and asked expectantly. The principals of number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school also pricked up their ears to hear Lu Yun's answer. Although they all felt that number 1 middle school would definitely be at the bottom this time. Lu Yun was a mythical professional after all, so it was inevitable that people were curious about his final performance. But Lu Yun's answer made the 3 principals drop their jaws. My performance this time was just average and I didn't get any points at all, Lu Yun said awkwardly, scratching his head. All of his more than 50,000 points had been distributed, and he didn't keep any for himself, so naturally he didn't have any points left. Chapter 60 Ling Qi in public. Although this was the process, Li Zheng didn't know it yet. He almost fainted when he heard Lu Yun's words. Grass, you are a mythical profession after all, but in the end, you don't have any points at all? What about the more than 7,000 points? Lost it? If he didn't know that Lu Yun was from number 1 middle school, he would even suspect that Lu Yun was deliberately playing him. Mythical professions are the top professional level, but in the end, there is no points at all. Even if the mythical professions don't perform well in the early stages, it shouldn't be so outrageous, right? If this matter were to be told to others, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Are you sure you are not kidding me? The principal is old and can't stand such jokes. Where are your points at the beginning? Where did they go? Li Zheng held Lu Yun's shoulder and wanted to confirm nervously. But Lu Yun's answer made his heart sink to the bottom. Principal Li, there's really no need for me to joke about this. I really don't have any points. My points have already been distributed to other people. Li Zheng froze in place, and suddenly he had the urge to explode on the spot. As for Lin Jiping and Wang Qingwei, they just laughed like crazy. Ha! Lally, it looks like you guys are really going to be at the bottom this time. Lin Jiping almost got a stitch in his side laughing. A mythical genius with 0 points? Although, I don't know what happened in the later stage of the assessment. It was still the first time that something so shocking happened. Old Li, I don't think you need to be too sad. Victory and defeat are common in the military. It's no big deal. Wang Qingwei also came over, seemingly trying to comfort her, but in fact he was full of ridicule. However, just when Li Zheng was doubting his life, a teacher from number 1 middle school suddenly ran over in a hurry with a special stone. Principal Li, the points are counted. The teacher shouted at Li Zheng from a distance. But what puzzled the 3 principals was that the teacher's eyes were full of shock and astonishment. It was like seeing something earth-shattering. In fact, it was no wonder that the teacher was so shocked. It was because Lu Yun's performance was too shocking. People outside are indeed unable to view the situation in the copy in real time, but there's a special crystal that can record everything that happens in the copy and play it back in full. This crystal is called a replay crystal. Whenever there's a copy of a game or something like that, this replay crystal will be prepared to view the details. For example, checking whether students are cheating or not, etc. This time, everything Lu Yun and others did after entering the copy was recorded in the playback crystal. When the copy was closed and everyone was teleported out, the teacher in charge of checking the playback crystal began to check the situation, verify whether there was any cheating, and count the changes in the scores of many students. As a result, many teachers saw Lu Yun's astonishing performance. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he blocked the fountain and hunted monsters frantically. His points were far ahead of others. When seeing this scene, many teachers thought they were seeing things, even a teacher from number 1 middle school who was older. After seeing this scene, I was so excited that I almost had a heart attack and left this beautiful world. The other teachers were also shocked and could not believe that this was true. Not to mention other places, at least in the many assessments in Jinsha City, it was the first time they saw students so bold as to gamble on the fountain water at the monster refresh point. I thought blocking the springs was already very cool, but who would have thought that after blocking the first spring, Lu Yun started to block more springs. Lu Yun swept through all the monster refresh points in all areas of the dungeon. The matter should have ended like this. But who would have thought that Lu Yun would not be at all inferior to the combined forces of many students from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school? He showed up on his own initiative before the other party even found him. First, he showed his super strength, and then he directly snatched away all the points of this group of people. This is no longer just a simple perversion. This trip to the dungeon is more like Lu Yun's one-man show. He just did whatever he wanted from the beginning to the end. But before the teacher from number 1 middle school had the chance to explain the situation to Li Zheng, they subconsciously believed that Lu Yun and others had performed really poorly. It is very likely that all of Lu Yun's points were taken away. As a result, I felt even worse and was not in the mood to even follow the report. You don't have to say anything. I already know the result. After listening to what Li Zhengyi said, the teacher was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly realized. He is worthy of being the principal of his school. His insight is so sharp. He hadn't even told the result yet, but he didn't expect the other party to already know it. At this moment, Li Zheng suddenly turned around and looked at the students of number 1 middle school with a serious expression and a sonorous and powerful voice. My fellow students, everyone has their share of missteps. You don't need to be too upset. This is just a midterm exam. What's really important to your life is the final exam. Your current failure is only temporary. I believe that as long as you work hard, each of you will have a chance to excel sooner or later. When these words were spoken, the middle school student was stunned. Poor performance? Their performance this time wasn't good enough? Working together to save Lu Yun caused the people from the other 2 high schools to lose almost all their points. Not only did they retain the title of number 1 middle school, they also gave 2 other high schools a slap in the face. Such performance is already shocking compared with previous assessments. The teacher holding the playback crystal also had a frozen expression. The performance of number 1 middle school this time was quite brilliant, and the unity at the critical moment was unmatched by the other 2 high schools, especially Lu Yun, who truly demonstrated the horror of a mythical profession. Principal Li, actually, the teacher came to his senses and wanted to explain something, but Li Zheng stopped him by waving his hand. No need to say anything. It's just a failure, right? I can afford to lose. There's nothing much to say. But the other 2 principals waved their hands and said with a smile, Mr. Li, what you said is wrong. Although your number 1 middle school ranked last this time, you should at least watch the replay so that we can help you analyze where your students made mistakes. The 2 principals already thought that their students had defeated a middle school student. At this moment, they felt as if they were bathed in spring breeze and their faces were flushed. But they didn't notice that their students all had complicated expressions. Well, Principal, actually, Jiang Shishir, gritted her teeth and wanted to tell the truth. Except for number 1 middle school, the performances of number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school were really poor this time. If everything in the copy were to be replayed in public, it would be tantamount to public torture for these 2 high schools. But Wang Qingwei waved his hand and said, Sure, you don't have to say anything. We are all alumni of Jinsha City. Since number 1 middle school did not perform well this time, we naturally have the obligation to help them analyze the key to their failure. Chapter 61, Why Are You So Afraid of Me? Wang Qingwei seemed to be making a statement of righteousness, but in fact he simply wanted to irritate Li Zheng. Number 1 high school has ruled Jinsha City for too long. It has always been the strongest high school in Jinsha City and the best place to study in the minds of many geniuses. And now, the undefeated myth of number 1 middle school for many years has finally been defeated, and he is truly happy from the bottom of his heart. When a whale dies, all things come to life. Number 1 middle school has gone downhill, while number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school are about to rise strongly. Are you 2 old guys trying to make fun of me on purpose? Li Zheng asked the 2 of them with a frown. Look at what you said, old Li. We really just want to help you analyze the reasons for your failure. We also know how you feel at the moment. How about this? After we're done, we 2 brothers will treat you to a good drink. Wang Qingwei said with a smile. Li Zheng didn't want to continue talking nonsense with the 2 of them, so he waved at the teacher. The teacher finally reacted and immediately took out the playback crystal, then injected his power into it. Buzz! When power was injected into the crystal, a projection of light suddenly appeared in the space in front. As the light gradually became clearer, the appearance of the copy appeared. What happened in the copy was once again played out in front of everyone. At this moment, many students from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school lowered their heads in shame. They no longer dared to look at the scene in the picture. As for the students of number 1 middle school, they were quite excited. There was nothing special happening at first. Everyone was just looking for monsters in the dungeon and hunting them. But at this moment, as the scene in the copy suddenly changed, everyone was stunned. What the hell? Fuck. Wang Qingwei and Lin Jiping's pupils shrank, and they cursed out loud. They were so shocked by the scene before them that they couldn't say anything else. Li Zheng did not look at the contents of the light screen at first, until he heard the exclamations of the two principals. Then he looked up and took a look. I thought it was the students from the two high schools who performed so well that caused a shock, but when I looked up, I saw Lu Yun. Lu Yun saw that the monsters in the deep jungle where they spawned started to block the fountain directly. As the countdown of the monster cube ended, the portal opened and the monsters began to swarm out. Lu Yun blocked outside the portal and began to kill crazily. At first, the monsters were very angry when they saw a human dared to block them at their refresh point, and they directly attacked Lu Yun. But later, as Lu Yun attacked vigorously, these monsters were so scared that they lost their souls and ran frantically into the portal. Li Jing opened his mouth slightly, feeling unwell, and his brain froze for several seconds. Although they all knew that Lu Yun had obtained more than 7,000 points at the beginning, they did not know how Lu Yun did it. Now I realized that this guy went to block the spring. Blocking the fountain in the assessment copy. This kind of operation is unprecedented, right? It didn't take long for Lu Yun to deal with all the monsters in the refresh point. And at this moment, Lu Yun's points ranking was also the first in the copy. The scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Many students from number 1 middle school were shocked because they saw someone blocking the spring with their own eyes. The people from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school were so ashamed that they were speechless. The other party was so awesome, yet they actually wanted to take away his points. No wonder the opponent snatched away all the points. Li Zheng remained silent for a long time, then suddenly looked at Lu Yun and said, "Didn't you say you didn't have any points?" Lu Yun spread his hands and said, "These points are of no use to me, so I will share them with other students." Broke up? The other two principals looked a little strange when they heard this. Maybe the other students in number 1 middle school performed too poorly, so he distributed the points? But after Lu Yun has cleared all the refresh points, his points should be tens of thousands. Such a high score is enough to completely determine the rankings of the 3 high schools. At this moment, the scene changed again, and it was the final moment. Lu Yun challenged the students from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school alone, defeated them domineeringly, and then made them line up the hand in their points. After doing all this, Lu Yun distributed all his points to many students in number 1 middle school. After seeing this scene, the scene fell into complete silence, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. God, Lu is awesome. No wonder Lu Shun has so many points. It turns out that he has visited all the refresh points in the area. He is so perverted. You didn't see the terrified expressions on those monsters' faces. They've suffered a lot. It's no exaggeration to say that even if it's normal monster hunting, the points of the people from the other 2 high schools combined are not as much as Lu Shun alone. Oh, what a monster. I wish I had half the strength of Lu Shun. The students of number 1 middle school were shocked and moved. The students from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school lowered their heads even lower, almost to the ground. It was so embarrassing. The principals of number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school were also stunned at this moment. The smiles on their faces had frozen, and their whole condition was very wrong. I had begun to doubt my life. Only after they saw the situation in the replay did they know everything that happened in the copy. I originally thought that I would definitely beat number 1 middle school this time, but I didn't expect the result to be like this. In the 2 high schools, only 2 students had points, and the rest all got 0 points. This is so outrageous. The 2 were silent for a while, feeling as if ants were crawling all over their bodies, and feeling as uncomfortable as if they had eaten several pounds of flies. As for Li Zheng, he changed his previous silence. A bright smile instantly appeared on his face, and his white teeth reflected a dazzling light under the sunlight. Blanche, this guy is so fucking awesome. With Lu Yun's performance this time, even if the points of others are 0, it will be enough for him to brag about for a while. He looked at Lu Yun with burning eyes, feeling that this time number 1 middle school had really produced a treasure. In his perception, mythical professions are somewhat limited in the early stages, and in his opinion, Lu Yun's performance has surpassed most mythical professions. Other mythical professions at Lu Yun's level definitely do not have such incredible combat power. Sweep all monster refresh points in the dungeon. Take away all the points from the other two high schools. If these two things were to get out, they would definitely attract widespread attention as recruitment advertisements. By then, there will definitely be more geniuses coming to number one middle school to study. In fact, the above resources will not decrease, but will become more abundant. Thinking of this, Li Zheng suddenly became in a good mood. He looked at the two lifeless principals and said, "I'm sorry. It seems there was a misunderstanding before. It seems that number one middle school won this time." Chapter 62. Just 1,000 or 80 million. The two were silent and didn't speak. It's not that they are jealous. As principals, they do have some vision, but they really don't know what to say. Their own students' points have been snatched away. What else can they do? Ha, victory and defeat are common in the military. It's no big deal. Come on, let me treat you two brothers to a drink. Li Zheng was in a good mood, sweeping away the previous gloom. He laughed loudly, put his arms around the two men's shoulders, and forced them to go drink. As for the rest, they dispersed on the spot. The many geniuses from number 6 middle school and number 3 middle school didn't even dare to look at Lu Yun and left in silence with their heads down. Only Jiang Shishir and Yumi stayed. Congratulations. Although you didn't get any points this time, your performance this time is definitely enough to attract the attention of the higher-ups. Jiang Shishir said softly. Lu Yun himself is a mythical profession and has been recommended by the Magic and Martial Arts University, and now he has shown such terrifying strength. I'm afraid that even if he goes to Magic and Martial Arts University in the future, he will be the focus of training. Why are they so afraid of me? I'm not a man-eating monster, and I won't eat them. Lu Yun nodded, then looked at the backs of many students from the two high schools leaving and said softly in confusion. The two girls' faces turned black upon hearing this. It's true that you won't eat them, but taking away all their points will have a psychological impact after all. I'm afraid that these people have been left with deep psychological trauma and will no longer dare to face the monster Lu Yun. Congratulations, Lu Yun. Your performance this time was really outstanding. As your teacher, I feel very proud. At this moment, a charming voice suddenly sounded. After these words fell, Lu Yun smelled a very pleasant fragrance, and then saw Zhang Qingqing walking towards him from a distance with a smile. She had been at the scene the entire time and had seen the previous replays. Seeing how terrifying Lu Yun was, she felt more and more that she had chosen the right person. The person she was waiting for was undoubtedly Lu Yun. As long as she can hold on to Lu Yun's thigh and wait for him to grow up, she can really live a simple housewife and wait for death. To others, life is about constantly climbing up to gain greater power and status. But Zhang Qingqing's thought process is different from that of ordinary people. She has no such similar thoughts at all. Her idea is very simple. Genius needs talent as support. Although her talent is not bad, she is still far from being a genius. Since she can't be a genius, then she'll be the woman who can sit on a genius. Although the identities are different, the effects are exactly the same. Teacher Zhang. Lu Yun nodded to Zhang Qingqing. He was very happy to receive her praise. In Lu Yun's heart, Zhang Qingqing has always been a teacher worthy of respect and has been very good to him. But Long Kuer beside Lu Yun was so angry that she gritted her teeth, even though she had already formed a united front with the other party. But seeing that the other party was so close to Lu Yun, Long Kuer still felt a little awkward. "God Lu, can you sign an autograph for me?" Just at this moment, a female student from number 1 middle school ran over and whispered, covering her hands. This girl is considered to be pretty good-looking and has many suitors in number 1 middle school. However, compared with Zhang Qingqing and Long Kuer, she is a bit ordinary. It's not that the female student is plain-looking, but the two girls are too dazzling, especially Long Kuer. As the noble princess of the Fire Dragon clan, she is arrogant in herself. Other women feel crushed in front of him, both in appearance and temperament. And Long Kuer has an advantage that other female students can never match. The pair of white balls were so huge that you could tell at a glance that they could sing and dance rap, and their ball skills were excellent, which could easily crush 90% of the girls in Daxia. Seeing this girl taking the lead, the other girls who were watching from a distance also bravely came to Lu Yun to ask for his autograph and take photos with him. Many of the girls kept throwing flirtatious glances at Lu Yun. The meaning was self-evident. Their eyes were almost tearing, and it was obvious that they wanted to have a physiological knowledge debate contest with Lu Yun. Heroes love beauties, and beauties love heroes just as much. Who doesn't want their partner to be a chosen one? Whether in terms of appearance or talent, Lu Yun perfectly meets these girls' fantasies about their significant other. But judging from the eyes of these junior and senior schoolmates, they're almost sparkling with stars. If Lu Yun is willing, they can have a battle of 100 people right now. Seeing Lu Yun surrounded by many girls, Long Kier became jealous, and her black pupils turned red instantly. Buzz! The power of the fire element in this space was immediately mobilized. The temperature began to rise rapidly, and a faint dragon roar was heard from Long Kier's body. It's a pity that the atmosphere was too hot, and many girls let out sharp screams in excitement. The sound of the dragon's roar was drowned out as soon as it appeared. This made Long Kier even more uncomfortable. If it wasn't for her marriage partner, she would definitely slap these women away. Do you think you can get your hands on the man that this princess likes? The scene was in chaos. Lu Yun was squeezed in the crowd by many junior and senior schoolmates. The air became extremely sweet, and his whole body became extremely hot. With so many ping-pong balls pressing against his body, he felt like he was almost suffocating. Lu Yun's face turned red, and because the crowd was too chaotic, Lu Yun's eyes soon widened. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. Whose hand are touching me? Oh shit, it's not possible here. And you can just touch me. Why do you have to pinch me? The little hands roamed freely on Lu Yun's body like wild horses, pinching and touching him. And some people even put their hands directly into Lu Yun's clothes and began to feel the touch of his 8-pack abs up close. Classmates, Lu Yun has just finished his assessment and needs to rest. Please don't disturb him. Fortunately, Zhang Qingqing spoke up at this time. Zhang Qingqing was well known for her good popularity in school, and she could also be very strict at times. Therefore, as soon as she opened her mouth, many senior and junior students had to give up even if they were unwilling. Order was finally restored at the scene, but there were many lip marks on Lu Yun's face. The clothes are also crooked. Lu Yun felt that if Zhang Qingqing had spoken later, his underwear would have been blown off by these schoolmates. Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh when she saw Lu Yun's embarrassed appearance. The man she liked was indeed very attractive. It seems that many of the junior high school girls like you very much. Long Kier also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. When she saw Zhang Qingqing speak, her hostility dissipated a lot. Although she felt a little uncomfortable sharing a man with this woman, she was able to recognize the facts. As long as this woman is around, it won't be easy for other women to get close to Lu Yun. Student Lu Yun, let's go first. Chapter 63, I'm afraid your body can't take it. Where are you going? Lu Yun had just escaped from the land of gentleness and now felt a little dazed. The smell of perfume made me a little confused. Lu Yun liked the openness of these junior and senior schoolmates, but the smell of their perfumes mixed together was still very overpowering. Unlike Zhang Qingqing and Long Kier, the two women have almost no habit of spraying perfume, and the pleasant smell on their bodies is purely body odor. This taste is more natural and better, and most importantly, it will never make you drunk. Zhang Qingqing felt amused and whispered, "Of course we should celebrate. Your performance this time was so outstanding that not only did number 1 middle school successfully retain its title, but also helped our principal Li to show off. I believe that the rewards from above will come soon." Award? Lu Yun is not interested in anything else except the word reward. I wonder what reward the school will give him since he performed so well this time. In fact, he is not greedy. A few million would be enough for him. The main reason is that he is tired of the poor life in the past, and now he has Long Kier, a marriage partner who spends money lavishly. Even though life was difficult in the past, Lu Yun was not particularly short of money, and he could even save a lot of money. But now, Lu Yun glanced at Long Kier, who was wearing hi-fi next to him, and sighed silently in his heart. Although the dragon girl is beautiful, she is really expensive. After the three of them left the school, Zhang Qingqing drove her Porsche directly to take Lu Yun and Long Kier back to the villa. Lu Yun returned to his room, changed his clothes simply, and was taken out by the two women to celebrate. Originally, Lu Yun had no idea of celebrating. In his opinion, he had already been admitted and this assessment was of no significance to him. Moreover, with the advantages of a mythical profession, it is normal to have such performance. But I couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the two girls. Zhang Qingqing's idea was very simple. She wanted to take the opportunity to get closer to Lu Yun so that she could cling to him in the future. Long Kier's idea is even simpler. Going out means shopping, and shopping means spending money. Since coming to the human world, she found that she had come to like the feeling of spending money lavishly. Although she is a noble princess in the world of fire dragons, she basically has everything she wants. But the world of fire dragons does not have as many rich things as the human world. Not long. The three of them came to the shopping center in Jinsha City and started shopping. This is the most prosperous area in Jinsha City. Many people come here to shop every day, and the shops inside are also luxuriously decorated. Among them are many well-known luxury brands. Let's not go in. Why don't we just have a meal outside and go back? Lu Yun asked tentatively. It's not that he doesn't want to go shopping. It's mainly because he is really short of money now. His savings have been spent entirely by Long Kier, and now he only had a few gold coins left. A few gold coins here can't even buy a meal. Zhang Qingqing saw through Lu Yun's embarrassment and said with a smile, "It's okay. You don't have money, but the teacher does. Let's celebrate today. The teacher will pay for it. It will be a personal reward for me." I'm afraid this is not a good idea. Lu Yun hesitated. What's wrong with this? I think it's pretty good. Sister Qingqing, let's go there and take a look. Long Kuer interrupted Lu Yun directly, took Zhang Qingqing's hand and walked toward the specialty store. Looking at the dazzling array of goods around her, Long Kier's eyes were shining. The human world is so wonderful. Every time I come out, I can see many things that I have never seen before. She is full of curiosity about the world. Everything she sees is new, and she wants to take everything home. After hearing Zhang Qingqing say that she would pay for it out of her own pocket, Long Kier felt that Zhang Qingqing was a lot more pleasing to her. Seeing the two girls holding hands and talking and laughing, Lu Yun rolled his eyes from behind. It turns out that women understand women best. Soon they arrived at a clothing store. As soon as she came in, Long Kier was attracted by the various clothes inside. This is a women's clothing store with all kinds of styles of clothes. We have everything from JK, Lolita, professional attire, etc. Seeing Long Kier's eyes shining with excitement, Zhang Qingqing felt that she seemed to know what the other person liked. After all, the other party is Lu Yun's marriage partner. If he wants to hold Lu Yun's thigh tightly, he has to live in peace with Long Kier. So Zhang Qingqing smiled and said, "Just buy whatever you like. I'll pay for it." Sister Qingqing, you are so nice. Long Kuer was very excited. She asked for 3 sets of clothes on the spot and went to the fitting room to try them on. Teacher Zhang, isn't it inappropriate for you to do this? Lu Yun came to Zhang Qingqing and said that spending her money made him feel like he was being kept. I don't think it's a good idea either. There is no such thing as pie in the sky in this world. Zhang Qingqing smoothed the hair on her forehead, then blinked at Lu Yun and said, "Since you feel bad, why don't you pledge yourself to me?" Lu Yun. Seeing Lu Yun's helpless look, Zhang Qingqing suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled. "Forget it. I won't tease you anymore. If you really feel bad, just return it to me when you have money." Lu Yun nodded. Okay. While the two were chatting, Long Kier had finished trying on the clothes and walked out of the fitting room. Long Kier was wearing a professional suit, with a brown suit on the upper body and a black miniskirt on the lower body. Her long and beautiful legs were covered with a layer of black silk, making her look more well-proportioned and pleasing to the eye. Seeing Long Kuer's dress, Lu Yun couldn't help but be dazzled. Now Long Kuer had a kind of charming and mature charm. Even the waiters in the specialty store praised Long Kier for her good figure and temperament, saying she was a natural clothes hanger. Long Kuer was so delighted by the compliments that she immediately asked the waiter to book the clothes, and then tried on several more sets of clothes in succession. Girls all have a special liking for beautiful clothes, and the Fire Dragon Princess Long Kier is no exception. She tried on several sets of clothes in succession, each of which was of a different style. However, with her top-notch looks and figure, Long Kier could easily handle each style. The service staff was envious. With Long Kier's conditions, even the goods sold at a cheap stall could give off a sense of luxury. Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but feel a little envious. If I were a boy, I would also envy you for having such a beautiful marriage partner. In response, Lu Yun just smiled awkwardly and said nothing. Because he envied himself too. Apart from being lavish with money, Long Kier is actually pretty good in all aspects. Would you like to go to a health store later? Zhang Qingqing asked suddenly, changing the subject. Why? Lu Yun asked curiously. You are now the pride of number 1 middle school and a future student of Magic and Martial Arts University. You must take care of yourself. Some things can be harmful to your body if you indulge in them too much. Chapter 64. Being forced to show off. Lu Yun was stunned at first. Then his face turned red when he realized what was happening. No need. I'm actually in good health and don't need those skincare products for the time being. Lu Yun awkwardly wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom, 2-living room apartment with his toes. Yeah. Zhang Qingqing breathed rapidly her eyes sparkling as she said, "Let the teacher examine your body in person some other day. To be honest, I used to study medicine." The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but ever since he awakened as a dragon knight, he always felt that Zhang Qingqing's attitude towards him was completely different. Although Zhang Qingqing had been very nice to me in the past, that was limited to the relationship between teacher and student. But now, Zhang Qingqing felt like she was teasing him. In the end, Long Kier liked 3 sets of clothes. After Zhang Qingqing paid the bill, she took Lu Yun and the others to the restaurant for dinner. The 2 women were walking in front of the road, talking and laughing, while Zhang Qingqing was introducing Long Kier to various unique delicacies of the human world. Long Kier almost drooled after hearing this. As for Lu Yun, he followed silently behind, carrying many shopping bags in his hands, a typical tool man. The group also attracted a lot of people's attention along the way, mainly because the 2 women were too eye-catching and conspicuous wherever they went. But at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded from behind. "Lu Yun, is it really you?" When this familiar voice sounded, Lu Yun immediately turned around and saw a familiar figure. Li Chong. This person was Lu Yun's junior high school classmate. They hadn't seen each other for a long time since graduation. What a coincidence. Lu Yun nodded at the other party, but he didn't show too much enthusiasm. After all, although the 2 are classmates, their relationship is not very good. In fact, Lu Yun had no real friends when he was in junior high school, because at that time Lu Yun's life was even more difficult than when he was in college. Naturally, no one wanted to get along with him. At that time, Lu Yun was a nobody in the class. So much so that after graduating from junior high school, other classmates added each other's contact information and even had a special group chat. Only Lu Yun had nothing. "It's really you, Lu Yun. I didn't expect you haven't changed at all over the years." Li Chong seemed extremely enthusiastic. He patted Lu Yun's shoulder and smiled brightly. Then he looked at Zhang Qingqing and Long Kier in front of him and said, "Who are these 2? "I'm his girlfriend." Long Kier came to Lu Yun and said, "I'm his girlfriend too." Zhang Qingqing blinked at Lu Yun and smiled. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth twitched slightly. As for Li Chong, he was completely upset. These 2 beautiful ladies are actually Lu Yun's girlfriends? Not only is he having the best of both worlds, but the 2 are actually so harmonious together. This made Li Chong jealous. They were both men, but he had been keeping the traditional craft for several years. Compared with Lu Yun, he was from a completely different world. The 2 women answered in loud voices, and the onlookers nearby exclaimed in surprise, especially the men, whose eyes seemed to be devouring Lu Yun alive. These 2 top-notch women were actually eaten by this boy. "It's such a waste of resources. You're a very lucky guy." Li Chong responded with an awkward smile, then changed the subject and said, "But these days, strength is the most important thing. The ultimate goal of life should be to become a powerful job changer, not to do these meaningless things." At this point, Li Chong suddenly became a little proud and said, "Lu Yun, after your marriage this time, you have also become a job changer, right? I wonder what level of race your marriage partner is and what profession he has awakened." Just as Lu Yun was about to speak, Li Chong put his hands on his hips and said with a smile, "To be honest, I am currently in number 2 middle school and have already become an excellent class job changer. My spouse is an elf, and my awakened class is also an elf knight, which is a super strong tankiness and attack power." Elf knight? If Lu Yun remembered correctly, this was a rather awkward profession. The damage in the early stages was not that terrifying, and the tankiness was not that high either. As for the later stages, although the tankiness and attack have been improved, the attributes in all aspects can be beaten by those who have switched to other professions. Lu Yun really wanted to tell the other party that he had awakened the mythical class Dragon Knight. But he changed his mind and didn't say it out loud because he was afraid of offending the other person. And he also knew that the other party said these things just to show off in front of him. And Lu Yun was not a person who particularly liked to show off. He has always been very low-key. So he smiled and agreed. "Awesome, much better than me. I just awakened a profession that is neither high nor low, and my level is just average." Who would have thought that after hearing Lu Yun's words, Li Chong's eyes suddenly lit up and said, "That's easy. I just happen to be going to a party right now. Why don't you come with me, Lu Yun?" "Is it not a good idea for me to go?" Lu Yun wanted to refuse. In fact, there are quite a few of our old classmates at this party. More importantly, our former class monitor is now a well-known figure in number 2 middle school. Squad monitor? A figure suddenly appeared in Lu Yun's mind. His class monitor in junior high school was named Jiang Wentian. He always failed the knowledge test back then, but he didn't expect that he is doing so well now. Is he very powerful now? Lu Yun asked curiously. Li Chong coughed a few times in embarrassment. He's not that powerful, but his sister is extraordinary. She is now the strongest demon in number 3 middle school and a legendary professional lightning Taoist priest. You should know the name Jiang Shishir, right? Jiang Shishir? Is this Jiang Wentian's elder sister? Lu Yun was completely dumbfounded because he didn't know about this. This is not Lu Yun's fault. It is just that Lu Yun is too transparent. He communicates very well with others, so he doesn't know these seemingly ordinary things. Seeing Lu Yun's naive look, Li Chong immediately felt a sense of superiority. Not only Jiang Shishir will be present at this party, but also her best friend Yumi. Yumi is a genius student at number 6 middle school. These two are both strong representatives of this year's Jinsha City graduating class. Even if you can't make friends with them, just think of it as expanding your horizons. And with your looks, if you're lucky enough to be noticed by these two, wouldn't you be able to rise to prominence and live a life of luxury? Seeing Li Chong's beaming expression, Zhang Qingqing and Long Ku'er beside him wanted to laugh. Lu Yun is a genius in number 1 middle school. Although his fame is not as high as Jiang Shishir and the other two girls, his strength is far above them. If he knew Lu Yun's identity, this guy would definitely not be able to laugh. Lu Yun himself was speechless. After all, he was now a mythical professional and had been selected by the Magic and Martial Arts University. Why did he have to go to such an occasion to broaden his horizons? Forget it. I have something else to do. Chapter 65. The Little Transparent and the Genius. Lu Yun originally wanted to refuse. He didn't want to participate in such occasions. Perhaps because he had been an unknown person since childhood, Lu Yun didn't like such lively occasions very much. But Long Ku'er took the lead and said, I think it would be nice to go and have a look and broaden your horizons. What do you think, Sister Qingqing? Zhang Qingqing blinked and smiled. I think it's a good idea to go and have a look too. Lu Yun was a little confused and didn't know why the two women agreed. But after hearing what the two women said, Li Chong became very excited. As long as Lu Yun attended the party, he could take the opportunity to show off in front of Lu Yun. He was the worst student in junior high school, but now it seems that he's doing much better than Lu Yun. Life is hard, and sometimes we still need to pretend to be cool as a regulator. Okay, I'll send you the address first, and you can go there by yourselves when the time comes. I have something else to deal with right now, so I can't go with you for the time being. Li Chong first added Lu Yun as a friend, then sent the party address to Lu Yun, and then left in a hurry. After the guy left, Lu Yun looked at the two women helplessly and said, I really don't want to join in the fun at a place like this. Why not go? Didn't you know the guy was showing off in front of you just now? Since he can show off, why can't you? Long Ku'er said angrily with her hands on her hips. She was speaking up for Lu Yun. This is her man, and yet someone else is taking advantage of her and showing off in front of her. How could Long Ku'er tolerate this? I also think what Ku'er said makes sense. You are a genius in number 1 middle school. If people look down on you, you will not only lose face for yourself, but also for number 1 middle school. I think you can show off a little this time and let them see your current achievements. Zhang Qingqing also echoed Long Ku'er's words, and Lu Yun was speechless on the spot. He had seen people who liked to show off in his life, but this was the first time he had been forced to do so. At the request of the two women, Lu Yun had no choice but to follow the address to the gathering place. The gathering place is called Gus Tianxiang, which is the most luxurious nightclub in Jinsha City, and its scale has spread throughout the entire Xia Kingdom. The beauty of the country can be seen in almost every city. This is a truly luxurious place. Those who can come here to consume are either rich or noble. In short, they cannot be ordinary people. When he came outside, Lu Yun was shocked by the beautiful decoration. The decoration style here is very characteristic of the Xia dynasty. The palaces and pavilions seem to have appeared out of thin air. There is a natural beauty and the majesty of ancient aristocrats. It is in stark contrast to the matchbox-like skyscrapers around it. Lu Yun is usually quite frugal, so where has he ever seen a place like this? I was quite shocked at that time. If he didn't know that this was a consumption place, he would even think that this was the palace of an ancient noble. After Zhang Qingqing parked the car, several people walked into Gus Tianxiang. However, as soon as they arrived at the door, they were stopped by the waiter. Hello, everyone. Do you have an appointment? We are here to look for someone, box 888, number 1. After a brief communication, the waiter personally brought Lu Yun and others to the door of the box. Then he bowed and left. It's a luxurious place indeed. The service here is better than that of some cheap restaurants. Lu Yun sighed and immediately prepared to push open the door of the box room and walk in. But the hand froze in the air as soon as it was stretched out. What's wrong? Zhang Qingqing asked. Lu Yun scratched his head and said awkwardly, I don't know how to pretend. Zhang Qingqing was stunned and looked at Lu Yun in disbelief. Long Kuer also looked at Lu Yun deeply. Lu Yun felt a little scared when being stared at by the two women and said helplessly, I really don't know how to pretend. Zhang Qingqing reached out and touched her forehead, feeling somewhat convinced. The strongest genius in number 1 middle school. Mythical profession. If Lu Yun just mentioned any one of these two titles, it would be enough to shock these people speechless. This guy doesn't even know how to show off. In fact, it's not Lu Yun's fault. It's because he was too unknown before and didn't even have friends. How could he pretend to be cool? The strongest genius in the first middle school, a mythical profession, these two titles are enough to make them drink a pot if you just mention them casually. Zhang Qingqing said helplessly. Lu Yun nodded as if he understood, then took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and walked in. At this time, more than a dozen men and women had gathered in the box. In front of the box was a bar where a special bartender was making cocktails. Everyone was tasting the wine and chatting, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. When Lu Yun pushed the door open and walked in, everyone's eyes fell on him at the same time. Lu Yun. When they saw Lu Yun coming in, someone suddenly called out his name, and the expressions of the others also became strange. In fact, strictly speaking, this gathering can also be considered a class reunion because everyone present are Lu Yun's former classmates. That's why everyone was so shocked when they saw Lu Yun appear. At the beginning, Lu Yun was a nobody in the class, so much so that even after graduation, the group chat setup did not include Lu Yun. And now Lu Yun suddenly appeared, and everyone was a little stunned. Hello, everyone. Lu Yun glanced at everyone one by one. Although they hadn't seen each other for so many years, and everyone had changed a little, he could still recognize them at a glance. When Zhang Qingqing saw Lu Yun's performance, the corners of her mouth twitched. Hello. I know, this guy is here to show off. If you didn't know, you would think he really came to the party. Zhang Qingqing nudged Lu Yun with her elbow and whispered, Don't forget why you came here. After Zhang Qingqing's reminder, Lu Yun remembered the purpose of his visit. He coughed lightly and said in front of all his classmates, I wanted to keep a low profile before, but I didn't expect to be alienated. Now I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm a genius monster, and I won't pretend anymore. Lu Yun pointed at Zhang Qingqing and said, This is my teacher, Zhang Qingqing at number 1 middle school. Then he pointed at Long Kuer beside him and said, She is my marriage partner, Long Kuer from the Fire Dragon clan, a mythical creature. Finally, Lu Yun pointed at himself and said, I am the strongest genius in number 1 middle school and also a designated student of Magic and Martial Arts University. After Lu Yun finished speaking these words in one breath, the box suddenly fell into silence. After a while, suddenly someone laughed. Ha! Lu Yun, you're going to make me laugh to death. You used to be quite honest. Why have you become so frivolous now? After the others realized what was happening, they all started laughing so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. TSK, a mythical class and a mythical creature. Are you dreaming and haven't woken up yet? If you can awaken a mythical profession, I will be the president of Magic and Martial Arts University. Are you okay? Why did you come here to show off? With your strength, how can you be so arrogant in front of us? Chapter 66, Condemnation Meeting. Many classmates did not believe that Lu Yun could become a legendary professional at all, and they all thought that Lu Yun was joking. Lu Yun was admitted to number 1 middle school because of his good performance in the knowledge test, but awakening a profession requires luck. Good performance in the knowledge test does not mean that one can become a high-level professional. Lu Yun, we didn't invite you to this party. I don't know how you found this place. Since you are here, I welcome you. But since you are here, you have to know who is the big and small king. At this moment, a familiar figure stood out. It was Lu Yun's former squad leader Jiang Wentian. My sister is such a genius, but she is only a legendary profession. How can an invisible person like you become a mythical profession? You're such a boaster. There are many classmates here today, so I don't want to say much. I just want to give you some face. As soon as Jiang Wentian said this, everyone burst into laughter again. At this time, someone suddenly said, Speaking of mythical professions, I know that there is such a monster in our Jinsha city's number 1 middle school. It is said that he is not only a mythical profession, but also awakened a rare dragon knight. To awaken a dragon knight, not only luck is needed, but also extremely strong talent. I am afraid that his future achievements are limitless. He is indeed very strong, and my sister was once saved by him. I have asked my sister to invite him to the party. Maybe you will be able to meet him then. Jiang Wentian raised his neck and said this with pride, which immediately caused an uproar. As expected of squad leader Jiang, his connections are so strong. If this person is here, then our gathering will be very valuable. The strongest monsters from the 3 high schools will all be here. If I can make friends with such a person, I will definitely have the capital to brag about myself in the future. The topic of the crowd began to shift. They ignored Lu Yun and started discussing the genius from number 1 middle school. This left Lu Yun speechless. If there is anyone from number 1 middle school here, he will definitely be able to recognize Lu Yun's identity. This group of people looked down on Lu Yun, but admired the genius from number 1 middle school. Little do they know that the invisible man and the genius in their eyes are the same person. Many students in the box were talking to each other and ignored Lu Yun. However, some people were attracted by the looks of Zhang Qingqing and Long Qir and came up to chat with them. Unfortunately, the 2 women simply ignored him. What should I do now? Lu Yun looked at Zhang Qingqing and asked awkwardly. Zhang Qingqing didn't know how to answer either. She didn't expect that Lu Yun would be so transparent in the eyes of these people, and it was so difficult for him to pretend. Lu Yun did exactly what she said and directly reported his title, but no one believes it at all. To be honest, this was the first time that Zhang Qingqing felt so aggrieved. At this moment, Lu Yun's mobile phone suddenly received a message. But when he saw who sent the message, Lu Yun immediately raised his eyebrows. Because the person who sent the message was Jiang Shishir. After coming out of the dungeon last time, the 2 added each other's contact information. Jiang Shishir also said that she would treat Lu Yun to a meal when she has time to express her gratitude. Jiang Shishir. Lu Yun, are you busy now? I have a party and would like to invite you to dinner as a thank you for saving me last time. Lu Yun's expression suddenly became a little strange. Invite yourself to a party? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Is the party you're talking about at Gus Tianxiang? Lu Yun thought for a moment and asked directly in a message. A shocked emoticon was immediately sent over there. Jiang Shishir, how do you know? Lu Yun smiled bitterly. It seemed that sometimes the world was just so coincidental. I'm already here. You're here already? Jiang Shishir, who was on the other end of the phone and was rushing here by car, was a little confused. Although she didn't know why Lu Yun was here, she still sent a message. Then just wait, I'll be there soon. Lu Yun smiled bitterly and turned off his phone. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door of the box. Soon, a middle-aged man with a beer belly came in with a group of waiters who were holding many expensive liquors. Every bottle of wine here is worth hundreds of gold coins. It is equivalent to several years' living expenses for an ordinary person. The middle-aged man and the waiter came up to Jiang Wentian with a flattering face and smiled. Mr. Jiang, it is our honor that you choose our Jinsha city Gus Tianxiang for the party. These drinks are for Mr. Jiang to help him have fun. It is also my little token of respect. These small gifts are not enough. The middle-aged man is the manager here. As Gus Tianxiang has an industrial chain spread throughout the entire Xia country, even a small position as a manager is extraordinary. But at this moment, he was very respectful to Jiang Wentian, and Lu Yun's eyebrows raised immediately. This guy's identity doesn't seem simple. Manager Huang, you're so polite. I appreciate your kindness. If you have nothing else, please leave first. Jiang Wentian waved his hand. Manager Huang smiled awkwardly and nodded, then had everyone leave after putting down their drinks. As soon as Manager Huang left, the scene suddenly exploded. As expected of squad leader Jiang, his background is too strong. They're a big family in Kyoto. How can they not be strong? After we graduated, squad leader Jiang went to number 2 middle school. He went to Kyoto as an exchange student and has a close relationship with Xianling University. Now that he has awakened a legendary profession, he was directly recommended by Xianling University. Both the brother and sister have awakened legendary professions. This is too powerful. Many classmates were talking to each other and flattering him. Hearing these compliments, Jiang Wentian's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he felt very elated. It is true that he is an awakened legendary profession, but his legendary profession is a weak one and is not too strong in Xianling University. But Xianling University is second only to Mo University, and it produces many talented people. If compared with these old classmates, he can definitely be called a child of destiny. The feeling of superiority came over me immediately. Lu Yun, who was being ignored, wanted to leave. He really couldn't get a word in here, and staying would make him feel uncomfortable. But what was unexpected was that at this moment Jiang Wentian actually came to Lu Yun with a wine glass in hand. To be more precise, he came to Long Kier. Seeing the other person coming in front of her, Long Kier frowned slightly with some displeasure. She had been noticing this guy for a long time. He had been secretly looking at her ever since she entered the box. As the saying goes, 1,000 cups of wine are never enough when you meet a good friend. This guy was so arrogant in front of Lu Yun, so Long Kier naturally had no good impression of Jiang Wentian. What's the matter? Long Kier thought that the other party was here to find Lu Yun. When she found that the other party had been staring at her, she finally couldn't bear it anymore and spoke out. Beautiful lady, can we get to know each other? My name is Jiang Wentian, and I am from a Jiang family in Kyoto. Can we clink glasses? Chapter 67, I'm going to stop pretending and reveal my cards. Jiang Wentian smiled gently and handed the wine glass to Long Kier. He directly brought out his identity as a Jiang family member in an attempt to get Long Kier to worship him. Kyoto is the most prosperous place in Xia country. It is home to many talented people. Although the Jiang family is not a top family here, they still have some influence. This is also the reason why Manager Huang took the initiative to come here to deliver wine to Jiang Wentian. Whenever Jiang Wentian was picking up girls, as long as Jiang Wentian moved out of the Jiang family, these women would almost always take the initiative to pay themselves for him, become dependent on him, and let him do whatever he wanted. This trick works every time. It's a pity that he met his match this time. Before Jiang Wentian could finish his pretense, Long Kier interrupted him with a look of disgust on her face and waved her hand. I don't know anything about the Jiang family, and I'm not interested in knowing. Everyone could see that Jiang Wentian had a crush on Long Kier. They originally thought that Long Kier would throw herself at him, but who would have thought that she would be so cold? The box fell into deathly silence for a moment. Many students looked at each other, and their expressions were as wonderful as they could be. The male students all looked like they were watching a show. As for the female classmates, they all stared at Long Kier angrily, thinking that this woman was too ungrateful. With Jiang Wentian's status, if the other party takes a liking to them, they would be willing to sacrifice themselves here. Long Kier, on the other hand, actually refused directly and didn't even give Jiang Wentian any face. Lu Yun, look at who you brought with you. How dare you not give face to squad leader Jiang? If it wasn't for squad leader Jiang, how would you have the opportunity to come to a place like this to drink? A young man with a crew cut suddenly stood up and started scolding Lu Yun. This man is called Zhang Huangjun. Actually, he used to be Lu Yun's desk mate, but he was Jiang Wentian's lackey and often humiliated Lu Yun on purpose. Now that he saw that the people brought by Lu Yun dared not give Jiang Wentian face, he was the first to stand up and speak out. Jiang Wentian's outstretched hand hovered awkwardly in place, and the corner of his mouth twitched. It was obvious that he did not expect this to be the outcome. He glanced at Lu Yun, then at Long Kier. Faced with Zhang Huangjun's advancement, he neither stopped nor appreciated it. It was obvious that he was also very unhappy with Long Kier's rejection, but he did not speak out personally due to face. Zhang Huangjun became even more excited after seeing this scene. He directly displayed the essence of the fox borrows the power of the tiger, and spoke to Lu Yun in a burst of writing techniques. Seeing this, other classmates also started to blame Lu Yun with a flattering mentality, and some female classmates even cursed Long Kier directly. When they saw Long Kier's peerless beauty, they were already quite jealous and unhappy. Now that this opportunity was in front of them, they naturally would not miss it. For a moment, this class reunion turned into a meeting to denounce Lu Yun. Facing the insults from everyone, Long Kier could still endure it a little. After all, she was the high and mighty princess of the Fire Dragon clan. Otherwise, she would not be able to live the life of a well-fed and well-clothed stay-at-home girl. Naturally, there is no need to bother with these ants, if it were not for the fact that I was limited by Lu Yun's strength after coming to this world. Just looking at this group of people in front of her, she could kill a large number of them with just one sneeze. But this group of people also insulted Lu Yun, which was something Long Kier could not tolerate. Boom! In an instant, a flame burned in Long Kier's red eyes, and her skin began to reveal a faint red luster. A flame mark appeared between Long Kier's eyebrows. The moment the flame mark appeared, The temperature in the box began to rise rapidly. Within just a few breaths, everyone began to sweat profusely. It feels like I've arrived at Laozi's alchemy furnace. Suddenly, Long Kier's figure disappeared from the spot, and when she reappeared, she had already arrived in front of Huang Jun. This guy was the one who shouted the loudest before, and he was also the first one to stand up and humiliate Lu Yun. Naturally, Long Kuer would not let him go. At this moment, Long Kuer was extremely domineering, like a peerless empress descending into the world. She stretched out her white palm and strangled the latter's neck tightly. Then he picked up Zhang Huangjun as if he was a chicken. This guy has no talent. Although he has become a job changer, he is only a relatively ordinary rare level, and his level is only level 15. Believe it or not, I will break your neck right now. Long Kier said expressionlessly. Swish! Zhang Huangjun's mind went blank in an instant. He felt a strong sense of suffocation, and an unconcealable fear instantly spread throughout his body. His face turned red, and his instinct for survival made him start to struggle. However, the gap in strength was too great, and his struggle was meaningless in front of Long Kier. As Long Kier took action, the scene fell into silence again. There was a storm in everyone's heart, especially Jiang Wentian, who felt terrible. When Long Kuer followed Lu Yun in, he noticed her and was immediately attracted by her temperament. Originally, he thought that it didn't matter even if Long Kuer was Lu Yun's girlfriend, because everything had a price tag these days. Who would have thought that the woman he fell in love with was not human? She's not human. She is from the Fire Dragon clan. This is the mark of the Fire Dragon clan. Someone suddenly recognized Long Kuer's unique Fire Dragon mark, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Since Long Kuer's characteristics as a dragon can be perfectly concealed, it is usually impossible to tell the difference between her and humans. Now that Long Kuer's identity as a member of the Fire Dragon clan has been exposed, the most desperate person should be Zhang Huangjun. This guy is regretting so much that his intestines are about to turn inside out. If he had known that Long Kuer was not an ordinary human being, he would never have dared to stand up and use chicken feathers as a token of authority, even if he was beaten to death. I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Let me go. Zhang Huangjun was really afraid that Long Kier would break his neck, so he begged for mercy with difficulty. Long Kuer's aura at this moment was so terrifying that he felt his bladder was already showing signs of being out of control. Lu Yun, tell your men to let him go. After a brief shock, Jiang Wentian came back to his senses and spoke to Lu Yun in a commanding tone. What if I don't let go? What can you do? Lu Yun said with a half smile. He was not here to cause trouble. If the other party spoke nicely, he would definitely make Long Kuer stop. But this guy actually spoke to me in a commanding tone. Lu Yun has a characteristic. He responds to soft words, but not hard ones. The more you endure, the angrier you get. The more you take a step back, the more rampant you become. Since the other party has become so arrogant, if we continue to tolerate it, we will only be looked down upon even more. How dare you talk to me like that? Jiang Wentian showed an expression of disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that the unknown person at the beginning, now that he knew his identity as the eldest son of the Jiang family, actually dared to go against him. Chapter 68, Don't Blame Me for Bullying the Minority. Do you have any questions? Lu Yun sneered. You're looking for death. Jiang Wentian frowned and suddenly snorted coldly, releasing his mighty power. A terrifying gust of wind immediately swept across the entire box. Upon seeing this, the others all came back to their senses from their shock and immediately burst into ecstasy. Now is a great opportunity to curry favor with someone. No matter who is right or wrong in this matter, as long as they insist on standing on Jiang Wentian's side, won't they get the favor afterwards? Jiang Wentian is the eldest son of the Jiang family and has many industries in Kyoto. If they can get hold of this strong support today and arrange a job for them in the future, they will never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. As for Lu Yun, they were not worried about offending Lu Yun at all. In comparison, Lu Yun had no background at all, so it didn't matter even if they offended him. Lu Yun, get your people to take action quickly. Don't ruin the atmosphere of the party. We were having a class reunion, and look what you've ruined it for. If you don't let her stop, don't blame us for being rude. If we really start fighting, don't blame us for using our numbers to bully the weak. Everyone spoke righteously, and those who didn't know would really think that Lu Yun was being unreasonable. Lu Yun, we are all classmates. Why do you have to hurt the relationship like this? Hurry up and tell your marriage partner to stop. If she acts recklessly, the school will warn you if the situation is serious. You won't be able to go to college. We can make a big deal out of a small matter. At this moment, Li Chong, who brought Lu Yun here, hurriedly started to persuade him. However, as soon as this guy finished speaking, Lu Yun's sharp eyes stared directly at the other person, and then he slapped him in the air. Bang! Li Chong felt the pain on his face and was completely stunned. How dare you hit me? Li Chong glared at Lu Yundao. I actually wanted to beat you up a long time ago. Didn't you bring me here just to show off in front of me? Were you dead when I was ridiculed before? Now they're clearly being unreasonable, but they actually asked me to stop and apologize. Do they really think I'm a soft persimmon? Since the situation has developed to this point, Lu Yun simply stopped pretending and just came clean. Heat immediately emanated from Long Kier's body, making the people in the box sweat as if they were in the crater of a volcano. Lu Yun, you will regret this. Squad leader Jiang is the eldest son of the Jiang family, and he's also a recommended student of Xianling University. Do you know what Xianling University is? It is second only to Mo University. Li Chong looked at Lu Yun with resentment. Now that it has come to this, I will just come clean. Lu Yun looked at Jiang Wentian and sneered. I am a mythical professional and have been selected by Magic Martial Arts University. If you want to take revenge on me in the future, you can find me at Magic Martial Arts University. I'll be waiting for you. Lu Yun had said this before, but at the time it was treated as a joke and no one cared at all. And now that Lu Yun said this again, everyone suddenly came to their senses. Long Ku'er has shown terrifying strength before, which is definitely a mythical existence. And now, this woman appeared here with Lu Yun. The result is self-evident. Could it be that this unknown person back then has really become a legendary professional now? But in the current Jinsha city, there's only one person in number 1 middle school who has a mythical profession. Lu Yun is also a student of Jinsha number 1 middle school. Could he be the legendary genius who single-handedly defeated the fire elemental elves genocide? In the silence, someone suddenly thought of the key point and shouted loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. If what Lu Yun said was true, then he must be the genius from Jinsha number 1 middle school. However, the originally unknown student suddenly turned into a legendary genius, and many of his classmates began to feel physically uncomfortable. Some people can't accept it. No matter who you are now, even if you are the king of heaven, you have to let him go today. Jiang Wentian had no expression on his face and said coldly, If you dare to hit me, my Jiang family will not let you have a good time. I hope you don't ruin your future. He doesn't care about Lu Yun's true identity. Even if Lu Yun is really that legendary genius, it doesn't mean much. He may not be as talented as Lu Yun, but his background is completely overwhelming. Nowadays, a genius can also become a waste, which does not mean that he will definitely succeed. How easy is it to grow without a strong background and resources to support you? If a genius fails to grow up, there's actually not much difference between him and a waste. As the eldest son of the Jiang family, he is destined to inherit the entire Jiang family in the future. Even if he is not a mythical profession, he is destined to reach a very high level in the future. So although others were afraid of Lu Yun's identity, Jiang Wentian was not afraid at all. What if I don't let go? Lu Yun also sneered. It seems that you really don't know what's good for you. Jiang Wentian sneered, and the aura around him became stronger, and the floor of the box began to tremble slightly. Seeing that Jiang Wentian was ready to fight Lu Yun to the end, the others also stepped up their pressure. It looked as if they would follow Jiang Wentian and take action as long as Lu Yun didn't let them go. If other people were here, they would definitely choose to compromise under pressure, but Lu Yun was different. After all, he could even solo the monster spawn points. This number of people is nothing to him, not to mention that the levels of these people are not high. Even if they attack together, Lu Yun will not be at a disadvantage at all. As the atmosphere became tense, a war seemed imminent. But at this moment, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside the door, and the door of the box room was pushed open. Two figures walked in. It was Jiang Shishir and Yumi. Let's see who dares to attack him. Jiang Shishir just pushed the door open and started shouting loudly, bringing Yumi directly to Lu Yun. When Jiang Shishir arrived at the scene, everyone's expressions looked a little strange. Jiang Wentian also withdrew his aura, and the others followed suit. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly eased a lot. At this moment, Jiang Wentian asked in confusion, Sister, Why are you speaking for an outsider? He touched my people in front of me. Can't I teach him a lesson? Jiang Shishir ignored him and said to Lu Yun with an apologetic expression, I'm sorry. My brother has been spoiled since he was a child. I didn't expect you two to have conflict. Lu Yun shook his head and said nothing. Seeing this, Jiang Shishir sighed in her heart. Although Lu Yun did not say it explicitly, she could still see that Lu Yun was really angry. Jiang Shishir immediately looked at Jiang Wentian and said with a stern face, Jiang Wentian, who gave you the courage to attack him? Do you know who he is? He is the #1 genius in Jinsha #1 middle school and once saved my life in a dungeon. You were trying to put me in an unkind and unjust position. Jiang Wentian was also stunned when he heard Jiang Shishir's words. This guy actually saved his own sister? If this is true, then he has no right at all in today's matter. He saved his sister, but instead of thanking him, he fell in love with his woman. Chapter 69, You Can't Keep Touching Me. What is going on? Although Jiang Wentian is a playboy and behaves arrogantly and domineeringly on a daily basis, he believes that his values are still positive. I'm sorry, it's my fault today. I caused it myself. I apologize to you here. Jiang Wentian stood up and walked in front of Lu Yun, bowed, and said with a guilty look on his face. This look was not pretended. Seeing that the other party was so sincere, Lu Yun did not say much and directly asked Long Qir to put the man down. The other party has already expressed his opinion, so you should also give them some way out. Long Qir snorted coldly and then threw Zhang Huangjun to the ground like garbage. Zhang Huangjun took a deep breath, his expression full of fear. Just now he was seeing stars and felt like he was going to report to the underworld. Don't. But who would have thought that at this moment, Jiang Wentian took the initiative to speak again. As soon as he said this, Zhang Huangjun suddenly felt that the world was full of malice. Lu Yun, you are my sister's savior, but this guy dared to talk back to you. This idiot must be taught a lesson. You can continue and do whatever you want as long as you don't kill him. Stop when you feel relieved. After hearing what Jiang Wentian said, not to mention Lu Yun, even Zhang Huangjun, the person involved, was stunned. Be good. Am I standing up for myself? Am I not standing up for you, young Master Jiang? How can you say such cold words with a mouth that is 37 degrees Celsius? Zhang Huangjun wanted to cry. He originally wanted to stand up for Jiang Wentian and curry favor with him, but he didn't expect that he would be in a difficult position instead. He really wanted to slap himself a few times. Why are you making such a fuss when there is nothing wrong? The others looked at this guy with sympathy, secretly thanking their luck that they were not the first to take action, otherwise they would be the ones in trouble now. After all, who would have thought that Lu Yun actually saved Jiang Shishir? When Jiang Wentian learned that Lu Yun had once saved Jiang Shishir, his attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. From this, it is not difficult to see how good the relationship between the two siblings is. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched, and he naturally stopped torturing the guy. Instead, he felt that his brain was not enough. Did this guy change his attitude so quickly? While Lu Yun was stunned, Jiang Wentian came over with a wine glass in hand and said with a warm smile on his face, I am sorry, classmate Lu Yun. I was wrong before. I'll drink first to show my respect. After saying that, he tilted his head back and drank the red wine in the glass, then poured himself another glass and came to Long Qir. I'm sorry, beautiful lady. I was impolite before. I apologize to you here. I'll drink another glass as punishment. After saying that, he raised his head and finished the glass of wine. After finishing the job, he put down his wine glass and came to Jiang Shishir. He blinked his eyes and tried to act innocent, saying with a wry smile, Sister, I've apologized now, so you can't touch me anymore. Jiang Shishir's face turned dark, and she immediately reached out and pinched Jiang Wentian's ear, then twisted it hard. The scene was immediately filled with Jiang Wentian's screams. The only sound in the entire box was this guy's screams. Lu Yun stood there blankly, not knowing what to say. No wonder this guy's attitude changed so quickly and his apology was so positive. It seems that he is afraid of this elder sister, Jiang Shishir. Many students at the scene were the most surprised. After all, no one expected that Jiang Wentian, the eldest son of the Jiang family, would be so afraid of his own sister. However, it is normal that the elder sister has a natural blood suppression on her younger brother. Jiang Shishir stopped at the right time and quickly withdrew her hand, but Jiang Wentian's face was still red from the pain. Seeing that many of his classmates couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh, the eldest son of the Jiang family suddenly felt embarrassed. He shouted angrily, Let's end today's class reunion here. You guys go back first. I still have something to discuss with my sister. Naturally, everyone knew what Jiang Wentian meant, and they left tactfully. Lu Yun and a few others were the only ones left in the box. Originally, Lu Yun wanted to leave, but Jiang Shishir insisted on keeping him, saying that she wanted to thank her for saving his life. Student Lu Yun, I'm really sorry for what happened before. I apologize again here. In the box, Jiang Wentian apologized to Lu Yun again. I don't know whether he is truly repentant or just afraid of being pinched on the ears by Jiang Shishir again. When asked by Jiang Shishir, Jiang Wentian did not dare to hide anything and told her what had happened. After hearing Jiang Wentian's story, Jiang Shishir was so angry that she wanted to pinch his ears again. Fortunately, Jiang Wentian was prepared this time and dodged it directly. You dare to set your sights on someone else's woman? I really don't know what you're thinking. It seems that my family is too tolerant of you. When I return this time, I'll tell my father about this and ask him to discipline you. Jiang Shishir said coldly. Jiang Wentian immediately wilted and said quickly, Sister, please don't. I really know I was wrong. Actually, it's not entirely my fault. Who made this beauty so beautiful? The Jiang family is a large family, and they are very strict in disciplining their younger generations, especially since Jiang Wentian is the future heir to the Jiang family. This discipline is extremely harsh. If his family knew about this, he would definitely be skinned alive. How dare you talk nonsense? Jiang Shishir frowned immediately. Forget it. I don't think he meant it. Just then Long Kier took the initiative to speak with a blush on her face. Even the Fire Dragon Princess likes to be praised, especially when praised for her beauty. She feels very happy at that time. It was indeed because of her own great charm that the other party made inappropriate actions. I'm such a beautiful little dragon. No wonder he did something inappropriate. Long Kier shook her head and spoke to herself. Sometimes being beautiful is a sin. Seeing that Long Kier personally pleaded for him, Jiang Wentian, the shrewd man, also reacted and quickly agreed. Since this person has spoken, I think there is no need to report this matter to the family. This person is really too beautiful. After saying that, he looked at Lu Yun again, gave a thumbs up, and said, It should be said that Lu Yun is also responsible for this matter. Lu Yun pointed at himself and said in confusion, Am I also responsible? Of course not. Other people's marriage partners all have certain characteristics, but your marriage partner is so beautiful. After transforming, she looks exactly like a human. Which man can resist being moved by such a woman? I'm a man, a normal man at that. It's normal for me to be moved. Lu Yun was speechless at the time. If that were the case, should I apologize? Apologize that my marriage partner is too good? However, after Jiang Wentian's highly emotional speech, the atmosphere at the scene eased a lot. Not only did Long Kier not hate this guy, but she thought he had good taste. As for Lu Yun, he has never been the type to be ruthless. Since the other party has already apologized, he naturally did not pursue the matter further. Chapter 70, Impersonation. Okay, if that's the case, I'll give you one more chance. If there's a next time, you know the consequences. Seeing that Lu Yun and the other man had no objections, Jiang Shishir didn't say much. Soon, they ordered some dishes again. After all, this is the most luxurious place in Jinsha City, and the dishes are rich and delicious. After eating and drinking, Lu Yun was about to leave with Long Kier and Zhang Qingqing. But at this moment, Jiang Shishir suddenly called Lu Yun. Lu Yun, I want to ask you for help with something. Is it convenient for you? Lu Yun, who had just stood up, suddenly froze in expression. Aren't you treating me to dinner today to thank you for saving my life? Why do you want me to help you again after we just finished our meal? You are the daughter of the Jiang family. There shouldn't be anything I can do to help you, right? Lu Yun said with a smile. In the past, in front of Jiang Shishir, he was proud of his mythical profession. Now that I know the other person's identity, I really don't have any sense of superiority anymore. He had heard of the Jiang family. It was a big family in Kyoto. If you were born into such a family, even if you had an ordinary job, you would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. And with the help of the family's vast resources, even the most rubbish professional talent can reach a very high level. In the later stages, professionals compete not only on talent, but also on level. High-level professionals can give full play to the abilities of their spouses. After all, no matter how strong their spouses are, they will not be able to use their full strength due to the level restrictions of the professionals. To improve your level, you need resources and background. Without sufficient resources, it will be very difficult to improve your level later on. This is the naked reality. I've thought about this matter. Only you can help me. After it's done, I can try my best to meet one of your requests as a token of my gratitude. Jiang Shishir has a straightforward personality. She doesn't waste time talking too much and directly states her needs. During this period, the Jiang family found a blind date for Jiang Shishir. The blind date happened to be coming to Jinsha City to do some business and came to see Jiang Shishir. According to Jiang's family, Jiang Shishir's blind date was quite good and excellent in all aspects, but Jiang Shishir was very disgusted with such behavior. It is true that marriages between large families are not uncommon, but she does not want to get engaged so early, and she wants to fight for her own happiness. So if she wanted Lu Yun to pretend to be her boyfriend, all he had to do was to anger the blind date and leave. Simply put, it is to use Lu Yun as a shield. Although Lu Yun hated being a shield, the other party's words that they could try their best to meet Lu Yun's one request really moved Lu Yun. It's not that Lu Yun wanted to take the opportunity to make excessive requests like asking Jiang Shishir to sleep with him, but he really needed the Jiang family's help with something. But he himself cannot do it at the moment, but the Jiang family may be able to do it. That is the monster crystal core with fire attribute. After a fire monster is killed, a crystal core will be left behind. This crystal core is a fire crystal core and is very precious, because fire attribute crystal cores can be used to create various equipment. Monsters that can drop fire attribute crystal cores are often higher level monsters, so these things are basically out of stock. With Lu Yun's current strength, he cannot get such a thing, but if Jiang Shishir takes action, with the help of the Jiang family's power, it may be possible to do it. The reason why Lu Yun wanted the fire attribute crystal core was naturally not to make equipment, but to save his life. After all, humans are different from other creatures. Ever since Lu Yun and Long Cooker signed the contract, their souls have been connected and their powers have been blended. It is precisely because of this that Lu Yun can display Long Kier's unique dragon skills and even gain a physique that is immune to fire attributes. But Lu Yun has a human body after all, which is completely different from Long Kuer's fire dragon physique and cannot withstand such strong firepower. At first, Lu Yun didn't notice it, but as time passed, the power of fire began to gradually invade Lu Yun's body. When Lu Yun was soloing the Fire Elemental Elf Genocide Prelude, he felt the veins in his limbs burning hot during the battle. At that time, Lu Yun thought that he was too tired and did not take it seriously, until the system gave a prompt during the assessment copy. This forced Lu Yun to find a crystal core of the fire elemental monster as soon as possible and use the power of fire to suppress the fire power in his body. It seems to be a way of treating it by fighting poison with poison. Lu Yun had originally planned to solve this problem after the assessment was over. His initial idea was to seek help from the school. I am now considered a genius in Jinsha No. 1 High School, and I have been selected for admission to Mo University. I believe the school will not stand idly by. But now Jiang Shishir from the Jiang family needs his help, so he can get the fire attribute crystal core through the Jiang family. Naturally, he doesn't need to trouble the school anymore. Moreover, if he really troubled the school, he would inevitably owe favors to others. Lu Yun had been in financial difficulties for so long, and the last thing he wanted to do was owe favors to others. In the box, Jiang Shishir stared at Lu Yun nervously, her heart almost in her throat, fearing that Lu Yun would reject her. Can. After a long silence, Lu Yun nodded and smiled. Jiang Shishir finally breathed a sigh of relief, put her hands in front of the surging evil, and whispered, "Thank you, Lu Yun." Lu Yun smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I do have something I need your help with." Jiang Shishir blushed and nodded. "Just tell me. As long as I can help you, I will try my best to satisfy you. I need the fire elemental core of a high-level monster." The fire elemental core of a high-level monster? Jiang Shishir frowned. Monster crystal cores are difficult to obtain, especially high-level fire element monster crystal cores. Fire elemental monsters are relatively brutal under the influence of the fire element. Many times, these guys would rather self-destruct than let humans pick up their equipment. More importantly, the explosion rate of fire element monster crystal cores is also relatively low. Therefore, the fire element crystal core is also the most difficult to obtain among many crystal cores. However, when he thought about Lu Yun acting as a shield, he couldn't let him help him for nothing. After a brief ideological struggle, Jiang Shishir nodded and said, "Okay, I will try my best to do this." Although the fire element crystal core is difficult to obtain, it can still be done if she uses the energy of her Jiang family. Seeing that the other party agreed, Lu Yun didn't say much. He waved his hand and left with Long Kier and Zhang Qingqing. Sis, you let this guy pretend to be your boyfriend? After Lu Yun and others left, Jiang Wentian asked weakly. Under the suppression of his sister's bloodline, the eldest son of the Jiang family behaved extremely humbly. You have a question? Jiang Shishir asked with a cold face. I don't have any problem. Jiang Wentian quickly shook his head and said with a wry smile, it's just that your fiancé is very difficult to deal with. Lin Ying graduated from the Magic and Martial Arts University. His strength and connections should not be underestimated. If he finds out that you suddenly have a partner, I'm afraid. Chapter 71 The Kitchen is not impossible. This is my own business and has nothing to do with him. Besides, I have never admitted my relationship with him. He is not my fiancé. Jiang Shishir pouted. She felt uncomfortable when she mentioned this guy. Lin Ying is very famous in Kyoto and is a typical playboy. With the halo of being a genius at the Magic and Martial Arts University, he changes his partner almost every week, and each time he does, it is a different one. It is precisely because of what she has heard about Lin Ying that Jiang Shishir is so disgusted with this guy. Even if she had to die alone, she would not want to spend the rest of her life with such a person. After sending Lu Yun and Long Kier back to the villa, Zhang Qingqing said she had something to do and left. Looking at Zhang Qingqing's departing back, Lu Yun had a complicated expression. Long Kier followed Lu Yun's gaze and said jokingly, it seems that you are reluctant to leave your teacher? If so, why don't you stay and sleep together? Lu Yun rolled his eyes instantly. She is my teacher, and I have always respected her in my heart. Suppose your teacher wants to throw himself into your arms. What are you going to do? Long Kier said with a wicked smile. Lu Yun hit Long Kier on the head with his backhand. I'm a decent person. How could I do such a thing? Long Kier cried out in pain, rubbing her head aggrievedly, and said, well, since you said she's a serious person, then she's a serious person. After finishing speaking, Long Kier suddenly changed the subject and added, but she is a serious person, and I am not a serious person. I'm going to take a shower first. You go to the room and wait for me. Lu Yun felt a chill all over his body after hearing this. Ever since he signed a contract with Long Kier, this girl had come almost every day. Even if he had a body of iron, he couldn't bear it. At first, Lu Yun was always happy when he heard these words, but now he is really scared. You must be hungry after walking around the street for so long. I'll go to the kitchen and make you some midnight snack. After saying this, Lu Yun rushed to the kitchen to cook. But his excuse still couldn't help him escape the fate of having his essence devoured. The kitchen is not impossible, but I've never experienced this place before. Long Kier stretched out her index finger, placed it in front of her pink lips, tapped it lightly, and smiled. Lu Yun, who had just run to the kitchen door, almost collapsed to the ground when he heard this. That night, Lu Yun fell into a deep sleep again in exhaustion. When I arrived at school the next day, I had big dark circles under my eyes. When they saw Lu Yun appear, many people were attracted and looked over. It was not only because of Lu Yun's panda eyes, but also because of Long Kier, who was shaking her long leg beside Lu Yun. Today, Long Kier realized the freedom of dressing and wore his for the first time. With the blessing of his, the lethality of the conventional style was maximized, making people unable to take their eyes off it at first sight. Damn, I really envy God Lu's life. I can't even dream of such a godly life. Looking at the breathtakingly beautiful Long Kier standing next to Lu Yun, many male classmates showed envious expressions. Their marriage partners are either afraid of light, cannot be seen for a long time, or are extremely ugly. Lu Yun's marriage partner is not only beautiful, but also goddess level, and she can even always follow Lu Yun. With such a stunning beauty by my side, even if I die now, my life will be worthwhile. Lu Yun was very tired now, and he had to force himself to stay calm while walking because his legs would start shaking wildly if he relaxed even a little. This is a sign of overexertion. Lu Yun forced himself to come to the classroom with an exhausted body. Like a man grabbing a life-saving straw in a torrent, he collapsed on the chair in an instant. Comfortable. He felt completely relaxed. At this time, many students came to the classroom and took their seats. Soon, the sound of high heels hitting the ground was heard outside the corridor, and then Zhang Qingqing, dressed in a professional suit, came into the classroom with a pile of lesson plans in her hands. Today, she even wore a pair of rimless glasses, giving her the temperament of a gentle teacher in a Japanese movie. Classmates, it has been half a month since you became job changers. During this period, your strength has been improved, and the degree of contract with your marriage partner has also increased. I would like to congratulate you here. You have officially become a qualified job changer. From today on, all your studies will be related to training, and you no longer need to continue with the knowledge courses. Hearing that they no longer had to attend boring and tedious knowledge classes, many students danced with joy, but their joy did not last long. Zhang Qingqing's next words directly poured cold water on everyone. From now on, we will conduct an assessment every week, and those who rank at the bottom will receive devilish training. In order to be admitted to a good university, you all have to work hard from now on. As soon as Zhang Qingqing finished speaking, a burst of sighs was heard in the classroom. Although it's nice not having to take knowledge classes, the assessments are also very tiring. Classmates, let's go to the playground now. We will have our first test. Zhang Qingqing pushed his glasses and said with a smile. A few minutes later, on the playground of Jinshan No. 1 High School, Zhang Qingqing stood at the front with a special sandbag next to her. The sandbag used the latest technology and could absorb force to the greatest extent. This is a sandbag specially used to detect the strength of job changers. It is equipped with a high-precision detector that can clearly upload the detected data to the terminal. To put it simply, it can digitize the power of the job changer. The test begins now. All you have to do is to attack this sandbag with all your might. You can use any means and strength you can. In short, don't hold back. Zhang Qingqing didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Many students immediately became alert after hearing this. Is it just hitting sandbags? Not difficult at all. Soon the first student stood up. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword flashes with a cold light, which is quite domineering, but there's a pair of rabbit ears near the hilt, which is quite inconsistent with the domineering sword body. It is obvious that this classmate's marriage partner is a rabbit man, and his awakened profession is a rabbit swordsman, which is a high-burst profession, but the tankiness is relatively low. My bunny swordsman happens to be a high-burst fighter. This test is tailor-made for me. The classmate's face was full of excitement. He grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands and swung out fiercely. A sword shadow suddenly condensed in the air and then hit the sandbag. But what was surprising was that the sandbag was not damaged at all after the sword fell. Instead, the sword shadow was directly absorbed. Buzz! Just after absorbing the sword shadow, a buzzing sound came from inside the sandbag, and then the instrument in Zhang Qingqing's hand responded. The numbers on the instrument began to jump wildly, and finally stopped at 198. Chapter 72, the sandbags are exploding. The maximum score for this test is 999. It's quite good that Li has achieved 198, but it's still a little far from the passing score of 600. Keep up the good work. Zhang Qingqing took a look at the data on the instrument and said, My profession has such a high burst, but my score is only 198. Student Li was shocked and felt a little unbelievable. Then he left in despair. After seeing his score of only 198, everyone who had been relaxed suddenly became nervous. It seems that this test is not as simple as they thought. Next one, Wang Meng. Zhang Qingqing pushed up her glasses, glanced at the list, and read out a name. The classmate named Wang Meng immediately walked quickly to the sandbag, stretched out his hands, hugged them in front of his chest, and let out a low shout. Then his body began to swell. Sizzle. Suddenly, there was a sound of clothes being torn. The clothes on Wang Meng's body turned into pieces, leaving only a pair of tight briefs. Countless blue veins popped up instantly, and his originally thin body instantly turned into a muscular man, and even his height soared to 3 meters. At this moment, he looked like Tarzan. The one who awakened is a strength-type profession, heavy armor Tarzan, which is a profession that can both fight and resist. Although it does not have too many eye-catching skills, its comprehensive attributes are quite perfect. Boom! After turning into a muscular man, Wang Meng punched out with all his strength. All the muscles in his body were instantly tensed together like a tight spring, and his sense of strength was impeccable. After the punch landed, the sandbag did not move at all, and his force was instantly absorbed by the sandbag. Zhang Qingqing glanced at the instrument and nodded. A score of 589, although not up to the passing line, is pretty good. Keep up the good work. Wang Meng was very disappointed when he heard that he did not reach the passing line, but when he thought that he was only a few points away from the passing line, he felt much better. After Wang Meng left, many other students came up one after another. Most of these students did not reach the passing line, and only a small number of them reached around 500, which was still some degree away from the passing line. But there were also a small number of people who just broke through the constraints of the passing line. At that time, their faces were full of smiles, and they were extremely excited. Zhang Qingqing also expressed encouragement and affirmation to these students who passed the exam. This assessment was originally intended to test the students' current combat capabilities, so it is normal to fail. After all, it has only been half a month since everyone became job changers, and their levels and other aspects have not improved much. This situation will improve as you start training later. When everyone finished the test one after another, Zhang Qingqing looked at the list again, raised her eyebrows, and smiled. Next is Lu Yun's turn. Hearing this, the noisy scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Luo run. Is it finally my turn? Lu Yun forced himself to suppress his sleepiness and waited for a long time. He did not pay attention to the test results of many classmates because he was so sleepy that he fell asleep while standing 3 times. Hearing Zhang Qingqing finally calling out his name, Lu Yun hurriedly walked to the front of the sandbag. It's finally my turn. All he wanted now was to finish the test quickly and then go back to the classroom to catch up on some sleep. If he continued standing, he felt like he was going to fall asleep again. Retracting his thoughts, Lu Yun forced himself to cheer up, then raised his hand and punched out directly. Lu Yun just threw out this punch casually, but due to the abnormal attribute bonus and the current level 20 support, this punch landed and directly exploded the entire sandbag. Before everyone present could even react, they saw the sturdy sandbags explode instantly, and various instrument fragments were scattered all over the ground. Swish! The scene suddenly fell into deathly silence. Everyone stared at each other, their throats tightening, and they couldn't utter a word. It was not until a long time later that the sound of people gasping for air was heard. Is this the horror of a mythical class? If this punch hit me, even if I'm a tank, I'd be paralyzed. This is too scary. Is the Dragon Knight also a strength-based profession? This burst is almost comparable to that of many assassins. Listening to the shocked speeches of many classmates, Lu Yun felt terrible. Lu Yun looked at Zhang Qingqing with a guilty conscience and said with a wry smile, Teacher Zhang, this sandbag may have quality issues. It has nothing to do with me. He was penniless now and couldn't even take out 10 gold coins. He was really afraid that the other party would ask him to pay compensation. But Lu Yun never expected that Zhang Qingqing didn't think about this at all at the moment and was shocked like many of her classmates. She knew how powerful Lu Yun was, so she arranged this guy to be the last one, just to see his performance. Who would have thought that even though she had been mentally prepared, Lu Yun's performance was still far beyond her imagination? This is too powerful. At this time, the class being tested on the playground was not only Class 3, where Lu Yun was, but there were 3 other classes that were also taking assessment tests. Right in front of Class 3, people from Class 2 were taking a test. A young man stood up, clasped his hands together, and was about to attack the sandbag in front of him. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and then a piece of sandbag skin was thrown over. This is just a layer of skin that wraps the sandbag. It is almost no weight and is at most relatively strong. However, under the influence of huge impact force, the power of this sandbag skin was beyond imagination. When it hit the young man, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The whole person was blown away 30 meters. Then he lay on the ground unconscious. He was seriously injured and fell in a coma. Swish! At this moment, not only the students from Class 3, but also the students from the other 2 classes looked over. When looking at the broken sandbag, everyone's mouth twitched. The sandbags in the school were specially made for job changers and were almost impossible to be blown up. Lu Yun had set a record right now. As expected of Master Lu, he actually blasted the sandbags to pieces. It's a record. The mythical class is too strong. It's just a pity for this unlucky guy. He hasn't even had time to take the test, and it looks like he'll have to go to the ICU. Students from the other 2 classes also started talking about it, their words full of admiration and envy for Lu Yun. Their eyes were all quite clear, and no one was jealous of Lu Yun, because Lu Yun's level was so much higher than theirs that they didn't even have the desire to be jealous. They knew that no matter how jealous they were, they could never compare to Lu Yun. Mythical professions are 1 in a million. It can be said that from the moment he became a mythical profession, Lu Yun's life trajectory no longer intersected with theirs. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Lu Yun finally found the seriously injured and unconscious classmate, and he became even more panicked. He hadn't used all his strength in this punch. You should have held back some. Now I'm in trouble. I didn't expect that I almost caused a death just by taking a test. Chapter 73, I report Lu Shun for cheating. Fortunately, after examination by the teacher of Class 2, it was confirmed that the boy was not in danger of life, but only had broken limbs and would need to stay in bed for at least a few months. It's okay. You don't have to pay any money. The school will handle these things on its own. Zhang Qingqing came up to Lu Yun and said this, which brought some comfort to Lu Yun's bewildered heart. Zhang Qingqing then said meaningfully, "Your performance is very good, worthy of being a mythical profession. It seems that the Dragon Knight profession is already very powerful in the early stages." "Teacher Zhang, what are Lu Shun's grades?" Just then a curious student asked. The others pricked up their ears when they heard this. They all wanted to know how many points Lu Yun could get for such a performance. "I don't know what his grades are." Zhang Qingqing spread her hands and said helplessly, "You have seen it too. The sandbags were directly blown to pieces, and the testing equipment inside was also broken. Student Lu's score has gone off the charts. I don't know the exact score, but it must have exceeded the full score of 999. Swish. The results are off the charts. More than full marks." These words immediately surprised many students, and they couldn't close their mouths for a long time. Many people suddenly felt a strong sense of frustration. Today, they finally felt the gap between geniuses and ordinary people. Students, today's test results do not represent the final results. Before the final exam, you still have enough time to train and improve your strength as quickly as possible. Zhang Qingqing coughed a few times to force the topic back and said loudly, "The first round of assessment is over. Now we will directly enter the second round of assessment. The assessment is divided into 3 rounds in total, and each round will focus on a special attributability. This will also allow a more accurate judgment of the current strength level of the job changer. The first round is a strength test. The second round is a speed test." Soon, everyone was brought to the track by Zhang Qingqing. The distance of 1 lap of the track was exactly 10,000 meters, and it was also tailor-made for those who had changed their jobs. After letting everyone stand in their respective positions, Zhang Qingqing said, "The next test is also very simple. When the whistle sounds, you will run as fast as you can. It's still the same old rules. During this period, you cannot use the special methods of job changers. You can only run based on your physical fitness. Whoever can reach the finish line in 10 seconds will pass. 10,000 meters in 10 seconds. This is almost impossible for ordinary people, but those who have changed their jobs can do it, because their physical constitution is different from that of ordinary people." After briefly introducing the rules, Zhang Qingqing asked everyone to take their seats and then blew the whistle. The moment the whistle sounded, everyone turned into wild horses and ran madly forward. Some students' feet even turned into afterimages. But just at this moment, whoosh, everyone had just started to move when they suddenly felt a blur in front of their eyes, and then a strong wind came from the side before anyone could react. Then Lu Yun turned into a beam of fire and rushed out. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Yun arrived directly at the end of the runway. "I'm boiling." Seeing this scene, many students were stunned. How to play this? They had just started running, and they had already reached the finish line. "Teacher Zhang, I want to report. God Lu is cheating." "Teacher Zhang, I want to report that Master Lu is cheating. He must have used the special attributes of a job changer. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so fast." Someone came forward to report it. We couldn't stand it anymore. When this classmate spoke, the others looked at Zhang Qingqing, waiting for his answer. In fact, not to mention that classmate, even they all thought that Lu Yun cheated. How could a normal person have such a fast speed without using the ability of a job changer? It was only about a second after the whistle sounded, and this guy reached the finish line directly. This is too outrageous. However, under everyone's gaze, Zhang Qingqing shook her head, took out the pocket watch in her hand and shook it, saying he didn't cheat. The reason why Zhang Qingqing was so sure that Lu Yun did not cheat was mainly because of the pocket watch in her hand. This pocket watch is not simple. It contains a wave sensor that is specifically used to detect the strength of those who have changed their jobs. The purpose is to prevent someone from cheating during the assessment. The pocket watch did not make any unusual sound from beginning to end, indicating that Lu Yun did not use the power of the job changer. This Master Lu is too terrifying. He can actually run at such a fast speed by himself. Wow, I really want to cry. This is too depressing. Since Lu was born, why did you give birth to me? Being in the same school with Lu Shun is already annoying, and being in the same class with Lu Shun is even more despairing. When they found out that Lu Yun did not cheat, many students could not bear the blow. Some knelt on the ground and screamed, while others sat on the ground and beat their chests and stamped their feet. It would be fine if their professional strength was far superior to theirs, but now their physical fitness is also far superior to theirs. This is really a huge blow. Even though their strength was not weak, when compared with Lu Yun, they felt like typical losers. There was even a feeling of inferiority coming out from between my bones. Since many students stopped where they were when Lu Yun reached the finish line, the test had to be repeated again, except for Lu Yun. After the test, the fastest student took nearly 8 seconds. Even more people didn't pass the assessment at all. After all, running 10,000 meters in 10 seconds is quite difficult. When the assessment was over, before anyone could complain, Zhang Qingqing led everyone to the last assessment site. The last assessment tests the job changer's true combat capability, so the assessment is conducted in the dungeon. This is the Sky Giant Battlefield, which is also a rookie copy. The monsters here are generally around level 15. All you have to do is reach the finish line in the shortest time possible. Those who successfully reach the end point within an hour will be considered to have passed the assessment. During this period, you can use any means you want, but you cannot form alliances or seek support from others. After Zhang Qingqing brought everyone into the dungeon, she began to explain that this dungeon was different from the one near the beach defense line in Jinsha City. The copy here is inside a high building. It is a man-made copy, and everything inside is artificially created. From small things like flowers and trees to large things like dungeon monsters, everything is completely man-made. Therefore, this place is also quite safe and is used as an exclusive copy for student assessments, because there is no danger in taking the assessment here. This place is actually deep in the mountains, surrounded by dense bushes, and you can occasionally hear birds singing. This place is no different from ordinary deep mountains and old forests, but this is only a surface phenomenon. A terrifying monster may be hiding in every bush here. The destination that everyone wants to reach is at the top of the highest mountain in front. It goes without saying how difficult it is to reach the destination within an hour, because no one knows how many monsters are hidden in this deep mountain. Chapter 74, The Monster Killer, shows his power. The assessment begins now. Zhang Qingqing spoke, and then her body disappeared from the spot and appeared directly on the top of the mountain at the end. Since this is a man-made copy, Zhang Qingqing, as the chief examiner, is like a god here, and instant teleportation is just a matter of thought. When Zhang Qingqing left, everyone started sprinting and rushed towards the bushes in front as fast as possible. Even though they knew there might be many monsters hiding in there, they had no choice but to go ahead and do it in order to pass the test. Lu Yun also rushed out with everyone, and Long Kur, as his marriage partner, followed Lu Yun obediently. Swish! At this moment, a student who was rushing in the front just came into the bushes, and suddenly his steps stopped abruptly. Then a look of horror appeared on his face, and he turned around and ran back. At first, everyone was a little confused about this person's behavior, but soon they understood. Roar! A shrill roar suddenly sounded, and soon everyone saw the bushes in front of them began to shake violently. And then a huge monster stood up. This is a monster that is 6 meters tall. Everyone originally thought that this was a small mound of earth, but they didn't expect it to be a monster. The monster bared its teeth and roared at everyone, but did not attack anyone else. Instead, it chased after the young man directly. The monster was so huge that the ground shook wildly with every step it took. This is a feature of the dungeon. The first person the monster sees will become the target of the attack. The boy who was targeted by the monster had a distorted face and was almost crying. While running, she screamed, "Don't come over here, I'm just a nanny. What do you mean by chasing me? Even if you catch up with me, I won't let you he. Everyone's mouth twitched. Then they all continued to move forward. As everyone began to go deeper into the jungle, more students were targeted by monsters. Some students who were confident in their own strength directly attacked the monsters and fought them to the end. There are also some more cautious people who choose to fight and retreat while looking for an opportunity to escape. There were also some people, like the young man before, who were so frightened by the hideous appearance of the monster that they lost all desire to fight and simply turned around and ran away. As for Lu Yun, he encountered a monster after just taking a few steps. Roar! The monster Lu Yun encountered was a terrifying wolf-shaped monster. This monster had extremely fast speed, and it could be said that once you were targeted by it, you basically couldn't escape. Unless you could defeat this monster, there's no way you can escape from its clutches. It's over. Master Lu's luck is so bad that he actually encountered a wind-chasing wolf. This is every student's nightmare. If you're targeted by this guy, you will basically have no chance of passing the assessment. Many people shook their heads and thought that Lu Yun had no hope. But some people hold different views. Lu Shun is a mythical class after all. I think you should be able to handle it. A mere level 15 Wind Chaser Wolf is nothing. Lu Shun is level 20. However, just as many students were discussing this, a shocking scene occurred. When the wind-chasing wolf appeared, its ferocious eyes turned towards Lu Yun, and Lu Yun also looked at the wind-chasing wolf without any hesitation. The man and the wolf met eyes, just as the wind-chasing wolf bared his teeth and was about to attack Lu Yun. Suddenly, a string of words appeared above Lu Yun's head. Monster Slayer. When this line of words appeared, a terrifying pressure suddenly radiated from Lu Yun's body. Zhuai Fenglong's fierce eyes suddenly turned into fear, and he even tucked his tail between his legs and made a whimpering sound, as if he was extremely frightened. He turned around and ran away. Lu Yun's mouth twitched. Everyone was speechless. The classmates nearby suspected that their eyes were blurry, so they rubbed their eyes and continued to look intently. I saw that the wind-chasing wolf that was running away with its tail between its legs was still running desperately. Suddenly, everyone was dumbfounded. Why? What's going on? Why doesn't this monster attack Lu Shun? Could it be that Master Lu has a backdoor here? It shouldn't be like this, right? Why do the monsters they encounter just bar their teeth and attack them as ferociously as they can be? However, the monsters Lu Yun encountered had no desire to fight at all. Is it because of the title on Lu Shun's head? Suddenly, someone looked at the title on Lu Yun's head and said, and the others also discovered this problem. The title belongs to Lu Yun. They don't know the specific attributes, but they vaguely feel that it may be related to the title. But even knowing this, everyone still felt a little depressed. They felt like they were here for an assessment, but Lu Yun felt like he was here for a vacation. I didn't expect that the title I got in the copy would come in handy now. Lu Yun shook his head and smiled, then continued to move forward. But this time, after just a few steps, another monster rushed out of the jungle roaring. "This is Flame Monkey," a classmate exclaimed. Although the Infernape is not as tricky as the Wind Wolf, it is also a very tough opponent. It is a monster that possesses the power of fire and has terrifying explosive power. If Wolfenstein is simply pestering its opponent, then Infernape definitely has the power to severely injure its opponent. It really is a flaming monkey. In previous assessments, many geniuses performed poorly because of this thing. I wonder what Master Lu will do this time. Many people are beginning to look forward to seeing how this legendary genius will deal with the current dilemma. But at this moment, another roar sounded at the same time, and then the ancient trees in front of Lu Yun began to break and fall to the ground one by one. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, an 8-meter-tall giant spider appeared before everyone, waving its sharp claws. It is no exaggeration to say that the moment this thing appeared, the air around it became a little colder. It's like a mobile bunker. Anything will be pierced wherever the 8 sharp spider legs pass, especially the huge head with 8 pairs of eyes, which makes people's scalp tingle just by looking at it. This is a monster whose appearance alone is enough to make people feel uncomfortable. This is the demon hunting spider. Suddenly, some classmates recognized the identity of the spider, and their voices became terrified. If the previous Wind Chaser Wolf was already a very troublesome existence, then this demon hunting spider would definitely make people despair, because the characteristic of this thing is to lay eggs. Even though there is only one of it, it will lay eggs like crazy during fighting. An adult demon hunting spider can lay 100 eggs at a time. A giant spider monster plus 100 small spiders. Such a lineup will not be able to escape at all unless it grows a pair of wings. Chapter 75. Abandoning the eggs to save the king? It is no exaggeration to say that this thing is an aircraft carrier among monsters. Everyone around tacitly stayed away from Lu Yun, fearing that he would be implicated. Some even looked at Lu Yun with a hint of pity in their eyes. Is this the treatment for a genius? Being targeted by 2 monsters in a row is unprecedented in all previous assessments. You're messing with me like this? Lu Yun was also a little confused at this time. Although this was his first time to take the test, he had never heard of a student being targeted by 2 monsters at the same time. But since things have come to this, we might as well make the best of it. All Lu Yun can do is give it a try. These two guys are both level 19, only one level lower than Lu Yun, and except for the flame monkey, the demon hunting spiders are not fire monsters. This means that Lu Yun cannot rely on his advantage in fire attribute to fight against opponents of higher levels. The war is about to begin. Boom! The flame monkey roared and attacked Lu Yun first, waving its strong limbs and rushing towards Lu Yun. However, what no one expected was that as soon as this guy jumped high, something suddenly pierced his chest. It was the sharp claws of the demon hunting spider. The slender claws pierced directly into the body of the flame monkey like a spear. Squeak! The demon hunting spiders made a strange sound, as if telling the other party, the prey I have set my eyes on is beyond the reach of you ants. As a monster, the infernape was also quite violent. Its entire body was burning with red flames as it tried to break free from the body. But before Infernape could do anything, the countless barbs on the spider legs that pierced his body began to release venom. This is another skill of the demon hunting spider, highly poisonous. When the venom was released, Infernape gradually became paralyzed before it could struggle for long. Its body simply stopped in place. Then it was torn into pieces by the demon hunting spiders. Seeing this bloody and cruel scene, many students felt sick and wanted to vomit. After dealing with its competitor, the demon hunter 100 spiders turned their attention to Lu Yun again. Ka-ia. Lu Yun suddenly took out the dragon fortress and said in a deep voice, "Clear." Long Kur nodded, and a flash of fire appeared in her eyes, and she entered a combat state. But just as the battle between the two sides was about to break out, a dramatic scene took place. The demon hunting spider was about to attack Lu Yun when it suddenly noticed the title on Lu Yun's head. A terrifying pressure suddenly radiated out, causing the demon hunting spiders to feel fear from the bottom of their souls. This fear was like a maggot on the heel, making the demon hunting spiders unable to escape and unable to even muster the courage to fight Lu Yun head on. He immediately turned around and fled away with dozens of long legs. As if it was afraid that Lu Yun would catch up, its huge abdomen began to move rapidly as it ran. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 100 white things spurted out. Those are the eggs of the demon hunting spider. When these spider eggs touch the ground, they will quickly hatch and form small spiders with combat capabilities. The deterrent effect of a single small spider may not be strong, but the deterrent effect of 100 small spiders is much more terrifying. This is also the reason why everyone was so excited and regretful when they saw the demon hunting spiders appear. Lu Yun also knew this, so he took advantage of the moment before the 100 spider eggs fell to the ground and directly used the fiery dragon breath slash. Whoosh! A flaming sword shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere and burned the spider eggs to ashes when they were at their most vulnerable. When Lu Yun finished all this, the scene fell into silence again. Lu Yun was also stunned, but he immediately reacted and laughed. I remember that the effect of the monster slaughter is that monsters with lower levels than oneself will feel fear unconditionally. This demon hunter spider is just one level lower than me, so it didn't dare to fight me and just ran away. After mumbling to himself, Lu Yun shook his head and said with some emotion, "In a sense, this title is really abnormal. No wonder the explosion rate is so low, less than 1%. But Lu Yun knew why this happened, but the other students didn't know. I've heard of sacrificing the rook to save the king, but I've never heard of sacrificing the eggs to save the king. Aren't the eggs of this thing used for fighting? Fuck. What on earth did Lord Lu do that is so outrageous that it makes me feel like the monsters here are all afraid of him?" Many students were in disarray again. Lu Yun continued to move forward as if nothing had happened. After knowing what was going on, Lu Yun felt a lot more relaxed. Because the levels of monsters in the current dungeon are generally not high, it is almost difficult to encounter ones that can reach level 20. This means that with the attributes of the title of Monster Killer, Lu Yun can reach the finish line smoothly without any obstacles. As expected, just after Lu Yun took a few steps, he encountered a new monster. However, when it saw the title on Lu Yun's head, it immediately abandoned its weapons and ran away. Seeing this scene, everyone became more and more convinced that the monsters here were afraid of Lu Yun. Although they didn't know why, they were shocked. "God, Lu, can you give me a ride?" Just then, a male classmate came up to Lu Yun and asked expectantly, "I would like to help you, but unfortunately you know the rules of the assessment." Lu Yun shook his head. The student thought about it and felt that it made sense, and left immediately feeling disappointed. After hearing the word rules, the other students who were eager to try also gave up the idea. In order to complete the assessment, they must rely on their own strength. If they ask Lu Yun for help, it will be a violation of the rules. In serious cases, the assessment results will be canceled. But just after the male classmate left, a good-looking female classmate came to Lu Yun with turbulent breasts. She put her hands behind her back and shook her body shyly, making the waves even more turbulent. Master Lu, can you lead me? You don't have to lead me to the end, just lead me to the foot of the mountain. Teacher Zhang shouldn't find out. If you agree, I can play duo with you. The female classmate's voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz, with both the shyness of a young girl and the debauchery of a mature woman. This time Lu Yun was silent. He suddenly felt that rules and regulations were not important. Since everyone was a classmate, they should help each other. It's not that he wants to play duo with this guy. It's mainly because he likes to help others. However, just when Lu Yun was confused by the surging waves, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. Lu Yun turned his head and saw Long Kier's red face. Long Cooker stared at Lu Yun without saying anything. Lu Yun felt a little guilty and asked, "Why are you looking at me?" Chapter 76, The Highest Bidder Wins. Long Cooker still didn't speak. Lu Yun touched his nose and smiled, then looked at the schoolgirl with a turbulent mood, coughed lightly, and said, "Since it is an assessment, I think it is better to be fair and just. Believe in yourself. Come on. You are the strongest." After saying that, Lu Yun turned around and left resolutely, leaving only a tall and majestic figure behind for his junior high school sister. This Master Lu is too unkind. Even after talking to this point, he actually refused. A classmate said dissatisfiedly. But the junior schoolgirl interrupted him and defended Lu Yun. "I think what Lucian said makes sense. Since it is an assessment, you should work hard. You can get the support of Lucian this time, but what about next time?" The junior high school girl looked at Lu Yun's back with admiration, then clenched her fists and said, "I listened to Master Lu. I can't rely on the power of others." In fact, she didn't know whether what Lu Yun said made sense or not, but Lu Yun was handsome enough and had strong talent enough. What this man says definitely makes sense. What Lu Yun didn't know was that because of this sentence, he actually gained a little fangirl. During the following assessment process, everyone returned to normal and began to fight the monster in a battle of wits and courage. Lu Yun walked and stopped along the way and easily reached the top of the mountain first, while Zhang Qingqing had been waiting here for a long time. Passed. Zhang Qingqing was not surprised to see Lu Yun arrive first. But less than 10 minutes after the test started, Lu Yun successfully reached the finish line, a speed that even she had not expected. "Well, it's not difficult overall," Lu Yun said with a smile. Zhang Qingqing didn't think much about it and smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Lu. You have set a record again this time. I believe it will be difficult for the students who come after you to break this record." Lu Yun scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed. The reason why he could achieve such good results this time was mainly due to the title. Otherwise, he would not have been able to complete the assessment so quickly. The assessment ended soon. Due to the extremely high difficulty of this final assessment, less than 1/3 of the people passed it. However, Zhang Qingqing is already very satisfied with the result. After all, it has not been long since they became job changers, and there is still a lot of room for improvement in the future. After the assessment was completed, Zhang Qingqing reported the results to the school's top management. "My goodness, who said that mythical classes are weak in the early stages?" After seeing the results of Lu Yun's 3 tests, Li Zheng could no longer sit still. He put on his reading glasses and read the results in amazement. The situation here was immediately reported to the Magic and Martial Arts University. Although Lu Yun has already been selected as a student, his assessment performance here also needs to be reported to the Magic and Martial Arts University. It is good to submit your application, but if you perform poorly in the normal assessment, it will be affected to some extent. It is not uncommon for the application quota to be directly canceled if the performance is too poor. After doing all this, Li Zheng looked at Zhang Qingqing and said seriously, "Teacher Zhang, we need to keep the matter of Lu's test results confidential. We can't let anyone else know, especially those outside of Jinsha No. 1 High School." Zhang Qingqing asked in confusion, "Lu Yun is a genius. If his test results were known to others, wouldn't it be a good thing for us to win glory? It would also increase the popularity of our No. 1 middle school." However, before Zhang Qingqing could finish, Li Zheng interrupted her with a wave of his hand, revealing a secretive expression, and said, You are still too young. Lu Yun's performance is too good. If other schools knew about it, they would definitely come to snatch him away, which would cause great trouble for him. In order to allow him to enroll smoothly, Mo University has already given us many instructions, and they have also specially raised a lot of sponsorship for us. It's not because of these sponsorship resources that we have to keep it secret, but mainly because of the talent shown by this kid. He is too popular, you know? Zhang Qingqing nodded after hearing this. Throughout the ages, talented job changers will be snapped up by many universities after graduating from high school. This kind of thing was not uncommon. Some universities are even willing to pay huge prices in order to attract talented students. What a one-on-one teaching by a famous teacher. What tens of millions of gold coins. 2 years ago, the president of a second-rate university even married off his own granddaughter in order to get a genius enrolled. Although this kind of thing seems glorious, it often adds a lot of troubles to the parties involved. By doing this, Li Zheng saved Lu Yun a lot of trouble. After sending Zhang Qingqing away, Li Zheng sat down again, unscrewed the thermos cup, and took a sip of wolfberry tea and said with emotion, "I am such a good principal. I think too much about my students. People like me must have been the reincarnation of a saint in my previous life." If Lu Yun heard these words here, he would definitely be so angry that he would fight with this old man. It's fine that you used the promised reward coins to build a villa, but you even came to stop the major schools from snatching me away. If he could make a choice in this matter, Lu Yun would definitely go for the one with the highest bid. He will go with whoever offers the highest price. Anyway, given the nature of his job, it doesn't matter which university he goes to as long as he has the resources. Not long after the assessment was completed, the results were announced successfully. Without exception, Lu Yun took the first place, which did not surprise anyone. After all, he was a legendary professional, and his performance in the 3 rounds of assessments was obvious to everyone. Now the title of Lu Shun has become even more dazzling, and he has more little fans. Many junior and senior high school students in number 1 high school developed a crush on Lu Yun, and some bold girls even openly wrote love letters to Lu Yun. Such changes in many junior and senior students also made many male students feel very uncomfortable, and they were full of hostility towards Lu Yun. Mr. Zhao, could you please give all these things to Master Lu? At a corner of Jinsha number 1 high school, a junior girl in a JK skirt shyly handed a pile of things to Zhao Qingsong and asked pitifully. "All right." Zhao Qingsong scratched his head and agreed with a strange expression. Seeing this, the little girl became extremely excited. She blushed, thanked him softly, and left in a hurry. Zhao Qingsong took a look at these things. They were basically some snacks and a love letter. The seal of the love letter is in the shape of a heart, and it can be seen that this junior high school girl put a lot of thought into it. Alas, I, Zhao Qingsong, am handsome and suave, so why haven't any of my schoolmates written me love letters? Zhao Qingsong put away his things, touched his handsome face, sighed, and left. During this period, he received many love letters from his junior and senior classmates, but unfortunately, these letters were all asked to be passed on to Lu Yun. In addition to love letters, these junior and senior students often asked him to help bring meals to Lu Yun. At first, Zhao Qingsong didn't feel anything, but as time went on, he began to feel uncomfortable. Although the marriage partner is nominally the other half of the job changer, the 2 parties are of different races after all. Many people will still look for a human partner after they have a marriage partner. This is the norm for most people. Only a small number of job changers will have only one partner in their lifetime. Although his zombie girl has big breasts and is good at sex, she is not a human being after all, especially this one, who is cold all over. When the 2 of them were exchanging their experiences, it was fine when the weather was hot, but once it got cold, it was a torture. Also, many times, if his movements were a little bigger, the zombie girl's head would fall off. Although the head that can fall off at any time greatly increases the number of gameplay options, it is still quite scary most of the time, and Zhao Qingsong has not yet adapted to it. Zhao Qingsong was extremely envious when he thought that Lu Yun's marriage partner was not only from the legendary Fire Dragon clan, but also that there were so many junior and senior schoolmates pursuing him. When Zhao Qingsong arrived at Class 3 and found Lu Yun, he gave Lu Yun a bunch of snacks and love letters. "Here, please sign for your express delivery." After Zhao Qingsong handed the things to Lu Yun, he sat down dejectedly. Lu Yun didn't even look at these things and stuffed them under the desk. "You didn't even take a look at this love letter?" Zhao Qingsong was sitting in front of Lu Yun. When he saw Lu Yun's actions, his eyes widened immediately. Aren't you curious about what's written in it? Not curious. Lu Yun looked calm, then pointed under the desk and said helplessly, don't agree if someone asks you to bring me something again. I'm in trouble now. Troubled? Zhao Qingsong didn't understand what Lu Yun meant until he glanced under Lu Yun's desk, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Lu Yun's desk was filled with many small gifts from his junior and senior classmates, as well as many stacked love letters. How good does one have to be in love to be treated like this? Whenever he saw these junior and senior schoolmates looking at Lu Yun with eyes that were about to tear, he even felt that if Lu Yun was willing, you can even change your partner every day. And this guy actually doesn't know how lucky he is. What a waste of resources. Seeing Zhao Qingsong looking like he was going crazy, Lu Yun rolled his eyes and said, do you really think so many junior and senior schoolmates like me? Zhao Qingsong was stunned. What nonsense if they don't like you? Why would they give you gifts? They just saw my talent and wanted to cling to me. Lu Yun smiled without further explanation. Although he is not bad looking, he claims that he is not yet at the point where women will fall in love with him at first sight. Before he became a job changer, he was a nobody. Not only did girls not write love letters to him, but no one even took the initiative to talk to him. The reason why there has been such a big change now is because he has become a legendary professional. This world is realistic, and many times it is not as simple as it seems. Everyone in the world is just seeking profit. Hearing Lu Yun's words, Zhao Qingsong nodded as if he understood. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded from outside the classroom. The Jinsha Beach defense line has become the focus. Lin Xiao has led the Paladin Guild to block the entire defense line, and members of other guilds have also rushed to the scene. After this voice fell, someone immediately asked, what's going on? Is a monster going berserk? It is said that Linning has rushed to the beach defense line and has already started to deal with the boss. Now many people have gone to watch. Let's go take a look. Hearing the noise outside, Zhao Qingsong frowned and said, did Linning finally get here? I wonder how the genius who has studied at the Magic and Martial Arts University for 2 years can perform now. He is a super strong man of level 60. He should be able to kill this level 40 monster in seconds, right? At this time, Lu Yun also became interested. He already knew about the boss who had left the Jinsha Beach defense line. Last time, the top 3 trade unions in Jinsha City all took action, but they all failed and suffered heavy losses. I wonder how Linning will perform. Let's go and take a look. After Lu Yun said that, he pulled Zhao Qingsong to the Jinsha Beach defense line. Anyway, the school has arranged free activities today, so they have plenty of time to watch the fun. Golden Sands Beach defense line. Just like what Lu Yun saw last time, this place has been completely blocked by the strong men from various major unions, and the union lineup dispatched this time is quite luxurious. The second guild in Jinsha City where Lin Xiao was located, the Paladin Guild, the Jinsha City Magician Guild led by Fei Bingru, and several other guilds with relatively high rankings, all went out. Their purpose of coming here is very simple, to maintain order at the scene and cooperate with Linning to kill the diamond-level boss, the fire-weaving bird. Outside the blockade were crowds of people who came to watch the fun. Not only were there students from Jinsha No. 1 High School, but also students from No. 3 and No. 6 high schools. When Lu Yun arrived at the scene, he saw many familiar figures in the crowd. Yumi and Jiang Shishir were together. When they saw Lu Yun, the 2 girls nodded to him. Yumi greeted Lu Yun enthusiastically, but Jiang Shishir looked a little absent-minded and seemed to be worried about something. Seeing the 2 women, Lu Yun nodded at them. It was obvious that they had also heard the news and came here to watch the fun. Lu Yun glanced at the students from No. 3 Middle School and No. 6 Middle School. When these students saw Lu Yun, their faces all changed in unison, revealing expressions of extreme panic, as if they had seen something terrifying. The last time Lu Yun challenged all of them alone was still fresh in their minds, and it still makes their scalps tingle. To them, this person who looks gentle and kind on the outside is actually a dark person at heart. This group of people is just this lowly. It seems that the psychological trauma you left on them last time is too great. Zhao Qingsong nudged Lu Yun's shoulder with his elbow and winked. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun just smiled and said nothing. It's not his fault that he was too ruthless. The main reason is that he is really merciless to his enemies. If these guys hadn't paid attention to his points, the subsequent events would not have happened. It can only be said that all this is their own fault. Everyone move back. Do not cross the cordon and do not get close to the cordon. It is very dangerous here. Everyone retreat quickly. At this moment, members of the trade union stood up to maintain order at the scene. These unions are usually competitors, but today they are united. This is normal. In order to develop, trade unions are bound to have some friction and conflict, but these people can still see clearly when it comes to major issues. Chapter 77, The Protagonist Appears. The purpose of a trade union is definitely not just to keep each other warm, but more importantly, it is to be able to respond to any sudden situation at any time. For example, when a young weaver bird first appeared last time, the first to rush to the front were the members of this union. The treatment a trade union enjoys varies, depending on where it belongs. Some unions are directly managed by Siagwa and enjoy the highest resources. Some unions are also established in the name of a certain university. Both types of unions often have people providing resources, and the welfare benefits are quite good. However, the entry threshold for these two types of trade unions is extremely high, and not everyone can join. In Xia country, more trade unions are of the third type. These trade unions are often created in the name of individuals and have no support behind them. This type of union is often the most miserable, and they have to fight for all the resources they need on their own. Therefore, they can only work hard to go to dungeons to kill monsters, collect equipment, and other resources to sell, which also leads to a high sacrifice rate for such guilds. At this moment, a burly man walked out. He was Chao Menglong, the vice president of the Magician's Guild. Behind this person was a tall and elegant woman in a magician's robe. She was the president of the Magician's Guild, Fei Bingru, whom Lu Yun had met once. When these two appeared, the whole place was in an uproar. The strength of these two people was absolutely strong in Jinsha City. Such strong men rarely show up in public and usually do not join forces. The last time they appeared together was when the young weaver bird first appeared. However, although the two of them made a domineering appearance at that time, they ended up in a very embarrassing way and were almost completely defeated by the young bird Jian. After the two of them, another figure came out. He had a calm face and a determined look in his eyes. However, this person was one-eyed, and his right eye was covered by an eye patch. This person is none other than Lin Xiao, the president of the Paladin Guild, the second guild in Jinsha City, and his level has already reached 53. Only Lin Xiao appeared in the Paladin Guild, without the vice president. The Paladin Guild originally had a vice president, Lin Xiao's younger brother, Lin Ying, but since Lin Ying left the guild to study at the Magic and Martial Arts University, the Paladin Guild no longer has a vice president. When Lin Xiao appeared, there was another uproar at the scene. At this moment, two more figures walked out one after another. In the front is a mature woman with red hair. She is wearing a hip skirt. The fabric of the skirt fits her body perfectly, revealing a very seductive curve. When they saw this person appear, the scene suddenly became noisy and exciting. This guy actually showed up. It's really rare. The number one trade union in Jinsha City, the Pinnacle, I didn't expect them to show up this time. It is said that Deng Fengzheo's union in our Jinsha City is just a branch. Their unions are almost all over Xia country, and they're also ranked among the top in Xia country. If the person who showed up last time showed up, the boss might have been solved long ago. They actually show up here this time. Listening to everyone's discussion, Lu Yun finally knew the identity of the red-haired woman in front of him. Who would have thought that this person is the most successful guild leader in Jinsha City? GZ. This woman is pretty good, with such a figure and temperament. Wow. Whoever can hold on in her hands for 3 seconds, I would call him a real man. Zhao Qingsong stared at GZ's graceful figure and smiled obscenely. Lu Yun rolled his eyes in annoyance. Why didn't he realize that this guy was so wretched before? He was so frivolous even with a zombie girl. I wonder if the zombie girl would be jealous after knowing this guy's behavior. Although he thought so, Lu Yun couldn't help but look over there. It was indeed a different feeling. However, Lu Yun did not have such evil thoughts as Zhao Qingsong. He swore that he was just purely appreciative. Appreciation is human instinct, and appreciating beautiful women is even more men's instinct. This is a very normal thing, and Lu Yun would never resist such things happening. Does it look good? A faint voice suddenly came from behind, and Long Kuder beside him looked at Lu Yun with a smile and asked. Lu Yun's expression froze instantly. I think my Kuder is still prettier. Lu Yun decisively withdrew his gaze and said with a wry smile. He suddenly felt a little envious of Zhao Qingsong. Since the zombie girl was afraid of the sun, she couldn't accompany Zhao Qingsong all the time. But this guy could look at beautiful women as he pleased. But he can't. But he is accompanied by a little dragon lady who is always jealous. Snort. Hearing Lu Yun's answer, Long Kuber curled her lips in dissatisfaction. This scale is even better than mine. Long Kuder's eyes swept across GZ's waves and murmured softly. But when his eyes moved downward, a feeling of inferiority suddenly emerged from every part of his body. She really can't compare to the scale below. Too curvy. She can't do it. Thinking of this, Long Kier became more unhappy. She stretched out her little hand and pinched Lu Yun's waist hard, then disappeared from the spot. She took the initiative to return to the marriage space. Lu Yun was also quite helpless about this. He just looked at her with appreciation. There was no need for Long Kier to be jealous. Look, that's Lin Ying, the genius who has studied at the Magic and Martial Arts University for 2 years is here. Suddenly, an exclamation sounded from the side, immediately attracting the attention of countless people. Today's protagonist has finally appeared. Everyone's eyes were looking forward, but when they looked left and right, they could only see the confused looks of the others. Not to mention Lin Ying himself. Not even a hair was seen. Where are the people? Didn't they say Lin Ying was already here? Who was talking nonsense just now? Find him out and kill him. Everyone felt fooled. Lu Yun also looked around following the crowd's gaze, but did not see Lin Ying. I felt a strong fluctuation of breath. At this moment, Long Kier suddenly came out of the marriage space. She stood beside Lu Yun, looked up at the sky, and spoke softly, then immediately returned to the marriage space. Lu Yun, have you encountered a natural enemy? Lu Yun raised his head and looked up at the sky. His pupils shrank. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly covered the sky and instantly blocked out the sun above everyone. Such a change instantly attracted the attention of some people present. Look, there seems to be something in the sky. A cry of surprise rang out. Everyone looked up towards the sky and saw a huge dragon that appeared in the sky at some point. The giant dragon's body was as big as a small mountain, and as it flew across the sky, it let out a piercing dragon roar. When the sound of the dragon's roar was heard, the entire space seemed to tremble violently, and the terrifying power suddenly swept around like an overwhelming force. The power was so strong that it seemed to have the ability to change the world. Under this power, everyone present felt fear in the depths of their souls. Chapter 78, it's just a battle pet. No matter whether they were the spectators who came to watch the fun or the peerless masters from many unions, they all had the urge to worship from the bottom of their hearts. Even Fei Bingru, Chao Menglong, Lin Xiao, and others felt the strong pressure, and their faces turned pale as paper in an instant. Among all the people present, except Lu Yun, only GZ, who had reached the pinnacle, was not affected. The reason why Lu Yun was safe and sound was mainly because of the contract he signed with Long Kier. Even though she was limited by Lu Yun's level, Long Kier's strength could not be fully exerted. But she is a mythical being after all. Given her level, few races can suppress her with their power. After Lu Yun signed the contract with Long Kier, he also acquired the characteristics of the Dragon Clan, and naturally he would not be affected by the power. Lu Yun looked at GZ and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He was able to ignore the influence of this power, all thanks to Long Kier, but how did GZ remain safe and sound? Even the guy next to GZ, although he didn't look as uneasy as the others, looked a little pale. The moment Lu Yun looked at GZ, as if feeling Lu Yun's gaze, GZ also looked up at Lu Yun. After their eyes met briefly in the air, GZ suddenly nodded at Lu Yun with a meaningful smile. Lu Yun was stunned at first, then nodded to the other party. This woman is not simple. Lu Yun remained calm on the surface, but was extremely shocked in his heart. Although he didn't know the other party's specific level and occupation, just a simple eye contact made Lu Yun feel something strange. Oh my god, what is this thing, and why is it so huge? This size is almost as big as a passenger plane, right? It looks like a monster. Could it be a boss-level monster in a dungeon that broke out of the dungeon boundary? The scene suddenly became chaotic, and some timid people were ready to run away. The reason why the monsters in the copy will not leave the copy is because there is a barrier in the copy that can restrict the monster's movements. Once this barrier is damaged, monsters will be able to break out of the copy and invade the city directly. A similar incident had happened in Jinsha City before. A monster tide suddenly broke out in a certain copy, causing the copy's barrier to be broken. At that time, countless monsters swarmed out of the copy and entered the city, causing great damage to the city. In the end, it took the combined efforts of the strong men from the 3 high schools to completely kill these monsters. So when they saw this huge monster, many people subconsciously thought that this monster was a boss that ran out from a certain copy. Something's wrong. Look quickly. There seems to be a person standing on the dragon's head. Just when many people were preparing to escape, suddenly a sharp-eyed person discovered something, pointed at the dragon's head, and said loudly. Everyone looked subconsciously, and sure enough, they saw a figure vaguely above the dragon's head. The figure stood with his hands behind his back, standing on the dragon's head, his robe fluttering in the wind, looking extremely domineering. It was like a king dominating the world, looking down at the common people. Although one could not see his specific appearance clearly, it was not difficult to feel his domineering aura. However, before everyone could react, they saw the giant dragon suddenly change direction and swoop down toward the people below. This situation and this scene frightened a lot of people to death. Fuck, it's over. My life. Someone come and save me. Everyone felt that the dragon was launching an attack. Their minds went blank, and despair arose in their hearts. The dragon was moving very fast, swooping towards the ground like a meteor, leaving no chance for anyone to escape. Under such circumstances, many people closed their eyes in despair, waiting for the arrival of death. But they waited for a long time and didn't hear the sound of the dragon hitting the ground. Many people opened their eyes curiously, only to find that the giant dragon suddenly hovered at a height of only a few hundred meters above the ground. At such a close distance, everyone could even feel the dragon's hot breath hitting their faces. The dragon's entire body is dark green in color, and each dragon scale is quite distinct, like a set of green armor, extremely domineering. Just when everyone was wondering why the dragon suddenly stopped, a figure suddenly flashed and jumped down from above the dragon's head. When they saw this figure, everyone was shocked instantly. The man was wearing a neat suit, with a resolute face and a hint of heroism between his brows. Although he was just standing there, he still gave people a feeling of being sharp. Brother, long time no see. The man first glanced at the crowd, then looked at Lin Xiao in front of him, and said with a smile on his handsome face, Big brother? After hearing this person addressing Lin Xiao, many people began to react. Lining. This is the evil genius Lin Ying, who has been studying at the Magic and Martial Arts University for 2 years. You kid, just come if you want to. Why are you making such a big scene? Lin Xiao just reacted. Just now he thought that a boss had escaped from a copy. The two brothers smiled at each other, then came forward and gave each other a big bear hug. Lin Yingkai smiled and said, Brother, I didn't mean to make such a big show. This is just my battle pet. I always ride it when I travel. It's just for convenience. Battle pet. As the name suggests, it is a pet used for fighting. When the job changer has a certain strength, he will buy some special equipment to subdue some monsters as combat pets, to assist in fighting, or for transportation. When looking at the giant dragon in front of them that was so huge that their entire body could not be seen, everyone was unable to associate it with a war pet. This thing must be level 40, right? Such a terrifying dragon is just a battle pet. After everyone reacted, they all gasped. Do you have to be so domineering? Lin Xiao took a deep look at his younger brother and suddenly reached out and patted him on the shoulder, nodding and saying, Well done, you didn't embarrass me. When you entered the Magic and Martial Arts University for further studies, I knew that you would definitely reach very high heights in the future. However, I still underestimated you. Your performance now is much better than I expected. Even as the president of the Paladins, he couldn't even imagine having such a terrifying war pet. This shocked him, but he couldn't help but feel proud. Is Linning awesome now? Naturally awesome, but even such an awesome person still has to call him Big Brother. How could he not be proud? After the two brothers chatted briefly, Lin Ying's eyes swept over the people present. When he saw one of them, a faint smile appeared on this person's face. Sure, we finally meet again. Chapter 79, A Green Hat in Public. When Lin Ying said this, everyone at the scene was shocked. Judging from Lin Ying's tone, the two seemed to know each other, and it's not just as simple as just knowing each other. The relationship between the two seems to be not simple. Lu Yun, who was originally watching the excitement in the crowd, also froze in his tracks. He looked at Jiang Shishir, who had a troubled expression on her face, and then looked at Lin Ying in front of him, who was full of vigor and vitality, like a chosen one. Suddenly the corner of my mouth twitched, and I had a bad feeling. Could this be the guy that the girl was talking about before? If this were true, Lu Yin would want to cry. Although he is only an epic level profession, he is still a level 60 strongman. Although he is a mythical level profession, he is only level 20 after all. No matter whether it is epic or mythical, A job changer who can reach level 60 is already a child of destiny. This is also the reason why Lin Ying, who is only at the epic level, can have such a high reputation and can go to the magic and martial arts university for further studies. Throughout history, many people have failed on the road to growth. Professional talent is only a dimension of judgment, and the most important thing is level. If we compare the current Lu Yun and Lin Ying, Lu Yun is definitely inferior to the other. After all, he is at best a promising figure in the future, while others are already giants. There is no comparison between the two. If the person Jiang Shishir was talking about was really Lin Ying, Lu Yun's shield would probably be torn to pieces. Don't call me so intimately. It makes us seem like we know each other very well. Facing Lin Ying's enthusiasm, Jiang Shishir acted a little cold. When they saw Lin Ying take the initiative to greet Jiang Shishir, the women present were extremely envious. They were truly filled with envy and jealousy. But after hearing what Jiang Shishir said, their faces changed drastically. Such a favored child. They were eager to please him. But Jiang Shishir had this attitude. She simply didn't know how lucky she was. But it's better this way. This way we have a chance. Originally, I thought Jiang Shishir's attitude would definitely make Lin Ying unhappy. But who would have thought that Lin Ying's reaction would also catch many female classmates off guard? Shishir, you really love to joke around. The Jiang family has already agreed to our marriage. According to custom, you should be my fiancé. Is there any problem with me calling you that? Lin Ying's words broke the faith of many women who were in love. Fiancé. Jiang Shishir is actually the fiancé of this powerful man. This made many women feel hopeless. At the same time, they were all shocked. Even the students who went to the same school as Jiang Shishir were shocked because they didn't know about Jiang Shishir's engagement with this guy. Jiang Shishir never mentioned this matter to anyone else. In fact, this is normal. Jiang Shishir has no feelings for Lin Ying, so she naturally won't publicize this matter. But after hearing Lin Ying's words, Lu Yun became quite desperate. He actually guessed it right. This woman thinks highly of me. She actually used me to block Lin Ying. Lu Yun smiled bitterly and began to regret why he didn't ask for the details of the situation before agreeing. After hearing the word fiancé from Lin Ying's mouth, Jiang Shishir frowned again and said, "The family's attitude has nothing to do with me. I have never acknowledged my relationship with you. I already have a lover, and there is no possibility between us." Yeah. After hearing that Jiang Shishir had a boyfriend, Lin Ying did not show much emotion. Instead, she smiled and said, "Then call out your boyfriend and let me see his or her potential. I want to see who can snatch the woman that I, Lin Ying, like from me." He just thought Jiang Shishir was joking and trying to make him back off. How could I be fooled by such an obvious trick? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shishir couldn't help but look at Lu Yun. Lu Yun's body suddenly stiffened. Really? What is meant to come will eventually come. At this time, Lin Ying also noticed the changes in Jiang Shishir and followed her gaze to Lu Yun. "He's my target." Jiang Shishir took a deep breath and suddenly pointed at Lu Yun and spoke loudly. For a moment, Lu Yun became the new focus of the scene. Many strange eyes fell on Lu Yun at the same time. There was surprise, confusion, and mostly ridicule. It is true that Lu Yun is a mythical genius, but he has not grown up yet. Mythical geniuses are often more likely to be hated by others, and there are many mythical geniuses who died young in history. Instead, many epic and legendary geniuses have grown up. Therefore, if Lu Yun is compared with Lin Ying now, there is really no comparison. Fuck. Lu Yun, when did you secretly get together with Goddess Jiang? Zhao Qingxong beside Lu Yun was also shocked. No wonder this boy turned a blind eye to so many love letters from schoolmates and seniors. It turns out he already has someone in his heart. Lu Yun smiled bitterly and said nothing. The baby is feeling so miserable. However, since he had already agreed to be a shield, Lu Yun did not back down, but instead came to Jiang Shishir with gritted teeth. "Hello, my name is Lu Yun, and I'm Shishir's boyfriend." Lu Yun stretched out his hand to Lin Ying and spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. But Lin Ying did not reach out to respond. Instead, he took a leisurely look at Lu Yun and said, "Lu Yun, are you the legendary genius in Jinsha City?" "It's me," Lu Yun said calmly. "Do you think you're good enough for her?" Lin Ying asked suddenly. It seemed like a casual question, but his words were full of a sense of oppression. If anyone else were here, they would be nervous and at a loss, but Lu Yun was not affected at all. Instead, I felt a little uncomfortable because of the other party's questioning tone. I don't know if I am worthy of Shishir, but we have already done it together. She is my woman now. This is a fact. Lu Yun's words will not stop until they shock the world. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into dead silence. Lin Ying's nominal fiancé had actually queued in a duo with Lu Yun. What kind of outrageous news is this? Originally, everyone gathered here to watch Lin Ying deal with the boss of the Jinsha defense line. I didn't expect to come across such a shocking piece of news. Jiang Shishi's face instantly turned red when she realized what was going on. She had originally thought that Lu Yun would back off after knowing that the target was Lin Ying. If this was true, she could understand it. After all, the other party was Lin Ying, but she never expected that Lu Yun was not afraid of the other party's identity. But his words were so sharp. Although I know that Lu Yun said this to dispel Lin Ying's thoughts about her. But being told in public that I was having an affair with someone before marriage still makes me shy and embarrassed. I really didn't expect that God Lu is actually having an affair with Goddess Sure. After all, she is the woman that Lin Ying likes. Isn't this just cheating on her in public? Alas, Lu Chun might be finished. He's a level 60 boss. Even if Lu Shun is a mythical genius, he can't last more than a few rounds in Lin Ying's hands. Many classmates began to feel pity for Lu Yun, thinking that Lu Yun would probably not have a good life. Considering that Lin Ying has reached level 60 at such a young age, his network of contacts must be beyond imagination. If the other party really wanted to attack Lu Yun, he wouldn't even need to show up in person. Just a few words would be enough to make Lu Yun collapse. Chapter 80. I had to pretend to be this cool. After hearing Lu Yun's words, Lin Ying's expression froze, his eyes instantly turned red, and a murderous intent suddenly rose from his chest. But after a while, the murderous intent suddenly disappeared. The scene fell into deathly silence. Just when everyone thought that Lin Ying was about to explode, unexpectedly Lin Ying did not make any move. His smile returned to his face, and he said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's get down to business." After saying this, Lin Ying looked at Lin Xiu and said, "Brother, where is the boss? Take me there now. I'll take you there right away." Lin Xiu also reacted. He first looked at Lu Yun with a complicated look, and then took Lin Ying deeper into the situation. Seeing this, the strong men from various unions also followed suit. Although they were not capable of dealing with this young weaver bird, they could still help by going over there. This boss has seriously affected the order and security of the Jinsha Sea defense line and must be eradicated. Seeing this scene, many onlookers followed, wanting to witness with their own eyes how Lin Ying killed the boss. But their way was blocked by the people from the Paladin Guild. It's very dangerous inside. No outsiders are allowed to enter. A member of the Paladin Guild said coldly. Everyone immediately showed disappointed expressions. They had originally wanted to see what a shocking scene it would be when a level 60 expert took action, but it was a pity that they did not have this chance. Let them all in. At this moment, Lin Ying in front suddenly stopped and turned around. "This seems to be against the rules, right?" the member of the Paladin Guild said with some difficulty. "It's just a small problem. This boss poses no threat to me. I can wipe him out with a wave of my hand. It's okay to let them come in and take a look." Lin Ying said calmly, and then her eyes fell on Lu Yun again and said, "You can also come in and see the gap between us. This guy is not simple. It seems that he already knows that Jiang Shishu and I are just playing a double act. He now asked everyone to follow him in, obviously wanting to show off in front of everyone. If he succeeds in pretending to be such a jerk, it will make him seem even more unworthy of Jiang Shishu. What trouble. But it just so happened that Lu Yun also wanted to see how a level 60 job changer fought, so he did not refuse and followed everyone in. At Lin Ying's suggestion, many spectators entered the Jinsha Beach defense line together. The moment they stepped into the defense line, everyone could feel a special force lingering in the air. This is the power of the barrier. There are many copies of the Jinsha Beach defense line, and there have been incidents in the past where monsters in the copies broke through the barriers and invaded the city. Therefore, in order to prevent similar incidents from happening, powerful wizards have set up isolation barriers around the entire Jinsha City beach defense line. This is also the reason why, after the young weaver bird appeared, it only wandered within the defense line and did not appear outside the defense line. Because there is no way out. When you come inside the defense line, you will see the entrances to many copies. Originally, there was a plain in front of these entrances, but now it has become a scorched earth and has been completely burned. And in front of the entrance of a copy, there are many traces left over from the battle, from which it is not difficult to see how fierce the battle was. This is the trace left by the major guilds when they fought against the young Weaver Flamebird when it first appeared. When seeing these traces, many strong men from the Union couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. They recalled the fear they had felt when they were dominated by the young Weaving Flamebirds. However, what made everyone feel a little relieved was that the young Weaving Flamebird was not here now. At this moment, a wizard in the crowd suddenly stood up and said, "I feel a very strong fire force approaching rapidly. The boss has sensed our presence and is heading in our direction." In fact, everyone had already noticed something was wrong without him saying anything. The originally cool space suddenly became hot, as if the whole world had turned into a furnace. Even some vegetation on the ground that had not yet been burned started to burn out of nowhere. The young Weaver birds are coming towards them. Everyone's hearts tensed up in an instant, and their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. Having seen how terrifying this guy is, everyone was worried that the situation would get out of control. Many people who were watching the fun began to feel like retreating and had the urge to leave. Although it is fun to watch the excitement, it is not worth losing your life just to watch it. Just when everyone was in a state of panic, Linning suddenly said calmly, "Don't worry, everyone. With me here, you'll be absolutely safe." After hearing Lin Ying's words, the panicked crowd calmed down a little. Yes, that young Weaver Flamebird is only level 40, while Linning is a level 60 job changer. The two are not on the same level at all. No matter how powerful the young Weaving Flamebird was, wouldn't it be easily crushed by Linning? Luyan was actually a little nervous. He was only level 20 now, and it would be very difficult for him to face a level 40 young Weaver Flamebird. He secretly glanced at the two people from the Peak Guild, and only felt relieved when he saw that both GZ and the other two looked calm. Be careful later. Don't let your guard down. This beast was almost defeated by us, but it suddenly evolved. We don't know what the situation is now. Lin Xiao also tensed up and became alert, and warned Linning beside him. Don't worry, big brother. It's just a beast. Even if it evolves, it's only level 50 at most. I'm still confident that I can handle it. Linning showed enough confidence, and his confidence naturally came from his strong strength. As the temperature in the room grew higher and higher, everyone was sweating profusely, and it became somewhat unbearable. At this moment, someone suddenly pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Look, the young Weaver bird has appeared." Everyone looked up and saw a huge figure appearing in the sky, with red flames burning all over. It looks like a product condensed from flames, so dazzling that it is almost impossible to open your eyes. "Falcon, it's time for you to perform." Linning also looked up and then spoke softly. Falcon is the name of his war pet. Swish! As soon as Linning finished speaking, the huge body of the dragon suddenly rose into the air and turned into a cold light and rushed towards the young Jian bird on the top of the sky. Nothing will go wrong if I let your battle pet take action, right? Lin Xiao was a little worried about this. Linning was very confident. He hugged his knees and said with a smile, "The hunting falcon is a level 45 creature. It is more than enough to deal with this beast." Chapter 81. This is what it's like. Hearing this, many onlookers were filled with admiration. This is what a master is like. He doesn't even need to fight this kind of boss himself. The battle pet is enough to deal with it. If I had such a powerful battle pet, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. You may not understand. The reason why he has such a powerful battle pet is mainly because he is strong himself. I wish I could be so strong too. I didn't know how high-level job changers fought before, but now I've opened my eyes. When high-level job changers meet opponents, they don't even have to fight themselves. What is the meaning of big style? This is the meaning of big style. Many onlookers were amazed and flattered him. Although Linning didn't care about these, he felt a little flattered. He looked at Lu Yun calmly and sneered in his heart. "Boy, since you are pretending to be Shirshir's boyfriend, I am too lazy to touch you. But today, I must let you know what the gap is." It was also fortunate that Long Kuer had returned to the marriage space. Otherwise, if she saw Lu Yun being stared at like this by this guy, she would definitely glare back. Lu Yun also noticed the other person's expression and laughed in his heart. Combining the various behaviors currently displayed by this guy, Lu Yun already has a rough idea of what kind of person he is. This is a cocky and arrogant guy. When Lu Yun stepped forward and claimed to be Jiang Shirshir's boyfriend, Linning didn't get mad because he was confident that they were not in a real boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Although this is true, his reaction of being angry first and then calm shows that he didn't know about Lu Yun before. In other words, he was not 100% sure but still believed that Lu Yun and Jiang Shishir were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Secondly, the opponent's level was high, and Lu Yun was only level 20 at the moment. Although this level was not low, it was still not good enough in front of Lining. Such a level gap made him disdain to get angry, and he was too lazy to use any means. Also, he just chose to let the battle pet fight alone instead of joining forces with a group of strong men to attack. These are all manifestations of extreme arrogance and conceit. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise was heard, and under the gaze of everyone, Lin Ying's falcon collided heavily with the young Jian bird. A piercing sonic boom sounded, and terrifying ripples instantly radiated out in all directions with the two monsters as the center. It's over. Lin Ying raised his lips into a smug smile. After hearing his words, many onlookers burst into boasting. As expected of a level 60 genius, he is different after studying in the Magic and Martial Arts University. Facing such a powerful boss, he doesn't even need to do it himself. It was solved so easily. Just the next moment, the expression on Lin Ying's face froze. Even the excitement on the faces of the onlookers gradually turned strange. Lu Yun looked up, and when he saw the scene in the sky, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. The majestic dragon was now covered in flames. It roared in pain and flew back and forth in the air. It looks like a loach in a farmland. How can it have any dignity? Obviously, this giant dragon was no match for the young flame weaver bird. After just one encounter, it was engulfed in flames and lost its combat effectiveness. That's it. Lu Yun laughed. How was this possible? Lin Ying found it hard to accept. Although he was arrogant, he was not a fool. He had already investigated the detailed information of this young weaver flame bird when he came here. This young weaver bird is only level 40, while his falcon is level 45. The difference of 5 levels was enough for Falcon to end the battle easily. So how could it turn out like this? Even if the situation is terrible, it shouldn't be so embarrassing after just one encounter, right? However, at this moment, the young flame weaver bird still did not give up. It roared, spread its flaming wings, and instantly caught up with the giant dragon running around in the sky. Then it swung its wings fiercely at the giant dragon's huge body. Boom! A red storm formed instantly enveloping the dragon's body. Even though they were far away, everyone could feel the terrifying temperature in the firestorm. Sizzle. There was a crackling sound similar to that of barbecue, and then there was the aroma of barbecue. The dragon's huge body struggled frantically in the firestorm, and soon it completely lost its resistance and fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. Finally, it fell to the ground with a bang, creating a deep hole in the ground. At this moment, everyone was silent. Everyone looked at Lin Ying with an expression as if hesitant to speak, which was extremely strange. Lin Ying had previously vowed that he could deal with the young weaving flame bird with just his combat pet, but now his combat pet was beaten up by someone else. This slap in the face came too quickly. After seeing his war pet fail, Lin Ying looked embarrassed. Even though he was only level 60, he had spent a huge amount of resources in order to tame this giant dragon and make it his war pet. Lin Ying flashed in front of the dragon, reached out and took out a black ball from his arms, and then pointed it in the direction of the dragon. A black light suddenly released from the sphere, and the next moment the huge body of the dragon instantly turned into a ray of light and entered the sphere. This sphere is made of special materials and is called a battle pet ball. It has a space inside for the battle pet to rest. After putting the giant dragon away, Lin Ying's face was filled with heartache. The dragon was now seriously injured, and he would have to pay a huge price to heal it. During this time, he could no longer ride his dragon around and show off. Thinking of this, Lin Ying became furious and suddenly looked up at the young Jian bird in the sky. "You beast! You really don't want to drink the toast and drink the forfeit." Lin Ying roared, and a golden light suddenly flashed behind him. When the light faded, a pair of huge golden wings appeared behind Lin Ying. The wings are made up of countless golden feathers and look quite noble. This is a piece of flying gear. Golden and red wings, LV40. Occupation, all occupations. Attribute, flight speed plus 10. Evaluation, a relatively outstanding functional equipment. Can you be called a strong person even if you can't fly? Equipped with this item, you can fly into the sky. A must-have for the strong. Lu Yun's detection system automatically detected the information of the wings on Lin Ying. Seeing the introduction of the golden and red wings, Lu Yun's eyes became jealous. Equipment that can fly is rare, and because of its low drop rate, its price in the market is very high. Unless you're lucky enough to get it directly, you can only buy it at a high price. This is not something that ordinary people can afford. In addition, flying equipment is functional equipment and will randomly have negative attributes. Although some flying equipment can fly, they may have negative attributes. A pair of wings like Lin Ying's have no negative attributes and can increase flying speed, which is very good among flying props. If Lu Yin also had this kind of equipment, his flexibility would be greatly enhanced and his combat effectiveness would be greatly improved. Even when other people looked at the pair of golden wings, there was deep envy in their eyes. Flying equipment is hard to come by, not to mention that Lin Ying's current flying equipment is of such high quality. Seeing the envious eyes of others, Lin Ying's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he couldn't help but straighten his back. In fact, this pair of golden wings did not belong to him, but was a reward for a guild war. He only has 3 months of usage rights, and it will be taken back when the time is up. According to the time calculation, this equipment will have to be handed in after the end of this week. But so what? During the last period of his right to use the wings, he took them out to show off, which was just the best way to make the best use of them. And now it seems that his goal has indeed been achieved. The envy in everyone's eyes made him feel that he had become a superior person. No more nonsense. The wings are shining and flapping violently. Whoosh! With the help of the wings, Lin Ying seemed like a god of war. He slammed his feet on the ground, and the wings behind him spread out instantly, reaching a range of 3 meters. Chapter 82, Violating the Heavenly Law. The next moment, he turned into a ray of golden light, like a shooting star, and rushed towards the young Jiyin bird in the sky. But at this moment, the young bird Jiyin seemed to sense something and suddenly looked at Lu Yun below. Lu Yun also noticed the other person's gaze and couldn't help but frown. Why is this thing suddenly looking at me? For some reason, Lu Yun suddenly had a bad feeling. And at this moment, whoosh, the young bird Jiyin suddenly turned into a red lightning and disappeared on the spot. When it appeared again, it had already swooped down towards Lu Yun. Swish! This moment, Lin Ying, who had just rushed to the sky, was stunned for a moment. I just rushed up and you rushed down? Are you playing a 2-level reversal here? Not only Lin Ying, but Lu Yun himself was also confused. Grass! He just glanced at me and then came straight towards me. Have I violated the law of heaven? There's no need to target me like this, right? Your opponent is Lin Ying, not me. I'm just a spectator here to join in the fun. Lu Yun was a little flustered. He was sure that the other party was targeting him. The next moment, Lu Yun's eyes lit up, and he took the initiative to reveal the title of Monster Killer, trying to scare the other party. Although Lu Yun also knew that this title was only valid for monsters whose level was lower than his. Immediately, 5 large golden words appeared above Lu Yun's head. Monster Killer. However, the moment the young Jiyin bird saw this title, it instantly increased the speed of its wings flapping. This guy is even more excited. Lu Yun felt unwell. Grass. Lu Yun had 1,000 Chao Nimas running through his mind, spitting out saliva. He felt like he was being targeted. Even if he is handsome, suave, and elegant, does he deserve to be targeted by the young bird Jiyin? Fuck, this guy seems to be coming for Lu Shun. Master Lu, did you steal someone's bird eggs? Quickly get out of here. Stay away from Lu Shun. The onlookers reacted one after another, screaming in fear and hurriedly moving away from Lu Yun. Some people even become so frightened that their bladders relax and their legs become weak, and they run and urinate while screaming. For a moment, the scene was in chaos, and even strong guild members such as Fei Bingru stayed away from Lu Yun as if he were avoiding the plague god. Because they're no match for the young weaving flame birds, and if they are affected by the fish pond, they will also be seriously injured. The chaotic crowd at the scene formed a sharp contrast with the calm GZ and the other person, who faced the swooping young Jiyin bird. The two seemed quite calm. GZ, do you want to take action? The other member who reached the pinnacle asked calmly. No khitty. GZ's fiery red lips slightly raised, as she held her hands in front of her chest, squeezing the hard-to-reach softness, and said lazily, Now is not the time. After hearing GZ's words, the man didn't say anything more. At this time, Lin Ying, who had just rushed into the sky, finally reacted and realized that he had been fooled by this beast. He became furious on the spot, and the golden wings behind him pressed down suddenly, and the whole person rushed downwards. Although he didn't care about Lu Yun's life or death, he had said before that as long as he personally went there, no one would be in any danger. Allowing so many people to enter here together is itself a violation of regulations. If someone dies as a result, he will also be punished. So he must stop this. The young weaving flame bird is a terrifying level 40 creature. Even if its current target is Lu Yun, if he's really pushed to the ground by it. By then, it would not just be Lu Yun who would die. There would definitely be large-scale casualties, and many people would die tragically on the spot. Although Linning was fast, it was obviously too late to stop the young Jian bird. Lu Yun below felt the red storm coming towards him. His brain went blank in an instant, and his hair stood on end. For the first time, he felt that death was so close to him. Swish! At this moment, Long Cooker appeared in front of Lu Yun out of nowhere, raised her head, and looked at the young bird of Jian with a serious face. If my strength were not restricted, I could easily kill this kind of existence in seconds, but currently my strength is tied to your level, so things are getting tricky. Lu Yun knew that he was in danger this time, without Long Cooker reminding him. Although he had killed many level 40 monsters in the prelude to the genocide of the fire elemental elves. But those guys are just gold level bosses, and their levels are just pure level 40. The young Weaver Flame Bird at the moment is a diamond level boss. The difference between diamond and gold is not small, and the opponent is not just level 40, but an evolved level 40. Even if Lu Yun has extremely strong fire attribute to reduce damage, it is of little use, as he will be killed instantly by the opponent's power. Lu Yun took a deep breath to calm himself down and shouted, "System, analyze the boss." Analysis completed. Flame Weaver Bird Boss, level 40, rank, diamond, rarity, 4 stars. Attack power, 850. HP, 10,000. Skill 1, Blazing Sky. The Flame Weaver young bird unleashes the power of fire, accumulating power for a long time before launching a range attack, causing 50% continuous burn effect. Skill 2, Flame Domain. The Flame Weaver young bird draws upon the blood power of the divine birdbee form and actively creates a domain. When in the domain, his health recovery is increased by 50%, damage is increased by 50%, and agility is increased by 50%. Skill 3, Bloodline Evolution. The power of the divine bird is contained in the young bird of the Flame Weaver. At the moment of life and death, there is an 80% chance that its bloodline will evolve. After evolution, it possesses a trace of the power of the divine bird, and all attributes increase by 30%. It also has bloodline suppression. Monsters with a lower level than the young bird of the Flame Weaver will be suppressed and surrender voluntarily. Weakness. This young bird has great potential. Unless a strong person with far greater strength comes to crush it, it cannot be defeated. Evaluation. This is a race that originated from the Fire Dragon realm. It came to Blue Star for some unknown reason. If you encounter it, you can experience a free cremation service. There was a blue glow in Lu Yun's eyes. After taking in all the information about the system, Lu Yun rolled his eyes instantly. Experience a free cremation service? Lu Yun never expected that, even through the system, he couldn't find this guy's weakness. According to the system introduction, this guy's attributes are quite terrifying, far exceeding the attributes of a level 40 monster. That would be fine, but this thing's skills are ridiculously high. All attributes increased by 30%. Is this a skill that a human can come up with? System, the moon waxes and wanes, but a monster has no weaknesses. Are you kidding me? Lu Yun asked unwillingly. It is detected that the young bird has locked onto the host and is about to attack. Please enter combat mode as soon as possible. The mechanical sound of the system suddenly sounded. Lu Yun felt as if his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were about to explode. I knew without you telling me that the attack of this thing was very close. But you tell me its weakness. Chapter 83 from the same world? Not knowing his weaknesses and being crushed, no matter what Lu Yun does, it seems he is just courting death. Just when he was going crazy, a sonic boom suddenly sounded beside him. Lu Yun turned around and saw that Long Kuer had already rushed towards the young Jian bird in the sky. Ka-ia. Seeing this, Lu Yun's eyes suddenly turned red and his voice became almost hoarse. Long Kuer's attributes in all aspects are naturally quite terrifying, even far exceeding those of this young weaving flame bird. But due to the restrictions of the contract, the strength she can exert now is only level 20. If she takes the initiative now, it will be tantamount to seeking death. You hide first. I'll hold on here for the time being. Although my strength is limited, I'm still the princess of the Fire Dragon realm. Even if I can't kill it, it can't kill me. Long Kuner's voice suddenly sounded in Lu Yun's head. After the two signed a marriage contract, they could communicate with each other through souls. After hearing what Long Kier said, Lu Yun felt even more bitter, and his fists couldn't help but clench. He knew very well that Long Kuner said this on purpose because she didn't want him to worry about her. No matter how noble Long Kier's previous identity was, her current strength is ultimately limited. Swish. Thinking of this, Lu Yun gritted his teeth and wanted to go up to help, but unfortunately he couldn't fly, so he could only stand there and worry. At this moment, Lu Yun had never desired flying props so strongly. If he also had a flying prop, he could go up and help, and Long Kier wouldn't have to bear such a great danger alone. Although this girl spends money lavishly, she is sometimes careless and easily jealous. But before he knew it, Lu Yun had already gotten used to the other person. What if one day Long Kuer suddenly disappeared from his world? Lu Yun simply couldn't imagine the consequences. I'm so useless. I can't do anything at this time. Lu Yun half knelt on the ground and pounded the ground with his hands. His nose felt sour and he felt very uncomfortable. I feel like I am waste. After much difficulty, he became a dragon knight, but in the end, he was a dragon knight who could only hide behind the dragon girl when in danger. But at this moment, a crisp slap suddenly sounded. As the slap sounded, the originally panicked crowd at the scene was stunned. Lu Yun was silent for a moment. Then he quickly looked up at the sky. Then he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. Long Kuer also rushed to the front of the young Jiyin bird at lightning speed. After the two looked at each other, Long Kuer's body trembled and she directly released her breath. Although her strength was restricted by Lu Yun, her aura was still quite terrifying in nature. The moment the terrifying aura of the Fire Dragon clan surged out, Long Kuer's long skirt moved without wind, and the black stockings turned into ashes under the scorching heat, revealing a pair of white and smooth long legs. Originally, the young Weaver Flame bird had opened its sharp beak, ready to send a fireball to Long Kier, when Long Kier released her own breath. The huge red pupils of the young bird Jiyin suddenly shrank, and then revealed a look of panic, as if a humble maid saw the noble empress. The fear that comes from the depths of the soul cannot be hidden. After the young bird of Jiyin showed fear, its body, which was originally falling rapidly, suddenly stopped in mid-air and was suddenly frozen. He even forgot to attack. Long Kuer didn't notice the change in the other person's expression. She only knew that she had to delay the other person as long as possible. Lu Yun must not be allowed to get hurt. Hey, that guy is so popular with women, and he has so many female students and teachers pursuing him. Now he is facing danger, but I take the initiative to stand in front of him. Why do I feel like a female licker? Long Kier suddenly thought of this and felt a little uncomfortable. Given Lu Yun's popularity with women, he shouldn't be too sad even if she suddenly passed away, right? After all, without Long Kier, there are other women to take her place. But soon, Long Kier shook her head and smiled. As a marriage partner, protecting the safety of the job changer is a matter of course. Lu Yun's expression now also shows that he really cares about me. And he also brings me a lot of happiness, the kind of happiness that I have never experienced before when holding a small meeting. Thinking of this, Long Kuer felt much more relieved. She discarded the messy thoughts in her mind, raised her hand, and slapped the huge head of the young Jiyin bird. The moment the sword fell, a ripple of flames appeared in the air. Bang! A crisp slapping sound was heard, and then Lu Yun and others saw this scene. Bang! The young Jiyin bird was slapped on the head by Long Kuer. The huge force instantly made the giant bird dizzy, and its body fell down uncontrollably. Fuck! Seeing this scene, Lu Yun finally came back to his senses from his sadness, and quickly used all his strength to dodge to the side. Bang! Just as Lu Yun dodged, a deep pit suddenly appeared on the ground where he was previously, and the huge body of the young Jiyin bird fell down. The entire ground shook violently, dust filled the sky, and ripples of fire elements that had not yet dissipated were stirring in the space. At the same time, Long Kuer quickly came to Lu Yun and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Lu Yun shook his head. "I'm fine." Looking at Long Kier's concerned expression, his heart warmed, and he suddenly said, "I didn't expect that you were so powerful, Kier, and you still care about me so much." Long Kuner's face turned red when she heard that. She turned her head away and snorted proudly. "I'm not concerned about you. After all, you are my man. I will marry you in the future, so you can't die now." Lu Yun's mouth twitched, and he said, "Shouldn't I be the one to marry you?" Presumptuous. Long Cooker turned her head and looked at Lu Yun, her red eyes flashing with fire. I am the princess of the Fire Dragon realm. With my noble status, only you can marry me, not me. Do you know that? Lu Yun smiled, knowing that the girl was being stubborn and didn't expose her. Seeing that Long Cooker was fine, Lu Yun felt relieved. Okay, I'll marry you, okay? Although Lu Yun's answer was a bit perfunctory, Long Cooker still nodded with satisfaction. But at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly frowned. Etc. Fire Dragon God Realm? Long Cooker is from the Fire Dragon clan in this world. He had heard about it from Long Cooker before. And according to the system's introduction just now, this young weaver bird seems to come from this world as well. So, both parties are from the same world? Lu Yun narrowed his eyes, as if he had noticed some key clue. But before Lu Yun could say anything, a figure suddenly rushed to the ground. It was Linning. Chapter 84. You pissed me off. Seeing that the young Jian bird was knocked to the ground by Long Cooker with just one slap, Linning suddenly felt that he had overestimated this beast. He had also read Lu Yun's information when he came here. After all, he was a mythical professional, so it was hard not to attract attention. So he was not surprised by the sudden appearance of Long Cooker. But he was surprised that Long Cooker could knock the young Jian bird down from the sky with just one slap. At this time, everyone had recovered from their previous shock and were looking at Long Cooker as if she were a monster. Lucian's marriage partner is quite fierce. Looks beautiful. I didn't expect it to be so scary. With just one slap, he knocked such a terrifying boss to the ground. It seems that I overestimated you. This beast is nothing special. The fact that it severely injured my pet before was just a coincidence. Lu Yun is currently only level 20. Normally, as his marriage partner, Long Kier can only exert the strength of level 20. Well, since even a level 20 Long Cooker can slap a young Jian bird down from the sky, if he also slapped the beast, wouldn't he be able to kill it directly? Thinking of this, Linning suddenly felt that it was time for him to show off, so he immediately followed suit, raised his right hand, and called out to the young Jian bird that had not yet crawled up from the ground. Boom! Linning used all his strength to slap the bird, and, as expected, he successfully hit the young Jian bird. Then a string of numbers popped up. Minus 250. Wipe. Linning was dumbfounded when he saw the string of numbers that popped up. This guy had a total of 10,000 HP. Not to mention killing him with a slap from him, it only reduced his HP by 250. Linning suddenly looked at Long Cooker. They both used 5 fingers to make a slap. So why was there such a big difference? At this time, many onlookers fell into unprecedented silence. Linning, the super strong man whom they had high hopes for, slapped the opponent with great force but only reduced 250 points of his opponent's health. They suddenly felt unwell. Fuck, run for your life. I don't know who suddenly shouted this, and the rest of the people at the scene started running wildly, wanting to leave this place of trouble. It's not that they are timid, but Lin Ying's performance really makes them feel very insecure. Seeing that everyone was starting to panic again, Lin Ying also started to panic. He had already thought of the script when he came. He originally wanted to deal with this beast by crushing him, and then formally confess his love to Jiang Shishir in front of everyone. Show your holiness in front of people. Get the beauty back again. Who would have thought that the development of the situation was out of control? If this matter was not handled well, he would definitely lose face and would never be able to raise his head again. A powerful level 60 warrior couldn't even deal with a level 40 boss. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to say this to others? Don't panic, everyone. Lin Ying wanted to stabilize everyone's confidence first, and then take action against the young Jian bird. He is a level 60 job changer and still has many hidden tricks that he has not yet used. As expected, after hearing Lin Ying's words, the chaotic crowd calmed down a little. Everyone looked up and looked at Lin Ying with expectation. Then, the young Jian bird that had fallen to the ground suddenly stood up by shaking its huge body, and then opened its mouth and swallowed the speaking Lin Ying into its stomach in one gulp. Fire Weaver Chick, burps. Crowd of spectators. At this moment, everyone's expressions were filled with unprecedented fear. Younger brother, Lin Xiao, stood there petrified, feeling as if the sky had collapsed in an instant. Why does all this feel so unreal? Normally speaking, with Lin Ying's level, shouldn't he be able to easily deal with the young Jian bird? Why does it look like Lin Xiang is just here for a cameo appearance? Not only did they fail to deal with the young weaving flame bird, but now they have swallowed it. He was really confused. Zhao! Lu Yun's brain wasn't working properly anymore, and he even began to doubt whether the Lin Ying in front of him was really him. In his impression, a job changer at level 40 can already be called a strong person. As for the job changers at level 60, they are completely worthy of the word awesome. The only level 60 expert Liu Yun has come into contact with is Lin Ying, but the strength he has displayed is clearly inconsistent with his level. If you don't know, you might think he's a funny guy hired by the monkey. Boom! However, just when everyone was shocked and at a loss as to what to do, the mouth of the young Jian bird was suddenly forced open by someone. Lin Ying's face was ferocious. Suddenly, he roared and struggled out of the bird's beak. After all, he was a level 60 job changer. Even though he was swallowed, he was still able to break out with his own strength. But his body was covered with a lot of mucus, and his originally straight suit became messy, and he looked extremely embarrassed. "You pissed me off, you beast." Lin Ying gnashed his teeth in anger. He, a level 60 genius, was now being humiliated like this. If he fails to kill this beast today, he will be disgraced for the rest of his life. Swish! Lin Ying stretched out his hand, and a bow and arrow suddenly appeared in his palm. The entire bow and arrow was condensed by light, shining so brightly that it was almost impossible to look directly at it. Holding the bow and arrow of light, Lin Ying pulled the bow with his left hand and held the bow and arrow tightly with his right hand. Whoosh! At the moment when his left hand made the action of drawing the bow, a shining arrow instantly condensed on the bow. There's not only light on the tip of the arrow, but also a captivating murderous aura. Lin Ying's profession is the light archer, an epic profession. The light archer possesses the power of the light element, which is a special elemental power. Almost no elemental power can restrain light. On the contrary, light attribute professionals are unable to restrain professionals and monsters of other attributes. This means that whenever you face off against a light-attributed professional, none of your methods will be able to effectively restrain them. In a sense, this profession has no weaknesses, which is quite terrifying. Because every profession has advantages and disadvantages, and the disadvantages are more important than the advantages. The death of professionals is often due to the exposure of weaknesses, which leads to being targeted. The weakness of attributes is a problem that all professions worry about, except for light attribute professionals. In addition, the chance of awakening a light-attributed profession is less than 1 in 100,000, which means that among 100,000 students, barely one can awaken a light-attributed profession. From this, it is not difficult to see how rare the light attribute is. Anyone who can awaken a light attribute profession, let alone an epic level, even an excellent level, is quite terrifying and will be snatched up by major schools. This is also the reason why Lin Ying, who is only at the epic level, was able to enter the top magic and martial arts university to study for 2 years. Lin Ying was unreserved, and under the light, his whole person changed, as if a god had descended from heaven. The light made it impossible to open one's eyes, and even his disheveled suit seemed to have become much straighter. At this moment, the light power all around began to rapidly gather towards the direction of the arrow, and the space was filled with this light. Such power shocked the onlookers. Chapter 85, What is the Goba mission? This is what level 60 should be like. As expected of a light-attributed profession, even if it's only at the epic level, it's more terrifying than many legendary job changers. It seems that Lin Ying didn't take it seriously before. If he attacks now, this young bird will definitely be killed on the spot. Feeling Lin Ying's aura, everyone felt reassured as if they had taken a reassurance pill. They all began to cheer for Lin Ying. As for the powerful men from the major guilds who came to help, they all stood where they were and had no intention of moving forward. Because with the strength that Lin Ying has shown now, he alone is enough to deal with a young Jian bird. As expected of a level 60 genius, this level of strength is truly incomparable to us. Fei Bingru looked at Lin Ying's back and said softly, feeling an indescribable feeling in her heart. Light attribute professions are indeed powerful. Chao Minglong also nodded in agreement. If he were asked to take Lin Ying's arrow now, he might be killed on the spot. The other union members were also talking about it at this moment, and couldn't help but think about it from their perspective, as if they were standing in front of Lin Ying. Can you block Lin Ying's arrow? The answer is obviously no. They can't stop it. Not to mention the level of their profession. Even their levels were suppressed by Lin Ying by dozens of levels. The two sides were not on the same level at all. At this moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, because they all felt that the life of the young Weaver Flame bird had begun to count down. When Lin Ying's arrow fell, That would be the death of the young Jian bird. Looks like it's time to end it. Although this guy's performance at the beginning was a little hard to describe, his ultimate strength is still there. Lu Yun also agreed with everyone else's opinion. He has learned about the skills of the young Weaver Flamebird through the system. Therefore, Lu Yun could be sure that after Lin Ying's arrow fell, the young Jian bird would be killed instantly, and it would not even have the chance to evolve its bloodline. At this time, the young Weaver Flamebird obviously felt the threat of this attack. Its whole body was burning with flames, and it was ready for battle. Swish, swish, swish. There was a dead silence at the scene. The young bird of the weaving flame had its entire body ablaze with flames, and every feather was also burning madly. This power condensed in the air and turned into a rain of fire. Countless red feathers fell from the sky, like countless red butterflies dancing in the air. The war is about to begin, a real move that decides life or death. Seeing these red feathers falling from the sky, someone reached out to catch them in his palm and looked at them curiously. Lu Yun also curiously reached out and caught a red feather. Although the feathers were burning with flames and looked extremely red, they actually had no temperature at all. Instead, they felt very comfortable to the touch, just like ordinary feathers. Lu Yun silently said in his mind, "System, help me analyze it. Flame Weaver Fledgling Feather Equipment. Occupation, all occupations. Attribute, permanently increase fire damage by 0.000012%. Evaluation, when a young bird of the weaving flame uses all its strength to perform the blazing sky, you can kiss the feathers and get a task card. If you love her, kiss her, and you'll get unexpected rewards." Seeing the system's prompt, Lu Yun's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that this feather that just floated down was also a kind of equipment. It's a pity that the increase was too low and could be completely ignored. What about the mission cards? When I was soloing the Snow Wolf Lord, I got a quest card, Snow Wolf Lord's Last Wish. Completing the quest will give you a riding pet. Because I have the top mount Long Cur, this quest has not been completed until now. I will find time to complete it. Lu Yun lifted the feather of the young Jian bird to his mouth and kissed it. When Long Kier saw Lu Yun's actions, she was shocked. "Lu Yun, what are you doing?" Obtain mission card, item redemption of the Flame Weaver Fledgling X1. Mission card, item redemption of the Flame Weaver Fledgling. Mission description. The young bird Jian came to this world accidentally, causing the original power in its body to be restricted by the power of the world. Under the suppression of the power of the world, the young bird Jian lost consciousness and completely became a dungeon boss. Mission content. Find a young bird of Jian and sign a contract to make it the host's new marriage partner. Quest reward. Blessing of the Flame Weaver Young Bird. Lu Yun was completely dumbfounded. Is this damn system playing tricks on me? What kind of go-bomb mission is this mission card? Light infusion. Linning suddenly let out a low roar, and the light on the bow, an arrow shone to its extreme at this moment. This is one of the skills of the Radiant Archer. Although there is no specific damage increase, the terrifying thing about this skill is that it cannot be dodged. This means that there are only 3 possible outcomes for the target targeted by this arrow. Either you block this attack head-on, or just use your powerful force to neutralize the attack directly. If you can't do both of these, you will die from this blow. But in Lin Ying's opinion, the fate of the young bird Jian obviously belongs to the third party. He can only be killed by 1 arrow. After he uttered the low shout, Lin Ying was about to loosen his fingers that were holding the arrow. Seeing this scene, the onlookers around also held their breath, looking forward to the power of this attack. Many people were even so excited that their faces turned red. Even though the arrow had not been shot yet, they had already begun to imagine the scene of the young Jian bird being shot dead by a single arrow. This is the skill of a level 60 warrior. It is the first time for many people to see the effect of a skill of this level, so it is normal for them to feel excited. After all, Lin Ying's level might be the peak that everyone can reach in this lifetime. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of the young Jian bird. This person is naturally Lu Yun. It's not that Lu Yun has a compassionate heart. It's mainly for the sake of completing the task. Damn system. If I die here, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Lu Yun stood up and roared madly in his heart. His current state can be fully described in 1 sentence. So panicked. Previously, when he was outside the defense line, due to the agreement with Jiang Shishir, he had to stand up and claim to be Jiang Shishir's boyfriend, and mocked Lin Ying. Although this guy didn't show any reaction at the time, I could tell with my ass that he definitely wanted to kill me. At this moment, seeing that the boss was about to be killed, he suddenly jumped out to stop it. Isn't this just asking for trouble and giving others a reason to kill you? He could only hope now that this guy would not lose his mind and kill him in public. But Lu Yun underestimated his own talent. After all, he was now a designated student of the Magic and Martial Arts University and a rare, mythical-level job changer. Therefore, even if Lin Ying was unhappy with Lu Yun, he would not attack him in front of so many people. When Lu Yun stood in front of the young bird Ji Yin, Lin Ying was stunned. Is this man so ignorant of his own limitations? He relied on his mythical talent and looked down on himself. Lin Ying's eyes darkened, and murderous intent clearly flashed in his eyes. He really wanted to kill this ignorant kid. What you do? Lin Ying asked in a deep voice. The others also looked at Lu Yun with confusion. Lu Yun's Adam's apple rolled, and he was speechless for a moment. What should I say? Chapter 86, You Can't Kill It. If he directly said that he wanted to stop Lin Ying from killing the young Jian bird, he would probably be eaten alive by everyone. Because of the existence of the young Weaver Flame Bird, almost no one dared to enter the Golden Sands defense line dungeon during this period of time. This situation has long caused dissatisfaction among many people. Killing the young weaving flame birds and restoring order on the Golden Sands defense line is what everyone wants, but now I stand up and go against everyone else. This result is exciting just thinking about it. Lu Yun took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and thought about countermeasures. You can't kill it. After a long while, he finally opened his lips and spoke. Swish! As expected, Lu Yun's single stone caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone was stunned when they heard his words, and had no idea why Lu Yun did this. Lu Yun, what are you doing? Jiang Shishir, next to him, said anxiously, and rushed over to pull Lu Yun away. She had seen people who protected their own people, but she had never seen anyone who protected a monster, especially since this monster is a diamond-level boss. In Jiang Shishir's opinion, Lu Yun was simply crazy. What is Lu Shen doing? Why is he on the boss side? I don't know. Master Lu's actions are very confusing. Everyone at Jinsha No. 1 Middle School looked at each other in confusion, having no idea what Lu Yun was doing. At this time, the student from No. 3 Middle School and No. 6 Middle School who had been taught a lesson by Lu Yun in the assessment copy stood up and mocked. I think this guy is worried that Lin Ying will steal the limelight, so he came out the last minute to deliberately make trouble. I think it's possible. He is a mythical profession, so he must be proud of it. Before Lin Ying showed up, he was the focus of the entire Jinsha city. Now that he is overshadowed by Lin Ying, he must be unhappy and jealous. Tisk, TSK, I didn't expect that the only mythical job changer in Jinsha City would have such a narrow-minded personality. It's really eye-opening. If someone like this can be selected by Magic and Martial Arts University, I think I can do it too. The words of this group of people were quite vicious, full of sarcasm and disdain. Typical of kicking someone when they are down. They suffered at the hands of Lu Yun and were not as strong as him, so they could not retaliate. So now they were taking advantage of his misfortune and targeting Lu Yun. And these words really worked, and many people believe them to be true. After all, this is the only reason that can explain Lu Yun's behavior. Is Lu Shun really jealous? Lu Shun is also a human being. Isn't it normal for him to feel jealous? That's true. At this moment, even everyone in the high school felt that Lu Yun was jealous of Lin Ying. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes looking at Lu Yun changed slightly. Originally, when Lu Yun distributed the points of No. 3 Middle School and No. 6 Middle School to everyone in No. 1 Middle School in the last assessment copy, everyone was extremely grateful and respectful to Lu Yun. Now, this respect has begun to change. After all, people who deliberately make things difficult out of jealousy are really not liked by others. Long Cooker stood beside Lu Yun without saying anything. Although she had not been in contact with Lu Yun for a long time, she knew that Lu Yun was not that kind of person. Just now, I saw Lu Yun was intoxicated when he kissed the feathers. Could it be that the bird feathers triggered his special hobby? She didn't explain, because even she was not sure why Lu Yun suddenly stood up to stop Lin Ying. Lu Yun, you're not that kind of person, right? Hearing everyone's discussions, Jiang Shishir became a little anxious. She grabbed Lu Yun's hand and asked nervously, "Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Lu Yun asked with a smile. "I don't think you are." Jiang Shishir took a deep breath and said in a firm tone that Lu Yun had once saved her life, and she trusted him very much. This trust came from the depths of her soul, and she couldn't explain it, But no matter what happened, she would believe Lu Yun unconditionally. You're right, I'm definitely not that kind of person. Lu Yun nodded, then squinted at Lin Ying and said, I'm better than him in terms of looks, and I'm also better than him in terms of talent. If I grow up, a mere Lin Ying won't even be qualified to shine my shoes. How could I be jealous of such a person? Although Lu Yunfeng appears calm and composed, he actually went through a long psychological struggle before he said this. Since he wants to save the young bird Ji Yin, he must first show his strength so that he will have enough capital to shock the crowd. As expected, the place went into an uproar after Lu Yun said this. Everyone was shocked, and many people even felt like they were meeting Lu Yun for the first time. In everyone's perception, Lu Yun before awakening was still very low-key and humble, but now Lu Yun is domineering and arrogant. Originally, with Lu Yun's capital, he was indeed qualified to do so, but now the person in front of him was Lin Ying, who was at level 60, not those students who had not yet graduated. This inevitably makes it difficult for people to understand Lu Yun's thoughts. Boy, don't think I won't touch you just because you are a mythical class job changer. Lin Ying gnashed her teeth, wishing she could rush up and strangle Lu Yun to death right now. Aren't you going to protect this beast? Well, I'll give you a chance today. If you can't explain it reasonably, I guarantee you'll be miserable. Openly shielding a monster is extremely irrational. Just then, Fei Bingru walked out from the crowd. Her long legs under the wizard robe were still quite eye-catching. She looked at Lu Yun, sighed, and said softly, in the past, someone was too chaste and did something similar. It caused great losses and led to the tragic death of the job changer. Afterwards, the monster was still killed, and the job changer who was too chaste was severely punished and was directly executed. Although Fei Bingru didn't say it explicitly, there was something hidden in her words. What this means is that Lu Yun must not suddenly become too compassionate. After all, monsters are still monsters, although some of them are intelligent, and some are even as intelligent as humans. But monsters are monsters. They are brutal by nature. It's in their genes. Unless you can use special equipment to forcibly tame the monster into a combat pet. Otherwise, the threat of monsters will not be eliminated. Boy, you have great talent and have been selected as a student at the Magic and Martial Arts University. Your future is bright. Don't do anything stupid. Chao Minglong also stood up and echoed. He also knew about Lu Yun's affairs. Although he had no relationship with Lu Yun, both of them were from Jinsha City. He is very happy that such a legendary job changer has appeared in Jinsha City. Jinsha City is an inconspicuous little place in Xia country, and there has never been a mythical level job changer here. The appearance of Lu Yun brought honor to Jinsha City, and he didn't want to see Lu Yun go astray. After Chao Minglong, Lin Xiu also stood up and frowned. Lu Yun, I don't know why you do this, but have you ever thought about the consequences of doing this? At this moment, GZ and the other person did not say anything, but looked at Lu Yun leisurely. Now Lu Yun has become the target of public criticism, and they are very curious about what Lu Yun will do next. You know, if Long Kier hadn't taken action before, he would have been smashed into pieces by the young Jian bird. Chapter 87, Second Marriage Partner. Thank you for your concern. Lu Yun looked at Fei Bingru and the others with gratitude. He was a little surprised that he had such good popularity and that they were still willing to stand up and speak for him at this time. After thanking you, Lu Yun changed the subject and said, but please rest assured, I am not standing up because I'm too kind-hearted, but because I've taken a fancy to this young bird, and I want it to be my second marriage partner. Swish! As soon as Lu Yun opened his mouth, the whole audience was shocked. Second marriage partner. In fact, there is no limit to the number of marriage partners, and some powerful job changers can have multiple marriage partners at the same time. For example, the 189-level female swordsman Akiji Sakurako from the Sakura country. This person has 3 marriage partners at the same time. But Akiji Sakurako's 3 marriage partners were also chosen in the matchmaking room. I have never heard of being able to choose a marriage partner independently outside of a matchmaking house. Normally, even without considering aesthetic and emotional issues, creatures from other worlds are unwilling to become marriage partners for humans. Because humans are too weak before awakening their professions, and secondly, the marriage contract has too many restrictions on the creatures of other worlds. Therefore, they can only use the power of the marriage formula to forcibly instill the marriage contract into the other party. This kind of marriage contract is a predatory contract. The other party has no right to choose and cannot refuse to accept it. So everyone thought that Lu Yun was talking nonsense and didn't believe what he said at all. Fei Bingru showed disappointment in her eyes, and she also felt that Lu Yun was joking. It seems like this guy is determined to protect this diamond-level boss. Lu Yun naturally saw that everyone didn't believe it, so he didn't say much. Only facts could dispel everyone's concerns. So, under the gaze of everyone, Lu Yun came to the young bird Jian and asked nervously, "Are you willing to be my second marriage partner?" Lu Yun had to be nervous because he didn't know whether the other party would agree. Suddenly, roar! The young weaving flame bird let out a cry, and its huge red wings suddenly spread out, turning into a red lightning that quickly shot towards the sky. Seeing this, Lu Yun felt complicated. It seemed that the other party was unwilling to be his marriage partner. This matter is not going to end well today. Seeing this scene, the onlookers also felt happy about it. At this moment, a complex formation suddenly appeared under Lu Yun's feet. When the formation appeared, a terrifying fire force suddenly emerged. At the same time, a similar formation appeared around the young flame, weaving bird in the sky. After the formation lingered around the man and the bird for a while, it suddenly turned into a scroll and appeared in front of the two people. This is a marriage contract. Fuck. Lu Shun actually succeeded. This monster is actually willing to become Lu Shun's second marriage partner. How is this possible? This guy is just a monster. Could it be a creature from another world? Everyone was completely stunned when they saw this scene, and stood there in a daze as if they had been struck by lightning. Not to mention Linning, Fei Bingru, and others, even the two who had been calm and composed all the time were stunned at this moment. They had never heard of such a thing, and it was the first time they had seen it. All three views were shattered. How is this possible? GZ's fiery red lips opened slightly, and a strong look of shock appeared on that extremely mature and charming face. Call! While the whole audience was shocked, Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He looked deeply at the young bird Jian, and then wrote his name on the scroll in the air. At the same time, the young bird Jian above also used its power to write its name on the scroll. Jiling. Swish! When their names appeared on the scroll, a special opportunity instantly locked onto them both. At this moment, Lu Yun felt that he and the young bird of Jian had a spiritual connection, and could even clearly sense the power of fire flowing in each other's body. Although this flame power is not as strong as Long Coerce, it is still quite terrifying. Lu Yun opened his mouth slightly, somewhat incredulous. He was just trying it out. I didn't expect it to be successful. He is now a job changer with 2 marriage partners? All this seems like a dream, so unreal. With the end of the contract, the formation surrounding the 2 people gradually dissipated, and everything returned to normal. But Lu Yun himself did not change at all. Normally, after signing a new marriage contract, the job changer will have a chance to choose a career based on the characteristics of a new marriage partner. This kind of career is called a second career. Simply put, Lu Yun can have 2 professions at the same time, which is quite incredible. But the point now is that after Lu Yun successfully signed the contract with Bian Linger, he did not get the so-called opportunity to choose a new career. Moreover, Lu Yun was unable to open Ji Linger's system panel to check her attributes. Clearly, the 2 had signed a marriage contract and had become married partners, but it seemed as if nothing had happened and nothing had changed. This made Lu Yun a little confused, and he didn't know what was going on. System, can you tell me what is going on? Lu Yun suddenly asked the system. Does the host choose to resolve? The system's mechanical voice said. Lu Yun was instantly delighted when he heard this, and said decisively, Analysis. Buzz. After a noisy mechanical sound, Lu Yun felt as if something was scanning himself inside his body. If he could focus his mind, Lu Yun would be able to see a blue light as thin as a hair slowly scanning his body. After about a few seconds, the blue light disappeared. The system's voice also sounded. Second marriage partner, Jian Young Bird, Ji Ling. Age. Combat power. Level 40. Physical strength. Strength. Agile. Spirit. Bloodline. Skill 1. Blazing Sky. The Flame Weaver Young Bird unleashes the power of fire, accumulating power for a long time before launching a range attack, causing 50% continuous burn effect. Skill 2. Flame Domain. The Flame Weaver Young Bird draws upon the blood power of the divine bird bee form and actively creates a domain. When in the domain, his health recovery is increased by 50%, damage is increased by 50%, and agility is increased by 50%. Skill 3. Bloodline Evolution. The power of the divine bird is contained in the young bird of the Flame Weaver. At the moment of life and death, there is an 80% chance that its bloodline will evolve. After evolution, it possesses a trace of the power of the divine bird, and all attributes increase by 30%. It also has bloodline suppression. Monsters with a lower level than the young bird of the flame weaver will be suppressed and surrender voluntarily. Lu Yun. When Lu Yun saw the system interface that only he could see, his mind was full of question marks. There are question marks after this attribute. What does it mean? Is it possible that even the system is unable to check Ji Linger's attributes? Just when Lu Yun was puzzled, another new column appeared in front of him, which was a mythical bond system. Current bond unlocking degree, 0%. Suggestion: please improve the soul compatibility with the second marriage partner as soon as possible. As marriage partners, only when the spirit and body communicate and merge thoroughly can each other's strengths be brought into play. Chapter 88, Little Lowly with Twin Ponytails. When he saw the final suggestion, Lu Yun just stood there in a daze. The bond unlocking level is 0%. Improve fit, a complete exchange of spirit and body. Lu Yun felt that his brain was not enough. If he wanted to obtain the bond skills, he had to improve the level of unlocking the bond with Ji Linger. The method to increase the degree of unlocking bonds is the same as Long Kier, which is the fusion of soul and body. I didn't expect that I would have to do the same thing to unlock the power of my second marriage partner. The main problem was that Ji Linger was a bird. How could she merge with a bird? System, what should I do to improve the degree of bond with a bird? Lu Yun asked unhappily. There was a moment of silence in the air, and the system did not respond. Are you serious? Not saying a word. Lu Yun asked again. The system remained silent. Sometimes I really wish you had a physical object. I bought a watch last year, and I really want to show it to you. Lu Yun gritted his teeth, his unhappiness reaching its peak. However, after saying this, Lu Yun became a little angry, and when he was about to say something else, the system finally responded. Boil! Lu Yun's pupils suddenly shrank, and he almost shouted, Zhao? Just this one word. However, this time the system ignored Lu Yun, but Lu Yun already understood what the system meant. It seemed that there was no other way. Lu Yun felt very complicated. The analysis did come out, but it was clearly said, but it seemed like nothing was said. It was hard for Lu Yun not to feel depressed. It seems that the second marriage partner can't provide much help for the time being. Just when Lu Yun was feeling overwhelmed, the young weaving flame bird in front of him was suddenly enveloped by a flame, and when the flame dissipated, the huge body also disappeared, and a barefoot little girl appeared in front of everyone. The little girl was wearing a red shirt and a white miniskirt, and her bare feet were pink and rosy as she stepped in the air. It is undoubtedly a top-grade ingredient. This pair of jade feet is not only food grade, but the little lowly's appearance has attracted a lot of people's attention. It's like God's most perfect work of art, so cute with its beautiful big red eyes that make people want to hug it and give a big kiss. The little lowly's twin ponytails make for a perfect steering wheel. Many people can't help but imagine how pleasant it would be to drive in the mountains now. But for Lu Yun, Long Kier alone was already a bit too much for him to bear, and now there was Ji Linger. Lu Yun felt that he might have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. What's more, Long Kier is a jealous person. If he really did this, there was no telling what might happen. This gave Lu Yun a headache. Fuck, is this Lu Shan's second marriage partner? Don't tell me this is the young bird Jian from before. It's so cute, and a barefoot little lowly. Fuck it, what kind of shit luck does Lu Shan have? He actually managed to do it. Damn it, comparing yourself to others is so infuriating. Everyone was shocked to see Lu Yun successfully sign a contract with a young Jian bird. After seeing that the young Jian bird transformed into a human form was so stunning, everyone felt even more unbalanced, and their jealous eyes were almost on fire. Their marriage partners are mostly difficult to describe, and due to racial differences, many activities are not very convenient to implement. In fact, it is not unacceptable for a marriage partner to be ugly. As long as you muster up the courage, at least you can still use him or her. But there are some special marriage partners who can only be admired from afar and not touched. For example, Li Ji from number 3 middle school. His marriage partner is a fire elf. Although the fire elf also belongs to the elf family, its body is covered with flames and its body temperature has already exceeded 100 degrees. If you want to drive with such a marriage partner, you need more than just courage. You also need a body that can withstand high temperatures. In short, leaving aside the level of the marriage partner, just talking about the appearance and looks, the appearance of Ji Linger is enough to make people jealous. Under the gazes of many male perverts, Ji Linger stepped lightly with her slender jade feet. The fire elements under her feet intertwined and condensed into flaming feathers. Ji Linger was like a fire princess, stepping on a staircase made of flaming feathers and walking towards Lu Yun step by step. Then he put his hands in front of him, looked at Long Ke nervously, and said, "Master Long." She was naturally nervous because she could sense the unique aura of the Fire Dragon clan on Long Ke. The two women were both from the Fire Dragon god realm, but their identities and status were very different. Ji Linger comes from a Jian bird clan, although the Jian bird clan is also a first-class clan in the Fire Dragon god realm. But if compared with the Fire Dragon clan where Long Ke belongs, there is still a huge gap. After all, the Fire Dragon clan is the overlord of this world. Previously, her consciousness was affected by this world, and she completely lost her mind and turned into a monster. She wanted to attack Long Ke's marriage partner and made the following mistake. Ji Linger was a little worried that Long Ke would settle the score with her later, but fortunately, Long Ke knew that the girl had lost her mind before and did not blame her. "Why did you come here?" Long Ke interrupted her and asked. The reason she was able to come here was because she was chosen by Lu Yun to be his marriage partner in the marriage room. However, Ji Linger appeared here in the form of a monster. If she hadn't felt her fire dragon breath awaken her consciousness, she would probably still be a diamond-level boss in everyone's eyes. The end that awaits her is bound to be killed by a powerful job changer. "I don't know either." Ji Linger shook her head and said in a daze, "I was playing games in the tribe at that time. I hadn't been out for 300 years. I don't know why my eyes suddenly went dark, and when I woke up again, I came here. Later, I felt that my consciousness was gradually confused under the influence of the power of this world, and then I knew nothing at all." Thinking of this, Ji Linger still felt a little scared. If Lu Yun hadn't stepped in to protect her in time, she might have died at Lin Ying's hands. She appeared here as a monster. Since she was not a creature of this world and had no marriage partner to help her, she could not display many of her powers and skills. Hearing the other party's story, Lu Yun's mouth twitched. It seems that Ji Linger is also a stay-at-home girl like Long Ke. "I have been staying at home for 300 years. Could it be that she had been a stay-at-home girl for too long, died suddenly, and then traveled to this world?" Chapter 89, I'm good at moving bricks. If this is the case, Ji Linger should be a time traveler and should have a system. Lu Yun asked curiously, "Do you have a system in your body?" "System?" Ji Linger blinked her innocent eyes. "What is this?" Long Ke also looked at Lu Yun with suspicion. "Nothing." Lu Yun shook his head without saying anything more. It seemed that there was no so-called system in Ji Linger's body. As for how she got here, Lu Yun couldn't figure it out. While a few people were talking, many onlookers were extremely uneasy in their hearts. Lin Ying felt even more uncomfortable, as if she had suddenly eaten 3 pounds of dead flies. Her stomach was churning, and she almost vomited from the nausea. This should have been his stage, but in the end it actually helped Lu Yun. Instead, he came all the way here only to become a foil. This huge gap was hard for Lin Ying to accept. He was so angry that he broke the arrow in his hand and threw it on the ground. "What on earth is going on? Let's go back and talk later." After Lu Yun finished speaking, he was about to leave with the two women. There are too many people here, and it would be too high profile for Lu Yun to get a second marriage partner in public. He thinks it is better to keep a low profile for now. "You can't leave." But Lin Ying suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Yun, pointing at Ji Linger with a dark face. "You can't take her away. She is my marriage partner now. Why can't I take her away?" Lu Yun raised his eyebrows. These words really stumped Lin Ying. He hesitated for a long time, feeling like there was something stuck in his throat. He felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't utter a word. If Ji Linger was still a simple monster like before, they could naturally stop Lu Yun from taking her away. But now Ji Linger has become Lu Yun's second marriage partner. He really had no reason to stop Lu Yun from taking the other person away from here. It hurts. Lin Ying felt so uncomfortable with his fist that his heart, liver, spleen, and lungs were about to explode. Seeing that Lin Ying didn't say anything, Lu Yun smiled and turned to leave. "Please stay." But at this moment, GZ and the other person, who had been silent all the time, suddenly blocked Lu Yun's way. Lu Yun was still a little wary of these two, but he still said calmly, "Is there anything I can do for you two? Can we talk further?" GZ glanced at Lu Yun and then said with a complicated expression, "The reason they appeared here today was actually to get the young Jian bird, because the young Jian bird had what they needed. Originally, they wanted to find an opportunity to take action, But who would have thought that the young Bergian would become Lu Yun's marriage partner? Lu Yun blinked, but said nothing. Jizi suddenly said, "Don't worry. We have no ill intentions." Lu Yun nodded. "Okay." Half an hour later, several people appeared in a restaurant box. Lu Yun ordered a large table of dishes. The restaurant was very fast, and soon a large table of delicious food was served. Long Kier's eyes lit up when she saw this, and she started to eat without any hesitation. Her mouth was full of oil, and she finished 3 bowls of rice in no time. Lu Yun was no longer surprised. Long Kuer had always been very enthusiastic when it came to eating, and she ate a lot. Maybe this is why she can achieve such a large scale. After all, the larger the scale, the more nutrition is needed, so naturally you eat more. But what surprised Lu Yun was that Ji Linger, who looked petite and cute, also ate with relish, without caring about her image. So delicious! Ji Linger picked up a piece of shredded pork with green pepper and put it into her mouth. The juicy shredded pork immediately exploded in her mouth along with the aroma of green pepper. Ji Linger's eyes lit up, and she kept twisting her little but in excitement. Then she picked up another piece of braised pork with chopsticks. The braised pork, which had been stewed for 3 hours, was fat but not greasy and melted in the mouth. It was so delicious that Ji Linger couldn't help but let out a moan. She didn't know how long she had been in this world. She had been in the form of a monster for such a long time. Her mind was in a daze, and she hadn't eaten such delicious food for a long time. Seeing that Ji Linger ate so elegantly, Long Kuer couldn't help but feel close to this girl, and the 2 girls ate like crazy as if no one was around. I ate so much that I felt dizzy. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun's mouth twitched and the hands holding the wallet began to tremble. He couldn't even afford to support Long Kuer alone, and now there was Ji Linger who was just as gluttonous. Lu Yun lamented that he might have to eat dirt in the future. "Ms. Jizi, can I trouble you for something?" Lu Yun suddenly looked at Jizi in front of him and spoke. Jizi was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Student Lu, if you have anything to say, please tell us directly. If we can help you, we will definitely not refuse." Although she didn't know what Lu Yun wanted her to do, being associated with such a genius would definitely be a win-win situation, so she naturally would not refuse to help. Lu Yun was immediately grateful when he heard this. Then he scratched his head and smiled shyly. "I wonder if Miss Jizi knows those local tycoons and can introduce me to some brick-moving jobs." Swish! Hearing this, Jizi and another member who had reached the pinnacle stood there in a daze with their mouths slightly open. Lu Yun thought the other party was unwilling and immediately felt even more embarrassed and added, "Don't worry, Miss Jizi, I am very good at moving bricks. What's more, I am a dragon knight now, so moving a pile of bricks at once is absolutely no problem." Jizi's mouth twitched and she didn't know what to say. A mythical dragon knight, a rare genius of the mythical level, now actually offered to move bricks on his own initiative? Does this kid have any special hobbies? Do you like moving bricks? Jizi looked at Lu Yun and asked tentatively. Lu Yun turned his head to look at the 2 women who were eating and drinking, then smiled uglier than crying and nodded. I like it very much." Jizi. In fact, Lu Yun did not exaggerate in this regard. Before he awakened his profession, he lived a very difficult life. At that time, I made a living by moving bricks. In addition to moving bricks, Lu Yun actually has a better choice, which is to work as a hostess in a nightclub. The daily salary is nearly 300 gold coins. Although Lu Yun was a little poor at that time, he was still very good-looking and was the object of attraction for many rich women. But Lu Yun was not a casual person. He knew that the waters in the nightclub were deep and he might lose his innocence if he was not careful, so he refused. Originally, after awakening the Dragon Knight, the school provided Lu Yun with a villa and supplies, so he had no plans to work as a bricklayer to supplement his family income for the time being. But now with Ji Linger's arrival, Lu Yun felt that he had to make plans in advance. Student Lu is really good at joking. Jizi thought Lu Yun was joking again and didn't take it seriously. After a long pause, she changed the subject and said seriously, "To be honest, we came to Jinsha City specifically for the young Bergian." Chapter 90, What a Waste of Gold Coins. Lu Yun glanced at Jilinga, only to see that the girl was still eating seriously and was totally unaware of the conversation they were having. Come because of her, Lu Yun frowned, and his eyes became a little alert. "Student Lu, don't be nervous. We have no ill will towards her. We're just entrusted by someone and need some of her firepower. This will have no effect on her. GZ didn't waste time and directly stated the purpose of her visit. May I know why? Luyan asked after a long silence. This is not a secret. I wonder if Mr. Lu has heard of the sky creation. Sky creatures? Do they want Ji Linger's fire power? Luyan's expression became a little strange. Luyan had heard of sky creation before. This was also a very powerful union. It was said that it was formed by the top leaders of Xia country, and the unions were spread all over Xia country. In addition to the above, the Sky Creation Union is different from other unions in one aspect. The combat effectiveness of the members in the union is generally not strong. The main reason is that the professions of the members recruited by this union are basically not combat related. Instead, they are people who have strong attainments in equipment manufacturing or have related professions. To put it bluntly, the individual combat capabilities of the members of this union are very weak, but they can create many powerful equipments with various functions. For example, the battle pet ball used specifically for taming battle pets was created by Tianxiong Creation. In addition to auxiliary equipment, such as battle pet balls, Sky Creation also often creates various powerful equipment. And these equipments are the top equipments that everyone desires. Many strong people are even willing to spend all their fortunes to get a piece of equipment tailor-made by the Sky Creator. It is precisely because of this that Sky Creation has a very good reputation among many unions and has almost no rivals, and of course no one dares to be their enemy. The background of the Sky's creation is extremely terrifying. That's why Lu Yun was so surprised when he found out that it was the Sky Creator who wanted to take Ji Linger's fire power. Sky Dome Creation has recently been developing new equipment. This is a fire-attributed equipment that requires the flame power of powerful monsters as its power source. When they learned about the situation of the young flame weaver bird, they believed that the flame power in the young flame weaver bird's body was perfectly compatible with the new equipment they created, so they came to us specifically to obtain some flame power. Originally, GZ and others thought that after the young weaving flame bird was dealt with, they would ask Linning for some firepower to report back. Who would have thought that Lu Yun did not play by the rules and directly subdued the young Jian bird? So now they can only ask Lu Yun for it. After hearing the other party's words, Lu Yun fell into deep thought. He was a little puzzled. There were many powerful monsters that possessed the power of fire, such as Long Kuer's power of fire. Although Long Kuer was not a monster, her power of fire was much more terrifying than Jilinger's. So why did they choose Jiling? After thinking for a long time, Lu Yun came up with a possibility. Perhaps Long Kuer's flame power is too strong, while Jilinger's flame power is just right. It's not that I can't give you the power of fire. It's just... Lu Yun looked up at GZ and the others, smiled, and said nothing. GZ understood what Lu Yun meant instantly. Don't worry, classmate Lu, we won't ask for your firepower for nothing. We will give you corresponding compensation. If you need my power in the future, please feel free to ask. This was also the excuse that GZ had thought of a long time ago. After saying that, GZ took out a nameplate and handed it to Lu Yun. There was a special pattern on the nameplate. As long as Lu Yun takes this nameplate to the summit to seek help, he will definitely get a response. Dengfeng Zaiji is also one of the top guilds in Xia country, and this thing is extremely precious. But Lu Yun did not reach out to take it, but smiled and said, I want gold coins. GZ was stunned. Want gold coins? She felt terrible. She didn't know how much this nameplate was worth. It was no exaggeration to say that it was priceless. You know, being able to reach the pinnacle and owe someone a favor is a great opportunity. This guy actually refused directly. In fact, Lu Yun also knew the value of this nameplate, but he really needed gold coins now. Otherwise, he could not afford to support Long Kuer and Jilinger. So between favors and gold coins, Lu Yun chose gold coins without hesitation. After making sure that Lu Yun was not joking, GZ took out a card from her pocket and handed it to Lu Yun with a strange expression. This is a Huahai bank card. There are 3,000 gold coins in it. I wonder if it's enough. Enough is enough. Lu Yun quickly stretched out his hands and carefully took the bank card, with a big smile on his face. 3,000 gold coins. He used to have to move bricks at the construction site for nearly several months to earn this much. With these gold coins, it is enough to cover living expenses for the time being. Student Lu, you should keep this nameplate. Consider it a gift for making friends. After handing over the bank card, GZ also gave a nameplate to Lu Yun. Their original plan was to take the opportunity to get in touch with Lu Yun, so this nameplate had to be given away no matter what. Originally, Lu Yun felt a little embarrassed. After all, he had already taken the gold coins and the two sides were even. But unable to resist GZ's enthusiasm, Lu Yun finally took the nameplate. After finishing the job, Lu Yun simply asked Ji Linger to separate some of the firepower. Ji Linger naturally obeyed Lu Yun's orders. He took a bite of the chicken leg in his left hand, then stretched out his right index finger and pointed it lightly forward. A ray of firepower immediately overflowed from between his fingers. Seeing this, GZ hurriedly took out a special box-shaped device and carefully stored the flame power. After completing the task, the two were in a good mood and waved goodbye to Lu Yun and others, etc. At this time, Lu Yun suddenly stopped the two of them, then scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Can you pay for this meal first? I've been spending too much money recently, and I want to save these 3,000 gold coins." After saying this, Lu Yun's face turned red like a monkey's butt. It wasn't that he was stingy, but mainly because he had lived in hard times for too long, and Long Cour was too generous. The restaurant they chose for dinner was not cheap, especially since they chose a private room. His idea now was to save as much as possible. GZ's mouth twitched and her whole face turned dark. A few minutes later, after GZ and the other person left, Lu Yun looked at Long Cour and the other girl. There was a table full of food, but Lu Yun, GZ, and the others didn't eat a single bite. The two women were the ones eating their food with big mouthfuls the whole time. 8 dishes and 2 soups were almost all eaten up without exception. After having a good meal and a few drinks, the two girls leaned back on the leather seats, touching their round bellies and feeling that life was so colorful. This kind of life is much more comfortable than the days when they stayed at home and played games. Go back when you're full. Lu Yun wanted to cry, but had no tears. He suddenly felt that these 3,000 gold coins would not last long. I couldn't help but make up my mind secretly. In the future, if you can cook at home, never eat out. It costs too much gold coins. Chapter 91, please give me your orders, master. After leaving the restaurant, Lu Yun took Long Cour and the other girl back to the villa. There were enough rooms in the villa. After Lu Yun simply tidied up the bedroom on the second floor, he brought Ji Linger over and said, "See if there's anything you're not satisfied with. Just let me know if you need anything." Ji Linger took a look at the room. The decoration was very simple but warm. Lu Yun even changed the quilt cover to pink, which girls like. There's also a small dressing table right in front of the room, and Ji Linger is very satisfied with it. She threw herself onto the bed barefoot, feeling the softness of the bed, and rolled around on it. "Thank you, master. I like it here very much." Ji Linger looked up at Lu Yun and said with a sweet smile, "As long as you like it." Lu Yun's old face turned red, and he coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. He told Ji Linger to come to him if she had any problems, and then rushed out. "Thank you, master. Good job. Oh my god, who can resist being called master by a cute little lowly in a soft voice?" Lu Yun leaned against the door, thinking of the scene just now. He couldn't help but feel hot all over. His heartbeat quickened, and his blood seemed to boil. He touched his nose. Fortunately, since having Long Cour, his physical condition has improved, and his nosebleed has not flowed. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. But it's really unbearable to go on like this every day. It seems that I need to prepare more blood-replenishing products in the future, just in case. Lu Yun is really afraid that he will die from excessive blood loss one day. Let Ji Linger get familiar with the environment here first. As for improving the level of bond unlocking, we will talk about it later. As a marriage partner, Lu Yun has absolute dominance. Under the influence of the contract, Lu Yun can completely order Long Cour and Ji Linger to serve him. The two women could not disobey Lu Yun's orders. It could be said that they had to do whatever Lu Yun asked them to do. This is also one of the reasons why, under normal circumstances, creatures from other worlds are unwilling to become marriage partners. If you meet a pervert, it would be worse than death. Moreover, precisely because a marriage partner cannot disobey the orders of the master, many job changers will still look for other partners after they have a marriage partner. As for the marriage partners who walked out of the marriage room, they were more like accessories to the awakened profession and subordinates who assisted in battle. But Lu Yun is a time traveler, and his concepts are different from those of this world, especially since Long Cour and Ji Linger are so lovely in appearance and character. He really can't do such a thing. At least for now, Lu Yun still respects Long Cour and Ji Linger very much and has never made excessive demands. Not right. There are some exceptions, and these requirements should not be considered excessive, right? Lu Yun once asked Long Cour to wear clothes of different professions, perform role-playing, simulate some interesting plots, and sometimes asked her to pose in some unique postures. Well, that doesn't count. After solving Ji Linger's problem, Lu Yun went downstairs. When he came downstairs, Lu Yun found Long Ke was barefoot, curled up on the sofa with a game console in her hand, playing games. This game console was bought for Long Ke by Zhang Qingqing when they went out to dinner last time. As a homebody, game consoles are very attractive to her. Looking at Long Ke, who was immersed in the game, Lu Yun hesitated for a while and then sat down next to Long Ke. Long Ke didn't notice and was still concentrating on playing the game. Can you call me master? Looking at Long Ke, Lu Yun's mind suddenly rang with Ji Linger's bone-breaking voice. He got so excited that he blurted it out. Long Ke paused, put down the game console, looked up at Lu Yun, and then her beautiful little face turned red instantly. Lu Yun was a little confused. I just asked you to call me master. Why are you looking at me like that? You want me to call you master? Long Ke smiled and came close to Lu Yun and blew gently into Lu Yun's ear playfully, making Lu Yun's body jump. Can I? Lu Yun asked with some anticipation. Although Lu Yun often said some joking words, he was not from this world after all. As a single young man in the 21st century, Lu Yun had no experience in such matters. Of course you can. I am your marriage partner, bound by the marriage contract. You could do whatever you want to me. You don't have to consider my feelings at all. A man should have his own opinions. Long Ke's voice became lower and lower, and in the end, she simply stretched out her slender fingers and gently rubbed Lu Yun's face. Long Ke has her own body fragrance, which is light and pleasant to the touch, and her skin is soft, smooth, and very comfortable. At this moment, Long Ke's red eyes sparkled with charm, but the dragon's inherent temperament gave people a very domineering feeling. Charming and despicable. Lu Yun felt a little itchy when Long Ke touched him. Just as he was about to speak, Long Ke stretched out her white fingers and placed them in front of Lu Yun's lips, and made a gesture of silencing. I'm going to take a shower first. Since you want me to call you master, I will do that until you are satisfied. Long Ke smiled gently, then shyly ran to her room, changed into a bathrobe, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Soon the sound of running water was heard in the bathroom. Lu Yun, who was sitting on the sofa, looked completely disheveled. His eyes gradually came back to their senses, and he began to panic. Homegirls are scary. Heaven and Earth's conscience. He just simply wanted to hear Long Ke call him master, without any other messy thoughts. He felt that Long Ke had misunderstood something. Boil. Thinking of this, Lu Yun started to tremble all over and anxiously turned around several times. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he thought of a good idea. He turned around, put on his shoes, and ran out the door. He plans to go to the internet cafe to spend the night. He hadn't even recovered from the last battle, and now it happened again. He felt his body couldn't withstand such a high-intensity battle. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Lu Yun reached out and pressed the door handle, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. Just at this moment, boom! A red flame suddenly emerged from the translucent frosted glass of the bathroom, and then the bathroom door was suddenly blown open by the power of the flame. A dragon claw condensed from flames stretched out from inside and grabbed Lu Yun tightly at lightning speed. Then he ruthlessly carried her to the bathroom. Lu Yun struggled frantically with his hands grabbing the ground, but in the end he could only leave a long scratch on the ground. He desperately let the devil's claws drag him into the abyss. Immediately, the power of the flame disappeared and the bathroom door closed again. An extremely charming voice sounded from the bathroom. 8 parts charming and 3 parts contemptuous. Please order me as you please. My master. Chapter 92, Absurd Ways to Improve Your Skills. The next day, Lu Yun came to school alone. Long Ke was playing games in the marriage space, while Ji Linger was watching Long Ke playing games in the marriage space. Dragging his tired body, Lu Yun felt every step was extremely difficult. His legs were trembling, and he had no support at all. When Lu Yun finally arrived at the gate of number 1 middle school, it felt like a century had passed. Just then, an old man over 70 years old passed by Lu Yun with a cane, and Lu Yun suddenly felt the need for the cane. Although last night's experience was horrible, the good news is that the unlocking level of Lu Yun and Long Ke's bond has reached 39%. In this situation, if you work hard a few more times, you can reach 40% and gain new skills. Lu Yun arrived at the school gate, rubbed his face, and fixed his hair to make himself look more energetic. He didn't want to be seen looking haggard or be told that he was not good enough. However, at this moment, a familiar figure suddenly ran out from the school. When he saw Lu Yun, he showed great joy. Lu Yun, you're finally here. I was just looking for you at your house. Zhao Qingsong waved his hand and came to Lu Yun with a happy face. Your zombie mother is about to give birth? Why are you so happy? Lu Yun asked curiously. It's not that my zombie mother has given birth. How can it be so fast after just getting married? Besides, they are of different races, so it's hard to say whether she can get pregnant. My zombie mother has a special case. Her head. Oh, no, I'm off topic. How did you get in my business, Lu Yun? You have a great news. The school also knows that you have a second marriage partner. Now, Principal Li and many senior executives are waiting for you in the office. They will definitely give you better treatment. Zhao Qingsong said enviously. Lu Yun's mythical profession itself is quite impressive, and now he has a second marriage partner, who is a cute little lowly. Such talent is really too exaggerated. He dare not imagine how terrifying Lu Yun will grow to in the future. Although mythical professions are rare, the Xia Kingdom has a huge population base of 1.4 billion and has produced 30 mythical professionals. There are only a handful of people in the entire Xia Kingdom who have a second marriage partner. Lu Yun not only has a mythical profession, but also has a second marriage partner. The two buffs are superimposed, which is really awesome. Zhao Qingsong didn't know why the school wanted to find Lu Yun, but he could imagine that it was definitely to give Lu Yun benefits. I see. I'll go right away. Lu Yun nodded. He didn't expect that the news would reach the school leaders so quickly. Lu Yun came to the principal's office and found that all the senior leaders of number 1 middle school were there. Everyone was still arguing, but when they saw Lu Yun coming, they stopped and looked at him in unison, their eyes shining. It was like seeing a priceless treasure. Lu Yun became restless when being stared at so many old men. Although my appearance is very good, my hobbies are normal. Don't look at me like that. I am panicking. At this moment, Li Zheng suddenly stood up from the front seat, walked up to Lu Yun, took Lu Yun's hand, and said enthusiastically, Student Lu, you have brought honor to our number 1 middle school again this time. Bringing glory? Lu Yun asked puzzledly. Li Zheng patted Lu Yun's shoulder excitedly and said, Of course you are. Not only have you become a mythical job changer, but now you have become the second marriage partner. I have already reported this matter. You can't imagine how excited the people above are when they heard the news. Li Zheng felt like he was about to have a heart attack. He suppressed his excitement, stared at Lu Yun with blazing eyes, and continued. News has come from Mo University. If you are willing, you can go to Mo University now to start studying. Mo University is one of the top universities in Xia country. Even if you have been selected, it will still take some time as a probation period. During the assessment period, Mo University will pay close attention to the situation of the assessed candidates. If the assessed candidates perform poorly, their admission qualification may be revoked. But now it is different. When Magic and Martial Arts University learned that Lu Yun had a second marriage partner, Lu Yun's talent could no longer be measured by the usual system. So they decided to make an exception and invite Lu Yun. As long as Lu Yun is willing, he can report to Magic and Martial Arts University at any time. This is unprecedented and a great honor. But Lu Yun was not too happy about this. He was admitted to Mo University by recommendation, so there would not be much difference if he went early or late. Moreover, he was somewhat reluctant to suddenly change to an unfamiliar environment. Besides, Lu Yun had not lived in the villa given by number 1 middle school for long. Everyone has his or her own comfort zone, and Jinsha City is Lu Yun's comfort zone. Lu Yun has only been transferred to the Dragon Knight for a short time, and he is not yet fully adapted and is not ready to leave Jinsha City for the time being. I don't have such plans for now. I'd better stay in Jinsha City first and graduate normally. Lu Yun said after thinking about it. Can. Li Zheng nodded, understanding Lu Yun's thoughts at the moment, and did not force him. But immediately, Li Zheng rubbed his hands and asked expectantly, You have already found a second marriage partner, and now you should be a double job changer. I wonder what level and what profession your second job is. It is no exaggeration to say that a genius like this is extremely rare, as there are not many of them in the entire Xia country. But without exception, anyone who has dual job transfers, as long as they can grow up in the end, will become an extremely powerful being. For example, Akagi Sakurako is already a powerful figure at the national level. I haven't awakened yet. My bond with my second marriage partner is too low, so I haven't unlocked a new profession yet. Lu Yun scratched his head and said awkwardly, I see. Li Zheng was not too disappointed, but patted Lu Yun on the shoulder and encouraged him. In this case, find a way to improve the bond as soon as possible. If you can unlock the second profession before going to Magic and Martial Arts University, You'll be among the top students when you go there in the future. The talented students who graduated from our school can surpass those geniuses even in a place like the Magic and Martial Arts University, where there are many hidden talents. Their Jinsha city has never had a mythical level job changer, so they've been ridiculed by people from other places. This time, Lu Yun has one great honor for them. This is all thanks to me, Li Zheng, haha. Just thinking about it made Li Zheng very excited. Improve bond? I want it too. But his way to improve the bond is to enter the bridal chamber, which Lu Yun finds difficult. After all, with Long Kuer as the real owner, Lu Yun was really afraid of getting jealous, and he was also worried that Ji Linger would not agree. If the other party is unwilling to discuss physiological knowledge with him, Lu Yun will never force it. Wait, half-heartedness doesn't count as forcing. Alas, we can only take this matter one step at a time. Lu Yun sighed and said in his heart, while also complaining about this outrageous way of improvement. After a long while, Lu Yun looked at Li Zheng and asked again, is there anything else that Principal Li wants me to do? Besides that, there is an important matter that I need to discuss with you. Event. Hearing this, Lu Yun also became serious. Chapter 93. The Considerate Principal Li. Because you are a dual job changer, the higher-ups have paid a lot of attention to our school and provided us with many resources. So, in order to reward you, we decided to grant you one wish. A wish? Any wish is fine, Lu Yun said excitedly, his Adam's apple rolling. In principle, as long as it's not too outrageous, we can satisfy you. Li Zheng showed a kind smile, and the more he looked at Lu Yun, the more he liked him. Hearing this, Lu Yun's first thought was to ask the school to find him a fire element crystal core. Lu Yun has been using the fire dragon skills from Long Kuer, but he is a mortal after all, and does not have the physique of a fire dragon. Such terrifying fire power roams in his body day and night, and his body has already been in bad condition. If he cannot find the fire element crystal core to eliminate this influence, it will have a huge impact on Lu Yun's strength. But Lu Yun changed his mind and thought that if he made this request to the school, the other party would definitely ask him why he wanted the fire element crystal core. If I tell the school about my situation, my weaknesses will be exposed. Now that I'm a celebrity, I might be taken advantage of by someone with ulterior motives. In addition, the fire element crystal core is very precious. I will be leaving Jinsha City soon, and the school may not be able to get it during this period. By that time, he would not have obtained the fire element crystal core, and his weakness would have been exposed, so Lu Yun gave up the idea. To be on the safe side, you'd better handle the fire element crystal core matter yourself. Student Lu's life was very difficult before. I think it would be better to just give him gold coins as a reward. At this time, a school leader spoke up. Lu Yun looked at the senior executive with gratitude in his eyes. This person is truly a man of character. He really understands himself. These words touched Lu Yun's heart directly. But Li Zheng quickly rejected the proposal of the senior executive and said angrily, what kind of talent is Lu Yun? He is a mythical level job changer, a dual job changer with 2 marriage partners, and a genius among geniuses. Who doesn't have gold coins? Who can't give them? If people knew that we only gave a few gold coins, they would look down on us. Moreover, gold coins are something that Lu Yun will have as many as he wants in the future. To him, they're just numbers. This kind of reward is meaningless to him. After hearing this, the other senior executives thought about it and nodded in agreement. No, I just want the gold coins. I'm such a simple person, I'm not picky. Lu Yun was about to collapse. Even though he would not be short of gold coins in the later stages due to his talent, he was really penniless now and could barely support his 2 wives at home. He really wants the gold coins to save his life. Actually, I think. Lu Yun stretched out his hand, wanting to tell everyone in the room that he was short of gold coins. Student Lu, you don't have to say anything. I know what you want to say. Li Zheng looked at Lu Yun and smiled confidently, interrupting Lu Yun. Lu Yun was stunned. Could it be that this old man had finally come to his senses and knew what he was thinking? Immediately, Lu Yun rubbed his hands together, looking forward to Li Zheng speaking. However, Li Zheng's next words made Lu Yun want to vomit blood. I think we should just give Mr. Lu the title of honorary mentor. After hearing Li Zheng's words, many senior executives looked at each other. I agree. There is humanity. I agree. This is not only a great honor, but also allows people to know that Lu Yun is from our Jinsha No. 1 high school. Many senior executives did not object to this. A mentor is different from a teacher. He or she has a higher level professional title and is often responsible for supervising students' training and other matters. For example, Zhang Qingqing is not only Lu Yun's class teacher, but also a mentor. A high school tutor in Xia country who specializes in training professionals is very respected in this world dominated by power. On the surface, he enjoys some privileges that are useless in Xia country, but there are more hidden privileges because no one knows how many professionals a tutor has trained. Honorary tutors only enjoy the convenience brought by the status of tutors, but do not have to be responsible for the students. Honorary tutor? What is this? Can I exchange it for money? Lu Yun's face was filled with despair. He was not interested in the title of honorary mentor. He just wanted money. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly realized the significance of the saying that tall buildings are built from the ground, and everything depends on oneself. Since you don't say anything, I'll say it myself. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun raised his hand and said weakly, "Actually, I want..." Student Lu, with your performance, the school's later training assessments will not be of much significance to you. This honorary tutor position is quite suitable for you. From now on, you're the only student with the status of honorary tutor in Jinsha No. 1 Middle School. As an honorary tutor, you are now eligible to establish your own union. Seeing Lu Yun's hesitation, Li Zheng smiled gently and said, "You don't have to feel embarrassed. Your talent is worthy of this title. If anyone disagrees, bring him to me and the principal will stand up for you." Lu Yun's mouth twitched. "Thank you." In the end, Lu Yun still didn't have the courage to say, "I want gold coins." I could only leave with a broken heart. All he wanted now was to find the fire element crystal core as quickly as possible. As for establishing a guild, he had no plans in that regard at all. Maybe the school was going to reward me with gold coins last time, but maybe it was because of this old man's interference that they finally rewarded me with a villa. Lu Yun walked and thought, and the more he thought, the angrier he became. He even had the urge to dig up Li Zheng's ancestral grave. This old man is so hateful. As the principal of a middle school, he has a very bad conscience. How can a mouth that is 37 degrees Celsius utter such cold and chilling words? At the same time, the playground of Jinsha No. 3 Middle School. Many students were training on the playground until a black Panamera suddenly appeared, causing an uproar. Fuck, this car doesn't seem cheap, does it? Panamera, this is the first time I've seen this car in real life. People who can afford this kind of car must be rich or noble. Is there an invisible prince in our school? Just when many classmates were discussing it, a junior high school girl in the crowd suddenly touched Jiang Shishir's elbow and said enviously, "Sister Shishir, look at this car. It's so cool. I wonder what it would feel like if I could take a ride in it." Jiang Shishir looked up, then lowered her head to continue training. She herself was from the Jiang family and had been accustomed to such luxury cars since she was a child, so naturally she was not too interested in them. But the next moment, another scream was heard, and the Panamera stopped, the door opened, and a man in a suit walked out. "It's Linning." When they saw Linning appear, girl screams came one after another from the bushes, and many female classmates' eyes were almost filled with little hearts. Linning also came from Jinsha City, and his stories are still circulating today. Although Lin Ying's performance in the Jinsha defense line last time was a bit poor, after all, Lin Ying's deeds have influenced Jinsha City for several years. This small mistake cannot change everyone's admiration for Linning. In the eyes of these students in Jinsha City, Linning is synonymous with genius. "It's Linning. He actually came to our No. 3 middle school. Sister Shishir, could he be here to see you?" the junior girl said enviously. Jiang Shishir raised her head and glanced at Linning, her brows slightly furrowed in displeasure. "I prayed in my heart that this guy was not here to find me." She really didn't want to have too much interaction with the other party. But the next moment, swish, under the ardent gazes of many students, Linning walked directly towards Jiang Shishir. Seeing this, Jiang Shishir's training movements suddenly stopped and her whole face became extremely ugly. What you fear will come true. Chapter 94. No riding when there are too many people. Shishir. Linning walked quickly towards Jiang Shishir, with a self-proclaimed handsome smile on his face, and stretched out his hand to say hello. But Jiang Shishir lowered her head and ignored him. Seeing this, the smile on Lin Ying's face froze, and the hand he had just extended hung awkwardly in the air. He was not a fool, so he could see that Jiang Shishir pretended not to see him and clearly did not want to have any contact with him. Who is he? He, Linning, is a genius who has studied at Mo University for 2 years. A super strong person at level 60. During the time he was studying at Mo University, countless women dreamed of climbing into his bed, and he changed his partner every few days. He has never encountered such a thing before, that there would be a woman who would reject him. Sure, I'm here to see you. Linning took a deep breath, forced herself to smile, and continued. This time Jiang Sure couldn't pretend anymore. Don't come to me in the future. I have nothing to do with you, and I don't want to have anything to do with you. Jiang Sure said softly with cold eyes. These words were like 1,000 needles, piercing Lin Ying's heart. It's not that I feel heartbroken because I was rejected by the person I like. On the contrary, he had no feelings for Jiang Sure. After all, including the time in Kyoto, the two had only met twice. Mainly because of being rejected by a woman, Lin Ying, who was always used to being the center of attention, felt it was a shame. Is it because of the kid named Liu? Lin Ying asked. I advise you not to cause trouble for him. Hearing Lin Ying mention Liu Yun, Jiang Sure frowned slightly and said in a threatening tone, This is a matter between us and has nothing to do with him. She was the one who asked Liu Yun to be a shield, but for some reason, she didn't want Liu Yun to be affected by this. With Liu Yun's talent and potential, Jiang Sure had no doubt about his future achievements. But compared with Lin Ying now, Liu Yun is still too weak. If the other party were to cause trouble for Liu Yun, this would not be what Jiang Sure wanted to see. But what Jiang Sure didn't know was that it was because of her reaction that Lin Ying became more resentful towards Liu Yun. Liu Yun, it's this Liu Yun again. Last time at the Jinsha defense line, Liu Yun stood up and claimed to be Jiang Shure's boyfriend. Lin Ying did not get angry at that time. On the one hand, it was because the occasion was different, and on the other hand, he could see that the two were just playing around. But now it seems that he was wrong. Regardless of whether the two were just playing around, at least he truly felt Jiang Shure's concern for Liu Yun. It would be fine if the woman I like ignored me, but instead she cared about other men. In Lin Ying's opinion, this is no different from directly accusing herself of being cuckolded. Sure, who do you think I am? I, Lin Ying, am not a narrow-minded person, but I will not give up. I will continue to pursue you until you agree to marry me. Lin Ying smiled faintly, then turned and left. From beginning to end, he never expressed his inner thoughts, but behaved quite easygoing and elegant. Although this disguise did not win Jiang Shure's favor, it fascinated many female students. Senior Lin Ying is so gentle. If I could marry a man like him, I would be very happy in the future. Alas, it's a pity that Senior Lin Ying didn't like me. Many female junior students felt very sorry, and at the same time they all felt a million ways confused about Jiang Shure's behavior. They really couldn't understand why Jiang Shure would reject such an outstanding man. Only Jiang Shure herself knew that Lin Ying was a typical hypocrite who was two-faced. She would rather remain single than put the rest of her life in the hands of such a person. After the incident with Lin Ying, Jiang Shure was no longer in the mood to train. She found an excuse to leave the playground, then took out her cell phone and called her younger brother Jiang Wentian. Sister, that guy actually came to see you just now. Jiang Wentian, on the other end of the phone, was surprised when he heard Jiang Shure's story. Well, he just left. Although I have warned him not to cause trouble for Liu Yun, he probably won't listen to me given his vindictive personality. At this point, Jiang Shure rubbed her temples and felt a headache. She immediately said, Don't you have a lot of bad friends? Ask them to pay more attention to the situation at number 1 middle school recently, and tell me in time if anything happens. Jiang Wentian nodded and said, I understand, sister. I'll take care of this matter, don't worry. But I'm curious, why does that Lin guy have to pester you when he can find any woman he wants? Does he really like you? I'm afraid he has had more women than you've eaten. The reason he's been pestering me is probably because he wants to take advantage of the Jiang family's influence. Is that so? After hearing what Jiang Shure said, Jiang Wentian didn't say anything more, but promised that he would keep an eye on the situation at number 1 middle school. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Shure breathed a sigh of relief, then clenched her fists and said, It seems that if I want to completely get rid of this guy, I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. I have to make my own decisions in my own life. Golden Sands Beach Defense Line. After Liu Yun left the office, he came to the Jinsha Beach Defense Line. Ever since Ji Linger's problem was solved, this place has regained its former prosperity, and people are everywhere coming here to play dungeons. After all, you can get rich rewards by clearing dungeons. Those who come to challenge the dungeon are formed into a team. After all, the dungeon is quite dangerous, and the professional characteristics of each job changer are also different. Some have strong defense but poor attack power, while others have strong attack power but very low defense. Therefore, Only when everyone unites together can we achieve the greatest effect and be safer. Forming a team is a very common thing, but Lu Yun is an exception. He almost cleared every dungeon solo from beginning to end. Lu Yun's purpose of coming to the Jinsha Beach defense line this time was very simple: to complete the task on the mission card, the last wish of the Snow Wolf Lord. After completing the redemption of the young flame weaver bird last time, Lu Yun received the blessing of being rewarded with the young flame weaver bird. This so-called blessing is actually Ji Linger herself. After completing the system card task this time, you'll be able to obtain the young snow wolf, and Lu Yun will have a mount to travel with in the future. Although the snow wolf does not have the domineering power of Lin Ying's dragon, it is better to have it than not. Long Ku'er can transform into a fire dragon for Lu Yun to ride, but this girl is very shy and is only willing to let himself ride on the bed and is unwilling to be ridden in public, so finding a mount is imperative. After walking around the copy entrance for a few times, Lu Yun successfully found the copy required for the task card. He walked in immediately. Buzz! After entering the copy, a world covered with white appeared in front of Lu Yun, and everything he could see around him was snow white. If you look down from the sky, you can find that the whole world is covered with snowflakes. Snowflakes were constantly falling from the sky, and the temperature in the copy was extremely low. As soon as Lu Yun walked in here, he felt a chill, and even the air he exhaled instantly froze into icy mist. Chapter 95. This thing is soft. It's really cold here. Lu Yun rubbed his hands and blew a breath. As soon as the hot air was blown out, it condensed in the air and turned into icy mist. Fortunately, Lu Yun had the power of fire in his body, which offset the coldness. Just as Lu Yun was about to set out to look for the iron-armed ape lord, a ripple suddenly appeared behind him, and then a team of 6 people appeared here at the same time. The 6 people have different professions, but their levels are generally around level 15. It is obvious that they have come together as a team to explore the dungeon. God Lu, seeing Lu Yun in front of them, the 6 people were a little surprised. Lu Yun became a prominent figure in Jinsha No. 1 Middle School by virtue of his career as a dragon knight. It is said that he has now become a double job changer. With the double halo, Lu Yun has become a godlike figure. The 6-member team was extremely excited, and one of the junior schoolgirls even blushed because she had written a love letter to Lu Yun some time ago and asked Zhao Qingsong to help pass it on. During the time when the love letter was sent, the junior high school girl could not sleep all day and night and was always looking forward to Lu Yun's reply. Unfortunately, after waiting for several days, she still did not get a reply from Lu Yun. Then the junior high school girl realized that her performance was not sincere enough. In order to let Lu Yun see her sincerity, she decided to write to Lu Yun every day to show her sincerity. So starting from the day before yesterday, my junior high school sister would write 3 love letters every day and ask Zhao Qingsong to help pass them on to Lu Yun. Are you a student from Jinsha No. 1 Middle School? Are you here to play dungeons too? Lu Yun asked casually while greeting a few people. Master Lu, the boss here is very powerful. The monsters are all ice attributed and basically have control type skills. If you're not careful, you may suffer a great loss. Many students have already suffered here. You actually came alone? One of the 6-member team members couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, but right after he finished speaking, he was hit on the back of the head by the junior schoolgirl. Lu Shun is a mythical class, and he is also a dual class changer. The danger here is just a small problem for him. There's no need for a person like him to form a team. Hearing what the junior high school girl said, the rest of the 6-member team nodded. With Lu Yun's terrifying strength, there was really no need to form a team to come to such a place. After all, this guy's a ruthless person who once blocked a spring. Just stay calm. I won't bother you anymore. Lu Yun smiled faintly, waved at a few people, and prepared to do his own thing. But the junior school girl stopped Lu Yun and said, Lu God, you are so powerful. Can you escort us for a while? Our target is the White Bear Lord, who is not far ahead. Can you help us deal with him? The others also showed expectant expressions when they heard this. Although there were 6 of them, they still didn't have much confidence. If Lu Yun could join in, the situation would be very different. Well, I can help you, but the main thing is that I have other things to deal with right now. Lu Yun looked embarrassed. Don't worry, Master Lu. We won't let you help us for nothing. If you're willing to help, we can give you 1,000 gold coins. The junior high school girl took the initiative to speak and stared at Lu Yun expectantly. 1,000 gold coins? When Lu Yun heard this, although he seemed to be hesitating on the surface, he was actually laughing brightly in his heart. I originally wanted to turn it down, but I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. 1,000 gold coins is not a small amount, especially for Lu Yun now. He has 2 wives to support and is very short of money. Whether it's gold coins or not is not a problem. The main thing is that we are all classmates, and I am an honorary tutor. Since you need help, it is naturally my duty to help you. Lu Yun pretended to think for a while and nodded in agreement. The 6-member team was extremely excited when they heard this. With Lu Yun joining them, they thought that this time the dungeon was basically a sure thing. Just when the 6 members of the team were extremely excited, Lu Yun coughed lightly a few times and stretched out his hand. Everyone was stunned. Lu Yun said with a warm smile, "Give me 1,000 gold coins first. I didn't intend to accept the money, but since it's your kindness, I can't refuse it." The corners of several people's mouths twitched. Didn't we say that it doesn't matter whether we have gold coins or not? Thinking that Lu Yun's joining would greatly increase the success rate of this dungeon run, the 6 members of the team quickly scraped together 1,000 gold coins. Lu Yun took the heavy gold coins and put them into the marriage space, then grinned and said, "Splendid event. If there are similar things in the future, you can always find me. I'm a very helpful person. If I don't do good things for a day, it's like ants crawling all over my body. Everyone, as the saying goes, a man who takes money is short-handed and a man who eats food is soft-hearted." After receiving the money, Lu Yun naturally had to take action. He immediately followed a team of 6 to encircle and suppress the White Bear Lord. As for the matter of the task card, Lu Yun temporarily put out of his mind. In Lu Yun's opinion, how could the young Snow Wolf Master be as important as gold coins? Without gold coins, he really couldn't support 2 wives. Moreover, the tasks on the task card can be done at any time. Earning gold coins is not something you can encounter randomly. Besides, it's just a mount for transportation, so there's no rush now. The group continued forward without encountering any monsters on the way. It was not known whether it was because Lu Yun's title of monster killer took effect. Soon everyone came to a very special place, surrounded by huge icebergs. These icebergs were not frozen mountains, but the product of frozen water. "Lord Lu, we have done our homework before coming here. According to the introduction, the White Bear Lord should be nearby. Let's be careful," the junior high school girl reminded softly. Maybe because she was afraid, she actually took the initiative to approach Lu Yun and reached out to grab Lu Yun's clothes. Lu Yun originally wanted the other party to let go. After all, he was now a man with 2 wives. But seeing the other party's pitiful appearance, Lu Yun held back his words of refusal. Helping others is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation. As long as you can help others relieve their fear, what does it matter if a man suffers a little grievance? Even if Long Ku'er was here, he would do the same. Long Ku'er must understand him. Long Ku'er and Jilinger were playing games in the marriage space and definitely wouldn't notice the situation here at this time. Lu Yun felt very happy. Everyone began to explore around, looking for traces of the White Bear Lord. But after searching for a long time, I still couldn't find any trace. Could the information be wrong? Is Lord White Bear really here? Someone scratched his head and complained in surprise. Lu Yun stepped on the small snow slope in front of him and looked around. Nothing was found. But the next moment, Lu Yun's brows suddenly frowned. "God, Lu, did you find something?" The junior sister noticed Lu Yun's reaction and asked nervously. The others also came over and waited for Lu Yun's answer. Lu Yun ignored everyone and looked down at the small snow slope under his feet, increasing the force under his feet. Feeling the feedback from his feet, Lu Yun frowned even deeper. Seeing this, the 6 members of the team looked towards Lu Yun's feet, but there was only a small snow slope under Lu Yun's feet. Nothing there. "What's wrong?" "Master Lu," the junior high school girl asked nervously again. "Something's wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong," Lu Yun said in a deep voice. "Why is this thing soft?" "Soft?" The 6 members of the team were all confused. The temperature here is extremely low. Even the snow is frozen hard. How could this small snow slope be soft? Just when everyone was confused, Lu Yun suddenly increased his strength and kicked hard onto the small snow slope. At the same time, a roar suddenly came from below. Roar. Then everyone saw that the original small snow slope suddenly moved. A huge white bear, nearly 3 meters tall, slowly stood up from the ground, opened its bloody mouth, and rushed directly towards Lu Yun. All 6 members of the team were stunned. Lu Yun also lost consciousness for a short time. What the hell? Chapter 96. Crushing with Overwhelming Force. It turns out that this small snow slope is the White Bear Lord himself. With the natural camouflage of the white fur, It is no wonder that Lu Yun and others failed to find each other's whereabouts. Roar. After the white bear lord stood up, he bared his teeth and roared fiercely. The piercing roar was accompanied by a gust of strong wind. A strong stench also gushed out. The six-member team was so frightened by this scene that they lost their ability to react. Lu Yun was not much better. Lu Yun was already frightened by the sudden appearance of this creature, and the sudden stench made him feel dizzy. At the critical moment, Lu Yun instinctively slapped out. Upon seeing this, the white bear lord immediately stood there with his hands on his hips, a look of disdain showing on his bare face. A mere human is not even half his height. How much force can this slap have? However, when the slap landed, the white bear lord was stunned on the spot. Bang! Critical hit minus 555. A bloody number suddenly jumped out, and the white bear lord's blood volume was directly reduced by 1/10. Blanche. The white bear lord was dumbfounded. What was going on with the human in front of him? At this time, the six-member team also reacted, and their eyes widened as if they saw a monster. Isn't Lucian too fierce? He took away 555 HP with just one slap. Don't forget that Lu Shun's Dragon Knight is a fire element profession, and he is naturally restrained against ice monsters. Yeah, how could we have forgotten about this? Lu Yun, who was standing still, also shuddered suddenly. Yes, my Dragon Knight is also a fire elemental profession, so he should be able to walk around like a tyrant in this place, right? Not to mention that the opponent is at level 20 like himself. Even if the opponent's level is higher, Lu Yun can still suppress him. After all, there is level restraint, and this is something that cannot be solved. It is just like fire will be extinguished when it meets water, and wood will be ignited when it meets flames. After realizing this, Lu Yun stopped pretending and rolled up his sleeves to get to work. However, Lord White Bear has already discovered this, so how could he give Lu Yun a chance? He turned around and ran without hesitation. Run! Seeing this, the six-member team was stunned again. In their impression, the bosses in the dungeon are basically all brutal and cruel, and many bosses will even fight to the death when threatened. But why did this guy just run away now? Is this guy such a coward? If Lord White Bear heard everyone's voice, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Am I a coward? I call this a man who knows the time's a hero. He knows that the opponent's attributes restrain him. It is true that he is a monster, but that doesn't mean he is a fool. Wanna run? Did I let you go? Lu Yun raised his lips and suddenly said, System, analyze the boss. In order to prevent any accidents, Lu Yun decided to find out the other party's specific information first. Parsing completed. White Bear Lord Boss, level 20, tier, silver, rarity, 2 stars. Attack power, 358. HP, 5,890. Skill 1, Rage of the White Bear. The White Bear Lord roars, and the power of frost forms a domain. The movement speed of enemies deep within the domain is reduced by 30%. The movement speed of the White Bear Lord is increased by 30%, and ice element damage is increased by 25%. Skill 2, Lord Summoning. The White Bear Lord summons white bear puppets. Each puppet has 50% of the health and damage of the main body. Currently, a maximum of 20 white bear puppets can be summoned. Weakness. The White Bear Lord is afraid of the power of the fire element and the earth element. Its main skills need to be activated by roaring. If you cannot restrain the elements, you can start from the bear's mouth. Evaluation. This is a monster that blends in perfectly with the snow. Because it likes to eat fish, its bad breath is unparalleled. If you have a keen sense of smell, please prepare a gas mask. After reading the system's analysis, Lu Yun finally understood why this guy's mouth stinks so much. Is the mouth the key? Lu Yun took a deep breath and suddenly stretched out his index finger. A small red flame slowly jumped out from the tip of his finger. Immediately, Lu Yun lightly pointed his finger forward. Fiery dragon breath slash. Buzz. A pillar of red fire suddenly shot out from Lu Yun's fingertips, but the target of this attack was not the White Bear Lord. Instead, it transformed into a ripple of fire that blocked the White Bear Lord's retreat routes. Because Lu Yun knew that the power of this attack was not enough to kill the White Bear directly. Boom! When his retreat was cut off, the White Bear Lord was forced to stay where he was, then turned around and looked at Lu Yun viciously. Foolish human, do you really want to kill us all? If that's the case, then we'll have no choice but to fight to the death. The White Bear Lord turned to look at Lu Yun and said in a hoarse voice, You deserve to die and break your net. Lu Yun sneered. This guy was the boss of the dungeon and had severely injured countless humans, so Lu Yun naturally wouldn't waste any more words with him. He immediately flashed and turned into a trail of fire and rushed towards the White Bear Lord. Seeing this, the White Bear Lord had no choice but to prepare for battle. It suddenly opened its bloody mouth, ready to activate the skill Lord summoned. But the moment it opened its mouth, Lu Yun suddenly appeared in front of him, then stretched out his right hand, and a vortex of fire condensed in his palm, which he stuffed directly into the guy's mouth. Bang! The vortex of flames exploded violently in the mouth of the White Bear Lord, instantly blasting him into a bloody mess, and his entire mouth was almost rotten. If the power of this attack was a little stronger, this guy's head would have exploded. Woo woo woo. The White Bear Lord groaned in pain, but because his mouth had exploded, he couldn't even scream, which was extremely miserable. Seeing this scene, the 6-member team in the distance was shocked. God Lu's methods are too cruel. Don't give the other party any chance to fight back. Your mouth is already rotten. Let's see how you can activate your skills. After destroying the opponent's bear mouth, Lu Yun relaxed and walked in front of the White Bear Lord. The White Bear Lord rolled back and forth on the ground in pain, having completely lost his ability to fight. The battle was much easier than Lu Yun had imagined. Of course, this is also thanks to the system's analytical function. If we didn't know the opponent's weaknesses in advance, a big battle would be inevitable. Immediately, Lu Yun walked up to the White Bear Lord and stomped on his head, ending his short life. Lu Yun had no psychological burden in killing these monsters. These monsters themselves are the opposite of humans. If it weren't for the restrictions of the barrier within the copy, they would have left here long ago to harm humans. Just after the White Bear Lord was dealt with, a faint light suddenly emerged from the White Bear Lord's body and entered Lu Yun's body. Gain a moderate amount of experience. The system prompt sounded, and then Lu Yun felt that his overall attributes had been greatly improved. His level has reached level 21. Seeing this, Lu Yun quickly called up the system interface bar. Chapter 97, A Warm Current in the Glacier World. Lu Yun, LV21. Physical strength, 315. HP, 6,500. Strength, 201. Agility, 150. Spiritual power, 160. Skills, Blazing Dragon Breath / Spear Mastery, Dragon Scale Body Protection, Life Regeneration, Justice Taunt. Lu Yun's attributes in all aspects are now far better than before, and Lu Yun's free points have accumulated to 51 points. Free points are similar to attribute bonuses in online games. Some 6-class job changers often like to put free points on defense and directly increase the defense to the maximum. There are also some people who like to maximize their output and will choose to maximize their output. In short, free points can be used freely, and the choices of each job changer are different. Lu Yun's original plan was to put all the free points on the blood volume, so that there would be a higher tolerance rate. But after thinking about it, Lu Yun decided to wait and see the situation for the time being and not rush to use the free point. After closing the system interface, Lu Yun discovered that a piece of fur appeared in front of the White Bear Lord. This was the equipment dropped after Lu Yun killed the White Bear Lord. Lu Yun analyzed it using the system. White Bear Lord's fur material can resist extreme cold, an auxiliary material for wearable equipment. After reading the analysis, Lu Yun lost interest in this thing. Although this thing has some warming effect, it can't be sold for much money. Overall, it is not very valuable. But at this moment, the 6-member team came back to their senses from their shock and trotted to Lu Yun. Seeing that the group of people were staring at the White Bear Lord's fur on the ground, Lu Yun said with a strange expression, "You want this thing?" The 6-member team nodded continuously. The younger sister was so nervous that her face flushed. She pointed at Pai Mao and whispered, "Master Lu, to be honest, we are here for Pai Mao. This is the mission we accepted." Many students enter dungeons to kill monsters, not only to increase their levels, but also to complete tasks assigned by the school. For example, if the school needs certain materials, it will issue similar tasks for students to take on. After students accept a task, as long as they can successfully complete the task, they can obtain corresponding points, and then exchange the points for the resources they need. In this way, the school not only gets what it needs, but the students also thoroughly train themselves and gain points. It is a win-win situation. So that's how it is. Then you can take this thing. Lu Yun nodded and said. The 6-member team did not refuse, and immediately a young man stepped forward and put the fur into the marriage space. After doing all this, everyone felt relaxed and thanked Lu Yun with gratitude. Lu Yun waved his hand and turned to leave, leaving behind a tall and majestic figure in front of everyone. Next time if you have something similar, you can always come to me. Lu Yun waved and walked away. Actually, he made a profit this time. Not only did he gain the experience of the White Bear Lord, but he also received more than 1,000 gold coins. It was a great profit. Looking at Lu Yun's departing back, the 6-member team felt even more grateful. Thinking about Lu Yun's previous heroic figure, the junior high school girl reached a climax just by imagining it. It was hard to imagine how wonderful it would be to have a real fight with Lu Shun. Lu Shun is a dragon knight, and knight-type professions often have very terrifying physical strength. If he goes to the battlefield with Lu Yun, it will be a life-and-death ending. Junior sister, why are you blushing? Someone noticed the junior sister's reaction and couldn't help but ask worriedly. No, I'm fine. Now that the mission has been completed, let's go out and report. The junior high school girl said, suppressing her shame. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Fortunately, they met Lu Yun this time. The whole mission process was much easier than they had imagined. They didn't even have to do anything themselves. Lu Yun took care of everything for them. These more than 1,000 gold coins are really worth it. Just after the few people left, Lu Yun on the other side also began to look for the trace of the iron-armed ape lord. They also encountered some monsters on the way. These monsters were not even level 20, and their attributes were restrained by Lu Yun, so they were basically wiped out by Lu Yun. Of course, the experience gained from killing these monsters is very little and almost negligible. After walking for a while, Lu Yun suddenly came to a huge snowy plain. The plain was extremely empty all around, but there were dozens of statues standing in the center. These statues are all coiled pythons. Unlike ordinary pythons, these pythons have sharp edges and corners, as if they were chiseled by an axe. In the center of these statues stands a huge ice snake statue. The height of the statue is estimated to be a terrifying 3 meters, and the appearance of this statue is even more lifelike and vivid. Although he did not feel any life fluctuations, Lu Yun still felt in a trance that there was a pair of invisible eyes watching him. This feeling made Lu Yun feel cold and uncomfortable all over. There's something weird here. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes and felt that something was 9 out of 10 wrong. System, analyze the statues here. Lu Yun suddenly said tentatively. He felt that there was something strange about these ice sculptures, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. This was when the advantages of the system emerged. Parsing completed. Glacier Snake, level 13, rank, silver, rarity, 1 star. Attack power, 158. HP, 1,300. Skill, Glacier Amplification. Increases your own ice elemental damage by 30% and gains 20% life recovery. Weakness, Glacier Snake, is agile and afraid of devastating damage. Evaluation. This is a monster whose attack is full, but whose defense is almost 0. Its devastating attack is a disaster for them. Parsing completed. Glacier Python Boss, level 20, tier, silver, rarity, 2 stars. Attack power, 388. HP, 3,000. Skill 1, Glacial Amplification. Increases your own ice element damage by 35% and gains 35% life recovery. Skill 2, Glacier Behemoth. Instantly merge into the glacier, then suddenly reappear to launch a swift attack on the enemy with a built-in killing effect. Enemies with less than 10 health will be killed immediately. Weakness. The Glacier Python had a fierce battle with the Iron Arm Ape Lord not long ago and was severely injured in the abdomen. Its strength is only half of its peak period. Evaluation. This is a ferocious beast in the snow. It can launch surprise attacks on enemies while in camouflage. Be extremely careful if you enter its territory. After reading the introduction, Lu Yun suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he always felt that these statues were weird. It turned out that they were all disguises. Lu Yun glanced at the ice snake statues around him, his lips raised, and suddenly took out the dragon fortress and smashed it at a glacier snake statue in front of him. Bang! In fact, as early as when Lu Yun stepped into here, he had been targeted by the glacier python. Originally, it planned to wait for a perfect opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Lu Yun, but it never expected that Lu Yun would suddenly do this. Bang! In an instant, the statue of the glacier snake turned into slag under the tremendous force, and a level 13 glacier snake was killed instantly. Seeing its little brother being killed, the glacier python became furious, and its huge body began to tremble violently. The frost on the surface fell off instantly, revealing its original skin. The original skin of this guy was light blue in color, and the whole body was translucent, and one could even clearly see the many tiny blood vessels inside. What is surprising is that the blood flowing in this guy's blood vessels is also emitting a cold light blue liquid. Foolish human, you will pay the price for your actions. The glacier python spoke in human language, and even the sound of its voice gave people a chill down the spine, as if they had instantly fallen into an extremely cold purgatory. As soon as the words fell, the huge body of the glacier python leaped high into the air, ready to activate the skill glacier amplification, etc. At the critical moment, Lu Yun suddenly reached out to interrupt the other party spell. He said calmly, "I don't like fighting and killing. We are all civilized snakes. I think we can discuss it properly. What do you think? Don't like fighting? You killed my little brother, and then turned around and told me that you don't like fighting. It's a trick. You will die today." The indifferent voice of the glacier snake came from its bloody mouth full of fangs. Lu Yun sighed lightly. It seemed that reasoning was not going to work. Buzz! At the moment when the giant glacier snake was about to touch Lu Yun, a ray of fire rose from Lu Yun's body, and the temperature around him suddenly soared. At the same time, a shadow of a fire dragon appeared behind Lu Yun, and the giant dragon raised its head and roared at the sky. Boom! Suddenly, the entire icy world trembled violently, and the surrounding glaciers actually began to melt. Immediately, the giant dragon's phantom merged into Lu Yun's body again. But Lu Yun's strength was amplified. The intimacy of the fire dragon. After the passive skill was activated, Lu Yun's fire magic and combat skills were immediately enhanced in terms of immunity and damage increase. When the glacier python noticed the change in Lu Yun's aura, its expression immediately changed. He really wanted to call the police at this moment. This human was cheating in public. But this is not the end. After the intimacy with the fire dragon ended, Lu Yun spread his legs again and clenched his fists in front of his chest, like a person who had been constipated for 3 days and 3 nights. Lu Yun suddenly frowned and roared. The blood is boiling. Boom! Boiling blood is a legendary knight skill that activates the life magnetic field buried in the body, increasing the maximum health value to 150% and lasting for a full 10 minutes. This was also the first time Lu Yun used it, and his health points directly soared to a terrifying 8,250 points. After performing the blood-boiling technique, Lu Yun felt his body extremely hot, as if flames were flowing and his blood seemed to be really burning. Sizzle. Under Lu Yun's feet, the glacial ground began to melt. Lu Yun was like a fire god, and a flaming footprint appeared on the ground with every step he took. After Lu Yun opened fire at full power, his momentum alone was enough to intimidate the giant glacier python. However, this is not over yet. Lu Yun suddenly held the dragon fortress in his hand, and with the blessing of the huge power of fire, the dragon fortress instantly burned. Boom! There was originally a ferocious dragon head at the front of the dragon fortress. At this moment, red flames were burning in the eyes of the dragon head, as if the whole dragon had come alive. Lu Yun held the dragon fortress in his hand and swung it hard towards the plane in front of him. Boom! Terrifying flame ripples shot up into the sky, instantly melting the glaciers within a few meters. The flames condensed into the shape of a giant dragon in the air and finally crashed into a plane ahead. After a loud bang, a huge deep pit appeared on the glacier ahead. The glacier in the pit melted instantly and evaporated directly into water vapor. And around the big pit, there are still some residual red flames burning slowly, releasing extreme firepower. Upon seeing this scene, the glacier python and its many younger brothers were stunned where they were, as if their souls had been sucked away. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a violent heartbeat was heard. It was the heartbeat of the glacier python. This guy was so scared that he lost his mind, and the blue blood in his body was almost frozen. Is this really the strength that humans should have? Regarding Lu Yun's previous attack, the glacier python couldn't help but wonder what would happen if this attack hit itself. Can I withstand this attack? The fire element naturally restrains the ice element. Obviously, the answer is yes. He will definitely not be able to withstand this attack, and may even be blown to pieces. Gurgle. After thinking this through, the giant glacier python changed its previous arrogance, and the ferocious snake head forced a far-fetched smile and said, "Excuse me, After saying this, the glacier python didn't even care about its younger brothers, twisting its huge body and preparing to run away. The tough ones are afraid of the ruthless ones, and the ruthless ones are afraid of those who are more powerful. And Lu Yun is the one with a little more. He is no longer a ruthless person. He is a werewolf. The glacier python knew that it was no match for Lu Yun, so it certainly didn't want to stay here for even a single minute. Did I let you go? Seeing that his method had achieved satisfactory results, Lu Yun raised his lips. But when he saw this guy preparing to run away, Lu Yun's expression turned cold again. After hearing Lu Yun's words, the glacier python didn't even have the courage to escape. It froze in place and slowly twisted its huge snake head. Brother, you are so powerful. You should not need my experience with monsters, right? There are so many monsters here. You can go find others. Please be merciful and let me go. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the giant glacier python started to play the victim. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. Stop. Lu Yun frowned and interrupted the guy's performance. I cannot kill you, but the premise is that you have to lead the way. Lead the way. A million doubts were revealed in the glacier python's huge eyes. I'm looking for the iron-armed ape lord, Lu Yun said lightly. As soon as he heard the name of the iron-armed ape lord, the glacier python immediately reacted. Could it be that the other party's target was not him at all, but the iron-walled ape lord? Could it be that Big Brother has a grudge against this guy? The glacier python asked tentatively. I guess so. Lu Yun nodded. The mission card required him to kill the iron wall ape lord. In a sense, the two of them were in a life-and-death relationship. After hearing Lu Yun's answer, the glacier python was silent for a moment, and then its eyes lit up instantly. The next moment, it flashed in front of Lu Yun. Lu Yun asked, puzzled. Brother, please get in the car. I will take you to the territory of that idiot. That guy dared to provoke me, and he is destined to die, said the glacier python excitedly. He had just suffered a loss at the hands of the iron-armed ape lord a few days ago, when the other party brought his subordinates to seize his territory. Although he finally succeeded in defending his territory, he was seriously injured. He had originally planned to gather his strength and then find an opportunity to fight back, but he didn't expect Lu Yun to suddenly appear. If he had known that Lu Yun was going to cause trouble for the other party, he would definitely take Lu Yun with him without hesitation. Chapter 98, My Dear Ministers, please stand up. Lu Yun didn't expect the other party to be so excited, but he felt relieved when he thought of the previous system analysis. After all, this guy's injuries were caused by the iron-armed ape lord. Lu Yun flashed and landed on the ladder's back. The glacier python looked at him excitedly. Big brother, sit down. We are going to be on the road now. Swish. The next moment, the body of the glacier python began to wriggle and instantly turned into a snow high-speed train, speeding rapidly across the glacier. Snowflakes flew wherever it passed, leaving a long trail on the glacier. This copy is very large. In addition to Lu Yun and the previous team of 6, there are many other people hunting monsters here. At this time, another team of 6 was hunting nearby monsters. Their overall strength was not as good as the 6-man team that Lu Yun had encountered before. But their goal is not to hunt the boss, but just to kill some low-level monsters to gain experience. So these strengths are enough. At this moment, with the joint efforts of 6 people, a group of low-level monsters were crushed to death. The 6 people felt refreshed and began to prepare to look for their next target. But at this moment, the entire glacier began to shake violently. What happened? Could there be an earthquake here? One of them scratched his head in confusion. Look what that is. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed person noticed something unusual, stretched out his trembling hand, and pointed forward in horror. The others all looked over and were all stunned at the same time. They saw the snow on the glacier in front of them being quickly squeezed to the sides, and a huge monster was rushing towards them with its teeth bared. Although they were far apart, the 6 people could already feel the terrifying power of that huge guy. Level 20. Blanche. The 6 people were instantly in a panic, and the leader even turned around several times anxiously. Zhao. This is the level 20 silver boss, the glacier python. This guy is not in his own territory, but has come here. Is he coming specifically for us? The leader was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he couldn't speak clearly. After hearing this person's words, the other 5 people felt unwell. Have they violated the laws of heaven? You don't have to do this to them. They just want to hunt some low-level monsters to level up. What's wrong with that? There are special props in the assessment copy. If you encounter danger, you can crush the props and teleport away safely. But this is a normal copy. There are no similar props here. If you really encounter danger, you are basically doomed. Seeing the glacier python getting closer and closer, the 6 people panicked like ants on a hot pan. They are all only around level 13 in strength, and facing a level 20 glacier python is like an ant trying to shake a tree. Phew! Under such great panic, the guy who was leading the group suddenly felt weak in the knees and fell to the ground in fear. Seeing this, the others followed suit and knelt on the ground. Please spare us, sir. We didn't come here on purpose. We know we were wrong. We will leave now. Please have mercy on us and don't bother with us ants. The leader kowtowed and begged frantically for mercy, hoping that this would persuade the other party to show mercy. Although monsters are cruel and bloodthirsty, some of them are still somewhat intelligent, so doing this might have some effect. But what made everyone despair was that even though they had begun to beg for mercy, the giant glacier python still showed no intention of stopping. As the two sides got closer, everyone could clearly feel the ground shaking. Just when the 6 people thought they were about to be crushed into pieces by the other side, the giant glacier python suddenly stopped less than 3 meters away from them. The 6 people looked up at the glacier python, and their hearts almost stopped beating. At this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the body of the glacier python. It's Lu Yun. God Lu. When they saw Lu Yun, these guys were stunned again, thinking they were dazzled. How could Lucian appear here? How did he end up on this boss body? Aren't you classmate Zhou Yun who married the pig-headed man? Lu Yun looked at Zhou Yun, the leader, with some surprise. This guy had married a pig-headed man in the marriage room. The pig-headed man had abnormally developed biceps and abundant testosterone. Not only did he have a thick beard, he was simply the embodiment of a devilish muscle man. Therefore, Lu Yun still had some impression of Zhou Yun. However, just when the 6 people were confused, Lu Yun stretched out his hand and smiled brightly. We are all classmates. There's no need to be so polite. Even though I am an honorary tutor, you don't have to kowtow to me like this. Now we live in a society ruled by law, and everyone is equal. My dears, please stand up. My dear ministers, please stand up. 6 people. Lu Yun ignored the strange looks from the 6 people. After he finished speaking, he patted the glacier python's head and said, "Let's continue on our journey." "Okay, big brother." The glacier python responded hoarsely, and then quickly carried Lu Yun away. It was not until the figures of the man and the snake gradually disappeared into the distance that the team of 6 finally reacted. This giant glacier python actually calls Lu Shun big brother. Oh shit, this terrifying boss actually became Lu Yun's younger brother? The 6 of them were completely confused. On the other side, not long after parting with the 6-man team, Lu Yun met another 6-man team. This squad is even more outrageous. When they saw the glacier python rushing towards them, they actually ran away as fast as they could. No one knew what profession one of them had awakened. It actually doesn't need any flying props, as it can grow a pair of huge wings on its back. When it saw the glacier python, the wings on its back waved wildly as if it had engines installed. Then he broke his bones and fell from a height of 30 meters. Although he was a transmigrated person with strong physique, he did not die from the fall. But he was also seriously injured from the fall. Later, after meeting Lu Yun, the group's emotions gradually stabilized. The guy who was seriously injured after falling from a height of 30 meters buried his head in the snow with his hands and used his toes to dig out a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house from his cotton shoes before he gave up. After these little episodes, the glacier python finally brought Lu Yun to the territory of the iron-armed ape lord. This is a huge bunker. Although it is built of ice, it still has excellent defensive capabilities. Outside the bunker, there were 2 white-haired monkeys holding spears, just like gatekeepers. It's just that the spears in their hands are also carved from ice. Glacier python, you suffered a loss at the hands of our boss last time, yet you still dare to come here and act wildly. You are so brave. Seeing the giant glacier python suddenly appear, the 2 iron-armed apes immediately raised their eyebrows and roared angrily. Brother, this is the territory of Lord Iron-Armed Ape. The glacier python ignored the 2 guys and spoke respectfully to Lu Yun on its back. Lu Yun nodded, glanced around, and then looked at the 2 iron-armed monkeys, then smiled. Tell your eldest brother that someone wants him to drink and write poetry, and ask him to come out to greet them. Chapter 99, Lu Yun's Anger. You are worthy of meeting our boss. The 2 iron-armed apes immediately looked unhappy and were about to mock Lu Yun verbally, but Lu Yun's originally bright smile suddenly changed. There was a muffled sound, and even the glacier python didn't have time to react before it saw that the head of one of the iron-armed apes had been smashed flat by Lu Yun. Holding the dragon fortress in his hand, Lu Yun smashed the iron-armed ape's head from top to bottom into a pulp. The hot blood spurted far away, and the iron-armed ape next to him wiped his face with his hand and then looked down. My hands are already covered in bright red blood. At that time, the whole monkey was stunned and began to tremble wildly all over. I'll go inform our boss right away. This guy just realized that Lu Yun was not someone to be trifled with, and was about to report the situation here. Too late. Lu Yun smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, the iron-armed ape ran towards the bunker, but before he had taken a few steps, a huge shield flew towards him. Whoosh! The shield was like an axe, piercing straight through the guy's chest. The glacier python witnessed the whole process. He looked at Lu Yun with admiration. This man acted swiftly and decisively. So cool. The glacier python has only dreamed of this kind of scene since it was bullied by the iron-armed ape lord last time. In reality, he would never be able to be like Lu Yun because he was no match for the iron-armed ape lord. And now seeing Lu Yun being so domineering, it was as if he had killed those two iron-armed apes, and the excitement reached a climax. He twisted and rolled on the ground like a giant maggot, shouting, "Big Brother is mighty! Big Brother is awesome! Big Brother is the eternal God!" This call of Big Brother came from the heart. The glacier python was really in awe of Lu Yun. He wished he could grow two hands right away and cheer for Lu Yun. Although the person in front of him is a human, his attitude towards enemies is no worse than those monsters. Monsters do retain a stronger sense of aggression, and because of this, their criteria for judging the strong are different from humans. They believe that the strong are respected, and now Lu Yun has demonstrated his strength. After dealing with the two iron-armed apes, Lu Yun clapped his hands calmly, as if he had just crushed two ants. Just when Lu Yun was about to break into the bunker with the glacier python, a roar suddenly sounded from the bunker. "How dare you run wild in my territory?" Boom! The roar was deafening, and soon a huge ape with a body of 5 meters tall rushed out of the bunker. This monkey has a strong body, like a walking Tarzan, and it does not have hair like the iron-armed ape, but white armor. Behind this man, there were more than 10 iron-armed apes. Obviously, they were all his followers. "Boss, this is the iron-armed ape lord." The glacier python warned cautiously. Although he felt great when he saw Lu Yun kill 2 iron-armed apes, he also knew that this guy was not someone to be trifled with. In fact, Lu Yun didn't need the glacier python to remind him. He could guess with his, but that this person should be the iron-armed ape lord. System: analyzing the boss. To be on the safe side, Lu Yun directly used the power of the system to analyze the opponent's data. Parsing completed. Iron-armed ape lord boss. Level: 21 tier. Silver. Rarity: 2 stars. Attack power: 400. HP: 4000. Skill 1. Iron arm strengthening. Increases defense by 25%, and the next attack will be a critical hit. Skill 2. Ape sound wave. The iron-armed ape lord roars, causing a sound wave attack, temporarily affecting the enemy's mobility and greatly increasing its movement speed. Weakness: the iron-armed ape lord had a battle with the glacier python, and his condition has not yet fully recovered. Evaluation: the iron-armed ape lord has intelligence comparable to that of humans, and is also one of the few monsters in the current instance that can build structures. After reading the system introduction, Lu Yun was no longer panicked. It's only level 21, one level higher than the glacier python. No wonder it can't beat the other. But Lu Yun is different. Although Lu Yun is also level 21, he does not have an advantage in terms of level. But Lu Yun's profession is fire element. The fire element naturally restrains the ice element. Where are the snow wolf lord's cubs? Lu Yun looked at the iron-armed ape lord and asked calmly, "Foolish human, is this why you came to my territory to cause trouble?" The iron-armed ape lord smiled calmly, showing his fangs, and said, "The little wolf cub has been eaten by me. Do you have any problem? Have eaten?" Hearing this, Lu Yun felt sick. If the young snow wolf was really eaten, Lu Yun would not be able to complete the task on the task card. Not completing the task and not getting the reward is only secondary. Lu Yun was mainly worried about whether there would be any punishment if he failed to complete the task. System: if I failed to complete the task on the task card, will there be any punishment? Lu Yun asked nervously. System: this guy chose to remain silent. Lu Yun was so angry that his face turned black immediately. He wanted to pull this guy out and give him a slap in the face. Your system deserves to be so awesome, right? If you have the guts, transform yourself. I'll beat you up or not. That's it. System. Lu Yun suppressed his dissatisfaction and shouted again tentatively. But the system still didn't answer, as if it had suddenly become mute. Swish. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly became angry for no apparent reason. He felt his left hand was as hot as fire, and his right hand was as cold as a glacier. It felt like an engine was running wildly in my chest, and my heart felt like it was about to jump out of my throat. No, it's the power of fire in my body. It seemed as if an unknown fire suddenly began to burn in his chest, blocking Lu Yun's chest and making him unable to breathe. Heat. Anger. This inexplicable feeling made Lu Yun very uncomfortable. He felt his rationality gradually slipping away and his body gradually becoming out of control. Just at this moment, seeing that Lu Yun didn't say anything, the iron-armed ape lord began to provoke him again. That little wolf cub tastes really good. TSK, TSK. Bang! Before he could finish his words, he felt something flash before his eyes. Then he was knocked backwards by a huge force. Bang! Soon there was a series of explosions. Under the huge impact force, the body of the iron-armed ape lord was like a human cannonball. The entire bunker was blown to pieces. When the iron-armed ape lord saw this scene, he was stunned. This is the shelter I built with great difficulty. It was ruined by you just like that? The glacier python was shuddering as it watched from the side. Lu Yun had completely irritated at this time. As expected, swish. Human, I want you to pay the price. The iron-armed ape lord was indeed extremely angry. His blood and energy surged instantly, and his defense increased exponentially. He used the skill Iron Arm Enhancement. At this moment, he was already in a state of rage, and now he just wanted to cut Lu Yun into pieces to vent his hatred. But what he never dreamed of was that Lu Yun was now even angrier than he was. Chapter 100. Why did your boss die? Boom! Lu Yun spread his legs, and suddenly a flame rose from his body. As the flame burned, the temperature around him began to rise rapidly. The surrounding glaciers also began to melt rapidly under the scorching flames. A flame burned in Lu Yun's deep eyes. He slowly raised his head and looked at the iron-armed ape lord in front of him and stretched out his right hand. Blood is boiling open. Boom! Lu Yun's blood boiled instantly. A red smoke rose from his body, and endless flames danced wildly on his body. Against the backdrop of flames, Lu Yun looked like a fire god, invincible. Feeling the breath of fire, the glacier python immediately retracted its head. He had personally experienced this move before. There's still a shadow. The iron-armed ape lord also frowned, feeling a huge threat. This kid actually has a fire elemental profession. Fire overcomes ice. The situation is not good. But Lord Iron-Armed Ape did not intend to retreat because the strength of both sides was the same. Even if the other party restrained him, this was his territory. With all his cards revealed, he still thinks he can compete with Lu Yun. But what he didn't know was that this was far from over. Lu Yun, whose whole body was boiling with flames, raised his palm again. Under the cover of the flames, his roar became extremely majestic and heavy. The fire dragon's intimacy was triggered. Boom! Suddenly, a giant dragon shadow appeared behind Lu Yun, and the shadow roared to the sky, releasing the power of the dragon god. Immediately, red flames danced wildly in the air, and a terrifying dragon totem condensed behind Lu Yun. When the totem emerged, countless runes also intertwined on Lu Yun. Fire damage increased by 70%. Immunity to fire damage increased by 70%. A series of words flashed over Lu Yun's head. The iron-armed ape lord was so frightened when he saw this scene. If Lu Yun only used the boiling blood technique, he would still have a chance to defeat Lu Yun. But when the fire dragon showed its intimacy, he was dumbfounded. Fire damage increased, fire damage reduced. This is simply outrageous and opens the door to outrageousness. It's outrageous. It increases damage and reduces damage. What do you want me to do? This guy is cheating in public. The iron-armed ape lord suddenly had the urge to call the police. Now he is basically 100% sure that if the two sides really go to war, he will definitely not be Lu Yun's opponent. Etc. Just when Lu Yun was about to go berserk, the iron-armed ape lord waved his hand and asked for peace. But now Lu Yun couldn't hear anything anymore. Whoosh! With the support of many skills, Lu Yun turned into a stream of light and rushed out in an instant. Just press the iron-armed ape lord to the ground and rub him madly. Boom! Critical hit minus 888. With one punch, the iron-armed ape lord's head twisted on the spot. Bang! Critical hit 666. Another punch broke 3 of the iron-armed ape lord's front teeth. Bang! Critical hit 999. After another punch, the iron-armed ape lord was already somewhat unconscious. His health was almost gone, and several of his ribs were shattered by this tremendous force. Stop! That wolf cub is not dead. The iron-armed ape lord roared at the top of his lungs. But how could Lu Yun, who was already bloodthirsty, listen to him? He threw out punch after punch. The iron-armed ape lord's health dropped rapidly, and he felt extremely desperate. He used up his last bit of strength to yell, "Stop! That wolf cub is still alive, still alive!" But Lu Yun still didn't listen. Instead, he found his voice annoying. He immediately reached into the other's mouth and pulled out the monkey tongue, then squeezed it hard. Bang! The iron-armed ape lord's tongue was crushed into pulp by Lu Yun on the spot. The immense pain made the iron-armed ape lord unable to bear it any longer, and he immediately closed his eyes forever. A dignified silver-level boss, with intelligence comparable to that of humans, came to the end of his life in this way. Gurgle. Seeing this cruel scene, even the glacier python couldn't help but take a few steps back, feeling extremely grateful. Fortunately, I surrendered in time and did not confront this big guy. Otherwise, my fate would be similar to that of the iron-armed ape lord. This person is really cruel. If you don't know him, you would definitely think he is a monster, because when Lu Yun gets angry, he is even scarier than a monster. When the iron-armed ape lord was killed, Lu Yun still did not stop. He whipped the guy's corpse, and the anger in his heart gradually disappeared. Only then did he gradually regain his sanity. Why did this guy die? When he came to his senses, the fire in Lu Yun's eyes faded away, and he was stunned when he saw the bloody iron-armed ape lord. The giant glacier python next to him became even more frightened after seeing this. This big guy was really bloodthirsty. The iron-armed ape lord was smashed to death by you with your fist, and now you ask me how he died? Do you have to be so scary? How did your boss die? Lu Yun suddenly looked up and asked the dozen or so iron-armed monkeys in front of him. The dozen or so iron-armed apes were already frightened out of their wits, and when they saw Lu Yun looking at them, some of the timid ones rolled their eyes and died. I was scared to death. The rest screamed and ran away using their hands and feet. Lu Yun's mouth twitched, and then he looked at the glacier python. Am I so scary? Glacier python. He didn't want to answer. He wanted to remain silent, because he was really afraid that Lu Yun would rush up and tear him to pieces if he got unhappy. He was now a little worried whether there would be any punishment for not completing the task on the task card. But at this moment, a wolf howl suddenly came from the ruins of the bunker in front, and then a pile of broken ice in front shook gently, and a snow-white little wolf came out happily. This is a snow wolf cub? Lu Yun was delighted and hurried forward to hold the little wolf in his arms. The little wolf seemed to be very psychic and knew that Lu Yun was here to save him. Therefore, he did not resist, but rubbed Lu Yun's palm affectionately with his furry little head. Rubbing the little wolf's head, Lu Yun felt that all this was a little unreal. Just in case, he used the system to analyze it. It was finally confirmed that this little wolf was indeed the young Snow Wolf. Congratulations to the host for completing the Snow Wolf Lord's last wish and obtaining the Mount Snow Wolf Young Lord. The system's voice sounded. Then Lu Yun felt that he and the little wolf seemed to have a telepathic connection and had established an invisible connection. Since you have acknowledged me as your master, I should also give you a name. Lu Yun stroked the little wolf's soft head and whispered softly. As if understanding what Lu Yun said, the little wolf stuck out his tongue with anticipation on his face. Lu Yun hesitated for a moment, then said, "From now on, I will call you Little Wolf." Chapter 101, 10,000 Yuan Household. Little Wolf. The glacier python was also stunned. His elder brother's naming skill was really perfect. It's the same whether this name is given or not. After taming the little wolf, Lu Yun took her into the marriage space. This little guy is still too weak, only level 3 and very small in size. It is impossible to ride on him to travel for the time being. Only after this little guy reaches a higher level can we consider using him as a mount. In fact, whether as a mount or a battle pet, they mean the same thing. Normally, If you want to subdue a battle pet or a mount, you need special props to assist. But Lu Yun's situation is different. After completing the task on the task card, the little wolf's loyalty to Lu Yun was directly maximized. So there is no need for special props, and a direct connection is established between the two. It is said that some monsters can become quite domineering when they reach a certain level. Some monsters with strong bloodlines can even transform into human form. I wonder how domineering the little wolf will become after his level increases. Lu Yun said softly, with some anticipation in his heart. After all, although Long Kuer is domineering, she cannot be ridden outside. The little wolf is Lu Yun's real mount. Lu Yun would also feel proud if he looked more domineering. After completing the task, Lu Yun prepared to leave. He needed too much experience points to level up, and even if he wanted to level up, it would not be enough to kill all the monsters in the dungeon. Therefore, Lu Yun is currently planning to conserve his energy for the time being and will start to exert his strength once he arrives at the Magic and Martial Arts University. Master, I can't bear to leave you, otherwise I will be your mount, and take me away from here, said the glacier python with some melancholy. Although he had only known Lu Yun for a short time, he was already completely impressed by Lu Yun. Now that he saw Lu Yun was leaving, he was naturally reluctant to let him go. As a monster, he can almost predict the end of his life. In the end, he couldn't escape the fate of being killed by the job changer. When he is killed, the monster cube will refresh with a new glacier python. But the newly spawned glacier python was another new life, not himself. But if he could follow Lu Yun and become his mount, the result would be very different. You're too ugly. Forget about being a mount. Lu Yun directly rejected the other party. If there was someone here, they would definitely give Lu Yun the middle finger. In a dungeon, it is very rare for a monster to voluntarily submit to a job changer. If the glacier python took the initiative to submit to other job changers, these job changers would definitely jump up with excitement and then go out to show off. But Lu Yun directly rejected the glacier python's proposal. The glacier python was immediately hurt when it heard Lu Yun's words. It quietly went to the corner and started drawing circles with its tail. Am I really that ugly? He always thought he looked quite domineering. Come with me for a walk around the area first, Lu Yun said with a sigh. Upon hearing this, the glacier python suddenly became excited and then began to gallop through the copy with Lu Yun on its back. On the way, Lu Yun felt very complicated as he looked at the scenery around him that was madly receding. It's not that he dislikes this guy, because he is ugly. The main thing is that he already has Long Kuer and Ji Linger, and now he has a young Snow Wolf Master. If another glacier python comes, we really won't be able to afford to support it. This thing is so big, and it looks like it can eat a lot. Lu Yun is worried that he will go bankrupt if he eats it. The man and the snake began to shuttle back and forth in the dungeon, and soon Lu Yun encountered a team fighting with monsters. But this team was unlucky and encountered polar bees. These monsters were only the size of a fist and were only around level 8. But they appear in groups, often hundreds or thousands of them. Moreover, the tail stingers of these guys are highly toxic. Once the poison invades the body, it will cause paralysis. As the poison takes effect, the poisoned person will eventually die painlessly. Therefore, this polar bee is the nightmare of many job changers. The reason why this team has been able to hold out until now is mainly because there is a wizard in the team who released a barrier to temporarily block the attacks of these polar bees. But as the polar bees attacked, the mage's face became paler and paler, and it was obvious that he could not hold on for much longer. I can't hold on any longer, the wizard suddenly said through gritted teeth. The others were filled with despair upon hearing this. 2 girls in the team were so scared that they burst into tears. Woo, 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 are we going to die here? I don't want to die. I've never had a date in my life. I want to go out and experience the sweetness of love. As the 2 girls began to cry, the rest of the people felt surrounded by despair and could hardly breathe. Do you need help? However, at this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded. God Lu. When the team turned around, they saw Lu Yun standing on the giant glacier python and were immediately stunned. For 1,000 gold coins, I can help you solve your current problem. How about that? Lu Yun said with a smile, stretching out a finger. Good. Everyone looked at each other and nodded frantically. If 1,000 gold coins can help them escape the current crisis, it would be great value for money. Seeing that everyone agreed, Lu Yun did not hesitate and immediately stretched out his index finger and began to draw circles in the air. Buzz! Then a flame gushed out from Lu Yun's fingertips, and the flame turned into ripples that instantly surrounded the polar bees. Critical hit minus 999. Critical hit minus 999. Critical hit minus 999. As a series of numbers popped up, these hundreds of polar bees were killed instantly by Lu Yun. These guys are not high level, their health and defense are already very low, and Lu Yun is a fire element that restrains them. So it's really just a matter of moving your fingers. The crisis was resolved, and the wizard released the barrier and sat weakly on the ground. He had persisted for too long and had already reached his physical limit. Thanks, Master Lu. After the team members reacted, they came to Lu Yun to thank him and collected 1,000 gold coins to give to Lu Yun. Lu Yun put the gold coins into the marriage space, then smiled brightly and said, "Nice to meet you." After finishing the job, Lu Yun rode away on the glacier python. Only the 6-member team was left with shocked faces. Next, Lu Yun wandered around the dungeon again and encountered many teams in danger, but Lu Yun only charged 1,000 gold coins each time. In the end, it successfully helped these teams escape danger. After a busy day, Lu Yun successfully earned more than 10,000 gold coins, which meant he became rich overnight. Became a millionaire. After earning enough gold coins, it's time to come to an end for today's dungeon trip. Parting is always sad. Lu Yun sat on the back of the glacier python and looked into the distance and suddenly said, "If you want to avoid being killed by a job changer, I have a way." Chapter 102, Do You Need Special Services? The glacier python immediately became interested and asked excitedly, "Boss, what do I need to do?" He was willing to follow Lu Yun because he didn't want to be killed as a monster. Compared to most monsters in the copy that only know how to kill, he has his own thoughts and intelligence, and he does not want to end up like this. After being refused by Lu Yun, he no longer had any illusions. But Lu Yun's words immediately rekindled his hope. A few minutes later, at the copy exit, many job changers returned here and prepared to leave the dungeon through the portal. However, at this moment the ground suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Is there a monster rushing towards us? There's so many of us here. The other party can't be so stupid, right? Many job changers became nervous. However, at this moment, as the vibration became more frequent, a huge figure in front appeared in everyone's sight. Fuck! The glacier python. Upon seeing the giant glacier python, many people became nervous and summoned their spouses to prepare for attack. It's Lu Shun, but more people completely relaxed. After Lu Yun fulfilled the Snow Wolf Lord's last wish, he took the glacier python for a stroll in the dungeon. Many people had already seen the glacier python, so not afraid. Sure enough, when the glacier python approached, Lu Yun also appeared on the head of the glacier python. "Everyone, I'm here to announce something to you. If you encounter danger in the dungeon in the future, you can ask this guy for help." Lu Yun jumped off the glacier python and pointed at it, saying, "He will help you to the best of his ability, but from now on, you are not allowed to treat him as a monster, understand?" Lu Yun's words contained so much information that everyone was stunned for a moment. But when they realized what was happening, everyone nodded in agreement. The glacier python is also a level 20 creature. To be honest, many people don't have the ability to attack it even if they want to. On the contrary, if they can ask for help from others when they encounter danger in this copy, it will indeed greatly facilitate them. They had no reason to refuse. The glacier python was also extremely delighted at this time. He finally knew what method Lu Yun was talking about. "Brother, I really don't know how to thank you." The glacier python's eyes were filled with tears, and it was so moved that it was about to cry. "Are you a male or a female? Stop being so shy." Lu Yun rolled his eyes in disdain, and then said, "Just work hard here from now on, and I will make sure you are comfortable." After saying that, Lu Yun turned around and walked into the portal without looking back. To be honest, Lu Yun is not a compassionate person. The main thing is that he can get along well with this guy, and this guy also helped to find the iron-armed ape lord, especially since this thing is not like other monsters that only know how to kill. So if I can help Lu Yun, I will naturally do so. After leaving the portal, Lu Yun went directly to the restaurant outside the school and ordered a table full of delicious food. Then he called out Long Kuer and Zhilinger. After the two girls came out of the marriage space, they saw a table full of delicious food. They stopped playing games and started to eat. Needless to say, Long Kuer's eating manners are naturally very fierce. But what Lu Yun didn't expect was that Zhilinger looked so cute and ate very vigorously. But a good appearance is an advantage. If you look good, you can still be cute even if you eat in a fierce manner. While eating, Luyan did not forget the little wolf and brought the little wolf out of the marriage space. Then he picked up a piece of steak with chopsticks and threw it over. However, the little wolf just sniffed the steak and took a few bites and stopped eating. Instead, he looked curiously at the white wine in Luyan's glass. "You want a drink?" Luyan asked as he drank the white wine. "Ouch!" The little wolf howled and her tail wagged like a propeller, which was enough to show her excitement. Seeing this, Luyan immediately handed over the wine glass. It's rare to find a mount that likes to drink. The little wolf sniffed the wine glass with his nose, then stuck out his little tongue and began to lick it. But after only a few licks, the little wolf began to sway from side to side. Then he fell to the ground with a thud. "Are you drunk already?" Luyan felt amused. It seemed that this little guy couldn't drink much. After putting the little wolf into the marriage space, the two wives had almost finished eating. After Luyan paid the bill, he took the two women out of the restaurant. "Where did you get these gold coins? Did you rob a bank?" After having a good meal and a good drink, Long Kier suddenly asked with her hands behind her head. This was not her first time in this world, and she had her own understanding of some things. "What is a bank, Sister Kerr?" "Silinga Usket Kul Usli." "It's a place like the Chamber of Commerce," Long Kuter said after thinking for a while. "Ah." Ji Linger opened her mouth slightly and asked in surprise, "Master, are you really going to rob a bank?" Luyan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Is your master that kind of person? I just found an opportunity to make some extra money in the dungeon." After saying this, Luyan added, "We are not short of gold coins for the time being. To celebrate, I will take you to buy some clothes later." When she heard that she could buy clothes, Long Kier's eyes lit up with excitement. The last time she was playing with her phone, she saw a lot of nice clothes. They seem to be called cosplay clothes. She has wanted to buy a few sets to try out for a long time, because it is said that boys like this. Although Ji Linger didn't know much, all girls liked beautiful clothes, and she was no exception. So I'm very happy too. Soon the three of them arrived at a large shopping mall. Long Kier went straight to the point and went to a special cosplay store to buy several sets of clothes. One set is a Mishiranui. One set belongs to Miss 2B. One set is Rems. Although these 3 sets of clothes cost Luyan nearly 500 gold coins in total, Luyan felt that it was worth it. I wonder what Long Kier would look like wearing these 3 sets of clothes? Luyan couldn't stand it, even after just a little imagination. At that time, I took out my mobile phone and quietly bought a box of Luwei Dabu pills online to replenish my body. As for Ji Linger, she didn't have so many fancy ideas, and the clothes she bought were relatively normal. After leaving the mall, the few people did not return to the villa immediately, but wandered in the nearby alleys. Luyan was very happy to have earned 10,000 gold coins in the dungeon today. It was a rare opportunity for him to splurge, so he prepared to celebrate it properly. There are a lot of people in the alley, and there are all kinds of shops selling delicious food around it. Not long after they walked, Long Kuer and Ji Linger had a string of candied haws in their hands. With his beauty by his side, strolling around in the midst of the commotion, the feeling couldn't be more comfortable. Luyan suddenly felt that the years were peaceful and quiet. It would be nice if I could live such an ordinary life forever. However, at this moment, a sneaky man suddenly came up to Luyan and whispered, "Friend, do you need any special services?" Chapter 103. I give up, okay? Special services? Luyan reacted and pointed at the 2 women beside him with a depressed look. Do you think I need special services? In fact, that person had noticed the 2 women a long time ago. It is no exaggeration to say that the 2 women are no worse than the so-called top stars in terms of appearance and temperament. These 2 are indeed good, the best in the world, but as the saying goes, domestic flowers are not as fragrant as wildflowers, my friend. Luyan's mouth twitched suddenly, and he said lightly, "Get lost." Okay. As if he felt that Luyan was not someone who could be trifled with, he immediately nodded, bowed, turned around, and ran away. Luyan rubbed his head and felt a headache. The originally good atmosphere was now completely destroyed. Ji Linger tugged at Luyan's sleeve, her bright eyes shining unusually bright and lively under the moonlight. "Master, what does that person mean by special service?" Luyan coughed lightly, not knowing how to answer. Long Kuer pulled Ji Linger aside and muttered to herself for a while. Luyan didn't know what Long Kuer said to Ji Linger, but Ji Linger's delicate little face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The levels of marriage partners from low to high are common, rare, excellent, epic, legendary, and mythical. Although the level cannot represent everything, There's actually a level before ordinary. That's not up to standard. For job changers who sign a marriage contract with this kind of partner, it basically means that it is difficult for them to achieve great things, and even reaching level 10 is quite difficult for them. Under such circumstances, some job changers who want to marry a more beautiful partner are forced to do so due to pressure from life or resources. They often choose to marry someone who works in some special industry. This is all normal. Luyan guessed that the special service that Guy just mentioned should be the service provided by the marriage partner personally. However, after having Long Kur and Jilinga, Luyan was not very interested in such things. After all, who would leave two beautiful wives to go out and have fun? The few of them continued to wander outside for a while. Then went back to the villa and went to sleep. After washing up, Jilinger went back to her room early to rest. As for Luyan, he naturally slept in the same room with Long Kur. After coming out of the bathroom, Luyan covered himself with a quilt and lay on the bed pretending to be asleep. At the same time, he silently chanted in his heart, Namo Amitba, evil go away, evil go away. However, what is coming will eventually come. With a creaking sound, the door was gently pushed open. Honey. Then Luyan heard a charming voice. When Luyan opened his eyes, he saw Long Kur, wearing my Shirinui's cosplay costume, had climbed onto the bed at some point. Her left hand was placed in front of her pink lips, while her right hand was supported on the bed, staring at herself with a smile. Luyan's heart suddenly tightened, knowing that he had no way to escape tonight, so he decided not to try to run away. The ancient said, since you can't escape, just enjoy it. Thinking of this, Luyan directly lifted the quilt, lay on the bed with his legs spread out, and slowly closed his eyes. Come on, start your performance. Don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower. A sleepless night. The next morning, as expected, Luyan got up with dark circles under his eyes. But to Luyan's surprise, he smelled a fragrance as soon as he got up. After getting dressed and walking into the living room, Luyan saw a bowl of plain noodles on the table. You must be hungry. Eat something quickly. Long Kur came out of the kitchen, washing her apron, and smiled sweetly at Luyan. Luyan rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was dreaming. This girl always ignored her responsibilities after doing something. You're actually going to make breakfast for yourself this time? Luyan suddenly came to the window, opened it, and looked outside. Long Kur asked puzzledly, What's wrong with you? Luyan, let me see if the sun rises from the west. Long Kur immediately rolled her eyes in annoyance and said, Hurry up and eat breakfast. Don't be late again. Luyan nodded, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and took a bite. It tasted really good. I didn't expect this little female dragon to be such a good cook. I used to stay at home a lot playing games, but I can actually cook and do other things. Long Kur clasped her hands in front of her, and the two puddings were squeezed and deformed. Is it delicious? Long Kur asked. Delicious. Luyan nodded. Long Kur immediately smiled and said, If it tastes good, eat more. After dinner, Luyan put Long Kur and Ji Linger into the marriage space, and then went out to school. But when Luyan came outside the school, he discovered something strange about the school. It was almost time for class, but many students were gathered at the school gate, whispering to each other. Luyan guessed that one of his classmates was confessing his love, or his spouse was upset after finding out that his job changer was cheating, or someone had recently gotten a baby. Luyan was not interested in this kind of excitement, and walked into the school as if no one was around. However, at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Luyan, do you dare to challenge me one-on-one? Swish. After these words were spoken, the crowd in front made way for him, and Linning walked out slowly with a sneer on his face. When he saw Linning, Luyan was stunned and couldn't come back to his senses. The matter of the young Burjian is over, and he thought that this guy has left Jinsha City. I didn't expect it's still here. Luyan never expected that the other party would take the initiative to challenge him. There's no need to think about it. It must be because of Jiang Shir. After hearing Lin Ying's words, many students who were watching the fun also looked at Luyan, expecting Luyan's reaction. Lin Ying is a level 60 warrior. Being challenged by such an opponent, any normal person would be extremely panicked, right? But to everyone's surprise, Luyan remained quite calm after hearing this, and even revealed a sarcastic smile. What's with that expression on your face? Do you look down on me? Lin Ying asked with a frown. I'm just laughing at you for being so shameless. You're level 60, and I'm only level 21. I really don't know how you got the nerve to challenge me. Luyan spread his hands, and his words resonated with everyone. Luyan's level is too different from Lin Ying's, and the combat power of both sides is seriously unequal. In this situation, it seems too ungentlemanly for Lin Ying to challenge Lu Yun. As for the conflict between Lin Ying and Lu Yun, everyone present basically knew the reason behind it, and those who didn't know also learned about it from the recent word-of-mouth rumors. For a moment, everyone's impression of Lin Ying changed a little. In order to snatch someone else's girlfriend, he publicly challenged an opponent who was much lower in level than himself. No matter how talented or high-ranking such a person is, it is shameful to have such a narrow mind. To put it nicely, it's a challenge. To put it bluntly, Lin Ying's behavior is bullying. Hearing everyone's discussions, Lin Ying's expression gradually became ugly, and she looked at Lu Yun with gritted teeth. I can suppress my strength to the same level as you. But Lu Yun ignored this guy and waved his hand, pretending to be indifferent, saying, I know you challenged me to humiliate me. I don't think I am your opponent. You're more powerful than me. I will just admit defeat, okay? Chapter 104, Quicksword Guild. Lu Yun's nonchalant look made Lin Ying scratch her head and cheek, and she was so angry that she almost vomited blood. There aren't many level 60 job changers in the entire Xia country. It's the highest honor to be able to challenge me. He never thought that Lu Yun would refuse him so straightforwardly after he took the initiative to challenge him. The original plan was good, to defeat Lu Yun to prove himself and let Jiang Shishir feel the gap between them. As a result of Lu Yun's actions, he himself became a clown. This huge gap was unbearable for Lin Ying. When he was in Kyoto, he was a celebrity wherever he went, and he was also a hero in the Tianluo Forbidden Land. It can be said that wherever he went, there was always a group of people flattering him. But everything has changed since I came to Jinsha City. First, the limelight of Yin Young Bird was snatched away by Lu Yun, and then the woman he had set his eyes on, Jiang Shishir, was abducted by Lu Yun. Now he is being directly ignored by Lu Yun. He is clearly a level 60 warrior. How did he end up like this? Lu Yun, you are a mythical class and a double class changer. Don't you even have the courage to fight me? Lin Ying gritted her teeth and tried to provoke Lu Yun. Although I know that my current behavior is embarrassing, it would be more embarrassing to leave like this since I am here. Lu Yun frowned, thinking that this guy was really a thorn in his side. Just when he was about to say something, a figure suddenly appeared here. That's enough. Seeing the arrival of the person, the noise at the scene became much quieter. Because the person who came was Li Zheng, the principal of No. 1 Middle School. Seeing Li Zheng, Lin Ying also restrained himself a lot. He thought that since the other party was qualified for the position of principal, his rank must be not lower than his. Friend Lin Ying, Lu Yun is a student of my No. 1 Middle School. Although he is a mythical level professional and a dual job changer, he is only level 21 now. Even if you suppress your strength, he can never be your opponent. For my sake, will you let this matter go? Li Zheng looked at Lin Ying's wrinkled face and smiled warmly. Since Principal Li has spoken, I will naturally give him this face. Lin Ying also forced a smile. Even though he was unwilling in his heart, Li Zheng had already spoken up. It would be really ungrateful of him if he didn't give the other party this face. Boy, you're lucky this time, but this matter is not over yet. If you dare to snatch a woman from me, Lin Ying, you will suffer the consequences. Lin Ying suddenly looked at Lu Yun and whispered, if you have the guts, just stay in Jinsha City. As long as you leave here, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. After saying this, Lin Ying snorted coldly and turned away. Lu Yun ignored this guy completely. A powerful warrior at level 60 actually holds a grudge against him, a student at level 21. It is not difficult to see what kind of person Lin Ying is. Last time at the Jinsha defense line, Jiang Shishir had clearly expressed that she didn't like this guy, but he still pestered her and refused to let go. Lu Yun was somewhat glad that he was a boy. If he were a girl, he would surely be so beautiful that he could captivate the whole country. If I'm unlucky enough to meet a nearly perverted suitor like Lin Ying, it would be really uncomfortable. After sending Lin Ying away, everyone knew that there was no more fun to watch, so they left one after another and went to the academy to prepare for classes. As for Lu Yun, he was originally planning to leave, but was stopped by Li Zheng. Student Lu, please come to my office with me. I have something to discuss with you. Although Lu Yun was confused, he still followed him. A few minutes later, principal's office. After learning the whole story, Li Zheng sighed and tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, saying, it is not a wise choice to offend Lin Ying. Lu Yun asked in confusion, is Lin Ying's power very strong? He is a hero in the Tianluo Forbidden Land and a genius who has studied at the Magic and Martial Arts University. Although his professional level is not as strong as yours, He has reached level 60 after all. The country still attaches great importance to such talents. Li Zheng sighed and continued. Linning knows a lot of people in Kyoto. When a job changer reaches this level, his connections are naturally not too bad. Moreover, when this guy was studying at the Magic and Martial Arts University, he also founded his own union. Own union? Well, the union he founded is called the Quick Sword Union. It is now one of the strongest unions in Magic and Martial Arts University. If you go to Magic and Martial Arts University in the future, you will definitely be targeted by this group of people. In schools like Jinsha No. 1 High School, all students are newly awakened job changers and are still in the initial growth stage. Xiagua is worried that geniuses will be buried and persecuted, so Xiagua schools are student-centered and take good care of students in all aspects. But it was different at the Magic and Martial Arts University. First of all, there were so many geniuses and evildoers there, and the forces were intertwined that the Xia Kingdom had limited influence here. Secondly, the university stage was no longer a starting stage. The job changers at this time had the ability to survive independently. The focus of the Xia Kingdom was to protect the job changers who had not yet grown up, so they were less cared for than the students in the university. Joining a trade union is one of the important ways for job changers to protect their own interests. By forming a community of interest through a trade union, they can obtain more resources and protect their own interests. Therefore, all students who enter Mo University will join the union and receive protection from it. Some people with lofty ambitions will also form their own union. If Lu Yun offends Linning now, it is equivalent to offending the Fast Sword Guild founded by Linning. With the influence of Linning and the Fast Sword Guild, perhaps few guilds dare to take in Lu Yun. After listening to Li Zheng's explanation, Lu Yun didn't care. When enemies come, we will fight them. When water comes, we will block it with earth. He offended Linning in order to obtain the fire attribute crystal core, and he did not regret his decision. Seeing Lu Yun's attitude, Li Zheng was quite helpless. Now we can only hope that, considering you are a double job changer, the Magic and Martial Arts University will take better care of you. Li Zheng sighed and continued. I called you here for another reason. The final exam will be held in a few days. Not only Jinsha City, but all high schools in Xia Country will be assessed. In the end, based on the scores, those who change jobs will go to universities of different levels. With your talent and strength, there is no need for you to participate in the assessment. If you have time during this period, you can go to the Magic and Martial Arts University in advance to familiarize yourself with the environment. Lu Yun nodded, and his impression of the old man became slightly better. Although this old man had ruined his gold coin rewards several times, he was still a good person, and at least he was very caring towards him. By the way, if you want to go to Magic and Martial Arts University, you could go find my granddaughter. That girl may be able to help you solve some problems. Li Zheng suddenly thought of something and said, Okowo. Lu Yun nodded and asked, Principal Li, is there anything else? No more. Li Zheng shook his head. Okowo. Lu Yun also nodded, then opened the door and walked out. The corner of Li Zheng's mouth twitched suddenly. I asked you to find my granddaughter for your own good. You actually said you knew it without even asking the other person's name. It seems that he has no intention of asking his granddaughter for help. This kid has a very stubborn temper, just like me when I was young. An old horse is still full of energy. Li Zheng stroked his beard, then unscrewed the thermos and took a sip of wolfberry tea. I began to sigh about life. Who hasn't been young and frivolous? In fact, sometimes he envied Lu Yun. Chapter 105. See you tonight at 9 o'clock. After leaving Lao Deng's office, Lu Yun returned to his own villa. Just as Li Zheng said, the whole school is preparing for the final exams during this period. The overall atmosphere in the school is quite tense. Even those junior high school girls rarely wrote love letters to Lu Yun, as they were all preparing for the final exams. As a recommended student, Lu Yun naturally had no need to hang around here, so that others won't see it and become envious and jealous. In fact, if job changers want to get professional training, they still have to go to universities outside. For example, the Magic and Martial Arts University has many training methods tailored for different professions. There are also many special training equipment. As for places like No. 1 Middle School, those who change jobs here can only undergo simple basic training. If you want to really learn something with real guns and bullets, you have to go to the Magic and Martial Arts University. After leaving school, Lu Yun suddenly felt a little empty in his heart, and then he suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Zhang Qingqing for a while. Lu Yun took out his cell phone and originally wanted to send a message to Zhang Qingqing, asking her to come to his house for dinner tonight. The last time we went out, It was Zhang Qingqing who treated us all. Now that I have money, I plan to return the favor. But after thinking about it, Lu Yin decided not to send a message, because he didn't know what Zhang Qingqing was doing. After all, she was his teacher, and her identity was rather awkward. He was afraid of affecting her. Anyway, this beautiful head teacher will go to Mo University to teach, so there's no need to worry about not seeing her in the future. After wandering around for a few minutes, Lu Yin arrived at the gate of number 1 middle school. I looked back at the gate of number 1 middle school. There was a statue standing in front of the gate. It was a big one. After this departure, it might not be long before he leaves for Kyoto to go to the Magic and Martial Arts University, and it is unknown when he will come back next time. Life is often like this, and often a new life begins before we have time to say goodbye. Lu Yin was somewhat reluctant to say goodbye to the place where he had lived for so long. When autumn comes on September 8th, my flower will bloom and all other flowers will die. Jinsha City is just the starting point for me, Lu Yin. I am determined to become the strongest job changer in the world. Lu Yin looked at the gate of number 1 middle school, clenched his fists, and said to himself, the reason why he wanted to become stronger was not because he had any lofty ambitions. On the contrary, Lu Yin did not have any lofty ambitions. He just felt that this world was too dangerous and only strong strength could bring a sense of security. Of course, there was another reason. If he had strong strength, he could rely on his own strength to obtain the fire element crystal core, thus solving the explosion of the fire element in his body. Just when Lu Yin was about to leave and return to the villa, he suddenly received a call from Jiang Shishir. Student Lu, thank you for what happened last time. If it weren't for you, Lining would definitely have pestered me. As soon as the call was connected, Jiang Shishir's gentle voice came. Small problem, I can't really help you with anything. Lu Yin shook his head. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and Jiang Shishir asked cautiously, Lining came to see me a while ago, and he might cause trouble for you later. I asked my brother to help keep an eye on the situation here. You should be okay now, right? Although I know that the reason why the other party cares about me may be because of my identity as a fake boyfriend. But Lu Yin still enjoyed being cared for by a beautiful woman. Phoenix. Lu Yin smiled. I'm glad you're all right. I already have an idea of the fire elemental crystal core you want. I originally wanted to use the power of my family to buy it, but the other party refused to sell it. Not selling. Lu Yin frowned and said, it seems that there is no hope of obtaining the fire element crystal core from Jiang Shishir. It seems that this fire element crystal core is really difficult to obtain. Even Jiang Shishir can't do it by using the Jiang family's connections. However, Lu Yin was not too disappointed. He knew that this matter was very tricky, and he did not place all his hopes on Jiang Shishir. But at this moment, Jiang Shishir changed the subject and said, although the other party does not want to sell it, they have also put forward their own conditions. They can give this fire element crystal core away unconditionally, but the prerequisite is that you must come to negotiate with them in person. I talked to them personally. Lu Yin didn't quite understand what the other party meant. He would definitely make a lot of money if he sold the fire element crystal core. Instead of selling it to him, the other party wanted to give it to him for free, and the only condition was that he negotiate in person. What kind of magical operation is this? Who provided the fire element crystal core? Lu Yin asked after thinking for a while. Reaching the pinnacle, Jiang Shishir said in a deep voice. Reach the pinnacle. When these 4 words were mentioned, Lu Yin couldn't help but think of GZ's very representative big headlights. Last time, GZ asked him for some of Zhi Linger's firepower, saying that she wanted to use it to forge equipment. Now that he is asking to see me in exchange for the fire element crystal core, it is probably because of this matter. The forces of the pinnacle are spread throughout the Xia kingdom. Their words are quite reliable, but it is up to you to choose whether to go or not. Jiang Shishir said softly. I'll go. Lu Yin said that the fire element in his body was already showing signs of being out of control, and he didn't have much time to waste. I am sorry. I clearly agreed that if you pretended to be my boyfriend, I would help you get the fire elemental core. I broke my promise. Jiang Shishir said with great guilt. It's okay. This matter itself is very difficult. I know you have tried your best. Please give me their contact information later. I happen to have nothing to do recently, so I can go and take a look. Lu Yin said softly. Hearing Lu Yin's nonchalant tone, Jiang Shishir felt even more guilty. She thought Lu Yin said that on purpose because he didn't want her to feel guilty. She couldn't help but feel moved, and she didn't even realize that she had secretly developed feelings for Lu Yin. In fact, Jiang Shishir was overthinking it. Lu Yun was a very optimistic person, and there was still a chance to get the fire element crystal core. Shortly after hanging up the phone, Jiang Shishir recommended a contact to Lu Yun. There were two big words written on the contact number. GZ. TSK. Unexpectedly, the contact person Jiang Shishir recommended to her was this red-haired lady. Lu Yun first saved the number and then called it. As soon as the call was connected, a very mature and charming voice came from the other end. I'm Lu Yun. Miss GZ we met last time. You should not have forgotten me, right? Lu Yun teased. So it's Mr. Lu. Since you took the initiative to call me, it seems that the girl from the Jiang family has already told you the whole story, right? GZ giggled. Even through the phone, Lu Yun could imagine the trembling headlights. I know everything. Lu Yun discarded the messy thoughts in his head and nodded. See you tonight at 9 o'clock in the VIP box 888 of Kyoto Paradise, please. GZ said with a smile. Tonight? Lu Yun was a little surprised. I will send a plane to pick you up later. It will arrive in Jinsha City in about an hour. Mr. Lu can make preparations now. Lu Yun was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this red-haired lady would be so decisive. Chapter 106, I'm really afraid of being poor. According to the agreement, Lu Yun needed to wait at Jinsha City Airport, but it would take another hour for the plane to arrive. So, during this period, Lu Yun planned to do something he had been thinking about for a long time, but had never had the time to do. That's saving money. Last time, GZ took away a wisp of Ji Linger's firepower, and in return gave Lu Yun 3,000 gold coins and a Huahai bank card. Later in the dungeon, Lu Yun earned another 10,000 gold coins. Lu Yun has not saved these gold coins yet, and has kept them in the marriage space. Every time he goes out to spend money, he needs to take them out from the marriage space and settle the bill with cash. This is still a bit troublesome, so Lu Yun plans to deposit all the gold coins in a Huahai bank this time. Huahai Bank is spread all over Xia country and is one of the few large banks. This bank is not open to everyone. To do business here, one needs to be worth over 100 million yuan, which is a height that ordinary people can hardly reach in their entire lives. In a sense, it's just this card that is the face of the deck. When Lu Yun came to Huahai Bank with his bank card, he was immediately treated as a VIP. Even though Lu Yun was wearing just ordinary cheap clothes, the other party service attitude was still very good. From this, it is not difficult to see that the fact that Huahai Bank can be spread throughout the Xia Kingdom does have something special. At least I won't be stupid enough to judge people by their appearance. When Lu Yun took out his bank card and said he wanted to deposit money, he was personally received by the manager. Anyone who can come to Huahai Bank to deposit money must have at least several million gold coins. But when Lu Yun took out more than 9,000 gold coins and said he would deposit them into the card, the smile on the manager's face froze. I brought my Huahai Bank card to deposit money in Huahai Bank, but I only deposited over 9,000 gold coins? This is as strange as a multimillionaire not going out for a five-star restaurant, but instead begging on the street. But the manager didn't say much. Instead, he looked at Lu Yun meaningfully, and then handled the business for Lu Yun personally. Huahai Bank provides a wide range of services and is very efficient, completing transactions in just a few minutes. After doing all this, Lu Yun came to the airport and waited. There's only one airport in the center of Sand City. This airport is actually two airports connected together. One is a normal airport, and the other is a private airport. Sir, if you want to go to the private airport, you have to buy a ticket, 100 gold coins each. The lady at the front desk said this very enthusiastically, winking at Lu Yun as she spoke. The main reason is that Lu Yun is too handsome, and just one look at him makes the receptionist blush and gasp. With Lu Yun's looks, he is completely qualified to be a gigolo. If he had not adhered to his moral integrity, he would not have had to work as a bricklayer to earn extra money, but would have gone directly to work as a clerk in a rich woman's bed. Okowo. Lu Yun nodded, took out his Huahai bank card, and handed it over. After seeing Huahai's bank card, the lady at the front desk became even more enthusiastic. It seems that the handsome boy in front of me is definitely an invisible rich second generation. She is dressed so ordinary, but she has a Huahai bank card. After swiping the card, Lu Yun received a reminder on his phone to spend 100 gold coins. Lu Yun felt extremely painful when seeing this. GZ didn't tell me in advance that I have to buy my own ticket to go to the private airport. I don't know whether I can be reimbursed for these 100 gold coins. Handsome boy, do you want to add me on the phone? I'm a receptionist here, but my ancestors were in the massage business. If you're not feeling well, you can give me a call, and I can come to your house to help you out. The lady at the front desk handed the bank card back to Lu Yun and said shyly while blinking her eyes. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched suddenly, and he quickly declined and left. Although this person's appearance is not bad, it is not difficult to guess that someone who can casually say such things must have killed hundreds of people. Lu Yun is not so hungry as to do so. The private airport has a special lounge that provides free snacks and tea, which slightly comforted Lu Yun's aching heart. As soon as Lu Yun arrived at the lounge, he started eating like crazy, and even called Long Kur and Ji Linger out to eat with him. Of course, Lu Yun did not forget about Little Wolf. He called him out and threw him a piece of imported marbled beef. Since the food here is free, you might as well try it. It's not that Lu Yun has no vision. It's mainly because he lived in poverty for too long and has developed a mentality of not wasting. The 3 men and 1 wolf ate in public, shocking everyone else in the lounge. Which village are these guys from? It seems like he came to the lounge specifically for the buffet. After the 2.5-hour-long meal hunting operation was over, Lu Yun sat on the sofa to rest, touching his round belly with a toothpick in the corner of his mouth. As for Long Kur and the other girl, they returned to the marriage space to continue playing games. The little wolf also went back to sleep. Lu Yun was left here alone and felt a little bored. Fortunately, the plane arrived soon. When Lu Yun boarded the plane, although he had prepared himself mentally, he was still shocked. Although the plane is not big, it has all the necessary facilities. There is everything in there, and it's also quite luxurious and gorgeous. Leather seats are no big deal. There's also a special kitchen equipped with star chefs, even an indoor swimming pool, and a special king-size bedroom. If it weren't for the airplane windows around him, Lu Yun would even have thought he was in a 5-star hotel. Lu Yun was also surprised to find that there was free food here, and some of it was top-notch stuff. There are imported caviar and 3 bottles of limited edition red wine. Exquisite appearance. The taste is top-notch. The most important thing is that it's all free. Lu Yun then called Long Kur, the other girl, and Xiao Lang out to continue eating. Foie gras in the left hand and black truffle in the right hand. Caviar as porridge, red wine as beer. In short, eat whatever is expensive. The chef was stunned. He has worked here for a long time, specializing in cooking delicious food for rich people. He claimed that he had seen the world over the years, but this was the first time he had seen someone as unruly as Lu Yun. Awesome. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, the plane had almost arrived at its destination. Lu Yun walked down from the plane, holding on to the handrail. Because I was too full, I could only climb out with the help of the wall. After getting off the plane, Lu Yun suddenly realized the gap between Jinsha City and Kyoto. Although both are cities, Kyoto, as the capital of Dacia, is naturally more prosperous than Jinsha City. The size of the airport alone is several blocks ahead of Jinsha City. Lu Yun walked to a corner casually and was just about to call GZ. A red-haired figure suddenly came from a distance, and with every step he took, that indescribable place would tremble violently. With such iconic big headlights, Lu Yun knew who the person was without even looking at the face. GZ came up to Lu Yun with a smile, still as mature and charming as when they first met. Since you've come all the way here, I should give you a welcome and dinner. How about going to have a meal first? GZ asked Lu Yun with a wink. The food Lu Yun had eaten along the way was almost popping out his throat. When he heard GZ's words, his stomach began to churn uncontrollably. Then, vomit. Himiko. Lu Yun. Chapter 107. Do you want to do something bad to me? At this time, Lu Yun also wanted to use his toes to dig out a 3-story villa. He had really eaten too much just now, and now he instinctively felt physically uncomfortable when he heard about eating. Fortunately, Lu Yun did not vomit. GZ looked at Lu Yun in surprise and doubt. She hesitated for a long time, wanting to say something but stopping herself. She felt like there was something stuck in her throat, and she didn't know what to say. Lu Yun scratched his head, coughed lightly, and laughed. Let's forget about the meal. I'm a very pragmatic person. Let's focus on business. Pretty pragmatic? Yazis mont tvichet. She agreed that Lu Yun was a money grubber, and that this guy was quite pragmatic. GZ was the first to disagree. However, Lu Yun was so straightforward that GZ did not beat around the bush and said directly, "We can give you the fire element crystal core for free, but the premise is that you need to help me do something." Good. Lu Yun nodded in agreement. You don't even ask us what we need you to do. GZ asked in surprise. Lu Yun smiled brightly. As long as it's not forcing women of good character into prostitution, I won't refuse. Forcing women of good character into prostitution? GZ took a quick look at Lu Yun and knew that this guy really had the capital to be forced into prostitution. If she were the madam of a brothel, a handsome guy like Lu Yun would definitely be her first choice. If Lu Yun is packaged a little bit and provided services specifically for various wealthy women, his business will definitely be booming. GZ calmly withdrew her gaze, smiled, and said, "Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you to do what I ask you to do." Lu Yun nodded. "That's fine." The two of them left the airport immediately. As soon as they arrived outside the airport, Lu Yun saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked on the side of the road. The extended version of the car's body is quite conspicuous under the reflection of the streetlights. There are many cars parked around it, all with 4 wheels and a steering wheel, but this car stands out from the crowd. It should be said that the price is high for a reason. "Get in the car," GZ said as she opened the back door. Lu Yun sat down directly and made room for GZ. But to Lu Yun's surprise, GZ did not get in the car, but closed the door instead. Lu Yun blinked and asked, "Miss GZ, aren't you coming up?" "I don't need that. My mission tonight is to escort you here, Mr. Lu." GZ blinked at Lu Yun and smiled. Lu Yun didn't react, and at this moment, an excited voice suddenly came from the driver's seat. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I have heard of you for a long time. I didn't expect to see you in person today." Lu Yun raised his head and looked forward, only to find that there was a girl in a windbreaker sitting in the driver's seat. The girl's lively eyes were full of heat as she stared at him, although the girl had a pretty face and was as gentle as a sister next door. But staring at him like this at this moment made Lu Yun feel like a prey being stared at. When getting in the car, Lu Yun found that there was someone in the driver's seat, but he didn't care at the time and just thought it was the driver. But now it seems that this person is obviously not a driver. How can a driver dress like this? "Who are you?" "I was so excited to see Mr. Lu that I forgot to introduce myself." The girl laughed in silence. Then she stretched out her fair hands, raised her lips to reveal her white teeth, and said, "My name is Duan Xiao Xiao, and I am a black gold-level forger of Sky Dome creation." Lu Yun stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party, symbolically. It felt soft and smooth and very comfortable. Just by looking at the touch of these hands, it was hard for Lu Yun to believe that she was the blacksmith of Sky Creations. In Lu Yun's impression, blacksmiths do physical work, and it would be a shame to have this profession if they don't have calluses on their hands. But not only did the girl have no calluses on her hands, she was also a black gold level blacksmith, which surprised Lu Yun very much. Although he did not understand the levels of Sky's creations, he had heard that black gold level blacksmiths were of a very high level. But apart from this, what Lu Yun cared more about was why the people from Sky Creation appeared here. Lu Yun tilted his head and looked at GZ outside in confusion. GZ smiled and said, "In fact, the fire element crystal core this time was provided by the Sky Creation, and they were the ones who came to you. We, the Peak Creation, are just acting as a bridge." Lu Yun nodded. "I understand." Since he had never come into contact with the creatures of the sky, it was understandable that the other party asked Dengfeng Zeji to build a bridge. Whether it is the creation of the sky or the pinnacle of creation, as long as you can obtain the fire element crystal core, there is not much difference. Tianxiang Creation is also a large organization, and it is an organization endorsed by Xia country. It is believed that it will not do anything detrimental to itself, so Lu Yun was not too nervous. "Now that the person has been brought here, I will leave. If you have time in the future and Mr. Lu feels lonely and uncomfortable, you can call me. I will be there at any time." GZ blinked at Lu Yun, then left first. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched. He was sure that this woman was definitely a contrast. "Then let's go too." Duan Xiao Xiao, who was in the driving seat, started the car. "Where are we going now?" Lu Yun asked curiously. "Go to the hotel." Duan Xiao Xiao replied. "Hotel?" Lu Yun's mind went blank in an instant. It's a dark and windy night, and we're alone, man and woman, driving to the hotel? Lu Yun's hair stood on end. Could this woman be planning something bad to him? It's not that Lu Yun is narcissistic, but things like this have happened before. At that time, Lu Yun had not yet awakened his career and was working part-time as a bricklayer at a construction site. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when he got off work after working overtime. In order to save money, Lu Yun scanned a shared bicycle to go home. Because his clothes were soaked with sweat from moving bricks at the construction site, Lu Yun stripped his upper body to keep cool. The angular muscle lines looked more three-dimensional under the moonlight and immediately captivated 3 wealthy ladies driving Panameras. The 3 followed Lu Yun all the way, constantly asking for his contact information, and even said dirty words like they could provide Lu Yun with 10,000 gold coins a month, and that they could buy Lu Yun the latest model of Apple phone. What's even more outrageous is that they said that as long as Lu Yun provided them with services in the car, they would transfer 10,000 gold coins to him immediately. Lu Yun was so frightened that he finally used an alley to shake off the 3 female hooligans. Don't worry, we are going to the hotel only to find a secluded place to study the power of fire in your body. Duan Xiao held the steering wheel and said, without smiling. After hearing this, Lu Yun finally relaxed a little. A few minutes later, the Rolls-Royce stopped outside a 5-star hotel. Get out of the car, Duan Xiao said after parking the car. Lu Yun nodded and followed Duan Xiao out of the car. Just after getting off the car, Lu Yun was stunned and petrified. This, Chapter 108 Hardware Softening Engineering. It was only after getting off the car that Lu Yun discovered that the woman was actually wearing a pair of white stockings on her lower body. Although white stockings are not as mysterious and attractive as black stockings, they have their own unique flavor. If black stockings represent charm and maturity, then white stockings represent cleanliness and purity. Jacket with white silk. I have to say that this woman knows how to dress. However, there is one thing that is quite regrettable. Although this woman's long legs are longer than Zhang Qingqing's, and her slender jade feet are wrapped in white silk with a bit of sensuality, they're almost comparable to long course. It's a pity that the scale of the headlights is still slightly inferior to long course. However, this is also because Lu Yun has seen too many beauties, so he is being picky. In fact, Duan Xiao is very good overall. What's wrong? Duan Xiao asked in confusion when she found Lu Yun froze in place after getting off the car. Then she noticed that he was staring at her white silk. A blush immediately appeared on her pretty face, but she quickly suppressed it. Does it look good? Duan Xiao asked jokingly. Nice. Lu Yun nodded instinctively in response, but the next moment his pupils shrank suddenly, and he realized that Duan Xiao was staring at him with a smile. Even with Lu Yun's thick skin, his face turned red. It was the first time they met, but he was already staring at her thighs. This was a very bad influence, and it seriously damaged his image as a gentleman. But even so, Lu Yun still did not look away. Who is Lu Yun? He is not afraid of such a small scene. Instead, he looked at Duan Xiao and said seriously, Miss Duan, why are you staring at me? It is really beautiful. White silk suits your temperament very well. Originally, she thought Lu Yun would look away or even change the subject, but she never expected that he would look directly at her and even make some comments in front of her. This action completely confused Duan Xiao. She had met many people over the years, but she had never met anyone like Lu Yun who could say so bluntly that she was pretty. However, she didn't mind Lu Yun's behavior because she could see that Lu Yun simply admired her, and he didn't try to hide it after being discovered. People with true nature are much better than hypocrites. Let's go. I'll let you see enough when we get to the hotel. Duan Xiao left a few words that made people imagine a lot, and then walked toward the hotel first. Have you seen enough at the hotel? Lu Yun's Adam's apple rolled, and he felt the blood in his body boiling. Is this woman going to act like a drunk concubine and seduce me later? Lu Yun immediately discarded these messy thoughts and shook his head. I'm not a casual person. Is this how you test your cadres? What kind of cadres cannot stand such a test? Then he followed quickly with firm steps. After the two of them arrived at the hotel and simply checked in, they only booked one room. When checking in, the receptionist gave Lu Yun a meaningful look with extreme envy in her eyes. Such a handsome guy should be good at physical work, right? A few minutes later, when they came into the room, Duan Xiao first carefully locked the door, then took off her high boots and then her white stockings. After taking off the white silk stockings, the long white legs appeared in front of Lu Yun without reservation. White and black stockings can sometimes bring unexpected effects, but bare feet also have their own unique flavor. Go take a shower first, Duan Xiao said to Lu Yun while lying on the bed. Lu Yun was stunned, feeling a little overwhelmed. Didn't you say you didn't want my body? You showed your true colors right after we arrived at the hotel. I asked you to take a shower just to make it more convenient for you to do research. You are a man, and I am a woman. You are not worried that I will take advantage of you, right? Looking at Lu Yun's incredible eyes, Duan Xiao said with a smile. That's true. After thinking about it, Lu Yun nodded seriously. If this woman isn't worried, why should a grown man like me worry? After realizing this, Lu Yun felt relieved and went to the bathroom to take a shower. As for Duan Xiao, who was lying on the bed, the corner of her mouth twitched and her face turned dark. What's that expression on your face? Are you really afraid that I'll take advantage of you? This guy is quite interesting. All the blacksmiths in Sky Creation are a bunch of fools. This guy is more interesting. Duan Xiao murmured to herself with a smile on her lips. Soon Lu Yun finished a shower and came out wrapped in a bathrobe. What should we do next? Lu Yun asked nervously. Duan Xiao answered irrelevantly. If I ask you why you need a fire element crystal core, you probably won't tell me, right? Lu Yun smiled, but said nothing. The fire element crystal core had limited use to most people and was mainly used to create equipment. Lu Yun was neither a blacksmith nor had any connections in this area, but he was in such urgent need of a fire element crystal core that it was naturally difficult not to attract other people's attention. Seeing that Lu Yun didn't say anything, Duan Xiao didn't ask any more questions. I know that everyone has their own secrets, so if you don't want to tell me, I won't keep asking. After saying this, Duan Xiao continued, we have already taken back the flame power of the young bird last time for testing. The forging of the equipment was very successful. Do you want to take a look? Already succeeded? Lu Yun remembered that only a few days had passed in total, right? Can I see it? Lu Yun hesitated. He was actually quite curious about what kind of equipment the Sky Creator had created using this wisp of firepower. Sure. Duan Xiao smiled faintly, then took out a pair of boxing gloves from the marriage space. The overall lines of the gloves were very soft. The boxing gloves are red in color as a whole, and a totem can be vaguely seen on them. A closer look revealed that it was the young weaver bird. The main power core of this set of boxing gloves is the flame power of the young flame weaver bird. Unexpectedly, this set of equipment is quite compatible with the power of the young flame weaver bird. It is a platinum-level equipment. Lu Yun was secretly shocked. The platinum-level equipment was already the same as his dragon fortress, and when the gloves were taken out, Lu Yun could feel the temperature of the entire room rising rapidly. This was indeed a good thing. But just when Lu Yun wanted to use the system to analyze and check more information, Duan Xiao put away the gloves. Now that we have seen the results, let's get down to business. Duan Xiao said seriously. What do you need me to do? I will try my best to cooperate. Lu Yun also became serious. Duan Xiao glanced at Lu Yun and said with a half-smile, take off your pants. Lu Yun's mouth twitched, and he said in disbelief, take off your pants? Duan Xiao nodded. In fact, we have been paying attention to you since you became a dragon knight. Your profession is the fire element, and your marriage partner is also a mythical creature. The power of fire in your body is also very valuable to us. My spouse's fire power should be stronger. Why didn't I choose her last time? Lu Yun asked puzzledly. The flame power of a mythical creature is naturally terrifying, but it is too terrifying for us to control for the time being. We can only start with you. Why are you taking off your pants then? Because I'm going to start the hardware softening project, we first need to test the strength of the flame power in your body. From the moment you establish contact with your marriage partner, theoretically every part of your body is filled with flame power. Duan Xiao had already squatted down while speaking. She took out a bottle of essential oil for hardware, softening engineering from somewhere, poured it into her little hands, and rubbed it. And what I have to do now is to extract the relatively gentle flame power in your body in a relatively simple way, and then send it for testing. Duan Xiao spoke seriously, but Lu Yun was full of questions as he looked at Duan Xiao's actions. Is this extraction method legitimate? Chapter 109. A man's sense of responsibility. Hardware softening project? It turns out that this woman brought me here just to do this? Is this what you call research? If the police pushed the door open at this time, even if Lu Yun told them these words verbatim, I believe they would find it hard to believe. Lu Yun could understand that you wanted to use his firepower for testing, but why did you want to extract your firepower in this way? Are you serious? Lu Yun asked after taking a deep breath to calm himself down. It couldn't be more serious. Duan Xiao nodded. Seeing the other party's eager expression, Lu Yun's blood pressure instantly rose. If what you said is correct, then there should be firepower in my blood as well. Why don't you just draw blood? Lu Yun still found it hard to accept what was about to happen. We have thought about this, but considering that you're a mythical class, after all, the concentration of firepower in your blood should be higher. If this kind of firepower is sent for testing, it may cause the instrument to explode. You should understand what I mean. Lu Yun, I don't know whether the instrument has exploded or not, but I am about to explode. Although he wanted to refute, the other party's words were well-reasoned and he really didn't know how to refute. Seeing that Lu Yun was still hesitating, Duan Xiao couldn't help but get a little anxious and urged him, "Take off your pants quickly. You'll be in trouble if the police come to check your room later." The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched again. "You know this too. I was clearly pulled here to assist in the research, but why do I have this thrilling feeling of cheating now?" Fortunately, Long Kuer and the other two girls should have fallen asleep at this time. Otherwise, seeing a woman saying such obscene words to Lu Yun about taking off pants, the jealous King Long Kuer would definitely go crazy on the spot. "You go out first, I'll do it myself." Lu Yun was silent for a long time before he said this with a stiff upper lip. As soon as he opened his mouth, Duan Xiao rejected him sternly. "First of all, this is the first time I've met you, Mr. Lu, and I don't trust you that much. I can only feel comfortable using the raw materials that I personally picked up. Secondly, if you do it yourself, you must use tools such as porn movies. Watching porn movies in private is illegal. If you do anything illegal, I will definitely report you." "You sound so righteous, but isn't what you're doing illegal?" Looking at the serious Duan Xiao, Lu Yun really didn't know how to complain. Does this woman really want to do the hardware softening project for herself? In fact, Lu Yun was worrying too much. There must be a reason why Duan Xiao could become a black gold level blacksmith. Now she really just wanted to obtain Lu Yun's firepower as soon as possible to analyze and study it. Of course, Lu Yun is so handsome and has such a good figure. Being able to personally carry out the hardware soft engineering is actually a kind of enjoyment for Duan Xiao, a genius who has been single since birth. Seeing that Lu Yun was still hesitating, Duan Xiao stamped her feet anxiously and said, "After this is done, not only will I give you a fire element crystal core, I will also tailor a piece of equipment for you. How about it?" 0.01 seconds later, Lu Yun's body, not bound by worldly clothes, lay on the bed, ready to be picked. Duan Xiao opened her mouth slightly, and she felt unwell. "Do you have to be so fast?" He was hesitant before, but now he is so proactive when he hears that he can make a piece of equipment for free. "Go ahead. Since you are here to assist in the research, I will naturally try my best to cooperate. But I want you to know that I am not doing this just because you want to tailor the equipment for me. It is mainly because of my sense of responsibility as a man." Duan Xiao. "I don't believe you." 3 hours later, Duan Xiao finally succeeded in obtaining the firepower she wanted and carefully put it into a special container. Then he summoned his marriage partner. The door of marriage opened, and a figure appeared in front of Lu Yun. This is a computer-like robot with many component tentacles around it, and it is emitting a blue light all over. "Is this your marriage partner?" Lu Yun asked weakly, exhausted. "Well, my match is quite special. It is not an organic life, but an artificial intelligence. Although it has no combat power, it can cooperate with me to complete the research of various equipment." Duan Xiao felt a little proud. She didn't like fighting and killing, but she enjoyed the fun of forging equipment. She was able to become a black gold level blacksmith, largely because of this marriage partner. "Xiaolon, collect the materials and start studying the analysis when we get back." Duan Xiao handed the container over, and Xiaolon used the component tentacles to carefully put the container into his body. Then a cold mechanical voice said, "Materials have been collected." Duan Xiao waved her hand and took Xiaolon back to the marriage space. Then she looked at Lu Yun with a sad look. "Although I know that knights have good physical strength, yours is too good, isn't it? You are so powerful. Which woman dares to marry you?" Lu Yun's old face turned red. Actually, he didn't want to be so powerful, but his physical strength was just so incredible. However, there is one thing Lu Yun must seriously state. No matter how good his body is, it can never satisfy that little female dragon, Long Kier. "This is my business card. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can always come to me. I can help you to the best of my ability. Although all of us at Sky Creation are blacksmiths, we still have some power." Duan Xiao shook her sore arm and threw the business card to Lu Yun, then took out a special box from the marriage space and handed it to Lu Yun. "Inside is the fire elemental core. No matter what you want to do, I advise you to find a safe place before opening the box. The firepower of this thing is too strong and it can easily affect the surroundings. As for my promise to tailor-make equipment for you, I will not break my promise, but I need to wait until I finish studying your firepower first." After giving these instructions, the talented white silk blacksmith left the hotel, suppressing the pain in his arms. After leaving the hotel, Duan Xiao turned on her phone and soon a lowly with twin ponytails appeared in the driver's seat. Senior Sister Chow Chow, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so exhausted? The person driving the car was also from Tianxiong Creation and was Duan Chow Chow's junior sister. Don't mention it. I met a bison and fought with it for 300 rounds. But in the end, I was the better one. Duan Chow Chow said with a smile on her lips. Wow, Senior Sister Chow Chow is so amazing. As a blacksmith, she has such strong combat power. The little lowly with twin ponytails is full of admiration, but she doesn't know that the word battle can cover many scenarios. Let's drive back quickly. How about the materials? This time I want to create diamond-grade equipment and become the first blacksmith on the entire Blue Star who can forge artificial diamond-grade equipment. Wow, as expected of Senior Sister Chow Chow. I wish I could be half as good as her. Keep a low profile. We, the creators of heavenly creation, must keep a low profile, okay? Everything is nothing until it's accomplished. Yes, I understand. Chapter 110. Grab it directly. After Duan Chow Chow left, Lu Yun originally wanted to open the box and directly absorb the fire element crystal core. He needed the power of fire within the fire element crystal core to collide with the power of fire within his own body in order to achieve the effect of fighting poison with poison. Although doing so is only a delaying tactic, it can only temporarily delay the problem, but cannot completely solve it. But it is the most perfect solution at the moment. But when he thought of Duan Xiao Xiao's instructions before she left, Lu Yun gave up the idea. Monsters that can condense fire element crystal cores are all very powerful, and their fire element crystal cores are theoretically quite terrifying. I better find an open place to open it another day. Thinking of this, Lu Yun first went to the bathroom to take a quick shower, and then lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Lu Yun was exhausted from helping Duan Xiao Xiao take away the materials. Fortunately, Long Kier was very honest and did not drag him to a meeting tonight. The next morning, Lu Yun got up early, stretched, and felt refreshed. Without Long Kier's torture, he felt that he was full of energy every day. I put on my clothes and went to the mirror to admire myself. Lu Yun nodded with satisfaction. He is still radiant today. So handsome that even he himself can't bear to look at himself. Breakfast is provided free of charge by the hotel and is a variety of star-rated delicacies. Naturally, Lu Yun was not polite. Before leaving, he called Long Kier and the other girl out for a meal. After finishing the job, he left, feeling satisfied while rubbing his stomach. I guess my classmates should have started their final exams by now, right? Lu Yun murmured softly, thinking that many of his classmates had already started their tense examinations while he was strolling around Kyoto and enjoying a star-rated meal. Even Lu Yun still felt a little bit elated. Well, now I should find a place with few people to absorb the fire element crystal core. Lu Yun collected his thoughts and took out his mobile phone, opened the map software, and started looking for a suitable place. At the same time, what Lu Yun didn't know was that from the moment he arrived in Kyoto, he had been secretly watched. Found it. Lu Yun searched for a long time on his phone and finally found a good place. Tianshan Park. This was originally a well-known tourist spot in Kyoto. Later, the barrier in a certain copy of Kyoto suddenly failed, causing the monsters in it to rush out. It was the peak tourist season, and more than 100,000 people were relaxing and enjoying their vacation here. Since this is a tourist check-in spot, there are usually no powerful job changers guarding it. This resulted in almost half of the more than 100,000 people dying tragically here. The casualties were quite heavy. It is said that the place was covered with rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Even those who managed to escape had psychological problems. Many people suffered mental breakdowns and were put in mental hospitals. Although the major guilds in Kyoto later took action to deal with the escaped monsters and cleaned up the corpses here. But since then, almost no one dares to come here. Because according to rumors, even in broad daylight, as long as you walk into here, you can feel gusts of cold wind and even faintly hear miserable crying. Of course, some brave anchors and other people chose to come here to explore. But many people who have entered here have disappeared inexplicably, and even if they can come out safely, they will become mentally ill. Many people say that there are too many people who died tragically here, causing their ghosts to linger and thus causing strange things to happen. Over time, this has become a place that everyone in Kyoto avoids. The reason why Lu Yun chose this place was mainly because there were few people here and he didn't have to worry about hurting people nearby after opening the box. Secondly, Lu Yun didn't believe that there was anything so weird here. Even if there really is something weird here, I am a mythical professional dragon knight after all, so there's no need to be afraid. After arriving at Tianshan Park, Lu Yun discovered that the facilities here were quite complete. There were not only many natural hot springs, but also many distinctive statue buildings. However, these buildings and statues are a bit shabby, and the surrounding areas are overgrown with weeds, as if no one has been here for a long time. When Lu Yun came here, he indeed felt a chill, even though the sun was shining brightly. It shouldn't be that cold. But Lu Yun didn't care. It was just because no one had been here for a long time, and it was close to deep mountains and forests, so the air was a little cooler. Lu Yun found a piece of open space, sat down cross-legged, took out the box given by Duan Xiao Xiao, took a deep breath, and opened it. Buzz! The moment the box was opened, a rune flashed. This was the forbidden barrier on the box, which was specifically used to block the leakage of the power of the fire element crystal core in the box. Now that the box has been opened by external force, the barrier has naturally become invalid. When the box was opened, Lu Yun found a red crystal in the center of the box, surrounded by a faint flame power. It is the fire element crystal core. Based on the aura in it, Lu Yun determined that this should be the fire element crystal core of a level 50 fire monster. This was because only when a monster reached level 50 would there be a chance that it could condense things like crystal cores in its body. And any monster that could condense things like crystal cores were basically boss level and quite difficult to deal with. This is why the crystal cores of not only the fire element, but any element are so precious. After absorbing this crystal core, my strength should be able to stabilize temporarily. Lu Yun said with a smile as he looked at the fire element crystal core. The fire power in his body is now showing signs of disorder. If it weren't for this fire element crystal core, Lu Yun would not dare to continue to upgrade his level. But now that he had this crystal core, Lu Yun naturally had nothing to worry about and began to absorb it directly. As the flame power in the fire element crystal core was gradually absorbed into Lu Yun's body, Lu Yun gradually felt the blood in his body boiling. This feeling is indescribably comfortable. And just as Lu Yun was absorbing the fire element crystal core, a flame ripple began to spread out in all directions with him as the center. Lu Yun himself did not realize that at this moment the flowers, plants, and trees around him were withering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just when Lu Yun was absorbing the power of the fire element crystal core. The other side, all the famous universities in Kyoto were instantly in an uproar. Inside Xianling University, the president of Xuanwu University was sitting in his seat with a heavy expression on his face, and more than a dozen senior executives of Xianling University were sitting below him. At this moment, many senior executives were at a loss and quite nervous, and it seemed as if they were discussing something important. Principal, that kid is already in Kyoto. This is a great opportunity for us. In my opinion, why don't we just send someone to snatch that kid away? A hot-tempered senior executive suddenly slammed the table and stood up and said loudly, I think your behavior is inappropriate. Although Xianling University is not as good as Mo University, it is still a serious university after all, not a den of hooligans. How can you rob people in broad daylight? A gentle middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up, pushed his glasses, and shook his head. After hearing this person's words, the other senior executives also nodded. However, the next moment, this gentle middle-aged man said something that shattered everyone's worldview. I think it's better to threaten him with his family and force him to study at Xianling University. If he doesn't come, tell him that I'm going to find someone to kill his family. Hearing this, everyone's mouth corners twitched. You might as well just snatch it away from me. Aren't you acting like a gangster? This is simply the behavior of gangsters. Okay? Chapter 1:11 The turmoil caused by Lu Yun. After hearing what the middle-aged man said, the president of Xianling University, who was sitting on the table, also held his chin in his hand and began to think. Seeing this, many senior executives breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that the principal would agree with this guy's idea. Now it seems that they were completely overthinking. After all, their principal was directly appointed by Xiaogua. How could he agree to such a ridiculous thing? However, at this moment, the president of Xianling University, who was sitting on the stage, suddenly shook his head and said, No, this kid has lost both his parents and has no relatives who can be threatened by us. Many senior executives were dumbfounded when they heard this. It turns out that the reason why their principal was in deep thought was not because the proposal was too absurd, but because he was thinking about the feasibility of the proposal. Blanche, judging from the tone of their principal, If the boy's parents were still alive, would he really use his parents to threaten him? Many senior executives found it hard to believe. Although their Xianling University is not as good as Mo University, it is still one of the famous universities in Kyoto. There are countless geniuses who want to study here every year. Now they're going to use this method to get a guy to come and study with them? This is too unbelievable. But when they thought about that guy's talent, many senior executives felt relieved. After all, that kid named Lu Yun is a mythical professional, and he even became a dual professional not long ago. As long as this kind of person does not die young, he will definitely become a super strong person in the future. If they could bring this person to their Xianling University, it would naturally be a great thing. Regarding that kid's situation, do you have any good ideas? The president of Xianling University asked in a deep voice, tapping the table with his fingers. I think we can use the beauty trap. As the saying goes, a hero can never resist a beautiful woman. I think what you said is inappropriate. We should be more realistic and directly offer various top treatments and gold coins. I think many senior executives immediately started discussing the issue, but after discussing for a long time, they still could not find a feasible practical solution. All right. After a long time, the president of Xianling University waved his hand to interrupt the discussion and spoke in a deep voice. Mo University already has so many mythical professions, while other universities have almost no mythical professions. Even if there are any, there are no more than 2 on one hand. My Xianling University doesn't even have a single mythical profession. At this point, the president of Xianling University slammed the table in anger and said angrily, "Why should all the resources be tilted towards his magic and martial arts university? Why should all the mythical geniuses go to his magic and martial arts university?" After hearing these 2 reasons, many senior executives became angry. They have also asked this question in their hearts countless times. Why is his Mo University so awesome? Why do all the legendary geniuses have to go to them to learn? Principal, I believe you have already made up your mind about what to do. Just tell us what you want to do. We will fully cooperate with you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This kid named Lu must come to my Xianling University. Whether my Xianling University can rise depends on him. That's right. He's a dual job changer. If we can train him, what will those geniuses at the Magic and Martial Arts University look like? We can also take this opportunity to prove ourselves. Principal, please speak up. Looking at the many indignant senior officials, the president of Xianling University took a deep breath and finally made his own decision. All the senior executives, follow me. We must find that kid first and persuade him to come to Xianling University with both emotion and reason. If we can persuade him to come to Xianling University, that would be a good thing. If that doesn't work, then we must forcefully kidnap him. Xianling University must get this legendary genius. Swish. As soon as these words were spoken, all the senior executives in the audience were instantly excited. They all raised their arms and shouted excitedly in response. We must win. We must win. We must win. At the same time, inside the conference room of Kowloon University, the scene is similar to Xianling University. Kowloon University is also one of the famous universities in Kyoto, but there is only one mythical professional, and he is the nephew of their president. It was only after the president of Kowloon University begged his sister for a long time that he succeeded in winning this genius over. When they learned that Lu Yun had arrived in Kyoto, they were extremely excited, and their performance is much more direct than that of Xianling University. Brothers, we are all members of Kowloon University and should contribute to Kowloon University. Now an opportunity is in front of us. Whether we can seize it depends on your determination. The president of Kowloon University was filled with righteous indignation, his eyes slightly red. He clenched his fists and said as if he was about to start an uprising, "Follow me now. Find that kid named Lu and forcibly tie him up to Kowloon University. From now on, he is a member of Kowloon University. Anyone who dares to stop us will be our enemy. You should know very well how to deal with enemies." Many senior executives raised their arms and shouted loudly, their voices like thunder. Kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. There are many universities like this, and they're all doing the same thing at this moment. But there are always exceptions. Inside the conference room of Yaochi University, many senior executives had strange expressions, and some looked as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. Sitting at the top was a stunningly beautiful woman. She was wearing a professional suit, but it still couldn't hide her proud figure. Her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque, and her 3,000 black hair casually falls on her shoulders. Slender as a fish or a falling wild goose are not enough to describe her temperament, because she is not only stunningly beautiful, but also wears a pair of rimless glasses, and her every frown and smile reveals the gentleness of an island teacher. This is a fairy who is enough to make people burn with desire at a glance. What do you think about Lu Yun's matter? The president of Yaoqi University glanced at the many senior executives and suddenly asked, Lu Yun is indeed a genius. Mythical level professions are rare in themselves. Not only is he mythical level, but he is also a dual professional. There are only a handful of such geniuses in the entire Xia country. Many senior executives responded, how many legendary geniuses are there in Yaoqi University? The president of Yaoqi University asked again. The scene fell silent. After a while, a senior executive finally stood up and said with an embarrassed look, our Yaoqi University has been established for 30 years and currently only has one mythical genius, and this mythical genius is still a supporting profession. As the name suggests, Yaoqi University is a women's university that specializes in accepting those female job changers with extraordinary talents. As with most universities, all the mythical professionals in Xia country, regardless of gender, like to go to Mo University. Because no school in Xia country can shake the status of Mo University, it is the top university in Xia country. If Lu Yun can join my Yaoqi University, what will happen to my Yaoqi University? The president of Yaoqi University asked again. If he can join my Yaoqi University, with the support of the dual job changers, perhaps my Yaoqi University can cultivate a future super strong man. This person's strength will most likely surpass that of the Dragon Knight back then. A senior executive said this. After hearing this person's words, the other senior executives also realized the intention of their principal. This person actually wants to admit a man into their women's university. Chapter 112 Dark Professional. Principal, that guy is a man, and this is a women's university, a senior executive said in disbelief. Women's universities allow men to study. Isn't this like teacher Tsung opening both doors in front of the robbers, begging for help? After she finished speaking, without even waiting for the president of Yaoqi University to speak, she was met with contemptuous looks from other senior officials. This is not the feudal era. They have long since let it go. Just let Lu Yun come. If he has the ability, he can take advantage of all the beauties here. Don't underestimate the beautiful girls here. It's hard to say whether they are wolves among sheep or sheep among wolves. Who is the sheep and who is the wolf is still unclear. If they can recruit Lu Yun, Yaoqi University will definitely benefit a lot. The benefits will definitely outweigh the disadvantages. They're all school seniors, so naturally their way of looking at things is different from that of ordinary people. They value interests and the development of the school more. And Lu Yun just happened to satisfy them on both points, so there was naturally no need for them to refuse. Seeing the expressions of many senior executives, the senior executive who refuted also fell silent. In fact, she just said it casually. If Lu Yun really wanted to come to their place, she would naturally welcome him. We have no problem. If Lu Yun is really willing to come here, we would be more than happy to welcome him. Many senior executives said in unison after reaching a consensus. The president of Yaoqi University did not waste any words when he saw this. He stood up and said, immediately gather all the students of Yaoqi University who are not bad-looking. Come with us to find Lu Yun. After hearing this, many senior executives understood the principal's thoughts. Beauty trap. After finishing speaking, he added, call Xinyu as well. Xinyu is the only mythical professional in Yaoqi University. Not only is she extremely talented, but her looks are also unmatched in a women's university like Yaoqi University. Many senior executives did not expect that the principal would actually call Xinyu as well. He was willing to spend a lot of money for Lu Yun. On this day, there was an undercurrent in Kyoto, but the focus of the undercurrent, Lu Yun, was still unaware of this matter. At this moment, Mo University also received the news, but did not take it seriously. As the top university in Xia country, they have their own pride, and they believe that Lu Yun will definitely make the right choice. Mo University is backed by Xia country and has the most abundant resources. It is also the university in Xia country that cultivates the most mythical talents and has the most experience. Tianshan Park. After 2.5 hours of absorption, Lu Yun finally absorbed all the firepower. The fire element crystal core in his hand also lost its original luster and turned into pieces with a slight pinch. Call! Lu Yun took a deep breath and felt his fatigue completely disappear. He felt refreshed. He even felt that he could fight Long Cutter 300 times without any backache. However, Lu Yun knew that this situation would not last long. If he wanted to maintain it, he had to keep looking for new fire element crystal cores. We must improve our strength as soon as possible, Lu Yun said softly. However, at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly heard a crying voice. Lu Yun raised his head and looked around, and suddenly found a woman sitting in the pavilion not far ahead. Although I couldn't see the woman's face clearly, I knew she must be a beautiful woman just by looking at her back. But Lu Yun was a little confused. Why were there other people in this ghost place? Before absorbing the fire element crystal core, Lu Yun observed this place and found that he was the only one who started to absorb the fire element crystal core. When did this woman come here? Just as Lu Yun was about to step forward to find out what was going on, the system prompt suddenly sounded. A strong aura has been detected. Do you want to analyze it? Powerful aura? Could it be that this powerful aura refers to the woman crying in the pavilion? But Lu Yun did not feel any power fluctuations from the woman. And can't the system only analyze monsters' information? Can it also analyze job changers' information? However, Lu Yun still chose to trust the system. So he said, Analysis? Parsing completed. Eagle Eye LV50. Identity, Dark Professional. Occupation, Two-Faced Ninja. Professional level, Epic. Professional characteristics. The Two-Faced Ninja belongs to the assassin profession and can change into two forms. The female form has enhanced agility but reduced defense, while the male form has increased damage and reduced agility. Evaluation, Dark Professionals and Professionals are in opposition. The Two-Faced Ninja has extremely strong burst and fault tolerance. If you encounter it, please stay away from it as much as possible. When Lu Yun saw the system introduction, he was completely confused. He only knew about professionals, but what did this dark professional mean? But since the system said that the dark professionals are the opposite of the professionals, I think the other party must have bad intentions. And according to the system's analysis of this person's occupation, this person is a hermaphrodite and can transform into both a man and a woman. Lu Yun couldn't believe that there was such a perverted profession in this world. Doesn't this mean that this guy can experience two kinds of happiness? Something strange seems to have come in. What am I thinking? Putting aside the messy thoughts in his mind, Lu Yun glanced at the crying woman in the pavilion, stopped, turned around, and walked away. Since he knew that the other party had ill intentions and was higher in level than himself, Lu Yun naturally could not be stupid enough to continue walking towards him. Just as Lu Yun turned around, he suddenly found that the woman who was originally in the pavilion suddenly appeared in front of him. This guy can teleport? It's over. The woman was still crying with her back to Lu Yun, but the sound of her crying was so terrifying that Lu Yun felt a chill down his spine and all the hair on his body stood up. It seems that I have been targeted and can't escape. Fighting head-on is definitely not an option. After all, the opponent is as high as level 50. I can only run away, but how? Just as Lu Yun's brain was spinning rapidly to find a way to escape, the woman suddenly stopped crying, lowered her head, and said faintly, It seems that you have discovered my identity. In this case, I will be frank. Submit to the great Dark Lord, and you will gain even greater power. Lu Yun's mouth twitched, and he said weakly, Can I refuse? Can. The woman laughed creepily and said, If you refuse, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Lu Yun. Chapter 113, Let's Die Together. After hearing this person's answer, Lu Yun felt sick. It turns out that he comes with bad intentions. My patience is limited. You only have 1 minute to consider it. Seeing that Lu Yun was slow to speak, Hawkeye spoke again in a hoarse voice. Hearing this, Lu Yun pretended to be in deep thought, but he had already made his own choice in his heart. He would never submit to some damn Dark King. Just by listening to the name, one could tell that he was a definite villain. If he submitted to such a guy, his future would definitely not be good. Since ancient times, good has never triumphed over evil. Such big villains and their lackeys will have to pay the price sooner or later. Moreover, many people Lu Yun is familiar with are in the camp of job changers. Rebellion would be equivalent to making him an enemy of the whole world, so it would be better to just kill him. Time passed by minute. Hawkeye looked at Lu Yun, who was still in deep thought, and said calmly, 3 seconds left. Then the countdown began. 3, 2, I agree to surrender. Lu Yun said hurriedly just as the other party was about to finish the countdown. Hearing this, Hawkeye smiled. He who knows the times is a hero. Lu Yun rolled his eyes in his heart and asked, "What should I do now?" Hawkeye did not answer Lu Yun, but stretched out his hand and waved it forward in the air, and a black portal suddenly appeared in front of him. The world inside the portal is pitch black and nothing can be seen. But once the portal is opened, it releases an extremely terrifying aura. This atmosphere made Lu Yun very uncomfortable. Follow me in to meet the great Dark Lord. Hawkeye looked at Lu Yun. Good. Lu Yun nodded and behaved quite cooperatively, as if he had really decided to submit to the Dark Lord. Seeing Lu Yun's cooperation, Hawkeye relaxed his vigilance and immediately took the lead. Lu Yun followed closely behind, but just as the two were about to enter the portal, Lu Yun suddenly took out a red nameplate and threw it at Hawkeye. Hawkeye instantly noticed Lu Yun's little movement and immediately turned sideways to open it. The red nameplate fell to the ground and began to flash violently. The next moment, it exploded. In an instant, the terrifying power of fire spread out in all directions with Hawkeye as the center. Lu Yun had swept through many copies of the Golden Sand Beach defense line copy, and this red nameplate was one of the equipment that dropped when killing monsters. But Lu Yun was not very interested in these equipments, so he put them all into the marriage space, intending to find a chance to sell them. Unexpectedly, they came in handy now. Although most of these equipment have level and occupation restrictions, there are also many equipment that can be used directly. This red nameplate is called Flame Rank. It is a one-time equipment. After using it, it can unleash a full-strength attack comparable to that of a level 18 fire elemental monster. But Lu Yun knew very well that this level of attack could not cause any harm to this guy. After all, the other party was a powerful being of level 50. So the moment the explosion ripples appeared, Lu Yun turned around and ran. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to leave here. However, just as Lu Yun turned around, a sinister sneer suddenly came from the ripples of the explosion. "Boy, you have completely irritated me." Swish! As the words fell, Lu Yun felt a flash before his eyes, and the eagle eye appeared directly in front of Lu Yun. Lu Yun was also able to see Hawkeye's face clearly. This Hawkeye was actually in female form. His hair was disheveled and his skin was dry and dull, like a zombie that had just crawled out of a coffin. So horrifying. Gurgle. As expected of a level 50 entity, the speed is simply terrifying. We are all civilized people of the new century. I think we can sit down and have a good chat. Lu Yun's Adam's apple rolled, and he forced a smile on his face. I see you have already received your death. Since you are unwilling to submit to the Dark Lord, then die. Hawkeye obviously didn't want to waste time talking to Lu Yun and was ready to cut the roots. The reason why he appeared here was naturally because he was impressed by Lu Yun's talent. If he could pull such a person into the camp of dark job changers, it would naturally be a great thing. But if the other party is unwilling to join, then we have to kill them all. Hawkeye stretched out his right hand, and terrifying power continued to gather in his palm. It was obvious that he was accumulating strength to release skills. Even before the skill was activated, Lu Yun could already feel its breathtaking power. Once it was unleashed, Lu Yun felt that he would not survive. But at this moment, buzz! A marriage door behind Lu Yun opened instantly, and a red fireball shot out from it and rushed toward Hawkeye. Hawkeye frowned instantly and was forced to stop using his skills and instead punch forward. Boom! This punch blasted the red fireball away. Critical hit minus 3,000. 3,000 health points. Hawkeye threw a punch and directly knocked out 3,000 HP. Normally, an assassin's frontal attack cannot be so powerful. The main reason is that the opponent's level is too strong. This is an absolute suppression in strength. The fireball rolled down beside Lu Yun, and as the red flames dissipated, Ji Linger's figure appeared in front of Lu Yun. "Linger, are you okay?" Lu Yun stepped forward and helped Ji Linger up and said in a deep voice. Ji Linger appeared this time because she sensed that Lu Yun was in danger, so she came out of the marriage space as soon as possible. "I'm sorry, Master. My strength is limited and I can't exert my full power. Otherwise, I can kill such a person with just one slap." Ji Linger said with blood oozing from the corner of her mouth and a guilty look on her face. "It's not your fault. I'm too weak and I got you into trouble." Lu Yun sighed and said with concern, if her level wasn't too low, Ji Linger's strength would be even stronger. Another one looking for death. Interesting. Hawkeye waved his hand and glanced at Ji Linger, then prepared to continue the attack and end Lu Yun's life. However, at this moment, another door to marriage opened. Roar! A shrill dragon roar suddenly came from the marriage gate, and then a huge red dragon was seen rising into the sky. As the giant dragon circled above the sky instantly turned red. At first glance, it seemed as if all the clouds were on fire. Is this a mythical creature? When he saw Long Linger, Hawkeye was a little dazed. At this moment, Long Ku'er suddenly whispered, "You and Ji Linger leave here first. I can buy you some time." "He is level 50, Lu Yun said with a complicated expression. "I can block it," Long Ku'er said lightly. "But let's go," Long Ku'er said hurriedly. "You staying here will only make me feel constrained. Now leave." Lu Yun knew that Long Ku'er said this on purpose. If he really left now, Long Ku'er would definitely not be her opponent. Although Long Ku'er is only Lu Yun's marriage partner, and although Long Ku'er's actual combat power is far stronger than Hawkeye. After all, Long Ku'er is only level 21 like him now. She will die. "No, you are my wife. How can I leave you alone?" Lu Yun's eyes turned red, and the blood in his body instantly started burning as soon as he said this. The blood is boiling. "You are my, Lu Yun's woman. If we live together. If we die together." Boom. Chapter 114, Who Dares to Touch Him? Lu Yun's whole body strength was surging wildly. The dragon scale body protection is also used directly. The flames around Lu Yun suddenly condensed into a red dragon scale armor, making Lu Yun look extraordinary and majestic. His attributes are also enhanced with the blessing of dragon scale armor. For at least 10 minutes, the damage received will be reduced by 20%. At the highest level, damage taken is reduced by 90%. At the same time, a green halo suddenly rose from the bodies of Lu Yun, Long Ku'er, and Ji Ling. This is life regeneration. After using this skill, the life dragon will protect every dragon companion and restore 5% of their health per second in the next 10 minutes. And then, a dragon roar was heard from Lu Yun's body, and a giant dragon totem suddenly appeared behind him. The intimacy of the fire dragon. Perhaps it was because it sensed Lu Yun's fighting spirit. The fire attribute was greatly improved again. At this moment, Lu Yun is already fired at full power without any reservation. Seeing Lu Yun's actions, Long Ku'er above the sky had a complicated expression and her eyes gradually turned red. "You are such a fool. I told you to leave, but you refused to leave. You insisted on staying to be buried with me. Why did you do that?" Long Ku'er said and suddenly laughed. Lu Yun's actions made her feel warm. Perhaps for other job changers, their marriage partners were simply tools, people they could vent their emotions to when needed. But for Lu Yun, he really treats his marriage partner as a relative. In such a crisis, how many job changers can do what Lu Yun did and not give up? At this moment, Long Ku'er felt for the first time that she had not made a mistake in choosing the right person. But no matter how touched she was, it was precisely because of this that Long Ku'er could not accept that Lu Yun died here. "Let's go." Long Ku'er continued to urge. "No." Lu Yun took out the dragon fortress and grinned. "The Dragon Knight cannot lose the dragon. We are one and the same, and neither of us can be missing." Long Ku'er pursed her lips and was about to say something when Hawkeye suddenly sneered. "What a touching scene. Since you are both willing to die for each other, I will help you both and send you off together." After Hawkeye said this, his whole body was instantly covered by black mist. When the mist dissipated, his entire appearance had changed. Although his appearance is still terrifying, he has now changed from a female to a male. When he turned into a man, his damage instantly increased, and he was ready to use his ultimate move to send the two people to the road. But at this moment, something strange happened. Lu Yun is here. A roar suddenly came from a distance. More roars followed. "Protect Lu Yun, charge. Kill whoever dares to attack Lu Yun. I will kill his entire family. I will lead the charge, kill." After a burst of violent roars, countless terrifying pressures came in an instant. Lu Yun turned his head to look behind him and was stunned. He saw a dozen or so people from behind who looked like they were not easy to deal with, running toward him madly. These people were wearing uniform clothes and had a badge with Kowloon carved on their chest. "Is this someone from Kowloon University?" Lu Yun was stunned. He didn't know much about universities in other places, but he knew several universities in Kyoto. Although Kowloon University is not as famous as Mo University, it is also a first-class university in Xia country, just like Mo University. But this is not the point. The point is why people from Kowloon University suddenly appeared here. Student Lu Yun, I'm the president of Kowloon University. I will protect your safety. Don't worry. If this bastard dares to attack you, I will chop off his dick right now. Rushing to the front of the crowd, a man with a red face and thick neck yelled at Lu Yun. Lu Yun's mouth twitched when he heard this. However, at this moment, another group of people appeared at the end of the site. This group of people were also wearing uniform clothes, and they were from Xianling University. The president of Xianling University also rushed to the front. When he saw Lu Yun, his eyes suddenly turned red. He immediately waved his hand and shouted at the top of his lungs, Lu Yun is right in front of us. Whoever can bring him to my Xianling Academy will be rewarded handsomely by this principal. No approval is needed from above. I will use my official position as a guarantee to get him promoted to a higher rank. Swish! As soon as this statement was made, many senior officials of Xianling University went crazy instantly. These people are already in high positions, and if they want to continue to get promoted, they need to make great contributions to the school, and they also need approval from above. And now he only needs to tie Lu Yun to his Xianling Academy to be promoted to a higher rank. This is like pie in the sky. Many high-level officials' eyes instantly turned red, just like hungry wolves seeing sheep, and they immediately summoned out their marriage partners. He roared and rushed towards Lu Yun. The elves roar. The dragon roars. The creatures in the ghost world are howling. Red light, white light, fire element, water element. Various forces intertwined in the air. The scene suddenly became chaotic. However, this is not the end. After these two universities, strong people from other universities emerged one after another. Their target is also the same. It is Lu Yun. Lu Yun, here I come. Go. The opportunity is fleeting. This boy must be used by me. No matter the cost. Whoever dares to stop us is our enemy. Go. Crazy. Everyone at the scene went crazy. Lu Yun felt like a delicious bun, being targeted by a group of animals. At this moment, not only Lu Yun, but also Hawkeye was stunned and confused. Blanche, what the hell are these idiots doing? How'd they get here? When Hawkeye saw everyone rushing over with excitement on their faces, he panicked the moment he realized what was going on. Although he is a level 50 dark job changer, there are also many people at level 50 or even stronger among the people present. If he were surrounded by this group of people, he would be in great danger. You are lucky this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. If you don't submit to the Dark Lord, you will become his hunting target. Don't let me find you, or I will kill you. Hawkeye quickly opened the dark gate and threatened Lu Yun fiercely. At this point, he knew that he had no chance to attack Lu Yun, and there was nothing he could do even if he was unwilling. Hearing this, Lu Yun was very unhappy and said, Brother, I'm not the only one with a mythical profession. Why do you have to keep staring at me? I don't owe you money, and I haven't eaten your rice, right? What do you care about me? Hawkeye glared and snorted. Lu Yun. At the moment when the strong men from many schools rushed over, Hawkeye took a step and instantly entered the dark portal. Immediately, the dark portal closed and the man left. Just when Hawkeye left, swish, a figure suddenly appeared behind Lu Yun. Lu Yun was shocked, thinking that Hawkeye had turned back and was going to launch a sneak attack on him. Without thinking too much, Lu Yun punched forward without even turning his head. When Lu Yun threw the punch, he felt a damn softness, just like punching a pudding, and his fist was directly bounced away. Lu Yun? This feels a little wrong. Lu Yun turned around and looked intently, only to see a gorgeous woman wearing rimless glasses and a professional suit. Chapter 115, Do You Want a Wife? When Lu Yun looked at the woman was also looking at Lu Yun, but her expression was a little abnormal. This person is naturally the president of Yaoqi University. She originally wanted to appear behind Lu Yun and seduce him with her beauty under the pretext of protecting him. Who would have thought that the other party would be so vigilant? He punched himself directly. Fortunately, as a mature and beautiful principal, she has already mastered the Tai Chi technique of using softness to overcome hardness. The force of the previous punch has been successfully offset. Student Lu, nice to meet you for the first time. I'm Yao Yun, the president of Yaoqi University. You can call me Sister Yao. Lu Yun hadn't recovered from the punch just now and asked blankly, Sister Yao? When Yao Yun heard Lu Yun addressing her, she immediately laughed and enthusiastically took Lu Yun's hand. Since you have already called me sister, it means that we are all family. Since we are family, let's get straight to the point. Do you want a wife or not? Lu Yun opened his mouth slightly. Ah. Yao Yun smiled and said, do you want a wife? As long as you are willing to ask, I will give her to you right now. Even someone as smart as Lu Yun was a little confused at this moment. He asked me if I wanted to be his wife as soon as we met. What kind of operation is this? I'm afraid this is not a good idea. I already have a partner to marry. There's nothing wrong with that. To put it nicely, a marriage partner is a marriage partner, but in reality, they are just a tool. Looking at the many job changers, there are very few who marry their marriage partners. You can definitely choose someone better. Just after Yao Yin finished speaking, a group of people suddenly appeared behind her. They were all well-maintained mature women. They are the top executives of Yaochi University. Behind these senior executives stood more than a dozen young women with excellent looks. It was no exaggeration to say that any one of them would be an absolute superstar if put out there. These dozen young women have different styles. There are mature ladies in black stockings, gentle ladies in white stockings, and little lowly with twin ponytails and bare feet. In short, each style has its own merits, which dazzled Lu Yun. Among these women, the most outstanding one is the girl in the middle with a single ponytail. There is a heroic look in her eyes and a gorgeous sword on her waist. Obviously, a swordsman type of profession. Her style is somewhere between a lowly and a mature lady. She is both cool and beautiful. These women are naturally students of Yaochi University. Just now, they were suddenly called together by the teacher, who said that the principal was preparing to arrange a marriage for them. At that time, these students were still somewhat ignorant and had a strong resistance. What era is it now? People value freedom of marriage, and they are unwilling to marry a man they don't know. But the moment they saw Lu Yun, they suddenly gave up the idea. It's not that they think Lu Yun is handsome, but mainly because they are all very well-behaved girls who are very willing to listen to their elders. As the saying goes, those who plant trees will enjoy the shade, and the elders will definitely not harm you. Wow, is this the legendary professional from Jinsha City? So handsome. A female student said with her hands on her chest and her eyes sparkling. I suddenly feel that this marriage is not bad, thanks to the school. You're talking nonsense. This is the person the school introduced to me. These female students even started arguing over Lu Yun's ownership rights. At this moment, a junior schoolgirl next to Shun Yu said ambiguously, Senior sister Chun Yu, what do you think of this classmate Lu Yun? I think he's quite handsome. If he likes me, I don't mind. He's quite handsome, Shun Yu said softly with a blushing face. Upon hearing this, the junior sister immediately smiled wickedly and said, Ah, it seems that our senior sister Chun Yu is also in love. It's not easy. Since you joined our Yaochi University, I don't know how many suitors you have rejected. I didn't expect that there is still a man you like. Don't talk nonsense. He is indeed very handsome, but I am not a casual woman. We don't know each other. I just like his appearance, but I won't fall in love with him as a person, Chun Yu said softly with a red face. While the two women were talking, Yao Yun had already brought Lu Yun over. How is it? These are all students from Yaochi University. Do you have any crush on anyone? If so, I can witness your marriage right now. Yao Yun smiled. Lu Yun glanced at the women, all of whom were stunning beauties, but his eyes finally fell on Shun Yu. At this moment, Long Kuer had regained her human form and came behind Lu Yun, looking at him with a resentful face. Ji Linger also came behind Lu Yun with a sad expression. As if sensing the chill behind him, Lu Yun turned around and glanced at the two women, coughed lightly, and said with a wry smile, I already have a partner, so I don't need to choose anymore, right? Yao Yun glanced at Long Kuer and the other girl, and said with a nonchalant smile, It's normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in this era. Even if you already have someone you love, you can have a few more women. It doesn't matter. Lu Yun, although this is true, it is hard to imagine that it came from the mouth of a female principal. Just as Lu Yun was hesitating, leaders from various universities also rushed to Lu Yun. The president of Kowloon University grabbed Lu Yun's hand and said, Student Lu Yun, beauty will only drain your body, and women will only affect the speed of your sword drawing. Come to my Kowloon University. We will definitely pour all our resources into you. You are the most evil genius in my Kowloon University. You farted. The president of Xianling University interrupted him directly, took Lu Yun's other hand, and said enthusiastically, Student Lu, my Xianling University is no worse than Mo University. If you can come to us, I can give you any resources you want now. You should come to Fengyan University. If you come to Fengyan University now, You will be the vice president of Fengyun University from now on. Student Liu, please come to my future university. I will introduce my granddaughter to you now. It doesn't matter if you already have a partner. It's not impossible for my granddaughter to be your concubine. She likes this anyway. Student Liu. The scene suddenly became chaotic. These principals were like scoundrels, and they even started fighting each other in order to compete for Lu Yun. These people offered extremely generous conditions, and Lu Yun was very hesitant. He was really tempted by the conditions offered by these universities, but Lu Yun still wanted to join the Magic and Martial Arts University. It's not because the conditions offered by Mo University are better than those of these universities, but mainly because Lu Yun feels that the teaching quality of Mo University should be the best. He wants to become stronger. Chapter 116, there will definitely be a bloody disaster. Seeing that the argument was too intense, Long Kier couldn't stand the noisy scene. She returned to the marriage space immediately because she was socially anxious. Seeing this, Ji Ling-er followed in. Suddenly, Lu Yun was the only one left standing in a mess at the scene. At this time, many principals saw that talking could not solve the problem, so they simply took direct action. Someone suddenly grabbed Lu Yun's elbow and pulled him to the left. The others were unhappy when they saw this and grabbed Lu Yun's elbow and pulled it to the right. Lu Yun suddenly awakened the ability to travel through time and space and seemed to feel the pain of those criminals who were torn apart by 5 horses in ancient times. Because if he continued like this, he felt like his arms were going to be torn off. Student Lu Yun is from our Kowloon University. What are you doing? Are you going to rob him in broad daylight? You're talking nonsense. Classmate Lu Yun is clearly someone from my future university. They're the ones making excuses here. Stop arguing. Student Lu Yun is from Xianling University. You'd better stop making trouble now. Seeing this situation, Lu Yun knew that the current situation would continue for a short period of time. At that time, the blood suddenly boiled. Boom! The blood in Lu Yun's body instantly boiled, and his skin turned red like a red-hot iron. Seeing this, the many powerful people from the schools around who were holding Lu Yun's limbs involuntarily let go of their hands. And at the moment when everyone let go, Lu Yun rushed out with all his strength. At this moment, Lu Yun only hated that he did not have a skill to escape, because the moment Lu Yun set off, many powerful people from the university behind him also caught up with him. Several principals were at the front, and almost everyone had flying props. When they flapped their wings behind them, they turned into meteors and rushed towards Lu Yun. At this speed, Lu Yun would be caught up again in less than a minute. Zhao, are all these old guys in such good physical condition? Seeing this, Lu Yun took a breath and felt a little desperate. After looking around, Lu Yun suddenly rushed into a bush. However, just as Lu Yun rushed into the bushes, he suddenly saw an old man leaning against a tree trunk, holding a wine gourd and drinking white wine. Seeing that the old man Lu Yun was a little confused, the old man put down the wine gourd, wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and grinned. I see that your forehead is black, so you must be in danger of a bloody disaster. Do you need my help? Lu Yun asked tentatively. Is it okay? Sure. The old man laughed, then stood up unsteadily, then stretched out his right hand and shook hands in the air. Buzz! A purple halo flashed, and a scepter surrounded by countless particles appeared out of thin air in the old man's hand. Lu Yun's pupils shrank slightly. This person was actually a magician. However, before Lu Yun could be shocked for too long, the man holding the scepter drew a circle on the ground, wrapping both Lu Yun and himself in it. And at the moment the circle was drawn, a force of space gushed out and enveloped the two of them. From the inside, it seemed that Lu Yun had been wrapped in a layer of purple barrier. But if you look from the outside, you will find that Lu Yun has disappeared out of thin air, and not even a trace of his breath can be sensed. Space Mage. This old man is actually a rare space mage. Lu Yun stared at the old man in disbelief with his eyes wide open. But at this moment, a noisy sound suddenly came from the front. Several principals carrying flying props chased after him first, but they looked around and did not find any trace of Lu Yun. I was a little confused at that time. It's strange. I just saw that guy come in. How come he disappeared in the blink of an eye? The president of Kowloon University asked puzzledly. He can't run far. He should still be nearby. Let's look for him. The future university president said. Soon, everyone disappeared from the spot and chased into the deep mountains ahead. After several presidents went over, senior executives from many universities followed closely behind. Lu Yun was clearly right in front of them, but no one noticed any trace of Lu Yun. This is the horror of space mages. If a fire mage brings the fire element to its fullest potential, then a space mage brings the space to its fullest potential. But the power of fire and space are two completely different levels. Fire is ultimately an elemental force, while space is a force that transcends the elements. Both in terms of functionality and practicality, it is far richer than elemental force. Just like a barrier, the barrier condensed by a space mage can isolate the space, which is difficult for an elemental mage to do. Moreover, the power of space mages is far beyond imagination. Lu Yun had heard that there was a person who had changed his job and became a wormhole mage. He could create space portals out of thin air and break through various obstacles. After this guy awakened the wormhole mage, he directly opened a portal in the bank vault and stole millions of gold coins without anyone noticing. Everyone knew that this was done by the wormhole wizard, but there was nothing they could do. This is the power of space mages. However, the wormhole wizard is not invincible. Later, all major banks installed special defensive barriers in their vaults. It is said that this barrier can prevent the opening of the space door, and no similar incidents have happened since then. But the wormhole wizard is still at large and has not been caught yet. Call! Lu Yun collected his thoughts and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that no one from the universities was there. Then he looked at the old man and clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, senior." "You're welcome." The old man shook his head meaningfully, "Because I'm not necessarily a good person either." "What the hell?" When he heard this, Lu Yun was stunned. Then the old man said, "My Xiaoyao University is still short of one enrollment quota this year. I see that you're not very satisfied with those universities. Why don't you just join my Xiaoyao University?" The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched. It turned out that the other party was also coming for him. "Can I refuse?" Lu Yun asked. "Can." The old man actually nodded. Just when Lu Yun thought he had met a normal and sensible person, a force of space bound him in place. "Senior, what are you doing?" Lu Yun asked in a panic. "Kidnapping. Can't you see it?" The old man grinned as he tied the wine gourd around his waist. Lu Yun's mouth twitched. "Didn't I refuse to join Xiaoyao University?" The old man coughed lightly and smiled shyly. He stroked his goatee and said with a smile, "I refuse your refusal. Any other questions?" Lu Yun. Chapter 117. I have heard the story of the sweeping monk. I thought I had escaped from the tiger's mouth, but unexpectedly, I fell into the wolf's den. Lu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only let the old man take him away. Lu Yun originally wanted to observe the surrounding environment to find an opportunity to escape. However, the old man directly used the power of space to block the space around Lu Yun, and Lu Yun was like being thrown into a dark box. I can't see anything and I can't hear anything. I have no idea where I am now. I don't know how long it took. The old man then released the spatial force that bound Lu Yun, and Lu Yun finally saw the surrounding environment clearly and was stunned. All around me was endless primeval jungle, and right in front of me was a square. The square is paved with marble, but due to years of disrepair, many places have been damaged and weathered. On the north side of the square is a dilapidated building that looks a bit like the primary school I attended in the countryside when I was a child. It is 3 stories high. At the front of the school, there is a flag-raising platform that is so damaged that only the flagpole remains. What surprised Lu Yun even more was that there was a row of huge, faded gate stones on the front wall of the school. Although the color has faded, the words can still be seen clearly. Shanguga number 1 primary school. And below the faded text statue, there's a red banner with a few large characters written crookedly with a brush. Xiaoyao University. Wipe. Lu Yun's face turned dark, and he felt unwell. Could this be the Xiaoyao University that the old man mentioned? Senior, this is the Xiaoyao University that I founded. Isn't it spectacular? The old man took out the wine gourd, took a big gulp of the wine, then grinned, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Lu Yun's eyelids twitched, and he really didn't know what to say. This damn place doesn't even have the word spectacular in it, right? If I had known earlier, I should have just joined a random university so I wouldn't be tied here. Senior, I think I may not be suitable for this place. Lu Yun still felt that he needed to make his thoughts clear. As the saying goes, a forced melon is not sweet. If he really doesn't want to join here, I believe the other party will not force him. After all, he is a principal after all. He wouldn't do anything too outrageous, right? I know the condition of your body. You need a fire element crystal core to temporarily suppress the out-of-control fire power in your body. The old man looked at Lu Yun and spoke to himself. These words made Lu Yun's pupils shrink. This was his secret, and he had never mentioned it to anyone. How did this old man know it? Before Lu Yun could ask, the old man waved his hand and said, "Don't ask me how I know. I'm a space mage. My perception is different from that of ordinary people. I can perceive things that ordinary people cannot perceive." After saying this, the old man suddenly handed Lu Yun a necklace. I don't know what material the necklace is made of. It is purple in color and a bit rough, but if you look closely, you will find that there are tiny runes flowing on it. There is also a purple gem in the center of the necklace, which emits bursts of starlight. There seems to be water, clouds, and land inside, like a microcosmic universe. Is this the power of space? Lu Yun took the necklace in doubt and started playing with it, only to find that the gem in the center of the necklace seemed to have a layer. Lu Yun opened the gem curiously and found a selfie of an old man in the interlayer of the gem. In the photo, the old man has a smile on his face, holding a wine gourd in his left hand and making a scissors gesture with his right hand. Lu Yun, I forged this necklace myself. I'm not a professional blacksmith, so my technique is a little rough, but that doesn't affect its function. I have set up a space formation inside the necklace. If you wear this necklace, even if you encounter a space-class job changer, he won't be able to see any abnormality in your body. In addition, this necklace has an effect you may not expect. As for what the effect would be, the old man did not say clearly and kept it a secret. System, analyze the necklace. It's a pity that the old man didn't know that Lu Yun also had a system. Following Lu Yun's order, the system immediately began to scan the necklace and then gave the analysis results. Evaluation, an ordinary necklace, but because it is blessed by the array of spatial power, it can isolate perception. It also has a built-in teleportation array that can teleport once when the wearer is in danger. Although this necklace cannot even be considered as equipment, its effect is of great help to Lu Yun at the moment. Being troubled by the power of fire is Lu Yun's weakness, and he doesn't want anyone to know this secret. In addition, this necklace can also activate the teleportation formation. In a sense, this necklace can also be considered a way out. But although the necklace is precious, Lu Yun does not want to stay here. Just looking at the dilapidated state of Xiaoyao University, it is not difficult for Lu Yun to imagine the hardships of staying here. You can hardly get any professional training here because there's not even any training equipment. Lu Yun didn't believe that this was a university. So far, besides myself, there is only one old man here. Could it be that this university still has 1v1 teaching? Senior, Lu Yun looked at the old man and wanted to say something, but the old man took out a box and handed it to Lu Yun. There was no formation set up on the box, but Lu Yun could clearly feel the power of fire emanating from it. This is Fire Element Crystal Core, and it is the Fire Element Crystal Core of a level 50 monster. I picked up this Fire Element Crystal Core by accident. If you agree to join Xiaoyao University, this necklace and the Fire Element Crystal Core will be yours. I can guarantee that as long as you join Xiaoyao University, you will have any resources you want, and your development will not be inferior to any other university. Don't look at our university's unremarkable appearance, but that's all external things. You don't need to care about it. You should feel honored to join Xiaoyao University. Lu Yun, I don't know how many people you like, but it's impossible for a normal person to come here to study, right? Boy, have you heard the story of the sweeping monk? Seeing that Lu Yun was still a little hesitant, the old man suddenly asked mysteriously. Lu Yun suddenly lost control and began to daydream. He also likes to read some fantasy novels, and knows very well that in many places, the seemingly unremarkable sweeping monks are actually true peerless masters. Could it be that the old man in front of me also has this setting? The other party is a space mage, and he can also take out a level 50 fire element crystal core. From this point, it is not difficult to see that this old man definitely has something. At least based on his skills and abilities, he is definitely not an ordinary person. After thinking it over again and again, Lu Yun nodded and said, I'm willing to join. Although I don't know whether the old man is fooling me or not. What does it matter? If I find out later that this old man is cheating me, the worst that can happen is that I just run away. Thinking of this, Lu Yun smiled knowingly. I am such a smart little genius. Chapter 118, record a short video. But the next moment, Lu Yun couldn't laugh anymore because the old man suddenly took out a worn-out mobile phone, turned on the video recording function, and then pointed the camera at Lu Yun. What are you doing, senior? Lu Yun asked in confusion. Don't be nervous, it's just a short video. The old man grinned and handed Lu Yun a crumpled and somewhat worn ball of paper. Just read what's written on it, the old man said. When Lu Yun opened the paper ball and found the words on it, he was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. When I came to Xiaoya University, I felt the beauty of this place. There is no school more suitable for me than this. I voluntarily joined Xiaoya University. I feel honored to join Xiaoya University. I have not been coerced in any way. I took a video here as a proof. Wipe. Is this a line that anyone could imagine? If the old man hadn't told him that this was Xiaoya University, Lu Yun would have suspected that he had come to some scam den. Can I not read it? Lu Yun said with some resistance. Yes. The old man nodded and then added, but I refuse your refusal. Lu Yun. In desperation, Lu Yun finally just read the contents of the note. After Lu Yun finished reading, the old man nodded with satisfaction. The video has been recorded. From now on, you are a student of Xiaoya University. I will prepare your admission record tonight and announce it to the public tomorrow that you are a student of Xiaoya University. This way, you don't have to worry about those idiots trying to steal you from me. The old man took a look at Lu Yun and became more and more satisfied. This man was the hope for the rise of his Xiaoya University. As long as the enrollment record is done, Lu Yun will be on their side, and there will be no need to worry about Lu Yun running away or being kidnapped. In order to avoid any further complications, the old man decided to get the information out tonight. My Xiaoya University will start in half a month. During this time, you could do your own things. We are an open university and will not restrict students' freedom. The old man waved to Lu Yun, then took out the wine gourd from his waist, took a big gulp, and turned away. The short video has been recorded, so he is no longer worried about Lu Yun running away. After all, the person ran away, but the video is still in his hands. Looking at the departing figure, Lu Yun rubbed his temple and felt helpless. He always thought that his university life would take place at Mo University, but he didn't expect this to be the case. Until now, he still hasn't come to his senses. Did he really join Xiaoya University in such a confused way? He didn't even know the old man's name. But there was one thing the old man didn't lie about. It's really open here. The surroundings were in tatters and couldn't even keep out the cold wind. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. If it doesn't work out, we can find a way to escape later. Lu Yun thought so in his heart. She immediately put the necklace around her neck, then opened the box and took a look. There was indeed a fire element crystal core inside. But Lu Yun did not absorb it immediately, but put it directly into the marriage space. His physical condition is still good, so it would be a waste to absorb the power of the crystal core now. Wait until the next time the flame power in your body is disordered before refining it. This way, you can fully exert the effect of this fire element crystal core. After putting away his things, Lu Yun took a look at the dilapidated Xiaoya University and turned away. His mind is a little confused now, and he needs to find a place to calm down. But what made Lu Yun despair was that Xiaoya University was surrounded by deep mountains and old forests. Not to mention human figures, even a ghost could not be seen. Lu Yun walked a full 150 miles, and it was not until dark that he walked out of the mountains and arrived at the development zone near Kyoto. After entering the development zone, Lu Yun was exhausted and just went to sleep in a hotel. The next day, various universities were still looking for Lu Yun's whereabouts in order to lure Lu Yun to their own schools. What no one expected was that at this moment Xiaoya University suddenly issued an announcement on the internet, giving Lu Yun's registration information. The top leaders and presidents of various universities were completely stunned. What the hell? Xiaoya University? This kid ignored Jiulong University and actually joined that kind of informal and rubbish school. Inside the office of Kowloon University, the president of Kowloon University slammed the table with an expression of disbelief on his face. This Xiaoya University can barely be considered a regular university because it has a certificate of qualification, but other than that, the school environment, faculty are really unsatisfactory. There are not many students in Xiaoya University. In order to recruit students, the president of Xiaoya University would resort to all means every year to trick young people from other places who come to Beijing to join. But when students see the school environment, they will refuse it harshly. This is no longer a secret in Kyoto. But what no one expected was that a genius of Lu Yun's level would actually join here. Not only Kowloon University, but also senior executives of Yaochi University, Future University, and other universities were quite puzzled. But now that Lu Yun's admission qualifications have been approved, there is nothing they can do even if they are unwilling. The most incredible of them all is the Magic and Martial Arts University. Originally, they thought that Lu Yun's coming to their place was a foregone conclusion, but they never expected that this kid would go to another school halfway through. What is going on? The office of Mo University. The door was suddenly kicked open. Gao Qiqiang, look at what you have done. When I saw so many universities mobilized yesterday, I reminded you to hurry over and snatch the person. You were so arrogant and great. Now, a mythical professional and a dual transfer professional was snatched away just like that. You are really pissing me off. The person who broke into the office was a woman with a very wavy face, carrying a long gun on her back and with an angry face. However, the person in the office was not surprised at all when he saw the visitor. Mythical level professionals are not lacking in our magic and martial arts university. As for dual professionals, we also have one in our magic and martial arts university. As the president of Magic Martial Arts University, Gao Qiqiang remained calm and composed. He continued to work at his desk without raising his head. After a pause, he continued, the second career awakened by a double job changer is often of a lower level. For Magic Martial Arts University, he is not that special. After saying this, Gao Qiqiang raised his head and looked at the woman in front of him. Since he doesn't want to join the Magic and Martial Arts University, then don't join. One more or one less won't make a difference. Without him, the Magic and Martial Arts University will still be the strongest institution in Xia country. After hearing what the other party said, the woman was speechless. Although I really want to refute, what the other party said does make sense. The mythical professions that other universities covet are not as easy to find as cabbages everywhere in the University of Magic and Martial Arts, but they're not that rare either. The mythical profession is the highest level of talent, but there are also differences in strength among the mythical professions. Lu Yun's Dragon Knight is indeed very strong, but in the University of Magic and Martial Arts, there are also professions that are not weaker than the Dragon Knight, and some are even stronger. Currently, there are 6 mythical professionals in the Magic and Martial Arts University, including the new students recruited this time. There are more than 10 mythical professionals in a Magic and Martial Arts University. In addition to these mythical professionals, there are currently more than 100 legendary professionals in a Magic and Martial Arts University. The strength of some legendary professionals is not much worse than that of the relatively weaker mythical professionals. With so many geniuses gathering here, Mo University's status as the #1 university in Xia country is unshakable. Chapter 119 Chain Reaction. Is there anything else? Gao Qiqiang asked. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I still have work to do. Gao Qilong glared at Gao Qiqiang fiercely, then snorted coldly and turned to leave, etc. But at this moment, Gao Qiqiang suddenly called out to the other party. What's up? Gao Qilong asked. Don't think that just because I'm your big brother, you can do whatever you want in front of me. This is Mo University. After all, I'm the president of Mo University, and you're the vice president. If you're so reckless in private, it doesn't matter, but if you're in public, I hope you can put away this recklessness. Gao Qiqiang said lightly. Gao Qilong was once again so angry that he was speechless, and finally turned around and left angrily. After Gao Qilong left, Gao Qiqiang continued to work. But a few minutes later, he suddenly leaned back on the sofa, looking at the scenery outside the window, and began to ponder. You are just a mythical professional. If you don't want to join my Magic and Martial Arts University, then don't join. During the annual enrollment process, not all mythical level job changers choose Magic and Martial Arts University. After getting the admission quota to Mo University, Lu Yun chose to join Xiaoya University. Although it's unexpected, it doesn't matter. Mo University had already extended an olive branch to him, but he chose to reject it. Mo University cannot compete like other universities because it is the highest institution of learning in Xia country and has its own pride. Therefore, Gao Qiqiang did not feel that he had done anything wrong in this matter. But what he didn't know was that it was precisely because he failed to win over Lu Yun this time that a series of chain reactions occurred. In the near future, the authority of Mo University will be challenged again and again, until falling from the altar. Kyoto Development Zone. Lu Yun woke up in the hotel, stretched, and recalled what happened yesterday. He still felt like he was dreaming. But looking at the necklace on his chest, Lu Yun knew that all this was real. How did things turn out like this? Lu Yun scratched his head with a helpless look on his face. He finally decided to go back to #1 middle school and inform old man Li Zheng of the situation here first. After all, the old man's biggest wish is to train more students who can join the Magic and Martial Arts University. He considered such behavior an honor. But now I have not joined the Magic and Martial Arts University, and I should explain it to myself. Jinsha number 1 Middle School, Playground. After these days of intense testing, the final exam has been successfully completed. There is a huge stone tablet standing on the playground. On the tablet, there is a wizard in charge who is carving the test scores received on the tablet so that the words on it can keep changing. This stone tablet is called the Elite Tablet. Its function is to record the assessment results at the end of each year. At this time, a ranking list was already displayed on the Elite Monument. Those who ranked highest were all people Lu Yun was familiar with. All of them were epic-level job changers. As for his best friend Zhao Qingsong, he ranked 18th, neither high nor low. But this result is not bad, and I can go to a relatively good university. Why are my grades like this? I am screwed. I can't even get into a good university. After the Elite Monument was erected in the playground, students gathered around it waiting. When they saw that they were ranked at the bottom, some students sighed. Of course, some people were surprised by their own results. I knew my grades must be good. With this score, I think I can pick any university except Mo University. The sounds of excitement and disappointment mixed together, making the scene even more chaotic. Some are happy and some are sad. Some people have already started planning whether to go to Kowloon University or Xianling University. Some people also started packing up their things and preparing to find a factory job because their test scores were shit and they had basically no hope of going to college. Zhao Qingsong had a good attitude and was not disappointed when he saw his ranking. This result has exceeded his expectations. He has an outstanding career and doesn't have high expectations for himself. He just wants to go to college normally, no matter if it is a good or bad one. I don't know how Lu Yun is doing now. He was admitted to Magic and Martial Arts University. I'm envious just thinking about it. Zhao Qingsong sighed as he looked at the ranking on the Elite Monument. Is anyone envious of me? Just then, a laugh suddenly came, and Zhao Qingsong turned around and saw Lu Yun. Why are you back, kid? I thought you had already reported to the Magic and Martial Arts University. Zhao Qingsong hugged Lu Yun and said with a smile, I probably won't go to Magic and Martial Arts University again. Lu Yun said, touching his nose. Ow! Zhao Qingsong asked puzzledly. Mo University is the highest institution of learning in Xia country. With Lu Yun's talent, is there any better choice than going here? Lu Yun did not hesitate to tell his best friend about his past. After hearing this, Zhao Qingsong was completely dumbfounded. With your talent, it would be no problem for you to go to Mo University, but you actually went to a shabby, fake university? Zhao Qingsong widened his eyes. This made Zhao Qingsong think that Lu Yun was joking for a moment, until he was sure that what Lu Yun said was true. Zhao Qingsong was silent. In order to make his behavior seem less stupid, Lu Yun smiled and said, Actually, Xiaoyao University is not bad. It's obvious that old man is not an ordinary person. After saying this, Lu Yun said goodbye to Zhao Qingsong and went to find Li Zhang. When they arrived at Li Zhang's office, Lu Yun repeated what had happened. After listening to it, Li Zhang initially thought that Lu Yun was joking. This is like a rich second generation who refuses to inherit his family's billions of assets and instead chooses to work as a bricklayer at a construction site. It's simply a fantasy. But after seeing Lu Yun's serious expression, Li Zhang gradually came to his senses. What were you thinking, kid? You actually went to Xiaoyao University. Do you know what that place is? Li Zhang said excitedly. Does Principal Li know anything about that place? Lu Yun asked curiously. Li Zhang hesitated to speak and finally said nothing. He just waved his hand and asked Lu Yun to leave. He needed some quiet time now. He almost had a heart attack when he found out that the student whom he had high hopes for went to Xiaoyao University. In fact, that old guy is quite capable. After all, he graduated from Mo University. It's a pity that Xiaoyao University's infrastructure is too poor and it can't cultivate geniuses at all. After leaving Li Zhang's office, Lu Yun prepared to find Jiang Shishir and other girls to say goodbye to them and take a look at their grades. Who would have thought that just when he had just left the school gate, Zhao Qingsong suddenly chased after him in a hurry. Chapter 120. Advancement to a mythical career. What's wrong? Is your zombie mother going to give birth again? Lu Yun asked curiously. Stop kidding. I've made up my mind. I want to join Xiaoyao University with you. Zhao Qingsong said with a grin, panting. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched, and he instinctively wanted to ask why he was so pessimistic. Lu Yun didn't want to stay in that shabby place any longer. This guy actually wants to take the initiative to go over. Why do you suddenly want to go there? Lu Yun collected his thoughts and asked curiously. With Zhao Qingsong's grades, Although he couldn't go to a first-rate university, he could at least get into a second-rate university. There was no reason for him to suffer in this hellhole. I'm just an excellent job changer, and my talent limit is here. Others would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, but I'm just the opposite. Not all excellent job changers have Lin Ying's background. I may not reach level 60 in my entire life. Maybe going to Xiaoya University will be more comfortable, and I could go to school with you, which is not bad if I think about it. All right. Lu Yin nodded, feeling somewhat touched. He didn't try to dissuade him too much, because he hasn't seen what Xiaoya University looks like yet. Once he sees how shabby Xiaoya University looks like, I believe he will know its depth. By the way, where are you going now? Why do you look so anxious? Zhao Qingsong narrowed his eyes and smiled. Did some junior high school girl ask you out on a date? Lu Yin really wanted to slap this guy on the back of the head. I just want to say goodbye to Jiang Shishir and the others and check their grades. So that's how it is. Goddess Shishir must be at the top of the list. There's no doubt about that. Now the results of number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school will be announced at the same time at number 6 middle school, so we can go there directly. After hearing what Zhao Qingsong said, Lu Yin walked towards number 6 middle school without hesitation. An elite monument was also erected in the playground of number 6 middle school, with densely packed names written on it. Lu Yin looked up at the top of the ranking on the elite monument, and sure enough, he saw the names of Jiang Shishir and Yumi, the two girls at the top in their respective schools. As for number 6 middle school, behind Jiang Shishir is Jiang Wentian, who ranks behind Jiang Shishir. In addition to these familiar people, Lu Yin also saw some familiar names. For example, the Pang Dehai who once acted with him in the copy, his ranking is similar to Zhao Qingsong, ranking 15th, which is also a mixed ranking. The ranking of He Junhong, the Chaos Swordsman, is also surprisingly high, ranking 4. The damage of the Chaos Swordsman is indeed explosive. Just as Lu Yin was looking at the rankings, Jiang Shishir and others were checking their scores in the crowd, discovered Lu Yin. I thought that classmate Lu had already reported to Mo University. I didn't expect to meet him again. Jiang Shishir said with a smile. With Jiang's talent, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to pass the assessment at the Magic and Martial Arts University. Lu Yin said with a smile. Of course, my sister is a legendary lightning mage. Jiang Wentian stood up and said proudly. His grades ranked 2nd, but in fact, no matter what his grades were, he could have gone to Xianling University. Although his professional level is the same as Jiang Shishir's, it is still slightly inferior in comparison. Jiang Shishir is his sister and has a more impressive career than his. Since his sister is awesome, he is naturally happy too. He had no idea about Magic and Martial Arts University, even though he could pass the test of Magic and Martial Arts University. There were too many monsters in Mo University, and the competition was too fierce. He was used to a leisurely life and didn't want to go to Mo University to be a supporting role. After all, with the background of the Jiang family and legendary professional talents, there was no need to live so hard. Wouldn't it be better to pretend to be cool in front of epic professionals? Why did he have to make things difficult for those legendary monsters? So he preferred the 2nd level Xianling University. With my grades, it shouldn't be too difficult for me to join the Magic and Martial Arts University. I guess we'll meet again in the future. Yumi blinked at Lu Yin and smiled playfully. I guess I won't see it anymore. Zhao Qingsong sighed aside. What's wrong? Sensing something was wrong, Jiang Shishir quickly asked, Is Lin causing you trouble again? That's not the case. Lu Yin shook his head and immediately explained the whole story. When they heard that Lu Yin had joined Xiaoya University, a university they had never heard of, everyone was silent. Let's not talk about this anymore. With my talent, it doesn't matter to me which university I join. I came here mainly to say goodbye to you. I don't know when we will meet again in the future. In the past, Lu Yin had been busy making money and had no time to make friends. The only person he could call a friend in number 1 middle school was Zhao Qingsong. As for the others, although after he became a mythical professional, many people wanted to make friends with him. But Lu Yin knew that such a person could never be called a friend. Strictly speaking, his friends in Jinsha City, apart from Zhao Qingsong, are Jiang Shishir and others. Then the 5 of them went to Gus Tianxiang for a meal, and after that they went home. After returning home, Long Kuer and Ji Linger came out of the marriage space. Long Kuer sat cross-legged on the sofa, playing games seriously. Her fair jade feet clenched and stretched from time to time as the game became more intense. Ji Linger was watching intently at the side, and Lu Yin was also watching intently, but the two were looking at different places. After 10 o'clock, Long Kuer turned off the game on time and pulled Lu Yin to go to bed. On the big bed, Long Kuer pressed Lu Yun under her body and said with a wicked smile, I've given you such a long vacation. It's time to pay your dues today, right? Lu Yun. He was wondering why Long Kuer had been so nice these days and she hadn't looked for him. So this is what you were planning. After today's work, our bond should be able to reach 40%. By then, you'll be able to unlock more skills and become even stronger. Lu Yun also perked up when he heard this. The two of them were just one step away from reaching 40% bond. You could take this step tonight. At this moment, Long Kuer suddenly changed the subject and asked, when are you going to do what you did with Ji Linger? Lu Yun blinked and asked in confusion, what do you mean? Long Kuer immediately rolled her eyes. You're about to start your college life, and it's time to start your second career. Although I don't want you to have too much contact with women, I will definitely not let them become a stumbling block on your road to becoming stronger. Ji Linger is a good girl, and she is also from the Fire Dragon God realm. I feel relieved to let her become your woman. The race that Ji Linger belongs to has a status in the Fire Dragon God realm that is not much different from mine. After establishing a bond with her, your second career will probably also be a mythical career. 2 mythical careers will definitely put you several levels ahead of other geniuses. Hearing Long Kuer say this, Lu Yun was very excited. Among the recorded cases of dual career players, most of them had a very strong first career and a very weak second career. There are few people who can double change their profession, and the probability of having both professions being equally powerful is even lower. It's all a matter of luck. Let's not talk about this for now. Lu Yun turned over and pressed Long Kuer under him with his backhand, saying with a smile, let's solve the current problem first. Let me unlock 40% of the bond first. This night is destined to be sleepless. Chapter 121, only 3 students. When he woke up the next day, Lu Yun discovered that the degree of unlocking his bond with Long Kuer had reached 40%, and he had successfully unlocked new abilities. Current bond unlocking degree, 40%. 40% bond reward. Ancient Dragon Claw, active skill has been issued. Ancient Dragon Claw Strike. The daughter of the Dragon God, Long Kuer Ivy Hiliahua, shared the sharp claws of the dragon with her husband during a spiritual fusion with him, wishing only to fight side by side with her lover and attack together. Effect consumes a lot of physical strength, and each attack will increase the damage by 6%, with no upper limit on the damage bonus. There is no limit. This is quite terrifying. This means that as long as Lu Yun can attack his opponent 10 times in a row, the increase will reach 60%. If the number of attacks is sufficient, the damage of Lu Yun's move will increase to a very terrifying level, and he can kill the opponent instantly with just this one move. Although the damage increase of this skill is terrifying, it also has a disadvantage, which is that it consumes more physical strength to use the skill. With Lu Yun's current physical strength, he can only use it 10 times at most, which means that the attack power of the Ancient Dragon Claw can be increased to 60% at most. But a 60% increase should be enough. After getting up and washing up simply, Long Kuer still considerately prepared meals. But there was something wrong with the food. Stir-fried kidney, 5 whip soup, chive omelet. No matter how you look at it, these foods don't look like something that can appear on a breakfast table. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched as he looked at Long Kuer, who had just walked out of the kitchen with an apron tied around her waist. Long Kuer smiled shyly and said, I'm afraid you'll be exploited, so I'm giving you some nutritional supplements. Lu Yun's face was full of black lines, and he said, then thank you. Long Kuer shyly waved her hands. This is what I should do. I would be embarrassed if you praised me like this. Lu Yun felt that his body was not weak enough to require these things for nourishment, but after thinking about Long Kuer's fighting ability last night, he decided to finish the breakfast. I have to admit that I feel full of energy after eating breakfast. There are still 2 days before Xiaoya University starts, but there is still one thing Lu Yun needs to do within these 2 days. Each university in Kyoto holds a freshman test after recruiting students every year, which is actually a competition between the major universities. As a student of Xiaoya University, Lu Yun naturally has to participate. But Lu Yun didn't want to participate at all, so he wanted to ask the old man for leave. For freshmen who are about to enter college, such activities can fully demonstrate their potential and obtain more resources after admission. So generally speaking, people will not refuse to participate. But Lu Yun is different. He really didn't think there was anything good in Xiaoya University, and it would be meaningless even if he performed brilliantly. It's better to take a leave and rest than to waste your energy. Lu Yun didn't want to do this thankless task. Before leaving the villa, Lu Yun turned around and took a deep look, feeling very reluctant to leave. I don't know when I can come back after I go out this time. After sighing, Lu Yun boarded the plane to Kyoto. A few hours later, Lu Yun successfully returned to Kyoto. This time Lu Yun learned his lesson. He knew that Xiaoyao University was located deep in the mountains and forests, where it was inconvenient to take a taxi. So he simply scanned a shared bicycle nearby, and, relying on the dragon rider's super physical strength, he rode all the way to Xiaoyao University. It must be said that cycling is indeed much faster than walking. It would take several hours to walk such a long distance, but it only takes more than an hour to ride a bike. After parking the car, Lu Yun came to the square of Xiaoyao University and called out loudly, "Mr. Principal! Mr. Principal! Old senior! Old man! Lao Deng! Devil!" After shouting for a long time, Lu Yun's voice became hoarse, but he did not receive any response. As they left in a hurry, Lu Yun didn't know where the old man's office was, so he had no choice but to look for it room by room. Lu Yun came to the building that looked like a rural primary school. The building had 3 floors. Lu Yun first walked around the first floor. Most of the rooms were empty. There was a room that seemed to be used as a warehouse and was full of miscellaneous items. Lu Yun saw a box of uninflated balloons inside. Judging from their condition, they didn't look new. There were also piles of hats in the corner, colorful and of all colors. Lu Yun even saw several pairs of worn socks and high heels in the room. This room was so weird. What kind of mess was all this? Lu Yun looked around, but couldn't find the principal's office. So Lu Yun came to the second floor. After a tour of the second floor, I still found nothing. Lu Yun came to the third floor and finally saw the principal's office. There's a golden plaque outside the office with a few large words written on it awkwardly. Principal's office. Through the glassless window, you could see the old man sitting in the office, his feet on the table, leisurely drinking wine from his wine gourd. Lu Yun pushed open the door and it creaked. The environment in the house was quite shabby, with large areas of cracked and peeling walls, and the tables and chairs were severely faded. "What's up?" The old man glanced at Lu Yun and asked casually, "I want to ask for a leave. I don't want to participate in the assessment of Kyoto University this time." Lu Yun went straight to the point. "No." The old man rejected this statement as soon as it came out. "Don't I have the right to refuse to participate?" Lu Yun said a little unhappily. "Of course you have that right." The old man took another sip of wine, wiped the corner of his mouth and smiled. "But I refuse your refusal. Lu Yun, it happens again. It is said that the elderly are broad-minded and considerate of others. Because they have lived for a long time, they are used to the troubles of the world and take many things lightly. But the old man in front of him always looked disrespectful and shameless." Lu Yun was very unhappy looking at this guy and wanted to beat this old guy up. But Lu Yun didn't do so. It's not because he disdained to bully the old man, but mainly because he couldn't beat him. When he was attacked before, he had no power to fight back at all. And even now, Lu Yun still didn't know the other party's specific occupation. Lu Yun had no confidence at all in fighting against such a person. If a few students from other universities ask for leave and don't participate in the Kyoto assessment, it wouldn't matter, but it's not possible for us at Xiaoyao University. Seeing Lu Yun standing there unhappily, the old man put down the wine gourd and began to explain. "Why?" Lu Yun's curiosity was aroused. "Because there are only 3 students in my Xiaoyao University, and one brat has already asked for leave for the Kyoto assessment, so the remaining 2 can't ask for leave." The old man said righteously. Lu Yun was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. There are only 3 people in such a big university, and that's if he is included. Blanche, why do I feel more and more like I've fallen into a den of thieves? Don't worry, go and take the test. You should be able to win honor for Xiaoyao University with your talent and strength. Your senior sister will accompany you on this test, so you won't be too lonely on the way. The old man winked at Lu Yun, then clenched his fists and said, "Come on, young man, I'm rooting for you." After that, he ordered me to leave. "If you have nothing else, you can leave now." Damn it, the topic changed so quickly. Lu Yun's face was filled with black lines, and he could only leave helplessly in the end. Chapter 122 Tea Party. When Lu Yun left the office, Long Kier suddenly came out of the marriage space. "If you don't want to go, then don't go." Long Kier stood beside Lu Yun and said, "After all, they have been married for such a long time and have developed feelings for each other, so she still feels sorry for Lu Yun. Is this okay? I've already promised him." Lu Yun hesitated. "What's wrong with that? Think carefully about the means this old man used to trick you here. Do you still need to trust him?" Long Kutter said with a pout. "Yes. Lu Yun suddenly woke up after hearing Long Kier's words. This old man had used all means to trick him here, so why couldn't he just hide away and not take part in the Kyoto assessment? After making up his mind, Lu Yun prepared to slip away. But at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang, and he found it was a friend request from someone named Mu Mao Hihua. After the application is approved, a message came from there. Mu Mao Hihua, you are junior Lu Yun, right? I entered school before you. You can call me senior sister Lu. You're still in school now, right? I will pick you up right now, and we will go to Kyoto to take the exam together. After seeing the news, Lu Yun felt terrible. He had just decided to run away when this senior sister who had not yet appeared contacted him. No way. Now that the other party has contacted me, my plan to escape has been ruined. Long Kuer also cast a sympathetic look at Lu Yun, then returned to the marriage space to continue playing games. She doesn't care about things like assessments and prefers to stay in the marriage space and play games happily. Lu Yun waited there for a while, and suddenly a roar came from the sky. Lu Yun saw a giant pure white bird suddenly descending above his head. Lu Yun thought that it was a monster that had escaped from a certain copy and was about to take out the dragon fortress to attack, and also planned to try out his newly unlocked skills. As a result, the next moment, a mature lady in a miniskirt jumped down from the back of the giant bird. She had a sweet look, a tall figure, and a good size of breasts, but the size was not as direct as Long Kuer's. You must be junior brother Lu Yun. Hello, my name is Lu Qiushui. Lu Qiushui stretched out her white hand to Lu Yun and greeted him with a smile. Lu Yun stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party symbolically. It turned out that this person was the senior sister whom he had yet to meet. He didn't expect that his senior sister was so beautiful. She should not be lonely during her time at Xiaoya University. After all, having such a beautiful lady by your side is really pleasing to the eyes just by looking at her. Hello, senior sister Lu. Lu Yun nodded. Oh my, since we are all students of Xiaoya University, we are family. Junior Lu, there is no need to be so reserved. Let's go to the tea party without further ado. Lu Qiushui smiled exceptionally brightly, and this smile was as beautiful as the blooming of a night blooming cereus. Lu Yun knew about this tea party, which was usually held the day before the Kyoto assessment. Simply put, it was to gather freshmen from various schools to explain tomorrow's assessment and allow everyone to communicate with each other and get to know each other. Although we are in different schools, we are all Xia people. After graduation, we will become the pillars of Xia and need to support each other. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is a show-off meeting. Although they're all freshmen, there are still distinctions between high and low. The strong show their talents, build high-end circles, and gain followers from others. The weak follow the strong and get the support of the strong after graduation. Originally, Lu Yun should have been the one to be followed, but unfortunately, since the moment he joined Xiaoya University, all this no longer existed. Maybe he would become a laughingstock now. He has a mythical profession and is a double job changer. He gave up the good Mo University and insisted on going to Xiaoya University. Hey, Lu Yun didn't even need to think to guess that many people must have regarded him as an idiot. Come on up. This is Bai Ling, my battle pet and also my mount. It flies very fast and can save a lot of time. Lu Qiushui jumped onto the giant bird's back and said to Lu Yun, it turns out to be a battle pet. Lu Yun was very envious and jumped up as well. He doesn't know when his little wolf will grow up. Unfortunately, the little wolf does not have the ability to fly. However, the little wolf still looks very domineering. It would be quite cool if he could take it out as a mount. When both of them came up, the giant bird flapped its huge wings, soared into the sky, and disappeared on the spot. On the bird's back, Lu Yun felt a sudden strong wind blowing. He could hardly open his eyes, and his breathing was somewhat affected. But this feeling soon disappeared because Bai Ling had arrived at the tea party. This is a well-known tea house in Kyoto. It is said that many poets in ancient times wrote poems here. After arriving at the bottom of the tea house, the two walked in without any hindrance, but when they were about to go to the top floor, they were stopped by the staff. I'm sorry, the top floor is fully booked today, the staff member said with a smile. This is our student ID. Lu Qiushui said as he took out his student ID. Upon seeing this, the staff member respectfully invited Lu Qiushui in. The top floor was reserved for the tea party, and Lu Qiushui was allowed in by showing his student ID. Immediately, the staff looked at Lu Yun again, waiting for him to show his student ID. However, Lu Yun just stood there in a daze and did not take any further action. Junior brother Lu, take out your student ID. Why are you still standing there? Lucio Shui asked in confusion. Well, I seem to have forgotten to bring my student ID. Lu Yun said awkwardly, scratching his head. If this student can make his or her attribute panel public, he or she can pass without a student ID card, the staff member said quickly. This kind of situation occurs at the tea party every year, and the staff are used to it. These are students from various universities, the future pillars of Xia country. The tea house would never dare to leave them here, so as long as they can release their aura to prove their identity, they can enter. Lu Yin did not hesitate when he heard this and immediately revealed his attribute panel. Then he was let go by the staff. When the two arrived at the top floor of the restaurant, no less than 100 freshmen had already gathered there. Although Kyoto University has many colleges and universities, the total number of admissions for all universities each year is less than a few hundred. Because university admission requirements are quite stringent, not everyone can go to university. Especially for an institution like Magic and Martial Arts University, the number of admissions each year will definitely not exceed double digits. Because the requirements are more stringent, the number of new students who can come to Kyoto to study is naturally scarce. Have you heard? It seems that a legendary genius has appeared in Jinsha City. It is said that he is a dragon knight. Of course I've heard of it. This guy seems to be a double job changer, but I don't know what level his second job is. Even if his second career is at a high level, so what? He has already been recommended to Magic and Martial Arts University, but he chose Xiaoya University. Even if he has high talent, he is basically useless. Chapter 123. My legs are numb. Stand up and move around. As soon as he arrived outside the box, Lu Yin heard someone talking about him inside. Without a doubt, they must be freshmen at a local university in Kyoto. Lu Yin himself had no way of defending himself on this matter, because any normal person would find it difficult to understand his choice. I really don't understand why Lu Yin has such a weird way of thinking. He doesn't want to go to a top university, but insists on going to such a shabby place. That's right, I haven't even heard of the name Xiaoya University. You outsiders don't understand. Only the locals in Kyoto know that Xiaoya University was established not long ago. The president of Xiaoya University is an old charlatan. He will trick new students into joining after the annual assessment. However, there's a ruthless person in Xiaoya University that you'd better not provoke. I heard that there are only 3 people in Xiaoya University. With the conditions of Xiaoya University, it is incredible that the old man was able to deceive 3 people. What's even more incredible is that one of them is the legendary professional in Jinsha City. What a pity. Lu Yin originally wanted to wait until everyone had finished speaking before going in, so as to avoid embarrassment to the greatest extent. Who would have thought that these people had endless things to say, and they became more and more excited. Moreover, the words they used became more and more tricky, and Lu Yun's face changed drastically after hearing them. Junior brother Lu, are you okay? Lu Qiu Shui asked with concern. It would be hard for anyone to feel comfortable being talked about like this, right? Not bad. Lu Yun nodded. Yeah. Lu Qiu Shui nodded, then stretched out his long legs and kicked the door of the box room open. Bang! The huge noise caused the originally noisy box to suddenly come to a standstill, and even Lu Yun next to him was startled. Lu Yun looked at Lu Qiu Shui with confusion, not understanding what his senior sister was going to do. The students in the private room heard the loud noise of the door and wondered which remote village this guy came from to be so unruly. They all looked at him sideways, wanted to teach him a lesson. However, after seeing who was coming, these people forced their mouths shut just because they saw Lu Qiu Shui's appearance clearly. It's so beautiful, beautiful and cool. The royal sister has a strong aura. If such a beautiful woman was unreasonable, it seemed forgivable, and the scene fell into a strange silence. Everyone stared at each other, tried to figure out how to approach this beauty. At this time, a slightly fat man with a plump face stood up to greet her. He looked respectful, smiled awkwardly, and said, Sister Lu, what are you doing here? Lu Qiushui glanced at the man calmly and said, Who cares? Who gave you the guts to say bad things about my junior? Speak. Who gave you the guts? Bang. After saying this, Lu Qiushui's whole body aura burst out instantly, making the chairs and stools around him creak. Suddenly, one of the freshmen couldn't stand it anymore, slammed the table, and was ready to attack. Several other people also looked unhappy and stood up at the same time. Their professional talent levels are different. The lowest is at the excellent level, and the highest has reached the mythical level. Those who can come to Kyoto University to study are not ordinary people. They all have their own pride. Now they were being questioned in such an arrogant manner, which made them feel extremely insulted. At this moment, a message alert sound suddenly rang in the minds of this group of people. It was the fat student who spoke earlier who sent the message. His name was Wang Wenjie. Unlike these freshmen from other places, he was born and raised in Kyoto and was very familiar with the situation in Kyoto. Others may not know, but he is familiar with Lu Qiushui's various deeds. Wang Wenjie, I advise you not to do anything stupid. Do you know who she is? This is Lu Qiushui, a ruthless person who once shocked the entire Kyoto. If you provoke her, you will definitely suffer no good consequences. Intelligence. Brother Wang, how can a woman be so scary? During the previous chat, because Wang Wenjie was very familiar with Kyoto and introduced the situation in Kyoto to everyone. Everyone was willing to give him face and call him Senior Brother Wang. Wang Wenjie, do you know Mo University? Li Muzi. Of course I know. Mo University is the highest institution of learning in our Xia country, and the geniuses inside are the most evil in the entire Xia country. Wang Wenjie. Not counting the freshmen of this year, there are a total of 6 extremely powerful monsters in the Magic and Martial Arts University. All 6 of them have mythical talents. They were all defeated by the man in front of us, and were beaten without any chance to fight back. How could the 6 legendary geniuses of the Magic and Martial Arts University be beaten by the man in front of them without any chance of fighting back? How is this possible? For a moment, everyone's eyes widened, with disbelief written all over their faces. Even if the woman in front of him was a legendary genius, she shouldn't be so terrifying, right? Wang Wenjie. The profession that this woman awakened to is very special. It is the Thousand Thunder Warlock of the Lightning Department, which is a rare profession in the Lightning Department. Her attack methods are endless, and it is difficult to defend against her effectively. Thousand Thunder Warlock is a rare profession among legendary professions. Although it is legendary, in fact, before the level reaches 60, it is not much different from the mythical level. After all, the difference between mythical and legendary professions really shows up when the level reaches 60. Therefore, Lu Qiushui is also a genius favored by countless people. Everyone thinks that she will go to Mo University after graduation, and Mo University has also invited her to be admitted. But after the assessment, he actually chose to join Xiaoya University. At that time, many people thought Lu Qiushui was stupid and laughed at her stupidity in private. Later, it was also in this tea house and at this tea party. Lu Qiushui came to the appointment and heard these guys mocking him, so he dragged everyone to an open space outside and started a group fight. At that time, hundreds of freshmen were beaten by Lu Qiushui without any chance to fight back. Later, this incident spread rapidly in Kyoto and was known by the top leaders of major universities. Upon hearing that their freshmen had been beaten, the schools were naturally unhappy. But the older generation was not in a position to take action, so they sent out the geniuses they had trained to teach Lu Qiushui a lesson. Unexpectedly, this decision brought an indelible shadow to all universities in Kyoto for the rest of their lives. After the geniuses from many schools appeared, Lu Qiushui didn't even look at these people and launched an attack directly. Then many university geniuses were taught a lesson by Lu Qiushui and beaten without any chance to fight back. The matter was finally settled only after the top leaders of Xia State stepped in. However, this incident also became a shame for all major schools, and Lu Qiushui also became a psychological shadow for those geniuses. From that day on, no one among the younger generation in Kyoto dared to look down on Lu Qiushui, so she even got a nickname, Lu Henrin. Hiss. After hearing what Senior Brother Wang said, the freshmen who were about to take action gasped and the blood in their bodies ran cold. If this woman is really so terrifying, what they just thought is tantamount to seeking death. Fortunately, Senior Brother Wang stopped them in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Everyone looked at Senior Brother Wang with gratitude. Seeing that this group of people were about to lose their temper, but suddenly froze in place at the same time, Lu Yun was a little confused. What happened? Why did these people suddenly stop moving? Senior Sister Lu's skill is amazing. Do you want to fuck me? Lu Qiushui glanced at the crowd and was determined to shock people with his words. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched suddenly. This senior sister of his was quite pretty, but he didn't expect that she was so eloquent. Just when Lu Yun thought that these freshmen would not be able to help but teach Lu Qiushui a lesson, a young man wearing dungarees and with grandma gray hair took a step forward with his right foot. He forced a far-fetched smile and explained, "Senior Sister Lu, don't get me wrong. I just had a cramp in my leg while playing basketball. I stood up and stretched my legs." "Me too. Upon hearing this, the others also nodded and followed suit. For a moment, the scene was strangely harmonious. Chapter 124, Where is Your Moral Integrity? Seeing this scene, Lu Yun's pupil shrank, and he looked suddenly at his senior sister Lu. He could see intense fear in these people's eyes. Their expressions were like those of sheep seeing a tiger. These people were clearly disdainful before. How come they suddenly became like this? I see. Judging from the look in their eyes, they should be communicating through a private chat channel. Lu Yun guessed that this group of people must have just communicated something secretly through the private chat channel. I just don't know what they were communicating about. But no matter what, it is not difficult to imagine at this moment that this senior sister, Lu, must have done something earth-shattering and soul-stirring in the past. Otherwise, these people would not be so scared. You have the right to remain silent. But if anyone says anything bad about my junior behind his back, I will personally come to your house and question you. Lu Qiushui glanced at everyone and said calmly. Everyone shuddered at the same time when they heard this, and a chilling fear emerged from the depths of their souls. Seeing that no one dared to speak, Lu Qiushui didn't say much. He pulled Lu Yun and found a seat to sit down. Then the scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared at each other, not knowing what to say. It's not that they're socially phobic, but mainly because Lu Qiushui is here, they really don't dare to say anything careless. What if they say something wrong and offend this woman? He was a man who couldn't even beat the geniuses from various universities in Kyoto. Those sitting there were all freshmen who had just enrolled this year, so naturally they were no match for Lu Qiushui. In everyone's mind, Lu Qiushui was the strongest person present. With the warning from senior brother Wang, they no longer had the arrogance they had just now. The dull atmosphere at the scene made Lu Yun feel a little awkward sitting there, and he just sat there in a daze. However, the silence did not last long before it was broken. A man named Zhang Heng suddenly initiated a private chat with Lu Yun. Zhang Heng, boy, if you have the guts, don't hide behind a woman. Aren't you a legendary genius? If you have the guts, let me see what you can do. The person who initiated the chat was a freshman at Xianling University and also a legendary genius. Although on the surface, due to Lu Qiushui's strength, everyone dared not have any opinions about Lu Yun, but in private, many people still looked down on Lu Yun. Before, they didn't understand why Lu Yun chose Xiaoya University, but now they understand that Lu Yun must have known Lu Qiushui's strength for a long time, and when he learned that she chose to join Xiaoya University, he followed her. Lu Yun was just a lapdog wagging his tail to please his master, without any pride as a mythical professional. Although some people wanted to be dogs for Lu Qiushui, Lu Yun looked up at Zhang Heng in the crowd without saying anything. Seeing this, Zhang Heng sent another message. Zhang Heng, as a professional with mythical talent, are you afraid to accept my challenge? If you were a man, come out and fight me right now. I want to see if your reputation as a mythical professional is just for show. A mythical profession itself is the top-level professional talent. Even if it is just an auxiliary mythical profession, joining the Magic and Martial Arts University is basically not a problem. However, Lu Yun did not join Mo University, but instead joined the unknown Xiaoya University. This made Zhang Heng feel that there was probably something wrong with Lu Yun's mythical profession. Just as Zhang Heng finished speaking and waited for Lu Yun's response, Lu Yun suddenly looked at Lu Qiushui beside him, then pointed at Zhang Heng. Senior sister Lu, this guy mocked me for being trash and wanted me to fight him one-on-one. Senior sister, you have to make the decision for me. After saying this, Lu Yun tried hard to squeeze out a tear. His expression was quite aggrieved. Hearing this, everyone present looked at Zhang Heng at the same time with extremely strange expressions. Zhang Heng was also dumbfounded. Lu Yun, your grandma's legs. You don't even have the slightest bit of pride in being a mythical professional. He never expected that Lu Yun would be so unethical. He actually took the initiative to expose this matter and told Lu Qiushui in public. Is this guy even a man? Even when provoked to the face, he was able to hold back and not take action, and instead found a woman to back him up. My junior is a mythical level professional, and he is also a dual job changer. You are very dissatisfied with him. Does that mean you are very confident in yourself? Lu Qiushui asked with narrowed eyes. Zhang Heng's face turned red for a long time, and he couldn't utter a word. It seems that you are indeed confident in yourself. In that case, how about we have a competition? Zhang Heng's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Discuss with Lu Qiushui? Who doesn't know how terrifying this woman is? This genius can cause psychological trauma in various universities in Kyoto. He is definitely no match for this man. But now that things have come to this, it would only be more embarrassing if I just sat there in silence. So Zhang Heng gave up, gritted his teeth, looked at Lu Yun, and yelled, "Lu Yun, if you're still a man, fight me now and let everyone see how powerful you are." Lu Yun pouted and said calmly, "Why should I fight you? Why should I let you see how powerful I am? Are you afraid? A double job changer, a mythical job changer, is actually afraid of a mere legendary job changer like me?" Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and began to provoke the opponent. However, his provocation had no effect on Lu Yun at all. "If you think I'm scared, then just assume I'm scared." Lu Yun spread out his hands with an indifferent expression on his face, which almost made Zhang Heng collapse. Most geniuses value their reputation very much, but Lu Yun is an exception. He has never seen such a shameless person in his life. At this moment, Lu Yun changed the subject again. "But it's not impossible for me to agree to spar with you, but fighting is too boring. We can add some excitement." "What do you mean?" Zhang Heng asked. Lu Yun didn't say anything and directly took out his Huahai bank card. "There's still a lot of gold coins in this card. If you can defeat me, this card will be yours." When Lu Yun took out the Huahai bank card, everyone was so surprised that their mouths widened. They all knew that Huahai Bank was the largest bank in Xia Country, and its business spread throughout Xia Country. Owning a Huahai bank card is a symbol of identity and status. No one expected that Lu Yun, a guy from Jinsha City, actually also had a Huahai bank card. Besides being shocked, everyone was also a little surprised. It seemed that Lu Yun was not as simple as they had imagined. Originally, Zhang Heng was confident that he could defeat Lu Yun. Professional talent was only one aspect that determined the outcome of the battle. In addition, there were also levels, equipment, skills, physical fitness, combat techniques, etc. Although he also came from a small place, he started from scratch and worked his way up to where he is today through his own efforts. His combat experience is not that rich, but at least it far exceeds that of his peers. He was very confident that he could defeat Lu Yun. But now that Lu Yun has treated him like this, he feels a little unconfident. The fact that this guy dared to use the Huahai bank card as a bet shows that he has a certain degree of confidence in his own ability. What to do? Things have come to this point. If he suddenly backs down, he will probably become a laughing stock among everyone. Thinking of this, Zhang Heng could only grit his teeth and take out a blueprint. This is a somewhat damaged, yellowed blueprint, on which some locations can be vaguely seen marked. "What kind of junk is this?" Lu Yun just laughed. "This is the treasure map I got in the dungeon. It records the location of a treasure, but the map is damaged and I haven't found it yet. But I believe there must be a treasure hidden here." Chapter 125, Iron Hammer Cavalry. Lu Yun glanced at the map and thought to himself. System, analyze the map. Parsing successful. Damaged treasure map 3. It records the burial site of a diamond-level flying equipment. This flying item can only be used by fire element professions and requires the user to be at least level 20. This map is divided into 3 parts. Damaged treasure map 1, owner. Lining, damaged treasure map 2, owner. Chufeng. After seeing the system analysis, Lu Yun was extremely excited and at the same time developed an infinite fondness for the system. The system dad is really good to me. Not only did he analyze the treasure information on the map, he also analyzed the locations of the other 2 fragments. And this is not the key point. The key point is that the system suddenly continues after finishing the task. As long as the host can obtain any fragment of the scroll, this system can analyze the location of the treasure. At this moment, Lu Yun's face flushed and he couldn't help but shout, "This system is awesome." I originally thought that this guy was just trying to fool me with a piece of torn paper, but I never expected it to be a real treasure. Flying equipment is already rare, let alone diamond-grade flying equipment. You know, Lu Yun's Dragon Fortress is only platinum level. I didn't lie to you. This map was dropped by killing the boss. It must be valuable. It is also the most valuable thing I have. Seeing that Lu Yun didn't say anything, Zhang Heng explained anxiously. Lu Yun had a systematic analysis and knew that this guy was not lying. But it was different for the others. Their expressions became extremely strange. No matter how they looked at it, they felt that it was just a piece of torn paper, and its value could not be compared to Lu Yun's Huahai bank card. This guy is so lame, he actually used a piece of torn paper as a bet. I think he doesn't have the confidence to win. The stakes are too high, and he can't afford to lose. Oh, this is really embarrassing for us. If we can't afford to lose, then why not just not compete? Maybe he's really poor and can't afford anything good. He can use a piece of paper to fool Lu Yun. After all, Lu Yun joined Xiaoya University maybe. Although these people spoke in low voices, Zhang Heng still heard them. Zhang Heng's face turned red instantly, and he felt extremely humiliated. What I said was clearly true, but these people didn't believe me at all. They looked down on Lu Yun, but they also looked down on Zhang Heng's actions. This picture is really a treasure. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. In addition to this picture, I can also offer other things as a bet. Zhang Heng suddenly took out a pile of gold coins and placed them on the table. There are 3,000 gold coins in total. How about including them in the bet? 3,000 gold coins are Zhang Heng's entire fortune. He is really desperate this time and plans to go all out. Okay, I accept your challenge. Originally, Lu Yun would accept the challenge for the sake of this map. I never thought that this guy took out another 3,000 gold coins. Another 3,000 gold coins for free. Even though he now has more than 10,000 gold coins, they will all run out eventually. No one would complain about having too much money. Are you sure, junior brother Lu? If you're not sure, just ignore this guy. No one dares to do anything to you here. Lu Qiushui said softly. Lu Yun was somewhat touched by such care, but he was indeed not afraid of Zhang Heng. Don't worry, Senior Lu. Since you dare to accept a challenge, I must be confident, Lu Yun said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Qiushui didn't say anything more. When both parties have determined their bets, they will immediately find a place to compete. The people of Xia are martial and killing is a crime, but if they really encounter irreconcilable conflicts, they can be resolved through public PK. This approach is the challenge. Many temporary arenas were set up in the streets and alleys of Kyoto. The conflicting parties can fight out here. In the ring, you can do whatever you want except killing your opponent. There was an arena below the tea house. Everyone came to the arena in a mighty manner. Lu Yun and Zhang Heng were the first to get on the arena. Being able to compete head-on with a mythical professional and defeat him in public should have been something to be happy about, but now Zhang Heng couldn't smile at all. Because Lu Yun's face was full of confidence, and his indifferent expression was filled with endless calmness. Zhang Heng felt like he was the prey. But the arrow has been shot, and he has no other way out. System analysis. Lu Yun looked at Zhang Heng and directly activated the power of the golden finger. Zhang Heng. Level 21. Occupation. Armure cavalerie. Marriage partner. Dwarf horse tribe. Physical strength. 300. HP. 4,500. Strength. 190. Agility. 101. Spiritual power. 100. Skills. Hammer smash. Night charge. Dwarf burrow. Steel strengthening. After taking a quick look at the other party's basic information, Lu Yun's eyes were filled with contempt. It's a pity that this guy was so confident before, but many of his attributes are not as good as mine. These skills are also quite poor. Hammer smash. Swing the giant hammer to attack. Each attack will increase the attack power by 3%, up to a maximum of 3 times. The night charge is launched while riding a mount, causing the opponent to become unavoidable and be stunned for 3 seconds. Dwarf's Burrow is an escape skill that allows one to instantly burrow underground and escape. As for Steel Strengthening, as the name suggests, it strengthens the body to enhance defense and become more durable. Among this guy's skills, only one is an offensive skill. Lu Yun, I will let you know how weak you are. So what if you were a Dragon Knight? I don't believe you are that powerful as a guy who can only hide behind a woman. A white light suddenly flashed on Zhang Heng's body. After the white light dissipated, he was covered with a set of silver armor. In front of them appeared a centaur covered in silver armor. Its head and forelimbs were in the shape of a dwarf, and it had a horse's torso and hind hooves at the back. This is Zhang Heng's marriage partner, the dwarf horse. Because dwarves have short legs, their entire bodies lean forward, which looks very uncoordinated. It is said that they are the product of the combination of dwarves and horses. Zhang Heng jumped onto his horse, stretched out his right hand, and held it in the air, and a huge silver war hammer appeared in his hand. I will let you see what a true genius is. I heard that you're also level 21, so I am not bullying you. I want to let you see what a genius should behave like if we are at the same level. So what if Lu Yun is a mythical dragon knight? With his combat experience, he believed that he could easily defeat Lu Yun. Stop barking and just take action, Lu Yun said calmly, holding his ear. As you wish. Zhang Heng roared and rushed towards Lu Yun on his silver warhorse. Knight's charge. Zhang Heng roared, and the silver warhorse under his crotch instantly sped up and arrived in front of Lu Yun in the blink of an eye. What's wrong with Lu Yun? Why hasn't he summoned his marriage partner to fight? I don't know. Does he know that he is not as good as Zhang Heng and is ready to sit and wait for death? Seeing that Zhang Heng had already taken action, Lu Yun still stood there without moving. Everyone was a little confused. But in the next moment, under the gaze of everyone, Lu Yun finally took action. Buzz. Justice Mockery. Chapter 126. Is it so difficult to admit that others are excellent? After performing the righteous taunt, Lu Yun's entire body was slowly enveloped by a pale yellow halo. After the halo enveloped Lu Yun, it quickly spread out in all directions with him as the center, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped Zhang Heng. It was at this time, Zhang Heng actually felt that his whole body was beginning to lose control. Even the warhorse under his crotch became restless and kept making hoarse roars. Lu Yun was clearly very close, but he just couldn't move forward at all. His body fell off the horse uncontrollably. Then he threw away the silver hammer in his hand and punched Lu Yun. This is exactly the effect of righteous mockery. Interrupt the opponent's skill reading, forcing the opponent to use basic attacks. And the damage caused by the taunted target to the caster will be reduced by 70%, and this effect will last for 10 seconds. This skill can only be described as perverted. Imagine that the two sides have just experienced a hearty battle, and the opponent wipes the sweat from his forehead and smiles crookedly. This kid must not be left alive. Watch me use my ultimate move to kill you directly. Then the sky darkened, the earth trembled, and a terrifying pressure radiated across the heaven and earth. Just then you perform a righteous taunt, forcing your opponent to use their ultimate and attack you with their basic attack. This scene must be extremely dramatic. Such an operation will definitely make the opponent collapse. This is Zhang Heng's mentality now. Zhao, what the hell is going on here? Why is my body suddenly out of control? I tried to use the skill night charge, but it turned out like this. Seeing that he was only one step away from touching Lu Yun, his body was out of control at the critical moment. Zhang Heng's mind was almost broken. This is really weird. However, what made Zhang Heng even more desperate was that his right fist had already been lightly delivered to Lu Yun. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly reached out and grabbed the opponent's fist, then twisted hard. With a snap, the sound of a bone breaking was heard. Minus 500. Zhang Heng's wrist was forcibly broken by Lu Yun. Zhang Heng's face was instantly distorted with pain, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Fuck, what is Zhang Heng doing? I don't know. Instead of using skills, he uses normal attacks. What the hell is this? Could it be that this guy accepted Lu Yun's favor and is deliberately letting the opponent win? The freshmen present were stunned. Zhang Heng was a legendary after all. Even if he really couldn't beat Lu Yun, he shouldn't be so embarrassed. It was a bit fake. Zhang Heng shouldn't be so weak, right? He fought his way up. If he's not invincible at the same level, he's at least among the best. How could he appear so weak? At this time, several people who were familiar with Zhang Heng were also quite puzzled. They think Zhang Heng is playing a fake game. His wrist was broken before he even touched the other person. This is too outrageous. Even in the pain, Zhang Heng did not forget to resist. After all, he had combat experience. He immediately swung out his other hand and slammed it towards Lu Yun's face, giving him no time to react. If he gets hit by this, Lu Yun will lose at least 300 HP. Bang! Zhang Heng did hit the target with this punch, but it would be more accurate to say that Lu Yun did not dodge at all. Minus 90. This attack should have caused 200 points of damage, but it only caused 90 points of damage to Lu Yun. This mild injury confused Zhang Heng again. You're cheating. Did someone give you a support skill? Zhang Heng suddenly looked at Lu Yun and shouted, if you can't beat them, then you say they're cheating. Is it so difficult to admit that others are better? Lu Yun smiled sarcastically, then suddenly grabbed the guy's other hand and squeezed it hard. Click. Minus 500. The other wrist was also broken, and Zhang Heng screamed like a pig being slaughtered again, feeling like he was about to collapse. I'm a legendary professional after all. Why am I so vulnerable in front of this guy? He felt like a fish on a chopping board, without even the slightest power to resist. At this moment, the pale yellow halo surrounding Zhang Heng suddenly dissipated. The effect of righteous taunt is gone. After all, although this skill is extremely powerful, it can only last for 10 seconds. Seeing this scene, Zhang Heng suddenly realized that it must have been a skill effect. He immediately rekindled his confidence, and thought his chance had come. He yelled, "Dwarfs are escaping." Although the name of this skill is not very elegant, the effect is immediate. Zhang Heng's body was covered by a layer of mud. The ground under his feet began to sink, and his figure slowly disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the ground 3 meters behind Lu Yun suddenly caved in and turned into a pit. Zhang Heng crawled out of it covered in dust. He looked at Lu Yun with a hint of viciousness in his eyes. When I released the dwarf burrow, just now, my body did not lose control. It seems that it was indeed the effect of that guy's skill. As expected of a mythical profession, the skill is really amazing. However, the effect of your skill has been exposed. During this period of time, the skill is on CD. Lu Yun, you are finished. Swish! Zhang Heng roared angrily, and the silver hammer flew into his hands. He held the silver hammer with both hands and smashed it towards Lu Yun. Hammer strike! Boom! When this blow landed, a white light rose up in the surrounding space, and even the metal railings on the ring made a clanging sound. Lu Yun also felt the changes behind him. He raised his lips slightly and took out the dragon fortress and held it across in front of him. The opponent is not a fire elemental, and the fire dragon's intimacy has no effect on him, so he cannot let the opponent's hammer hit him directly. Boom! Sparks flew everywhere, and the terrifying force caused the ground beneath Lu Yun's feet to cave in. Minus 250. With the help of the dragon fortress's inherent skill solid barrier, Zhang Heng's attack only caused 250 points of damage to Lu Yun. This guy's defense is so strong, he's worthy of being a dragon knight. His defense is maxed out. Although this guy's brain isn't very good, he is a mythical class after all. The attributes of this class are not to be underestimated. Fuck, don't tell the truth. Be careful that Lu Henren hears it. It would be great if I also had a mythical profession. The many onlookers were extremely shocked. Lu Yun's performance far exceeded their expectations. Originally, people thought that Lu Yun chose Xiaoya University because he was either stupid and fooled by the president of Xiaoya University, or he was blinded by lust and wanted to pursue Lu Qiushui. I didn't expect this guy to have such a quick reaction and rich combat experience. If they were facing Zhang Heng, they would definitely not be able to be as calm and composed as Lu Yun was now. You have to know that Zhang Heng had been fighting at full speed from the moment the battle began, while Lu Yun had not yet summoned his marriage partner. Comparing this pair, the difference is obvious. Just when everyone was complaining about Lu Yun's various faults, they suddenly felt a chill coming from behind. Turning around, they found that the ruthless Lu Qiushui was staring at them with cold eyes. Everyone was so frightened that they dared not fart again. At this time, Lu Yun's battle is far from over. Chapter 127. The sky is dark, and the earth is dark. Fight with bird fist. Are you still a man? If you have the guts, fight head-on instead of hiding behind a shield. Seeing that his attack was blocked again, Zhang Heng's defense was broken. With his attack power and the shield, he had no way out and could only curse. Lu Yun was also helpless. This was a public place, and he didn't want to expose his strength. Kyoto is not like Jinsha City. There are many experts here. Lu Yun needs to be cautious at every step, otherwise he will easily suffer losses. Besides, Lining is also here, and the other party will definitely cause trouble for him. If you reveal your cards now, the other party will be on guard in advance. This is also the reason why, until now, he has not summoned Long Kier to join the battle. If he went all out, he would surely be able to end the battle quickly, but then his trump card would be seen by everyone. Oh, this is really a headache. How can I defeat this guy at the lowest cost? Lu Yun rubbed his temple with a headache. Even though this guy's stats and all aspects are inferior to mine, he is a legendary class after all. It is very difficult to defeat him without exposing his skills. Lu Yun, behave like a man and have a fair duel between men. Don't let me look down on you. Zhang Heng held the hammer in both hands, stood with his legs apart, and started another round of verbal attacks on Lu Yun. Seeing his action, Lu Yun had a flash of inspiration and thought of a way to break the impasse. I don't really want to fight with you because I'm afraid of hurting innocent people, but since you insist, I will naturally help you. Lu Yun no longer hesitated, abandoned the dragon fortress, and rushed directly towards Zhang Heng. This scene stunned everyone. This guy actually dropped his equipment. Is he planning to attack with his bare hands? A legendary freshman from Mo University said in shock. It looks like he doesn't intend to use any skills. What's going on? Another mythical level professional at the Magic and Martial Arts University was also quite confused. Mythical classes are certainly more powerful than legendary classes, but if you don't use your skills and just use your fists, given the same level, this behavior is way too arrogant. Not to mention this group of people, even Lu Qiushui, who was quite optimistic about Lu Yun, was very puzzled. What on earth is this kid doing? Is he really going to attack with his bare hands? If it were her, she could easily defeat Zhang Heng with bare hands. But that is also because her level is far higher than Zhang Heng's. She really couldn't figure out what Lu Yun was going to do. At this time, Zhang Heng saw Lu Yun rushing towards him and shouted excitedly. Lu Yun's brain was indeed not very smart, and a few words of provocation could make him lose his mind. He did not dodge, but placed the hammer on his chest, and his entire body of armor instantly glowed white. Steel strengthening. His defense and health have both been slightly improved. He is ready to take this blow head on. They are both level 21, and he also used skills. If Lu Yun can block his attack, he must be able to block Lu Yun's attack. If Lu Yun used his skills, he would not dare to do this, but now Lu Yun was unarmed, so there was no need for him to be afraid. Without considering the participation of the marriage partner in the war, the biggest difference between different professional talent levels, apart from the difference in numerical values, is the professional skills. But what he didn't know was that this would be the worst decision he had ever made. In a flash, Lu Yun appeared in front of Zhang Heng and punched him in the chest. Boom! The punch landed on the iron hammer, which took most of the damage, but Zhang Heng still suffered 50 points of damage. However, 50 points of damage was nothing to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng raised his lips, revealing an arrogant smile, and said, "Is this all you have?" Hearing this, Lu Yun also smiled. When Zhang Heng saw Lu Yun's expression, he had a bad feeling, but he couldn't figure out what other tricks Lu Yun had. Lu Yun threw another punch. Zhang Heng didn't notice any changes in this circle. He continued to stand where he was, ready to withstand the blow. However, what he didn't expect was that Lu Yun's punch was not aimed at his chest, but his most vulnerable place, his crotch. Boil! Zhang Heng's pupils suddenly shrank, and his whole face turned black in an instant. His steel reinforcement can make the entire body surface steel to resist damage. But some parts are generally not attacked. On the one hand, monsters only attack the head, neck, heart, and other fatal vital parts and rarely attack there. On the other hand, with the protection of the limbs, the opponent cannot attack. There's another problem. After that part is steeled, functional obstacles may occur, affecting fertility. Zhang Heng is still young and has to raise offspring, so naturally he will not strengthen that part with steel. But Lu Yun did just that. Oh shit. Lu Yun, you have no moral principles. It turns out that the previous punch was just a cover, and this punch was the real killer move. I'm going to have no descendants. You're a fucking idiot. Where's your fucking moral integrity? Are you really a mythical job changer? Can you please have some fucking manners? You fucking... Zhang Heng cursed Lu Yun crazily in his heart, but soon he stopped cursing because he felt a strong wind blowing on his crotch. The fist hasn't arrived yet, but the wind from the fist has already begun to rage. I admit, Zhang Heng's scalp instantly went numb. He could already imagine the heart-wrenching pain. He had experienced countless battles in his life, but had never felt as desperate as he did now. In order to prevent his second brother from suffering, he was ready to admit defeat immediately. It's a pity that it's too late. Bang! Lu Yun's punch hit him hard. This moment, Zhang Heng vaguely heard his second brother sighing. Zhang Heng's second brother, alas. In the end, the Kuan took on all the responsibility. Bang! A punch landed and the egg broke into pieces. Minus 666. A string of damage numbers also popped up. Although it was only 666 points of damage, the pain could make a person lose his combat effectiveness in an instant. Zhang Heng didn't even have the strength to scream, as if his soul had been sucked out of him in an instant. His facial features twisted into a ball, his body began to shake wildly, and he slowly squatted on the ground with his hands around his crotch. Pain. It hurts so much. This pain is indescribable. Only those who have experienced it personally know. Hiss. Many boys present gasped at the same time and involuntarily covered their crotches with their hands. Even though they were just spectators, they still felt the same way. This kind of attack is fatal to men. This guy named Lu Yun is absolutely amazing. He has no bottom line at all. This kind of attack method has been used. Don't force your face. At this moment, all the men present were secretly alert and must be on guard against Lu Yun when facing him. No man can withstand this kind of attack. Chapter 128, A Confrontation Between Men. Do you want to continue? Lu Yun looked down at Zhang Heng from above and said with a smile. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his attack. After all, the purpose of fighting was to win. If he could win the battle at the lowest cost, Lu Yun would naturally not hesitate. Lu Yun, you bastard. You have no moral principles. I will never let you go. Zhang Heng was in excruciating pain, curled up on the ground in a cold sweat. After hearing what Lu Yun said, he was immediately furious and started to explode the quintessence of Chinese culture on the spot. Lu Yun was not angry when he heard this, but frowned and said frivolously, "Oh, it seems that you're still not convinced and want to continue fighting with me. You are worthy of being a top student of Xianling University. You are really courageous. In this case, I hope you can take my next attack." After Lu Yun finished speaking, he stepped back 3 meters with his legs apart, then stretched out his right hand, curled up a sinister smile, and said, "Monkey stealing peaches." The moment he heard this, Zhang Heng couldn't help but clamp his legs together. Hiss. Pain. I haven't recovered yet, so I give myself another one. I am so. Seeing Lu Yun preparing to attack, Zhang Heng's eyelids jumped, and he endured the pain of his second brother and shouted, "Stop." Something? Lu Yun asked jokingly. If you are a man, you should wait for me to recover and then fight me head-on instead of using such despicable tactics. Zhang Heng said angrily, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain. That's a very good suggestion. Lu Yun nodded, then shook his head. It's a pity that I reject your proposal. What kind of cow or horse is this person? You really don't know how to write the word shame? Are you ready to be shameless to the end? Zhang Heng's face was filled with black lines, and he was about to collapse internally. As a grassroots person, he has overcome all obstacles along the way and met all kinds of people, but he has never met a shameless guy like Lu Yun. There's no point in saying more. Since you're still not convinced, let's continue the fight. Lu Yun didn't waste time talking to this guy and immediately launched an offensive. Zhang Heng was furious when he saw this, but he was powerless to do anything. At this moment, the dwarf horse stood in front of Zhang Heng. I was busy fighting just now and didn't pay attention to what the horse looked like. This dwarf horse is only about 1.3 meters tall. Although she is not tall, she looks good, with a baby face and smooth and delicate cheeks, which perfectly matches her height. Another advantage of this person is that her size is quite outstanding. Every step she takes is a spectacular scene of surging waves. Even Long Kur, the fire dragon princess, cannot compare with her. Also, the dwarf horse has the appearance of a human body and a horse's buttocks, and its uses are amazing. You rude guy. How dare you be rude to my master? The dwarf glared at Lu Yun and roared, with a look that seemed to want to cut Lu Yun into pieces. Tsk, I didn't expect that your marriage partner, Brother Zhang, is quite good, Lu Yun said, rubbing his chin with his fingers and staring at the dwarf horse with interest. What do you want to do? Zhang Heng became alert upon seeing this and asked. There's something wrong with this guy's eyes. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. Does he want to do something unforgivable to his spouse? This was the marriage partner he had chosen from the marriage house, a lifelong companion. If Lu Yun dared to do something obscene to his marriage partner, he would never agree. I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my true colors. I'm actually the chosen one. Have you read online novels? The kind with systems. I activated the furnace system, and as long as I practice dual cultivation with the marriage partners of other job changers, I can improve my strength. I think your marriage partner is not bad, so... Having said that, Lu Yun paused for a while and revealed an evil smile. He looked like a real villain. Fortunately, Long Ku and Ji Linger were not here, otherwise they would definitely roll their eyes. Many times, Lu Yun really has no moral integrity. It may be because he had lived a hard life for too long in the past, which also led to Lu Yun not caring much about face. The Chosen One. Online novel? Furnace system? If you really want to monopolize my marriage partner, just say so directly instead of finding these weird reasons. Not only do you have no bottom line, you're actually a filthy hooligan. Even if I die here, I won't let you touch my spouse. But he couldn't stand up and fight now. In order to protect his spouse, he could only surrender. I give up, Zhang Heng said unwillingly, gritting his teeth. It's better to do this sooner. A smile appeared on Lu Yun's face. Although he is quite shameless, he is not so perverted as to defile someone's marriage partner in public. Master, are you still in pain? The young female horse came to Zhang Heng and asked him with a concerned look on her face. I'm Fina. Zhang Heng tried hard to endure the pain, but sweat was already oozing out of his forehead. The fragile second brother was hit by a punch. It would be strange if he was okay. It will probably take him a year or two to recover. It's okay. I'll help you go back and rest. I'll give you a good massage and apply some medicine. You'll be fine. The dwarf horse Loli felt distressed and hurriedly helped Zhang Heng down from the stage. Before leaving, she glared at Lu Yun fiercely. How could she not be angry when her favorite food was broken by the human in front of her? For a long time in the future, she might not be able to be a little girl picking mushrooms. After Zhang Heng left, the arena under the tea house fell into a strange silence, and everyone stared at Lu Yun in deep thought. When I first got here, I heard you all talking about me. Who else is unhappy with me? Please stand up now. Let's have a fight between men. Lu Yun glanced at everyone and said with a friendly smile. Everyone's mouth twitched at the same time when they heard this. A fight between men? How dare you say such things? With your despicable moves, are you sure this is a fight between men? They didn't want to experience Zhang Heng's dull sadness, and for a moment no one responded. There were actually a few mythical level job changers among the people present. Their strength was not weak either. Some of them were even higher in level than Lu Yun, but they did not speak at this time. The reason is very simple. Everyone comes here just to get to know each other. There's no deep hatred. Why should we offend each other and make enemies for ourselves? Moreover, even if they defeated Lu Yun here, there would be no benefit, but their own cards would be exposed instead. Everyone's thoughts coincide with each other on this point, and no one wants to reveal their own cards. It seems that everyone has no objection to me. Lu Yun sighed and said with a lingering feeling, I wanted to continue the confrontation between men for a few more times, but it seems that I can only wait until next time. Lu Yun waved his hand, then took Lu Qiu Shui away, leaving everyone in disarray in the wind. Chapter 129. Senior sister, please listen to my excuse. Just after the two of them left the tea house, Lu Qiu Shui suddenly said to Lu Yun with great interest, I didn't realize that my junior brother had such a skill. Senior Lu, stop joking. I don't want to expose my strength here today. That guy named Zhang challenged me by name, so I had no choice but to do this. Lu Yun said with a wry smile. If he had no choice, Lu Yun would not want to do such a thing. But it doesn't matter, as long as the final result is good. You can choose to hide behind me and not make a move. Now, you will inevitably be looked down upon by these guys, but the effect of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys has been achieved. Lu Qiu Shui covered her mouth and chuckled, causing the sea in front of her to churn. Lu Yun didn't expect Lu Qiu Shui to react like this, and he also knew that his trick of stealing peaches was not an upright one. It's getting late. You've already had some contact with these new students today. I wanted to introduce you to this group of people, but now it seems unnecessary. At this point, Lu Qiu Shui's lips couldn't help but rise even more. I really found a treasure this time at Xiaoyao University. She had planned to introduce these freshmen to Lu Yun. After today's tea party, tomorrow would be the official Kyoto assessment. At that time, the freshmen would compete with each other, and it would naturally be better for them to know each other better. But considering Lu Yun's strength and shrewdness, this information is probably of no importance to him. After hearing what Lu Qiu Shui said, Lu Yun felt embarrassed. He didn't feel a sense of belonging to Xiaoyao University, but this senior Lu was very kind to him. Okay, it's getting late. Let's go back and rest early. You still have to take the Kyoto assessment tomorrow, so you must rest well tonight. Lu Qiu Shui said softly. Okay, I'll listen to you, senior. Lu Yun nodded. Lu Qiu Shui chuckled and said, Junior brother is very obedient. Unlike some people, he is stubborn and conceited. He is totally a difficult guy to get along with. Every time I get along with him alone, it's quite a headache. Is the person Senior Lu was talking about another student in our school? Lu Yun asked curiously. According to what the old liar said, there should be another person in Xiaoyao University besides him and Lu Qiu Shui. So it is not difficult to guess that the guy who is difficult to get along with mentioned by Lu Qiu Shui should be that person. Yeah, that's the guy. Senior Lu, what kind of person is that? Lu Yun asked curiously. He guessed that the other party was probably tricked in by the old liar. As for the person who was favored by the old liar, Lu Yun was very curious about the level of the other party. That guy is quite powerful, but unfortunately he is too stubborn. Forget it. You will have a chance to meet him in the future. Now go back and have a rest. Lu Qiu Shui shook his head and said. She was obviously unwilling to explain too much on this matter. So Lu Yun stopped asking, and the two of them took Bai Ling back to Xiaoyao University. Okay, it's getting late. You should go and rest first. Lu Qiu Shui greeted Lu Yun, put away Bai Ling, and prepared to go back to the room to rest. At this time, Lu Yun called out to Lu Qiu Shui. Senior Lu, where's my room? Lu Yun asked awkwardly, scratching his head. He was tricked into coming to Xiaoya University last time, and now he doesn't even know where his room is. Oh, I forgot you don't have a room yet. Lu Qiu Shui suddenly realized, and then stretched out her slender hand to support her chin and began to think. After a long while, he sighed and said, I'm sorry, Junior Lu Yun. You've seen the environment of Xiaoya University. There are quite a few extra rooms here, but they are very messy and need to be cleaned before you can move in. How about this? I'll prepare a new room for you tomorrow, and you can stay here with me tonight. Being in the same room with Lu Qiu Shui, just one night, looking at the curvature of Lu Qiu Shui's face, Lu Yun felt his mouth dry and couldn't help swallowing. I'm afraid this isn't a good idea. What's wrong with this? We are all married adults, and I don't mind. Do you think my junior brother would mind me? Lu Qiu Shui chuckled, then put her mouth close to Lu Yun's ear and whispered, Junior brother, you're not bad looking. If you really want to eat me, I don't mind. Not sure whether Lu Qiu Shui did it intentionally or unintentionally. Lu Yun suddenly felt a heat coming from his ears with the scent of lavender. Lu Yun suddenly realized that blood was starting to fill somewhere. Junior, Lu Qiu Shui's voice was full of charm. What's wrong? Lu Yun looked back and found that Lu Qiu Shui was staring at a certain place on him. Upon seeing this, Lu Yun followed her gaze and saw a green dragon overlooking the sky, demonstrating his incredible talent. This green dragon has the potential to become an emperor. All this, Lu Yun was embarrassed at that time. Senior sister Lu, listen to my excuses. Bah, listen to my explanation. Lu Yun's old face turned red with embarrassment. He hurriedly wanted to explain, but Lu Qiu Shui shook his head to stop him. Young people are full of energy, and it's easy for them to have strange ideas in their heads. I understand. Lu Qiu Shui blinked at Lu Yun, smiling like a flower, but an imperceptible blush rose on her face. Well, it's mainly because my profession is a knight, and I have too much physical strength, and most of the time it's out of my control. Lu Yun argued. Well, it's mainly because of my profession. I can never admit that it's his problem. Then, junior brother Lu Yun, can you let me experience the energy of a knight tonight? Lu Qiu Shui suddenly leaned over to Lu Yun, staring into his eyes and asked. She was wearing something very cool, and when she leaned over, a magnificent picture of surging waves suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yun's eyes. The flowers are so beautiful that they dazzle the eyes. What good poem. As the saying goes, the elusive is the most attractive. As a principled person, Lu Yun naturally responded in time. First take a deep breath, then open your eyes wide and look carefully. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't taking advantage of the situation to act like a hooligan. He was watching purely to appreciate beautiful things. He was used to being poor, and he had no high-end hobbies, whether before or after traveling through time. His only hobby was appreciating beauty. Seeing Lu Yun staring at her so openly, and even moving closer to her with his face almost touching her waves, even Lu Qiu Shui blushed instantly, but she quickly suppressed this change in expression. As a senior, she cannot show any passive reaction, because this is not in line with the setting of a senior. What on earth are you thinking about? Come with me. It's getting late, go to bed early. Lu Qiu Shui stretched out her jade hand, tapped Lu Yun's head gently, then turned and left. Lu Yun nodded and followed quickly, but his mind was still immersed in the previous picture of the waves, and he didn't notice Lu Qiu Shui's hurried footsteps. Chapter 130. The founder of Magic and Martial Arts University. Following Lu Qiu Shui all the way, Lu Yun smelled a faint scent of lavender. Smells good, just like the ultimate charm released when a flower blooms. Lu Qiu Shui brought Lu Yun to a room. Lu Qiu Shui's boudoir was actually a converted classroom. The layout here is still that a classroom. After simple decoration, the room looks very warm. The overall layout of the room is relatively simple, and the color is not the pink that Lu Yun imagined, but a purple with a mature charm. A poet once said that purple has charm. It is indeed true. At least this color is very suitable for Lu Qiu Shui's temperament. Entering the room, he could smell a stronger scent of lavender, and Lu Yun felt like he had arrived in a paradise of sexual bliss. Looking towards the center of the room, Lu Yun's gaze rested on the large purple bed. Looked around. There's only one bed. Could it be that? Senior sister Lu asked me to stay here for one night. It seems that the two of them will sleep together. Is this development a bit too fast? However, Since senior sister Lu insisted, he could only follow the host's wishes. Don't look around. I'm going to take a shower first. You can rest first. There's a water dispenser over there. Go get some water if you're thirsty. Lu Qiu Shui gave Lu Yun some instructions, picked up his bathrobe, and walked into the bathroom that had been converted in the corner. Lu Yun was the only one left in the bedroom. It's not as messy as I imagined. It said that many girls who appear glamorous and beautiful have messy homes. It seems that this saying doesn't apply to senior sister Lu. Lu Yun looked around again without giving up, but he didn't see any panties or anything like that scattered around. It would be a lie to say I'm not disappointed. Many things in senior sister Lu's room are purple, so that should be purple too, right? Lu Yun murmured softly. After a while, Lu Yun collected his thoughts and began to plan his future university life. Then I felt depressed. Coming to a hellhole like Xiaoyao University, how can he plan for the future? The real future is uncertain. It is more reliable to find an opportunity to escape. Lu Yun hadn't been depressed for long when the sound of running water suddenly came from the bathroom, interrupting Lu Yun's thoughts. Lu Yun couldn't help but fantasize about Lu Qiushui's hot body under the flushing of the running water. Stop. Stop. You can't think about it anymore. If you do, you will make mistakes. Lu Yun simply sat there and began to meditate, muttering to himself. Great and mighty heavenly dragon, the world-honored one, Xidagarba, turn misfortune into fortune and stabilize my heart. Fortunately, the sound of running water in the bathroom stopped after a while. Lu Yun saw Lu Qiushui, wrapped in a bathrobe, wiping the water droplets on her head with a towel. She slowly walked out of the bathroom with a seductive figure swaying. Does it look good? Lu Qiushui blinked at Lu Yun, her voice charming and moving. It looks good. Lu Yun looked into his eyes and said seriously. He likes looking at beautiful women. It is one of his few hobbies, and he does not avoid their gazes. In Lu Yun's opinion, appreciating beautiful things is a man's nature, and it is not shameful. Want to see it? Lu Qiushui raised her lips and said with 3 parts of teasing and 7 parts of charm. If senior sister Lu wants to show it to me, I'm naturally willing. Lu Yun also grinned, and he was hit hard on the back of his head by Lu Qiushui. Senior Lu, what are you doing? Lu Yun asked while scratching his head, enduring the pain. Little rascal, go to bed early and stop thinking about things you shouldn't be thinking about all day. Your most urgent task now is to figure out how to face the Kyoto test tomorrow. This test is related to the reputation of our Xiaoyao University. You are the only freshman in our class, and our reputation depends on you. Lu Yun rolled his eyes instantly. Xiaoyao University is in this state now, so how can it still maintain its dignity? Sleep. Lu Qiushui didn't say much. She lay down on the bed in front of Lu Yun and covered her proud body with purple quilt. After hearing what Lu Yun said, he also felt that what Lu Qiushui said made sense. After all, early to bed and early to rise makes for good health, and now it is indeed time to go to bed. So I got up decisively and prepared to go to bed. However, just as Lu Yun walked to the bed, Lu Qiushui suddenly stopped him. What are you doing? Lu Yun's face was full of black question marks. I'm sleeping. Why are you in bed if you want to sleep? Shouldn't you sleep in bed? You wishful thinking, you little rascal. Lu Qiushui rolled his eyes in annoyance and pointed at the sofa next to him and said, It's exciting enough for a man and a woman to be in the same room alone. You actually want to sleep with us? You wish. Go sleep on the sofa. Sleep on the sofa. If that's the case, why didn't you say so earlier? Look at what has happened now. The misunderstanding has become even bigger. Lu Yun touched his nose, then lay down on the sofa obediently. Seeing Lu Yun's frustrated look, Lu Qiushui's lips unconsciously curled up. She didn't know why, but she found Lu Yun like this very interesting. He immediately reached out to turn off the light. The room was plunged into darkness. Only a ray of moonlight shone into the room along the windowsill. Night. Starry. Silence. The room was just as quiet, and the two could even hear each other's breathing. Lu Qiushui was lying on the bed covered with a quilt, but his mind was full of random thoughts. Since meeting Lu Yun, this guy has admired her body without any hesitation, but Lu Qiushui has no disgust at all. Instead, I was secretly happy. There are many men who look at her like Lu Yun, but those men's eyes are dirty and have obscene intentions. Lu Yun was different from them. Although he also liked to look around, his eyes were very pure. It was a look without any desire, only appreciation. Interesting little hooligan. I've seen him do it secretly, but this is the first time I've seen him do it openly in public. It looks like life at Xiaoya University won't be so boring in the future. Lu Qiushui raised her eyes and glanced at Lu Yun lying on the sofa. She felt sleepy and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, after getting up, they simply washed up and went to the Magic and Martial Arts University. As the flagship of Xiaoya University, every Kyoto examination is held here. Because the Magic and Martial Arts University has the most complete equipment and the largest number of copies, it is the most suitable place. When the two arrived outside the Magic and Martial Arts University, Lu Yun deeply felt the gap. Outside the gate of Xiaoya University is a deep mountain and old forest, while outside the gate of Mo University is just the opposite, with the most prosperous commercial street right outside. The land here alone is worth a fortune, and the area occupied by the Magic and Martial Arts University here is more than 10,000 acres. Outside the Magic and Martial Arts University, there stands a statue. The statue is a monster pierced by a long sword. The monster has 3 heads and 6 arms, a very ferocious facial expression, and countless runes flashing all over its body. But the sword was even more powerful, and it pierced through the monster directly and nailed it to the ground. It is rumored that this sword was the equipment of the founder of Magic and Martial Arts University. It is a star-level equipment, the highest level of equipment. The founder once used this sword to slaughter countless powerful monsters. During the war-torn era of Xia country, he defended Xia country with this sword alone. Lu Qiushui looked at the statue in front of him and explained softly. Lu Yun frowned slightly and asked softly, "The founder of Mo University?" Chapter 131, Open the Floodgates. Release the flood. Well, this person is a remarkable person and a well-known figure in the entire history of Xia country. You should have heard of Jian Songtian, right? Yes. Lu Yun nodded. Jian Songtian was the strongest swordsman in Xia country and also a mythical level professional. After a job changer reaches level 20, every 10 levels is a watershed, and level 100 is a super watershed. It is this watershed that has trapped and killed countless geniuses. However, this Jian Songtian had broken through level 100 more than 10 years ago. He has already become a legend in the Xia kingdom. As for what level he is at now, Lu Yun doesn't know either. But it should not be lower than the goddess of Sakura country, Akagi Sakurako. Are you ready? At this moment, Lu Qiushui suddenly changed his tone and asked, "What preparations?" Lu Yun asked puzzledly. "Be prepared to be humiliated." Lu Qiushui winked at Lu Yun and said, "In the eyes of most people, with your talent you should join Mo University, but you joined Xiaoya University. Although you have a good eye and made the right choice, others will not think so. In their eyes, you're no different from an idiot. There will be countless people coming to observe every Kyoto assessment, and there will definitely be ridicule later." Hearing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Who would be so discerning as to choose to join Xiaoya University? I was completely fooled by that old liar with his sweet talk and stick. Besides, his behavior is no different from that of an idiot, not to mention in the eyes of others, even in his own eyes. I don't have any other abilities, but I'm definitely thick-skinned enough. So, senior sister Lu, don't worry. Lu Yun sighed in his heart and grinned. "I'm not worried about your face. I just said it casually." Lu Qiushui nodded. Lu Yun. Senior sister Lu clearly expressed her affirmation of my abilities, but why couldn't I be happy? "Let's go," Lu Qiushui said. Lu Yun nodded and followed Lu Qiushui into the Magic and Martial Arts University. On the way forward, Lu Yun thought about it and let the little wolf out. The little wolf came out of the marriage gate and barked at Lu Yun, wagging its tail and looking very excited. How come it's like a dog? After all, the little guy is very young, and it is really boring for him to stay in the marriage space all the time. Occasionally, you still need to let the little one out to get some fresh air. Lu Yun squatted down and rubbed the little wolf's head. No, it's a wolf's head." The little wolf also responded excitedly by sticking out his tongue and rubbing against Lu Yun. "Is this your battle pet? You can see that she likes you very much." Battle pets are usually captured by force, and it is rare to see such a docile battle pet. Lu Qiushui was a little surprised. Even though her by Ling obeys orders, this is actually the forced effect of the battle pet ball. However, the battle pet ball can only guarantee the absolute loyalty of the battle pet, but it cannot make the battle pet so docile. In response, Lu Yun just smiled and didn't answer. His little wolf dropped from a quest card, so its loyalty is naturally incomparable to that of monsters captured by the battle pet ball. As the two were talking, they had already arrived at the interior of Mo University, where they saw a huge square and towering teaching buildings. The buildings here seem to have no end in sight. It would be better to say that it is an isolated world rather than a school. Lu Yun was greatly shocked by what he saw. For the first time in his life, he felt like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. Everything here was too much of a shock to Lu Yun, who used to make a living by moving bricks. If I succeed in joining the Magic and Martial Arts University, the more Lu Yun thought about it, the more regretful he felt, and he couldn't help but sigh. What a sin. At this moment, the little wolf suddenly barked twice, then ran to the corner, raised its hind legs, and began to release the flood. Crash! A stream of clear, yellowish water gushed out from between the wolf's legs. When Lu Yun saw this, his expression changed instantly. This little wolf is so ignorant. He really knows where to pee. This is the Magic and Martial Arts University, the most advanced institution of learning in Xia country, a holy place that has trained countless job changers. Lu Yun originally let the little girl out to let her get some fresh air, and also hoped that the little girl could feel the atmosphere here. Who would have thought that this little guy would pee as soon as he came out? Today was the day of the Kyoto assessment, and there were many people passing by. Seeing a little wolf raising its legs to release the flood water here, the expressions of people passing by suddenly became interesting. Whose war pet is this? How dare it be so bold as to excrete filth in such a sacred place? Haven't you learned the Xia country animal epidemic prevention law? Lu Yun rushed forward in 2 steps and pulled the little wolf up. You are such an ignorant guy. Don't you know to find a place where there is no one when you pee? Lu Yun said with a frown on his face. At this time, an old man came running towards them in a hurry with an angry face. As the highest institution of learning in Xia country, the security guards here are all level 20 job changers, but their professional level is not that high. The old man walked quickly to Lu Yun, pointed at him, and cursed him, spitting. Is this your war pet? This is the highest institution of learning in Xia country, and your war pet is doing such a filthy thing here. Do you know what you did wrong? I know I was wrong. Lu Yun quickly admitted his mistake and instinctively lifted up the little wolf to block the old man's saliva attack. As we all know, although it feels great to open the floodgates to release floodwater, it is difficult to stop once the floodgates are opened, and there is no difference between humans and animals. So when Lu Yun aimed the little wolf at the old man, the muzzle of a wolf-shaped water gun fired fiercely towards the front. Crash! The light yellow warm spring water continued to gush out, drawing an arc in the air and shooting directly onto the old man's body, with some of it even spraying into his mouth. Fuck! Oh my god! The warm liquid that poured on his body was like fertilizer in the soil, instantly giving the old man endless strength. The old man instantly becomes the inheritor of intangible cultural heritage and can sing the beautiful national quintessence fluently. Fuck. Liam was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect the little wolf to be so good at peeing. Little wolf, you're in trouble. Do you know that? Stop immediately. Lu Yun urged the little wolf in his arms. Ouch. The little wolf howled in grievance. She wants to stop too, but I can't do it. The flood that broke out of the sluice gates was like an arrow shot from a bow, and it was out of control. Lu Yun also had to move the little wolf's aim away, and after a minute, the flood was gradually drained away. However, before Lu Yun could breathe a sigh of relief, the old man came up to Lu Yun with a distorted face, ready to question him. Your mother? The old man's eyebrows were raised, his blood boiling, and he was ready to use traditional Chinese culture to say some words of advice to Lu Yun's mother. However, just as the 2 words fell, Lu Yun held a pile of gold coins and handed them to him. Chapter 132. Reward from Senior Sister. Lu Yun naturally knew that it was the little wolf who caused the trouble, so he had no temper at all. In order to prevent the situation from escalating further, he reluctantly took out 300 gold coins and handed them over. When he saw the 300 gold coins handed over by Lu Yun, the old man's originally furious look turned harmless in an instant. Is your mother okay? The old man reached out to take the gold coin and threw it into the marriage space, with a gentle smile on his face. It's like a kind elder chatting with the younger generation. I can't do that to Lu Yun. They say money makes the world go round. But isn't the contrast between what you did before and what you did too great? My parents died a long time ago. Lu Yun looked a little gloomy. This was a sad thing that he had never wanted to mention. Oh, my condolences. The old man patted Lu Yun's shoulder and comforted him softly, with a few tears even flowing from the corners of his eyes. Thank you for your concern. It happened a long time ago, and I know that we should look forward, so I won't be discouraged. Lu Yun touched his sore nose and looked serious. As if sensing the determination in Lu Yun's words, the old man nodded with satisfaction, stroked his beard and smiled. When a rock soars with the wind, it soars up to 90,000 miles. This is what young people should do. Come on, young man, I have confidence in you. Seeing that the old man who was about to eat people suddenly started to comfort Lu Yun, Lu Qiu Shui next to him felt numb at the corner of his mouth. Originally, she thought the situation was out of control and planned to deal with it herself. The battle pet urinated in the Magic and Martial Arts University. This matter is not a big deal, but it is not a small one either. But one thing is certain, if this matter is instigated by someone with ulterior motives and not handled properly, Lu Yun will be in big trouble. However, what Lu Qiushui never expected was that after Lu Yun's operation, the ending was reversed. The old man actually became good brothers with Lu Yun. Well, men don't cry easily. Go and do your business, young man. I didn't cry. I just felt something in my heart. Thank you, uncle. Go ahead, go ahead. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Yun returned to Lu Qiushui's side. The people around who were ready to watch the fun showed disappointed looks. They thought they could have a good time, but they didn't expect it to end so abruptly. After this incident, Lu Yun also realized the little wolf's ability to get into trouble. He didn't dare to let the little wolf go out for a walk anymore, so he sent it back to the mating space. Senior Lu, let's go, Lu Yun said with a smile. Are you okay? Lu Qiushui looked into the distance and saw the security guard who was still waving at Lu Yun with a very strange expression. Something's going on. Lu Yun sighed, put his hand on his chest, and said in pain, I feel very uncomfortable now. Uncomfortable? Lu Qiushui suddenly became a little anxious. Today was the day of the Kyoto assessment. Lu Yun was related to the reputation of Xiaoya University, so nothing could happen. I'm heartbroken. 300 gold coins were wasted just by peeing. These 300 gold coins are enough for me to eat for a month. Lu Yun looked heartbroken. The corner of Lu Qiushui's mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt the urge to beat this kid up. Mo University is very large, and there are 6 cafeterias alone. It is said that 3 of the canteens are very luxurious, and as long as you have enough gold coins, you can enjoy star-level meals. There are 3 playgrounds in Mo University. The assessment was held in one of the playgrounds. The playground was already packed with people, all of whom came to watch the fun. The Kyoto assessment is actually a personal show for freshmen in Kyoto. Those who can come to Kyoto to attend university are naturally the best among many students and will be the pillars of the Xia Kingdom in the future. Naturally, their assessment is what everyone is looking forward to. When Lu Yun arrived at the playground, he was shocked by the huge crowds of people there. Taking a quick look, all I saw were shaking heads. Be good. I didn't expect so many people would come for this assessment. Is this the value of Kyoto? In addition to the crowded spectator seats, there is an area in the middle of the playground that is divided into several areas. A plaque stands in front of each area. The names of the universities are written on them. Future University, Magic University, Yaoqi University, Kowloon University. The name of every university in Kyoto is on it, and Xiaoya University is no exception. Go get ready first. Lu Qiushui pushed Lu Yun and said, You must perform well this time and bring honor to Xiaoya University. Win glory? Lu Yun had no sense of belonging to Xiaoya University, so of course he wouldn't be stupid enough to do such a thing. Let it be. Even though the scale of this Kyoto assessment is so large, there is no reward even if you get first place. This Kyoto assessment is a performance-like competition similar to a celebration, not a formal competition. Senior, among the people taking the Kyoto exam this time, besides me, there are several other legendary job changers. It's not easy to get good results. I can only do my best. Lu Yun touched his nose and said softly, If you can get into the top 3, I can give you a special reward. If you can get the first place, I can let you sleep well. Lu Qiushui gave Lu Yun an ambiguous look. When he said the last 4 words, have a good sleep, he deliberately emphasized the tone, implying that it should not be too obvious. These light words instantly inspired people. Let me get some good sleep. How do you sleep? Lu Yun's mind couldn't help but think of Lu Qiushui's proud figure. His blood immediately surged, his nose itched slightly, and liquid flowed out. Don't worry, senior sister. Since I am a member of Xiaoya University, I will naturally fight for the reputation of Xiaoya University. I will fight for the first place. Lu Yun reached out and wiped the blood from his nose, his eyes firmer than ever before. It wasn't because of the special reward Lu Qiushui mentioned, he just simply wanted to have a good sleep. That's all. As a man, Lu Yun felt that there was nothing wrong with his idea. Then I'll wait for your good news here. Lu Qiushui giggled. While the two were talking, several figures suddenly walked side by side into the area of Magic and Martial Arts University. These people were the freshmen of this year's Magic and Martial Arts University. When this group of people appeared, there was a deafening shout at the scene. Being able to join the Magic and Martial Arts University is the goal of almost all students. Being able to join the Magic and Martial Arts University is enough to prove that this person is extremely talented. Hearing the enthusiastic cheers from the crowd, the group of freshmen from Mo University just nodded, being very low-key. Soon, people from Kowloon University, Future University, and Xianling University also arrived one after another. Although there were people cheering when these people appeared, neither the momentum nor the scale could compare to that of the Magic and Martial Arts University. At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the crowd. Lu Yun felt that his eardrums were almost shattered. The sound at this time was much louder than when the freshmen of Mo University appeared. Looking up, I saw a group of girls walking towards the area of Yaoqi University. The people from Yaoqi University have arrived. Chapter 133, The Perfect Fantasy Object. Although Yaoqi University is not as strong as Mo University in terms of comprehensive strength, it has only female students, and each of them is very beautiful. No wonder the reaction was so crazy after they appeared on stage. Looking at this group of scantily clad girls appearing, Lu Yun felt that 2 eyes were not enough to see them all. If it weren't for the sake of face, he would have wanted to yell a few times. Yaoqi University is still as popular as ever. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly heard Lu Qiushui's words coming from behind him. Lu Yun's curiosity was also aroused, and he couldn't help but ask, Senior Lu, has Yaoqi University always been popular? In Lu Yun's opinion, Yaoqi University is a girls' school, so it is very popular with boys, which is understandable. But from what Lu Qiushui said, it seems that Yaoqi University is not only popular with boys. Lu Qiushui looked at Lu Yun meaningfully and said, although Yaoqi University's overall strength is not as good as Mo University, its admission standards are not worse than Mo University. Although there's only one mythical student here, the students who can join Yaoqi University, no matter what level of professional talent they have, their personal level is very high. At this point, Lu Qiushui seemed to have thought of something and suddenly laughed. It's all thanks to the fact that the school beauty of Yaoqi University is not here, otherwise there would be a lot of people here yelling their throats out. The campus beauty of Yaoqi University? Hearing these words, Lu Yun couldn't help but think of a stunningly beautiful face, Chunyu. At first, the news of his coming to Kyoto spread. Senior officials and presidents of various universities appeared in person to invite him to join. At that time, the beautiful president of Yaoqi University, Yao Yun, was also there, and she called many beautiful students over. He also asked Lu Yun if he wanted a wife. Judging from the other party's attitude at the time, as long as Lu Yun was willing to join Yaoqi University, he could get a wife on the spot. Xinyu was also present at that time. Thinking of this, Lu Yun felt regretful again. He should have agreed to Yao Yun and joined Yaoqi University. I don't know how my strength will improve after joining Yaoqi University, but it will definitely be very exciting. Is the Yaoqi University beauty that senior sister Lu mentioned Xinyu? Lu Yun asked curiously. Do you know each other? Lu Qiushui was a little surprised. Judging from Lu Yun's tone, he seemed to have met the other party before. We only met once, and Yao Yun insisted that she be my wife, but I am a man of principle. So, of course, I chose to refuse because I knew that she was not my soulmate. Lu Yun's face was full of seriousness, and Lu Qiushui rolled her eyes when she heard it. She finally discovered that this little hooligan not only had no moral integrity, but also liked to brag. Yao Yun asked her to be your wife? Chunyu is the campus beauty of Yaoqi University and the dream lover of many young talents in Kyoto. There are countless talented people in Kyoto who are pursuing Xinyu. Even Lining had pursued Xinyu, but was ruthlessly rejected by her. One can imagine how popular Xinyu is in Kyoto. If she is not your true love, then who is it? Is there any woman in Kyoto who is better than her? Lu Qiushui asked again. However, Lu Yun did not answer, but looked straight at Lu Qiushui. Lu Qiushui felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, so he turned his head and asked, Why are you looking at me? I'm looking at my soulmate. Lu Yun said seriously. Lu Qiushui twitched the corner of her mouth and rolled her eyes again. She didn't know how many times she had rolled her eyes since she met Lu Yun. However, Lu Qiushui found Lu Yun's words quite useful. Women all like to be praised. Lu Yun said that his true love is better than Chunyu, and now he says that I am his true love. Doesn't that mean that I am better than Chunyu in Lu Yun's mind? Although he knew that this guy was just bragging and flattering, it didn't stop Lu Qiushui from being happy. While the two were talking, freshmen from various universities had basically arrived. Lu Yun did not continue chatting with Lu Qiushui. He also came to the center of the playground and walked to the location belonging to Xiaoya University. However, when Lu Yun arrived at the Xiaoya University area, the originally noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Then there was this strange discussion among the crowd. Is this the mythical dragon knight? Is this the smart guy who has received a recommendation for admission to Mo University but chose to join Xiaoya University? Ha! I don't know what this guy is thinking. He doesn't want to go to Mo University, but insists on going to Xiaoya University. I remember that after this kid came to Kyoto, the senior executives and presidents of various universities personally invited him, but he rejected them all. TSK. I've heard about this as well. At the time, I thought this guy would choose Mo University, but I didn't expect that after he rejected the invitation from these universities, he would actually join Xiaoya University. It's a waste of talent to give him this mythical class. He won't need a mythical class if he joins a fake university, right? Although the contents of everyone's discussions were different, their core ideas were the same. Look down on Lu Yun, and some people say really harsh things. But Lu Yun acted as if nothing had happened from beginning to end. He was often criticized when he was working as a bricklayer in the past. In order to make money, Lu Yun had to endure it. Over time, he got used to it. What's more, Lu Yun is now a mythical professional, so there is no need for him to bother with this group of people. There was another reason. Lu Yun felt that what they said made sense. It did seem stupid that he had rejected invitations from various universities and chose to join Xiaoya University. But he was forced to join Xiaoya University. So when faced with these discussions, Lu Yun was not angry, but felt that what they said made sense. I'm afraid these people never dreamed that Lu Yun would have such a psychological reaction. When Lu Yun entered, freshmen from other universities also looked in his direction. There are many familiar faces here. I saw them in the tea house yesterday. Because they had seen Lu Yun's monkey stealing peaches and knew that Lu Hen was behind him, these people didn't dare to say bad things about Lu Yun, at least not to his face. Although they didn't say it on the surface, their eyes were still filled with disdain. If Lu Yun joins a fake university like Xiaoya University, even if he has great talent, his future achievements will be limited. After all, the later the job changer is, the harder it is to upgrade their level. Without a good university sponsorship, it is difficult to grow. But the girls from Yaoqi University were very enthusiastic towards Lu Yun, and many of them even nodded to him kindly. They had heard that some time ago, the principal took a group of students to find husbands for them. Later, according to the students who came back, the boy who was chosen by the principal was very handsome, and he looked like a domineering president from a comic book. At that time, they didn't believe it and thought it was too exaggerated, but when they saw Lu Yun, they knew that they were still too naive. Because Lu Yun is really handsome. He really is like the perfect male protagonist who walked out of a comic book. It totally fulfills their fantasy. Chapter 134. Entering the enemy fountain at the beginning. Lu Yun did not expect that these girls from Yaoqi University would be so enthusiastic towards him, and he immediately nodded in response kindly. Seeing the interaction between the two sides, many boys gritted their teeth and felt offended. Their eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Some of them had pursued girls from Yaoqi University before, and they had made great efforts but failed to get the attention of the goddess. Now this group of girls took the initiative to interact with Lu Yun, and they could not accept this comparison. Suddenly someone in Xianling University gnashed his teeth and said, "This guy is just a piece of trash who joined a fake university. Even if he has a legendary talent, his future prospects will be limited if he joins such a trash school. I really don't know why these girls like him so much." The person next to him sneered. "He's just a pretty boy. Who made him have a face that can make a living by relying on his looks?" After hearing this, everyone felt a lot more comfortable. Really, this guy just has a handsome face. Apart from this, he is nothing. In this era, level determines everything. The higher the level, the higher the status. Simply being handsome doesn't really mean much. Except for Xianling University, students from almost every university were talking about Lu Yun, although they were all trying their best to cover it up. But it's not hard to hear the jealousy in their words. Even though they belittle Lu Yun for having no other good qualities except his looks, if they had the same looks as Lu Yun, they would definitely give him a 6 flying soccer performance and have some fun. This situation did not last long, and a mentor from the Magic and Martial Arts University stood up. At the Magic and Martial Arts University, all teachers were uniformly called mentors. As a mentor, the responsibilities required have become greater, and it is no longer as simple as simply imparting knowledge to students. After the instructor arrived at the scene, he first glanced at Lu Yun, then said calmly, "Silence." These words were like thunder, and the originally noisy scene suddenly became silent. Without further ado, the Kyoto assessment will begin. The assessment rules are very simple, and it uses a battle royale mechanism. You will be teleported to a special dungeon in a moment. The most common monsters in the dungeon are at the boss level, and there will be a random outbreak of beasts. In the peak hall in the dungeon, there is a disposable item, which is an important item for winning the game. The item can only be used in the dungeon. When everyone enters the dungeon, they will be randomly teleported to different locations. After 1 minute, a storm circle will appear at the edge of the dungeon. The storm circle will shrink over time. Once you stay in the storm circle for more than 10 seconds, you will be eliminated. All you need to do is find items, resist the threat of monsters, and be alert to the threats of other contestants. The 10 people left at the end will be the winners of this contest. After briefly describing the rules of the Kyoto exam, the instructor looked at the many freshmen and asked, "Have you all heard the rules clearly?" "I heard it clearly." Everyone responded in unison. "Then let's get started." The mentor nodded, and then a staff appeared out of thin air in front of him. The staff floated in front of the mentor and released purple lightning. Lightning instantly spread along the void and condensed into a portal in front of each contestant. Seeing this, everyone walked in without hesitation. Seeing that everyone had entered the portal one after another, Lu Yun did not hesitate and prepared to go in. But at this moment, the instructor called Lu Yun. "Wait a moment. Is there anything I can do for you, senior?" Lu Yun asked in confusion. "I'm very curious. You've already obtained a place in my Magic and Martial Arts University, but why did you choose to give it up and join Xiaoya University instead?" This man looked directly into Lu Yun's eyes, his dignified face filled with an intimidating feeling without even getting angry, and he looked like someone who was difficult to get along with. Lu Yun was about to answer, but the instructor suddenly waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Since you have already joined Xiaoya University, you don't have to tell me why you did this, because it is meaningless and I am not particularly interested. But joining Xiaoya University and giving up Mo University will be the most wrong choice you have ever made in your life, and you will regret it." Lu Yun frowned instantly when he heard this. In fact, he felt somewhat guilty towards Mo University because he was forced to join Xiaoya University. After all, he had already obtained the application quota, but he stood them up like this, which was equivalent to making Mo University lose face. But the other party, as a mentor, spoke in such a condescending tone, as if I owed this old man money. Lu Yun didn't like this feeling very much. "Senior, I have always believed that everything depends on human effort. Even if I don't join the Magic and Martial Arts University, I will definitely be able to find my own way." The instructor, just snorted coldly in response. The later the job changer's stage, the more money he has to spend. It can be said that most job changers are able to reach a relatively high level by spending money. Without the support of the Magic and Martial Arts University, it would be difficult for Lu Yun to achieve this alone. Seeing that the instructor didn't say anything, Lu Yun didn't bother to say anything more and just walked into the portal. Just after Lu Yun walked into the portal, the mentor suddenly waved the staff towards the sky again. A huge projection appeared above the sky. What is displayed on the projection is exactly the situation inside the copy. At this time, everyone was randomly teleported to different places. Lu Yun was also teleported to a random area. But unfortunately, the place where Lu Yun appeared was somewhat special. Lu Yun was surrounded by a group of lizard monsters who were dancing around a bonfire. Hanging above the bonfire was a thigh of some unknown monster, which was sizzling with oil under the roasting of the bonfire. This group of lizards were originally partying when a flash of light appeared and a human suddenly appeared in front of them. The group of lizards were stunned where they were. It was the first time in their lives that they had encountered such a good thing as a fallen delicacy. It took them a long time to react. They all bared their teeth, with fierce looks in their upright pupils. Lu Yun swallowed his saliva, scratched his head, and smiled shyly. If I run now, you won't chase me, right? After a few seconds of silence at the scene, many lizard monsters roared and rushed towards Lu Yun. Blanche! Lu Yun cursed. 13 lizards rushed towards Lu Yun at lightning speed in an instant, which made Lu Yun completely helpless. What the hell? The game starts in the enemy fountain. I just arrived at the dungeon. How did I end up in the middle of a bunch of monsters? If he didn't know that the teleportation location was random, Lu Yun would even wonder if he was being targeted. Seeing this group of lizard monsters suddenly rushing towards him, Lu Yun's hair instantly stood on end. The immediate answer was fuck. The incident happened suddenly, and Lu Yun had no time to use the system to analyze the weaknesses of these guys. You can only take direct action. Boom! Lu Yun took out the dragon fortress with his big hand and crashed into the first lizard monster rushing towards him. Bang! Minus 800. The lizard monster was knocked away by the dragon fortress and directly lost 800 health points. However, Lu Yun couldn't laugh at all because the other 12 lizard monsters had surrounded him from all directions. It's so close. Chapter 135. Okay. Outside the copy, through projection, the audience also saw Lu Yun's current situation. The areas where most people are teleported are relatively safe. Even if someone is teleported to an area where monsters are active, the monsters will not be too strong, and there will not be that many of them. Lu Yun's situation is extremely unlucky. Haha, he's doomed after teleporting into a group of monsters at the beginning. Xiaoyao University is so unlucky. They finally managed to trick a legendary professional into joining, but now they're going to be the first one to be eliminated. Everyone was pessimistic about Lu Yun's situation and believed that Lu Yun would be eliminated soon. The level of the monsters in the current instance is about the same as Lu Yun's, but there are too many monsters. Even though Lu Yun is a mythical class, he is not yet grown up. Facing so many monsters of the same level, what can he do? In addition, Lu Yun is the only freshman in Xiaoya University this year, and he has no help. If people from other universities encounter this situation in the copy, they can choose to unite. Lu Yun had to fight alone from beginning to end, which was why everyone was not optimistic about Lu Yun. Boom! In the copy, Lu Yun had just repelled a lizard monster, and another 12 rushed towards him. These guys don't look very smart, but they work together quite well. If Lu Yun takes action against the lizard monster in front of him, the attacks of the surrounding lizard monsters will inevitably fall on Lu Yun. No matter what choice Lu Yun makes, he will be quite passive. Are you treating me like a soft persimmon? There was a chilling chill in Lu Yun's eyes. Although he usually seemed careless and unscrupulous, when it came to fighting, Lu Yun was more decisive than anyone else. Swish! Suddenly, Lu Yun moved. The blood in his body boiled instantly, and his maximum health value also skyrocketed at this moment. The blood is boiling. Lu Yun didn't have time to analyze the specific attributes of these monsters through the system, but Lu Yun could feel that the levels of these lizards were not much higher than his own. To be on the safe side, Lu Yun directly used blood boiling to increase his maximum health to prevent himself from being killed instantly. Then Lu Yun stretched out his finger and pointed it slightly forward. Flame Dragon Breath Slash. Boom! A red sword shadow suddenly shot out and slashed in all directions. In an instant, flames directly enveloped the nearby space. The 12 lizard monsters were directly repelled by this attack. Minus 900. Minus 500. Minus 758. Critical hit minus 1,100. As a series of damage numbers popped up, the lizard monster's health dropped a lot in an instant. But they still had combat power, and Lu Yun's current crisis was not resolved. Ouch! At this moment, a lizard monster roared, then opened its bloody mouth. A green halo flashed, and a ball of sticky green liquid sprayed towards Lu Yun. Although Lu Yun didn't know the effect of the opponent's skills, he knew it was definitely not a good thing, so he dodged it immediately. Sizzle! This ball of sticky green liquid fell on the ground, and white smoke immediately came out of the ground. The ground was actually corroded by the liquid and sank. Blanche! Lu Yun took a deep breath after seeing this. Luckily, he dodged it. If this sprayed on me, it would definitely be uncomfortable. I don't know what other skills these guys have, so I need to be careful when dealing with them. Lu Yun has been very alert. I came here just to pass the test, and don't want to cause more killings. It's still not too late for you to leave now. Lu Yun tried to communicate with these lizards. In this round of competition, he only wanted to enter the top 10. His main purpose was to find Lu Qiushui to exchange for special rewards, and he didn't want to kill monsters here. However, these monsters did not have much intelligence and could not understand what Lu Yun meant at all. Ouch! At this moment, a lizard monster suddenly raised its head and roared. Then, the other lizard monsters opened their bloody mouths one after another, and green halos gathered in their ferocious mouths. They actually released skills to attack Lu Yun at the same time. Okay. Seeing this, Lu Yun said good 3 times in a row. Since you want to play, I will play with you. Justice mockery. Lu Yun stretched out his right hand and clenched it in the air. Boom! Suddenly, a pale yellow barrier expanded in all directions with Lu Yun as the center, and the lizard monster shrouded in the halo instantly stopped releasing skills. Then he rushed directly towards Lu Yun. The skills they released were forcibly interrupted by the taunt of justice. Lu Yun rushed to the lizard monster in the front and stretched out his hands to cover its mouth. Then pull hard. Tear. The sound of muscles being torn apart sends chills down your spine. The mouth of this lizard monster was torn open by Lu Yun with terrifying force. In a moment, blood gushed out and bones broke. You can clearly see this guy's brain. Minus 1,500. This attack caused huge damage to the lizard monster, but it was still alive and was struggling to continue attacking Lu Yun. Unfortunately, Lu Yun would not give it this opportunity. He pried open the other's mouth with one hand and used his other hand to put 2 fingers together. Flame Dragon Breath Slash. Boom! A flaming sword shadow instantly shot out from Lu Yun's fingertips and pierced through the lizard monster's head. 2,000. The blow went straight through the opponent's head, instantly ending his life. The huge body fell straight to the ground like a brick. But Lu Yun did not stop his actions. He flashed to another lizard monster and did the same thing. Boom! Boom! Boom, boom, boom. In just a blink of an eye, all 13 lizard monsters were killed by Lu Yun. Lu Yun pried open their mouths alive and smashed their heads with a fiery dragon breath slash. Their deaths were extremely horrific. Successfully killed the spitting lizard. Experience plus 3,600. Successfully killed the spitting lizard. Experience plus 3,600. Successfully killed the spitting lizard. Experience plus 3,600. At this time, 13 halos poured into Lu Yun's body, and the system prompt sounded. The level of these lizard monsters was similar to Lu Yun. All of them were over level 20. Killing them would also give a lot of experience, but this experience was far from enough for Lu Yun to break through immediately. Unlike the assessment copy in Jinsha City, monsters in the current copy can also drop experience and equipment after being killed. Lu Yun walked forward and collected materials from the lizard. Collect 1 lizard corpse. Harvest 1 lizard skin. Collect 1 lizard corpse. Harvest 1 lizard skin. Collect 1 lizard corpse. Harvest 1 lizard skin. Collect 1 lizard corpse, 1 lizard skin, 1 magic leather boots, gold equipment. These materials are of no use to Lu Yun for the time being, and the attributes of the equipment are also relatively poor, so they are of little use to Lu Yun. Lu Yun put them directly into the marriage space without even looking at them, and planned to exchange them for gold coins. Just as Lu Yun finished doing all this, the world spun around, and the entire copy seemed to be shaking. Lu Yun saw a huge light curtain covering the sky, and the earth appearing at the end of the distance. The light curtain was light yellow, and a terrifying storm was surging inside. Lu Yun remained silent. He knew that this should be the storm circle that the instructor at the Magic and Martial Arts University mentioned. 1 minute has passed, and now the copy is starting to shrink. Chapter 136. I want to rob. Isn't it obvious? Lu Yun retracted his gaze and began to walk towards the center of the instance. He wanted to get as close to the center of the instance as possible before the storm circle approached. Of course, Lu Yun also knew that the closer he was to the center, the greater the probability of meeting other people. He was alone and was definitely at a disadvantage in numbers when facing people from other universities. But no one could shake his determination to get Lu Qiushui's special reward. After seeing Lu Yun's horrific killing spree, the people outside who had originally looked down on Lu Yun fell silent at the same time. They have always thought that Lu Yun was stupid, otherwise he would not have chosen to join Xiaoya University. However, after seeing Lu Yun's performance just now, these people suddenly realized that they had always ignored the power of the mythical level job changers. No matter which university Lu Yun chooses, there is no doubt that he is a legendary job changer. and this alone is enough to crush 99% of the people. If they were surrounded by 13 level 21 bosses, could they kill all of them like Luyan did? Ask yourself, they can't do it. But Luyan not only did it, but also did it perfectly. This swift and decisive approach frightened countless people. This guy's methods are too cruel. This kind of smooth and natural killing can only be seen in high-level job changers. I didn't expect a college freshman could do it. Someone suddenly sighed. After hearing this person's voice, everyone was extremely surprised, because the person who spoke was none other than the professional evaluator who has been very popular recently. Evaluator is also a profession, but it does not belong to the job changer. It is just a profession responsible for analyzing whether the job changer is powerful or not. The person who spoke was named Qing Shan. He was over 70 years old and was already a very famous appraiser. Although he is only a level 30 outstanding professional, he has in-depth research on various professions. Every time there is a professional assessment competition, he will appear on the scene to analyze the profession of the person being assessed. It can be said that his analysis is very accurate, and he has extremely high authority in the industry. Master Qing Shan, is this guy really that powerful? You have also seen the battles of other mythical level job changers, but you have never received such a high evaluation. Someone said in shock. Qing Shan has seen many job changers fight, but has never given them such a high evaluation. This also made everyone more curious about Lu Yun's current level. In addition to complex factors such as occupation, level, and skills, combat experience is also indispensable for determining whether a job changer is strong or not. Although this is the first time I've seen Lu Yun take action, his combat experience is among the best among his peers, and I've only seen his combat style in the older generation of job changers. Facing everyone's doubts, Qing Shan gave his own evaluation. The fighting style is comparable to that of the older generation. This is undoubtedly a high evaluation for Lu Yun. I didn't expect this guy to not only have a high level, but also have such terrifying combat experience. After hearing Qing Shan's explanation, everyone became even more shocked. It's just a pity. However, at this moment, Qing Shan changed the subject and whetted everyone's appetite. It's a pity that he joined a fake university. If he joined a magic and martial arts university, with his talent, it would only be a matter of time for him to surpass level 100 and become the next superpower of Xia country. At this point, Qing Shan sighed. Although combat experience can make up for the gap in attributes, it is only useful when the level range is relatively small. If the level gap is too large, the attribute gap will also be huge. Low-level professionals, no matter how rich their combat experience is, cannot make up for such a large attribute gap. Lu Yun is still a mythical professional. He cannot get resources to upgrade his level. How much combat power can a professional at level 30 or above, even if he is a mythical professional with rich combat experience, have? After hearing Qing Shan's words, everyone nodded again. There is nothing wrong with Lu Yun's talent and strength. He should have had a bright future, but unfortunately he made the wrong choice. Lu Yun was still unaware of what everyone was saying about him, and at this moment he had already begun to delve deeper into the dungeon. They encountered some monsters on the way, and Lu Yun dealt with them in just a few moves. According to the rules, there are many disposable props in the copy. Although they cannot be taken out of the copy, they can play a huge role at critical moments. So Lu Yun went to the peak hall. Lu Yun looked up at the sky and saw more than 10 special golden light beams rising into the sky. These light pillars are the location coordinates of the Peak Palace. You can find the Peak Palace by just following the direction of the light pillars. Not far in front of Lu Yun, there was a golden beam of light. Lu Yun didn't hesitate at all and hurried over. The shape of the peak hall is similar to that of a pyramid. It is relatively rough on all sides and has special red lines on it, which looks extremely strange. Lu Yun arrived in front of the Peak Palace and found that the stone door at the entrance of the Peak Palace had been opened, and the sound of fighting could be faintly heard from inside. Apparently someone has already gotten there first. Lu Yun's frivolous frown did not disappear. Instead, he restrained his breath and moved closer. Inside the Peak Hall, at this time, a 5-member team from Sanqing University was working together to attack a wolf-shaped monster with 3 heads. Sanqing University is a third-rate university in Kyoto. These 5 people are level 20, and the one with the highest professional talent is only at the excellence level. The 5 people each summoned their own marriage partner and used their professional characteristics to fight back and forth with the 3 wolves in front of them. But the damage was not enough. Just scraping damage and did not cause much damage to the three wolves. Instead, as time passed, the five people gradually lost their strength. Careful! Just then someone suddenly exclaimed. The three-headed wolves suddenly opened their mouths, spewed out 3 blue fireballs, and rushed toward the team of 5. Although the magician among the 5 people opened the barrier in time to block the attack, the barrier shattered at the touch of a button, and the powerful force instantly knocked the 5 people away. Withdraw! The 5 men had blood oozing from their mouths and looked terrified. They knew that there was no chance of killing this monster now. This scene was seen by Lu Yun, who was standing at the door. It seems that this special item is not so easy to get, Lu Yun said softly. As the 5 people ran towards the door, they also saw Lu Yun at the door. They recognized Lu Yun, but they were not familiar with him, and they were running for their lives and had no time to pay attention to him. At this time, Lu Yun's lips curled up into a strange smile, and he stretched out his hand to block the way of the 5 people. I built this road, I planted this tree. If you want to pass through here, you have to leave money for passage. The 5 people were forced to stop where they were with gloomy faces. What are you going to do? The leader of the 5-man team roared. Don't you see? Lu Yun shook his head, a harmless smile on his face. Robbery, isn't it obvious? Chapter 137 Kill instantly with one move. Robbery? Hearing Lu Yun's words, the 5-member team's faces instantly turned ugly. They didn't expect that Lu Yun would dare to suddenly jump out and rob at this time. Isn't this just taking advantage of the situation? The reason why Lu Yun did this was simple. From the moment the assessment began, everyone was in competition. Lu Yun had seen these 5 guys in the tea house last time. At that time, these 5 guys were very busy talking. So Lu Yun had no regrets in robbing them. Lu Yun, didn't you see the guy behind us? Are you kidding me? He jumped out to rob us at this time. If we don't get out of the way, we're all going to die here. The leader looked back and shouted at Lu Yun, his voice full of urgency. The other 4 also looked back and saw the 3 wolves approaching. They showed panic on their faces. So what if he's a mythical level professional? He's just one person, and we have 5. If it is a giveaway, we'll just charge in and see how he stops us. Lu Wei couldn't bear it anymore and rushed towards Lu Yun. Lu Wei was wearing armor and a helmet on his head. On the helmet was a pair of 1-meter-long bull horns, which were shining with cold light. Behind Lu Wei, there was a woman with huge horns. The huge horns were a unique symbol of the Minotaur people. The woman was Lu Wei's marriage partner. Lu Wei's marriage partner is a Minotaur, and his awakened profession is Minotaur warrior. He directly used his skill, Bull Head Charge. Increases armor penetration by 15%, and enemies hit have a 50% chance of being knocked back. The other 4 people saw this, and their eyes turned fierce. They had no time to hesitate and had to leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would all die when the 3 wolves behind them caught up. So they all rushed towards Lu Yun. Just as the 2 sides were getting closer and closer and were about to have a physical confrontation. Boom! A red barrier suddenly blocked Lu Yun, and the door to marriage opened. Long Ke stood in front of Lu Yun with a frosty face. There was a flash of red in her eyes, and it was obvious that this red barrier was created by her. Who gave you the courage to lay hands on my man? Long Ke's eyes turned cold, flames surged on her palms, and she slapped forward through the air. Lu Wei was caught off guard and was thrown flying. After rolling on the ground for more than 10 times, he finally managed to keep his body steady. Critical hit minus 999. Boil. Lu Wei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up in a panic, and the first thing he said was a Chinese quintessence. Just because the 3 wolves had appeared behind Lu Wei, it opened its bloody mouth and directly spewed out a blue fireball. Lu Wei's body was instantly covered by blue flames, and he and his spouse disappeared on spot. He was teleported out of the copy. This is a copy made by the school with the purpose of selecting professionals with outstanding talents, and it does not want to destroy these young students. In the current copy, you will be teleported out if you enter the storm circle for 10 seconds. If you are attacked devastatingly, you will be teleported out. The school will do its utmost to ensure the safety of students. Seeing their teammates being eliminated, the expressions of the other 4 people suddenly became extremely ugly, and the figures that were originally rushing forward stopped where they were. Lu Yun's marriage partner was so strong that they were shocked. They couldn't beat Lu Yun's marriage partner. They didn't have the strength to defeat the 3 wolves. It was so frustrating. What on earth do you want to do? The leader clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Lu Yun glanced at the 4 people and said calmly, "If you don't want to be eliminated, quickly take out a protection fee of 1,000 gold coins." 1,000 gold coins. You must be crazy about money. The four were so angry that their hearts and livers were broken, but there was nothing they could do. If they couldn't come up with 1,000 gold coins, Lu Yun would only need to stop them here, and they would be dealt with by the three wolves that came over without him having to take action himself. I'll give it to you. The leader didn't hesitate too much and squeezed out a sentence from his throat while gritting his teeth. He immediately took out 1,000 gold coins from the marriage space and gave them to Lu Yun. The other three were helpless when they saw this, but they had no other choice but to reluctantly take out 1,000 gold coins and give them to Lu Yun. Their family was not wealthy, and 1,000 gold coins was not a small amount for them. But if they didn't pay the gold coins now, they would be eliminated. They also hope to move up a few places so that they can be selected as the school's key focus. If they were eliminated so quickly, the school leaders would definitely be disappointed in them and give all the resources to other students. For the future, they have no choice. You could go now. It's been a pleasure working with you. Come back next time. After putting the 4,000 gold coins into the marriage space, Lu Yun instantly changed his expression and took the initiative to make way. Happy cooperation? Come again next time? The four of them cursed Lu Yun's ancestors in their hearts and left with gritted teeth. But just after they walked away, the guy in the lead suddenly stopped and turned to look at Lu Yun. Lu Yun, I will remember you. If I don't take revenge, I'm not a gentleman. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yun disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Lu Yun held a spear condensed by the power of fire, and with the blessing of his mastery of the spear, he stabbed out directly. The bullet pierced through the chest of the leading guy, leaving him stunned for a long time. I hate being threatened. Lu Yun held the flaming spear in his hand and looked at the man, speaking word by word. He looked at Lu Yun, feeling a chill down his spine and endless regret welling up in his heart. Originally, I wanted to say something harsh to get back some face, but who would have thought that Lu Yun would be so fierce? He is already level 20, one level lower than Lu Yun. He never thought that with only a one level difference, Lu Yun actually had the ability to kill him instantly. If this wasn't a test copy, he would have died from this shot. In the end, before he could say anything, his body turned into pieces and disappeared on the spot, disappearing along with his spouse. Seeing this scene, the remaining three people were shocked. The level difference between the two sides is not that big. Why is this guy so strong? Is this the horror of a mythical profession? At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly turned his head and looked at the three people. When they saw Lu Yun coming, the three of them shuddered in unison, their faces filled with fear and trepidation. You can go now, Lu Yun said calmly. The three of them looked at Lu Yun deeply. With the lesson learned from that person, they didn't dare to say anything harsh. In a flash, he quickly disappeared at the end outside the Peak Palace. And just as the three people left, a roar suddenly sounded behind Lu Yun. As the three people left, the three wolves had already locked their target on Lu Yun. Chapter 138, Orchid Horn. Lu Yun did not panic. He dodged the attack and said to the system, analyze the boss. Analysis completed. Hell, three-headed wolf boss. Level 22, rank, platinum, rarity, 3 stars. Attack power, 1,000. HP, 6,500. Skill 1, Hell's Wail. The Hell three-headed wolf roars to enhance its overall attributes and summons 3 clones of its original body. The clones have 50% of the original body's health and attack power. Skill 2, Phantom Flame Eruption. The three-headed wolf of Hell gathers its strength to eject a blue fireball, causing fixed damage and an additional 10 seconds of severe injury effect. Weakness. The Hell three-headed wolf is a dark attribute creature and is afraid of light. Evaluation. A creature from Hell with powerful attack methods. If you are weaker than the opponent, please escape as soon as possible. After seeing the opponent's attribute panel, even Lu Yun, who was known for his calmness, couldn't help but take a breath. The attribute panel of the Hell three-headed wolf is too strong. Although its level is only one level higher than Lu Yun, if the two sides really fight. Even if Lu Yun could win in the end, he wouldn't feel too good. Now the storm's circle has begun to shrink. If Lu Yun encounters other people in a seriously injured state, it will obviously be extremely disadvantageous. It seems that a head-on fight won't work. After collecting this information, Lu Yun quickly made his own judgment. You can't fight hard. But since we can't fight hard, what should we do? If you run away directly, you might end up making a wasted trip and not getting the special item. Suddenly, Lu Yun's breathing stagnated, and his eyes involuntarily looked behind the three-headed wolf of hell. There is a stone platform behind the other party, and on the stone platform is a small horn with a powerful aura on the horn. This is the special prop in this peak palace. See ya. Lu Yun suddenly spoke from a distance. The next moment, the marriage door opened again, and Ji Linger walked out, rubbing her sleepy eyes. During this period of time, she has been in the marriage space. Apart from playing games with Long Kier, she just sleeps. Her life is quite boring. But when she saw the aggressive, three-headed wolf of hell in front of her, Ji Linger quickly entered combat state. Master, what do you want me to do? You and Ku'er hold this guy back together. I'll be back soon. Lu Yun said softly. He already had an idea in his mind. Since you don't want to fight to the death with this guy, the best way is to let Long Ku'er and Ji Linger hold him back while you go and take away the special equipment. This method is actually not difficult to think of, but it is quite troublesome to implement. This is because most people's marriage partners have limited strength and are simply unable to hold back the three-headed wolf of hell in front of them. But Long Ku'er and Ji Linger are both mythical creatures, although they are currently limited by Lu Yun's level and are only level 21. But their attributes are very abnormal, so it is no problem for them to hold this guy back temporarily. Master, don't worry. Jier will definitely hold this guy back. Si Lingyan nodded zealously. Go ahead, leave this to us. Long Ku'er also nodded. Good. Lu Yun didn't waste any words and immediately rushed towards the stone platform. Seeing Lu Yun's actions, the three-headed wolf of hell roared, with a cold light flashing in its huge eyes, and was about to stop him. The human in front of him was so bold that he even dared to steal his equipment in front of him. But just when the three-headed wolf of hell was about to stop Lu Yun, Long Ku'er and the other girl appeared in front of it. Flame Dragon Breath Slash. Long Ku'er didn't waste any time. Red flames rose from her body, and she immediately released her skills. Although it was also a fiery dragon breath slash, Long Ku'er's use of the power of fire was clearly far superior to Lu Yun's. The damage caused by this attack is quite terrifying. Directly destroyed 1,200 of the hell, three-headed wolf's health. Ji Linger was not willing to be left behind. She leaped up, and a shadow of a young Jian bird appeared behind her. Phoenix dances in the sky. Following a delicate snort from Ji Linger, countless feathers instantly fell from the sky and shot towards the three-headed wolf of hell. The feathers were like sharp arrows, instantly piercing the skin and flesh of the three-headed wolf from hell. Although the damage was not as great as Long Kier's, it still caused a terrifying 1,000 damages. However, the combined damage was obviously not enough to kill the three-headed wolf of hell, but instead angered the opponent. Roar! The three-headed wolf of hell raised its head and roared, and suddenly 3 blue fireballs were sprayed out from the 3 huge wolf heads. Phantom flame erupts. Boom, boom, boom. It's a pity that the 3 fireballs did not hit the 2 women, but were easily avoided. Seeing that his attacks could not hit the 2 women, the three-headed wolf of hell became a little annoyed and turned around to rush towards Lu Yun. Want to leave? Have you asked me? Long Ku'er sneered, and together with Ji Linger, they flashed in front of the other party. Seeing the 2 women entangled like this, the three-headed wolf of hell suddenly let out a wail, and a ray of faint orchid light emerged around its body. This ray of orchid light gathered around and turned into 3 figures that were exactly the same as the three-headed wolf of hell. It's just that these 3 bodies are a little illusory, not as solid as the real ones. They are the incarnations of the three-headed wolf of hell. The 2 women looked at each other and rushed over. Long Ku'er was responsible for holding back the three-headed wolf of hell, while Ji Linger was entangled with the 3 clones. At the beginning of the battle, the 2 women were still at ease, but as time passed, they gradually fell into a disadvantage. Although their skills can cause great damage, their levels are low and their physical strength is insufficient, so they cannot use their skills continuously. At present, we can only stabilize the situation temporarily, but this situation will not last long. We can't hold on for long. You have to hurry. Long Ku'er suddenly shouted to Lu Yun. I see. Lu Yun nodded and had already come to the stone platform. He reached out and held the orchid-colored horn in his hand. It's done. Lu Yun was delighted and immediately flashed back to the 2 women. Retreat. After saying this, Lu Yun waved his hand and sent the 2 women back to the marriage space. Then he dodged and slipped away. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Yun's figure disappeared outside the peak hall. Roar! The three-headed wolf of hell wanted to chase after him, but as a monster in the Peak Palace, it was restricted and could not leave. He could only stand at the entrance of the Peak Palace and yell at Lu Yun, who was gradually going away. After leaving the Peak Palace, Lu Yun ran all the way until he was sure that the three-headed wolf of hell had not caught up with him, and then he gradually stopped. He immediately took out the orchid horn. System analysis. At this time, Lu Yun was very curious about the function of the horn that he had obtained with so much difficulty. I hope I won't be disappointed. Chapter 139, Do Good Things Without Leaving a Name. Analysis completed. The item is the ghost horn. Evaluation, a one-time equipment that can only be used in a specific instance. After blowing the horn, you can summon 300 hell, three-headed wolf clones. 300? Hiss. Seeing the results of the system analysis, Lu Yun was shocked. Even though they're just clones, the number is too terrifying. The attributes of the three-headed wolf of hell are not low. Even if the clone can only inherit 50% of its attributes, it is still quite terrifying. It's a good thing. Lu Yun put away the ghost horn and grinned. This thing is of great value, and this trip is worthwhile. But in his excitement, Lu Yun couldn't help but think. There are more special equipment in this dungeon than just the ghost horn. I wonder what the properties of other equipment are. There are several peak palaces near Lu Yun, and Lu Yun wanted to see if he could do the same along the way. Unfortunately, the storm circle has already shrunk towards where he is, and he will be submerged by the storm circle in 3 minutes at most. Lu Yun no longer had time to explore the peak palace. He could only consider exploring the peak palaces in the center of the dungeon. I wonder who else besides me has obtained the special equipment. Lu Yun murmured softly, and then quickly left. In addition to him, people from 5 other universities also received special props. In addition to Xiaoyao University, represented by Lu Yun, there are also Mo University, Julong University, Future University, Yaoqi University, and Xianling University. However, the process of getting equipment for these people was not as easy as Lu Yun's. They got the rewards only after fighting life and death with the boss in the Peak Hall. So including Lu Yun's ghost horn, there are currently 6 special props with outstanding effects. As he went deeper, Lu Yun inevitably encountered many monsters, but the levels of these monsters were not high, and since they did not come in groups, Lu Yun killed them all. Lu Yun also gained the experience of the sea and was only 1 step away from upgrading. If it weren't for the fact that the experience required to level up is far more than that of job changers of the same level, I would have already leveled up with my experience. Lu Yun sighed lightly, still feeling very depressed about this. He didn't know whether this was a characteristic of the Dragon Knight or for some other reason, but he needed more experience points than others to level up. It was okay in the early stages, since the level was relatively low and the experience required for upgrading was generally not much. Even if he needed more experience than others, Lu Yun could quickly bring the level up. But after reaching level 20, the gap became more and more obvious, making Lu Yun quite uncomfortable. I don't know if other mythical level job changers will encounter the same situation. Lu Yun was thinking about this in his mind when he suddenly heard the sound of fighting in the front. Lu Yun raised his eyebrows immediately, then restrained his breath and slowly approached the source of the battle. After pulling aside a bunch of bushes, Lu Yun discovered that there were people fighting. 5 people in total. But this group of people is slightly stronger than the previous 5, and they are from second-rate universities. Everyone is level 23, but their job levels are relatively low, with the highest being only epic. The target of this group of people's battle is very special. It is a special creature that is completely white and has neither eyes nor facial features. A bit pulling. Is it Guru? Lu Yun's eyes lit up instantly, as if he saw a mountain of gold and silver. Golem is a very special creature that will appear randomly in the dungeon, but strictly speaking, it is not a monster. Because this creature is not aggressive at all, but has surprisingly high defense and health. As long as you can kill it, you can gain a lot of experience. The higher the level of the dungeon, the greater the probability of Golem appearing. And the higher the level of Golem, the more experience points he will gain. No one knows where this creature comes from or why it appears in the dungeon, but killing Golem is not an easy task, because Golem's appearance will only last for 1 minute. After 1 minute is up, Golem will use his special skills to escape, and he will be unstoppable. In other words, if you fail to kill Golem within 1 minute, all your efforts will be wasted. Lu Yun had walked here from Jinsha City and had been to many dungeons, but had never met Golem. Unexpectedly, he met him here. It just so happens that I am still short of some experience points for leveling up. If I can kill the golem in front of me, then the experience points for leveling up should be enough. Thinking of this, Lu Yun couldn't help laughing, but he didn't go out immediately, but continued to hide where he was. As a steady and moral person, Lu Yun would not try to snatch the golem that others had discovered first. He would only help these people make up for the damage at the critical moment. Don't ask. The question is to do good deeds without leaving a name. There are 30 seconds left. This guy is about to slip away. Let's stop hiding. We must not let Gollum, who finally appeared, get away. Let's just use our ultimate move. The five-man team attacked Gollum frantically. Although they took away a lot of his health, they were still far from killing him. Seeing that 1 minute was almost up, the leading guy became anxious and shouted. The others nodded upon hearing this, and then used their own special skills. Boom! After 5 people's ultimate attacks, Gollum's health was finally reduced to the bottom, and a faint red halo was released from his body. This is a sign that Gollum's health is running low. Gula's health is almost down. Now we only need one final blow to kill him. The 5-member team was excited when they saw this. The leading young man licked his dry lips, took a step forward with a big knife in hand, and prepared for the final attack. But at this moment, Lu Yun, who did good deeds without leaving his name, appeared. Seeing Lu Yun suddenly appear, the 5-member team was stunned and stood there. While they were stunned, Lu Yun had already walked up to Guru with firm steps, condensed a spear with the power of fire, and threw it out. Bang! The spear pierced through Gollum's body. -500. As this string of damage numbers popped up, Gollum's body instantly turned into a stream of light and dissipated. At the same time, a tremendous amount of experience instantly poured into Lu Yun's body. A faint light flashed across Lu Yun's body, and then his level successfully reached level 22, and his attributes in all aspects also increased greatly. Congratulations, your level has been raised to level 22. The system's voice came. Lu Yun closed his eyes, feeling the indescribable comfort in his heart as the power increased with the level increase. But the next moment, Lu Yun opened his eyes again because he found that the 5-man team was staring at him viciously. Sorry, I was afraid that this golem might escape, so I wanted to help you deal some damage, but I accidentally killed it. Lu Yun scratched his head and pretended to be embarrassed and said, How about this? We can add each other's contact information first, and I'll treat you to dinner after we get out. Chapter 140. We have more people than you. Are you worthy? The 5 people came back to their senses from their shock one after another. They were so angry that their bodies were shaking and their eyes were red, as if they had seen the murderer of their father. They were already angry, and when they heard Lu Yun's words, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. The golem that I finally met was overtaken by the other party. Is this about a meal? Blanche. The leading young man was furious at the time, holding a staff surrounded by lightning, and suddenly began to chant obscure spells. Sizzle. Boom. As the spell began to be chanted, countless purple lightnings flashed around the young man. Under his guidance, these lightnings actually condensed into a huge figure behind him. Purple Thunder Warlock. This type of profession is somewhat special. It can condense the power of thunder elements into thunder giants for fighting. The higher the level, the more thunder giants that can be condensed, and the stronger the power. We finally found Gollum, and you snatched it away like this. I'm going to fight you today. The young man was so angry that he was about to cry, holding his staff. He is just one step away from upgrading. Now, it has been destroyed by Lu Yun himself. Although fighting is allowed in the copy, Lu Yun's behavior is too outrageous. He can't bear it. Why bother? It's not like I won't compensate you. Didn't I say I would treat you to a meal? Lu Yun rubbed his temple and said with a headache, We are all civilized people. Can we not fight? Even though you are higher level than me, your professional talent is too low. If you really fight, you may not be able to defeat me. Don't look down on young people because they are poor. Don't look down on me. I swear on the sun and the moon today that I will make you pay the price. Veins bulged on the boy's forehead. He was so angry that he couldn't listen to Lu Yun's words. He rushed towards Lu Yun with his staff in hand and the thunder giant behind him. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten that he was a mage and was not good at close combat. Boom! A minute later, this guy was blasted away by Lu Yun with a bruised face and nose, and the thunder giant behind him was also blown to pieces. Too weak. Long Ku'er stood with her hands behind her back and said with contempt on her face, Weak. Ji Linger nodded in agreement. After posting their comments, the two women returned to the marriage space. Lu Yun stood there with his hands on his knees, watching the scene with a smile. Are you convinced? The five-member team was all silent and finally left here unwillingly after a long while. That wizard was the strongest among them. Even he was no match for him, let alone the others. After the five people left dejectedly, Lu Yun continued to go deeper. There's no question of whether his actions are authentic or not. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. In Lu Yun's opinion, it would be a bastard not to take advantage of the opportunity. Besides, it's not like he didn't offer compensation, and his original intention was to help these people make up for the damage. Killing Gollum was just an accident. Just when Lu Yun was about to leave, a group of figures suddenly walked out from the front. Lu Yun, you made it so hard for me to find you. There were 6 people in total, all dressed in the clothes of the mythological magic and martial arts university. 5 of them were legendary, and the yellow-haired one in the front was a mythical one. I have seen this Lu Yun before. He was present at the last tea party. In fact, there are several legendary professionals among the freshmen of this year's magic and martial arts university, but they all took leave and did not come. You looking for me? Lu Yun looked at the yellow-haired leader puzzledly and asked, It seems that there is no grudge between us, right? There is no grudge, I just don't like you. My name is Sima Gi. You stole the show at the last tea party. I wanted to teach you a lesson at that time, but I didn't say anything because of that woman around me. Sima Gi sneered, hugging his knees. Lu Yun suddenly realized, so you were so afraid of my senior sister Lu. Sima Gi's face instantly turned pale when he heard this, and he said angrily, This is not the point. The point is that you make me very upset. Do you want to quit the dungeon now and give up? Or do you want me to send you out personally? Lu Yun pretended to be embarrassed and said, Are you sure you guys are my match? Ha ha! Sima Gi burst into laughter upon hearing this. You are just one person, and there are 6 of us. Besides, I am also a mythical level professional. Do you think that so many of us can't do anything to you? You are too arrogant. Sima Gi was right. These people were all quite strong. After all, there were 5 legendary ones and 1 mythical one. And the levels of several of them are not low either. The lowest level is 23, and the highest is Sima Gi, who is already level 24. If the two sides really fight, even if Lu Yun plays all his cards, he may not win. So Lu Yun never planned to confront this group of people head-on from the beginning to the end. You still have time to leave now. I don't have time to play with you now, Lu Yun said coldly. Haha, are you scared now? It's too late. You should have thought of the consequences when you relied on that woman to show off in front of me. But Sima Gi refused to give in and shouted at the other 5 people, Get ready for battle. Let's have some fun with this dragon knight today. Lu Yun sighed when he heard this. He wasn't just pretending to be cool in the tea house last time. It was really that group of people were going too far. If Lu Yun did not show any reaction when being humiliated in front of others, he would look down on himself. In Lu Yun's view, he was just protecting his own rights. But in the eyes of these people, such behavior is just showing off. It really proves the saying that people with different ideals cannot work together. Lu Yun felt that he had nothing in common with these idiots, so he simply didn't waste any words and took out the ghost horn and blew it hard. Buzz! As an ancient sound was heard, the space in front of Lu Yun suddenly rippled. Be careful, this is a special item. Seeing the ghost horn in Lu Yun's hand, a legendary genius said with caution, We have special props. Even if he has special props, it can't change the ending. Sima Gi said with a disdainful and confident smile. However, the next moment the smile on his face froze. Because as the ghost horn was blown, 300 portals appeared in front of Lu Yun. Immediately, 300 clones of the 3-headed wolf from hell walked out of the portal at the same time. Seeing the 3 white-headed incarnations of the 3-headed wolves of hell, the 6 people were stunned where they were, as if their souls had left their bodies, with hearts already racing with excitement. What the hell is this operation? A horn actually summoned 300 monsters? More than people. Lu Yun stood in front of the 300 3-headed wolves of hell and asked with a half-smile, Are you worthy? Chapter 141. Full Health and Milk. When these 300 3-headed wolf clones of hell appeared, the scene was filled with a murderous atmosphere. As long as Lu Yun gives the order, the 300 3-headed wolves of hell will start slaughtering mercilessly. Sima Gi and the other 6 stood there in a daze. Only then did they realize how ridiculous they had been before. They actually thought they had the upper hand in numbers. Now, Lu Yun only needs to move his fingers and they will all be eliminated. This is something they never expected. Is this the function of the special item? It can actually directly summon monsters. A legendary student was so shocked that his voice was shaking as he spoke. What should we do now? We are no match for 300 monsters, another legendary student said in fear. The 300 monsters are all level 15. This scale is equivalent to a large-scale beast tide. Even if they have an advantage in level, they cannot match the opponent's numbers. With so many monsters in Lu Yun, their advantage has been wiped out. Damn it! Sima Gi was shocked and angry. He originally wanted to teach Lu Yun a lesson, but he didn't expect that the special props Lu Yun obtained would have such a miraculous effect. But so what? When they don't have special props? Brother Sima, why don't we retreat? This guy's item attributes are too powerful. We have no chance of winning. In panic, some people directly suggested retreating. What are you panicking about? Sima Gi sneered and said, Is he the only one who has special props? Everyone suddenly came to their senses upon hearing this, and then they were overjoyed. Yes, Lu Yun has a ghost horn, and they also have special props. Before coming here, they had explored a peak palace, and together they killed the boss there and obtained special items. Sima Gi immediately took out the prop he had obtained, which was a blue crystal. Light green smoke was released from the crystal and floated in Sima Gi's palm, looking extremely strange and mysterious. Haha, kid named Lu. Do you think you're the only one with special props? You didn't expect that we have them too. Brother Sima, use your props quickly and let him see how powerful we are. Is the Dragon Knight so great? I'm going to beat him to a pulp today. Everyone at Mo University started to make a commotion, their tone as arrogant as possible. Seeing that the other party also took out special props, although Lu Yun showed disdain on the surface, he became alert in his heart. He didn't know how effective other people's items were. His ghost horn was quite effective, so the power of other special items shouldn't be bad either. System, analyze the props. Lu Yun spoke directly to the system. Fortunately, he has a system that can directly analyze the props to see the effects. Analysis successful. The item is a holy light crystal. Evaluation. A one-time item unique to special dungeons. After being crushed, it can restore 10,000 health points for all players and can quickly restore the team status. Swish. After seeing the system analysis results, Lu Yun's expression suddenly became strange. Restoration type props? It must be said that the recovery effect of this thing is really amazing. Take Lu Yun, for example. His current health point is not even 10,000. This holy light crystal could directly restore 10,000 HP. Having this crystal is equivalent to having 2 lives. But unfortunately, Sima Gi and others did not conduct a systematic analysis, and they did not know the function of this crystal. It seems that they used this crystal as an offensive prop. Lu Yun raised his lips and deliberately provoked him. I didn't expect you also have special props. Use them. Let me see whether your props are more powerful or mine. But I advise you to get out of here right now. I'm in a hurry and don't want to waste time with you. Arrogant. Sima Gi suppressed his anger and sneered. There's no point in showing off your eloquence. Today, let's see what reality is. Is a mythical profession awesome? Is a Dragon Knight awesome? Having special items makes you the chosen one? Aren't you a dual job changer? Today, I will trample your dignity under my feet. After saying this, Sima Gi crushed the holy light crystal in his hand without hesitation. Then wait for a miracle to happen. However, after waiting for a long time, no miracle happened. Instead, after the crystal was crushed, it turned into a pure force that flowed into the bodies of the 6 people. Then a string of numbers flashed before the 6 people. Plus 10,000. I'm afraid that the space will suddenly become quiet. Looking at this string of green numbers, the 6 people were stunned for a moment. Gray numbers are normal damage. The white numbers are true damage. The red number is the critical damage. The green number is the restored health value. After crushing the crystal in front of them, their health points were directly restored to 10,000. But this is not the key point. The key point is that their health is already full. Blanche. The 6 people quickly realized that this crystal was used to restore blood volume. I felt so nauseous that I almost vomited. Damn it. How can this thing restore blood volume? What the hell is this? Sima Gi's face was as gloomy as if he had eaten a pound of dead flies. The expressions of the other 5 people were not good either. Their biggest reliance is this crystal. Now that the crystal has been used, their health has been restored. But they didn't know what to do. Full blood and blood recovery. This wave of operations is dazzling enough even in the entire Xia Kingdom. Sima Yi suppressed the discomfort in his heart and looked up at Lu Yun. After seeing Lu Yun's playful expression, he gritted his teeth and forced a smile on his face. Actually, I was just joking. You have to believe me. You have to believe me. Lu Yun laughed a few times and snapped his fingers. Ouch! The 300 clones of the three-headed wolves of hell all around raised their heads and howled at the same time. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. Gurgle. Upon seeing this, the 6 people swallowed their saliva in unison. I was instantly panicked. Just get straight to the point. I won't eliminate you. Lu Yun suddenly spoke, and the 6 people were almost moved to tears. They came here to humiliate Lu Yun, but the other party was willing to let them go at the critical moment. Compared with Lu Yun, they are worse than beasts. This Lu Yun is a good person, but after hearing what Lu Yun said next, they no longer thought so. But I can let you go. You suddenly showed up here and threatened to humiliate me, which has caused serious trauma to my heart. I am a timid person, and your behavior has touched my bottom line. So 5,000 gold coins each, and I'll let you go. 5,000 gold coins per person. The reason why Lu Yun asked these people for so many gold coins was mainly because, given their identities, they would definitely be able to come up with so many gold coins. Since the other party can come up with so many gold coins, Lu Yun would be letting himself down if he didn't ask for a higher price. 5,000 gold coins? Why don't you just go and rob them? Sima Yi and others were originally feeling relieved, but when they heard Lu Yun's loud words, they almost vomited blood. The reason they were able to join the Magic and Martial Arts University, besides being extremely talented, was that their families were indeed quite wealthy. But 5,000 gold coins can't be taken out just like that. Why don't you go and rob? Lu Yun touched his nose a little shy. What do you think I'm doing now? 6 people. Chapter 142. Waiting for the rabbit by the tree. Who is the hunter? In the end, the 6 people could only grit their teeth and give Lu Yun 5,000 gold coins each, for a total of 30,000 gold coins. Adding the several thousand gold coins from before, Lu Yun made a fortune. I didn't expect that I could make money by participating in the Kyoto examination. I am such a clever little fellow. Don't ask me why I want to earn gold coins so much. I was afraid of being poor in the past, and only gold coins can soothe the psychological trauma I once had. After paying the gold coins, Sima Yi and others left in a hurry with gloomy faces. After a few people left, Lu Yun continued to go deeper. Lu Yun discovered that the 3-headed wolf clone of hell, summoned by the ghost horn, had no time limit. Unless he is killed, Lu Yun will continue to exist as long as he is in the copy, which also makes the subsequent process of Lu Yun very smooth. Anyone who met Lu Yun would avoid him as if he were the god of plague. Even the monsters didn't dare to look at Lu Yun for fear of being beaten up by the 3 white-headed hell wolf clones. Oh, how can I continue to do business like this? Lu Yun covered his forehead with his hands, feeling a little distressed. Now, everyone ran away when they saw him, and he didn't even have a chance to talk business with them. Even among this group of people who escaped, there were quite a few teams that had obtained special props. This also made Lu Yun understand one thing, that special props also have strengths and weaknesses, and his ghost horn seems to have the best effect. Lu Yun turned around and glanced at the 300 clones of the 3-headed wolves of hell. Then he took out the ghost horn and blew it again. He wanted to temporarily take back these clones of the 3-headed wolf of hell. But unfortunately, nothing happened after the horn was blown. No new 3-headed wolf clones of hell were summoned, and the current 300 3-headed wolf clones of hell were not taken back. It seems that this thing is really disposable. Once the 3-headed wolf of hell is summoned, it cannot be taken back. But there's a good saying, nothing in the world is difficult for one who sets his mind to it. After being depressed for just a moment, Lu Yun came up with a perfect solution. He immediately dodged and walked quickly towards the center of the copy. According to the shrinking path of the storm circle, the storm circle will eventually shrink here, and the final top 10 will also compete here. Therefore, as long as Lu Yun waits here, he will definitely meet other people. At that time, due to the restrictions of the storm circle, this group of people will not be able to escape when they meet. It didn't take long for Lu Yun to arrive at the center of the dungeon. Most people were still wandering around the periphery, exploring the peak hall, or looking for opportunities to ambush other teams. Only Lu Yun came here first. Lu Yun looked at the 300 hell, 3-headed wolf clones behind him and said, "You guys hide first. Everything is under my command. Do you understand?" Ouch! 300 3-headed wolves of hell howled at the same time and then hid in the bushes around them. Seeing this, Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction. Couldn't he just collect these guys and let them hide on their own? After doing all this, Lu Yun took out a beach chair and some marinated meat from the marriage space as if nothing had happened. He found a few branches to skewer the meat and started grilling it. Sizzle. As the flames burn, the barbecue continues to emit fragrance and the surface gradually turns an attractive golden color. You should know that although there is no reward for this Kyoto assessment, since it is called an assessment, there is naturally competition. Many people have been restraining their breath since the moment they entered the dungeon for fear of exposing their whereabouts and being discovered by others. However, Lu Yun did the opposite. There are only two reasons to explain his behavior. Either Lu Yun is a reckless newbie who is not afraid of tigers. Then Lu Yun is a hunter waiting for prey. Mo University Square. The audience is constantly watching what is happening inside the replica through projection. After seeing Lu Yun's performance, countless people were shocked and no longer dared to mock Lu Yun. They have no right to comment on Lu Yun. Regardless of the university Lu Yun chooses, his talent is indeed outstanding, and no one in the copy can compare to him. Even Master Qingshan gave Lu Yun a very high evaluation. Seeing Lu Yun suddenly come to the center of the copy, everyone was a little excited and were guessing what Lu Yun was going to do. What is he doing? The assessment hasn't even ended yet, and he's actually grilling meat in the dungeon. He's here on vacation? I admit that he has extraordinary talent, and I'm not qualified to judge him. But isn't his behavior a little too outrageous? Many young audiences did not understand Lu Yun's actions, and even the older generation shook their heads and sighed. Although this boy is of the legendary level, it's a pity that he is too impatient and becomes arrogant as soon as he has some ability. He is destined to never achieve great things in the future. Everyone thought Lu Yun was crazy, and his behavior directly exposed his whereabouts. Most people choose to team up with people from the same school to protect each other after entering the dungeon. A few people choose to be Voldemort, hiding in corners and attacking passersby. Regardless of who they are, their goal is to hide themselves as much as possible and ensure their own safety. Lu Yun's behavior is unique and quite outrageous. Even the instructor at Mo University, who is in charge of supervising the assessment, couldn't understand it. If there were students from Jinsha City coming to the scene, they would definitely be able to guess Lu Yun's intention. This guy clearly wants to make a fortune again. What is this, junior brother Lu? Lu Qiushui looked at Lu Yun in the projection, who was sitting with his legs crossed, humming a little tune and looking very contented, and showed a puzzled look on his face. The next moment, Lu Qiushui's eyes suddenly shrank, because a small team had appeared in front of Lu Yun. And this team is not simple. They are from Xianling University. The person leading the team was Zhang Heng. Although Zhang Heng lost to Lu Yun in the arena under the tea house, Lu Yun won by trickery after all. Now the two sides meet again. If they fight again, the outcome is unpredictable because the opponent has 5 people. At this time, Lu Yun, who was grilling meat, also felt the movement in front of him. He raised his eyebrows and looked over. Then he made eye contact with Zhang Heng, the leader. The air froze at this moment. Chapter 143 Cash or Card. Lu Yun had already made preparations, but he didn't expect that the first person to arrive here was an acquaintance. When he saw Lu Yun, Zhang Heng also stood there in a daze. Lu Yun was grilling meat here. The aroma of the barbecue had already drifted far away, and he could smell it as soon as he arrived nearby. He originally planned to take his team to the nearby Peak Palace to try his luck and see if he could get another piece of special equipment. When I smelled the aroma, I immediately changed my mind and decided to come here first to see who was grilling meat in the dungeon. Why are you here? Zhang Heng asked with a twitching mouth, taking a few steps back cautiously. Ever since the last tea party incident, Lu Yun's monkey stealing peaches left him with a deep trauma, causing him to feel a pain in his crotch whenever he saw Lu Yun, and he was almost having a muscle reaction. I didn't expect that we would meet again. It seems like we were destined to meet. Lu Yun put down the branches that were used to stir the fire, clapped his hands, and stood up. Then he took out 5 small bowls from the marriage space and placed 5 portions of barbecue slices in the bowls. Since we are destined to meet here, come over and eat something to replenish your energy, Lu Yun said to the 5 people. But the 5 of them looked alert and did not move forward. Last time on the arena under the tea house, Lu Yun was not so kind. Why did he suddenly become like a different person? There must be something fishy going on. Lu Yun blinked harmlessly, a little confused. Why are you just standing there watching? Someone is treating us, but you are indifferent. What on earth are you trying to do? Zhang Heng took a deep breath and spoke first. He didn't believe that Lu Yun would be so kind as to treat them to a meal. This guy must have some conspiracy. Alas, it's a bit too formal to say that. Although we are all in different universities, we are all Xia people after all. We will definitely fight side by side in the future. I invited you to dinner just to express my apology for what happened in the tea house last time. Lu Yun touched his head and said with a guilty look on his face, I am a straightforward person. After returning from the tea house, I lost my appetite and couldn't sleep all night. I felt that I had indeed gone too far. That's why I specially grilled meat here to treat you. I didn't expect to meet you. As he spoke, Lu Yun took out 5 bottles of beer from the marriage space. There's wine and meat. Do you want to eat some? I prepared this especially for you. Even if you don't like me, at least give me some face and have a few bites. After hearing what Lu Yun said, Zhang Heng and the others were no longer so nervous. After they arrived at the copy, they had been fighting with people from other teams and were already exhausted. Now, smelling the aroma of barbecue, they began to salivate involuntarily, but they still did not move forward. Is there something wrong with this barbecue? Are you trying to trick us? Zhang Heng asked coldly. Lu Yun sighed, cut a piece of barbecue, and started eating, then opened a can of beer and took a big gulp. Cool. Lu Yun wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth and looked very happy. Seeing that Lu Yun ate it himself, Zhang Heng was puzzled. Could it be that this guy was waiting for him here to apologize? This was too outrageous. However, Lu Yun's thinking process was indeed different from others. Maybe it was true? Thinking of this, Zhang Heng gradually let down his guard and came over with his team. Try my cooking. Lu Yun handed a piece of barbecue to Zhang Heng and said with a smile. Zhang Heng took the barbecue without hesitation and took a bite. His eyes suddenly lit up. You know what? The taste is really good. It's comparable to that of a big hotel. It tastes really good. I didn't know you had this ability. Zhang Heng gave a thumbs up and praised. At this moment, he completely believed that Lu Yun appeared here to apologize to him. The tea house incident had made him full of resentment towards Lu Yun. How could he tolerate the death of his most important second brother? But now seeing Lu Yun's actions, he was not so angry. I was also inappropriate in the tea house incident. My words were too radical at the time. No wonder you, Brother Lu, took action. If I really need to apologize, I should be the one to apologize. I didn't expect Brother Lu to take the initiative to lower himself. I am so ashamed. Zhang Heng felt very unhappy. He originally thought that Lu Yun was a reckless man who only knew how to fight. But now he was impressed by Lu Yun's character. This Lu Yun is a man of vision and great wisdom. Hey, look at what you're saying. I am indeed responsible for what happened back then. We can say that we have become acquainted after fighting. I will give you plenty of wine and meat today. Lu Yun patted Zhang Heng on the shoulder and laughed heartily. He also reminded the others, eat more and taste my cooking skills. Seeing that Zhang Heng was fine, the others lost their guard and started eating with relish. Then he kept praising Lu Yun's barbecue. Half an hour later, a large portion of barbecue was finished, and 5 people made 3 large boxes of beer. Everyone was full and sat on the ground burping. The physique of those who changed their jobs was stronger than that of ordinary people, and the alcohol content of beer was not high, so everyone was only slightly tipsy and not drunk. The audience outside the copy were all very confused when they saw the scene through the projection. They originally thought that Lu Yun was trying to commit suicide by barbecuing here, or that he had other intentions. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. Could it be that Lu Yun was barbecuing here with such fanfare just to apologize to Zhang Heng? Well, have you all almost finished eating? At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly asked with a smile, and there was a hint of profound meaning in his smile. It tastes great, thank you. We're almost at the shrinking circle, so we have to head to the nearby Peak Palace to look for props. We won't stay here long. I'll remember this favor, and I'll treat you to a meal when I have time after we get out. Zhang Heng nodded in satisfaction after having a full meal, and then prepared to leave with his team of 5. But Lu Yun suddenly blocked the 5 people's way. Brother Lu, what are you doing? Zhang Heng asked puzzled. You haven't paid for your meal yet. Wouldn't it be a bad idea to leave now? What the hell? Give money? Didn't you treat us to this meal to apologize? Zhang Heng screamed in shock, feeling terrible. I did invite you to this meal to apologize, but I didn't say I invited you to this meal for free. Lu Yun's smile widened, and he held up 5 fingers and said, I made this meal myself. I'm a mythical job changer, and ordinary people don't have the chance to eat the food I made. You guys are lucky to have the chance to eat it today. We're all acquaintances, so I'll give you a friendly price. Each person pays 10,000 gold coins, a total of 50,000 gold coins for 5 people. After saying that, Luyan was still worried that the other party didn't have cash, so he kindly took out a POS machine from the matchmaking space and said with a smile, "I wonder if you guys are paying by card or cash?" Blanche. Seeing this scene, Zhang Heng and the other 5 were all dumbfounded. Why would this guy have a POS machine for swiping cards in his marriage space? Also, this guy is a mythical level job changer, but he is not a mythical level chef. Just a barbecue meal plus some cheap beer would only cost 50 gold coins at most, but he charged them 50,000 gold coins. How is this different from robbery? Chapter 144. Are you serious? Are you serious? Zhang Heng asked with a gloomy face. The expressions of the other 4 people were not very good either. 50,000 gold coins for a meal. They were being slaughtered like fat sheep. Of course I'm serious. Do you think I'm joking? Luyan still had a smiling look on his face. But to the 5 people now, this smile seems so sinister. Luyan, don't push your luck. There are 5 of us here. Even though you're a mythical class job changer, you can't beat 4 people with 2 fists. Last time in the tea house, I hadn't used my trump card yet. You only defeated me by using dirty tricks. Don't think you can beat me. If we really fight now, do you believe I'll get you out right now? Zhang Heng had a bad temper. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the first one to attack Lu Yun. Now he couldn't stand being blackmailed by Lu Yun. He stood up and released his aura. Seeing this, the other 4 people also released their auras. Boom! In an instant, a strong wind blew up at the scene, and the whole sky and earth seemed to have changed color. But Lu Yun still had a nonchalant expression and suddenly sneered, "You guys look like you're planning to eat a free meal. So what? What can you do to me?" Zhang Heng also sneered. "It's only natural to pay for meals. Since you guys are being unreasonable, I have no choice but to take extraordinary measures." Lu Yun suddenly clapped his hands. The bushes around them suddenly shook violently, and then 300 three-headed wolves from hell appeared at the same time and surrounded the 5 people. This is the 3-headed wolf from hell. After seeing these 3-headed wolves of hell, the expressions of Zhang Heng and the other 4 became solemn again. Although these 3-headed wolves of hell were not of high level, they were numerous. There was no end in sight. If you want to eat and dine for free, ask them first if they agree. After Lu Yun said this, the 3-headed wolves of hell around him suddenly raised their heads and roared. At this moment, a strong murderous intent filled the space, making people terrified. The special props you got. The first thing Zhang Heng thought of was the origin of these 3-headed wolves of hell. It seems that you are not that stupid. Although Lu Yun did not give a direct answer, he did not object either. Zhang Heng's face turned ugly again when he heard this. "Do you think you are the only one with special props?" Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Heng took out a palm-sized statue from the marriage space. There was an extremely special pattern painted on the statue, which made him feel dizzy at just one glance. This is exactly the special prop that Zhang Heng and his team got. System analysis. Lu Yun immediately opened the system to analyze the item. Analysis successful. This item is the king of security. Evaluation. A one-time item unique to the special dungeon. After use, it can summon a legendary security team. The king of security? This item is quite interesting. At least it is much better than the item that those guys had last time that could only restore health. But it was just a security team and obviously could not compete with his 300 three-headed wolves of hell. So Lu Yun was not at all inferior. "Let us go now, and I can pretend nothing happened," Zhang Heng said bitterly, gritting his teeth. I originally thought that Lu Yun was an honest person, but now it seems that he was completely wrong. This guy is such a beast. He actually ran into a dungeon to open a black shop. He really didn't take these college freshmen seriously. Go ahead. You can eat and dine for free and still be so righteous. I don't know how your parents raised you, Lu Yun said calmly with a pursed lip. Blanche. Zhang Heng was so angry that his face turned pale and he almost swore. Eating a free meal? It was obviously you who plotted against us. Go ahead, Brother Zhang. I can't stand it any longer. Zhang Heng hesitated after hearing this. He didn't have a system like Lu Yun's and didn't know what the function of this item was. This item was originally intended as a trump card. Did he really have to use it here? That's right. You treat us as fools. We are also people with tempers. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want with a mythical profession? The other four also started to make a fuss. They all wanted to beat Lu Yun up and let him know why the flowers are so red. After hearing his teammates' words, Zhang Heng no longer hesitated. It seemed that he had to use it in advance. You forced me to do this. Zhang Heng thought for a moment and finally decided to use props. With a fierce look in his eyes, he directly infused his power into the statue. Buzz! The next moment, the statue flashed a dazzling light, and then 5 figures in security uniforms appeared in front of the 5 people. The facial features of these 5 figures could not be seen clearly as their bodies were wrapped in light, but one could vaguely tell that their clothes were typical security uniforms. Anytime, any place, the security brigade is always at your service. 5 people appeared and began to recite the lines. Then the leading security captain stepped forward and said loudly, "Our security team has shouldered 2 major responsibilities since Pangu created the world. Now, tell me loudly what our responsibilities are." The 4 security guards said in unison, "Take down the disobedient owner. Catch the delivery man who got away alone." The security captain said unhappily, "The answer is not loud enough. Tell me loudly, what is our duty?" The 4 security guards shouted in unison, "Take down the disobedient owner. Catch the delivery man who got away alone." This time the security captain nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. Very impressive." He then turned to look at Zhang Heng and the others and asked, "Excuse me, where are the delivery man who is left alone and the disobedient owner? We will take action now." Zhang Heng and others were stunned. Is this the special item they obtained with so much difficulty? Summon a group of security guards? What the hell is this? There is no delivery man or owner here. The person I want you to deal with is him. Zhang Heng pointed at Lu Yun in front of him. Lu Yun hugged his knees with his hands, smiling but saying nothing, but the 3-headed wolves of hell around him suddenly raised their heads and roared. For a moment, murderous intent filled the air, giving the place a more solemn and murderous atmosphere. Seeing this scene, a hint of fear appeared on the security captain's face, which was wrapped in light. "Sorry, our job is to defeat the owner and the delivery man. This kind of thing is beyond our ability, and we can't help you. Goodbye." The security captain shook his head at Zhang Heng and others, then ran away. It was not until the backs of the security guards disappeared at the end of the vastness that Zhang Heng and the other 4 finally reacted, and their minds instantly exploded. Damn it! Zhang Heng was the most angry one. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. In order to obtain this special item, they fought a life-and-death battle with the boss in the peak hall. In the end, Zhang Heng risked half his life to successfully win the battle. However, the guy who summoned this special item that he had obtained with great difficulty just abandoned him and ran away. Is there any justice in this world? Chapter 145 Chicken Soup is here. My time is limited. 50,000 gold coins per minute, not a penny less. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Lu Yun stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking Zhang Heng and the other 4 with a calm expression. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth, his heart filled with regret. If he had known, he would not have come to eat barbecue. Unfortunately, now that it has happened, it is too late to say anything. "I'll give it to you." Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and finally agreed. But where did he get the gold coins? Last time in the tea house, Zhang Heng had already lost all his gold coins to Lu Yun. He had no choice but to borrow 10,000 gold coins from his teammates and handed them to Lu Yun with trembling hands. Although it was normal to be eliminated in the assessment, there were a total of 50 people still in the dungeon. If they were eliminated at this time, it would be tantamount to losing face. Zhang Heng finally chose to buy back his face with gold coins. Seeing that even Zhang Heng had compromised, the other 4 teammates didn't dare to say anything more and took out 10,000 gold coins and gave them to Lu Yun. Just as Lu Yun guessed, these people were able to join Xianling University not only because they were more talented than others, but also because their family backgrounds were richer. 10,000 gold coins is not a small amount for most professionals, but they can take it out casually. It seems that I have to take better care of these guys from prestigious universities in the future. Lu Yun said softly, and then put away the 50,000 gold coins with a gentle smile on his face. I wonder if you guys enjoyed the meal. Do you want some more? I'll provide you with enough wine and meat. Zhang Heng and the other 4 were so angry when they heard this that they wanted to rush up and fight Lu Yun to the death. 50,000 gold coins for a meal. They really are being treated like fat sheep. Forget it. We still have things to do, so we won't bother you anymore. The 5 of them endured the humiliation and turned to leave. Lu Yun did not stop him. He had now thought of a perfect way to make money. In Jinsha City, everyone's economic strength is relatively poor, and Lu Yun can't get much money at all. But this is Kyoto, the most prosperous city in Xia country, and the students here are really rich. Lu Yun felt that with his business acumen, he should be able to make great achievements here. Just when Zhang Heng and his 5 companions were about to leave, several figures suddenly appeared here. They were the teams from Kowloon University and Future University. The two sides met after entering the copy, but the two teams did not fight. Instead, they reached a consensus and chose to join forces temporarily. They planned to unite to form an advantage in numbers and eliminate the people from other schools first. When the freshmen from other schools were eliminated, the total number of people in their two teams would be exactly 10. In this way, entering the top 10 should be a sure thing. Seeing these 10 people coming, the air at the scene froze, and Zhang Heng and the other 4 people stopped in their tracks instantly. At this moment, Lu Yun spoke up. Everyone must have been exhausted after exploring the dungeon for so long. Do you want to prepare a barbecue dinner? Zhang Heng and the others' mouths twitched when they heard this. This guy had just cheated them, and now he was going to cheat others. Future University and Kowloon University are both excellent universities. Although they are not as good as Magic University, they are also famous first-class universities in Kyoto. And it is obvious at a glance that people from the two universities have secretly united. Lu Yun is still thinking about making money at this time. The old man is eating arsenic. Doesn't he think he is not dying fast enough? Zhang Heng hated Lu Yun so much that he opened his lips and was about to tell these people the truth. But Lu Yun spoke in the private chat channel. Lu Yun, if you don't want to die, just stay and cooperate with me. Zhang Heng's face was full of black lines. He turned to look at the 4 people beside him, only to see that they also had unnatural expressions on their faces. Obviously, Lu Yun also told him this. Li Chun, Brother Zhang, what should we do now? Should we tell him the truth? Zhang Heng, we at Xianling University have no connection with them, so why should we tell them? Besides, they may not buy our story, so let them fight each other. Are you Lu Yun from Xiaoya University? What are you doing here? The leader of Future University asked with a puzzled look on his face. This kid offended me in the tea house last time, so I specially had a barbecue here to apologize and make more friends. Zhang Heng looked at the leader of the Future University with a calm face. Naturally, Lu Yun asked him to say this. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, although the group of people felt that it was outrageous to barbecue in a copy, they could accept it. If you want to gain a foothold in Kyoto, in addition to talent and wealth, connections are naturally indispensable. I have never experienced the feeling of having a big meal in a dungeon. Since this legendary genius is treating us, how can we refuse? At this time, the person in charge of Kowloon University also stood up and said. Then Lu Yun started to barbecue for this group of people and took out a few boxes of beer from the marriage space. Lu Yun was a kind-hearted person. He was worried that these people would not have enough food, so he took out a pressure cooker and made a pot of chicken soup for them. Ah, the chicken soup is here, everyone. Enjoy yourselves. There's plenty of wine and meat. Soon the aroma of barbecue filled the space, and people from Future University and Kowloon University began to eat. As for Zhang Heng and others, they did not leave, but stayed here to watch the fun. Would you like some? Seeing Zhang Heng and the others standing by and watching eagerly, one of them suddenly picked up a large piece of barbecue and handed it to them and asked, No need, we just ate. You guys enjoy it slowly. Zhang Heng forced a smile and refused. Would you like some? What a joke. He had been cheated out of 10,000 gold coins. Not to mention the barbecue at the moment, he would never touch anything made by Lu Yun in the future. Half an hour later, the two groups of people had eaten and drunk their fill and were ready to leave. It is such a wonderful thing to be able to enjoy a barbecue dinner in the dungeon and drink a bowl of delicious chicken soup. But at this moment, Lu Yun stood up again, just like he did when dealing with Zhang Heng and others before, still with a warm smile on his face. But that smile seemed full of extreme cunning in the eyes of Zhang Heng and others. What a grand event. A total of 100,000 gold coins for 10 people. Would you like to pay in cash or by card? Lu Yun excitedly rubbed his hands together, then took out the card machine and placed it on the ground. Give money? Are you kidding? Didn't you treat us to this meal? The leaders of the two universities frowned and said unhappily, You all look like you want to eat for free. Lu Yun was heartbroken. I don't know if Future University and Kowloon University have any bottom line. How can they accept scum like you? I feel ashamed for them. Lu Yun didn't waste any words and clapped his hands. The 3-headed wolves of hell around him immediately roared and surrounded the people present. Didn't you summon these 3-headed wolves from hell? The two leaders were stunned for a moment and looked at Zhang Heng at the same time. They had asked about the situation of these three-headed wolves of hell before. At Lu Yun's suggestion, Zhang Heng told them that these three-headed wolves of hell were summoned by himself using special props. At the time, the two believed it and did not think much about it. They just thought that since Zhang Heng could get this kind of prop, it should be no problem for him to break into the top 10. Who would have thought that they were actually deceived? Now anyone can see that these guys are following Lu Yun's orders. I value peace above all else. If you don't give me 100,000 gold coins, I'll be sad. Can you bear to do that? Chapter 146 Luck is also part of strength. Several people looked at the three-headed wolf clones of hell that were watching them covetously. Their faces turned pale. Can you bear it? They couldn't bear to see Lu Yun sad, and they were not afraid of the 300 three-headed wolf clones of hell around them. They were so kind-hearted that they knew they had to pay for someone's meal. It was only natural, so they each took out 10,000 gold coins and gave them to Lu Yun. After receiving the money, Lu Yun was satisfied and asked them to come back when they were free. This group of people also left in shame, suppressing their discomfort. Why aren't you leaving yet? Aren't you satisfied with your meal yet? Otherwise, I'll make a pot of chicken soup for you. Lu Yun asked with a smile while staring at Zhang Heng and the others. No, let's not do that. We'll leave now. Zhang Heng's face froze, and he quickly ran away with everyone. He felt quite hurt when Lu Yun cheated him out of 10,000 gold coins before. Now that he saw that people from these two universities were also cheated out of money by Lu Yun, he suddenly felt more balanced for some reason. After a few people left, Lu Yun started grilling meat again on the spot. The aroma of the barbecue wafted out and soon attracted another wave of people. Seeing Lu Yun extorting money in the copy, the audience outside became nervous. This guy is openly blackmailing in the dungeon. Is there any law in place? Is there no one to take care of it? Someone suddenly protested loudly, and many people followed suit. The copy is a place for assessment, but Lu Yun was extorting money here. In just a short time, more than 100,000 gold coins have been deposited into his account. The speed of making money is almost as fast as robbing a bank. Many people could no longer sit still, thinking that Lu Yun was insulting the assessment and must be severely punished. Just as the audience was becoming more and more agitated, the instructor at Magic and Martial Arts University in charge of the assessment spoke up and signaled for everyone to be quiet. There is no rule in the assessment that prohibits blackmail. Ahem. Besides, Lu Yun is not blackmailing in the strict sense, but doing business. At most, the fees are a little higher, which is completely reasonable. Although the tutor also couldn't stand Lu Yun's shameless behavior, Lu Yun's behavior did not violate the rules. There's really no other way. After hearing what the instructor of the Magic and Martial Arts University said, the protesting people around them could do nothing no matter how unwilling they were. Junior brother, senior sister underestimated you. In the crowd, Lu Qiushui's eyes were shining. She had imagined countless possibilities in her mind, but she never thought that Lu Yun would do such a thing in the copy. She didn't think there was anything wrong with Lu Yun's behavior. After all, everything depended on strength. Very normal. As time passed, many people were cheated by Lu Yun and never dared to approach Lu Yun's territory again. During this period, Lu Yun also met the team from the Magic Martial Arts University. After they finished eating barbecue and drinking beer, Lu Yun collected money as usual according to the previous routine. The team from the Magic Martial Arts University naturally disagreed and prepared to teach Lu Yun a lesson. Then Lu Yun called out the 300 three-headed wolves of hell that had been hiding. This group of people immediately became cowardly. They were also ruthless people who would rather die than surrender. After saying a few harsh words, they voluntarily gave up and left the copy. Lu Yun was so angry that his face hurt. Which of these barbecues and beers were not bought by him? These people ate and drank for free, and in the end they would rather run away and give up the assessment than pay. The world is going downhill. Moral corruption. When the team from Magic and Martial Arts University voluntarily gave up, the following stages became boring because the storm circle was already within reach. Everyone started the final competition. As Lu Yun's story had already spread throughout the dungeon, no one was fooled anymore. The final competition was also quite boring, with a large group of people fighting each other and no one paying any attention to Lu Yun. With 300 three-headed wolf clones from hell serving as bodyguards, no one would dare to provoke Lu Yun unless they were crazy. The assessment ended soon. Lu Yun did nothing and finished the assessment with a first place. When the assessment was over, Lu Yun returned to Lu Qiushui, blinked his eyes, and said, "Senior Lu, I'm the first. Your promise should be valid, right?" "Of course, senior sister. I always keep my promises." Lu Qiu Shui giggled, and the waves on her chest began to rise and fall again. Lu Yan nodded and immediately prepared to leave with Lu Qiu Shui. At this moment, the instructor from the Magic and Martial Arts University stopped Lu Yan. Lu Yan, you were able to win first place in this assessment only because of luck. It was just because of your good fortune that you got a powerful item. If we were to fight in a real battle, you would never have made it this far. Lu Yan had no choice but to accept this because the other party was telling the truth. Among the people who took the assessment, there were a few whose levels were higher than Lu Yan and whose professional levels were not lower than Lu Yan. All of them were also at the mythical level. Normally, it is very difficult to get first place in such a situation. Well, I think what you said makes sense, but I'm just lucky. What can you do about it? Lu Yan spread his hands and smiled. Sometimes good luck is also a part of strength, isn't it? The instructor of the Magic and Martial Arts University was so angry that he was speechless. After a while, he continued, "You have good talent. If you admit your mistake now and return to the Magic and Martial Arts University, you can still be trained as a key person. Otherwise, you will be eliminated." Lu Yan sneered when he heard this. At first, he had a very good impression of Magic Martial Arts University and had always regarded joining the university as his goal. But now it seems that the instructor of the Magic and Martial Arts University is just a self-righteous idiot. Birds of a feather flock together. This mentor is like this, and the other senior executives are not much better. Lu Yan suddenly lost his favor for Mo University. "Thank you for your concern, mentor. This is my own business. Please don't worry about it. See you later." Lu Yan waved his hand and left with Lu Qiu Shui without looking back. "You will regret this." The instructor at the Magic and Martial Arts University stood there, gritting his teeth and roaring unwillingly. This Kyoto assessment ended in this way. Due to his outstanding performance in the assessment, the name Lu Yan began to spread in the Kyoto circle. Chapter 147, Hand Over the Stolen Goods. Lu Yan followed Lu Qiu Shui and sat on by Ling back to Xiaoyao University. "You did very well in this assessment. You really won honor for Xiaoyao University." Lu Qiu Shui put away by Ling and praised Lu Yan. "It's a pity that I didn't meet any acquaintances. Otherwise, this test would be much more interesting." Lu Yan missed his former classmates. All students in Jinsha City who have passed the academic test should have been admitted to the universities of their choice. Although it is quite difficult to go to university in Kyoto, it is not a difficult thing for a few people with talents like Jiang Shishir and Yumi. Unfortunately, the two girls did not seem to participate in the Kyoto assessment this time. Life is like this. Not everyone can accompany you to the end. Everyone's destiny is different. The road to becoming stronger is always lonely. Lu Qiu Shui said softly. At this moment, the old liar swaggered out from the front, nodded and smiled at Lu Yan. "You did a good job, kid. You brought honor to Xiaoyao University this time. This is your reward." After saying that, he threw a plastic bag to Lu Yan, which contained 2 meat buns. Lu Yan was speechless at the time. If he had won the first place in the Kyoto assessment in other universities, the reward would have been so generous. This old liar actually only gave himself 2 meat buns. What kind of reward is this? Are you sending away beggars? Are you serious? Lu Yan looked a little strange while holding the plastic bag. It would be fine if the reward was just 2 meat buns, but the key point is that this thing is actually cold. This is too abstract. What? The old liar glared and asked. "Are you still not satisfied?" Lu Yan curled his lips and said nothing. "It's okay, even if you don't give me a reward. Since you're going to give me a reward, you have to give me a good one. What's the matter with 2 meat buns? These are the conditions at our Xiaoyao University. If you don't want it, give it to me, and I'll have it as a midnight snack." The old liar stretched out his hand towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan thought the old man was joking, but he was serious. He walked up to him, took back the 2 meat buns, then turned and left. "Lu Yan, our Xiaoyao University is indeed not as good as other universities because it was established not long ago and has no capital injection, so it is quite difficult." Seeing Lu Yan's strange expression, Lu Qiu Shui explained. "Oh." Lu Yan sighed and nodded. "But we at Xiaoyao University never mistreat our students. You will definitely receive a reward for your great achievement this time." Lu Qiu Shui hesitated for a moment and said, "Go back and have a good rest today. Come to me tomorrow, and I will take you to a good place." Lu Yan didn't know what the good place Lu Qiu Shui was talking about was, but seeing the other party's serious expression, Lu Yan guessed that this place should not be bad. "Okay." Lu Yan nodded, and then smiled again. "Senior Lu, I have won the championship now, so the special reward you mentioned should still count, right?" When they were at the Magic and Martial Arts University, Lu Qiushui said that if Lu Yun could win the championship, he would be rewarded with a good night's sleep. Lu Yun felt that there must be a deep meaning behind this good sleep. As we all know, only when the body reaches the extreme fatigue can we have a good sleep. Therefore, Lu Yun felt that the reward Lu Qiushui mentioned should be joint training for two people. Only when you're tired from training can you rest better, right? Lu Yun was getting excited at this moment. Of course it counts. I, senior sister, always keep my word. Come find me tonight. Lu Qiushui blinked at Lu Yun, then waved and left. Lu Yun chuckled and went back to his room. After spending a night in Lu Qiushui's room last night, Lu Qiushui cleaned up Lu Yun's room when they set out early this morning. Although the room was not big, it had everything it needed, but the daily necessities here were hard to describe. They were all quite worn out. Although they were all usable, they were full of traces of time, and those who didn't know would think they were picked up from a garbage station. It has been a while since I last took Long Cooter out to play. Looking at the time and seeing that there were still a few hours left until evening, and counting the money he earned from the copy, Lu Yun decided to take Long Cooter and the other girl to the city to buy some things. Lu Yun called Long Cooter and the other girl out and told them his idea, and the two girls became very excited immediately. Zhilinger wanted to buy some white silk because Long Cooter told her that her leg shape was very suitable for white silk, and she wanted to buy some to try. As for Long Kier, she has bought a lot of clothes during this period, and she would like to try some delicious food. Just as the three were preparing to set off, two black-robed figures wearing ghost face masks suddenly appeared in the room where the old liar was. The auras of the two men were extremely terrifying. Although their levels were not as high as the old liar, their auras were quite overbearing. Old Lu, shouldn't you give us an explanation about the fire element crystal core? Explain. Old man Lu blinked his eyes and said innocently, I don't know what you're talking about. The two men suppressed their anger, and one of them suddenly said, You sneaked into the summit not long ago and stole a level 50 fire element crystal core. How do you want to settle this account? Another person also said, Since you have a special status, just hand over the crystal core now, and we can forgive you. Otherwise, I can't give it up. Old man Lu interrupted the other party and spread out his palm. I have given the crystal core to someone else. It is no longer in my hands. Give it away. They didn't know what to say when they heard it. It's okay that this old man sneaked into their Deng Fengji and stole the fire element crystal core, but he actually dared to give it to others. Did he really think that Deng Fengji wouldn't dare to touch him? Deng Fengji is a huge organization in the entire Xia country, and there has never been a precedent of anything being stolen. Where is the thing? Who did you give it to? After a moment's silence, one of them suddenly asked in a low voice. Lu Yun is the new guy in my Xiaoya University. If you want to cause trouble, go find him. Old man Lu waved his hand and said. The two were stunned again upon hearing this. Obviously, they didn't expect that old man Lu would give the fire element crystal core to his own student. What the two did not expect was that this old man not only gave the things to his own students, but now he actually betrayed the other party. Is this guy the president of Xiaoya University? A moment later, just as Lu Yun and the other two were preparing to go out, two figures in black robes suddenly walked out from the side. The moment the two people appeared, Lu Yun immediately became alert because he felt that they were not friendly. Long Kuer and Ji Linger entered combat mode immediately, ready to attack at any time. Are you Lu Yun? A man in black robes suddenly asked. It's me. Lu Yun nodded neither humbly nor arrogantly. It's you. The man in black nodded and stretched out his hand. Hand over the stolen goods. Lu Yun. Chapter 148 Junior. It's easy to catch a cold on the ground. Lu Yun was a little confused now. This was the first time he met the other party, and they had no intersection before. The other party asked him to hand over the stolen goods right away. What does this have to do with anything? But soon Lu Yun thought of someone. Linning. Because of Jiang Shishir, this guy's been holding a grudge against me for a long time. Since he failed to get his revenge in Jinsha City, he must be thinking about revenge in the future. Could it be that these two guys are the helpers that Linning found? But with Lin Ying's strength, does he still need help? If the other party is really Lin Ying's helper, then there is no need for any nonsense. Since he is an enemy, the best way to respond is to fight. Just when Lu Yun was about to take action, the conversation between the two made Lu Yun confused again. Hand over the fire elemental core. Fire element crystal core? Lu Yun's eyes widened. He had obtained 2 fire element crystal cores so far. One of them was obtained through cooperation with Sky Creation, and the other one was given to him by the old liar not long ago. The The two people in front of him wanted him to hand over the fire element crystal core. It was obvious that they were not coming for him, which meant that they were not sent by Lin Ying. Is there something wrong with the fire element crystal core that the old liar gave me? What do you two mean by this? Can you explain it clearly? Lu Yin took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I do have a fire element crystal core, but this crystal core was given to me by the president of Xiaoya University not long ago. This crystal core originally belonged to us. It was that old man who sneaked into our treasure house and stole it. Now he returns it to us, and we can forgive him for what he did. Even though the two men were wearing ghost face masks, Lu Yin could still hear the angry tones in their voices. However, Lu Yin did not completely believe what the two said. He felt that no matter how outrageous the old liar was, he would not do such a sneaky thing, right? How can I believe that what you two say is true? Lu Yin asked. If you don't believe it, you can go confront that old man now. The two said in a deep voice. Lu Yin thought what he said made sense. He didn't want to say anything more before the matter was confirmed, so he immediately took the two of them to the office where old man Lu was. I don't know them. After learning the purpose of their coming here, old man Lu shook his head and pretended to be stupid. The two men with ghost faces and masks felt like 1,000 cows were running through their hearts at that moment. What you say, old Bidden, is like fart. You just said, Old Lu, do you know what you're doing? We are. Forget it. The other man shook his head and said calmly, we are here only to give you a warning. We have already warned you. If you cannot return the fire elemental crystal core in time, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. After saying that, the two of them left. After the two left, Lu Yun looked at old man Lu suspiciously and said, Old man, give me an explanation for this matter. Although he didn't know how much truth there was in what the two said, Lu Yun felt that there was nothing groundless in this world. The origin of the fire element crystal core that this old liar gave to me is definitely not simple. I don't need to explain anything to you. This thing was obtained by accident by me and has nothing to do with them. Old man Lu shook his head and smiled. Don't think too much, kid. Now that this thing is given to you, it's yours. Just keep it well. Besides, I'm your principal. Would I harm you? Lu Yin thought what he said made sense, so he didn't say much, but he still felt weird in his heart. After Lu Yin left, old man Lu returned to his seat and sat down again. I didn't expect that these guys at the pinnacle would find out about me so quickly. I was obviously very covert at the time. Old man Lu felt a headache as he touched his temple. Although the elemental crystal core did not have any extraordinary effects, it was a necessary material for making certain equipment. It was also a material used by some special professionals when they needed a breakthrough. Things like elemental crystal cores are strictly controlled by the Xia state. The fire element crystal core he gave to Lu Yun was indeed stolen from Dengfeng's Oji, but he didn't expect the other party to find this place so quickly. Judging from the identities of the visitors, Dengfeng Zaiji should not have obtained solid evidence yet. Otherwise, he would not have sent two people to test the situation, but the top management would have come forward directly to question the crime. As long as he refuses to admit it, the other party will not be able to do anything to him due to his special identity. After leaving old man Lu's office, Lu Yin took Long Ku'er and the other two girls to the city to spend some money. On this day, Lu Yin finally experienced the life of a rich person. He bought a brand new game console for Long Ku'er and a lot of clothes for Zhilinger. Then the three of them went to the amusement park for some fun, and after that they took the two girls to a Western restaurant for a candlelight dinner. Everything went smoothly overall, but the atmosphere during the meal was a bit weird. The Western restaurant that Lu Yin took the two girls to was a place for couples. The diners were all couples, one man and one woman. Only Lu Yin was dining alone with two girls, both of whom were stunning beauties. The boys nearby were so shocked that their eyes widened. There are many sea kings these days, but I have never seen someone like Lu Yin who can have his feet in two boats at the same time without interfering with each other. When Lu Yin returned to Xiaoya University, it was exactly 9:30 in the evening. Isn't it time for senior sister Lu to fulfill her promise now? Lu Yin glanced at the time, chuckled, and immediately came to Lu Qiushui's door and knocked. Imagining what might happen next, Lu Yin couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster, and he became a little excited. Soon the door opened, and Lu Qiushui, who was wearing pajamas, smiled at Lu Yin and said, "Are you here?" "Coming." Lu Yin nodded. "Let's take a shower first." Lu Qiushui said, "Taking a shower so soon? Don't you need some foreplay?" Senior Lu is so anxious. Is she already eager to get to the point? It turns out that I am so charming. Lu Yin went in the bathroom excitedly and took a hot bath, washing every part of his body thoroughly. When Lu Yin came out of the bathroom, he found Lu Qiu Shui already lying on the bed. Are you ready? Lu Qiu Shui stared at Lu Yin, his black eyes reflecting an alluring luster under the light. Ready? Lu Yin took a deep breath and began to take off his clothes. But before he could take off his clothes, a conversation suddenly broke out. Patrick, I love you. I like you too, SpongeBob. Lu Yin looked up and saw SpongeBob SquarePants playing on the TV in front of him. Junior Lu, what are you doing? Why do you have to take off your clothes just to watch TV? Do you have a habit of watching TV naked? Lu Qiu Shui found Lu Yin taking off his clothes and said with a strange look on his face. Lu Yin's expression was a little stiff. Senior Lu, the reward you're talking about is let you sleep well. Lu Qiu Shui pointed to the SpongeBob SquarePants on TV and said with a smile, more than 3,000 episodes, enough for you to sleep well tonight, right? Lu Yin put on his clothes silently, then walked to the corner and squatted down silently. Lu Qiu Shui covered his mouth and laughed secretly, saying considerately, Junior brother, sit on the sofa and watch it. It's easy to catch a cold on the ground. Lu Yunsheng had nothing to lose and said a little autistically, no need, I can just sit on the ground. Chapter 149 Weird World. Seeing this, Lu Qiu's lips curled up unconsciously. In the past, Xiaoyao University only had her in that monk oil bottle, which was not fun at all. Life has become interesting since Lu Yun came. Seeing Lu Yun's depressed look, Lu Qiu Shui couldn't help but feel happy physically and mentally. She did not tease Lu Yun on purpose. She did promise to give Lu Yun a special reward, and Lu Qiu Shui did not break her promise on this point. It's just that the reward promised by Lu Qiu Shui is a little different from what Lu Yun imagined. If Lu Yun knew what Lu Qiu Shui was thinking, he would definitely spit out blood. Senior, this is not just a matter of difference. The reward you mentioned and the reward I imagined are not the same thing at all. The next morning, Lu Yin got up early and Lu Qiu Shui personally went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Lu Yin. Beef flavor instant noodle. Normally, universities should have a cafeteria, which is an indispensable infrastructure even in fake universities. But there is no cafeteria in Xiaoyao University, but instant noodles are supplied in unlimited quantities. Senior Lu, is this what we're going to eat in the morning? Lu Yin looked at the instant noodles in front of him with a strange expression. Even though I already knew that Xiaoyao University was poor, it shouldn't be this poor. It's okay that they don't have any good rooms, but they shouldn't be unable to provide even normal food, right? Hearing Lu Yun's words, Lu Qiu Shui couldn't help but sigh. Alas, junior brother, you don't know. This is the situation of our Xiaoyao University. Other universities either have sponsors or backers, but Xiaoyao University is all alone. Although the environment is a bit bad, as long as we are patient, it will improve in no time. Lu Yun asked curiously, does the school have any countermeasures to improve the overall environment? That's not the case. Lu Qiu Shui smoothed his bangs and smiled. The main thing is that you just have to be patient, and you'll get used to it over time. Lu Yun. Fortunately, Lu Yun was not from a wealthy family. He had worked at construction sites carrying bricks many times before, and he had eaten instant noodles a lot to save money. But since he became a legendary professional, he has never eaten instant noodles again. After finishing breakfast, Lu Qiu Shui suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, Brother Lu, you haven't forgotten what I said yesterday, right? Senior Lu said she would take me to a good place. Lu Yin nodded. He was also full of curiosity about this good place. What kind of place could Lu Qiu Shui call a good place? Let's go. Lu Qiu Shui didn't waste any time and took Lu Yun directly to the back mountain of Xiaoyao University. There are dense trees here. Lu Yun saw many wild animals as soon as he arrived here. The ecology here is good, but other than that there is nothing special. Senior Lu, is this the good place you mentioned? Lu Yun glanced around and asked suspiciously. Could it be that senior sister Lu was fooling him? Was she deliberately tricking him into this deep forest to play a trick on him? Although he had only known Lu Qiu Shui for a short time, Lu Yin could sense that Lu Qiu Shui was not such a boring person. Just watch carefully, Lu Qiu Shui said mysteriously, and then took out a translucent key. There are runes flowing inside this key, and it is filled with a rich force of space. Lu Yin frowned slightly. This thing was condensed by the power of space. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the work of the old liar. It must be said that although the moral bottom line of this old liar is questionable, his spatial abilities are truly enviable. Brother Lu, This place is the most special place in Xiaoyao University. It needs to be kept highly confidential. Lu Qiushui took the key and suddenly changed his usual attitude and looked at Lu Yun seriously. I can take you in, but you must promise not to leak any information here. Okay. Lu Yun nodded. When I first came here, I found it to be ordinary and a little disappointed. But now seeing Lu Qiushui's serious expression, my curiosity was aroused. Seeing that Lu Yun agreed, Lu Qiushui did not hesitate and immediately injected a force into the key. Buzz! Under the impetus of power, the key instantly emitted a lavender light, and that light was projected into the space in front and turned into a portal. There's actually a copy here. Lu Yun was shocked beyond words by the scene before him. When the portal opened, a special aura spread out from inside the portal. What surprised Lu Yun was that the atmosphere in this portal was somewhat different from the copies Lu Yun had explored before. This is indeed a copy, but it's not the kind of copy you think. Things are very complicated and cannot be explained in a few words. You don't need to know so much. Come in with me first. Lu Qiushui didn't waste any words and took Lu Yun into the portal. As the two entered the portal, it disappeared where it stood. After entering the portal, Lu Yun first felt a flash of light in front of his eyes. As the light disappeared, Lu Yun and Lu Qiushui appeared in a unique world. The world is red in color, surrounded by endless mountains. There are also dense jungles on the mountains, but the shapes of these jungles are extremely strange, like the devil's hands reaching out from hell. At first glance, there was no living creature to be seen. The scene was eerily quiet, as if it was a lifeless place of death. In addition to the fact that no living creatures could be seen, the sky here was also a strange, deep red color. Lu Yun looked up and found a dark red sun hanging in the sky. The sun's rays were strong, but Lu Yun did not feel the slightest warmth. Instead, he felt cold all over. Senior Lu, where exactly is this place? Why is it completely different from the copies I have explored? Lu Yun asked, unable to hold back his curiosity any longer. The environment here made Lu Yun very uncomfortable. From the moment he stepped in here, he felt as if he was being stared at by countless pairs of eyes. Lu Yun had never felt this feeling in any other copy. This is not an ordinary dungeon. The monsters here are also special. Under the influence of special powers, their abilities are more terrifying than ordinary monsters, and their personalities are more brutal and bloodthirsty. But because of this, the monsters here provide more experience. Lu Qiushui said in a serious tone. Before Lu Yun continued to ask, he stepped forward and said, "Come with me first. I will tell you the details slowly." Chapter 1, 50,000 Thunder Warlock. Lu Yun followed Lu Qiushui and began to go deeper into this strange dungeon. On the way, Lu Qiushui gave Lu Yun a brief introduction to the situation here. At the end of this instance is a corridor, and every once in a while many powerful creatures will appear in the corridor. These creatures are different from the monsters in other instances. They have intelligence, which is comparable to that of humans. Whenever this group of guys appears, the monsters in the copy will collectively go berserk, and their strength will increase. Then they will attack the copy's barrier and escape from here. So whenever these creatures appear, students from Xiaoyao University need to enter here and kill as many of them as possible. Lu Yun is now a member of Xiaoyao University, so Lu Qiushui doesn't need to hide this matter from him. After listening to the story, Lu Yun was shocked and felt that his worldview had been refreshed. Lu Yun didn't know what this special creature was, but from Lu Qiushui's description, it should not be a good thing. For some reason, when he heard about this creature, Lu Yun thought of the dark job changer from the past, Hawkeye. Lu Yun vaguely felt that there might be some connection between the two. Senior Lu, since these monsters appeared from the end of the corridor, have you explored this corridor? Lu Yun asked curiously. No, Lu Qiushui shook his head. This corridor is very strange. There is a special barrier outside the corridor. If you want to enter it, you must break the barrier. Even my grandfather can't do this. Lu Yun nodded and didn't ask any more questions. His intuition told him that Lu Qiushui had deliberately concealed some information from him, and this information was the most important. But Lu Yun also knew that if Lu Qiushui wanted to tell him, he would tell her on his own initiative without him asking. On the contrary, if Lu Qiushui didn't want to tell him, it would be meaningless even if he asked. So Lu Yun simply didn't ask. Before they knew it, they had gone deep into the jungle. As they got here, the creepy feeling became even stronger. The surrounding trees looked like twisted, evil spirits. The bloody sunlight shone on the earth, and the entire ground seemed to be soaked in blood, a sea of red. If hell has an appearance, this place should be very consistent with the image of hell imagined by most people. Just as the two were moving forward, the space in front of them suddenly twisted, and a cloud of dark red smoke suddenly spread everywhere. Then a 5-meter-long, scarlet python suddenly jumped out from the smoke. The giant python opened its bloody mouth, and its 2 fangs reflected the cold light of a snake man under the shining of the bloody sun, and it bit directly at Lu Qiushui's head. Lu Yun's pupils suddenly shrank. It was obvious that this giant python was a monster in the dungeon. But so far, Lu Yun has never seen a monster with such strange means of attack that makes it impossible to defend against. Just when Lu Yun was about to remind Lu Qiushui to be careful, Lu Qiushui suddenly stretched out his big hand, raised his lips, and began to chant a spell. Thunderous. Sizzle. 5 purple lightning bolts gushed out from Lu Qiushui's fingertips, transforming into a giant thunder net that instantly bound the giant python in place. The giant python struggled frantically in the giant thunder net. Its huge body was electrocuted and its skin and flesh turned inside out. Seeing that it could not break free, the giant python suddenly opened its bloody mouth, apparently wanting to use its skills. But Lu Qiushui did not give the opponent any chance. His white onion-like fingers suddenly clenched, and the giant thunder net also shrank violently. Bang! Immediately under the contraction of the giant net, the huge body of the giant python was squeezed into a bloody mist. When the giant python lost its vitality, a ray of light also poured into Lu Qiushui's body. This was exactly the giant python's experience. When Lu Yun realized what was happening, he couldn't help but gasp. The giant python that just appeared was a level 30 monster, but it was killed by Lu Qiushui so easily. It seems that this senior is not simple. Her strength must be at least level 30 or above. Before this, Lu Yun had never known what Lu Qiushui's profession was. Now it seemed that he was a lightning-attributed profession. He seemed to be a mage. Are you curious about what my occupation is, senior sister? Lu Qiushui seemed to see through Lu Yun's thoughts, blinked, and asked with a smile. I'm indeed curious. Lu Yun nodded. Lu Qiushui hooked her finger at Lu Yun, then leaned her head closer to Lu Yun, opened her lips, and blew a breath of hot air into Lu Yun's ear. I won't tell you. Lu Yun. Seeing Lu Yun's depressed expression, Lu Qiushui chuckled, and then said seriously, Okay, little pervert, I won't tease you anymore. I am a Thousand Thunder Warlock, a legendary profession. I am both a mage and a warrior. Thousand Thunder Warlock? Lu Yun knew this profession, although it was only a legendary profession and could not compare to his Dragon Knight. But the Thousand Thunder Warlock has no weaknesses. The average mage has terrifying output, but his body is very fragile and can be killed instantly. Mages are afraid of aggressive enemies, and when entering a dungeon, they often look for companions to team up with in order to make up for their shortcomings. The situation of warriors is exactly the opposite of that of mages. Most warrior professions are thick-skinned and have relatively high health and defense, but on the contrary, their explosive power is not as terrifying as that of mages. Therefore, many warriors will choose to team up with other job changers when clearing dungeons and act as meat shields in the team. The Thousand Thunder Warlock, on the other hand, can be both a mage and a tank. It is a relatively comprehensive profession. Lu Yun remembered that there was a general guarding the border in Xia State, who was a Thousand Thunder Warlock. He was known as the Thunder King of Xia State. Although the Thousand Thunder Warlock is good, it's a pity that it's still not as good as your profession. Senior sister also wants to experience the feeling of riding a dragon. Lu Qiushui sighed and then said seriously, Let's get back to the point. You have seen the situation just now. The monsters here are quite strange and very powerful, but after killing them, the experience gained is also huge. I brought you here just to let you feel the horror of these guys. I will take you to the outer area later. The monsters there are generally of lower levels. It is more appropriate for you to level up there. As for the inner area, try not to come here. The monsters here are not something you can deal with. I haven't come here to level up for a while, and I also need to practice. After saying this, Lu Qiushui took Lu Yun to the outskirts of a dungeon and then went to level up by himself. Chapter 151 Fairy Cloud Crane. He really left? Seeing that Lu Qiushui really left, Lu Yun twitched his mouth. This senior sister, Lu, really trusted me. Didn't she worry about me being in danger? Although this was the periphery, nothing was absolute, and no one could guarantee that there would be no high-level monsters here. In fact, Lu Qiushui knew this, and she could give Lu Yun some life-saving props before leaving. But she didn't do so, because the purpose of Xiaoyao University is independence and self-reliance, and only in this way can it grow rapidly. Even though Lu Qiushui stood up for Lu Yun in the tea house, she would never provide any extra help to Lu Yun in becoming stronger. Doing so would only harm Lu Yun. Just like what she said to Lu Yun last night, the road to becoming strong is always lonely. If you want to become stronger, you can't always think about relying on others. The only person you can rely on is yourself. The monsters here can provide a lot of experience. There's no time to waste. Soon after Lu Qiushui left, Lu Yun started to act. First, Long Ku'er and Ji Linger were summoned out from the marriage space. To be on the safe side, Lu Yun directly used the boiling blood and took out the dragon fortress, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. Something is wrong here. Long Ku'er said softly with her brows slightly frowned as she came out. Be alert, Lu Yun reminded. Immediately, the three of them began to search outside. Roar. Not long after the three of them moved forward, there was suddenly a deafening roar, and then a huge monster appeared in front of Lu Yun and others. This monster is covered with sharp barbs with hooks on them. If you get stabbed by it, a large piece of flesh will definitely be torn off. Lu Yun recognized the identity of this monster without system analysis. Spiky porcupine. This guy is just a basic monster in most dungeons, and his level is generally no more than level 15. But the spiky porcupine in front of him is as high as level 20, and its breath is even more terrifying than that of an ordinary spiky porcupine. Lu Yun keenly discovered that the body of the porcupine was covered with red crystals. These crystals covered the body of the porcupine like scales. Although there were only a few scattered around, they gave off a special scent. Obviously, it is the existence of these red crystals that makes this spiky porcupine so special. This should be the special power that senior sister Lu mentioned. Lu Yun frowned. Then, without further ado, he called upon Long Ku'er and the other girl to rush forward together. Dragon Charge. Justice Mockery. Flame Dragon Breath Slash. Boom. Lu Yun did not take it lightly and used many skills at the first sight. Start with full firepower. With the cooperation of Long Ku'er and Ji Linger, the battle was quickly ended and the spiky porcupine was killed. Then a huge amount of experience poured directly into Lu Yun's body, and Lu Yun's level instantly reached level 23. If it upgraded. Although I was close to upgrading before, I didn't expect that I could upgrade by killing a spiky porcupine. According to the experience points provided by this spiky porcupine, as long as Lu Yun kills a dozen more spiky porcupines, his level will be able to reach level 24. This is too horrible. This made Lu Yun very surprised, and then he became extremely excited. Although Lu Qiushui had told him before that the monsters here could provide a lot of experience, he only realized the horror after experiencing it himself. If you kill normal spiky porcupines, even if you kill hundreds of them, you won't get as much experience as this one. It's not that Lu Yun was making a fuss, but all this was really too unexpected. After tasting the sweetness, Lu Yun immediately took the two women to continue wandering around the periphery and began hunting monsters. Along the way, Lu Yun and his two companions encountered many monsters, but with the perfect cooperation of the three, these monsters were killed one by one. Half an hour passed. Lu Yun and his two companions have killed 16 monsters and successfully reached level 23. Their attributes in all aspects have been greatly improved. It was also thanks to the fact that the monsters on the periphery were all around level 20, and some were even less than level 19. Otherwise, Lu Yun would never have been able to kill so many monsters in such a short time. But Lu Yun's happiness didn't last long, because after killing these monsters, Lu Yun couldn't encounter any other monsters. The three of them had been circling outside for a long time and had not encountered any monsters. All he saw was dead silence. Not to mention monsters. Not even a hair could be seen. It seemed that there were no other living creatures in this instance, except Lu Yun and his two companions. Senior Lu said that every once in a while, people from Xiaoyao University would come in and slaughter the monsters and those special creatures. Could it be that all the monsters here have been slaughtered? Almost all. Lu Yun frowned. Not giving up, he continued to circle around a few more times, but still found nothing. Long Ku'er stood there, releasing her power to sense the surroundings, then shook her head and said, I can't sense any aura fluctuations nearby. There should be no monsters here. Lu Yun sighed. The monsters that could provide such a large amount of experience were indeed limited in number, so upgrading them was not that easy. If he wanted to continue killing monsters, he had to go deeper into the dungeon. But before Lu Qiushui left, he specifically told Lu Yun not to go deeper easily, because the monsters in the inner circle were not something Lu Yun could deal with. But if you don't go deeper into the dungeon now, there's nothing to do. After tasting the sweetness of upgrading, Lu Yun didn't want to leave so easily. So after hesitating for a long time, Lu Yun decided to take a closer look. As long as you go deeper with appropriateness, you should be able to deal with the monsters you encounter. As long as you stay on the edge of the inner circle, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Even if you encounter a monster you can't deal with, you can quickly run back to the outer circle. After making up his mind, Lu Yun immediately took Long Kurer and the other girl to go deeper. Just after the three of them left the periphery, they encountered a long-lost monster. However, what made Lu Yun a little frustrated was that the guy in front of him was obviously not something he could deal with. Analysis completed. Xian Yun Crane, level 35, rank, Platinum, rarity, 4 stars. Attack power, 3,900. HP, 13,500. Skill 1, Fairy Cloud. The Fairy Cloud Crane makes a cry, reducing the enemy's attack speed by 50% and increasing the dodge chance by 15%. Skill 2, Demonic Possession. Xian Yun activates the power in his body and enters a demonic state. Attacks have a flame-burning effect and enter a domineering state. Weakness. The values of the Fairy Cloud Crane are relatively balanced in all aspects, and there is no weakness at the moment. Evaluation. This is a monster with balanced attributes in all aspects. If you're hostile to it, please use your strength to fight to the end and let it see what a real man is. Chapter 152. Receiving the Mission. After seeing the analysis, Lu Yun's face instantly turned pale. He just wanted to go deeper, but he didn't expect to encounter a level 30 monster. Lu Yun is only level 23 now, so he's obviously no match for a level 30 monster. Danger! Long Kurer reacted and stepped forward to block Lu Yun. Zhilinger also protected Lu Yun behind her with her pupils slightly shrunken, and flames flashed in her red eyes. Although the two women were limited by Lu Yun's level, they were also at level 23. But they are of mythical level after all. Although their level is the same as Lu Yun, their attributes in all aspects are still superior to Lu Yun's. You go first, and we will cover your retreat. Long Kurer said in a serious tone. But Lu Yun hesitated. Master, just listen to Sister Kurer and leave quickly. Leave this guy to us. Zhilinger also spoke in a deep voice. Lu Yun's Adam's apple rolled with a bitter feeling. It was all because of him that he encountered this Fairy Cloud Crane. The war was about to start, but he didn't even have the qualifications to fight against the other side. This was not the first time that such a situation had happened. Every time they encountered unexpected danger, the two women would take the initiative to stay and resist. Lu Yun really doesn't like this feeling, or rather, he really doesn't like the feeling of having to stand behind others when encountering danger. You have been with me for so long. You should know what kind of personality I have. Lu Yun took a deep breath and smiled at the two women. The two women had different expressions, but in the end they didn't say much. They didn't know Lu Yun's character. In any dangerous situation, Lu Yun would never abandon his companions and live alone. In that case, let's fight together. Long Kurer said softly. Okay, let's fight side by side. Lu Yun raised his lips, holding the dragon fortress in his hand. All the energy in his body was accumulating, and a cluster of red flames quietly jumped out from his fingertips. He was ready for battle. But at this critical moment, boom, something strange happened. Suddenly, a huge stick shadow fell from the sky. In front of the stick shadow, the huge body of the Xian Yun Crane seemed as small as an ant. He was actually smashed into a bloody mist by a stick. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Lu Yun and the other two were stunned for a moment. Before they could react, they saw a young man walking towards them from the end of the distance. The man was wearing a black robe and had long flowing hair, looking like a character from the world of martial arts. The young man was serious, with white bandages wrapped around his palms, and bright red blood could be vaguely seen seeping through. It's very dangerous here. Lu Qiushui should have warned you not to enter here easily. The young man first glanced at Long Kurer and the other girl, then looked at Lu Yun and said lightly, You are. Lu Yun frowned slightly, having roughly guessed the identity of the person. Lu Qiushui had mentioned to him more than once that there was another guy besides him, and Lu Qiushui at Xiaoya University. And that guy was obsessed with power. Now it seemed that if nothing unexpected happened, the guy Lu Qiushui was talking about should be this person. Wu Tong, in a sense, I should be your senior. Wu Tong said lightly. Lu Yun appeared calm on the surface, but in his heart there was a storm. It seemed that his guess was right. This young man was the martial arts fanatic that Lu Qiushui had mentioned. Moreover, this person's strength is not much inferior to Lu Qiushui. He can kill a level 30 monster in seconds, and he must be at least level 30 or above. Among the freshmen, those who could reach level 20 were considered good, and those who were level 30 or above were definitely considered strong. Although he was not a freshman, judging from his appearance, he was not much older than himself. Hello, senior, Lu Yun said with a fist salute. Although he was quite strong in front of outsiders, that was only in front of his enemies. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yun was relatively modest, because he knew that there were always people better than you. There is no upper limit to the level of job changers, at least for now. Even a job changer at level 100 doesn't dare to claim to be invincible, not to mention that Lu Yun is only level 23 at the moment. Wu Tong nodded, then retracted his gaze and turned away, while a voice slowly came out. This is not a place you can come to. Leave now. With your current strength, you can only wander around the periphery. If there are really no monsters to hunt, you could go to other dungeons. Lu Yun did not refute this. When he met this fairy cloud crane, Lu Yun did realize his own weakness, and he really couldn't go any deeper rashly. If he encounters any scary monster again, perhaps he won't be so lucky. If Wu Tong had not appeared in time, Lu Yun would have died here. After figuring it all out, Lu Yun led the two women back to the outer edge of the dungeon. At this moment, Lu Qiushui hurried here. Obviously, he also felt the previous fluctuation. He was relieved when he saw that Lu Yun was fine. Did you go to the inner circle just now? Lu Qiushui asked. Lu Yun nodded. Thanks to Senior Wu Tong for showing up in time. Lu Qiushui rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, Didn't I tell you not to enter the inner circle easily? Lu Yun scratched his head awkwardly. I saw that there were no monsters outside, so I thought about going deeper. Lu Qiushui sighed. I understand your feelings, but you can't do things that are too eager for quick success. I will send you out now. Your strength is still very weak, and this place is not suitable for you yet. Kyoto has the largest number of dungeons in Xia country. There are still many dungeons here, and there must be one suitable for you among these dungeons. After bringing Lu Yun out of the copy, Lu Qiushui also gave Lu Yun some instructions. Only then did Lu Yun realize that the number of copies in Kyoto was too large, resulting in an abnormally high number of monsters inside. Once the number of monsters exceeds a certain level, there's a danger that they will break out of the dungeon and wreak havoc on the city. Therefore, Xia State assigned these copies to various guilds. Each guild was responsible for copies of corresponding strength according to its size. The guild would send strong people into the copies at regular intervals to complete the task of clearing monsters. But not every strong person in the union has time to do this kind of thing. So each union will issue the task of strangling monsters. As long as someone can complete the task, they can get the union's reward. Simply put, as long as you have a strength, you can not only enter the dungeon to hunt monsters to gain experience, but also get rewards from a guild. This is something Lu Yun had never dared to think about before. After all, although Jinsha City is also a city, it is far inferior to Kyoto in terms of scale and other aspects. There seem to be quite a few copies of the Jinsha line, but the number is less than 1/10 of that in Kyoto. After figuring this out, Lu Yun immediately went to the Union Square to receive a task. Chapter 153 My Brother is a Dragon Rider. The Guild Square is a huge square, similar to the talent market on Earth. The only difference is that there are recruitment signs hanging around. The content on these recruitment signs is about guild tasks. When Lu Yun came here, he was stunned by the prosperous scene here. Brother, it looks like this is your first time here. At this moment, a young man with a face full of profiteer's air came up behind Lu Yun and said with a smile, Who are you? Let me introduce myself. My name is Huang Pizi, and you can understand me as an intermediary for union tasks. Huang Pizi said with a bright smile. Agent. Lu Yun was surprised. There were recruitment signs everywhere here. Do they still need an agent? I can see that this brother is here for the first time. There are too many copies in Kyoto, and there are also a lot of unions, which naturally leads to many industries. You just need to give me some fees, and I can help you find a task that suits you. The yellow-skinned man began to skillfully introduce his business capabilities. Lu Yun was not interested in the yellow-skinned man. He came here just to see if he could take on any missions, but he didn't have to take any. Improving his level was the most important thing. He had enough gold coins to squander for a while. I'm not interested. You can go find someone else. Lu Yun waved his hand and turned away. Huang Pizzi got anxious when he saw this and quickly chased after him. Brother, let's talk it out. Normally, I would charge him 300 gold coins as a brokerage fee, but I think we were destined to be together, so I could take a loss and only charge him 100 gold coins, just as we were making friends. However, even so, Lu Yun was still not interested. There are many people who come here to look at tasks, and there are also many tasks that can be taken here. It is a big project to find a task that suits you in this environment. Therefore, many people will contact agents and find suitable tasks through them, which can save a lot of time. But who is Lu Yun? He has worked hard all the way. Being frugal has become a muscle reaction. Lu Yun will never waste the money that can be saved. As he was walking, he heard a familiar voice from the front. Lu Yun stopped and looked forward. He saw a group of people gathered in front of him, pointing at each other, and he didn't know what was going on. Why does it sound a bit like Zhao Qingsong's voice? Lu Yun frowned and walked over to find out what was going on. When Lu Yun pushed through the crowd and saw the people inside, he really saw his best friend Zhao Qingsong. But Zhao Qingsong's situation was not very good at the moment. I clearly got this task first. Why did you snatch it away from me? Zhao Qingsong said with a frustrated look on his face, holding a task list in his hand. Each task will be written on the task list. If you want to accept the task, you just need to take the task list. After completing the task, you can take the task list to claim the reward. This can greatly save time in completing tasks, but it can also lead to many disputes. Some tasks that are relatively easy and have rich rewards will lead to looting. The tasks on the task list in Zhao Qingsong's hand belong to this category. He was the first to get the task list, but when he was about to leave, he was surrounded by a group of people who asked him to hand over the task list. Zhao Qingsong was naturally unwilling, so he was threatened by this group of people. Boy, do you know who we are? The yellow-haired leader took out a fruit knife from his waist and played with it casually, with a sinister look in his eyes. We are members of the Tiandi Guild. Who in the whole of Kyoto doesn't know about us? You dare to snatch the missions we have set our sights on? I think you are tired of living. Hurry up and hand over the mission list, otherwise I will beat you to a pulp. Heaven and Earth Union? Lu Yun frowned. At this moment, the yellow-skinned man appeared behind Lu Yun from some unknown moment and started to explain with a grin. This brother doesn't know that the Tiandi Guild is just a third-rate guild in Kyoto. It is a civilian guild and not as exaggerated as he said. However, there are people behind the Tiandi Guild, so most job changers without background dare not offended. The yellow-skinned man obviously knows more about the Tiandi Guild. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Zhao Qingsong and shook his head, saying, "This guy is unlucky. Judging from his appearance, he should not be a local. He has no one to rely on in Kyoto, but he dares to snatch tasks from these people. How stupid." After listening to Huang Pizzi's explanation, Lu Yun also had a general understanding of this group of guys. Boy, now that we've come to this, are you going to hand the task list or not? The yellow-haired leader said impatiently. He took a step forward and put the fruit knife in his hand directly against Zhao Qingsong's neck. Zhao Qingsong could already feel the coolness coming from the fruit knife, and a sense of fear arose in his heart, but he still held the task list tightly in his hand. I was the first one to get this task list. Why should I give it to you? The yellow-haired man's eyes were gloomy, and he suddenly sneered. It seems that you really don't want to drink the wine. He suddenly waved his hand and said calmly, "Break his legs. I will make sure he can never stand up again. This is the prize for going against my Tiandi Guild." Hearing this, the many followers behind him stepped forward with sneers and bared their teeth, ready to take action. The levels of these people are not low. All of them are level 24, so their strength is not too weak. On the other hand, Zhao Qingsong was just one person, and his rank was not as high as these people. If these people really took action, he would only be beaten. Seeing this scene, the onlookers all shook their heads, thinking that Zhao Qingsong was too confused. He was just one person, but he dared to snatch the task from these union members. Fuck, I was the one who got this mission first. If you have guts, beat me to death. Otherwise, I will never let you go. Things change over time. Don't bully the young and poor. Zhao Qingsong gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. But who would have thought that the other party still had no intention of stopping? Seeing this group of people getting closer and closer, Zhao Qingsong was also very scared, and he spoke again. I have a brother who is a mythical professional, and he's also a rare dragon knight. You should know about dragon knights, right? There was a dragon knight in Gaul before. He once swept through 36 countries with a horse and a gun, killed several knight orders, and was hailed as the best rider in the world. But that dragon knight only has an empty profession, but he doesn't have a dragon as a mount. And my brother's marriage partner is a dragon. If you dare to touch me today, my brother will never let you go. After listening to Zhao Qingsong's statement, the group of people stopped what they were doing, looked at each other, and finally looked at the yellow-haired man who was in the lead. An expression of deep shock appeared on Huang Mao's face. Dragon Rider? This unprepossessing fellow in front of me actually knows this kind of person? Chapter 154. Kneel down and apologize. The people around who were watching were also shocked, and their expressions became a little strange. Mythical professions are all respected, but Zhao Qingsong in front of him is dressed in ordinary clothes and looks disheveled. It doesn't look like he can have any connection with such a person. He is lying. Not only did everyone feel this way, even the people from the Tianyi Union were full of disdain. Boy, do you think you can scare me with just a few words? I've seen all kinds of big scenes. The yellow-haired man walked up to Zhao Qingsong and kicked him to the ground. Zhao Qingsong cried out in pain, frowned, stood up, and prepared to take action. Go ahead. There's so many of us. If you really start fighting, I'll beat the shit out of you, or I'll have the same surname as you. The yellow-haired man spat and said arrogantly. Zhao Qingsong clenched his fists and lost his temper immediately. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the other party was indeed outnumbered and powerful. Now, facing the humiliation, he could only endure it silently. If he fought back, he would only be bullied even more miserably. Seeing that Zhao Qingsong didn't dare to act rashly, the yellow-haired man became even more arrogant and snorted. Are you a piece of trash who is worthy of knowing a mythical job changer? Are you too immersed in the drama? Or do you think I'm an idiot? I do know a dragon knight. He came from Jinsha City. He seems to be a kid named Lu Yun. But that kid has talent, but not brains. He has such good conditions, but he joined Xiaoya University. Even if you know that kid, I'm not afraid. Not to mention you. Even if he comes, he has to kneel down and call me dad. Hearing this, Zhao Qingsong's face was filled with despair. He originally thought that he could intimidate these guys with Lu Yun's reputation. Now it seems that he will most likely lose his place on the mission list. At the same time, the yellow-skinned man said to Lu Yun, "My friend, there's nothing interesting about the excitement. Why don't you go and take the mission? I only need 100 gold coins from you. Just tell me the mission requirements. I will definitely help you find a suitable mission. Hey, what are you going to do? You can watch the excitement, but don't meddle in other people's business." Huang Pizi was planning to persuade Lu Yun to spend some money, but halfway through his words, Lu Yun suddenly took a step forward. His action immediately frightened Huang Pizi. Although the Tianyi Union was only a third-rate union, many unions in Kyoto were not even third-rate. A third-rate union was already unattainable for most people. Lu Yun's current behavior is to meddle in other people's business. In Huang Pizi's opinion, this is asking for trouble. Lu Yun ignored the yellow-skinned man's call and walked straight into the crowd. Do you have the qualifications to let me call you dad? Lu Yun looked at the yellow-haired man with a frosty face. An invisible domineering aura suddenly swept over him like a hurricane. When they saw Lu Yun coming out, everyone was stunned. Zhao Qingsong was the first to react. His eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Yun. Lu Yun. The yellow-haired man raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Are you the Lu Yun who walked out of Jinsha City and gave up the admission quota to Mo University?" Lu Yun said calmly, "Do you have any questions?" "Ha ha." The yellow-haired man laughed out loud, as if he had seen a huge joke. After a long while, he said, "I originally thought that this guy was lying to me, but I didn't expect that he really knew a mythical-level job changer. Under normal circumstances, I would naturally not provoke a mythical-level job changer. Unfortunately, if the target is Lu Yun, then it's another matter." The other party was very arrogant, but Lu Yun's expression remained calm and composed from beginning to end. "It seems that in your eyes I'm easy to bully," Lu Yun said with a smile. "Of course." The yellow-haired man nodded and was about to humiliate Lu Yun with words. But before he could finish his words, Lu Yun slapped the guy and sent him flying. The yellow-haired man slid 3 meters on the ground before stopping. At this moment, the scene was dead silent, and everyone looked at Lu Yun in disbelief. Huang Pizi was even more nervous. He didn't expect that the person in front of him was really Lu Yun from Jinsha City. He didn't expect Lu Yun to dare to really do it. Lu Yun. Zhao Qingsong looked at Lu Yun with a complicated expression. He didn't expect Lu Yun to really do it. Now things have gotten out of hand. "I'm sorry, I have implicated you." Zhao Qing smiled bitterly, feeling extremely ashamed. This is none of your business. These people are rude. Even if you're not here, I will never sit idly by if I encounter it. Lu Yun's expression is indifferent. While he was talking, Huang Mao stood up from the ground and said, Lu Yun, you dare to hit me? Are you surprised? Lu Yun sneered and slapped the guy in the face a few more times with his backhand. After a few slaps, Huang Mao felt dizzy. One of his front teeth was broken, and he felt like he was seeing stars in front of his eyes. It was at this time that the rest of the Tiandi Union's talents reacted and summoned their respective marriage partners to surround Lu Yun. Lu Yun, I know you're awesome, and your mythical class is awesome, but you're only level 23 right now, and we're all level 24, which means we're higher than you, and we have more people than you. If we fight, even if you're a mythical class job changer, you'll be trampled under our feet. I don't know where you got the courage to attack us. The yellow-haired man stood up with a gloomy look on his face, spat a mouthful of blood on the ground, then pointed at the ground and gritted his teeth and said, Kneel down and apologize now, and I can save your face and let this matter go. What if you don't kneel? Lu Yun asked jokingly. The yellow-haired man's eyes suddenly darkened. If you don't kneel today, I will make you, a mythical job changer, lose face. Bang! Just as the yellow-haired man finished speaking, Lu Yun suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of this guy. Huang Mao's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw this, and he quickly summoned his marriage partner, signaling him to take action. His marriage partner is a fat and sturdy bull, a minotaur. The bull has bulging muscles all over its body, huge horns on its head, two front hooves that look like human arms, and extremely dense hair all over its body. If no one knew that the marriage partner must be of the opposite sex, no one would have thought that this fat cow was actually a female. Boom! Fat cow appeared in front of Lu Yun, waving his fist as big as a sandbag and punching Lu Yun. The fist created the wind. You can imagine how powerful this punch is. At this critical moment, a set of dragon scale armor suddenly appeared around Lu Yun, and the dragon scale body protection was directly used. At the same time, Lu Yun took out the dragon fortress and rushed towards the fat cow. Bang! Minus 658. The fat cow was knocked flying in an instant, and its horns were almost broken. Gurgle. Seeing this scene, Huang Mao couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and he lost his composure. But he reacted quickly, his eyes darkened, and a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Holding the long sword, he stabbed directly at Lu Yun's lower abdomen. Buzz. Chapter 155, I'm not interested in same-sex. No one expected Huang Mao to do this. It was obvious that he was going to fight Lu Yun to the death. But at this critical moment, Lu Yun held the dragon fortress and blocked the attack. Clang! The long sword stabbed into the dragon fortress, and suddenly flames spread and a sharp sound echoed throughout the square. The yellow-haired man's pupils suddenly shrank. He had not expected Lu Yun's reaction to be so quick and was ready to continue. But Lu Yun took a step ahead, grabbed the yellow-haired man's wrist with his backhand, and twisted it hard. Click! A crisp sound of bone breaking was heard, and the yellow-haired man's wrist was twisted off by Lu Yun. In pain, the long sword in his hand fell to the ground. Immediately, Lu Yun gave Huang Mao another knee strike, and his face turned pale with pain in an instant. He was kicked to the ground by Lu Yun. A piece of trash like you dares to attack me? Lu Yun looked down at the yellow-haired guy and stepped hard on his chest. Huang Mao's face was distorted, almost insane. Lu Yun's kick not only crushed him to the ground, but also trampled on his dignity. He is a senior executive in the Tiandi Union. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? Are you all just here to eat and do nothing? Can't you see I'm being beaten? Hurry up and take action. The yellow-haired man suppressed his anger and shouted at the people from the Tiandi Union around him. After hearing this, everyone in the Tiandahui came to their senses and prepared to take action against Lu Yun. However, at this moment, two space doors appeared behind Lu Yun, and Long Ke and Ji Linger appeared on the scene at the same time. There were many beautiful women present, but they all paled in comparison to the two women. When the two women appeared, their nobility and beauty were enough to make the world lose its color. When looking at the two women, the men had dazed eyes, while the women felt ashamed of themselves. Whoever dares to take a step forward will die. Long Ke was still as domineering as ever. She glanced at the group of people coldly and uttered these words indifferently. Whoever dares to touch my master, I will kill him first. Ji Linger was covered in red flames, showing her determination. Feeling the terrifying aura of the two women, These scumbags from the Tiandi Union were actually shocked and stood their loss. A bunch of idiots. Huang Mao was furious to death when he saw his followers were so disappointing. Lu Yun. At this moment, Zhao Qingsong ran to Lu Yun excitedly, stretched out his hand and grinned, wanted to give Lu Yun a bear hug. Lu Yun frowned, pinched his nose, and took a few steps back, and Zhao Qingsong's expression suddenly froze. What on earth have you been through during this period of time? How long has it been since you took a shower? How did you get yourself into this state? Lu Yun said with disgust on his face. Zhao Qingsong scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Then he gave a brief description of what had happened during this period. Ever since he heard that Lu Yun joined Xiaoya University last time, he also wanted to join Xiaoya University. He told Lu Yun this, but Lu Yun just thought he was joking and didn't take it seriously. Who would have thought that this guy was serious? Not long after Lu Yun left Jinsha City, Zhao Qingsong also chose to come to Kyoto and report to Xiaoya University. Unlike other universities that have strict admission requirements, Xiaoya University has almost no requirements, and anyone who is a job changer can join. Originally, it would have been quite easy for Zhao Qingsong to join Xiaoya University with his professional talent. However, he did not have much gold coins and could not afford to take a plane, so he could only take a bus to Kyoto. Although it would take a little longer, at least we could reach our destination. But as luck would have it, on the way here, the bus passed a remote place, and suddenly a group of robbers came out and robbed every one of their valuables. This guy couldn't contact Lu Yun without his cell phone, so after arriving in Kyoto, he could only find a way to make money, planning to earn enough money for the trip, and then go to Xiaoya University to find Lu Yun. After asking around, Zhao Qingsong came to the trade union square, hoping to make money by taking on missions. And then something happened before. The mission he received was picked up by Huang Mao and his group. If Lu Yun hadn't appeared in time, Zhao Qingsong would not only have been robbed of the mission list today, but would also have been humiliated. You guy. After hearing what happened to this guy, Lu Yun felt a little sympathetic. Although he was a little poor, that was in the past. Now, with a good business mind, Lu Yun is almost never short of money. While the two were talking, the yellow-haired man who was stepped on by Lu Yun suddenly yelled, "What the hell do you mean by leaving me here? Who are you looking down on? I am a senior member of the Tiandi Union after all, so quickly loosen your stinky feet and kneel down to kowtow to me. Otherwise, when the president of the Tiandi Union gets here, you won't even have a chance to beg for mercy." Lu Yun looked down at the yellow-haired guy, then kicked him in the chin. The yellow-haired guy grimaced in pain. "Who is your union president?" Lu Yun asked curiously. "My name is Wang Depeo. The president of our Tiandi Union is Wang Tianpao, who is my elder brother," Wang Depeo said with some pride. In fact, his strength is not considered strong even in third-rate unions like the Tiandi Union. The main reason he could become a senior executive is because he has a good big brother. "I'll give you 3 minutes to tell your eldest brother to come here to see me," Lu Yun said calmly. "Watch your attitude when you talk." Wang Depeo couldn't believe that Lu Yun was so arrogant. "If you don't want to die, call for help." Lu Yun's eyes became colder. "You said it." Wang Depeo gritted his teeth, took out his cell phone, and called his elder brother. "Lu Yun, the Tiandi Guild is not easy to mess with. It would be fine if you just beat this guy up, but why did you actively ask him to mobilize people?" Zhao Qingsong couldn't understand Lu Yun's behavior. In his opinion, now that he had offended others, the best option was to run away quickly, but Lu Yun did the opposite. "We've already offended them. If we run away now, we'll definitely be in trouble in the future. Do you think these people will let it go?" Lu Yun asked back. Zhao Qingsong was really stumped by these words. After a long while, Zhao Qingsong let out a long sigh and said guiltily, "I'm sorry. I'll cause you trouble this time." Lu Yun suddenly stared at Zhao Qingsong and just stared at him without saying anything, which made Zhao Qingsong feel a little creepy. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Zhao Qingsong hugged his chest and stepped back cautiously, his voice trembling. You know me, I don't like boys." Lu Yun rolled his eyes and said calmly, "Since we are brothers, don't say such polite words in the future. If this guy dares to touch you, it is equivalent to provoking me. I attacked him. It is my own business, so you don't have to feel guilty." Chapter 156 Apologize. After hearing Lu Yun's words, Zhao Qingsong didn't say much, but he was moved in his heart. However, the good times didn't last long. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the front. "Who is Lu Yun?" When the roar came, everyone in front made way for him. A man with a beard, a black dragon tattooed on his right arm, and a ferocious look on his face came over, with more than a dozen followers behind him. This group of people came out with great momentum. Everyone present was frightened by this momentum. Seeing the person coming, Wang Depeo's eyes lit up and he shouted quickly, "Brother, save me!" The person who came was Wang Depeo's elder brother, Wang Tianpao, the president of the Tiandi Labor Union. After hearing Wang Depeo's cry, Wang Tianpao noticed the miserable condition of his brother. At this time, Wang Depeo was still being stepped on by Lu Yun like a dead dog. Although Wang Tianpao is not a big shot, he is still doing well in the circle of third-rate trade unions. Although his younger brother is uneducated and not very talented, many people still give him some face. When has he ever been humiliated like this? Swish! Wang Tianpao's anger suddenly rose. He looked at Lu Yun and frowned. "Are you the mythical dragon knight?" "It's me," Lu Yun said calmly. "Your brother is bullying others by taking advantage of his power. Apologize to my friend, and this matter will be over." Hearing Lu Yun's words, many onlookers couldn't help laughing. Rumor has it that Lu Yun was quite arrogant, but now it seems that he is just a brainless person. The other party was obviously here to call for an explanation. You've made his brother look like this, and you still dare to ask him to apologize? What on earth is Lu Yun thinking about? With this kind of brain, no wonder he joined Xiaoya University. Such a good talent is really wasted. Countless people said this in their hearts. When Wang Tianpao heard Lu Yun asking him to apologize, he was stunned for a moment, then laughed. However, there was a hint of coldness in his smile. "Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of asking me to apologize?" Wang Tianpao spat on the ground, his face trembling with ferocity. "Don't think that I won't dare to offend you just because you're a mythical job changer. Don't you see what kind of fake university you are from? Do you think you can survive in Kyoto with your mythical talent? What a joke." After Wang Tianpao finished speaking, he sneered and pointed directly at the thick phlegm on the ground. "Lick the thick phlegm on the ground clean and kowtow to my brother 30 times, and I will forgive you for what happened today." Wang Tianpao's request was quite insulting, but in the eyes of everyone, he was already quite kind. If anyone else dared to treat Wang Depeo like this, they might have been crippled by now. "Who gave you the courage to speak to my master like that?" Before Lu Yun could say anything, Zhi Linger frowned and said in a cold voice, It was only then that Wang Tianpao noticed Long Kurer and Zhi Linger beside Lu Yun, and a look of envy appeared in the depths of his eyes. "I have heard for a long time that Lu Yun is not only a mythical level job changer, but also a dual job changer. Now it seems to be true. Although the marriage room allows job changers to choose their marriage partner, most people can only choose once in their lifetime. Because when a marriage partner is chosen, a contract is established between the two parties, just like filling a bottle with water. When the water in the bottle overflows, it is impossible to fill it with more water. But there are always some special people who can sign a new marriage partner. These people are called double job changers. So far, humans have not yet figured out why dual career changers can sign 2 marriage contracts and awaken 2 professions. But there is no doubt that dual career changers are geniuses among geniuses. Lu Yun not only has 2 marriage partners, but both of them are also very good looking. "Lu Yun, didn't you hear what my elder brother said? Now, take your stinky feet away and kneel down to apologize, otherwise I..." Bang! Lu Yun raised his foot and stomped hard. Wang Depeo felt his eyes go dark and fainted from the pain. Seeing that Wang Depeo's forehead was already oozing with hot blood, Wang Tianpao could no longer sit still. It was fine if this guy dared to attack his brother, but he actually dared to do it in front of him. Did he really think that Wang Tianpao was a vegetarian? "Your brother stole my brother's mission. He was the first to do it. You actually blamed me without asking about the situation. In this case, there is no need for me to waste time talking to you." Lu Yun pulled out a tissue, lifted up his shoes, wiped the blood off his shoes with the tissue, and said calmly, "Do you dare to fight on the makeshift ring?" The temporary arena was specially used to ease the conflict between the two sides. Lu Yun had fought with Zhang Heng once at the tea party. "That's exactly what I meant," Wang Tianpao sneered. Soon, both parties came to a temporary arena nearby. When they came on stage, more and more people were attracted. Seeing the 2 people at loggerheads, the atmosphere at the scene was instantly ignited. Everyone was discussing who would win. Some people are optimistic about Lu Yun. Although Lu Yun chooses to join Xiaoya University, there will definitely be a shortage of resources in a later stage. But now the level gap between the two sides is not big. Lu Yun was level 23, and Wang Tianpao was only level 24, just 1 level higher than Lu Yun. With Lu Yun's dual job changer and the advantages of a mythical class, he could completely make up for this gap. But there are also many people who are not optimistic about Liu Yun. Although Wang Tianpao is only the president of a third-rate union, he has entered dungeons many times and has extremely rich combat experience. Moreover, his level is 2 levels higher than Liu Yun. The two people on the ring were confronting each other. Boy, you should understand that being too rigid will lead to failure. You just arrived in Kyoto, so you may not know. Wang Tianpao pointed at Liu Yun and was about to speak. However, Liu Yun didn't want to talk anymore with this guy, so he just took out the Dragon Fortress and rushed out. Ka-ia. Linger. Take action. Boom. A light yellow halo emanated from Liu Yun's body, instantly covering Wang Tianpao. This taunt is cast directly. Wang Tianpao rushed towards Liu Yun uncontrollably. At this time, Liu Yun came directly with the Dragon Fortress in his hand. -600. Before Wang Tianpao could react, he was thrown out by the Dragon Fortress. He spun several times in the air before falling heavily on the stage. Before the guy could get up again, Liu Yun stretched out his finger and pointed in the air. A red flame suddenly burst out. Fiery dragon breath slash. Boom. -800. Wang Tianpao felt his whole body burning hot as if he had entered an oven, and his clothes were almost melted. The blood volume dropped sharply again. Fuck you. That's a lack of martial ethics. Wang Tianpao gritted his teeth, slammed his fist into the ground, and used the recoil force to stand up again. But just as he stood up, Liu Yun's figure suddenly appeared in front of him and blew the guy away again. Bang! Chapter 157. Listen to me say thank you. Because of you. Liu Yun's performance was still stable. He was never one to underestimate his enemies, so he opened fire at full force at the beginning of the battle, not giving Wang Tianpao any chance to fight back. Wang Tianpao felt extremely aggrieved. He had no chance to fight back from beginning to end and was always beaten. You are a mythical professional. Can you have some dignity as a strong man? I haven't even finished talking, and you're attacking me? You're a fool. I'm 2 levels higher than you. Why should I be beaten by you like this? I don't accept it. Thinking of this, Wang Tianpao stopped pretending and revealed his cards directly. A space gate appeared behind him, and then a tall figure walked out of the gate. The woman's face could not be seen clearly because of her veil, but her enchanting figure alone was enough to attract people's attention. The woman had a long sword on her waist and 3,000 black silk threads hanging down her shoulders. She looked no different from a human, but if you go around behind the woman, you will find that she has a short rabbit tail behind her. This woman is from the rabbit tribe. If Zhao Si from Jinsha No. 1 Middle School were here, he would be so angry that blood would spurt out when he saw Wang Tianpao's rabbit people marriage partner. They are both rabbit people. Why is there such a big difference? His rabbit people are fat and big-eared. Why are others so charming? When the woman appeared, she didn't waste any time. She quickly drew her sword and stabbed Liu Yun, trying to give Wang Tianpao a chance to attack. But the strength of Long Kuer and Ji Linger is no joke. They both took action to suppress the rabbit woman. Long Kuer was surrounded by flames, like a goddess descending from the sky. She waved her hand, and a ball of red flame covered the woman. The woman suddenly let out a wail, and her flowing long skirt began to melt, exposing a large area of white skin, attracting everyone's attention. Zhilinger was not idle either. She raised her hand and condensed a chain of fire that wrapped around the woman's limbs, preventing her from moving. The two women had no mercy on each other. Since the rabbit man appeared, he didn't even have a chance to attack. Being suppressed directly was really frustrating. Seeing that his marriage partner could be suppressed so easily, Wang Tianpao panicked instantly. Is this the advantage of being a dual job changer? Having 2 marriage partners is indeed a very obvious advantage. Did you see that? You're nothing in front of me. I really don't know where you get the courage to challenge me. Liu Yun said sarcastically as he looked at Wang Tianpao in front of him. That may not be the case. Wang Tianpao gritted his teeth, and suddenly his whole body was filled with light. Vajra protects the body. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Tianpao's armor turned golden and his defense power skyrocketed. Seeing this scene, the people in the audience were confused, and Liu Yun found out through system analysis that this guy's defense had increased by nearly 50%. You should know that for most monsters in dungeons, the skill amplitude of similar effects is only 15%, but this one has a 50% increase, which is quite abnormal. My profession is King Kong Knight. Fighting is not my strong point. My real strength is defense. I admit that I can't beat you in fighting, but you can't kill me. I can also wear you out. When your strength is exhausted, it's my time to perform. Wang Tianpao couldn't help but raise his lips. He was so proud inside. His diamond bodyguard can increase his defense by 48% and his health by 20%, which is an extremely terrifying meat shield skill. Once this skill is activated, even monsters with a higher level than him will find it difficult to shake him. Aren't you a mythical level job changer? Aren't you a dragon knight? Come and hit me. Come and hit me if you're a man. Wang Tianpao stood there with his hands on his hips and started shouting. He tried to provoke Lu Yun to make him take action, thereby exhausting his strength. Lu Yun obviously saw through the other party's intention, and a teasing smile appeared on his lips. I have never heard such a strange request in my life. Since you are begging me sincerely, I will mercifully satisfy you. Swish! Lu Yun suddenly rolled up his sleeves and slapped Wang Tianpao in the face. Unlike an ordinary slap, this slap left an afterimage in the air. Lu Yun's palm seemed to have instantly turned into a dragon claw. When the dragon claw slapped out, a faint dragon roar could be heard in the air. Ancient Dragon Claw Attack. This is a new skill obtained after Lu Yun and Long Kunner's bond reaches 40%. Lu Yun has never had the chance to use this, not because he doesn't want to use it, but mainly because the Dragon Knight's own attack attribute is not weak. It only takes him a short time to decide the outcome of a fight, so there is no need to use such a skill. But now, facing the meat shield Wang Tianpao, Ancient Dragon Claw Attack is obviously the most suitable skill. Boom! Lu Yun slapped Wang Tianpao hard on the face, but he had to admit that his blood shield was really thick. After the slap, he still stood there, as if he was as firm as a mountain. On the contrary, Lu Yun's palm was shaken and felt a little painful. Most of the power of this attack was blocked by this guy's armor. Ha ha ha! Wang Tianpao laughed out loud while still standing there. Is this all the Dragon Knight can do? It doesn't hurt at all. It can't even break my armor. I didn't lose a drop of blood. Lu Yun took a deep breath. Instead of feeling angry, he felt a little happy. Thank you, Lu Yun said suddenly. Huh? Lu Yun's sudden thanks confused Wang Tianpao. Did this guy take the wrong medicine? Why is he thanking me? What are you thanking me for? Wang Tianpao asked with a frown. He didn't know why his right eyelid suddenly twitched violently. He always felt that something bad was going to happen soon. Thank you for being so tough. Lu Yun rubbed his red right hand and said softly, I have a skill that I never had the chance to use. Now is the perfect time to test its power on you. After saying this, Lu Yun didn't hesitate and slapped him again. Ancient Dragon Claw Attack. This is the second time, so the power directly reaches 12%. But thanks to his confidence in his own attributes, Wang Tianpao still stood where he was without dodging and directly took the slap. Bang! A crisp sound fell, but this time Wang Tianpao was no longer as calm as at the beginning. Lu Yun's blow was enough to break through his armor and cause him damage. After the slap fell, Wang Tianpao felt a little pain on his face. Wang Tianpao stared at Lu Yun, a little confused. He had never encountered such a situation before. Was it that the effect of his Vajra body protection weakened, or was it that Lu Yun's attack became stronger? Why did it feel like something was getting wrong? Chapter 158, Breaking the Defense. What's wrong with Wang Tianpao? It seems that his defense has been broken by Lu Yun. Someone saw that Wang Tianpao's face looked amiss and couldn't help whispering. But as soon as he said this, he was quickly refuted. I think Wang Tianpao is just teasing Lu Yun. Wang Tianpao once fought against a legendary job changer. That legendary job changer was an explosive job. It is said that he was unable to hurt Wang Tianpao, even with his full strength. Instead, he was defeated by Wang Tianpao due to lack of physical strength. As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded in agreement. Even now, people still talk about that battle. They have to admit that Wang Tianpao's profession is simply a natural meat shield. In terms of defense, even many legendary job changers cannot match him. So many people think that Lu Yun will eventually be exhausted and defeated, and they are more optimistic about Wang Tianpao. Brother, cripple this guy and avenge me. Wang Depeo, who had fainted from the pain, woke up at some point and came to the bottom of the ring with the help of the union members. He looked at Lu Yun with resentment and shouted with all his anger, cripple his legs. I want him to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. I want him to live a life worse than death. Destroy Lu Yun. Destroy Lu Yun. Destroy Lu Yun. Upon hearing this, many members of the Tianyi Labor Union also waved flags and cheered to support Wang Tianpao. Seeing the commotion in the audience, Wang Tianpao's mouth twitched fiercely. Apart from the fact that life and death cannot be determined in the ring, it is completely in line with the rules if he really wants to cripple Lu Yun. But wanting to destroy Lu Yun is one thing, and whether he can destroy Lu Yun is another. As the battle progressed, he already felt that the situation was getting more and more wrong. Are you still a man? Are you planning to keep letting me beat you and never fight back? Lu Yun on the ring suddenly said with a strange expression. Lu Yun had seen many people with different styles along the way, but Wang Tianpao was definitely a weird one. He threatened to make him pay the price, but in fact he was just standing there waiting to be beaten. What kind of cow-horse operation is this? Snort. Wang Tianpao squinted at Lu Yun and snorted coldly. You want to deliberately provoke me and induce me to take action, right? Lu Yun. Seeing Lu Yun silent, Wang Tianpao became even more arrogant, showing an expression that saw through everything. I awakened to the tank profession, and fighting is not my strong point. If I attack you, it will only be a waste of physical strength. I will not do such a thing that is not worth the loss. You want to deliberately provoke me and make me do something extreme. It's a good plan, but it's a pity that this trick is still too immature for me. Lu Yun's mouth twitched, but he still didn't speak. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but he just didn't know what to say. He could only say that this guy had a strong imagination. At the edge of the ring, Wang Tianpao's rabbit-man marriage partner was still tightly entangled by Long Kuer and Jilinger. At this moment, the rabbit woman was completely naked and looked miserable. Under the combined efforts of Long Kuer and the other two women, she was like a puppet and could only be manipulated by them. After taking a look at the situation of his marriage partner, Wang Tianpao's eyes narrowed. He knew that he couldn't waste any more time. Otherwise, he would only continue to embarrass himself. We must exhaust Lu Yun's physical strength as soon as possible, and then defeat Lu Yun. Having said that, he suddenly raised his index finger to Lu Yun and hooked it. Lu Yun, I'm going to make this clear today. You hit my brother, and today I will make sure you know why the flowers are so red. Now you only have one choice. Either you get beaten to death by me, or you kill me. I'm standing right here, and you can kill me now if you have the guts. A very obvious provocation. Anyone with a discerning eye could see what this guy was planning. He desperately wanted Lu Yun to take action so that he could exhaust Lu Yun's strength and finally resolve the situation. Everyone could see it, and Lu Yun could naturally see it as well. Wang Tianpao's words sounded extremely funny to Lu Yun. Although the defense of this Wang Tianpao is very strong, it's a pity that its combat effectiveness is not high, otherwise it would not be so passive. Someone in the crowd sighed. If Lu Yun has any brains, he should not continue to attack. His best approach is to continue to stalemate with Wang Tianpao. Anyway, Wang Tianpao's marriage partner has been suppressed. Lu Yun will have the advantage if he continues to consume the opponent. Someone also looked at the two people on the ring and expressed his opinion. There is no doubt that the best way for Lu Yun to deal with it now is to continue to waste time with Wang Tianpao. As long as Lu Yun can maintain his physical strength, Wang Tianpao will not be able to do anything to Lu Yun. But what no one expected was that Lu Yun suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Wang Tianpao. Raise your hand. Waving. Bang. Another slap was thrown out, and Wang Tianpao's face was instantly distorted, and he was slapped and flew far away. Alas, Lu Yun is still young and energetic after all. He only has brute force, but no brains. Such a person can hardly achieve great things no matter how talented he is. Seeing Lu Yun take action again, many people showed disappointed expressions and felt that Lu Yun, the Dragon Knight, was just so. But soon someone discovered something unusual. Look at Wang Tianpao. Blood is already oozing from the corner of his mouth. A young man in the crowd stretched out his hand and pointed at Wang Tianpao, saying tremblingly. Hearing this, everyone looked carefully and then froze in place. Wang Tianpao lay on the ground like a zombie, his face swollen like a pig's head, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He looked a little more haggard and less domineering than before. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Defense is Wang Tianpao's strong point. How could he be injured by Lu Yun? Are they dazzled? But when everyone rubbed their eyes, the scene in front of them remained unchanged. It's not that they saw it wrong. All this happened for real. Wang Tianpao, who is famous for his defensive ability, was really hurt by Lu Yun. At this time, Wang Tianpao only felt dizzy and saw stars spinning above his head in broad daylight. The burning sensation on his face stimulated his nerves all the time. But compared to the severe pain on his face, his heart was shocked. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but why did he feel that Lu Yun's slaps were getting harder and harder? It was clear that Lu Yun did not use any skills or strength in those slaps. How can it be so vigorous? Kneel down and apologize, and I will forgive you for what happened. Lu Yun looked down at Wang Tianpao and said calmly, Lu Yun never shows mercy to his enemies, because being lenient towards his enemies is being cruel to himself and those around him. He has always been like this. If someone respects him a foot, he will return the favor 3 feet. On the contrary, if anyone dares to go against me, I will kill him. But Wang Tianpao started off with some loud and harsh words, but in the end he just stood there and got beaten from beginning to end. Lu Yun's anger gradually dissipated. He felt that this was too boring. Wasn't this pure bullying? He even felt a little sympathetic towards this guy. He really couldn't bear to continue smoking. Now Lu Yun has already slapped 3 times, and these 3 slaps all contain the bonus of the ancient dragon claw attack, which has reached an 18% power increase. If there is another slap, the power will be increased by 24%. He was a little worried that he would lose control of his strength and beat the guy to death. He was not allowed to beat someone to death in the ring. Chapter 159, Do You Think I Dare? Haha. Are you afraid of losing to me and ruining the reputation of your mythical profession? Wang Tianpao laughed loudly and suddenly pointed to the front and said, If you know how to be afraid, go and lick this thick phlegm clean now. I can still. However, before he could finish his words, Lu Yun rushed over again, raised his hand, and slapped him. This slap carried 24% of the damage of the ancient dragon claw. When the palm was thrown out, a dragon claw also condensed out, accompanied by the sound of dragon roar. Wang Tianpao suddenly felt a palpitation. He unconsciously stretched out his hand to block in front of him. But under this slap, the hands he stretched out to block were instantly broken. When the slap landed on his face, his whole body flew into the air, leaving a parabola in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Lu Yun looked at Wang Tianpao, who was like a pile of mud, with a calm expression. Even though this guy's defense was amazing, he still couldn't withstand the 4th attack of the ancient dragon claw. According to the rules of the ring battle, the fight will end only when one side voluntarily admits defeat or one side is knocked off the ring. According to the rules, Wang Tianpao had already lost, and he lost in the most humiliating way. He was just passively taking the beating from beginning to end, and didn't even touch a hair of Lu Yun. Swish! There was a dead silence at the scene. Many people covered their mouths and looked at the scene in surprise. It took them a long time to come back to their senses. Is this the end? They were still waiting for Wang Tianpao to counterattack after Lu Yun ran out of energy. Brother, Wang Tianpao was stunned and exclaimed in surprise. President. Many members of the Tianyi Union also felt that something was wrong. Zhao Qingsong, who was watching from the audience, was so excited. Looking at the majestic figure on the stage, Zhao Qingsong's eyes were full of gratitude. If Lu Yun hadn't appeared in time, he would be the one lying under the stage today. Brother, how are you? Wang Tianpao came to Wang Tianpao with the help of the members of the Tianyi Union and said with a very complicated expression, I won't die. Wang Tianpao spoke in a muffled voice with twitching mouth and stood up from the ground. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and the 2 lines of blood from his nose were quite eye-catching. He looked extremely embarrassed. And just at this moment, bang! A muffled sound suddenly sounded, and Wang Tianpao's marriage partner, the rabbit woman, was also knocked off the stage by Long Cour and the other 2 women, landing right in front of Wang Tianpao. I am no match for them. Those 2 women are too strong. The rabbit woman gritted her teeth, and it was obvious that she was quite unwilling to accept the defeat. However, under the absolute suppression of strength, no matter how unwilling she was, she had no choice. You have tried your best. Go back first. Wang Tianpao sighed and opened the door of space to let the rabbit woman return to the marriage space. After doing all this, he turned to look at Lu Yun on the stage. Lu Yun had one hand behind his back, looking like a hermit. In contrast, Wang Tianpao, who was covered in mud, looked extremely embarrassed. Damn it! Wang Tianpao's eyes turned red and his cock turned purple with anger. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he had already seen the gap between himself and Lu Yun. His profession was indeed very durable, but Lu Yun was also more capable than he thought. His armor defense was completely unable to withstand Lu Yun. He originally wanted to avenge his brother, but ended up humiliating himself. This feeling made him the president of the Tiandi Labor Union, almost crazy. President, what should we do now? This guy is too strong, worthy of being a mythical class. Should we retreat now? The Tiandi Guild was in a panic and began to think about retreating. Even their own president was no match for them. So what else could they do? I underestimated him. Wang Tianpao took a deep breath. Just then, Lu Yin walked down from the ring and came to Wang Tianpao. I admit that you are stronger than me, but that doesn't give you the capital to be arrogant. Do you know who is behind me? Behind me is... Lu Yin didn't want to listen to this guy's nonsense. He just reached out and pressed the other person's head and threw him to the ground. Bang! Wang Tianpao's head had an intimate contact with the ground, and his mouth just touched the thick phlegm on the ground. Eat it, Lu Yin said word by word with a frosty face. Wang Tianpao's eyes were wide open and his face was full of anger. Seeing this, Lu Yin didn't waste any words and stepped on the guy's head. Wang Tianpao's head rubbed against the ground violently and blood appeared. At this time, Lu Yin's voice came slowly. When you finish eating this mouthful of phlegm, I will let you get up. Wang Tianpao was so angry that he was shaking all over. Strictly speaking, being defeated by Lu Yin was not too embarrassing. After all, Lu Yin was a mythical level job changer. But now, not only was he defeated by the opponent, but he also stepped on his head and forced him to eat thick phlegm. This was absolutely a great humiliation. This Lu Yin is going too far. Lu Yin, don't go too far. Be merciful when you can. You are so arrogant now, but you will definitely not have a good ending in the future. Wang Depeo said, gritting his teeth. I am arrogant. Lu Yin snorted coldly. It was you who made me eat this mouthful of phlegm and kneel down to apologize to you. I was just giving you a taste of your own medicine. How can I be arrogant? You? Wang Depeo hesitated, not knowing how to refute. It was indeed their fault in this matter, but they would definitely not admit it due to face. Not only was he completely defeated by Lu Yin, but now he had to admit that he was wrong. This was even more painful than killing them all. Lu Yin, if you have the guts, kill me. A soldier can be killed, but not humiliated. Wang Tianpao roared loudly with anger boiling in his chest. Lu Yin frowned frivolously, and then the force on his feet became stronger and stronger. Later, Wang Tianpao even felt that it was difficult to breathe, and the feeling of suffocation almost made him collapse. If you don't eat, you will die. Lu Yin spoke without any emotion, like a god of death. You dare. I don't believe you dare to kill someone in public. Wang Depeo gritted his teeth, wishing he could rush up and fight Lu Yin to the death. Do you think I dare? Lu Yin showed a cruel smile and put more force on his feet. At this moment, he really couldn't breathe. Wang Tianpao's eyes bulged and he felt dizzy. He had never felt death so close to him. If Lu Yin continued to step on him, he would really suffocate to death. Stop stepping on it. I'll eat it. I'll eat it. Wang Tianpao was so frightened that his heart and liver were broken. In the end, he put aside his dignity, made up his mind, closed his eyes, and sucked back the thick phlegm he had just spit out on the ground. A soft touch exploded in his mouth, and Wang Tianpao suppressed the churning in his stomach and swallowed the thick phlegm into his stomach. The smell of garlic almost drove him crazy. He should not have eaten garlic before. Seeing this guy swallow the thick phlegm, Lu Yin raised his foot. Wang Tianpao was able to stand up from the ground, but his expression was several times uglier than if he had eaten shit. He really lost face today. Wang Tianpao looked around and saw that everyone's expressions were as weird as expected. Wang Tianpao suddenly had an urge to die. I'm afraid it won't be long before the glorious act of him, the president of the Tiandi Labor Union, swallowing spit in public will be spread. Chapter 160, Who do you think you are? Apologize. Lu Yin suddenly looked at Wang Depeo. Apologize? You actually want me to apologize? Wang Depeo's expression was a little stiff. Wang Tianpao said coldly, Lu Yin, don't go too far. You have already humiliated me. Do you still want to continue to bite my brother? You have to understand that it was your brother who provoked my brother first. Now you have been taught a lesson, but he has not. After Lu Yin finished speaking, he glanced at Zhao Qingsong beside him and said, Go up and give him a slap. Zhao Qingsong opened his mouth wide. Ah. What? Go up and give him a big fight. Lu Yin said speechlessly. I'm afraid this is not a good idea. Zhao Qingsong rubbed his hands hesitantly. He also wanted to go up and slap Wang Depeo to vent his anger, but he was afraid that doing so would implicate Lu Yin. What are you afraid of? Do you think I'm afraid of revenge from people like them? Lu Yun saw Zhao Qingsong's worry and said helplessly. Since Lu Yun had said so much, Zhao Qingsong naturally did not hesitate any longer. He went straight forward and swung his arm to hit Wang Depeo in the face. This hit directly knocked Wang Depeo, who had just woken up, unconscious again. Zhao, it really feels so good. Zhao Qingsong clenched his fists and felt so happy when he saw this. Lu Yun, from now on, we are irreconcilable and will not stop until we die. Seeing his brother fainted, Wang Tianpao felt distressed and angry, and could not help but vent his anger on Lu Yun. Just wait, this matter is not over today. If you have the guts, just stand here and don't leave. I will call for help now, and you will definitely not have a good ending, because my Tiandi guild has a backer. When Zhao Qingsong heard that the other party had a backer, he suddenly panicked again. He came close to Lu Yun and whispered, "He actually has a backer? I don't know if it's too late for me to take back that slap now." Lu Yun's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. At this moment, the yellow-skinned man came up behind Lu Yun with courage and said, "Brother, this guy does have a backer. The backer is the second-rate trade union in Kyoto, Sangjian Villa." Lu Yun frowned. Ganjian Villa? Are they acting out martial arts novels here? Most of the union names are in the format of a certain union. Naming styles such as Reach the Pinnacle and Sky Creation are relatively rare. The yellow-skinned man looked at Lu Yun deeply and explained, "Brother Lu, you may not know that the professions of the job changers in Sangjian Villa are basically all related to swords. Professions related to swords are all professions with relatively strong explosive power. So even if Sangjian Villa is only a second-rate guild in Kyoto, some first-rate guilds are unwilling to provoke them." After hearing Huang Pizi's explanation, Lu Yun had a preliminary understanding of Sangjian Villa. Is it just that a second-rate union is so rampant? Lu Yun thought that this Sangjian Villa was a first-rate union in Kyoto. Now you know how powerful Sangjian Villa is, right? Now that you have offended me, the people from Sangjian Villa will never let you go. If you have the guts, don't leave. Wait for me to call people. Wang Tianpao became even more rampant, barking like a dog with a broken spine. He was determined to take revenge on Lu Yun and get back at his old self. "Brother Lu, the waters in Kyoto are deep. Some guilds will form alliances or affiliations to maximize their interests. The Tiandi Guild is a vassal of the Sangjian Villa. Now you have attacked the Wang Tian canon of the Tiandi Guild. When the Sangjian Villa finds out, they will take action, whether voluntarily or forced. Otherwise, if they can't even protect their own vassals, no one will dare to submit to them in the future." Zhao Qingsong, who was standing nearby, heard the conversation between the two and said anxiously, "Wasn't this incident today a big deal?" He immediately showed a look of annoyance. If he had known this would happen, he should have handed over the task list directly. Now he got rid of his anger, but it hurt Lu Yun badly. "What do you think? Do you dare to stay here and wait for me to call someone?" Wang Tianpao continued to yell at Lu Yun. Bang! Lu Yun frowned, unable to bear the man's nonsense, so he raised his hand and slapped him. Let him stay here and wait for him to call someone to deal with him? This is like a primary school student saying to you, "If you have the guts to stay here after school, I will find someone to beat you up." It's very mentally retarded. His time was precious, but he had no time to waste it here. As for the Sangjian Villa, Lu Yun was not at all inferior. He didn't know what kind of strength this second-rate union had, but he would never regret what he did today. Zhao Qingsong was his best friend, so Lu Yun couldn't just watch Zhao Qingsong being bullied and do nothing. After giving the slap, Lu Yun turned around and left with Zhao Qingsong. But at this moment, a joking voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Student Lu, don't be in such a hurry to leave. As the saying goes, you should look at the owner before beating a dog. Now that you have beaten my people, you want to leave. Don't you think too highly of Sangjian Villa?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Wang Tianpao instantly showed an expression of ecstasy. Just by hearing the voice, he knew that it was that person who appeared. Swish! Looking towards the source of the sound, a group of people walked out from the crowd, led by a girl in casual clothes. Although the girl looks good, her playful expression and tricky words give people a sense of being sarcastic and mean. Lu Yun also looked over there, but his expression remained calm, without any ripples. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Du Jieli, and I'm the vice president of Sangjian Villa." Du Jieli smiled calmly, then glanced at Wang Tianpao. Student Lu wanted to leave after beating someone up. Doesn't he really take Sangjian Villa seriously? Seeing this person appear, many people showed an expression of watching a show, thinking that Lu Yun was going to be finished. Since the president does not appear in front of outsiders all year round, although this person is only the vice president of Tsangjian Villa, in fact, many things in the villa are handled by Du Jelly. In a sense, her attitude is enough to represent the attitude of the entire Tsangjian Villa. But what no one expected was that just after Du Jelly finished speaking, Lu Yun suddenly stepped forward and slapped her in the face. As the crisp sound was heard, the scene fell into an eerie silence again. Lu Yun, who do you think you are? Why should I give you face? Chapter 161, I Can't Beat You. Although the actual damage caused by this slap is not great, it is extremely insulting. When Du Jelly felt the hot touch on her face, a look of disbelief appeared on her face, and her expression gradually became gloomy. Who is she? Vice President of Tsangjian Villa. Although Tsangjian Villa is only a second-rate guild in Kyoto, how could Lu Yun, who had just arrived in Kyoto and had no background or connections, dare to achieve such a level? Crazy, this kid is absolutely crazy. The two brothers Wang Tianpao were extremely shocked. Lu Yun's reaction was beyond their expectations. I thought that Du Jelly's appearance would be enough to scare Lu Yun, but who would have thought that in front of Du Jelly, Lu Yun still did his own thing. Besides being shocked, the two of them were more gloating. With the development of things to this point, Lu Yun and Tsangjian Villa have already formed a feud. Even if there was no such thing as theirs, Tsangjian Villa would definitely not let Lu Yun go. How dare you? At this time, several members of Tsangjian Villa who came with Du Jelly reacted and pointed at Lu Yun to question him. Lu Yun frowned and slapped him. Bang, bang, bang. These guys didn't even let out a scream before being blown away by Lu Yun. Although they were from Tsangjian Villa, their ranks were not very high. They followed Du Jelly here purely to save face. Lu Yun's speed was too fast, and they could not react at all. Seeing that Lu Yun was so arrogant and domineering, Du Jelly's anger could no longer be suppressed and burst out. Do you dare to fight me on the ring? She clenched her fists, her nails almost piercing into her palms, and the hatred in her eyes was infinitely magnified. She could no longer suppress the urge to cut Lu Yun into pieces. A mythical level job changer is certainly terrifying, but a mythical level job changer with no resources and no connections is another matter. Lu Yun did not answer immediately, but activated the system. System analysis. As a blue light flashed, various information about Du Jelly appeared in front of Lu Yun. But Lu Yun did not watch carefully. After seeing that Du Jelly was a level 32 legendary job changer, Lu Yun had no intention of fighting with her in the ring. He is indeed ruthless towards his enemies, but that doesn't mean he has to fight to the end when he encounters trouble. If you can beat him, then you can beat him. If you can't beat him, there is no need to put your face close to him and get beaten. Level 32. Even if Lu Yun tried his best, he could not be his opponent. The level gap was too big, and it was difficult to make up for it through other aspects. No fighting, Lu Yun said lightly. Du Jelly was stunned, then sneered. You were so arrogant just now. Why are you like a coward now that you are about to enter the ring? You don't even have the courage to fight me? Lu Yun stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, I can't beat you. Du Jelly was completely stunned, and the others were also extremely shocked. They naturally knew that Lu Yun was no match for Du Jelly at his level, but no one expected that Lu Yun would take the initiative to reveal this fact. The two brothers Wang Tianpao were the most confused. Where was your previous ruthlessness? They were expecting Lu Yun to compete with Du Jelly. Who would have thought that Lu Yun would admit that he was not as good as Du Jelly? The two brothers were immediately frustrated. You! Du Jelly looked at Lu Yun, hesitant to speak, not knowing what to say. You don't have to talk nonsense. You're already level 32, and I am only level 23. Naturally, I am no match for you. I will never say anything when I can deal with my enemies. But even if I know I can't win, I won't be stupid enough to make myself miserable. Lu Yun stretched and smiled. Anyway, I've already vented my anger. You can either kill me now, or just stay here and stop talking. I'm very busy and don't have time to accompany you. I'm leaving now. Do it now? If the fight happened in the ring, it would be fine. But if it happened in a public place like the Trade Union Square, the nature of the matter would be different. If it was against an ordinary person, it could still be handled. But now he is facing a legendary professional, and Lu Yun, who has been in the limelight recently. This violation of the rules will definitely be severely punished by the Xia state. Du Jelly's eyes were about to spit fire. She was so angry that her heart and liver were broken, but she had no better solution, and in the end she could only watch Lu Yun leave. Lu Yun. At this moment, Du Jelly suddenly roared. The sound was like thunder and made people's eardrums hurt severely. Lu Yun did not stop and continued to walk slowly forward with Zhao Qingsong. Seeing this, Du Jelly became even more annoyed, feeling that she, as the vice president of Songjin Villa, was being ignored. You will regret this. Today's revenge will be paid tomorrow. Don't give me the chance, otherwise I will make you fall into eternal damnation. Du Jelly shouted at the top of her lungs. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun responded without even turning his head. Idiot! Phew! Hearing Lu Yun's response, Du Jelly almost vomited blood. Being slapped in the face by Lu Yun in public was already embarrassing enough, and now being called an idiot by him was even more embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. Vice President Du, are we just going to watch this kid go? Wang Tianpao said unwillingly. Du Jelly's face had turned purple. She had no place to vent her anger. Now seeing the two brothers, she became even more furious. She slapped each of them in the face on the spot. If it weren't for you, why would I have to endure this humiliation today? Du Jelly gnashed her teeth and was extremely angry. Why did you have to offend him when you could have offended anyone else? Even if he doesn't have any connections, he is still a mythical level job changer after all. You two are really stupid. If it weren't for the fact that the Tiandi Guild was a vassal of Songjin Villa and she happened to be nearby when this incident happened, she wouldn't want to get involved in this matter. After being slapped in the face by Du Jelly, the two brothers didn't dare to say a word and lowered their heads and pretended to be dumb. Oomph! Du Jelly snorted coldly, looking at Lu Yun's back and gritting her teeth. You are doomed to suffer for offending Songjin Villa. A mythical level job changer is indeed powerful, but you don't have any background in Kyoto. It will be easy for Songjin Villa to move against you. Just wait, we will meet again. On the other side, when Lu Yun and the other man left the trade union square, Zhao Qingsong suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, then gave Lu Yun a thumbs up and said admiringly, Lu Yun, you were so handsome just now. You don't know that when that woman appeared, my heart was in my throat. Lu Yun didn't want to pay attention to this guy, so he shook his head and said, Can you be more promising? Zhao Qingsong did not comment. I am not like you. I have neither background nor strength. I am really scared when I meet such a person. If Lu Yun had not appeared, Zhao Qingsong really didn't dare to think about the consequences of today. Are you sure you want to join Xiaoya University? Lu Yun suddenly changed the subject and asked. Yeah. Zhao Qingsong nodded. I'll go wherever you go. Lu Yun nodded without saying anything more. Today, he had already offended Songjin Villa. Although this matter had little to do with Zhao Qingsong, it was caused by him after all. The other party would definitely not let it go. If they wanted to retaliate, they would definitely retaliate against Zhao Qingsong as well. So, compared to go to other universities, Zhao Qingsong would have less worries if he came to Xiaoya University. Chapter 162, the damage caused by the fight between two big men. Then come with me to report to Xiaoya University now. Lu Yun said, Well, I wonder if the threshold for admission to Xiaoya University is high. My professional level is only excellent, and my current level is only level 21. Zhao Qingsong became a little worried. This guy's worry is completely unnecessary. A place like Xiaoya University is a shabby place that no normal person would come to. What kind of threshold is needed for such a place? Even dogs would despise it. At present, there are only 3 students in Xiaoya University, including Lu Yun. Now that someone has taken the initiative to join, that old liar must be grinning from ear to ear. Lu Yun shook his head. Don't worry, it's nothing. But these words took on a different meaning when Zhao Qingsong heard them. Only then did he suddenly come to his senses. That's right. My best friend is a legendary dual job changer. As long as he says so, Xiaoya University will definitely give him this face. It seems that there will be no problem for me to enter Xiaoya University. But before that, let's go to the dungeon first. Zhao Qingsong shook the task list in his hand. I have already accepted the task list. The time limit for this task is only 3 hours. Most of the task lists have time limits. Otherwise, if you accept a task but are reluctant to complete it, it will cause great trouble to the Union. In order to prevent similar situations, the Union will set a time limit. If the task is not completed within the specified time, the list will be reset, and even if the task is completed in the end, it will be invalid and there will be no reward. Okay, Lu Yun nodded. Speaking of which, he originally wanted to accept a mission when he went to the Union Square, but then he met Zhao Qingsong and forgot about it. The dungeon marked on the task list is a 2-star dungeon, and its name is Silent City. The monsters here are generally around level 20. This is a copy with horror elements, a very interesting copy. Generally, timid female job changers will not set foot here, because the monsters here, regardless of their levels, are scary enough in appearance. According to the markings on the task list, the few of them quickly found the copy and walked in. Buzz! After entering the dungeon, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. This is a corner of the city, or more precisely, a corner of a deserted city, surrounded by skyscrapers everywhere, but these buildings are already decaying and dilapidated. Many places are even crumbling, and most of the walls are covered with green moss. The road, which was supposed to be flat, has grown a lot of vegetation, and there are even big trees breaking through the asphalt and growing up from underneath. Not only is this place in ruins, but there's also a blood-red moon hanging in the sky, with a red halo spreading across the entire city, making it even more eerie. It's a bit weird here. I don't know why I suddenly feel goosebumps all over my body. Zhao Qingsong looked around and said in a low voice, "Are you so timid?" Lu Yin said with a twitching mouth. "I have never been brave enough." Zhao Qingsong did not deny it. He suddenly opened the marriage space, summoned the zombie girl, and took up the zombie girl's cold little hand. Zhao Qingsong's panicked heart finally calmed down a lot. This wave of actions made Lu Yin speechless. According to the content on the task list, we need to find 30 succubus inner cores to complete the task, and succubus inner cores can only exist in the body of the night succubus. Zhao Qingsong said softly as he looked at the requirements on the task list. "Let's go." Lu Yin took the lead and walked forward while beginning to observe his surroundings. Lu Yin was walking in front, while Zhao Qingsong was holding the zombie girl's hand and following slowly from behind. I have to say that this place is really evil. The surrounding space is shrouded in a layer of black mist. Even if Lu Yin uses the power of fire, he cannot disperse the black mist, which seriously affects his vision. Not long after they started walking, Zhao Qingsong and the zombie girl suddenly stopped where they were and remained motionless. "What's wrong?" Lu Yin noticed it and turned around and asked. "Yo, there's something in front of you," Zhao Qingsong said in horror with his Adam's apple rolling. Lu Yin frowned slightly and turned to look forward. There was a tomb on the empty ground, and in front of the tomb stood a dilapidated stone tablet. The words on the tablet were dim and unclear. Lu Yin had seen it a long time ago, but he didn't find anything else. Just at this moment, click, 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 the tomb suddenly shook violently, and along with the sound of soil sliding down, a pair of pale hands stretched out from the pile of earth in the tomb. Boil! Seeing this scene, Zhao Qingsong was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but hold the zombie mother's hand a little tighter. The zombie girl's face was full of shyness, because every time the human and the zombie fought, Zhao Qingsong always held her with such great strength, which made her have such an association. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes, stared at the pale hands, and said, "System analysis. Analysis successful, transformed into spirit. Evaluation. A levelless monster with no combat power. Its only function is to scare job changers." Hearing the system's analysis, Lu Yin laughed disdainfully. A levelless monster, not even a small fry. Lu Yin walked forward, bent down, grasped the pair of pale hands, and then lifted them up with force. Crash! Along with the sound of loosening soil, a pale-faced evil ghost was lifted out of the grave by Lu Yin. The phantom spirit looked up at Lu Yin, and the two of them stared at each other. The atmosphere froze at this moment. Zhao Qingsong, who was standing behind, was surprised to find that the phantom spirit had a look of astonishment on its face. Illusionary spirit. What the hell is going on? Although I don't have much fighting power, I'm good at scaring people. This guy is not only not afraid, but he also pulled himself out of the grave. Hasn't this guy ever seen a horror movie? You. The phantom spirit looked at Lu Yin, and then a hoarse voice came out as if he wanted to say something. But Lu Yin didn't waste any words. He raised his other hand and gave the guy a big slap in the face. The phantom spirit was stunned by the beating. Damn it. He had been a monster for so long and scared away countless job changers, but he had never encountered such a ruthless character. Manhwa Ling opened his lips slightly, but Lu Yin slapped him in the face again, which made Manhwa Ling completely unable to move. Seeing Lu Yin raising his hand to slap him again, Manhwa Ling's last psychological defense line collapsed immediately. "Brother, please stop hitting me and let me go. I know I was wrong. Just treat me as a fart." The hideous face of the phantom spirit was full of grievance. "I just came here to scare some people. Who the hell did I offend? Do you know how much damage these two big guys can do to a spirit? Where is the night succubus?" Lu Yun suddenly asked. What? The phantom spirit didn't react. Bang! Lu Yun slapped him again with his backhand. The phantom spirit's originally transparent body became somewhat illusory, and it was almost beaten to death. There is no way. Not only does it have no attack power, its defense is also pitifully weak. A few casual slaps from Lu Yun could really kill him. I don't want to say the same thing a second time. Lu Yun said lightly. Chapter 163. Gun or trench? Seeing Lu Yun slapping again, the illusionist nodded quickly. I know where the night succubus is. Lu Yun's expression did not change at all. Lead the way. Immediately, the transformed spirit began to walk obediently in front and lead the way, or to be more precise, it was floating while leading the way. Lu Yun, you are so awesome. How did you come up with the idea of letting this guy lead the way for us? Zhao Qingsong wanted to give Lu Yun a thumbs up again. When he met the phantom spirit just now, he was scared to death and had long forgotten about the night succubus. Thanks to Lu Yun, he still remembered the mission at this time. He felt that the gap between him and Lu Yun was too big. Lu Yun was much calmer in the face of Zhao Qingsong's yelling. Alas, it's a pity that the system only has analysis function and no navigation system. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to ask for directions like this. Lu Yun sighed in his heart. It would be great if the system could navigate, then there would be no need to ask for directions. As the two walked forward, they encountered some strange things on the road. There was a monster that clearly had a dog's body, but with 3 bloody human heads on top, and it looked very scary. There are also spiders that are nearly 5 meters tall. The dense spider legs make people's scalps numb. What's even more horrifying is that the legs of this spider are actually human legs. Not only is the environment in this copy uncomfortable, but the monsters here are also strange and terrifying. The skills of these monsters are also quite strange. For example, the skill of a human-headed dog is to transform into 30 clones. If you can't identify the real one, you will easily fall into a passive state. Another example is the spider with human legs, whose skill is to summon a soul body to fight. If it weren't for the system's prompts, it would not be easy even for Lu Yun to deal with them. During the process, Lu Yun did not forget to let the little wolf out to exercise. Originally, Lu Yun wanted to let Long Kuer and Ji Linger out to exercise their muscles. However, these two otaku girls chose to continue playing games in the marriage space and refused to come out, which made Lu Yun quite helpless. But what Lu Yun didn't expect was that after the little wolf was released, it suddenly started barking wildly at the phantom spirit in front of it, and its little tail even went straight up to the sky. Mission card, props, save the little wolf. Task description. The little wolf is afraid of the phantom spirits and has developed a fear of them. If the little wolf cannot resolve the inner demon, its future growth potential will be greatly reduced. Task content. Help the little wolf overcome his fear and find 30 phantom spirits to slap his mouth 300 times. Quest reward. After the little wolf overcomes its fear, it will grow and its level will be raised to level 20. Suddenly, the task appeared in front of Lu Yun, and Lu Yun was stunned. Is the mission card triggered again? Save the little wolf? Lu Yun's mouth twitched, and he felt that the current task was a bit ridiculous. But when he saw the reward after completing the task, Lu Yun began to look forward to it. The little wolf is still young and only level 1, and has not yet formed combat power. Lu Yun originally planned to wait until the little wolf grows up a little bit before taking to upgrade. Now, just by completing the task, the little wolf can directly reach level 20. This speed of improvement is too terrifying. Wait, thinking of this, Lu Yun suddenly called out to the phantom spirit in front of him. In fact, ever since the wolf cub started barking at it, the phantom spirit had been standing there, not daring to move. It wasn't afraid of the wolf cub, but was mainly worried about scaring the wolf cub and making Lu Yun angry. What happened? Asked the phantom spirit in a trembling voice. Take me to find your kind. Lu Yun said. Go find my kind? Why? Asked the phantom spirit in confusion. However, as soon as the question was raised, Lu Yun slapped him again. I'll take you there right now. The phantom spirit held back his tears, turned around, and took Lu Yun to find his own kind. The phantom spirits have telepathy and can easily find the location of their companions. I feel a familiar breath. There are 5 of my companions in front of me. The phantom spirit brought Lu Yun and others to a deserted corridor and said softly. Lu Yun nodded and walked in. The corridor was dim, surrounded by moss, and the air was filled with a musty smell. There were 5 tombs at the end of the corridor. Click, click, click. At this moment, strange noises came from the 5 tombs at the same time, and then 5 pale hands broke out from the tombs. Coming again? At this moment, not to mention Lu Yun, even Zhao Qingsong was not afraid anymore. It seems that this is the only way these phantom spirits can scare people. Just as 5 pale hands stretched out, Lu Yun rushed forward and directly pulled the 5 phantom spirits out of the tomb. Just when the 5 phantom spirits were confused, Lu Yun raised his hand and slapped them a few times. Bang! 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 A series of slaps sounded, and the 5 phantom spirits were slapped 50 times by Lu Yun while they were in a daze. After these 50 slaps, the bodies of the 5 phantom spirits became much dimmer, and they almost died on the spot. Let's go to the next one. Lu Yun clapped his hands, turned around, and left with Xiaolang and others. The 5 phantom spirits became even more confused upon seeing this. They were stunned for a long while before they shed tears of grievance. What the hell did I do in my previous life? Why did I have to encounter something like this? They came all the way to find them just to slap them? This was the first time they felt the malice from humans. In the following time, under the guidance of the phantom spirits, Lu Yun found 25 phantom spirits one after another and successfully delivered 300 slaps. What Lu Yun didn't know was that after he did all this, all the phantom spirits in the entire copy had serious psychological trauma, and they all felt the strong malice of humans. Later, the job changers who entered this copy would find that for a long period of time, no phantom spirits could be seen here. The tasks on the task card are not difficult. When the tasks are completed, the system's voice will be heard. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards have been distributed. Buzz! A blue light enveloped the little wolf, and then the little wolf's body began to expand rapidly. The little wolf, which was originally only the size of a palm, now reached a length of 1 meter. Its 4 paws are slender, and its body is quite well proportioned. Against the backdrop of its light blue hair, it looks cute yet heroic. At this time, Xiaolang's level has reached level 20, stronger than many job changers. Lu Yun was very excited. At this speed, he believed that it would not be long before he could ride the little wolf on his way. Retracting his thoughts, Lu Yun suddenly had a question. It had been such a long time since he tamed this little creature, but he still didn't know whether it was a male or a female. Lu Yun pondered for a moment, then squatted down and picked up the little wolf, wanting to see whether the little wolf had a gun or a groove. However, at the moment when Lu Yun turned the wolf cub over, a shy female voice suddenly sounded, "Fuck, master, don't do that." Chapter 164, I'll let you ride me when I grow up. The little wolf struggled to escape from Lu Yun's clutches and took a half step back. Although the little wolf had not yet transformed into a human form, Lu Yun could still hear a hint of shyness from the sound of its fall. Lu Yun's pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't expect that his little wolf was actually a female wolf. It seemed to be from the Sakura country. Fuck, why does your combat pet have an accent from the Sakura country? Zhao Qingsong was also startled by the little wolf shouting. Lu Yun suppressed his excitement and said, "Little wolf, can you speak now?" It is not strange that battle pets can talk. When the level reaches a certain level, it is normal for them to change shape. But this also varies by type, and it is rare to be able to speak at level 20. Unexpectedly, the little wolf, the cub of the Snow Wolf Lord, was one of the few. Thanks to the master, I am now level 20 and can speak. The little wolf nodded slightly, avoiding Lu Yun's eyes, and said shyly, "I am a girl. Please don't do this kind of thing in the future, master. Even if you really want to do it, you have to wait until I transform. It's not right for humans and wolves to be intimate. Goddamn, werewolves shouldn't be allowed to touch each other." Lu Yun scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. He just wanted to see the male and female of the wolf. Who would have thought that the little wolf would actually speak at this critical moment? But Lu Yun felt that he should not be the only one embarrassed. Now that you can talk, you should not pee randomly, right? Swish. Hearing Lu Yun's words, the little wolf's cheeks instantly flushed, and he shyly wanted to dig a crack on the spot and crawl into it. When she was at Magic and Martial Arts University, she really couldn't help but do that. As a result, he was discovered on the spot, and Lu Yun had to bribe the security guard to get away. I didn't expect Lu Yun to tease me about this matter. It was so embarrassing. "Master, you are a bad guy. I won't let you ride me anymore since you make fun of me like this," the little wolf said angrily. Lu Yun quickly tried to smooth things over. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore." The little wolf nodded seriously and said, "When I grow up, I will let you ride me." Zhao Qingsong was watching silently at the side. The conversation between the two was normal, But how could he hear a hint of inappropriate meaning for children? In the following time, the two men and the wolf continued on their journey. On the way, the little wolf rubbed Lu Yun's trouser legs with its head from time to time and almost tripped Lu Yun several times. This little female wolf was really too enthusiastic. By the way, you're level 20 now. Do you have any skills? Lu Yun asked casually. He could have analyzed the little wolf's attributes through the system, but the little wolf was one of his own, so he could just ask him directly. I only have one skill at the moment. Little wolf looked a little frustrated. My Snow Wolf clan is a relatively low-level race and cannot compare to those high-level monsters. It's not a big problem, Lu Yun said with a smile. When I have time later, I will find some elemental crystal cores for you. Really? The little wolf wagged his tail excitedly. Your master never lies, Lu Yun said confidently. Thank you, master. The little wolf could no longer suppress his excitement. He pounced on Lu Yun and pressed him to the ground. He stretched out his pink tongue and licked Lu Yun's face, which was so handsome that it made the world blush. When the little wolf grows up, he will let his master ride him every day. Lu Yun, although I know that what you said about riding is literal, this word can easily be misunderstood. I'd better try to say it less in the future. Lu Yun wiped the saliva off his face and said helplessly, Okay, I'll listen to you, master. The little wolf didn't know why Lu Yun said that, but she knew that Lu Yun was her master, and she would obey Lu Yun's words 100%. In addition to being used as a material for crafting equipment, elemental crystal cores are also very useful for monsters. After swallowing the corresponding elemental crystal core, the monster can obtain the skills in the crystal core and gain new skill talents. Therefore, job changers who have battle pets will also try their best to get some elemental crystal cores to strengthen the strength of their battle pets. After walking for a while, they arrived at an abandoned school. The surroundings were in a state of disrepair. The plastic flooring on the playground had rotted away and gave off a foul odor. There are also many cracks on the roof of the teaching building, and it looks like it may collapse at any time. Is this where the night succubus is? Lu Yun asked. Boss, I would never dare to lie to you. This is indeed the location of the night succubus, the phantom spirit in front said in horror. Ever since Lu Yun slapped 300 phantom spirits, he has been completely convinced by Lu Yun. This is a lunatic, a pervert. Lu Yun felt that this guy should not have lied to him. Now that they had arrived at the place, there was no need to keep him. You can go now. Lu Yun waved his hand. Huan Hualing suddenly felt relieved and left with many thanks. This place is a bit weird. I feel an extremely evil aura. At this moment, the zombie girl next to Zhao Qingsong suddenly spoke. Zhao Qingsong's scalp suddenly went numb, and he asked in doubt, Is this true? Let's go. Lu Yun took the lead and walked into the dilapidated school. If enemies come, we will fight them. If floods come, we will block them with earth. The things here are just monsters. There is nothing to be afraid of. That's right. Zhao Qingsong nodded, then pulled the zombie girl and followed Lu Yun closely. When a few people just entered the school, suddenly a loud explosion sounded, and the glass windows around were shattered. Following the source of the sound, we saw an explosion in a classroom on the first floor. Terrifying flames poured out from the window, and several figures flew out in unison like kites with broken strings, landing right in front of Lu Yun. These three people are all human beings, and they have the same badge on their chests, which is the mark of the Union. These three people are from the same Union. Monster! Monster! The three men looked terrified. They didn't care about their injuries and hurriedly stood up from the ground, turned around, and ran out of the school. But after rushing out a few steps, one of them suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Yun and the others, shouting at the top of his lungs, Run! There's something dirty here. It was obvious that this person was very scared. His voice was trembling. After shouting this, he ran away without a trace. Dirty things? Did we encounter a ghost? Zhao Qingsong asked puzzledly. However, at this moment, a pair of pale hands suddenly stretched out from the window of the classroom where the explosion had occurred. The owner of these hands was trying to climb out. This is a big man with a rough appearance and muscles all over his body. The big man stretched out his hand and looked out the window with a distorted expression. He tried frantically to climb out while shouting at the top of his lungs, Help! Help me! However, at this moment, a charming and reverie-inducing laugh suddenly rang out from the classroom. Since you are here, don't leave. Let me love you well. As the words fell, the big man screamed in despair. and his body was instantly dragged back to the classroom by an invisible force. Soon, the sound of clothes being torn was heard in the classroom. Tear. Chapter 165. My linger is not such a fool. No, don't do this. Please let me go. A big man's terrified roar was heard in the classroom, but it returned to silence after a moment. The place was instantly silent. Zhao Qingsong stood there in a daze and couldn't help but pull the zombie mother's hand a little harder. Be careful, the evil aura I just felt was released from this classroom. The zombie girl reminded in a stern voice. System analysis. Luyan glanced in the direction of the classroom and started analyzing directly. Analysis completed. Night Succubus, level 21, rank, Platinum, rarity 3 stars. Attack power, 1000. HP, 10,000. Skill 1, Succubus Domain. Release the domain to blind the enemy, making it impossible for them to summon a marriage partner. If the willpower of those who enter the domain is not strong enough, their vitality will be gradually devoured, and they will eventually die miserably. Skill 2, Night Pursuit Order. Use your power to make the enemy fall into a state of lust. The enemy in this state will be consumed by lust and completely lose their combat capability. Skill 3, Charming Whip. Use the long whip to attack forward 3 times in a row. Each attack causes 10% of the enemy's health damage. Weakness. The Night Succubus is an evil monster with no clear elemental attributes and is afraid of continuous output professions. Evaluation. This is the best among monsters. Due to its excessive demand, it will often drain all male creatures it encounters. If you are lucky enough to encounter a Night Succubus, it means you can have a thorough carnival. After reading the system analysis, Lu Yun felt a little overwhelmed. Although this Night Succubus was only level 21, its 3 skills were more bizarre than the last. The first 2 skills are not direct damage skills. This kind of indirect damage skill is difficult to guard against. As for the third skill, it is also quite abnormal. Every time the whip is swung, it can cause 10% of the enemy's health damage. This is true damage that directly ignores defense. The weakness of this Night Succubus is its persistent profession. What does this mean? Lu Yin murmured softly. Lu Yin looked at Zhao Qingsong and was about to speak, but this guy suddenly took the zombie girl's hand and walked into the classroom. You're not afraid anymore? Lu Yin said with a strange expression. You've been working hard all along the way, and I think I need to do my part too. Let me go and check it out. Zhao Qingsong showed a determined look on his face, and he took the zombie girl's hand and came to the edge of the classroom window. Then he carefully poked his head into the classroom. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the pounding heart, Zhao Qingsong finally saw what was happening in the classroom. I was stunned at the time. The classroom was in a mess, with several bodies lying on the ground. To be more precise, several mummies. Zhao Qingsong also saw the big man from before, but his originally strong body was now shriveled, looking as if all the liquid had been squeezed out of it. The other mummies were in the same situation, with their clothes on and their bodies half naked, and their death was quite miserable. It was hard to imagine what kind of horrible things they had experienced before they died. What puzzled Zhao Qingsong was that there was nothing else in the classroom except these mummies. Where's that monster? Why is it gone? Just when Zhao Qingsong was suspicious, the zombie girl seemed to sense something and suddenly exclaimed, "Be careful!" Boom! Almost at the same time, a ghostly figure shrouded in black mist suddenly poked its head out of the classroom. Before Zhao Qingsong could react, he dragged the guy in by force. The zombie girl immediately became anxious and followed him into the classroom. Seeing this, Lu Yin did not hesitate and jumped into the classroom with the little wolf. At this moment, he could not care about the danger. He just wanted to rescue Zhao Qingsong. But when Lu Yin arrived in the classroom, he was shocked by the scene in front of him, because what he saw was chaos. This was not a classroom at all. Succubus realm. Lu Yin suddenly realized. It seems that he must have entered the succubus realm of a night demon. According to the system's analysis, if the people who come into this field do not have strong willpower, they will gradually lose their vitality and eventually die tragically. Lu Yin took a deep breath. His willpower should be okay, right? But at this moment, Master, Zhi Linger's voice suddenly rang out, and then Zhi Linger walked out from the darkness in front. What made Lu Yun's blood boil was that Zhi Linger in front of him was wearing a classic 3-point one-line outfit. Her fair skin was so smooth that it seemed to be blown away, and her perfect figure and beautiful face made her look even more seductive in the darkness. Linger, what are you doing? Lu Yun took a step forward, but quickly took a few steps back. He suddenly realized that the person in front of him was not Ji Ling. It was not because of his strong will. The main reason was that Lu Yun could not remember when he bought this style of clothes for Ji Linger. If he bought it, he would definitely remember it. Secondly, Ji Linger is a very pure girl, while the woman in front of her is so enchanting and charming. The woman in front of me is not Ji Linger. She should be the transformed night succubus. Master, do you dislike Linga? Whoa. Seeing Lu Yun retreating, Ji Linger in front of him blinked and said with tears in her eyes, "You are not Linger. My Linger is not as coquettish as you." Lu Yun snorted coldly, flames lingering on his fingertips, and he directly threw a flaming dragon breath over. Boom! As the flames exploded in front, the fake Ji Linger instantly turned into black mist and disappeared on the spot. However, at this moment, another figure appeared in front of Lu Yun. "Master, what are you doing?" The person who came was actually Long Kuer. Long Kuer was wearing a long off-shoulder dress with the hem of the dress resting on the ground, showing her elegance and nobility. Long Kuer looked at Lu Yun tenderly and suddenly stretched out her white fingers and put them in front of her pink lips and smiled. "Master, do you want to play games with Kuer?" Swish! Lu Yun did not respond, but responded with the impact of the Dragon Fortress. The Dragon Fortress flew out of his hand and hit Long Kuer, who instantly turned into black mist and disappeared on the spot. Obviously, this Long Kuer is also a fake. My Kuer is a naughty dragon, not so pure. You can't fool me. Lu Yun stretched out his hand to catch the flying Dragon Fortress and snorted coldly. "Student Lu, what's wrong with you? Why are you so cruel to your marriage partners? They are all your women." At this moment, a familiar voice sounded again, and Zhang Qingqing, dressed in a professional suit, suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yun. "You disappoint me so much," Zhang Qingqing said to Lu Yun coldly. Lu Yun raised his lips and threw the Dragon Fortress out again. Bang! The fake Zhang Qingqing in front of him also instantly turned into black mist and disappeared. "Stop playing tricks. You can't fool me. Show your true colors." Chapter 166, Unspeakable Majesty. It's been a long time since I met such an interesting human being. As the enchanting voice sounded, a woman with a sexy figure walked out from the black fog in front. The woman was wearing revealing clothes, with a magnificent landscape of mountains and seas not covered at all, and half of a special pattern could be seen on her exposed belly button. This is a pattern that represents auspiciousness. Most people call it a succubus tattoo. Many girls like to tattoo this pattern on key parts of their body. It is said that this can bring good luck. Looking at the woman in front of him, Lu Yun opened his mouth slightly and looked a little dazed. To be honest, even though I know that this woman should be the succubus of the night, there is really no difference between her and a human being except for the exposed succubus tattoo. Faced with such a beauty, most men would probably not be able to resist and would be instantly immersed in her tenderness. It's a pity that the person the night succubus met this time was Lu Yun. Whether it is Long Kuer, Ji Ling, Yumi, or Jiang Shi, which one of these women is not as good as the night succubus in front of him? Lu Yun has been able to stay sober until now. Not because of his strong willpower, but mainly because he is surrounded by a group of top beauties, and his eyes have long been picky. If we really have to compare, the succubus in front of us has a lot more vulgar temperament compared to the other women. So far, I have charmed 38 men. You are the only human who can break my succubus domain. The succubus stretched lazily, then showed a sinister smile and said, "In return, I will let you die very happily." "How happy?" Lu Yun asked curiously. "The happiness is beyond your imagination, so happy that you will die without regrets." The night succubus sneered. Lu Yun rubbed his hands and laughed. "You're really looking forward to it." The night succubus didn't say anything. She suddenly stretched out her hands and formed a seal in front of her. Then the succubus tattoo near her belly button began to emit purple light. "Night hunt order." Boom! As the words fell, the night succubus suddenly emitted a purple halo all over her body, and her clothes disappeared instantly. The perfect body appeared before his eyes, and even Lu Yun couldn't help swallowing. But at this moment, he didn't have much time to appreciate this body, but felt that something was wrong. Because when the clothes of the night succubus disappeared, the succubus tattoo was also completely exposed. When he saw the tattoo, Lu Yun suddenly felt the blood in his body boiling uncontrollably, but it was different from boiling blood. This boiling is not a boiling of combat power, but a sign that one's inner desires are being pulled infinitely. burning with desire. Almost crazy. The most primitive desire in Lu Yun's heart began to rise, and he had an uncontrollable urge to rush forward, pin the succubus in front of him to the ground, and fight with her for 30,000 rounds. No, I must be firm and not be affected. Lu Yun bit his tongue, trying to calm himself down through the pain. This approach is indeed effective, but the results are not ideal. It's useless. My night hunting order is unstoppable for any male animal. You will gradually lose your mind and eventually be killed by me. The night's succubus licked her lips with her tongue and walked towards Lu Yun barefoot. But you are a special human. I will make you die happily. Give up struggling. I will let you experience the ultimate happiness of life before you die. No. Lu Yun's eyes were red, and he said angrily, I will not yield to you. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, fire shone on Lu Yun's fingertips, and a flaming dragon breath blasted over. The red flames immediately illuminated the chaos, but because of the wrong state at the moment, Lu Yun's attack missed. The night demon sneered, suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed the black tail behind his butt, and then pulled it hard. She pulled out a long black whip. Holding a long whip, the night succubus used her third skill, Xiaoming Whip Technique. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive whips, Lu Yun's blood volume dropped by thousands in an instant. Directly lost 30% of the total health. Blanche. As his health points decreased, Lu Yun's consciousness gradually became out of control. This made Lu Yun extremely nervous. Is this really the end of my life? This is the opponent's territory. He cannot summon Long Kuer and Ji Linger to fight. Otherwise, this woman would have died 800 times already. Give up resistance. At this moment, the voice of the night's succubus became extremely gentle, and it came out slowly like a lullaby. Give up resistance. I will let you experience the joy of life and feel the fusion of the flesh. This is the greatest pleasure in life. As these words were spoken, Lu Yun's body gradually relaxed, and the last bit of rationality that was left gradually disappeared. When the last bit of rationality disappeared, there was no more light in Lu Yun's eyes, but instead of fire was burning endlessly. At this moment, he was like the most primitive beast, with only one thing on his mind. Experience the joy of the flesh. Feel the blend of water and milk. Boom! Lu Yun was steaming all over, his muscles bulged instantly, and he actually let out a roar like a wild beast. The night's succubus smiled with satisfaction. Men are men after all. Nothing can resist her power. But as the saying goes, even if you die under a woman's skirt, you will still be romantic. If I could die in my own hands, my life would be worthwhile. Come here, baby, love me well, and I will take you to the clouds. The night's succubus waved her hand, and the black power turned into a double bed and fell into the space. Immediately, she lay down on the bed, posed seductively, and began to persuade him. Lu Yun seemed to have heard a call and walked towards the bed step by step. At this moment, Lu Yun still had a last bit of rationality in his heart. No, I can't do this. Lu Yun roared, but it was ultimately useless. Oh, is it over? Lu Yun sighed in his heart, and finally his consciousness completely disappeared. It's at this moment. Roar. The sound of the dragon's roar was earth-shaking. A giant dragon is reviving like a rising star. The moment she saw the giant dragon, the night's succubus's confident expression froze instantly, and then she revealed endless fear. How can this thing be so majestic? The night demon suddenly jumped up from the bed and wanted to retreat, but found that his legs were so weak from fear that he collapsed directly on the bed. She never expected that Lu Yun was not only handsome, but also had such a formidable capital. His background was so profound that even an old driver like her was terrified. No, don't come over here. No, I beg you, it will kill me, I will die. Don't. Chapter 167 New Gameplay Achievement System. The night's succubus frantically begged for mercy, her already terrified soul trembling. You will die. You will really die. Hearing the night's succubus's cry for mercy, Lu Yun became even more excited. Hot air blew out of his nostrils, and his dragon swelled 3 times in size again. Boom! At this moment, the roar of the dragon echoed throughout the entire area. The dragon god is coming. Shine on the 9 provinces. The giant dragon's majestic body made the night succubus have no courage to look directly at it. Lu Yun let out a deafening roar, suddenly jumped high, and rushed towards the night succubus on the bed. The night succubus instinctively wanted to take out the whip and continue to use the charming whip technique, but Lu Yun was already close at hand, so she couldn't use the whip. In desperation, the night succubus had to grit her teeth and withdraw the night hunting order. The moment the night hunt order was withdrawn, Lu Yun, whose eyes were originally bloodshot and looked like a ferocious beast, instantly regained his clarity. Seeing Lu Yun awake, the night succubus breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know why the night succubus retracted her skills, Lu Yun, who had come to his senses, would not give her a second chance. Dragon charge! Lu Yun roared, holding the dragon fortress and charging directly towards the night succubus. Bang! The night succubus had just breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lu Yun rushing towards her. Before she could react, she was knocked away. Under the tremendous force, the big bed, condensed by the power of the night succubus, instantly became nothingness. At this moment, Lu Yun roared again, and a pale yellow halo spread out from his body. Justice Mox. Boom! The night succubus was blown away. After she stood still, she was about to perform the charming whip technique, but her skill was interrupted by the taunt of justice, and her body walked towards Lu Yun uncontrollably. At this moment, Lu Yun put his fingers together and directly launched a flaming dragon breath slash. Boom! Boom! The flames instantly enveloped the night succubus, and a scream like that of a ghost was heard at the scene, but the scream did not last long before it dissipated. The Azure Dragon's Might achievement has been unlocked. Gain level +1. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 24. Lu Yun, LV 24. Physical strength, 421. HP, 12,000. Strength, 350. Agility, 200. Spiritual power, 230. Skills, Blazing Dragon Breath, Spear Mastery, Dragon Scale Body Protection, Life Regeneration, Justice Taunt, Ancient Dragon Claw Attack. Looking at his attribute panel, Lu Yun was stunned on the spot. Upgraded? What the hell is going on? Even if he killed the night succubus in front of him, the other party's experience would not be enough to help him level up. Lu Yun suddenly looked at the previous system prompt. The power of the Azure Dragon? Unlock achievements? What is this? Is there a new way to play the system? System, what's going on? Lu Yun asked curiously. The host has completed the achievement of Azure Dragon's Might and obtained the corresponding experience reward. There are 999 plus achievements waiting for the host to unlock. The rewards for each achievement are very useful. I hope the host will keep up the good work. The system's emotionless voice rang out, but it instantly piqued Lu Yun's interest. After activating the system for so long, Lu Yun had always thought that the function of the system was to analyze the information of equipment and monsters, but he didn't expect that there would be achievement rewards. Completing an achievement would allow him to level up one level, which was much easier than leveling up by himself by killing monsters. System, were the conditions for completing the Azure Dragon's Might. Although Ku'er is also a dragon, she is a fire dragon, not an Azure Dragon. What exactly does the Azure Dragon's Might mean? Unlocking conditions for the Azure Dragon achievement. Challenge the Night Succubus. Use the Azure Dragon to cause a devastating psychological trauma to the Night Succubus, and prove that you are a man of steel who is harder than iron and stronger than steel. Lu Yun. Lu Yun couldn't help but look down, only to find that his dragon had awakened at some point, and its size shocked him. Lu Yun immediately put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, and the dragon gradually became docile. It's also fortunate that there is no one else here. If there was a man here, he would definitely become devastated and extremely inferior. Lu Yun was somewhat fortunate that he had completed the reward by accident this time. Otherwise, he might not have known that the system had achievement rewards until now. So, system, what are the conditions for unlocking other achievements? Can I take a look? Lu Yun asked. The system did not answer. Lu Yun was no longer surprised by this. It seemed that he could not directly check the requirements for triggering the achievement. He could only figure out slowly by himself in the future. When the night succubus died suddenly, the area at the scene began to dissipate, and Lu Yun returned to the dilapidated classroom. In the classroom, Lu Yun saw Zhao Qingsong standing on the ground, his eyes dull and motionless. In front of him was a woman with revealing clothes and a special tattoo on her navel, another night succubus. The zombie girl was lying on the side, covered in wounds and looking very weak. It can be seen that the zombie girl has already had a fierce battle with the night succubus, and Zhao Qingsong has obviously fallen into the succubus realm of the night succubus. When the night succubus saw a Lu Yun suddenly come out of the domain, she trembled all over Weren't you locked up in the field? How did you get out? The shadow asked tremblingly. Do you want to know? Lu Yun sneered and directly used the fiery dragon breath slash. Boom! The red flames covered the shadow at lightning speed and soon burned alive. When the phantom was burned, Zhao Qingsong's dull eyes finally became clear again. He looked at Lu Yun in front of him and asked in confusion, "What happened to me just now?" Lu Yun walked up and said calmly, "You were confused just now, but it's okay now." Zhao Qingsong was still a little confused. Lu Yun recounted what had happened in brief, and Zhao Qingsong was shocked. He didn't remember clearly what happened in the field just now, but he remembered that someone had been serving him. It was actually quite comfortable, but he didn't expect that such a smooth body could contain such a great danger. Fortunately, Lu Yun appeared in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Are you okay? After Zhao Qingsong came to his senses, he hurried to the zombie mother and asked worriedly, "I'm fine, as long as you're okay." The zombie girl shook her head. Zhao Qingsong's face was filled with guilt, and he said softly, "You should go back to the marriage space and rest first." After putting the zombie girl away, Zhao Qingsong suddenly said, "Brother Lu, since these two succubi are already dead, have you seen the succubus's inner core?" Lu Yun looked at the place where he was trapped before. There were many beads shining with light purple light, and on the ground in front of Zhao Qingsong, there were also more than a dozen purple beads. These beads were obviously the inner elixir of the night succubus. Unlike monsters that only have one crystal core in their bodies, the inner core of the night succubus is somewhat special. They will have one more inner core every time they kill an enemy. After counting, there are a total of 56 inner elixirs in front of me. It is obvious that these two night succubi have killed 56 job changers. Lu Yun sighed. This was the cruelty of reality. If you wanted to become stronger, you would inevitably go through danger. However, there is a little comfort in this misfortune. The job changers who died here should have been extremely happy before they died. Chapter 168 8-Foot Demon. The task required 30 inner elixirs, but Lu Yun and his companions had obtained 56 inner elixirs, which was considered to be exceeding the task requirement. They can choose to hand in 30 of the inner elixirs, and they can deal with the remaining 26 inner elixirs themselves. The inner elixir of the night succubus has many uses, and it can be sold at good price. It just so happened that Lu Yun had accumulated some useless equipment during this period of time, and he could sell them all together when the time came. The mission has been completed. Let's go. Lu Yun carefully put away the inner elixir and turned to say to Zhao Qingsong. Zhao Qingsong nodded. Although this trip to the dungeon was a bit dangerous, it was finally passed without any danger. But just as the two were about to leave, the little wolf suddenly started barking wildly towards the front of the school. "Little wolf, have you discovered something?" Lu Yun asked with a frown, looking in the direction where the little wolf was barking. "Master, I sense a dangerous aura rapidly approaching where we are." The little wolf's voice was extremely solemn. Lu Yun frowned even deeper. A ball of red flame appeared on his fingertips, and then he threw it towards the teaching building in front. Boom! The flames started burning the moment they touched the teaching building. The firelight illuminated the surroundings, but the dangerous existence that the little wolf mentioned was not found. It was quiet all around, with a blood moon hanging in the sky. It seemed that Lu Yun and the little wolf were the only living creatures here. "Little wolf, are you sure you're not wrong?" Lu Yun asked again. The little wolf nodded. "My sense of smell is very sensitive. Someone is hiding there." Since the little wolf is so sure, it must not be groundless. Lu Yun did not dare to be careless and took out a transparent scroll and crushed it directly. This is the item Lu Yun obtained when he killed monsters in the dungeon. It's about the same as the original mastery of marksmanship. Hidden within this scroll is mastery of archery. When the scroll was crushed, many more memories appeared in Lu Yun's mind out of thin air, as if he was a battle-hardened god of archery. Many of the movements and techniques of bow and arrow shooting seemed to have been mastered by heart for a long time. Whoosh! Lu Yun stretched out his left hand, and a bow and arrow condensed out of thin air in his palm. Then Lu Yun stretched out his right hand, pulled the bowstring, and made the action of drawing the bow and shooting the arrow. And at the moment when his right hand pulled the bowstring, a transparent arrow appeared out of thin air. The bow is like a full moon. Lu Yun aimed at the teaching building in front of him, then released his right hand that was holding the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow shot out in an instant, turning into a ray of light that broke through the air. Boom! The arrow was so powerful that it instantly penetrated the concrete wall of the teaching building, splashing up a cloud of dust. With such a powerful attack, even a level 20 job changer would have to be careful when dealing with it head-on. But this time, after the arrow fell, it did not cause any movement. Brother Lu, could it be that this little female wolf of yours is too nervous and has an illusion? Zhao Qingsong couldn't help but say from the side. I can't be wrong. There is definitely a terrifying existence hidden nearby. Little Wolf glared at Zhao Qingsong and defended himself. However, at this moment, a woman's laughter suddenly rang out in the empty teaching building in front. Although the laughter was pleasant to hear, it had a somewhat eerie flavor in this strange atmosphere. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. Boil! Zhao Qingsong was startled by the sudden laughter and retreated behind Lu Yun without making a sound. I didn't expect there would really be someone here. Since you're here, don't hide yourself, and just show yourself. Lu Yun was relatively calm. As you wish. The strange laughter sounded again, and then a woman walked out of the teaching building, looking down at Lu Yun and the others from above. The reason why she could overlook Lu Yun and the others was not because she was standing on top of the teaching building. The woman was also standing on the same level as Lu Yun and the other man. The reason why she could overlook the two of them was mainly because she was 8 feet tall. With the blessing of her height, the woman's body was quite plump, and the scale of her breast was several times larger than the stone pier placed at the entrance of the supermarket. And she looks extremely gentle, like the sister next door. When she looked at Lu Yun and the other man, a gentle smile appeared in the woman's eyes. System analysis, Lu Yun said in his heart. Analysis completed. Yashikage, level 40, rank, diamond, rarity 5 stars. Attack power, 4,100. HP, 10,000. Skill 1, demon tracking. The 8-foot demon can sense men within a radius of 100 kilometers and increases its movement speed by 40% when moving towards men. Skill 2, 8-foot power. The 8-foot demon can absorb the power in men's bodies and transform it into the power needed for his own upgrade. Skill 3, infinite binding. When facing an enemy with a lower level than himself, Yasukaki demon can suppress him without limit. Weakness. The physique of the Yasukage is no different from that of a normal human. If you cannot kill him by force, you can try poisoning him. Evaluation. This is a monster with strong desires. She has a beautiful human appearance, but anyone who is favored by her will die miserably on the spot. Hiss. When Lu Yun saw the attribute panel of the 8-foot demon, he took a deep breath and took a few steps back. Isn't the copy they are currently entering a 2-star copy? How could a level 40 monster appear? It seems that this 8-foot demon should have been around level 20 at the beginning. The reason why he was able to reach level 40 was probably because he absorbed the power of the 8-foot power. This is getting tricky. Even if Lu Yun played all his cards, it would be impossible for him to defeat such an opponent. Xiaolang, go back to the marriage space first. Lu Yun looked at the little wolf beside him and said, Master, I want to fight alongside you. The little wolf said firmly, Fight, you're just level 20. The other person is level 40. What can you use to fight? Lu Yun rolled his eyes in annoyance and then said, Be good. I am your master. Be obedient. After hearing what Lu Yun said, Xiaolang had no choice but to enter the marriage space unwillingly. After putting the little wolf away, Lu Yun looked at the 8-foot demon and said with a smile, If I'm not mistaken, you want to bring us to your territory and torture us, right? The 8-foot demon grinned. It seems that you know me very well. Yes, that's right. Lu Yun nodded, then closed his eyes and stretched out his hands. Go ahead, but try to be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. The Yashikamajan had a strange expression on his face. She had captured so many humans, but this was the first time she had seen such an interesting person. Can. The 8-foot demon nodded, stretched out his hand, which was bigger than Lu Yun's head, and waved it gently. A black silk thread suddenly appeared, and then turned into a cross that bound Lu Yun on it. When he was tied up on it, Lu Yun instantly felt that he had lost contact with Long Kuer and others in the marriage space, and even his level was suppressed to level 1. Chapter 169, Can You Be Gentle? After dealing with Lu Yun, the 8-foot demon's gaze fell on Zhao Qingsong. Zhao Qingsong had a face full of question marks, not understanding what Lu Yun was doing. As Lu Yun's best friend, he has a relatively good understanding of what kind of person Lu Yun is. Since Lu Yun changed his job to become a dragon knight, He's been fighting anyone he sees. Who has he ever been afraid of? Why is he surrendering now? This is not in line with Lu Yun's style at all. Brother Lu, what are you doing? Are you giving up before the fight even starts? Zhao Qingsong widened his eyes and shouted at Lu Yun. Although Lu Yun was tied to the cross, his mouth was not bound. He opened his mouth and said, "What else can I do?" It's not that Lu Yun doesn't want to resist, it's just that he can't win. Moreover, through the description of the system, Lu Yun felt that the other party would not attack him in the short term. So Lu Yun decided to give in first and wait for an opportunity to fight back. But Zhao Qingsong didn't know what Lu Yun was thinking. When he saw that Lu Yun really had no intention of resisting, he became anxious. "Human, do you want to fight back?" At this moment, the 8-foot demon stared at Zhao Qingsong and said, "Fighting stubbornly? Haha, it seems that you all really underestimated me, Zhao Qingsong. Very good. Your contempt has awakened something dormant in me." Zhao Qingsong's expression suddenly became serious, and his temperament also changed. He stretched out his right hand, and a skull staff shining with dazzling light appeared in his hand, and his clothes were instantly changed into a set of gorgeous dark golden robes. Zhao Qingsong's profession is a necromancer. At first, he could only summon 2 or 3 small skeletons with weak attributes. As his level increases, Zhao Qingsong is now different from before. A necromancer represents an army, and one person can form an army. This is the pride of the necromancer. Zhao Qingsong is no longer the same person he was before. He needs a stage to prove himself to the world. This was also the first time that Lu Yun saw Zhao Qingsong like this. His performance shocked Lu Yun. Summoning the dead, Zhao Qingsong waved the skeleton's staff gracefully, and 20 drops of black liquid fell on the ground. The black liquid drops on the ground began to wriggle, and 20 skeleton warriors were born. These skeleton warriors look similar to small skeletons, but they are much larger, and their bones appear to be more solid. The skeleton warriors also hold several weapons in their hands. Some skeleton warriors hold swords, some hold shields. More skeleton warriors hold bows and shoot arrows, aiming at the target, ready to fire at any time. With the appearance of 20 skeleton warriors, they instantly surrounded the 8-foot demon, and the situation was reversed. They're puppets. I pull the strings and they dance. Today, I will bloom in the midst of slaughter, like a flower at dawn. Before Zhao Qingsong could finish his words, the 8-foot demon glanced indifferently at the skeleton warrior in front of him, threw a punch, and a huge force poured down instantly. Minus 99,999. Zhao Qingsong. Since the skeleton warrior's attributes were too low, he was killed by the 8-foot demon in one move, and even suffered overflow damage. The 8-foot demon punches again. Minus 99,999. Minus 99,999. Minus 99,999. As the 20 skeleton warriors were smashed to pieces, Zhao Qingsong's heart gradually turned from hot to cold. With the fall of the last skeleton warrior, his heart was already cold. Zhao Qingsong's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes staring into the indifferent eyes of the 8-foot demon, and he was completely panicked. If I surrender now, will it be too late? You'll be gentler, right? I will definitely not resist later. Lu Yun. The 8-foot demon didn't say anything, but slapped Zhao Qingsong. Boom! Minus 6,000. As the red numbers appeared, a palm print appeared on the ground, and Zhao Qingsong was in the center of the palm print. His whole body was embedded in the ground. With just one slap, he went from being fully healthy to being severely disabled. The 8-foot demon then waved his hand and tied Zhao Qingsong to another cross, then took the 2 of them away. Not long after, Lu Yun and his companion were taken into a cave by the 8-foot witch. The cave is very large and empty inside, but in the center of the cave stands a huge stone bed carved from stone. The reason why it is said to be standing tall is mainly because this stone bed is really too big for a normal person, but it seems just right in front of the huge body of the 8-foot demon. After entering the cave, the 8-foot demon casually placed the 2 people in the corner and then went to another room. After the 8-foot demon entered, the sound of flowing water was suddenly heard from inside. There are actually many rooms in the cave, and the room that the 8-foot demon entered seems to be a shower room. It's incredible. Damn, this guy really knows how to enjoy himself, Lu Yun said with a pout. Then he began to observe his surroundings. Lu Yun was surprised to find that in addition to the crosses of himself and Zhao Qingsong. There were more than 10 crosses erected around him, and a figure was tied to each cross. Among these figures, Lu Yun actually saw a familiar figure. It was the freshman of Xianling University, Zhang Heng. At this time, Zhang Heng and others were in a coma, and there were many scars on their bodies. It seems that before they were captured, they had fought with the Yasukitsuki demon, but the result was obviously a failure. Lu Yun tried to wake up these people, but it was of no use. He had no choice but to continue looking around. Lu Yun's eyes were fixed on the stone bed. There was a lot of unknown liquid on the bed, and the whole bed was wet. Lu Yun sniffed subconsciously and found an indescribable smell lingering in the air in the cave. Just as Lu Yun was frowning and thinking about how to escape, people around him began to wake up one after another, including Zhang Heng. What the hell? Zhang Heng's pupils dilated immediately after he woke up. What the hell is this place? Don't you know where you are? Lu Yun said unhappily. Lu Yun? It's you. Zhang Heng was stunned when he saw Lu Yun. Are you here to complete a mission as well? Lu Yun asked curiously. Yeah. Zhang Heng nodded grimly. I originally accepted a mission and came here with a group of people to kill monsters. Who would have thought that a level 40 monster would suddenly appear? We fought back, but were defeated and passed out. There is no doubt that the level 40 monster Zhang Heng mentioned must be the 8-foot demon. What's the situation now? Is the monster in there? Zhang Heng asked, looking toward the shower room. Lu Yun briefly recounted what he had learned from the system analysis. After hearing this, everyone immediately felt uneasy. Although the 8-foot demons have a pretty good figure and look, they don't want to be used as nutrients to improve their strength. For a moment, everyone at the scene was in panic, and some people struggled, trying to break free from their restraints. Let's save our energy. Our levels are restricted, and we can't use any strength now. Lu Yun poured a bucket of cold water on these people. What should we do now? Do you have any good ideas? Zhang Heng asked. No. Lu Yun shook his head. The scene was dead silent, and everyone was in despair. At this moment, the sound of running water in the shower room stopped, and Yasukitsuki Majin walked out of the shower room wearing a bathrobe. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. Chapter 170 Go All In the Only Way. The 8-foot demon's gaze swept over everyone, making them feel frightened and not daring to breathe. But in the end, there was still an unlucky guy who was chosen. The 8-foot demon man lightly hooked his finger, and the man flew out along with the cross and landed next to the 8-foot demon man. Then the 8-foot demon waved his hand again, and the stone bed was covered by a black mist, making it impossible for everyone to see what was going on inside. One could only vaguely see 2 figures moving, and occasionally 1 or 2 blushing moans could be heard. Half an hour later, everything returned to calm. The black mist gradually dissipated, and the face of the 8-foot demon was rosy, as if he had just enjoyed a spa, and his whole body exuded a lazy charm. There was more water on the stone bed. As for the person who was chosen earlier, he was now dead and looked like garbage. He was pushed off the stone bed by the 8-foot demon. But what was surprising was that after the mummy touched the ground, it instantly shattered like porcelain and turned into a pool of powder. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Lu Yun took a breath of cold air. It was squeezed dry, not a drop was left. The 8-foot demon ignored everyone's fear. She turned and entered the shower room. After a while, the sound of running water came from the shower room. The ceremony just now seems to be the way for the 8-foot demon to increase her strength. I feel that her strength has become even stronger. Zhang Heng said in a deep voice, gritting his teeth. That's true. Lu Yun nodded. He also discovered it through the detection system. Not long after, the 8-foot demon came out of the shower room and looked at Lu Yun and the others. This guy wants to choose someone again. Who has a solution? Zhang Heng suddenly asked in a low voice. He had just entered a top university in Kyoto and had a bright future, but he didn't want to die here in such an unclear manner. There was a dead silence at the scene. It was obvious that under the current circumstances, no one had any solution. At this moment, the 8-foot demon's gaze suddenly fell on Lu Yun. Damn it! Lu Yun took a deep breath, and his mentality suddenly collapsed. He suddenly felt that being handsome wasn't necessarily a good thing. Could it be that this Yasukitsuki was attracted by his looks and was planning to choose him as the next one? Fortunately, the 8-foot demon only looked at Lu Yun for a moment and then looked away. Good food tastes better when eaten later. Then the 8-foot demon moved his gaze and set his eyes on Zhang Heng. Chow! Zhang Heng cried out inwardly, thinking of the fate of the unlucky guy before, his whole body began to tremble. Fortunately, the 8-foot demon's gaze quickly shifted away from Zhang Heng and finally locked onto a guy next to Zhang Heng. This guy has colorful hair and wears loafers, and his temperament is exactly the same as that of a lively young man. The 8-foot demon waved at the spirited young man, and the spirited young man flew up along with the cross. Fuck! The spirited young man lost his composure instantly and shouted in panic, "Brother Zhang, save me!" Zhang Heng pursed his lips and remained silent. This guy was a member of his team on the mission, and they had some friendship. But in this situation, he couldn't even save himself. So how could he save his companion? Zhang Heng remained silent. The spirited young man's mentality collapsed. He pointed at Lu Yun and Zhang Heng and shouted, "Don't deal with me first, deal with him first. One of them is a legendary job changer, and the other is a mythical job changer. They're definitely much stronger than me in terms of physical strength. I will definitely make you feel like you are in heaven." Damn, this Dogecoin. Lu Yun and Zhang Heng cursed in their hearts instantly rising to their throats. Fortunately, the 8-foot demon ignored him, and soon the energetic young man came to the bed. The stone bed was covered with black mist again, and then a pig-killing scream sounded from inside. Everyone outside watching this scene was extremely nervous, fearing that they would be the next target. What should we do? Just sit here and wait for death. Zhang Heng looked at Lu Yun and said in despair, "Their current situation is very bad. Not only is their level suppressed, but their bodies are also restricted. Even if there is a way, it is difficult to implement. This is what makes them most desperate." Lu Yun closed his eyes and fell in a deep thought, then suddenly opened his eyes and said, "I have a solution." "What method?" Everyone looked at Lu Yun at the same time, with anticipation on their faces. "Poison." Lu Yun slowly uttered these two words. According to the system analysis, to deal with the 8-foot demon, one must either kill him by force or poison him. Poison. Zhang Heng thought for a moment and shook his head. Although this is a solution, we are now disconnected from the marriage space. Even if we have poison, we can't get it out. And even if we can poison, how can we do it? "I have poison." Lu Yun smiled faintly, then opened his mouth, revealing the glass jar on his tongue, the red-crested poison, which was hidden under his tongue when Lu Yun decided to give up resistance. The glass jar is very small and looks unremarkable, but it contains poison. This thing exploded from the fairy cloud crane, and it is a poison dropped by a level 35 rarity 4-star boss. Lu Yun briefly described the source of the poison. Everyone's eyes lit up at first, but then they frowned. "Although this thing is good, how can we get it into the mouth of the 8-foot demon?" Zhang Heng sighed. Lu Yun raised his lips into a meaningful smile. Most of the people present were boys, and they instantly understood what Lu Yun meant. "You mean?" Zhang Heng's eyes widened. "That's right." Lu Yun nodded. "But our hands are tied now, so we can't apply it." Zhang Heng sighed. "I will give this bottle of poison to whoever is chosen, and I will find an opportunity to apply it on him after we go to bed." Lu Yun said. Everyone looked at each other. Although they felt it was a bit risky, it was undoubtedly the best way at the moment. Just as everyone was discussing tactics, the black fog in front of the stone bed dissipated, and the 8-foot demon pushed the body of the spirited young man off the stone bed, smashing it to pieces. Looking at the 8-foot demon again, her face was even more flushed, and she was moistened like a ripe peach. At this time, her eyes began to scan Lu Yun and others again. It was obvious that the energetic young man just now did not satisfy her. The 8-foot demon's gaze finally fell on Zhang Heng. "Fuck." Zhang Heng's mouth twitched, and he almost exploded on the spot. There were obviously more than a dozen people here. Why did they choose to take a fancy to me? Although he also wants to be more charming in front of the opposite sex, it is definitely not the right occasion. Chapter 171 Skill Scroll, 8-foot Giantization. "Brother, it's up to you," Lu Yun said seriously. Zhang Heng suddenly had the urge to curse. What does it mean to rely on me? He really doesn't want to do this kind of righteous act to save everyone. But he also knew that now that he had been chosen by the 8-foot demon, he had no other choice. The only thing he could pray for now was that Lu Yun's poison would work. "Is this thing of yours reliable?" Zhang Heng asked anxiously. "I don't know." Lu Yun shook his head directly. "I haven't used it either." Zhang Heng's mouth twitched, and he felt a little overwhelmed. Now we have no choice but to take a gamble. Lu Yun seized the opportunity and spit the glass jar into Zhang Heng's hand. Zhang Heng felt a lot of sticky saliva on the glass jar in his hand. He felt nauseous and resisted the urge to throw it away, hiding the glass jar in his palm. At this moment, Everyone's eyes fell on Zhang Heng. Whether they could escape today depended on Zhang Heng's operation. Brother Zhang, come on. You must satisfy her thoroughly. Brother Zhang, if you can leave alive today from now on, you will always be the god in my heart. People around encouraged Zhang Heng. Damn it. Encouraged by everyone, Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and said, "Let's fight." Just after he finished speaking, the 8-foot-tall demon stretched out his hand and pointed lightly at Zhang Heng. The next moment, Zhang Heng's body flew towards the stone bed. Then the black fog rose up again, blocking everyone's vision. Everyone, including Lu Yun, was tense. Victory or defeat depends on this one move. There's only this one can of poison. If Zhang Heng can successfully implement the plan, they still have hope of survival. Otherwise, they will die here. On the stone bed in the black fog, Zhang Heng looked at the 8-foot demon in front of him, and he was filled with tension. One of the 8-foot demon's hands was almost bigger than him, and the vast sea made him feel as if he was looking at the vast ocean. With the strong wind blowing, the calm sea surface suddenly turned into a stormy sea. There's really no end in sight. Zhang Heng has always loved the vast sea, but this is the first time he has seen a sea of such a scale. But although the scenery in front of him was beautiful, Zhang Heng did not forget his mission. After absorbing your power, my level should be able to improve further. The 8-foot demon squinted his eyes and looked at Zhang Heng. Immediately, the cross on Zhang Heng's body disappeared, and his clothes turned into pieces. At this moment, Zhang Heng's body had regained its freedom. But even so, he had no intention of resisting. Zhang Heng quickly came to his senses. He did not forget his mission. He quietly unscrewed the bottle cap with one hand, and the poison on the glass jar flowed out, instantly covering his palm. This thing shouldn't have any effect on my second brother, right? Zhang Heng was torn between his conscience and his reasoning. He had no choice but to let his second brother down. He made up his mind and reached out to grab his second brother. The venom touched the second brother, and he felt a little chilly. Not sure if it was the effect of the venom or a psychological effect. Zhang Heng couldn't help but shiver. The 8-foot demon looked at Zhang Heng, and suddenly a ball of blue viscous liquid appeared in his hand. This is blueberry jam. I like this flavor. The 8-foot-tall demon looked down at Zhang Heng below, smiled to himself, and then spread the jam evenly on Zhang Heng's body. Blanche, do you really think of yourself as prey? You even got to choose the flavor? Feeling the sticky sensation on his body, Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and endured the frustration. Just wait, I will kill you here soon. When the preparations are complete, it is time to enjoy the meal. The 8-foot demon opened his lips slightly and then slowly leaned forward. When the 8-foot demon's head lowered completely, Zhang Heng's eyes became moist and he shed tears of humiliation. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Suddenly, the 8-foot demon, who originally had a look of enjoyment on his face, suddenly showed a look of pain, stood up and took a few steps back, his whole body swaying. The 8-foot demon stared at Zhang Heng, his face full of disbelief, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Seeing the state of the 8-foot demon, Zhang Heng knew that the poison given by Lu Yun had taken effect, so he stopped pretending and went straight to the point. Zhang Heng put his hands on his hips, shook his head and laughed, but he started crying while laughing. He didn't know if the poison would have any effect on him. What if? This sacrifice would be too great. You actually poisoned yourself. The 8-foot demon pointed at Zhang Heng and said bitterly, I admire your courage. Thank you for the compliment. Zhang Heng raised his lips, and a huge steel hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. He rushed directly towards the 8-foot demon with the hammer in hand. Hammer strike. Boom. After a loud bang, the fog surrounding the stone bed slowly dissipated, and Zhang Heng reappeared in everyone's sight. Originally, everyone was still worried that Zhang Heng would become a mummy like the two people before, but now it seems that the plan was successful. They are saved. When reading this, many people shed tears of excitement. Lu Yun also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Heng did not let him down. Next to Zhang Heng, the body of the 8-foot demon was lying on the ground. At this time, the head of the 8-foot demon had been smashed flat by Zhang Heng, and he was completely dead. Suddenly, a stream of pure experience flew out from the body of the 8-foot demon and entered Zhang Heng's body. Zhang Heng's level went directly from level 22 to level 24. When he first met Lu Yun in the tea house, he was only level 21. After a period of hard work, he was promoted to the next level. Now, by killing the 8-foot demon, The level will be increased by 2 levels. Such a speed of improvement made Lu Yun extremely envious. The experience points he needed to upgrade were too much. Even if the 8-foot demon was killed by him, he could not upgrade to level 25. After the 8-foot demon fell, the cross that bound Lu Yun and others slowly disappeared, and everyone regained their freedom. Lu Yun felt that his level had returned to normal, and he could communicate with Long Ke and the other girl, so he was completely relieved. What happened just now? Why can't I sense you? Long Ke and Ji Linger asked with concern. Lu Yun gave a brief account of the situation outside. After hearing that everything was fine, the two girls relaxed a lot and continued playing games. Lu Yun came to the corpse of the 8-foot demon. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed, and when the light dissipated, a transparent scroll appeared in front of everyone. Is this a skill scroll? Zhang Heng asked in surprise, his pupils shrinking. The others also looked at the scroll with excitement. Skill scrolls are things that will only drop after killing monsters. They are somewhat similar to the spear mastery and bow mastery that Lu Yun had obtained before. However, things like spear proficiency are not, strictly speaking, real skill scrolls, but this thing right now is a real skill scroll. Chapter 172, Pay the Fee First. There was a faint blue light flickering above the scroll. This should be a platinum-level skill scroll. System analysis. Lu Yun said calmly in his heart. Analysis successful. This scroll is 8 feet huge. Platinum-level skill scroll. Available for heavy armor professions. After using it, the body becomes gigantic and health increases by 25%. After reading the system's analysis results, Lu Yun felt that this 8-foot giant was a good thing. It's a pity that Lu Yun is not a heavy armor profession and cannot learn this skill. Everyone present was interested in this platinum-level skill scroll, although they did not know the effect of this skill. But skill scrolls are rare, and platinum ones are even more expensive. Even if you don't learn them yourself, you can still sell them at an auction for a good price. Zhang Heng was also very tempted by this, but after looking at Lu Yun, he gritted his teeth and pushed the scroll in front of Lu Yun. Lu Yun was very confused about this, and even the others were confused. They couldn't understand why Zhang Heng, who killed the 8-foot demon, would give such a precious skill scroll to Lu Yun. If it weren't for your poison today, we might have died here. Zhang Heng took a deep breath and said, although I was defeated by you at the tea party, I have a broad vision and will not blame others for this. This thing should belong to you. After listening to Zhang Heng's words, the others were thoughtful. Of course, Zhang Heng was reluctant to give the skill scroll away. However, firstly, there was still venom on his second brother that had not been cleaned up. If his second brother was in trouble, he could only find the source of the venom through Lu Yun and find solution. Secondly, Lu Yun himself was a strong freshman, and his previous performance had already explained everything. If he made friends with him before he grew up to be a master, there might be unexpected help in the future. Thirdly, Lu Yun had a close relationship with Lu Henren. Even if these two people failed in the future and could not become masters, they were definitely the best of the younger generation at present. If he encountered any difficulties with this life-and-death friendship, would he, Lu Yun, not help? Lu Yun was also quite surprised. Zhang Heng was different from most of the people he met. If Linning had the same awareness as Zhang Heng, he wouldn't be so annoying. Okay, then I'll take it. Lu Yun naturally would not refuse something that was placed in front of him, and he stretched out his hand and put it into the marriage space. Your poison should not be corrosive to the skin, right? Zhang Heng asked nervously. Lu Yun's mouth twitched. I haven't used it like this, how would I know? But he was short-handed and comforted him. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Zhang Heng heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. The worries in his heart were completely relieved, and he was in a good mood. We have escaped from danger today. I will treat you to a drink after we get out. How about that? Zhang Heng suddenly laughed. The others nodded when they heard this, except Lu Yun, who did not express anything. Zhang Heng looked at Lu Yun. You're actually quite nice. Would you like to go for a drink together? Just have a drink. Lu Yun shook his head and said, please settle the bill for me first. Cost. Zhang Heng was stunned, and the others were also bewildered. Without my poison today, you would all be dead. But this time it can be considered as our cooperation, so I will just symbolically charge each of you 3,000 gold coins. Lu Yun fiddled with his fingers and said seriously. After Lu Yun said this, the whole place fell silent. This Lu Yun is too shameless. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They never expected that Lu Yun would suddenly say this. Even though they escaped with the help of Lu Yun's poison, if Zhang Heng hadn't risked his life, The poison would not have worked. Just now I thought you were worth making friends with, but now it seems you are just a money grubber. You have a narrow vision. Zhang Heng shook his head and sighed. Just tell me whether you will give it to me or not. Lu Yin said calmly. Give. Zhang Heng's face was filled with black lines. It's not like I can't afford 3,000 gold coins. After saying that, he turned to his companion and said, Brother Wang, lend me 3,000. Brother Wang? Zhang Heng borrowed 3,000 gold coins from Brother Wang and gave them to Lu Yin. Seeing that Zhang Heng had already taken out the money, the others could only take out their gold coins in silence. After receiving tens of thousands of gold coins, Lu Yin felt much better. Where are you going to eat and celebrate? Count me in. Lu Yin suddenly said after putting away the gold coins. Can you please have some shame? You just took our money and now you want to eat and drink for free. Zhang Heng stared at Lu Yin with his eyes wide open. I swear to God, this is the first time in his life that he has seen such a stingy, mythical-level job changer. It doesn't cost any money anyway, so is it shameful to eat and drink for free? Lu Yin asked puzzledly. Boil. Zhang Heng found that his values and outlook on life were completely different from Lu Yin's in this regard. No, you don't have to come. I'm not going to invite you anymore, okay? You took my money and still want to eat and drink for free. I'm not going to be a sucker. Zhang Heng waved his hand and hurriedly left with his people. In a blink of an eye, Lu Yin was the only one left at the scene. Lu Yin sighed. If Zhang Heng could experience Lu Yin's previous life, perhaps he would be able to understand Lu Yin. After Lu Yin took Zhao Qingsong out of the copy, he went straight to the Union Square to hand the task and successfully obtained 5,000 gold coins plus some resources. These 2,005 gold coins are for you. Without you, I would not have been able to successfully complete the mission this time. Let's split these gold coins equally. Zhao Qingsong handed half of the gold coins to Lu Yin and said, Forget it. Lu Yin shook his head and did not reach out to take it. You can keep this money. I'm not short of money for the time being. Zhao Qingsong is also one of his own. Lu Yin asks for a lot from outsiders, but he has never done such a thing to people around him. The two of them were already acquaintances, so Zhao Qingsong didn't bother to be polite with Lu Yin. Let's go. Things here have been dealt with. Now, come back with me to report. Lu Yin said helplessly, rubbing his temple. Lu Yin felt overwhelmed at the thought of going back to this shabby place, Xiaoya University. But when he thought of his beautiful senior schoolmate, Lu Yin's wounded soul found some comfort. On the way back, Lu Yin stopped by a nearby pet store and picked out some toy bones for the little wolf. With the wolf's habit of urinating and defecating anywhere, Lu Yin didn't dare to let her out. These bones should be enough to help her pass the time. After finishing the work, Lu Yin took Zhao Qingsong to Xiaoya University. On the way to Xiaoya University, Zhao Qingsong never stopped talking, and his constant chattering made Lu Yin extremely annoyed. Lu Yin, you didn't even go to Mo University, but chose to join Xiaoya University. This Xiaoya University must be very special, right? I really want to see what Xiaoya University looks like. I've read a lot of novels. Could it be that Xiaoya University is one of those giants in novels that is actually very powerful, but has fallen into decline? Lu Yin. A few hours later, under Zhao Qingsong's verbal bombardment, the two finally arrived at Xiaoya University. Then Zhao Qingsong was dumbfounded. Fuck. Chapter 173. This place has been requisitioned by this lady. Looking at the crumbling building in front of him, Zhao Qingsong felt as if he was in another world. He rubbed his eyes hard with his hands for a long time. However, the scene in front of him did not change because of his rubbing his eyes. Zhao Qingsong was dumbfounded. He wished he could dig out his eyeballs and soak them in disinfectant for 49 days. Zhao Qingsong swallowed his saliva and looked at Lu Yin blankly. Lu Yin, are you kidding me? How can such a shabby place be Xiaoya University? Lu Yin actually understood Zhao Qingsong's thoughts very well. When he first came here, he couldn't believe that this was a university. Can't you read? Lu Yin pointed to the large characters on the teaching building in front of him and said, Can't you see these 4 characters of Xiaoya University? Zhao Qingsong looked in the direction Lu Yin pointed and indeed saw the 4 big words Xiaoya University. My mentality collapsed at that time. Fuck, that's impossible. Can a place like this be called a university? Even a little-known fake university is much better than this place. Zhao Qingsong looked at Lu Yin and said seriously, Lu Yin, tell me if your head was squeezed by the door. If so, I will help you go to the hospital for a checkup, even if I sell everything I have. Lu Yin rolled his eyes in annoyance. Even if his head was squeezed, he would not come to such a place to go to college. mainly because he had no choice. When he thought of the old liar's intimidation and inducement, Lu Yun wanted to slap him. Joining Xiaoya University is my own choice. As for whether you want to join or not, it's up to you. There's still room for regret now. Lu Yun sighed and said softly, there is no room for regret. Zhao Qingsong's face twitched, and he said, now all universities have suspended enrollment. I have no chance to regret now. Lu Yun looked at Zhao Qingsong sympathetically and said nothing. However, at this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out, and Lu Yun knew without even looking that the old liar had appeared. Ha ha ha, good boy. You are worthy of being the one I have chosen. Bring your friends to join my Xiaoya University. I can see that you also approve of this place. Who is this? Zhao Qingsong looked at the old man Lu in front of him puzzledly. Boy, I'm the president of Xiaoya University. Old man Lu was very familiar with everyone. He took the initiative to shake Zhao Qingsong's hand, then looked Zhao Qingsong up and down and said with a smile, you are lucky. Xiaoya University recruits students all year round. Originally, Xiaoya University is not a place where everyone can come, but since you were introduced by Lu Yun, I can reluctantly agree to let you join. The corners of Zhao Qingsong's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say. Okay, on behalf of everyone at Xiaoya University, I welcome you to join us. Now come with me. I will personally take you to go through the admission procedures. Without giving Zhao Qingsong a chance to speak, old man Lu took the guy away forcibly, as if he was afraid that Zhao Qingsong would go back on his word. Lu Yun sighed helplessly and looked around. Lu Qiushui did not appear. Maybe he was still in the dungeon, killing monsters, and had not come out yet. Lu Yun stretched and went back to his room to take a hot bath. I was sweating all over in the dungeon before, and now I feel refreshed after taking a hot shower. Just then, Lu Yun's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Zhang Qingqing calling. You little bastard, your teacher has been waiting for you at Mo University for so long, but I didn't expect you to just say you couldn't come. Zhang Qingqing's resentful voice was heard as soon as the call was connected. Lu Yun suddenly felt a little embarrassed. In fact, it was not that he didn't want to go to Mo University, but he was intercepted by this old liar. I'm sorry, Teacher Zhang. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Lu Yun could only smile bitterly. Actually, there's nothing wrong with joining Xiaoya University. Your president graduated from Mo University. Zhang Qingqing suddenly said after a moment's silence. Lu Yun was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this unkempt and shameless old liar actually graduated from the Magic and Martial Arts University. But what Lu Yun couldn't understand was that since the other party graduated from Mo University, he should be quite noble in both strength and status. But now this old man has opened a Xiaoya University in such a ghost place. Teacher Zhang, can you tell me in detail? Lu Yun asked. This matter is a bit complicated. It's meaningless for you to know the inside story now. Anyway, it's not bad to follow this old man. At least as far as I know, this old man has never let his family suffer any loss from beginning to end. After Zhang Qingqing finished speaking, she continued, I won't chat with you anymore. I just arrived at Mo University, and I still have a lot of things to deal with. Let's get together some other day when we have time. After saying that, Zhang Qingqing hung up the phone in a hurry. It was obvious that she really had a lot of things to deal with. In the room, Lu Yun lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about what Zhang Qingqing had said before. After a moment, Lu Yun sighed and took out a yellowed map from his arms. This map was the one Zhang Heng lost to him at the tea party. After getting the map, Lu Yun originally planned to explore it the next day. Lu Yun had always longed for flying props. I didn't expect that I would be so busy until now that I haven't had time to explore this map. Let's take a rest first. We'll talk about the map another day. Lu Yun said softly, then covered himself with a quilt and prepared to go to sleep. But at this moment, two portals suddenly opened at the same time, and Long Kur and Ji Linger walked out of the portals at the same time. Long Kur took the game console, lay down on the bed, and started playing as if she was familiar with the place. As for Ji Linger, she looked like she was worried about something. She stood nervously in front of the bed, pinching the corner of her clothes with her hands, looking a little at a loss. What are you doing? Lu Yun twitched his lips and almost jumped out of the bed. I don't know why, but Long Kur's temperament and appearance are impeccable. But whenever this guy appeared in front of Lu Yun at night, Lu Yun would feel fear instinctively. It might be because he had a psychological trauma from being abused by Long Kur. This place is reserved for me tonight. I'm going to play games here. You take Linger out and find a place to spend the night. Long Kur said without raising her head while staring at the screen of the game console. Lu Yun's face was suddenly filled with black lines. This place is so remote. I won't sleep here. Are you planning to let me sleep outside? Do you have a question? Long Ke suddenly looked up at Lu Yun, with flames flowing in her red pupils. Lu Yun stood there without saying anything. Long Ke suddenly dropped her game console, sat cross-legged on the bed with her white little feet, and began to undress. Lu Yun's nerves tensed up, and he quickly asked, "What are you going to do? Don't you want to sleep?" Long Ke said with a half-smile, "I'll undress and sleep with you." "No need. I suddenly feel like it would be nice to just stay out for one night." After saying this, Lu Yun took Zhi Linger's hand and fled away. Chapter 174, The Awakening of the Second Profession. Even if you die under a woman's skirt, you will still be romantic. Having said that, if he had a choice, Lu Yun would like to live longer. With his physical fitness, it should have been quite pleasant to explore the mysteries of life, but unfortunately the target was Long Ke, and Lu Yun was really helpless. Looking at the background of Lu Yun and Zhi Linger leaving, Long Ke had a complicated expression. She pursed her lips, and thousands of words finally turned into a sigh. "It's time for your second career to awaken. You're so stupid. If I don't help you, you'll definitely continue to delay." Having said that, Long Ke sighed again. In a sense, Long Ke's actions tonight were tantamount to pushing her man to another woman. But Long Ke had no choice. She wanted to possess Lu Yun alone, but she also knew that this was difficult to do. Compared to her own selfish desires, she hoped that Lu Yun would become stronger. It is no secret that Lu Yun is a double job changer, but Lu Yun is only holding the title of a double job changer now. If he couldn't complete the fusion with Zhi Linger as soon as possible, what if Lu Yun encountered danger? This danger made Long Ke very scared. Originally, Long Ke thought that it would be better for Lu Yun to take charge of this matter himself. But after waiting for so long, Lu Yun still did not respond. In the end, she still had to do it herself. On the other hand, Long Ke had obviously already explained what would happen tonight, so Zhi Linger was absent-minded the whole time. Even though her little hand was held by Lu Yun, she did not show the shyness she used to. Her mind was in a mess now. Especially when she thought about what would happen tonight, she felt even more overwhelmed. The two left the room and stopped only when they reached the back hill. It was late at night, and the moonlight was shining on their faces, which was quite poetic. "Did Ke ask you to throw yourself into her arms?" At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly stopped, turned around, and asked Zhi Linger. Zhi Linger was stunned. She avoided looking at Lu Yun and hurriedly tried to find an excuse to get away with it. Because when she came, Long Ke told her not to tell Lu Yun about this. But what Long Ke didn't know was that although Lu Yun was emotionally blank, he was not a fool. He actually saw everything Long Ke did tonight. "I don't know what you're talking about." Zhi Linger was at a loss for a long time before finally uttering these words. After she said this, her face turned red. Even if one doesn't know how to read people's expressions, one can tell at a glance that Zhi Linger is lying. Lu Yun sighed and said helplessly, "You don't have to quibble. Although I don't understand love, I'm not a fool." Zhi Linger lowered her head and said nothing. Lu Yun's words came true, and she didn't know what to say. For a moment, the atmosphere became awkward. Lu Yun suddenly pressed Zhi Linger's shoulders and stared at her. "Linger, do you know what will happen next?" "I know." Zhi Linger nodded gently without raising her head, her face full of shyness. "Are you willing?" Lu Yun asked again. "I don't know." Zhi Linger shook her head and said truthfully, "I am the same as my master. I don't know what feelings are, let alone what love is. In this regard, humans are better at it." Having said this, Zhi Linger paused for a while and then continued, "But I know that I am very happy with the master, and I don't hate the master. So, if the master plans to do something to me next, I will not resist at all." Lu Yun was stunned when he heard this. Zhi Linger took a deep breath, and she didn't know where she got the courage from. But she looked up and looked directly into Lu Yun's eyes. "I've always wanted to help you, master." Lu Yun pursed his lips and remained silent. Zhi Linger held Lu Yun's hands with her backhand and said lovingly, "Master, you take me. I want to help you awaken your second profession. I want to help you become stronger." "Why are you doing this?" "Just because you want to help me," Lu Yun asked after a moment. "It's not just because I want to help the master. I also want to be closer to you, master, like Sister Ke." Zhi Linger's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and she was still shy. These words are far from a confession, but when said by a girl, they obviously have a stronger flavor. If Lu Yun still doesn't understand the meaning of Zhi Linger's words, then he is really a blockhead who doesn't understand romance. Then, Let's change places first. Lu Yun was silent for a long time, and finally sighed, ready to take Ji Linger to another place. Ji Linger was so sincere to him. Lu Yun didn't want to take her virginity in such a place. But Ji Linger grabbed the corner of Lu Yun's clothes, lowered her head, and whispered, "I want to try jungle." Jungle? Lu Yun was stunned. Who taught you this word? Lu Yun dared to guarantee that with Ji Linger's purity, she would never know this word if no one taught her. It's Sister Kurt. Ji Linger answered every question. In the marriage space, besides playing games, we watch movies. Sister Kur is much better than me. She knows much more than me and has learned to download movies by herself. Lu Yun covered his face with his hands, and a word emerged in his mind. Blanche. Who could have thought that the princess of the Fire Dragon realm would hide in the marriage space all day long to watch movies? It's bad enough that they just watch pornographic movies, but it actually corrupts the kids. This female hooligan is simply lawless. No wonder this girl can always come up with something different every time she has a meeting with Long Kier. This is where their affection comes from. That night, a strong wind suddenly arose, and under the scattered moonlight, a beautiful scene emerged. 6 hours later, Lu Yun put his hands behind his head and looked at the moon in the sky, with a dogtail grass in his mouth. In the past, Long Kier always had the upper hand over him, but this time the roles were reversed, and he was in complete control of the initiative. This allowed Lu Yun to experience the feeling that a man should have for the first time in a long time. Ji Ling was sweating profusely and fell asleep beside Lu Yun. Congratulations to the host and Ji Linger for reaching 5% of the bond. The second profession is being activated. Buzz. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Then 4 professions suddenly popped up in front of Lu Yun. Profession binding. Host, please select the following profession to bind. Xianyao Beast Tamer, a mythical class. After choosing this class, the host bond with Ji Linger will increase faster and gain a bonus to fire element damage. Xianling Formation Master, a mythical profession. After choosing this profession, the host can obtain powerful formation power and improve his understanding of formations. Phoenix Slayer, a mythical class profession. This profession has a strong restraining power against the Phoenix clan. The host who chooses this profession has a restraining effect on bird monsters, but the compatibility with Ji Linger will decrease. Bird Boy, a mythical class. After choosing this class, the host can obtain flexible wings of flame and have a percentage-based damage reduction effect against fire damage. Chapter 175 Physical problems have nothing to do with me. Just like the first time you entered the matchmaking room and chose Long Kier, career awakening is not about awakening one career, but about choosing from multiple careers. Lu Yun didn't know if other people were like this, but he was like this. Lu Yun glanced at the 4 options one by one and fell into deep thought. The first choice is the Blackbird Beastmaster. Although choosing this profession can quickly increase the bond between you and Ji Linger, but Lu Yun feels that no matter whether they are human beings or marriage partners, they're essentially equal, and Lu Yun will not get carried away just because of his identity as a job changer. This is also the reason why even after having Long Kier and 2 daughters by his side, Lu Yun never forced them to do anything they didn't want to do. Therefore, Lu Yun decisively gave up this first career. His gaze continued to move, and after Lu Yun scanned the remaining 3 professions, his gaze finally locked on the Xianling Formation Master. The profession of Formation Master is relatively rare in itself, and the most common similar profession seen is Sorcerer. Formation Masters and Spell Masters are very similar in some ways. For example, both can condense formations to block damage. But the Sorcerer still has many other uses in this regard, such as using spells that can destroy the world to attack. However, the Formation Master can basically only use the formation defense to resist attacks, and his positioning is relatively passive. However, relatively speaking, the Formation Master possesses powerful defensive capabilities, even comparable to tank professions in this respect. The reason why Lu Yun was interested in this profession was because of the defensive ability of the Formation Master. Lu Yun has encountered too many dangers along the way. If he can become a Xianling Formation Master, he will be more protected when facing dangerous situations in the future. As for the means of attack, the Dragon Knight itself can provide Lu Yun with good damage, so Lu Yun naturally does not need to pursue anything else. What he wanted most now was a life-saving career, and this Xianling Formation Master just met Lu Yun's expectations perfectly. I choose the Xianling Formation Master, Lu Yun said loudly. Buzz. As the words fell, the light curtain in front of Lu Yun dissipated, and a red beam of light suddenly fell from the sky and covered Lu Yun. When the light dissipated, a cool robe with flame patterns appeared on Lu Yun's body. This is the robe that belongs exclusively to the Formation Master. It has some auxiliary attributes. As for the magic staff, Lu Yun didn't have one. The biggest difference between a magician and a Formation Master is the magic staff, because only sorcerers need a staff for assistance. As for the formations activated by Formation Masters, they're almost launched instantly. From this point of view, in some special circumstances, the Formation Master can react faster. Lu Yun looked at the Formation Master's robe on his body and felt excited. From now on, he was a true dual job changer. However, since he has just established a bond with Zhilinger, he currently does not have any relevant skills. It should be gradually unlocked after more contact with Zhilinger in the future. Lu Yun moved his mind, and the robe on his body instantly turned into a red light and dissipated, and the scene returned to calm again. Lu Yun looked at Zhilinger, who was sleeping soundly beside him. So he also lay down, hugged Zhilinger's soft waist, and gradually fell asleep. The sky was the blanket, and the ground was the bed. After spending the night in a daze. The next morning, Lu Yun brought Zhilinger back to the room. To be more precise, Zhilinger was carried back by Lu Yun. It was not that the two of them were deliberately being romantic, but Zhilinger really couldn't walk. Because Lu Yun exerted too much force last night, the lovely Zhilinger was injured. It would be almost impossible for her to walk without resting for a month or so. What are you doing? In the room, Long Kuer had gotten up at some point and was playing games on the bed. When she saw Lu Yun coming back with Zhilinger in his arms, her brows furrowed. Did you bully Linga? Long Kuer immediately put down the game console and came to Lu Yun, stretched out her hand and pinched Lu Yun's ear, feeling extremely angry. I carefully arranged everything for Lu Yun, but this guy not only didn't appreciate it, but instead severely hurt Zhilinga. Is this guy an idiot? Lu Yun's mouth twitched. He wanted to explain, but didn't know how. It couldn't be that his Azure Dragon was too powerful and injured Zhilinga, right? Sister Kerr, it's not the Master's fault. It's because Linger is too useless and can't withstand the Master's masculinity. Seeing the misunderstanding between the two, Zhilinger hurriedly spoke up to rescue Lu Yun. But when she spoke, her head was pressed against Lu Yun's chest. She was too shy to face the two of them. After hearing Zhilinger's words, Long Kuer was confused. Lu Yun smiled awkwardly at Long Kuer. Let Linger lie here for a while. Lu Yun put Zhilinger on the bed. Come with me. Immediately, he was pulled out of the room by Long Kuer. Zhilinger in the room didn't think too much. She covered her face with her hands and screamed softly in the quilt out of shyness. I disappointed my master last night. Zhilinger. Oh, Zhilinger, are you still considered a woman? You couldn't even last 6 hours and failed to satisfy my master. You really deserve to die. Outside the room, Lu Yun was dragged to the corridor by Long Kuer with a confused look on his face. What's wrong? Lu Yun's Adam's apple rolled, and he said nervously, You were the one who arranged everything last night. You won't regret it and want to settle the score later, right? It is said that women are fickle, and Lu Yun was worried that Long Kuer would suddenly attack. Long Kuer rolled her eyes unhappily and said, Am I such a person? Lu Yun was even more puzzled. If it's not about this, then why did you pull me out here? Long Kuer stared at Lu Yun, making Lu Yun a little scared. Just when Lu Yun couldn't help but ask the reason, Long Kuer said something shocking. Did you hide your strength when you had a small meeting with me? Lu Yun. Long Kuer felt a sore nose. Tears welled up in her eyes. Why can Linger be ruined by you? But you have never ruined me. Do you like Linger's small flat chest but not mine with big chest? Lu Yun. So you called me here just to ask this? The main reason was that Long Kuer, as a member of the Fire Dragon clan, was too strong, and Lu Yun couldn't give a perfect answer, even if he tried his best. Zhilinger is different. Her physique is closer to that of a normal human female. This is purely a personal physical problem and has absolutely nothing to do with him. It's not that Lu Yun is partial. He cultivates every piece of land with all his heart and effort. The main reason is that Long Kuer's land is really difficult to cultivate. Chapter 176, Star-Level Equipment appears. Things are not what you think. Lu Yun wanted to explain, but Long Kuer shook her head like a turtle, as if she didn't want to listen, and she simply covered her ears with her hands. Lu Yun sighed helplessly. After a long while, Long Ke regained some of her sanity and stared at Lu Yun. I think our bond should be improved. Lu Yun's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he said with a guilty conscience, I think it's already very high. Long Ke rolled her eyes and said calmly, either you break me tonight, or I'll make sure you can't get out of bed. To Lu Yun's ears, these words sounded like the cruelest words in the world. I have something else to do tonight, Lu Yun said suddenly, his eyes rolling up and down. Okay. Long Ke nodded, took Lu Yun's hand, and walked out. Lu Yun was horrified, as if a decent man was forcibly taken away by a strange widow, and asked in panic, What do you want to do? Don't you have something to do tonight? Long Ke raised her lips and said, Then let's go and do the business now. Lu Yun was extremely helpless. You are the princess of the Fire Dragon clan after all. Don't think about these things all the time. I'm just like this. What do you care about me? Long Ke glared at Lu Yun viciously, as if Lu Yun struggled anymore, she would eat him up on the spot. Lu Yun did not dare to resist immediately because he knew that with the temper of this little female dragon, if she was angered, she would really dare to do something outrageous. And at this critical moment, a voice was heard, breaking the situation on the scene. Junior brother Lu Yun, what are you going to do? It turned out that Lu Qiushui came here. Senior Lu, is there anything you want to talk to me about? When Lu Yun saw Lu Qiushui, he felt like he had found a life-saving straw. His face flushed with excitement, and he wished he could rush up and hug the other person's thighs right now. Lu Qiushui glanced at Lu Yun and Long Ke with a strange look in his eyes, and then he said softly, I don't know if I disturbed you, but I do have something to say. A big event happened in the Silent City recently. It is said that a star-level equipment appeared in it, and many geniuses from universities are eager to take action. I also plan to take a look. I wonder if you are interested in taking a look. Star-level equipment. Lu Yun's heart suddenly tightened. The highest grade equipment he currently had was the platinum-level Dragon Fortress. Even though there are only 2 words between star glory and platinum, the difference between them is as huge as heaven and earth. Of course I'm interested in taking a look, Lu Yun said quickly. I knew you wouldn't refuse. This time, besides me, Wu Tong will also go with you. Lu Qiushui said with a smile. Wu Tong, the martial arts fanatic that Lu Yun met in the dungeon a few days ago? Hearing this name, Lu Yun couldn't help but recall the scene in the dungeon where Wu Tong killed a level 30 monster with a stick. This person is really strong, even in Lu Yun's opinion. Even if this person's strength is not as good as Lu Qiushui's, it is definitely not much different. If my level reaches his, I shouldn't be too weak. It's a pity that my current level is still too low. Upgrading is the top priority. Lu Yun sighed in his heart. He immediately asked Long Ke to take Ji Linger back to the marriage space, and he left with Lu Qiushui. When the two arrived at the dilapidated square below, Wu Tong had been waiting for a long time. Just like what he saw at the beginning, Wu Tong was still wearing a black robe today. He looked quite impressive. You two have already met in the dungeon last time, so I won't introduce you in detail here. Let's stop talking nonsense. Now that everyone is here, let's set off. Lu Qiushui glanced at the two of them and said with a smile. Soon the 3 of them got on by Ling and set off. At the same time, in Lu Yun's marriage space, Ji Linger lay on the bed condensed by the power of fire, shyly hiding her head in the quilt and not daring to make a sound. Long Ke gave a wicked laugh, suddenly took 2 steps back, ran, jumped, and did 3.5 spins in the air. She slid directly into the bed and grabbed Ji Linger's small penis from behind. Although it's soft, it's not as comfortable as mine. Long Ke murmured softly, pinching it gently while speaking. Does that bastard really like this type? Although men like big things out of chauvinism, everyone has their own preferences. So even if Lu Yun really likes this, Long Ke can understand it. But even though he understood it, he had a special liking for the smaller ones, even though there were bigger ones to choose from. This habit still made Long Ke very uncomfortable. Sister Ke, what are you doing? I'm so embarrassed. Ji Linger's whole body trembled as if she was electrocuted, and she was about to wet herself with embarrassment. We are all girls, why are you so shy? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Long Ke grinned. Then he leaned his head toward Ji Linger and asked, How do you feel? Ji Linger was shy and breathing rapidly, not understanding what was going on. Sister Ke, how do you feel? I don't understand what you mean. There are only 2 of us here. Why are you so shy? Tell me quickly, how do you feel? Long Ke asked persistently. This? Ji Linger clenched her teeth. She always felt that it was a bit embarrassing to talk about her experience after it was over, but Long Ke kept asking. Finally, she said with a blushing face, It's very comfortable. Can you please stop being so reserved? We're the only two of us here. Tell us what you really think. Very nice. Can you be more sincere? Very cool. Hearing this, Long Kier raised her lips and smiled like an Annie. Just when the air fell into dead silence, Long Kier suddenly asked, "Do you want to feel better?" Linger still had the reserve of a girl and didn't want to answer this question. But Long Kier's words, whether she wanted to feel happier or not, sounded like the devil's whisper and had a great appeal to Linger. "How can I feel more comfortable?" Linger asked with a dry mouth, enduring the pain in her body. Long Kier gave a wicked smile, put her mouth close to Linger's ear and blew a breath of hot air, then whispered something. Hearing this, Linger's pupils suddenly shrank. Her whole body instantly began to heat up, and her face turned as red as a monkey's butt. It's obvious. Long Kier's words once again refreshed Linger's cognition and worldview. It is foreseeable that under Long Kier's training, the pure Linger will gradually drift away and eventually cease to exist. Chapter 177 Kyushu. Bai Ling spread her wings and flew high, breaking through the space and traveling in the sky. She was surrounded by endless white clouds. Overlooking the scenery below, Lu Yun felt indescribably comfortable in his heart. I don't know when I convinced Long Kier to let me ride her up to the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. By the way, senior sister Lu, where is this city of silence? Is it somewhere in Kyoto? Lu Yun suddenly looked at Lu Qiushui. He had never heard of the city of silence. This silent city is not a place in Kyoto. In fact, this silent city does not belong to any place in Xia country. It is a copy. Lu Qiushui covered his mouth and laughed. Copy. Lu Yun was surprised. Seeing that Lu Yun really didn't know, Lu Qiushui smiled and said, "I thought you had already inquired about the relevant matters before coming to Kyoto." He immediately gave Lu Yun some basic knowledge. It turned out that this silent city was a copy, but it was somewhat different from ordinary copies. Among the many copies of Kyoto, there is one copy that is particularly special. Its area is tens of thousands times larger than the other copies. In this instance, there are many regions, each of which is ruled by monsters, which have intelligence that is not inferior to that of humans. Under their rule, each region has formed its own culture and characteristics. This huge copy is called Kyushu. The City of Silence is a huge city located in the south of Jojo. It is here that the star-level equipment appeared. After hearing the whole story, Lu Yun was extremely shocked. It was the first time he heard of such a special copy. In ordinary dungeons, any monster with intelligence will create its own power and scale, which will bring huge risks to the job changers who come to explore. Therefore, for this type of copy, the Union will basically send strong people to clean it up. Not to mention Kyoto, Lu Yun had encountered this kind of monster in Jinsha City. But now Kyushu is no longer a matter of having highly intelligent monsters, but the entire Kyushu is ruled by monsters. Normally, the Xia Kingdom should send strong men to clean up this place. As if seeing Lu Yun's doubts, Lu Qiushui smiled and said, "In fact, when I first heard about this, I had the same idea as you. Why didn't the top leaders of Xia country send strong men from the Union to clean up here? Later I learned that the scope of Jojo is beyond your imagination, and there are many powerful monsters here. They are not weaker than the top strong men of our Xia country. Not weaker than the top strong ones." Hiss. Lu Yun took a breath of cold air. The top warriors of Xia country should be close to level 200. I didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying monster in Jojo. No wonder the Xia Kingdom didn't send out strong men to clean it up, because doing so would inevitably result in huge casualties, and once the strong men of Xia State suffer casualties, other countries would definitely take advantage of the situation. If the Xia Kingdom hadn't sent out strong men to clean up, wouldn't these monsters have rushed out of the copy and invaded the city? Lu Yun asked again. Although we did not send strong men to clean up the dungeon, we did send strong men to communicate with them and reach an agreement. Both parties signed a non-aggression treaty. We will not send strong men to clean up the dungeon, and they cannot rashly attack us. Since the signing of the treaty, both parties have abided by the regulations. So far, there has been no trouble, and the two sides have even frequently traded with each other. Trade exchanges? Lu Yun was shocked. Lu Qiushui smiled and said, "Many resources in Jojo are scarce, and many things we have here are rare there. For example, instant noodles are the most popular there, and houses are also hard currency there. Many monsters like the houses we build because they are much more comfortable than the caves they live in. There is a farmer named Wang in Xia country who became the richest man by developing high-altitude real estate in Jiuzhou. He was even on the list of the top 100 richest people last year. There's never a lack of opportunities in this world. If you also have a relevant business mind, you can also try to do business there. Lu Yun took a deep breath and felt that he needed some time to relax. This completely overturned his worldview. It took Lu Yun a long time to calm down. He didn't need to think too much about these things for the time being. His main focus now should be on the star-level equipment. At this point, Lu Yun suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Senior Sister Lu, I believe that besides us, there must be many people eyeing this star-level equipment. If a level 100 expert appears, then this equipment will be easily obtained, and we will have nothing to worry about." You don't have to worry about that. Although star-level equipment is very rare, it is not so precious. A level 100 expert would not bother to show up for such a commotion. At most, a level 60 expert will appear this time, Lu Qiushui said with a smile. At most, there will be strong people around level 60? The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched. He was only level 24 now, and even if a strong man around level 60 appeared, it would be difficult for him to deal with it. The situation of this star-level equipment is somewhat special. If you want to get it, you don't necessarily need to take action. The situation is a bit complicated to explain. Anyway, you'll know once you get there. Lu Qiushui kept Lu Yun in suspense. Lu Yun was also very tactful and didn't ask any more questions. In the following time, Lu Yun looked at the surrounding scenery and then closed his eyes to rest. Lu Qiushui also began to gather his strength. As for Wu Tong, he was a little dull, and I didn't hear him say a word from beginning to end. He had been sitting on by Ling's back in deep thought since the beginning. As time passed, they soon arrived outside a palace. The palace is heavily guarded, with many strong men patrolling around, and the lowest level is starting at level 30. A job changer of this level is already a well-known figure in some remote places, but here he is just responsible for patrolling. From this, it is not difficult to see that Kyoto really advocates the use of force. At the front of the palace, there are 2 people in union uniforms who are responsible for registration, and everyone entering the palace needs to register their details. In front of the palace, there was already a long line. Obviously, these people are also preparing to enter Jiuzhou, and there is a high probability that they are here for the star-level equipment. Lu Yun took a quick glance at this group of people. Their average level was around level 25, with some of them being level 30 or even higher. In front of this group of people, apart from the false reputation of being a double job changer and a mythical job changer, Lu Yun has no advantages in other aspects. The people in front are the ones who have reached the pinnacle. They are responsible for the guarding here. We just need to register normally later. Lu Qiushui led Lu Yun to line up and explained. But when he heard the words, "reach the pinnacle," Lu Yun's brain suddenly short-circuited. He exclaimed in his heart, "Fuck. Chapter 178, we are all family. We can discuss things easily." Last time, Lu Yun was threatened by them because of the fire element crystal core. Although they left in the end, they also said that the matter was not over yet. At that time, the 2 top guys asked him to hand over the fire element crystal core and clearly stated that this thing was stolen by Old Man Lu, who sneaked into the top base. But Old Man Lu denied it. In fact, Lu Yun could guess with his toes that, with Old Man Lu's shameless character, he probably stole it. Although I don't know whether the guards in the Dengfengzhou base camp are strict, not everyone has the ability to sneak in. This also shows that this old liar has something. Perhaps it was for this reason that the 2 most powerful guys at that time did not dare to forcibly return the fire element crystal core. But Lu Yun also knew that things were far from over. If it were under normal circumstances, Lu Yun, as the representative of the 3 views, would definitely return the fire element crystal core without hesitation. But right now, he also needed the fire element crystal core, which was his life-saving trump card at the critical moment. I didn't expect to meet them here. Lu Yun sighed helplessly. "Junior brother Lu, what's wrong?" Lu Qiushui looked at Lu Yun in confusion. "Nothing." Lu Yun shook his head and made up an excuse to get away. "Senior Lu, I suddenly feel uncomfortable in my stomach. I want to go to the bathroom first." As he spoke, Lu Yun covered his stomach with his hands and pretended to be in pain. He was very interested in Jiuzhou, but since the person who had reached the pinnacle was here, Lu Yun thought it was better not to take any risks and just go back home. Although he was not sure whether he would be recognized by these 2 people, Lu Yun did not dare to gamble because he could not bear the consequences of losing. "Are you feeling stomachache?" Lu Qiushui frowned and looked at Lu Yun suspiciously. She always felt that there was something wrong with Lu Yun's reaction But Lu Yun's acting skills were so superb that Lu Qiu Shui didn't notice anything unusual. Then go quickly and come back soon. I'll hold a seat for you here, Lu Qiu Shui said. Lu Yun nodded, then covered his stomach and was about to leave quickly. However, there was a sudden commotion ahead. Then everyone made way for them, and then everyone saw a group of extremely powerful people rushing towards them. Lu Yun looked up inadvertently, and his face suddenly turned pale. More than a dozen members who have reached the pinnacle are coming towards him in a mighty manner. It looks like it's directed at me. It shouldn't be like this. I just arrived here. Even if these people recognize my identity, they shouldn't have discovered me so quickly. Could it be that they were the target and not me, and they just happened to be passing by? Thinking of this, Lu Yun, like everyone else, made way for these members who had reached the pinnacle of their careers. However, what made Lu Yun despair was that this group of people came directly to Lu Yun and stood still. Lu Yun. At this moment, everyone's attention was also attracted by this scene, and everyone's eyes swept back and forth between Lu Yun and the group of members of Deng Pinnacle. Their expressions were extremely strange. Dengfeng Zheji is not only the #1 trade union in Jinsha City, but also ranks among the best in the entire Xia country. Not many people in the entire Xia country dare to challenge their authority. But now this group of people suddenly surrounded a young man with great fanfare. Could it be that this guy had done something to provoke the supreme authority? Are you Lu Yun from Xiaoya University? A bald man in Dengfeng Zheji looked at Lu Yun and asked. You got the wrong person. Lu Yun would not be so stupid as to admit it. He wanted to explain himself and then find a chance to escape. Just at this moment, Lu Qiushui and Wu Tong came over. What happened to junior brother Lu? The bald man turned to look at Lu Qiushui and asked, Do you know each other? Of course I know him. Lu Qiushui nodded. We are both from Xiaoya University, and he is my junior. Lu Yun had 1,000 Chao Nima thoughts running through his mind, and he thought to himself that he was doomed. It seems we didn't find the wrong person. The bald man nodded, then stared at Lu Yun. Hand over the things. I don't want to say the same thing a second time. Hand over something? What? Lu Qiushui also looked at Lu Yun. Shouty Lu, did you take anything from him? She was also very surprised at this time. Although Dengfeng's Woji was just a union, it held a lot of power. If you want to join Dengfeng's Woji, you need to meet many harsh conditions and go through many complicated assessments. In short, it is as difficult as joining the Magic and Martial Arts University. Lu Qiushui didn't expect that Lu Yun, who had just come to Kyoto from Jinsha City, actually had an intersection with someone who had reached the pinnacle. Lu Yun scratched his head, not knowing how to explain for a moment. He couldn't possibly tell Lu Qiushui that it was your grandfather who stole their things and gave them to me, right? The thing is not with me. At this point, Lu Yun knew that playing dumb was not going to work, so he rolled his eyes and said, Not on you. The bald man stared at Lu Yun. His sharp eyes seemed to see through Lu Yun. It's definitely not with me. Lu Yun said tentatively. How about I go back and get it for you? The bald man did not say anything, but signaled to the many members around him with his eyes. Many members understood immediately. Boom! In an instant, more than 10 horrifying pressures instantly radiated from the bodies of more than 10 people, and the originally calm surroundings suddenly became windy. The terrifying aura made many people unable to raise their heads. Although the level of these pinnacle members is not high, each of them is at level 30. More than a dozen level 30 job changers released their aura at the same time, and the oppressive force made many people feel tremendous pressure. Some lower-level job changers even felt difficulty breathing, as if a stone was pressing down on their bodies, and they were almost suffocating. Junior brother Lu, what on earth happened? What on earth did you do? Lu Qiushui asked anxiously. She never expected things to turn out to this point. Now, no matter how stupid she was, she realized that this group of people who had reached the pinnacle of success had come with ill intentions. Lu Yun pursed his lips, not knowing what to say, but in his heart he had already cursed old man Lu's ancestors hundreds of times. This old liar has really done himself a disservice. He was the one who stole the things. Why would he cause trouble for me? We could talk it out. I know GZ and we are family, Lu Yun said with a forced smile. Do you think you're worthy enough to know Vice President GZ? You are so boastful that you don't even think about drafting. The bald man sneered, obviously not believing what Lu Yun said. Lu Yun's expression suddenly became complicated. He was somewhat happy. He had some friendship with GZ. He did not expect that the other party was not only the president of the Jinsha City Deng Feng's Haji branch. It seemed that he also had a high status in the headquarters. But the sad thing is that these people don't believe that they know GZ. I'll give you 1 minute to hand over the things. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The bald man had lost his patience and directly issued an ultimatum to Lu Yun. Seeing the loss of composure, the situation became increasingly tense. At this critical moment, a burst of laughter suddenly broke out. Ha ha! Lu Yun! Lu Yun, I didn't expect you would have this day. Chapter 179, Two Clowns. After the laughter died down, a group of people walked over with their heads held high. They were the brothers Wang Tianpao and Wang Depeo from the Tiandi Labor Union. The two of them also came for the star-level equipment. Because there were so many people here, they had not noticed Lu Yun before. They didn't discover Lu Yun until the person who reached the pinnacle found him. When the two found out that Lu Yun had a conflict with Deng Feng Zhiji, they rolled on the ground with joy. It would have been fine if this arrogant brat had not given Songjianville a face, but now he had actually offended Deng Feng Zhaoji. This is definitely a series of flashing lanterns in the toilet. Why are you so anxious to seek death? I originally thought that you ignored the dignity of Songjianville, but I didn't expect that you have offended Deng Feng Zhaoji. You are really awesome. Wang Depeo came to Lu Yun, gave him a thumbs up, and said, Ha ha ha, it seems that you have been sentenced to death without us even having to take any action. Almost no one in the whole Kyoto dares to challenge the authority of the pinnacle. Wang Tianpao also had a very unrestrained look on his face. He was indescribably excited to see Lu Yun being humiliated, and most of his previous bad temper had disappeared. Lu Yun glanced at the two of them calmly and said, I wonder if you have ever heard of an old saying? What? They both asked at the same time. Don't be pretentious. If you do, you'll be struck by lightning. Lu Yun said calmly. Ha ha ha. The two of them burst into laughter again after hearing that, almost laughing to tears. You better take care of yourself now. Why do you have to offend Deng Feng Zhaoji? You can't even protect yourself now. What does it have to do with you whether we get struck by lightning or not? The two were so proud that the word cocky was almost written on their faces. Who are you? At this moment, the bald man suddenly looked at the two of them and frowned. Wang Tianpao quickly said with a smile, Brother, we have nothing to do with this guy. We're just here to watch the fun. We won't disturb you. Please continue. As they talked, the two men stepped back, looking like they were just standing by and watching. Boy, you can go with peace of mind. On this time next year, I will definitely go to your grave in person to pay my respects. Wang Tianpao said gloatingly. You're doomed now anyway. I think your two marriage partners are pretty good looking. Why don't you let us two brothers take care of them for you, so that you don't have to suffer with us? Wang Depeo was also fanning the flames. Lu Yun frowned, his face extremely gloomy. Long Ku'er and Ji Linger have always been two of the most important people to him. What the two said had already touched his sore spot. Lu Yun took a deep breath. Red flames flickered on his fingertips, and he could no longer hold back and was about to take action. I don't care what grudges there are between you. Hand over the things now, otherwise you won't have the right to do whatever you want, the bald man snorted coldly. Obviously, he would not allow Lu Yun to do anything before Lu Yun handed over the things. Ha ha, you want to hit us? Come on, we're just standing here. If you move, we'll be your grandson. Come and hit us if you have guts. The two brothers looked like they had succeeded and tried even harder to humiliate Lu Yun. They really didn't miss any opportunity to take advantage of others' misfortune. Lu Yun clenched his fists and his teeth made a clicking sound. Ka-ia! Lu Yun suddenly growled. Buzz! The marriage space opened, and Long Kier walked out with her smooth, long legs. These two guys have too many weak bones. Please help me loosen up their muscles. Lu Yun said, pointing at the two brothers. Long Ku'er didn't waste any words and immediately disappeared from the spot. Before the two brothers could react, they were slapped twice in the face. Bang! Two crisp slapping sounds echoed at the scene, and slap marks appeared on the faces of the two brothers at the same time. As for Long Ku'er, she flashed back to Lu Yun's side again. Brother, this guy ignored your authority and dared to attack you in front of you. This is a huge provocation to Deng Feng Zhiji, and he must be severely punished. The two brothers were so angry that they bared their teeth and claws, like two angry baboons about to explode. Although the two slaps did not cause them much harm, the physical pain was far from comparable to the mental humiliation. The bald man also looked at Lu Yun with a frown. Lu Yun grinned and said, You told me not to take action, and I didn't take action. The bald man frowned even deeper. Although he knew that Lu Yun was making excuses, there was indeed nothing wrong with what Lu Yun said. He really didn't make a move. You go back first and leave the rest to me. Lu Yun asked Long Kur to return to the marriage space. The next thing can only be solved by him. There's no way to settle this matter by force. Because if a fight really breaks out, let alone one Long Kur, even 100 Long Kurs combined would not be able to solve the current trouble. Good. Long Kur glanced at the bald man and others, and finally returned to the marriage space. I know the thing is with you. It never belonged to you in the first place. If you hand it over now, you can suffer less. The bald man looked at Lu Yun and said again, I also want to hand over the item, but this item is of great importance to me. Can we discuss it? At worst, I can just buy it. Okay. The bald man suddenly nodded, and Lu Yun was stunned. He had just said it casually to delay time, but he didn't expect the other party to really agree. Can you really sell it to me? Lu Yun asked in disbelief. Of course we can sell it to you. Although this thing is precious, most people can't use it. We originally planned to auction it. If you can afford the price, we can certainly sell it to you, said the bald man. How much? Lu Yun asked weakly after swallowing. Everyone knows that the fire element crystal core is definitely not cheap. The bald man held up 3 fingers. 3,000 gold coins? Lu Yun's pupil shrank. The bald man's mouth twitched suddenly. 3,000 gold coins? Even a crystal core without attributes wouldn't cost this much. 30,000 gold coins? Lu Yun's whole body tensed up. The bald man's mouth twitched again. 30,000 gold coins. You're giving away money to a beggar? 3 million gold coins. The bald man said calmly. Hiss. Lu Yun took a deep breath instantly. 3 million gold coins was something he couldn't come up with even if he sold his kidneys. Since you can't afford the money, just hand over the things. The bald man said again. Ha, Lu Yun, if you have the guts, don't hand it over. If you're a man, fight Dengfeng Zijiji head on. Weren't you quite arrogant back then at the trade union square? Why aren't you so arrogant now? The two brothers Wang Tianpao fired their weapons one after another, fearing that the world would not be in chaos. At this point, Lu Yun knew that if he didn't hand over the fire element crystal core, it would be difficult for him to leave here today. Although this thing is very important to him, after weighing the pros and cons, Lu Yun still came to the final conclusion. The best option right now is to hand over the fire element crystal core. Lu Yun frowned, sighed in his heart, and was about to hand over the fire element crystal core. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly came from the side. Have you found the person who sneaked into my peak? Chapter 180, I've always enforced the law impartially. As the words fell, many members of the Dengpen's OG team present all looked respectfully towards the source of the voice. Even this bald man is no exception. Under the gaze of the crowd, a rebellious-looking young man stood with his hands behind his back and walked towards them with a step that showed he didn't recognize any relatives. Every move of this guy expresses the word arrogance. Normally, when a master shows off, it is not called showing off, but the master's arrogance. But the guy in front of him is not a master at all, because his level is only 25, which is only 2 levels higher than Lu Yun. The young man arrived at the scene and first looked around before his eyes fell on Lu Yun. While the boy was looking at Lu Yun was also staring at the boy, and his brows couldn't help but frown. This guy's appearance, apart from 2 eyes and a nose, has almost no human features. In short, he is extremely ugly. Manager Feng, we have found the person. It's the guy in front of us. The bald man pointed at Lu Yun in front of him and said respectfully. The bald man's rank was obviously much higher than that of the young man, but his attitude was extremely respectful. Even if Lu Yun was stupid, he could tell that the young man's identity was not simple. Suddenly, Lu Yun noticed that the boy had a silver badge on his chest with 3 big words engraved on it. Administrator, you are the one who stole my ultimate fire element crystal core? The young man came to Lu Yun, shaking his head, and suddenly said in a cold tone, Who gave you such courage? Lu Yun said calmly, Can't you feel what level I am? If someone of my level can sneak into your Dengfeng Zaiji and steal the treasure, then wouldn't your Dengfeng Zaiji, one of the top guilds in Xia country, be unworthy of its name? Sharp-tongued, the young man's face turned gloomy again. The fire element crystal core is in your possession, right? Exist. Lu Yun did not quibble and admitted it directly. That's fine. The young man nodded and smiled. Since the things are in your possession, even if you didn't steal them, you are guilty of an even greater crime. After saying this, the young man waved his hand and shouted, Come here, Arrest this ignorant boy and bring him back. I want to interrogate him personally. He must have accomplices behind him to be able to sneak into my peak of excellence and steal treasures." Upon hearing this, many members of the summit surrounded Lu Yun. "I can hand over the things now," Lu Yun said suddenly. "Do you think everything will be all right if you hand over the things?" The young man gave a sarcastic smile. It was obvious that he was not going to let it go and was determined to get to the bottom of the matter. Phone management. At this moment, the bald man came up to Phone Lonka and whispered, "The higher-ups have told us to keep a low profile on this matter, as it involves some people." When Lu Yun and his group arrived here, he reported the situation here. The response they received from their superiors was to try to keep the matter low-key and not to make things too difficult for Lu Yun. The bald man and others were very shocked at the time. The fire element crystal core was not a particularly expensive item for those who wanted to reach the pinnacle. But after all, the other party stole it by sneaking into Dengfeng Zijiji, which was a great humiliation to Dengfeng Zijiji. If this matter were to get out, Dengfeng Zijiji would definitely lose face. Therefore, the mastermind behind this should be severely punished to serve as a warning to others. Although they didn't know why the order was given, the bald man and others still chose to obey it. Therefore, after they showed up, they did not make things too difficult for Lu Yun, nor did they intend to delve into the matter further. "Asshole!" Just as the bald man finished saying this, Phone Lonka suddenly became furious and slapped the bald man in the face with his backhand. "Handle it in a low profile? Which bastard told you to handle it in a low profile? Do you know that the fire element crystal core has been stolen? Such a heinous act itself is a great humiliation to my ascent to the pinnacle." The bald man was slapped in anger, but he didn't dare to fight back. Instead, he felt a little aggrieved. Because they chose to handle the matter in a low-key manner, it was GZ who told them herself. The bald man pursed his lips and was about to explain, but Phone Lonka didn't give him the chance. "You bastard!" Phone Lonka roared again, his eyebrows raised in anger. This fire element crystal core was obtained by Miss GZ when she went to a dungeon to train and hunted hundreds of level 50 fire element monsters. She was going to give it to a big shot. Now that it has been stolen and the murderer has been found, we must not only get the crystal core back, but also bring the murderer to justice. Don't need to teach you this kind of thing. Faced with Phone Lonka's barrage of scolding, even though they were in a superior subordinate relationship, the bald man's face became gloomy. "You are just an administrator. What's so great about you? If you have the ability, go and show off in front of the higher-ups. Why bother showing off in front of me?" To put it nicely, the administrator is a position in Dengfeng's Haji, but in reality, he only has some meager rights. Anyone who has made some contribution to the Union can get this position. However, Phone Lonka did not make much contribution to the Union. He was able to get the position of administrator because his family donated money to the Union. To put it bluntly, this idiot is a second-generation rich kid. Calling him a playboy is an exaggeration. "Manager Phone, this order is from G. Hiba." Phone Lonka raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Do you have shit in your ears? Can't you understand me? I think you're a bully. I asked you to arrest this guy, but you can't hear me, or are you planning to rebel?" Hiss. The bald man was so angry that his face turned blue. He clenched his fists so tightly that they made a crackling sound. He had already cursed all of Phone Lonka's 88 generations of ancestors. The Phone family is considered to have some wealth in Kyoto, so how could they have such stupid descendants? Looking at this scene, Lu Yun stood there, not knowing what to say for a moment. Although this was the first time he met this guy, Lu Yun didn't know if it was due to psychological reasons, but he always felt that this guy had great malice towards him. It was as if there was a grudge between the two of them for murdering their father. "Boy!" At this moment, Phone Lonka walked up to Lu Yun, put his head close to Lu Yun, and whispered, "It's your bad luck to meet me today. I always enforce the law impartially. You are dead." After saying this with a sneer, Phone Lonka waved his hand again. "Are you all deaf? Take the person away from me." Upon hearing this, the bald man did not explain any further. He originally wanted to explain that it was GZ's idea to handle the situation in a low-key manner. Since this guy was so arrogant, just let him be. Anyway, if GZ asks him about it, he just needs to tell the truth. He originally wanted to follow GZ's orders, but the higher-ranking official had to go against GZ. He had no choice but to compromise. Get started. Retracting his thoughts, the bald man waved his hand fiercely and surrounded Lu Yun with many members of the pinnacle. Chapter 181. I'm late. Seeing that the people from the Dengfeng Ziji Union were about to take action, the The spectators present found their seats, stood by, and watched the show. As for the two brothers Wang Tianpao and Wang Depeo, they rolled on the ground excitedly. Stop! At this critical moment, Lu Qiushui stood up and blocked Lu Yun. Even Wu Tong, who had always been taciturn, walked silently to Lu Yun. He is from Xiaoyao University. Even if he really did something out of line, we have to investigate it first before making a decision. Do you want to meddle in other people's business? Feng Lonka said with a smile. You are arresting people now. Do you have any evidence? Lu Qiushui said coldly. Even in the face of the top master, she was not afraid at all. Lu Yun once again witnessed the courage of this senior sister, Lu, to protect her child. Do I need any evidence to arrest someone at the pinnacle of my career? Feng Lonka sneered. Besides, the thing is on him, so he's been caught red-handed. Lu Qiushui's eyebrows were furrowed, and she realized that the other party would not give up until Lu Yun was captured. Things were getting serious. Sexy senior Lu Qiushui, do you know this guy? Lu Qiushui suddenly asked Lu Yun using the private chat channel. Lu Yun, first time meeting you. Lu Yun said truthfully. First meeting. Lu Qiushui was even more confused. Since this was the first time they met, why was this guy so hostile towards Lu Yun? Not to mention Lu Yun. Even she felt Feng Lonka's hostility towards Lu Yun. Sexy senior. Lu Qiushui, what is going on with the fire element crystal core? Lu Qiushui asked again and continued to add. Sexy senior. Lu Qiushui, I am your senior. I hope you will not hold anything back from me. I believe you will not do such a thing, and you probably don't have the ability to sneak into the pinnacle. Lu Yun sighed and gave old man Lu away. Sexy senior. Lu Qiushui, I knew it was him. Lu Qiushui sighed, seemingly not surprised by the result. Lu Yun, senior sister Lu, have you known about this a long time ago? Lu Yun was very surprised. He had not told anyone about this matter, and he believed that the old liar would not publicize it. If that's the case, then how did Lu Qiu know about it in advance? Sexy senior. Lu Qiushui, this is not the first time this has happened. I remember that he had a feud with the people from Sky Creation. He was so angry that he stole the daughter of the old man. At that time, the matter was quite serious. The president of Sky Creation mobilized all his connections to take forceful action against Old Man Lu. Fortunately, the Magic Martial Arts University stepped in at the last minute to calm the anger of both sides. Old Man Lu handed over the daughter, and Sky Creation also promised not to pursue the matter. After listening to Lu Qiushui's explanation, Lu Yun's pupils trembled violently, and he took a breath of cold air. Now he just wants to give Old Man Lu a thumbs up. This old liar is not simple. It would be fine if he just stole things, but he even stole the daughter of the Sky Creation. This is really awesome. No wonder this old man was able to sneak into the peak of the ultimate and steal the fire element crystal core. He could even steal it from the daughter of the Sky Creation. Isn't it easy to steal a small crystal core? Lu Yun, senior sister Lu, what should we do now? Sexy senior. Lu Qiushui, I already know the whole story. Don't worry, since the blame is not on you. Even if the sky falls, I will support you. Lu Qiushui cast a reassuring look at Lu Yun, and then looked at Feng Lonka. I already know what happened. Give me some time, and I will give you a satisfactory answer. What if I don't give it to you? Feng Lonka sneered. This matter is of great importance. You'd better not meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, believe it or not, I will arrest you too. Lu Qiushui was about to say something, but Wu Tong suddenly shook his head and said, No need to waste your breath. Lu Qiushui nodded. That's true. The two looked at each other, and then released their powerful auras in tacit understanding. Boom! The marriage space appeared behind Lu Qiushui, and Xiaobai's huge figure instantly shot out from it, and a huge shadow suddenly appeared above everyone's head. The originally calm scene suddenly became windy. As for Wu Tong, an ordinary long stick with an unremarkable appearance appeared in his hand. There was a force entangled on the long stick, and a heart-pounding breath came out. Are you going to go against me and reach the pinnacle? Feng Lonka was so frightened that his face turned pale. He quickly stepped back a few steps and shouted in a timid voice. Although he was arrogant because of his status as a pipeline manager, he knew that he was no match for Lu Qiushui and others. So what if I go against you? Lu Qiushui sneered. Since the other party refused to reason, there was no need for her to waste words. If you don't agree, just do it. Just do it, and it's done. Anyway, this matter was caused by my grandfather. Even if things get out of hand today, I believe that Old Man Lu will be able to settle it in the end. After all, the identity of my grandfather is quite special. When Old Man Lu had a conflict with the people from Sky Creation, the big shot from Magic and Martial Arts University came out to mediate for Old Man Lu's sake. Fight! Fight! Seeing this tense scene, the two brothers Wang Depeo and Wang Tianpao nearby were overjoyed and hoped that the situation would get even bigger. Originally, Lu Yun had been sentenced to death for provoking Dengfeng Zhaoji, and now he wanted to conflict with the other party, which was already courting death. Lu Yun glanced at the two of them and felt very unhappy. But at this moment, he didn't have time to deal with the two of them. Instead, he looked at Lu Qiushui and Wu Tong with mixed feelings. Looking at the two people who stood resolutely in front of him, for some reason, Lu Yun felt a sense of belonging to Xiaoya University for the first time. Lu Yun lost his parents when he was very young. He had come all the way from Jinsha City to where he is today. He had always dealt with any dangers by himself. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. So this is what it feels like when someone is standing in front of you. Now I understand those playboys a little bit. This feeling is really great and can be addictive. Lu Yun said softly, "What are you all standing there for? These three guys are trying to commit insubordination. Kill them." Feng Lonka suddenly shouted at the bald man and others. The bald man didn't hesitate and rushed towards Lu Yun first. However, at this critical moment, a mature and magnetic voice suddenly sounded from a distance. "Oh, it seems that I am a little late." Chapter 182, It's Not My Fault That I'm Handsome. The moment these words were spoken, the bald man stopped moving forward reflexively. He turned sideways and looked forward in surprise. The rest of the people did the same. Even Feng Lonka was no exception. But when they saw who it was, everyone was shocked. Even someone as arrogant as Feng Lonka had his pupils tremble with awe. Although the person who came was just a woman, her identity was quite extraordinary. The Pinnacle Vice President, Jizi. The red hair was very obvious. Jizi looked almost the same as when Lu Yun first met her, and she was so mature and beautiful. Today, Jizi is wearing a special tight-fitting outfit that perfectly outlines her body curves. With every step she took forward, the waves on her chest would surge up into violent waves. The flowers are so numerous that they are dazzling. Even Long Kuer could not reach such a level. "Ms. Himiko." The bald man was the first to react and quickly nodded and greeted. The other members of Dengfeng's Haji also nodded one after another, with awe on their faces, as if they were looking at their idol. No one knew that GZ was parachuted in and became the vice president. After seeing that their newly appointed vice president was just a busted beauty, many people in Dengfeng's Haji expressed their dissatisfaction and even broke out a huge protest. GZ was also a ruthless person who didn't talk much, so she later organized a friendly match to dispel everyone's doubts about her. Anyone who came on stage to spar with GZ was beaten half to death. One unlucky guy disgusted GZ by saying harsh words before the fight started, and was beaten until he was only half alive. Later, I had to lie in bed for a year before I could barely walk. Seeing that these challengers looked like they were on their last legs and were easily defeated by GZ, how could the others dare to have any opinions? It was not until this moment that everyone suddenly realized that this woman who looked big-breasted and brainless actually had real abilities. Soon after this incident, under GZ's leadership, Dengfengji made rapid progress in all regions. From then on, everyone who reached the pinnacle had great respect for GZ and no longer dared to have any thoughts of looking down on her. Didn't I say that this matter should be handled in a low-key manner? GZ looked at the bald man and frowned slightly. Didn't I express it clearly enough? No, that's not the case. The bald man was instantly terrified and hurriedly explained, then pointed at Feng Lonka. He was the one who insisted on causing trouble for Lu Yun and didn't give me a chance to speak. Feng Lonka was instantly confused and his legs began to tremble. Damn it. After all this time, I became a clown. So it was GZ's idea to keep a low profile? If that's the case, why the hell didn't you say it earlier? Feng Lonka looked at the bald man with a gloomy and resentful look, wishing he could rush up and bite him hard. The bald man looked calm on the surface, but he was extremely happy inside. I'll let you, an idiot, show off for a while. Now you feel good, right? As far as I know, the administrator's authority is not great enough to override mine, right? GZ turned to look at Feng Lonka and said lightly. Feng Lonka was already at a loss, unable to speak clearly. He rolled his eyes and suddenly said, I think the fire element crystal core is extremely important, so I'm anxious to arrest them. This fire element crystal core was prepared by you, Miss Jeezy, for the distinguished guests. I think this fire element crystal core is what I prepared for classmate Lu Yun. Do you have any questions? Jeezy interrupted Feng Lonka and said lightly. Feng Lonka glanced at Lu Yun and became confused again. No matter how stupid this guy is, he now realizes that he has hit a wall. This Lu Yun seems to know Miss GZ, and his identity is extremely complicated. It turns out that Miss GZ has been frantically hunting level 50 fire monsters recently just for this kid. Blanche. Feng Lonka felt like crying, but had no tears. He wished he could slap himself a few times right now. If he had known this would happen, he would have tried to curry favor with Lu Yun. So how could he dare to target him like this? Ms. Jeezy, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I was jealous of him because he was so handsome. That's why I want to take revenge on him. It's my fault. Please give me a chance. Feng Lonka knelt down in front of GZ on the spot and said with tears in his eyes, and I heard that the fire element crystal core was stolen by someone, so I think. Nonsense. GZ's face darkened, and her voice became a little deeper. I personally gave this fire element crystal core to classmate Lu Yun. How could it be stolen? After saying this, GZ waved her hand and said, take him away, deprive him of his position as administrator, and expel him from the Peak of Destiny. We don't need idiots here. The bald man jumped out first, grabbed Feng Lonka by the collar, and dragged him out. You idiot, are you still going crazy now? I'm going to send you home right now. Feng Lonka's eyes were lifeless as he allowed himself to be dragged away by the bald man without even resisting. He knew that things had come to this point, and there was no chance of redemption. But before being dragged away, he looked at Lu Yun deeply, his eyes filled with extremely strong unwillingness and hatred. Lu Yun. It's all because of Lu Yun. If he had explained the situation to himself earlier, perhaps he would not have ended up like this. It was Lu Yun who harmed me. In order to send him to the pinnacle, the Feng family has invested a lot of resources and cost. But now, all the efforts have been wasted. Lu Yun, I won't let you go. Feng Lonka stared at Lu Yun intently and secretly memorized this maddeningly handsome face. When Feng Lonka was dragged away, Lu Yun suddenly realized what had happened, and then his expression became a little sad. No wonder he always felt that this guy was very hostile to him. It turned out that it was because he was too handsome and it hurt his fragile heart. Lu Qiu Shui also had a strange expression on her face. She knew why this guy was so hostile towards Lu Yun. Junior brother Lu, it seems that the matter has been resolved. Why do you look a little sad? Lu Qiu Shui said teasingly with his lips slightly opened. I am sighing. Lu Yun said, what are you sighing about? Lu Qiu Shui asked curiously. Lu Yun shook his head and said solemnly, it is said that beauty brings disaster. Now I feel that men are also a disaster. If I can choose, I really don't want to be so handsome. Not only will it cause more trouble, but it will also often create new enemies for me inexplicably. Lu Qiu Shui. Wu Tong took a deep look at Lu Yun, then turned to Lu Qiu Shui and asked, this kid is showing off, can I beat him up? Lu Qiu Shui. Lu Yun. While they were talking, GZ had already walked up to Lu Yun with her 1.3 meter tall long legs. Chapter 183, You Can't Hit Me Anymore. Mr. Lu, can we go somewhere else to chat? GZ blinked and smiled at Lu Yun. Good. Lu Yun nodded. He has always had a good impression of GZ, especially since she helped him out this time. The conversation between the two was simple, but it was so harsh when heard by others. Who is GZ? He is the pinnacle vice president. Not only is he good-looking, but his standard headlights are something that countless women would not even dare to dream of. Based on this alone, GZ could beat countless women, but this woman's ability is also quite outstanding. In Kyoto's circle, GZ had many suitors, and there were also many people who wanted to curry favor with her, but unfortunately, none of them succeeded. And now Lu Yun seems to have done it, something that countless people want to do, but cannot do. Many people found it hard to accept, especially the two brothers Wang Tianpao, who just stood there in a daze, as if their souls had been sucked out. The two brothers have been completely discouraged. The reason why they dared to provoke Lu Yun like this is because they relied on the big tree of Songjin Villa. And now Lu Yun actually knows the extremely talented GZ. This is the most terrifying ghost story for them. If they had known this earlier, how could they dare to jump around in front of Lu Yun? Although Songjin Villa is not weak, it is only a second-rate guild. In front of the pinnacle, it is not even an ant. Brother, what should we do now? Wang Depeo was trembling and could not speak clearly. If you don't run now, do you want to stay and wait for Lu Yun to treat you to a midnight snack? Wang Tianpao glared at Wang Depeo fiercely. Immediately, the two brothers began to tiptoe into the crowd like thieves, preparing to take the opportunity to escape. However, at this moment, a faint voice was like the sentence of death, instantly stopping the two brothers in their tracks. Did I let you go? Lu Yun's voice came, and the steps that the two had just taken suddenly suspended in midair, feeling heavy as if they were filled with lead. Everyone's eyes fell on the two brothers at this moment, with extremely strange expressions. Anyone could see that when the atmosphere was tense before, these two brothers were the ones shouting the loudest, and it was obvious that Lu Yun was planning to settle the score later. Brother, I'm a little scared. Wang Tianpao tried to force himself to calm down, but his legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and the frequency was getting more and more intense. Why are you panicking? I'm here to support you even if the King of Gods comes. As the eldest brother, Wang Depeo remained relatively calm. Lu Yun, don't go too far. Wang Depeo turned around and glared at Lu Yun. At this critical moment, he did not show the slightest cowardice, which made Wang Tianpao dumbfounded. For the first time, he felt that his elder brother's figure was so majestic. I don't want to go too far. It seems that it is reasonable for you to commit suicide in front of me, and if I resist, I will go too far. Lu Yun raised his lips, but the coldness in his eyes became more intense. After teaching these two guys a lesson last time, Lu Yun let them go. He never thought that these two clowns would dare to jump around in front of him. If he doesn't teach the two of them a profound lesson, they will definitely continue to trip him up in the future. Wang Depeo stared at Lu Yun, and after a while he took a deep breath, turned his head and looked at Wang Tianpao and shouted angrily, "Kneel down." Wang Tianpao stood there in a daze. I asked you to kneel down. Do you want me to say it a second time? Wang Depeo said in a low voice. Although he was still a little confused, Wang Tianpao fell to his knees with a plop. In the moment Wang Tianpao knelt down, Wang Depeo started to take off his pants. His action immediately made the scene silent. Everyone stared at the scene in a daze, as if they almost forgot to breathe. What is this for? Is it so exciting? Brother, you are my brother. What are you going to do? Not to mention outsiders. Wang Tianpao was not sure what his elder brother was thinking. The act of taking off pants in public was so shocking that Wang Tianpao stepped back repeatedly in fear. Could it be that my elder brother has a preference for Long Yang? Has he been coveting her body for a long time? The more Wang Tianpao thought about it, the more his scalp tingled. But the next moment, bang! Wang Depeo pulled out the belt from around his waist. The belt with the 7 wolves printed on it drew an arc in the air as Wang Depeo swung it, and finally hit Wang Tianpao hard. Wang Tianpao immediately put on a mask of pain and started crying for his parents. But Wang Depeo turned a deaf ear to him. Instead, he seemed to have taken out a sheep knife, and he swung faster and faster, with more and more power. Bang! 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 After whipping dozens of times, Wang Depeo felt his hands go weak. He really couldn't whip anymore, so he stopped. In contrast, Wang Tianpao was covered in bruises, looking like an eggplant spirit. Lu Yun stood there, glanced at Lu Qiushui, and felt a little at a loss. He originally wanted to teach the two of them a lesson, but who would have thought that Wang Depeo would actually do it himself? What is this operation? Lu Yun couldn't be tricked anymore. Lu Yun, the one who provoked you first was my younger brother. I became your enemy later only because it was my responsibility as an older brother. I have already taught him a lesson for you, and I feel relieved for you. You can't hit me now. Wang Depeo said carefully, holding the belt that had been torn by whipping. Lu Yun twitched the corner of his mouth. Lu Qiushui's face was filled with black lines, and Wang Tianpao, the person involved, was furious. Blanche, brother, shut up, Wang Depeo said angrily. If you hadn't provoked classmate Lu Yun, would I have to be as embarrassed as you? Wang Tianpao, shut up. Wang Depeo turned to look at Lu Yun and said sincerely, I had no choice before, but now I just want to be a good person. Lu Yun looked at Wang Depeo deeply and finally waved his hand. Go away. He originally didn't want to let the two go, but although Wang Depeo's actions were absurd, they did calm Lu Yun's anger. Okay, classmate Lu Yun is indeed a man of great ambition. Let's get out of here now, and get out of here as soon as possible. Wang Depeo heard as if he heard heavenly music, and hurriedly fled the scene with Wang Tianpao. I believe that after today, The glorious deeds of the two will spread throughout Kyoto, and they will become the laughing stock of everyone after dinner. Brother, why are you doing this? I'm your younger brother. After leaving the scene for a distance, Wang Tianpao spoke with a look of grievance on his face. Idiot! Wang Depeo looked disappointed. If I don't do this and let Lu Yun calm down, we will have to bear all of Lu Yun's anger. By then, the consequences will definitely be more serious than now. Hearing this, Wang Tianpao opened his mouth, but was ultimately speechless because he also felt that what his elder brother said made sense. Then what should we do next? We have suffered such a great humiliation today. Shouldn't we find a chance to get back at him? Wang Tianpao asked. You found a chicken bully. Is your mind full of chicken bullies? He has the support of the top talent. Let alone us. Even if he sleeps with Du Jelly right now, we wouldn't dare to fart. Wang Depeo sighed and said quietly, we can only say that we hit a wall this time. Don't get close to Lu Yun again in the future. Stay as far away from him as possible. We can't afford to offend this person. Chapter 184. How can the pinnacle of achievement be compared to that of the senior sister? On the other side, Lu Yun and others followed GZ to a corner with few people. Are you planning to go to the City of Silence to fight for that star-level equipment? GZ asked with a smile. Lu Yun nodded. Not only him, he believed that everyone present today came for this star-level equipment. But what Lu Yun didn't know was that most people were self-aware and knew that it would be difficult to compete for this equipment with their own strength. So most people present were just there to watch the fun and eat spectacles. This star-level equipment is also a treasure of extraordinary value to various universities and guilds. So each guild and university has sent its own strong men and talents to participate. The competition will be fierce this time. GZ glanced at Lu Yun and said with a smile, although you are a mythical level job changer, you don't have any backers behind you. It is very difficult to compete for this equipment. However, if you choose to join me to reach the pinnacle, it will be different. Join us on our quest to the top. GZ's words were a naked invitation, and Lucio Shui and Wu Tong were shocked. Dengfeng Zheji is one of the top guilds in Xia country, and it is said that the strongest people in it have reached a level close to 100. If you want to join the pinnacle, you must go through a series of rigorous tests, and not everyone is eligible to take the tests. Those who can participate in the assessment are all chosen ones. With so many chosen ones competing, one can imagine how difficult it is. And now, GZ actually invited Lu Yun to join the pinnacle directly, which was something he had heard of before. Even GZ, the parachuted-in vice president, had to prove his strength before he was recognized. I appreciate Ms. GZ's kindness, but I don't have any plans for the time being. It's fine for me to be alone. Lu Yun politely declined Yizia's kindness. Joining Dengfeng Zheji is equivalent to having a backer, which naturally has many benefits. But on the contrary, if he joined such a large union, his personal freedom would definitely be restricted, and Lu Yun didn't want to be bound. In fact, the most important reason is that with the existence of the system, Lu Yun will basically never lack resources. The achievement system that has just been unlocked by the system can directly increase its level without regard to resources. GZ was not too surprised to hear Lu Yun's refusal. Although they had not known each other for a long time, she still knew Lu Yun's character. This guy is a man who takes an unconventional approach. Otherwise, he would not have given up Mo University and joined Xiaoya University instead. Don't be in a hurry to reject me. My door to the pinnacle of success is always open to you. If you figure out in the future, you can come to me at any time. GZ blinked at Lu Yun and said, that's all I have to say. You should think about it carefully. They're still waiting for me. I will leave first. See you in the City of Silence. Ms. Himiko. Just as GZ turned around and prepared to leave, Lu Yun suddenly called out to her. GZ turned around and smiled a smile so beautiful that it made the heaven and earth pale in comparison. Lu Yun took out the box containing the fire element crystal core and said, this fire element crystal core is now returned to its original owner. Although he was reluctant to give it up, Lu Yun knew that this thing was the pinnacle of perfection. Didn't I tell you before that this thing was specially prepared for you? GZ winked at Lu Yun. Prepared specially for me? Lu Yun stood there in a daze. Although I don't know why you need the fire elemental core, I can sense that it is very important to you. So, I went to the dungeon a while ago to kill some monsters, and it just happened to drop. I wanted to find an opportunity to give it to you in person, but I never thought that your principal, who loves talents, would bring it out in advance. Lu Yun scratched his head in great embarrassment. He He didn't expect that the old liar would be so crazy that he'd dare to sneak into Dengfeng Zijiji to steal things. And the key is that he actually stole them. GZ waved her hand, then walked away on the hate the sky without looking back. There was still a special fragrance lingering in the air. Luyan looked at the box in his hand with mixed feelings. Although he knows nothing about love, Luyan is not stupid when it comes to the ways of the world. There is no such thing as care without reason in this world. There is no doubt that the reason why GZ did this was to win his favor so that it would be easier to win him over to join the pinnacle in the future. It's a pity that Luyan doesn't like being too restricted. He himself is a mythical profession, and he is also a dual job changer with huge potential, not to mention the support of the system. So what if you don't have a backer? He's his own backer. I remember the favor. As for joining the pinnacle, it all depends on fate. Luyan put the box away and said softly. After a long silence, Lucio Shui finally reacted and slammed Luyan on the back of the head. "Senior Sister Lu, what are you doing?" Luyan said in pain. "You bastard, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? The vice president of Dengpinji took the initiative to invite you to join, and you actually refused." Lucio Shui seemed to be meeting Lu Yun for the first time. He walked around Lu Yun and said, "Do you know how many people dream of joining Dengfeng Zaiji? Now that the opportunity is right in front of you, you still don't appreciate it? If those geniuses knew about this, they would drown you with a single spit from them." "I just can't bear to leave you, Senior Sister Lu," Lu Yun said with a grin. "It's great to reach the pinnacle, but in my opinion, it's still not as comfortable as staying with Senior Sister Lu." "You bastard, you are becoming more and more sharp-tongued." Lucio Shui rolled his eyes in annoyance and pretended to be disgusted, but he was actually very happy in his heart. Women are frivolous creatures. Even though they pretend not to care on the surface, they're still very happy inside when they are praised. "Let's go to the City of Silence first," Lucio said, and then everyone came to the front of the palace again. Many people have already entered Jiuzhou in advance, and there are not many people left in the square. Lu Yun and the other two waited in line for a short while before it was their turn. The member of Dengfeng Zeji who was in charge of registration gave Lu Yun a strange look and then asked everyone to register. After GZ personally spoke up for Lu Yun, apparently no one dared to embarrass Lu Yun anymore. After a simple registration, they successfully arrived inside the palace. The space inside was large, but relatively empty. There is a staircase in the center of the palace, and at the top of the staircase is a flashing portal, which is the passage to Kyushu. After they looked at each other, they entered the portal at the same time. Buzz! Lu Yun only felt that the sky was spinning and the earth was spinning, and the space seemed to be turned upside down. When everything returned to normal, the scene in front of him changed directly. This is an ancient city with a medieval feel, which is completely incompatible with modern cities. This is the largest city in southern Kyushu, the City of Silence. Chapter 185, Money is Everything. The Silent City, as the name suggests, is very quiet here, so quiet that it makes people shudder. Lu Yun and the other two appeared about 300 meters outside the city. Here was a high platform built with stones, an altar-like building. At the top of the platform stood a portal. Lu Yun and others only needed to raise their heads slightly to see the towering city wall in front of them. The city wall was extremely wide, and one could not see the end at a glance. At such a short distance, normally, everyone should be able to hear the hustle and bustle in the city, but now they can hear nothing. The altar is surrounded by dense jungle, and there should be many sounds of insects, birds, and animals, but now it is deathly silent. Everything seems normal here, but the atmosphere is extremely weird. This is the characteristic of the City of Silence. Compared to the nervous Lu Yun, Lu Qiushui seemed quite relaxed. Although Wu Tong next to him didn't say anything, he didn't show any surprise. It was obvious that this was not the first time for both of them to come here. "Senior Lu, have you been here before?" Lu Yun asked curiously. "I've been here before. There are many unintelligent monsters here. It's a good place to train, and the effect is better than most dungeons." Lu Qiushui's words aroused Lu Yun's curiosity. "What do you mean?" Lu Yun stared at Lu Qiushui. "I wonder if anyone has ever told you that the later the career changer is, the more dependent he or she will be on resources and background." Lu Qiushui did not answer directly, but asked instead. "Yes." Lu Yun nodded. He didn't know how many people he had heard say this before. In Lu Yun's opinion, since he has a system, he can upgrade by relying on the system, even if there is no organization with background to provide resources. The monsters that rule this place have trade relations with us humans. I've already told you this. Since our trade is multifaceted, and after the two sides signed a peace agreement, many human job changers often come here to explore. Gradually, a mercenary profession has been extended here. Some powerful monsters here will choose to form mercenaries to protect the human job changers who come here for training. They will beat the monsters to a low health, and then you'll finish them off and gain all the experience. However, although doing this can level up without injury, the cost is also very high. Hiring a mercenary group itself is not cheap. The stronger the mercenary group, the higher the cost of hiring it. After listening to Lu Qiushui's story, Lu Yun was stunned. After a moment, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that these days, having money is really the boss. Others work very hard to kill monsters and level up, but here you can easily level up as long as you have money. These are simply two different lifestyles. Lu Yun was a little envious. He hated himself for not being born into a wealthy family. If so, he would have been able to move up to a higher status without any effort. Don't think too much, kid. Although it's good to increase your level like this, it also has its drawbacks. Some people's limits are here. Even if they force their level up, they can't fully master this power. Some people with poor talent, even if they force their level up, it's difficult for them to use their skills. In short, they're just paper tigers, good-looking but useless. So basically, anyone with some talent will not do this kind of thing. It's equivalent to forcing things to grow, which is not very meaningful. Lu Yun nodded and suddenly felt much more balanced. Let's go into the city first, and don't forget our goal today. After Lu Qiu said this, he took Lu Yun and Wu Tong into the city. The closer Lu Yun got to the city, the more he could feel how huge it was. It was no exaggeration to say that even the tallest building in Kyoto was relatively ordinary here. As soon as they arrived at the city gate, they saw two humanoid monsters guarding the gate. These two humanoid monsters have bird heads, but their bodies are undoubtedly human and look extremely freakish. Obviously, they are not humans, but monsters in the copy. System analysis. Analysis completed. Bird-headed beast, level 32, rank, gold, rarity, 2 stars. Attack power, 1000. HP, 12,000. Skill, roar of the bird-headed man. The bird-headed beast launches a sonic attack, reducing the enemy's movement speed by 15% and inflicting a severe injury effect. Weakness. The bird-headed beast has low health and can be perfectly restrained by explosive professions or skills. Evaluation. This is a relatively common intelligent monster in the silent city of Kyushu. Due to its low level and low upper limit, most of them have basic combat power. Even the gatekeeper is level 32. Lu Yun was shocked. If he was in a small place, he would be considered a small boss. But he was just a small Karami here. It was hard to imagine how strong the strongest monster in the silent city was. It is no wonder that Xia State only sent people to negotiate with the other party instead of directly sending strong men to wipe out the place. Once the two sides meet in battle, there will definitely be large-scale casualties. The entrance fee is 100 gold coins per person. The two bird-headed beasts looked at Lu Yun and the other two and said indifferently, "Do we have to pay an entrance fee?" Lu Yun asked in surprise. They also need money to do business with us. Their currency is not gold coins, but gold coins are also valuable to them. There are many places in the city where you can buy and sell things, and you could trade with gold coins. While explaining for Lu Yun, Lu Qiushui took out 300 gold coins and handed them to the other party. After getting the gold coins, the two bird-headed beasts made way and let them pass. After passing through the city gate and entering the city, Lu Yun was once again shocked by the environment here. The architecture here is quite distinctive, but in many places we can also see the shadow of modern human society, which is obviously influenced by human style. Let's go and find someone to inquire about that star-level equipment first, Lu Qiushui said, and then took Lu Yun to travel through the streets. There were many people on the street, and monsters could be seen everywhere. Some of these monsters were completely in the form of monsters. Some of them retained some of the characteristics of monsters and were generally in the form of humans. Some of these monsters were very good-looking. In addition to monsters, Lu Yun also saw many human job changers on the streets. In Lu Yun's impression, monsters have always been the mortal enemies of humans, but here the two sides coexist peacefully, which has overturned Lu Yun's 3 views. Chapter 186, Something Engraved in the Bones. At this moment, Lu Qiushui suddenly reached out and stopped a human man passing by. "Excuse me, I want to ask you something." Lu Shui was very polite. After all, he needed help from others. But this human man seemed to be frightened. He frowned and took several steps back, as if he had seen a ferocious beast. This person's reaction was normal. In this place, powerful monsters were controlled, and the threat posed by their own kind was greater. Being stopped for no reason naturally made people wary. I don't know anything. Please find someone else. The man waved his hand, as if to say no one is allowed to enter, and turned around and wanted to leave. But at this moment, Lu Shui suddenly spread out his hands, and 100 gold coins appeared in his palms. The man was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed instantly. Are these all for me? The man pointed at the gold coins and asked, swallowing hard. Answer my question first. Lu Shui said with a smile. Sure, I will tell you everything I know. The man rubbed his hands with excitement. We want to ask you about that star-level equipment. Lu Shui said. The man suddenly realized, I knew you were here for that piece of equipment. This equipment was found some time ago in the mountains in the north of the Silent City. It's called the Sky Mountains. There are many powerful bosses there, and they haven't reached a peace agreement with humans yet. At present, both our side and the Silent City have sent strong men to negotiate with the other side. After the negotiation is successful, we should be able to explore. This person should have rushed here as soon as he received the news, so he is much more informed than Lu Yun and others. Lu Yun and Lu Shui looked at each other. It seemed that if they wanted to get the star-level equipment, they would have to stay here for a while. Can you give me these gold coins? The man said eagerly, looking at the gold coins in Lu Shui's hand. 100 gold coins is a considerable amount of money for ordinary people. Can. Lu Shui nodded and handed the gold coin to the man. The man's cock turned purple with excitement. After jumping a few times on the spot, he quickly fled the scene, as if he was afraid that Lu Shui would regret it. Since they are still negotiating, we can find a place to stay first and take a look around here. There are many things here that are not available outside. You can experience them. Lu Shui looked at Lu Yun and said, I remember you told me that you had a lot of useless equipment and wanted to sell it. There are many shops here. You can go in and take a look. Lu Yun's eyes lit up. During this period of time, he had indeed obtained a lot of useless equipment, but he had no time to deal with them. Now was the perfect opportunity. Soon the three of them found a nice inn to stay in. The decoration style of the inn was nice, not much different from the star-rated hotels outside. It should be the product of investment and construction by humans from outside. After solving the accommodation problem, Lu Yun and Lu Shui wandered around the city, while Wu Tong meditated in his room. Although doing so could not directly increase the level, it could make one's mind more pure. This senior Wu Tong is really working hard. As the two walked side by side on the street, Lu Yun couldn't help but sigh. He also works hard to improve his level, but compared with Wu Tong, he is nothing. You don't have to compare yourself with him. Becoming stronger also requires moderation. We are human beings, not immortal cultivators in novels. In addition to becoming stronger, there are many other beautiful things waiting for us in life. That guy is a martial arts fanatic, and becoming stronger is the happiest thing in his life. Lu Shui sighed and said helplessly, Wu Tong has been like this ever since he came to Xiaoyao University. If Lu Shui didn't know that this guy didn't like crowds, he would even think that he was a little unkind. The two were strolling on the street, during which time Lu Yun let the little wolf out to let her get some fresh air. As a result, as soon as the little guy came out, he couldn't wait to run towards the corner of the street ahead. At first, Lu Yun thought that the little guy hadn't been out for a long time and was too excited to release his wildness. As a result, the little guy went straight to the corner, raised his hind legs, and prepared to run wild. This action directly scared Lu Yun silly. This is the Silent City. Although humans can hang out here, it is ultimately the territory of monsters. This is not a place like the Magic and Martial Arts University. Just as the wolf raised its hind legs and prepared to run wild, Lu Yun rushed forward to stop it. Keep an eye on your two sides of the straight, Lu Yun said in a deep voice. Master, I'm sorry. The little wolf also realized that he had done something wrong and lowered his head as if he had done something wrong. Lu Yun sighed, squatted down, and gently stroked the little wolf's head. After a long silence, he asked, Do you have any special hobbies? The little wolf looked up at Lu Yun in confusion. Is it your little habit to act wild in public? Lu Yun asked again. The little wolf suddenly realized what had happened, and his face was filled with shame and anger. This is the nature of our wolf clan. Every time we come to a new place, we want to run wild and mark it. This way we can mark the scope of our territory. It is something engraved in my bones. The little wolf whispered. Lu Yin suddenly realized what was going on, and he said that the little wolf shouldn't be so perverted. Try to restrain yourself in the future. Apart from anything else, you are a girl. It is immoral to always want to pee in public. We should be civilized and set a new trend. Don't be the one who escapes the net of quality education. Do you understand? Lu Yin said with a serious face. I understand, master. I won't do it again next time. I will endure it. The little wolf nodded. After solving the problem of the little wolf, Lu Yin followed Lu Qiushui to a nearby shop. The little wolf followed the two men silently, raising its long legs from time to time and then dropping them immediately, looking very uncomfortable. He really wanted to ejaculate, but he had to hold it in. This feeling was very uncomfortable for the little wolf. However, the master's orders are above all else. Since Lu Yin has said so much, she naturally will not make things difficult for Lu Yin. The decoration inside the shop has a retro feel, and the counters around are made of wood, revealing a sense of luxury. There was a bird-headed man standing in front of the counter. Like the bird-headed beast at the city gate, he was a level 32 monster. In fact, it's not just the bird-headed beasts here. When strolling in the city, Lu Yin discovered that most of the monsters here have bird heads. Hello, guests. Is there anything you need to buy? We have everything here, including various equipment and props. As long as you can afford the price, we can find what you want. The bird-headed beast smiled faintly at Lu Yin and the others and said enthusiastically, I want to sell something. Lu Yin took a step forward, and before the other party could respond, he waved his hand and poured out all the useless equipment from the marriage space, and they immediately piled up into a small mountain. Chapter 187 Tempering Tower. This pile of stuff contains everything, including monster corpses, protective gear, weapons, props, talismans, pills, etc. Most of them were dropped when Lu Yun killed monsters. They were useless to Lu Yun, so they were always kept in the marriage space to gather dust. However, although there were many things, most of them were of low grade and not very precious. Therefore, the bird-headed beast was not surprised. After taking a quick look at everything, the bird-headed beast showed its business qualities. Sir, I roughly estimated that the things you want to sell are worth 30,000 gold coins in total. Lu Yin was secretly surprised because the price was much more than he thought. Are you sure you want to sell it? The bird-headed beast asked again, being quite polite from beginning to end, and this approach made people feel very comfortable. Even though the other party was just a monster, this service attitude was much better than that of most people in the human world outside. Sell it. Lu Yin nodded. The bird-headed beast didn't waste any words. He waved his hand and first collected Lu Yun's things, and then handed a card to Lu Yun. It seems that this is your first time in the Silent City. This is our bank card. All the gold coins you get in the Silent City can be stored in it. When you need to go out, you can directly exchange them for gold coins and take them out. The bird-headed beast said respectfully. Lu Yin nodded and took the card. It will be a lot more convenient to have this card. Do you need any service? If you need anything, you may come and see us. The bird-headed beast suddenly said. Lu Yin glanced at the counters around him. Each counter was classified and displayed different things. For example, some counters are dedicated to displaying equipment, while others are filled with elixirs that can enhance the abilities of those who have changed their jobs. However, Lu Yin only took a glance and then looked away, because he found that the things here were extremely expensive. Although he is not short of money now, if he really spent a lot here, there will obviously not be much money left. We'll talk about it next time. Lu Yin turned around and left with Lu Qiushui. After leaving here, Lu Qiushui suddenly said, I do know a place that may interest you. Where? Lu Yun asked curiously. He knew that the place Lu Qiushui was talking about was definitely not a simple place. Quenching Tower. Lu Qiushui smiled and said, This tempering tower is a special place in the City of Silence. You can get many benefits every time you pass a level. Then Lu Qiushui introduced the so-called Quenching Tower to Lu Yin. The origin of the Quenching Tower is unknown, and people who come here can't find out its origin no matter how hard they try. The monsters here don't seem to want to talk about it. The Tempering Tower is divided into 9 floors in total. Depending on the strength of the person entering, an identical clone will appear in each floor of the tower. The clone also possesses all the abilities and skills of the original body, and as the number of levels increases, the level of the clone will also become stronger. If you can defeat the clone, you'll get the reward from the Tempering Tower. Some people have obtained diamond-level equipment here, and some have obtained items that can temporarily increase their strength. The rewards are random, but the higher the level you reach, the greater the probability of getting high-quality rewards. This is a place that almost all humans must experience after coming to the Silent City. This place is great. I can get free rewards. Senior Lu, take me there quickly. Lu Yun's eyes lit up, and he was eager to try it. This place definitely doesn't exist outside. It can only be found in places like the City of Silence. Now that he's here, Lu Yun must take advantage of it. I knew you would be interested. I'll take you there now. But you have to be mentally prepared in advance. Fighting against your own clone is, in a sense, also fighting against your own inner demons. If you can defeat the clone, the benefits will definitely be more than just getting a reward. Lu Qiu Shui first gave some instructions, and when he saw Lu Yun nod, he took Lu Yun in one direction. Soon the two of them appeared in front of a tall tower. The tower was very spectacular, exuding an ancient and strange atmosphere. There were many complex patterns on it, which looked very mysterious. The tower has a total of 9 floors, and at the top of the tower stands a statue of a strange creature that Lu Yun cannot recognize. In front of the tower is a square. At this time, the square is already crowded with people. There are many monsters gathered to watch the fun, and of course there are also humans among them. When Lu Yun and the others arrived at the scene, some people were already attacking the tempering tower. There's also a huge screen in the square. The screen is divided into 9 layers from top to bottom, and many numbers are displayed on layers 1 to 7. Currently, most of the numbers are in the bottom 1 to 3 layers, with only a dozen numbers above the 3rd layer. From the 5th level up, there are only 5 numbers in total. Among these 5 numbers, the highest number is on the 7th level. Obviously, each number represents a contestant. Lu Yun took a quick glance and immediately arrived at the entrance of the quenching tower. There are also monsters at the entrance who are responsible for registration. There are requirements for entering the quenching tower, and the age cannot be over 50 years old. Once the age exceeds this limit, after entering the tempering tower, the strength of the clone will be more than 10 times that of the original body. When Lu Yun finished the registration, the monster in charge of guarding took out another stone and asked Lu Yun to inject a little of his own power into it. This stone is a little special, and it releases different colors as it ages. White represents age under 50, while black represents the opposite. Lu Yun injected a trace of power into the stone as the other party said, and the stone immediately released a white light. You may come in now. The monster in charge of guarding looked at Lu Yun and said, after entering, remember not to rush in. If you feel that it is difficult to cope with it, leave decisively. Otherwise your life will be in danger. The clone in this tempering tower will show no mercy. If you encounter a situation where you're outnumbered and still insist on fighting, you may die in it. Since the tempering tower was open to the public, many geniuses came here to visit. Some of them stayed here forever just because they wanted to show off their talents. Good. Lu Yun nodded and immediately took the little wolf into the tempering tower. Just after Lu Yun walked into the quenching tower, a string of numbers appeared on the big screen. 9,528. Lu Yun is the 9,528th challenger. When I first entered the tempering tower, I only reached the 8th floor, and Wu Tong only reached the 7th floor. The tests in the tempering tower have nothing to do with the level of strength. They mainly test one's heart. I don't know how far this kid can go. Lu Qiu Shui said softly as he looked at the string of numbers representing Lu Yun on the screen. At the same time, when Lu Yun arrived at the 1st level of the tempering tower, he felt a tremendous pressure descending upon him. The space inside the 1st floor is very large, and the surroundings are also relatively wide. At this moment, a fierce battle is breaking out in the 1st floor. Dozens of challengers are fighting with their own clones, and there is no clear winner. These clones are translucent, but otherwise they're almost identical to the original. Just as Lu Yun was observing the fight between everyone, suddenly the space in front of him shook violently, and then 2 phantoms appeared out of thin air in front of Lu Yun. Chapter 188. Just because you are handsome, you could do whatever you want? The 2 phantoms appear translucent, but their outlines and spirit are extremely similar to Lu Yun and Xiaolang. The 2 people in front of us are the clones of Lu Yun and Xiaolang. He does have some of my charm, but a fake is still a fake after all. Lu Yun shook his head and smiled, his eyes instantly becoming hot. He had met many opponents along the way, but none of them had ever tried to fight himself. If both sides possess the same skills and strengths, is it possible that they will be evenly matched? If you want to know the answer, you have to experience it yourself. Master, this guy looks exactly like me. It's incredible. The little wolf said in surprise, staring at his clone. Lu Yun was about to speak when a mechanical voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. This was not the system's voice, but the voice coming from the top of the quenching tower. The clones on the first level are relatively weak. Not only do they have the same skills as the original body, but their fighting style and personality are also perfectly copied. The road to experience has just begun. Use your passion to write your own passionate chapter. Should I say this opening remark is actually quite exciting. Boom! At this moment, the shadow in front of Lu Yun suddenly clenched his fists and rushed directly towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun raised his lips, his blood boiled, and he rushed out immediately. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the two sides started a fierce battle on the spot. Although it was just a physical fight, the strength of both sides was still equal. Because the fighting styles of both parties are surprisingly consistent, as if they were born from the same mother. No one can break their moves, and no one can find the other's flaws. As the battle on Lu Yun's side began, the phantom on Xiaolong's side also launched a fierce attack. Ouch! The little wolf raised its head and howled, then rushed forward. The two light blue wolves started fighting, and they were evenly matched. But this situation did not last long. After all, this was only the first level of the phantom clone, and its strength was not very high. So Lu Yun quickly found the opponent's weakness and launched a fatal attack. Lu Yun stretched out his right hand, and a long spear condensed out of thin air in his palm. Holding the spear, Lu Yun stepped on the ground and rushed out. The spear in his hand left an afterimage, and the air was instantly filled with a murderous aura. The shadow immediately took out a spear and did not dodge or evade, perfectly inheriting Lu Yun's fearless fighting style. Boom! The two spears collided violently in the air, sparks flashed, and the spear in the clone's hand shattered in an instant. Lu Yun struck while the iron was hot. The spear drew an arc in his hand, and he stabbed out sideways. A sudden counterattack. Boom! The bullet pierced directly into the clone's chest, but because the clone was illusory, no blood was seen. Minus 960. As a string of damage numbers popped up, Lu Yun's hand holding the gun shook violently. With a bang, the clone was blasted into nothingness. The opponent does have the means that Lu Yun has mastered, but perhaps because the current level is relatively low, the opponent's sustainability is not strong. Lu Yun easily found the flaw and defeated it. At the same time, the battle on Xiaolong's side was also coming to an end. Similar to the situation on Lu Yun's side, Xiaolong's clone also lacked endurance and soon fell into a disadvantage. Little Wolf, flying kick. After a fierce battle, the two little wolves distanced themselves from each other. At this moment, the little wolf suddenly jumped high, raised one of its legs, and kicked hard at the clone on the opposite side. Caught off guard, the little wolf clone was kicked and turned into powder and disappeared before even the damage number could pop up. Not bad. Lu Yun walked over and said, "It's all thanks to my master's good teaching." The little wolf smiled brightly. Lu Yun actually liked her smooth-talking personality. Unlike Long Kuer, who was extremely overbearing, she was either arrogant or strong in and out of bed. When getting along with Long Kuer, Lu Yun often had an illusion. He was the little girl. Fortunately, Zhi Linger appeared later, which comforted Lu Yun's heart a little. With Xiaolang in the future, I believe that the days to come will definitely get better and better. And just after the two of them finished the battle, everyone who was fighting with their clones nearby was stunned. There were both human retrained people and monsters in this group. When they saw that Lu Yun had ended the battle so quickly, they all widened their eyes. What the hell? Is this guy cheating? It's only been less than 5 minutes, a bald middle-aged man said in amazement. The rest of the people were also shocked. The first one among them who came in had been fighting with the clone for several hours. Hebo was almost beaten purple, but there was still no winner. It only took Lu Yun a few minutes to finish it. In comparison, this was really discouraging. Buzz. At this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out, and then a box appeared in front of Lu Yun. The box was made of a simple wooden box, but colorful light was released from the gaps in the box. This was naturally the reward for Lu Yun for passing the first level. Lu Yun was also curious about what was in the box, so he reached out and gently opened the box. After the box was opened, a colorful light emanated from it, and then this colorful light turned into a fist-sized ball and entered Lu Yun's body. Buzz! Lu Yun instantly felt warm all over his body, indescribably comfortable, and then his level increased, directly from level 24 to level 25. This is As the attributes in various aspects increased, Lu Yun stood there in a daze, unable to react. Fuck. At this moment, the bald middle-aged man swore again. This is the highest level reward on the first floor, the 7-color experience group. It is said that this thing can help people break through to the next level directly. I didn't expect it to be true. Each level has different rewards, and these rewards are also divided into high and low levels. If there are the best rewards, there will naturally be the worst rewards. What Lu Yun got now is the best reward in the first level. It is said that the probability of its appearance is less than 1 in 10,000. As the bald middle-aged man roared, those who had not paid much attention to Lu Yun were also shocked. After they realized what was happening, they were all very jealous. Many of them had come here many times, but the rewards they received were not comparable to Lu Yun's. Is it because this guy is so handsome that he has such good luck? It's not fair. It's not fair. I don't accept it. Why can you get such a good reward, while the reward I get every time is just a pair of big shorts? At this moment, the bald middle-aged man roared out his dissatisfaction again. But just as he shouted, the clone in front of him found an opportunity and slapped the bald middle-aged man. Bang! The bald middle-aged man was blown away and hit the corner of the wall like a leaf in the wind. Chapter 189, The Monk in Pants. Seeing the miserable state of the bald middle-aged man, the others finally came to their senses. They were still fighting with their clones. They had no time to envy Lu Yun. They turned around to deal with the clone in front of them and were once again caught in a fierce battle. As for Lu Yun, he was staring at the bald middle-aged man with a rather strange face who was blown away by his clone. Before coming in, Lu Qiushui gave him a brief introduction to the situation here and also told him an interesting story. This was the first time Lu Qiushui came here. When she was challenging the 3rd level of the Tempering Tower, she met a bald man. I heard from people around me that the reward for each level of this bald guy is a pair of red underwear. However, this is not ordinary underwear, but underwear with special properties, similar to the effect of armor. The underwear needs to be worn outside to trigger the attribute. Wearing this underwear can increase the defense by 15%. If the underwear is worn on the head, the attribute range can be increased to 20%. Such a gain effect can be said to be quite amazing. But the key point is that this is a pair of red underwear. Whether it is worn on the body or on the head, it is quite embarrassing. In addition, this equipment is disposable, which means that even if the improvement effect of this equipment is very high, it is difficult to sell it for gold coins, but it is also quite shameful to keep it for personal use. Later, Lu Qiushui said that after the bald man opened the red underwear on the 3rd floor, he started selling it on the spot, but there were people all around watching, and no one bought it. The bald man thought that this was not going to work, so he decided to actively promote the product. I don't know if this guy has some brain problems. He actually recommended red underwear to a girl, and his language was quite disgusting. The girl was not low class and had a bad temper. She treated this guy as a hooligan and beat him up on the spot. Fortunately, at the critical moment, this guy put a pair of underwear on his head, which increased his tankiness and prevented him from being beaten to death. But since then, this bald man has also become famous in the City of Silence. Because he was bald and opened 3 pairs of underwear in a row, he was nicknamed the Underpants Monk. The bald, middle-aged man in front just got up from rolling on the ground when he found that his clone was coming to kill him. After a shout, he hurried to fight back. Perhaps it was the jealousy that turned into a brave and fearless force. With the blessing of this force, the bald, middle-aged man ended the battle immediately. A wooden box also appeared in front of him. Damn, there should be something good this time, right? The bald, middle-aged man rubbed his hands, then carefully opened the box. Buzz! After a flash of light, a pair of red underwear suddenly appeared in the box. Boil! The bald, middle-aged man was so angry that his cock hurt. He felt like his internal organs were rumbling, and he was about to explode. This is the 4th one already. So far, this is his 2nd time to the Tempering Tower. He has opened 4 treasure chests in total. He got 4 pairs of red pants. Why? Isn't this bullying the honest people? Seeing this scene, Lu Yun had the answer in his mind. It seemed that the guy in front of him should be the monk in shorts that Lu Qiushui mentioned. Are you the monk in shorts? Lu Yun walked forward and asked. A monk in woolen shorts. Saipan glared at Lu Yun fiercely. How can you talk like that? I like red shorts, but I'm not a monk. Lu Yun. It's also a good thing that the reward is red pants. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother to accept it. Although he felt very aggrieved, Saipan still pretended to be calm and quietly put the brand new red shorts into the wedding space. Although he still has two of this thing, it is better to have it than not to have it. Now that he has it, there is no reason for him to reject it. I don't believe I can only get to the red underpants, Saipan muttered in his heart, and then quickly flashed to the second floor. Seeing this, Lu Yun did not stay here for long. He first glanced around and then followed. At the same time, Lucio Shuei in the square kept staring at the number 9,528. In less than a few minutes, the string of numbers moved from the first floor to the second floor, and a smile immediately appeared on the beautiful face. This guy is quite fast. It took me nearly 10 minutes to pass the first level, but this guy only took 5 minutes. Lucio Shuei felt more and more that Lu Yun's joining Xiaoya University was a godsend. Lu Yun himself is a mythical profession with unlimited prospects. Coupled with his terrifying talent and strength, his future achievements are unimaginable. This second level is more difficult. It took me about 15 minutes to finish the battle. I don't know how long this guy will take. Just as Lucio Shuei was whispering, Lu Yun had already arrived at the second floor of the Tempering Tower. There is no essential difference between the second floor and the first floor. It is empty all around. When Lu Yun came here, he found that many people were fighting with his clones here. However, the number of people on the second floor is obviously not as many as that on the first floor. Those who can come here will only be stronger. Lu Yun took a quick glance and found Saipan, who was already fighting with his clone. Before Lu Yun had time to observe further, the space in front of him shook and ripples appeared like water waves. Immediately afterwards, two clones reappeared. They were Xiaolang and Lu Yun's clones. Master, I won't hold you back. The little wolf glanced at Lu Yun, then turned around and rushed towards his clone. Look at my crow flying in a plane. Boom! The battle on the little wolf's side began. Lu Yun also glanced at the clone in front of him, and the fighting spirit in his body began to boil again. In fact, he could have taken the little wolf back to the marriage space so that the little wolf wouldn't have to fight his own clone. But Lu Yun did not do so. Xiaolang spent most of her time in the marriage space and rarely fought. This trip to the Tempering Tower was also a good opportunity to hone her combat skills. The second level clone is stronger than the first level clone in terms of momentum alone, but Lu Yun is not going to continue wasting time here. After all, his target was the top floor, so Lu Yun did not engage in physical combat like he did at the beginning, but directly used his skills. Buzz! Lu Yun put his two fingers together, and red flames flickered on his fingertips. Then Lu Yun waved his hand and pointed directly forward. Flame Dragon Breath Slash. Boom! A red crescent suddenly condensed and slashed towards the shadow in front. Flame Dragon Breath Slash. The clone was not at all inferior. He also put two fingers together and pointed forward and actually performed the Fiery Dragon Breath Slash. Two red crescents collided in the air and actually canceled each other out perfectly. Lu Yun raised his brows slightly. It seemed that passing the level as quickly as possible was not as easy as he thought. It's quite interesting. I hope you can hold on a little longer. I want to experience a hearty battle. Lu Yun raised the corner of his lips and took out the Dragon Fortress with his backhand. Chapter 190 brand new. What Lu Yun didn't expect was that when the clone on the opposite side saw this, he also reached out and took out an identical Dragon Fortress. Not only do they look the same, but even the power they release is exactly the same. Interesting. Lu Yun raised his lips and rushed out with the Dragon Fortress in his hand. Dragon Charge. Boom! Dragon Charge is a skill that draws on the power of a dragon. It cannot be interrupted in the middle, and the target hit will be stunned. At the same time, the attack can be repelled according to the power difference between the two sides. This skill is really amazing. Seeing this, the clone also shouted Dragon Crash. The tone and accent were just like Lu Yun's twin brothers, and it was impossible to tell the real one from the fake one. Boom! After a sharp roar, the two of them collided violently. 300. 568. Two damage numbers popped up. Lu Yun lost 300 health points, and his clone lost 568. Even though the other party can perfectly simulate all the means that Lu Yun possesses, this is only the second level after all, and there is still a gap between the strength of the clone and Lu Yun's original body. When the collision ended, both sides were stunned and froze in place. The only difference was that Lu Yun was only knocked back less than 1 meter, but his clone was knocked back nearly 5 meters. As 6 seconds passed, Lu Yun rushed up again with the Dragon Fortress in his hand. The dragon fortress in his hand smashed towards the clone like a giant axe. The clone did not sit there and wait for death, but raised the dragon fortress to block all attacks. However, at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly put away the dragon fortress and condensed an illusory spear with his backhand. Spear mastery. Boom! Holding a spear, Lu Yun was like Zilong in the world, and he used a sharp set of spear skills to approach the clone directly. The clone blocked in an orderly manner with the dragon fortress in hand, and at the same time, a spear phantom condensed in the other hand. With one hand holding a gun and the other holding a shield, he rushed towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun's eyelids twitched. The opponent's fighting style was so similar to his, they were simply cast in the same mold. If I were facing such an attack, I would definitely do the same as my clone. However, Lu Yun was not too shocked. Instead, he couldn't help but raise his lips. At the moment when his clone rushed over with the dragon fortress and the spear in his hand, the spear in Lu Yun's hand suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a bow and arrow. Lu Yun held the bow in his left hand and pulled the string with his right hand. The bow was like a full moon. With a whoosh sound, an arrow instantly broke through the air and the space was buzzing wherever it passed. It shot towards the clone with terrifying power. Even though the clone possessed Lu Yun's means, it was difficult for him to react in such an environment. The arrow pierced his head and instantly turned into a spot of light and dissipated on the spot. The battle is over. Lu Yun stretched his limbs and felt a little bored. The battle was over before he even started warming up. It seems that this second-level clone is not that good. Lu Yun shook his head and turned to look at the battle on Xiaolong's side. The battle is still going on. The two little wolves are evenly matched, but it seems that the little wolf still has the advantage. I believe the battle will be over soon. Lu Yun had no intention of helping the little wolf. This battle was not only a training exercise, but also of great benefit to the little wolf. It would be best for it to solve the problem by itself. Then Lu Yun looked at the fight of the other people around him. The fight of this group of people was almost the same as that of the group on the first floor. They all had a hard time facing the attacks of the clones. Although the second-level clone is not as strong as the original body in some sense. But these people lacked basic qualities, which made it difficult for them to deal with clones that were equally powerful, let alone defeat them. Only the battle on Saipan's side was quite intense. Saipan attacked with all his strength. His whole body was covered with a layer of silver armor, and he had a set of boxing gloves on his fists. The boxing gloves also emitted a silver light, releasing terrifying power. The same was true for the clone on the opposite side, with the same equipment. The two men held iron fists and fought each other madly, as if they didn't care about their lives. Every punch hit the flesh. The exhilarating feeling of the blow was so great that even Lu Yun, a bystander, felt his scalp tingling. How could this be called a battle? This was clearly a life for life. However, although the battle between the two was intense, the amount of blood lost was not much. Minus 188. Minus 213. Minus 99. Critical hit minus 255. A series of damage numbers kept popping up as the two men fought each other, but the highest was only about 200 damage. It seems that this ball guy's profession should be a meat shield profession. He is not the kind of meat shield warrior with a certain degree of tankiness, but a pure tank meat shield. This profession has extremely low damage, but its defense is extremely strong. In a dungeon, it is a perfect tank that can withstand attacks from a group of monsters by itself. Red Pants. Red Pants, my passionate horse. Saipan would mutter something to himself with every punch he threw, and he became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Maybe it was because he thought about how he had opened several pairs of red shorts in a row. His eyes gradually turned red. Although the clone can copy all the skills of the original body, it cannot copy the original body's emotions at this time. Therefore, in terms of momentum, the clone has already lost and began to retreat step by step. It is foreseeable that as time goes by, the defeat of the clone is inevitable. Sure enough, after a few minutes, the clone gradually ran out of energy, and Saipan found a flaw and pinned him to the ground and started beating him. One punch. Bang. Minus 168. Another punch. Bang. Minus 166. One punch after another. Although the damage is not high, the clone will lose blood every time a punch lands. Finally, the clone was blown to pieces and the battle was over. Saipan was panting heavily. Although the previous battle was exhilarating, it also took its toll on him. Just as he reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead, a wooden box suddenly appeared in front of him. Saipan's breathing suddenly stopped. He knew it was time to test the results. What will be the prize this time? The same red pants as before, or some other reward? Saipan doesn't know, but he is willing to spend his 10 years of being single praying that something different will bloom. He really doesn't want the red shorts anymore. He would be satisfied even if the reward was the worst. Open. Saipan took a deep breath, stretched out his slightly trembling hands, and slowly opened the wooden box. Accompanied by a flash of light, a brand new pair of red underwear gradually emerged. Boil! Saipan was so angry that he slapped the wooden box, and the huge force instantly turned it into powder, but the red shorts were still as new as before. Lu Yun. Chapter 191 The Fear in the Heart. Long Kier. The monk in shorts. At this time, the people fighting nearby noticed the movement here, and they all looked at Saipan with strange expressions. If Saipan had just heard such a name, he would definitely get angry and curse the other person's ancestors. But now Saipan seemed to have lost his soul. He stood there blankly, staring at the brand new red underwear among the sawdust, as if there was something stuck in his throat. Why the red pants again? Is he destined to be at odds with the red pants for the rest of his life? Just when Saipan was doubting his life, Xiaolong's battle was coming to an end. With the final blow, Xiaoling finally defeated the clone and won the victory. Owner. The little wolf wagged its tail and hurried over to Lu Yun, rubbing its head against Lu Yun's trouser leg. Praise me now. Lu Yun's mouth twitched, but when he met Xiaolong's expectant eyes, he softened his heart. Awesome, Lu Yun said. No, master. I am a wolf. You shouldn't be so perfunctory when you praise me. You should say wolf bitch. The little wolf tilted his head and said seriously, then laughed. Master, do you think I am a wolf? Lu Yun. Lu Yun really wanted to ask if there was any other deeper meaning behind your words. You bastard, you are a bastard, okay? Lu Yun said unhappily. Being praised by Lu Yun, the little wolf's tail seemed to be equipped with a propeller and was about to swing up to the sky. He felt extremely satisfied. Today the weather is fine. I went to the tempering tower with my master Train, and my master praised me for being a wolf. Happy. While the two were talking, a wooden box appeared in front of Lu Yun. The moment the box appeared, Saipan's eyes also followed it. There was a hint of expectation in his eyes. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth couldn't help twitching again. It didn't take much to know that this guy must hope that he could also get the red shorts, so that he wouldn't be so sad. However, Lu Yun felt that the probability of him getting the red pants was not high. Although the effect of using the red pants was a bit embarrassing, its attributes were not weak. It was a relatively high-level reward, and the probability of getting it was less than 1%. And the guy in front of me has been able to get it right several times in a row. It has to be said that he has luck that ordinary people can't envy. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun reached out and opened the box. At this moment, Saipan couldn't even contain his excitement and came forward to take a closer look. Accompanied by a flash of light, a pair of shoes appeared in the box. There was a lightning symbol on the shoes, and you could vaguely see electric current flowing inside. Although this pair of shoes is not as precious as the previous color light ball, it is also a rare equipment that is hard to come by. Lightning Gale boots are a one-time equipment. After wearing them, they provide a large amount of movement speed according to the user's level. They can be used to escape from danger at critical moments. For example, Lu Yun is now level 25. If he wears this pair of shoes, ordinary level 40 job changers may not be able to catch up with him. Of course, special types of professions are a different matter. The characteristic of some professions is speed. If you're being chased by a job changer of this profession, this pair of shoes may not be able to save your life. This is something that can save your life at a critical moment. So Lu Yun hurriedly put the shoes away carefully. Brother, are you going to sell this thing? At this moment, Saipan looked at Lu Yun and asked, his eyes full of anticipation. Both are disposable equipment, but this pair of shoes is much better than his red shorts. At least he won't get killed if he wears them out. Not for sale. Lu Yun shook his head. Well, Saipan sighed. His biggest wish now was to get different equipment in the refining tower. Even exchanging it with others would be fine. Now it seemed that this wish could not be realized for the time being. Don't you like the bright red shorts very much? Why are you interested in this pair of shoes now? Seeing the other person's expression of love, but not being able to get it, Lu Yun suddenly felt a sense of evil taste and teased. Saipan ignored Lu Yun and turned around and went to the next floor. Seeing this, Lu Yun followed with Little Wolf. According to Senior Lu, This guy only reached the 3rd floor last time. I wonder what level he can reach this time. The higher the level, the stronger the clone becomes. At the 3rd level, the clone will become a nightmare, which is the thing that people fear. Even a 200-level mythical professional warrior has things he fears, but a 3rd-level clone can materialize these most terrifying things. This is also the reason why most of the people who come here to challenge stop at the 3rd level. I remember that I'm not afraid of anything, right? I don't know what kind of clone will appear. Lu Yun murmured softly. Instead of being afraid, he was somewhat excited. However, the little wolf began to back off. Master, will the clone later show the most terrifying thing in the depths of his heart? Asked the little wolf worriedly. Lu Yun nodded, then smiled and said, What? Are you scared? You are someone who dares to act wild in public at the Magic and Martial Arts University, yet you are actually afraid of something. The little wolf blushed slightly and immediately said, Master, can I temporarily enter the marriage space? No. Lu Yun refused without even thinking. This trip to the Tempering Tower is also a rare opportunity for you to gain experience. You must go with me. Lu Yun was serious, but this made Xiaolang miserable. She was not afraid of seeing something scary later, but she was worried about being embarrassed. Because what she feared deep in her heart was Lu Yun, but Lu Yun was unaware of all this, and he forcibly dragged Little Wolf upstairs. It's not that Lu Yun had to do this, but mainly because every hair on the Little Wolf's body was resisting. If he didn't do this, this guy would definitely not go up. Soon the man and the wolf arrived at the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was the same as the 2nd floor, except that the space was a little larger. There are still people fighting with the clones here, but the number is less than on the 2nd floor. Before Lu Yun could take a closer look at the surroundings, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was not a ghost from a horror movie, nor was it a monster from Cthulhu Elements. Instead, it was quite good-looking, because this shadow is Long Kur, and Long Kur is wearing a uniform. Long Kur held a long whip in her hand and looked at Lu Yun seductively. The appearance of the clone was extremely real, and it really had the same flavor of Long Kur herself. At this moment, Lu Yun was stunned. Chapter 192, Surrender, and I will grant you a painless death. Lu Yun felt as if he was struck by lightning, and it seemed as if the space had solidified at this moment. Before he came, he had imagined many possible outcomes. He thought that his biggest fear might be those ugly, fat, rich women who offered to support him with money. When Lu Yun was moving bricks at the construction site, similar things happened countless times. But there was an exception, a beautiful rich woman. Once, the boss of the construction site came to inspect with his wife. As soon as they arrived at the construction site, Lu Yun found that the boss's wife had been secretly looking at him. Later, the boss and the management went to other places to look at projects. The boss's wife did not follow them, but stayed behind. She took advantage of the fact that no one was around and directly grabbed Lu Yun's hand and told Lu Yun that she wanted to buy out Lu Yun's 3 years of youth. During these 3 years, she paid for Lu Yun's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. She also allowed Lu Yun to drive the luxury cars and supercars under the name of this lady, and gave Lu Yun 100,000 gold coins for living expenses every month. Although this lady was older, she had a plump figure, a wife's unique charm, and knew how to care for others. Faced with such generous conditions, Lu Yun was indeed very tempted, but in the end reason overcame desire. After all, it's only 3 years. If she can support me for the rest of my life, I'll consider agreeing to her request. Lu Yun knew clearly that in this gaming world, a powerful career was the real secret to gaining wealth, and relying on women for support would not last long. So he refused his wife's offer to support him and worked hard at reading psychology books. During the time when he was reading psychology books, every time he recalled his wife's plump figure and gentle words, he would feel extremely upset and regret not agreeing. The plump and gentle wife of a boss is just an exception. Most of the rich women who come to him are old women weighing 200 kilograms. So Lu Yun thought that the inner demons generated by the 3rd level might be those rich women. Who would have thought that it was Long Kur, which was far from Lu Yun's expectations. Long Kur stared at Lu Yun and suddenly stuck out her tongue to lick her dry lips. This action was exactly the same as Long Kur's. Every time Lu Yun saw Long Kur doing this, it was basically at midnight. This action meant that Long Kur was about to make crazy demands on him. So even though he knew that the Long Kur in front of him was a fake, he still couldn't help but feel a chill. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Yun's legs have begun to shake. It turns out that the fear in my heart is actually Long Kur. This is too absurd. Lu Yun clenched his fists, ready for battle. Just at this moment, a shocking sound suddenly erupted in front of him. When the sound came out, the entire third floor shook. Lu Yun looked forward and was stunned again. Underwear. He saw a huge pair of red underwear flying in the air, and right in front of the underwear, Saipan was bombarding madly with his iron fist. Every time this guy throws a punch, it looks like there is explosive power, but the huge red underwear is intact. Not a single tear. Awesome. Lu Yun was stunned for a moment, and suddenly said from the bottom of his heart, I originally thought that it was outrageous that my inner demon was Long Kur, but I didn't expect that this underwear monk was even more outrageous. And he actually wore red underwear. Lu Yun retracted his gaze and was just about to fight with the Long Kur in front of him when suddenly a familiar strange laugh came from the side. Little wolf, you can't run away. You are my prey tonight, so be prepared for a fierce attack. Why does this voice sound so familiar? After thinking carefully, I realized that this is my own voice. But compared to Lu Yun's voice, this voice was even more obscene. Lu Yun's mouth twitched as he had a bad feeling. When his eyes swept towards the little wolf, his mentality exploded. Blanche. There was a figure standing in front of Xiaoling. This figure looked exactly like him, but his temperament was completely different. He looked more like a perverted version of Lu Yun. When this Lu Yun looked at the little wolf, his eyes were extremely aggressive. Little wolf, give me an explanation. Lu Yun looked at little wolf and said, suppressing the helplessness in his heart. He didn't expect that this was the image of himself in the little wolf's mind. He was a serious man. When had he ever had such a vulgar expression, and in front of Wolf? Xiaoling avoided looking at Lu Yun, not daring to meet his gaze. She had previously requested to return to the marriage space because she was afraid of this situation. I don't know why this happened. The little wolf said softly. Lu Yun rolled his eyes instantly. The thing that this little female wolf feared most was actually himself. This was something Lu Yun had never expected. Forget it. Get ready for battle. You should be okay, right? Lu Yun asked while rubbing his temple. It should be okay, right? Little wolf hesitated. Let's fight first. Lu Yun sighed, then took out the dragon fortress and rushed towards Long Kur. Baby, do you really have the heart to attack me? Long Kur raised her lips, revealing a wicked smile, and said, I'm the princess of the Fire Dragon clan, a noble mythical creature. Flame is my power, and it can burn all enemies in the world. You're no match for me. You are not Long Kur, and you can never become Long Kur. A fake is still a fake after all. Are you worthy of calling yourself the princess of the Fire Dragon clan? Lu Yun roared and rushed forward like a giant dragon. Boom! After a loud bang, Lu Yun stood there in a daze. The dragon attack, which has always been effective against any enemy, was ineffective in front of Long Kur. Not only was there no knock-up effect, but even the stun effect did not appear. Even the opponent's Long Kur did not lose a drop of blood. This result was unacceptable to Lu Yun. He did not understand what was going on. Don't you understand? I am the princess of the Fire Dragon clan. Your attack can't cause any harm to me. Long Kur held a long whip in her hand and pressed on. Give up your meaningless resistance and surrender to my feet. I will grant you a painless death. You farted. Lu Yun frowned, put his fingers together, and blasted forward with the fiery dragon breath slash. Bang! The red flame instantly filled the space, carrying a terrifyingly high temperature, but still failed to cause any harm to Long Kur. Lu Yun frowned even deeper. The opponent really didn't lose any blood at all. How could he fight? Even when facing a being of a higher level than himself, Lu Yun's attack can still cause certain damage. This kind of zero damage situation is the first time he has encountered it. The imposter in front of him is a bit weird. No wonder most challengers eventually stop here. It seems that this place is indeed extraordinary. Lu Yun thought to himself, but he still did not give up resistance. Sitting and waiting for death has never been his style. Ancient Dragon Claw Attack. Lu Yun roared, and 3 dragon claws condensed in the air, bombarding Long Kur one after another. With every strike, Lu Yun could increase his attack by 6%. After 3 consecutive strikes, the damage increase directly reached a terrifying 18%. But after 3 consecutive attacks, Long Kur in front of him was still unharmed. The Ancient Dragon Claw attack is the strongest weapon Lu Yun currently possesses, but he still can't do anything to the opponent. At this moment, Lu Yun was truly desperate. Chapter 193, this blow will be very cool. He won't lose any blood in the face of any attack, and even a god will be helpless. Give up. Your attacks are ineffective against me. Even your power comes from me. Do you want to rebel against Tiangang? Long Kur looked at Lu Yun jokingly and came to Lu Yun while speaking. The two looked at each other, and even though Lu Yun knew that the Long Kur in front of him was a fake, he still felt mixed emotions. His power did come from Long Kur. If he had not married her, he would not have been able to change his job to a dragon knight and use Long Kur's skills. However, his real reliance was the detection system. But in the current situation, the detection system could not help him much. Kneel down. Long Kur did not give Lu Yun time to think of a countermeasure and directly made a domineering statement, which really had some of Long Kur's charm. Before Lu Yun could give a reply, suddenly, the portal behind Lu Yun opened, and Long Kur herself came out and slapped the counterfeit in front of her. Not only the imposter, but even Lu Yun himself was unable to react to this sudden attack. Caught off guard, the counterfeit was blown away and rolled dozens of times on the ground, causing the entire third floor to shake. You can imagine how powerful the blow was. This blow contained her anger. Who is Lu Yun? He is the man that Long Kur has sworn sovereignty over. The guy in front of her not only pretends to be her, but also tries to make Lu Yun kneel down. Unforgivable. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of asking him to kneel down? Flames rose in Long Kur's eyes, and the temperature around her also rose rapidly. If her strength was not limited, Long Kur could easily burn down the entire tempering tower, and even the entire Silent City might face disaster because of her anger. The fake stood up in a panic, and when he looked at Long Kur's real body, his face was full of fear. This fear did not come from the surface, but from the depths of his soul. Even though Long Kur usually holds the game console in her hand all day in front of Lu Yun, don't forget that her level is 119, which is beyond level 100. Even if the 189 level female sword god of Sakura country came, she would have to be treated with caution. This person is from the Dragon Clan, the princess of the Fire Dragon Clan. You are me and I am you. There is no point in you attacking me because this is his challenge. You can protect him for a while, but you cannot protect him forever. The fear in the fake's eyes faded a little, and he sneered, "Don't you realize that your attack can't cause any harm to me?" After being reminded by the other party, Lu Yun realized that although Long Kur's previous move was terrifying, it did not cause any damage to the counterfeit. This gave Lu Yun a headache again. Could it be that this counterfeit was invincible? Since it is invincible, how can we break the deadlock? Just as Lu Yun was thinking, Long Kur suddenly held Lu Yun's shoulders and looked straight into his eyes. "You, why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Lu Yun said somewhat unnaturally. "Give me an explanation." Long Kur said lightly. "What explanation?" Lu Yun began to pretend to be confused, even though he knew the truth. Long Kur clenched her teeth. Her eyes suddenly moistened. "Why is my biggest fear deep in your heart?" Lu Yun opened his lips slightly as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. "Why is it you who I fear most in my heart? Don't you know? You always wake me up in the middle of the night to play double duty. Even if my kidneys are made of iron, they can't handle it." The two of them have been together for such a long time, and Lu Yun has never seen Long Kur wet her pants. He has become a warrior with strong kidney energy. If it were any other man who played games all day and night, he would have probably died of sudden death, and the grass on his grave might be 3 feet high by now. In fact, some exercises need to be done in moderation. Endless fighting will be counterproductive. Lu Yun thought for a while and finally explained. "You're not capable of this, you little dog." Long Kur glanced at Lu Yun's lower body and said lightly. Lu Yun almost choked to death on his own saliva. "I didn't say that." Lu Yun quickly defended himself. A man should never say that he is not good enough, even if he really is not good enough. Besides, it's not that Lu Yun is really incapable. It's mainly because Long Kur is too difficult to satisfy. If you can do it, why are you so afraid of Duo Q? You're just a little gold player, and I, a great diamond player, am guiding you to fly, but you still have psychological trauma. Long Kur was a little hurt, but she immediately began to reflect on herself. "I admit that I did play a lot of games a lot of the time, and I will try to restrain myself in the future." After saying this, Long Kur looked at the counterfeit in front of her again and changed the subject. "Let's get back to the point. What we need to do now is to deal with this counterfeit. You actually dare to ask you to kneel in front of me. I can't forgive you. Do you have a solution?" Lu Yun asked curiously. Even Long Kur couldn't cause any harm to this guy. Lu Yun was really helpless. The way to overcome fear is to face it. Long Kier said lightly, and then she went straight back to the marriage space. Lu Yun stood there in a mess and came to his senses after a while. He felt that he should understand what Long Kier meant. That woman has left. Even if I am a fake, she can't do anything to me. The fake looked at Lu Yun with even more pride. I thought Lu Yun would collapse in despair at this moment. But who would have thought that Lu Yun was surprisingly calm? After a long silence, the two looked at each other, and Lu Yun suddenly took the initiative to walk towards the counterfeit. What do you want to do? Are you coming here to die? Are you so impatient? The counterfeit was a little confused. However, at this moment, Lu Yun suddenly walked up to the counterfeit and hugged him. At this moment, the counterfeit's whole body was stiff, and he was at a loss as to what to do after seeing Lu Yun's actions. How was that possible? The fake's entire body was shaking, and his body began to dissipate bit by bit. The best way to overcome fear is to face it. I have now come to my senses. In my eyes, there is nothing scary about you, Lu Yun said expressionlessly. You. The faker's face was full of horror, and he wanted to say something. But unfortunately, his body had completely dissipated. When the imposter dissipated, Lu Yun's battle ended. At this moment, many people witnessed Lu Yun's battle. Seeing that Lu Yun defeated his inner demon in this way, they followed suit and soon defeated their inner demons. Many people here have been stuck on the 3rd level. Every time they're defeated by their own inner demons, they're always looking for a solution. Now, they have found the problem through Lu Yun's battle, and everyone is very excited. Saipan on the other side also discovered Lu Yun's situation and immediately thought of a way to crack it. He turned to look at the big red shorts in front of him, and suddenly a hint of hatred emerged in his eyes. Boy, Saipan suddenly called Lu Yun. Lu Yun turned his head away. Watch it. Saipan took a deep breath, his face full of confidence. I will attack next, and this attack will be very cool. Chapter 194, The way to overcome fear is to face it. As he finished speaking, Saipan suddenly pulled out a pair of red underwear and put over his head. This is impossible. When Saipan did this, the huge red shorts in front of him, which was transformed from Saipan's greatest fear in his heart, actually spoke in human language and was extremely painful. The way to overcome fear is to face it head on. Ouch, I've figured this out. It's time to end it. Saipan took a deep breath. Red underwear wanted to say something, but his body became increasingly illusory and finally disappeared. Thanks to you this time, otherwise I would have died here. I, Saipan, owe you a favor, Saipan said to Lu Yun. The last time he came here, his inner demon was still a dog. Because I was naughty when I was a child, I used a rubber band to hit the dog and was bitten by the dog. When facing the pack of dogs, he relived his childhood feelings again, using his underwear as a slingshot to shoot at the dogs. As a result, the stray dogs on the 3rd floor all experienced the sadness of the dogs. More than a dozen stray dogs disappeared overnight, and Saipan successfully passed the 3rd level. Who would have thought that this time it was not a stray dog, but turned into a pair of red shorts, and these red shorts were invulnerable to swords and guns. After fighting for a long time, he didn't lose much blood. If he hadn't been inspired by the battle on Lu Yun's side, Saipan would have been ready to admit defeat and run away. This is all your own doing. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Yun shook his head. Although Saipan found a way out through his own fighting, he was able to adjust his mindset in time after knowing his own weaknesses. This ability cannot be helped by outsiders. It is said that this guy could defeat the red pants in front of him, and Lu Yun only played a supporting role. You are quite modest, but even though you say that, thanks are definitely needed. I, Saipan, never owe anyone a favor. Saipan thought about it, and suddenly took out a pair of red shorts from his arms. Since you and I are so destined to meet, this pair of red shorts will be given to you. Saipan handed the shorts to Lu Yun and said with a smile. Lu Yun twitched the corner of his mouth and wanted to refuse this thing. He already has many suitable skills, and now he is a Xianling formation master, so he is no longer short defense. Although this pair of red shorts can improve tankiness and the effect is very significant, it is really embarrassing to fight with this thing on. Lu Yun claimed that he did not have the courage to do so, but on second thought, this was also the other party's intention, so in order not to hurt the other party's self-esteem, Lu Yun accepted it. Seeing Lu Yun accept the red shorts, Saipan finally smiled. Just then, a wooden box suddenly appeared in front of us. It was the reward for passing the 3rd level. I have conquered my fear. No matter what the reward is, it will never shake my heart. Saipan smiled coolly, then reached out and opened the box. After a flash of light, a brand new pair of red shorts came into view. Instantly, the entire third floor of the tempering tower was filled with Saipan's roar, Zhao. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth twitched wildly, and he wanted to shout 666. This guy has 3 boxes of red underwear in a row. Lu Yun doesn't know whether he has walked out of the shadow of red underwear. But this guy is really destined to be with red underwear. He got the 1% reward one after another. Who else can do that? After feeling sad for a moment, Saipan finally accepted the result and quietly put the red shorts into the marriage space. After resolving the issues on Saipan, Lu Yun turned to the battle with Little Wolf. The counterfeit Lu Yun on Xiaolong's side is also invulnerable to swords and guns. At first, Xiaoling had no way to deal with it, but after seeing Lu Yun's operation, he also thought of a way to crack it. Faced with the counterfeit's attack, the Little Wolf simply stopped resisting and let the other party attack. Magic Martial Arts University is a sacred place in the eyes of Xia country's job changers, but you dare to act wildly here. Your crime is unforgivable. The fake Lu Yun's face was full of anger. He suddenly picked up the Little Wolf, raised his hand, and slapped it on the butt. The Little Wolf showed a look of pain, but there was clearly a hint of enjoyment in that pain. Master, I know I was wrong and I won't dare to do it again. Please don't hit me. The Little Wolf began to beg for mercy. But the fake Lu Yun fought even harder. When Lu Yun saw this scene, his whole worldview was strongly impacted. What kind of image do I have in the Little Wolf's mind? With each slap that the fake Lu Yun landed, his body became more and more illusory. Finally, after more than a dozen slaps, the fake Lu Yun disappeared from the spot. The battle was over, but the Little Wolf still felt a little unsatisfied. Although I knew that the guy in front of me was a fake, it really felt strange to be spanked by him, as if Lu Yun did it himself. Thanks to the wolf cub's thick hair, otherwise Lu Yun and others would have seen that there was a flood somewhere. Master, I want to go back to the marriage space. I feel a little uncomfortable physically. Please. The Little Wolf came to Lu Yun and begged. Originally, Lu Yun was not going to agree, as he wanted the Little Wolf to continue the fight, but when he saw that the little guy was really uncomfortable, he simply agreed. When he returned to the marriage space, the Little Wolf breathed a sigh of relief and lay directly on the ground. Fortunately, the counterfeit Lu Yun disappeared in time. If he had continued to do that, her dam would have burst. I want to become stronger as soon as possible, and then I could transform into a human body and stay with my master forever. The Little Wolf clenched his claws and swore secretly in his heart. At the same time, after Xiaolang returned to the marriage space, a box appeared in front of Lu Yun. When he opened it, he found that it was an experience group. However, it was not a colored experience group. Although it added a lot of experience, it was not enough for Lu Yun to upgrade at one time. The battle on the 3rd floor ended, and Lu Yun followed Saipan to the 4th floor. The 4th level clone is stronger, but it is obviously easier to deal with than the previous invulnerable inner demon. After a battle, Lu Yun and Saipan won the battle one after another. This time, Lu Yun still got the experience group. This is the most common reward in the Tempering Tower, and the probability of the equipment appearing is relatively low. And this time, for the first time ever, the team from Saipan was not the Red Pants team. Although it was also an ordinary experience group, it made this guy so excited that he burst into tears. After a short rest, the two came to the 5th floor. The clones here were stronger, but they were still defeated by the two, and the reward was also an experience group. Soon the two arrived at the 6th floor. When they just arrived here, something strange happened. Chapter 195, No Pressure. When the two arrived at the 6th floor, a tremendous pressure instantly descended upon the scene, as if a mountain was pressing down on them out of thin air. Saipan felt a strong sense of suffocation, and his face suddenly turned pale. Lu Yun's situation was not bad. Although he also felt the pressure, it was still within the tolerable range. When facing pressure, job changers of different levels have different feelings. Perhaps because Lu Yun is a mythical job changer, he has better resistance in this regard. I could only reach the 3rd floor before. This time, I reached the 6th floor for the first time, which is already my limit. The pressure is too great. I estimate that under this pressure, I can't even exert half of my normal strength. After saying this, Saipan took a deep breath, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. It seemed that this was his limit, and he couldn't go any further. He casually glanced at Lu Yun beside him. It would be fine if he didn't see it, but he was dumbfounded when he saw it. His legs started to tremble, but Lu Yun was like nothing happened. What was going on? You don't feel this pressure? Saipan asked with a strange expression. I feel it. Lu Yun jumped on the spot and said, It doesn't feel that scary. The corners of Saipan's mouth twitched violently. At the same time, the people fighting on the sixth floor all had black lines on their faces. There are 5 people in this group. It is quite difficult for them to endure the pressure and fight against their own clones here. Now this guy is actually talking nonsense, and it doesn't seem that scary. Even if you're awesome, you can't brag like this. Kid, pretending to be cool isn't a crime, but it's easy to get struck by lightning, so you'd better be careful. A young man couldn't help but speak while fighting with his clone. His name is Lei Run. The young man holds a knife in both hands, and all the strength in his body surges wildly, and he actually condenses a thunder barrier around him. He is a legendary job changer. You are such an ignorant boy. Even someone as strong as Brother Lin had a hard time getting to this level. You are truly ignorant and fearless. A young man with dyed yellow hair nearby spoke sarcastically. Although the others did not respond, it could be seen from their disdainful eyes that they did not believe Lu Yun's words at all and thought that Lu Yun was bragging. You should know that this place is completely different from the lower floors. The 6th floor is already a high-level position in the Quenching Tower. Many people simply don't have the qualifications to get here, and even if they do, no matter how talented they are, they will be affected by the pressure. The inherent pressure in space is the characteristic of the 6th layer. Facing the sarcasm and ridicule from this group of people, Lu Yun didn't care. He didn't need to prove anything to them, as they were on a different level. At this moment, a clone suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yun and Saipan. This clone was stronger, but still within the range that Lu Yun could deal with. Lu Yun did not hesitate and took the initiative to kill the clone. As for Saipan on the other side, he was slightly hesitant. He knew that in this environment, his strength was greatly reduced, and it would be difficult to defeat the clone. But when he thought that it was not easy to reach the 6th floor, he gritted his teeth and prepared to give it a try. Soon he fought with the clone. The idea is good, but the reality is cruel. Within a few minutes of the battle starting, this guy began to lose ground. After just a few rounds of fighting, this guy was beaten by the clone and spit out blood. Zhao, it seems that this is really my limit. Saipan shook his head and sighed. Although he still had a trump card that he hadn't used, he didn't do so. The current situation was very clear. Even if he used the trump card to pass this level, he would definitely not be able to pass the next level. So instead of revealing your cards here, it's better to just give up. Forget it. I'm already satisfied to have come this far. So let's just leave it at that. Saipan sighed lightly, then quickly retreated to a corner. This corner is covered by a barrier that prevents clones from entering. Anyone who enters it will be deemed to have given up. When Saipan entered the barrier, the clone of him in front of him slowly dissipated. Saipan breathed a sigh of relief, sat cross-legged on the ground, took out a bottle of healing fluid and drank it in one gulp. The injuries on his body quickly recovered, and then he began to watch Lu Yun's battle. This kid, but when he saw Lu Yun's fighting style, Saipan's mind went blank in an instant. Lu Yun was able to gain the upper hand when facing the clone. You have to know that this is the 6th floor, where there is omnipresent pressure. When a normal person arrives here, their strength will be greatly affected, and Lu Yun's performance, just as he said, seemed to be really unaffected by anything. How is this possible? Saipan shook his head. If this was true, it would be too crazy. Many top talents have come here to challenge, but almost no one can do it as easily as Lu Yun, not even the legendary genius. Not only Saipan, but also those who had mocked Lu Yun before were all very shocked, and many of them felt their faces getting hot. They had previously guaranteed that Lu Yun was bragging, but now Lu Yun has directly proved with actual actions that he is really stress-free. This was a slap in the face. Their faces felt burning with pain, and they felt even worse in their hearts. It didn't take Lu Yun long to smash the clone in front of him, and then he ran forward quickly. But Lu Yun had just run a few steps when another clone condensed in front of him and blocked Lu Yun's way. This level is a bit special. If you want to pass it, you must rush to the stairs while being blocked by the clones. Only in this way can you pass it, and you can't kill all the clones. Because after killing one clone, a new clone will quickly condense. The competition at this level is about endurance and explosive power. Did this kid cheat? I'm only one level away from a mythical profession, and it's already so difficult for me. How come it's so easy for him? The Thunderblade, who was holding a knife with both hands and covered in lightning, suddenly spoke. As soon as he spoke, the others followed suit. He must have cheated. Even I was struggling. So how could he do it so easily? The sixth floor of the City of Silence does not allow such an awesome person to exist. There are many items that seem to be able to temporarily enhance personal strength. This kid might have used one of these items. Isn't this kind of thing forbidden? He is challenging the authority of the City of Silence by doing this. The more they spoke, the more excited they became, and the more they felt they were right, because only in this way could they explain why Lu Yun was so relaxed. Suddenly, Lei Rin stepped aside, took out his nameplate, and crushed it. Every challenger who enters the Tempering Tower can receive a nameplate of his or her own. It can crush it to report other challengers cheating. At this time, the young man had already determined that Lu Yun was cheating and crushed the nameplate in his hand without hesitation. Chapter 196. Turn around and have a big fight. At the same time, in the square, Lu Qiu Shui had been staring at the string of numbers 9528. At first, Lu Yun rushed up the first 2 levels in one go. When he reached the 3rd floor, he suddenly slowed down, which made Lu Qiu Shui a little anxious, worried that Lu Yun would stop there. She had also been into the Tempering Tower and knew the horror of the 3rd floor. If her mind was not flexible enough, she would probably stop there. It would be fine if they stopped here, but many people will become plagued by mental demons, which will seriously affect their subsequent practice. Fortunately, Lu Yun did not let her down. He reached the 6th floor from the 3rd floor without waiting too long. The biggest obstacle of the 6th level is the invisible pressure. With Junior Brother Lu's ability, I think it won't be too difficult. He can pass it in an hour at most. Lu Qiu Shui murmured softly. It took her nearly an hour to pass the 6th floor. However, at this moment, something strange happened. A red light was suddenly released from the 6th floor. The red light was so dazzling that it immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Red light? Someone crushed the nameplate. At this age, there are still people who dare to cheat in the Tempering Tower. Who on earth is this bold fellow? The people watching the fun in the square showed strange expressions. Cheating is an act that is despised no matter where it is. In the beginning, there was no reporting mechanism for the Tempering Tower, and many people cheated and used special items to pass the level. Since there was no rule prohibiting the use of props at the time, this matter was left alone. Later, the Silent City established a reporting mechanism, and challengers became both competitors and supervisors. Every challenger who enters the Tempering Tower can receive a nameplate. If any challenger is found secretly using props, the nameplate can be crushed to report him. If the report is successful, you will receive a reward, and if the reported person's behavior is confirmed, he will be severely punished. At the beginning, some people did not believe it and continued to use props to pass levels after the regulation was implemented. Later, he was reported, all his belongings were taken away, and he was imprisoned in the City of Silence for 10 years. Such punishment was extremely severe, so after this incident no one dared to use items to cheat in the Tempering Tower. Who would have thought that not long after that, another fearless person would appear? Many people were looking forward to the show. Lu Qiu Shui was also a little confused as to who dared to cheat in the Tempering Tower. According to regulations, the person being reported will be marked soon. The number representing his or her identity will soon turn red, and the answer will be revealed soon. 3 minutes after the red light shot up into the sky, the number 9528, representing Lu Yun's identity, suddenly turned red. Lu Qiu Shui was dumbfounded when he saw the number representing Lu Yun's identity turn red. Junior Lu cheated? How is that possible? Lu Qiu Shui's first reaction was that she had seen it wrong, but the string of red numbers was so conspicuous that she couldn't have seen it wrong. But she just couldn't believe that Lu Yun would do such a thing. Inside the 6th floor of the Quenching Tower, a formation totem suddenly appeared on the ground, and then a burly man walked out of it. This person has thick hair on his body and a pair of short ears on his head. He is obviously not a human being. He is a powerful monster in human form, and his level has reached at least level 40. Sir, this kid is the one who cheated. I want to report him. Lei Rin looked at Lu Yun with a gloating look on his face. The big man didn't say anything, but raised his foot and stomped lightly on the ground. In an instant, the space on the 6th floor seemed to be frozen, and all the clones instantly stopped in place, and they temporarily lost the ability to move. Then, his gaze fell on Lu Yun. Are you 9528? The big man's voice was emotionless, and his words didn't sound like a question, but more like a question. It's me, Lu Yun said lightly. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. It seems that being too dazzling is not necessarily a good thing. He did not expect that his behavior would be considered cheating in the eyes of these people. You should be very clear about the consequences of cheating in the tempering tower. Come with me. The big man said lightly. You want me to go with you without even investigating everything clearly? What if I'm wrongly accused? Lu Yin frowned slightly. The other party didn't even ask him a single question, but just asked him to go with him. This behavior was too overbearing. What more evidence do you need? I, a legendary job changer, have to bear tremendous pressure here, but you act like nothing happened. You didn't cheat. I'll run naked on the spot. Leirin said sarcastically. The others also echoed the sentiment. Lu Yun's relaxed expression was too obvious. He must have used some special props. Are you sure you didn't cheat? The big man suddenly asked. No. Lu Yun had a calm expression and looked directly into the other person's eyes. Even though he knew that the other person was a super strong man, Lu Yun's attitude was neither humble nor arrogant. Okay, I'll give you a chance to prove your innocence. The big man didn't waste any time. He just raised his hand and pressed towards Lu Yun. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying pressure gushed out from the big man's body and instantly enveloped Lu Yun. The intensity of this pressure was several times stronger than the pressure in the sixth layer. But even so, under the pressure, Lu Yun remained unharmed, standing straight in place, as if he was not affected at all. The big man cried out in surprise, and although he appeared calm on the surface, there was a storm in his heart. Even an ordinary level 30 job changer would not be able to withstand his pressure and would definitely be affected. Lu Yun was only level 25, but he was able to remain calm and composed. This was not normal. It can be said that this alone is enough to prove that Lu Yun did not cheat, and he really has the ability to ignore the pressure of the 6th level. Normally, the matter would have ended here, but seeing that Lu Yun had so easily blocked his pressure, the big man looked a little embarrassed and decided to continue to increase his strength to see where Lu Yun's limit was. Boom! Do what you say. The big man's palm trembled, and he increased the pressure again. This pressure was already twice that of the 6th level. Under this pressure, Lu Yun finally showed some signs of effort, but his body remained straight. Good boy. The big man's eyes lit up. Lu Yun's performance had far exceeded his expectations, and he immediately continued to increase the pressure. Buzz! The pressure instantly tripled. Under this pressure, Lu Yun felt a great sense of suffocation, and the ground under his feet had tiny cracks like spiderwebs. Even his bones and joints began to crack, and he felt like he was about to be crushed at any time. If it were someone else, he would have fallen to the ground in such a situation. But Lu Yun is different. As a Xianling formation master, he can set up a defensive formation to isolate this pressure. But Lu Yun did not do so. The Xianling formation master was one of his trump cards. He would not use it easily unless his life was at stake. The pressure continued to linger around Lu Yun, and just when Lu Yun was about to give up, buzz! The big man suddenly withdrew the pressure, turned around, and gave Leirin a big fight, knocking the guy away. Chapter 197 Die. Bang! The lightning blade had been knocked away, but the crisp sound of the slap still echoed in the air. Because the incident happened suddenly, no one knew what had happened. Sir, why is this happening? It was obviously this kid who cheated. Why did you hit me? Did I do something wrong? Leirin stood up from the ground. His whole face was swollen like a pig's head, and he looked very aggrieved. Could it be that this person hit the wrong person? But putting aside this person's rank, even if this person's eyes were sewn on his, but he wouldn't have mistaken him for Lu Yun. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Lu Yun did not expect the other party to suddenly do this, and was a little confused. You said he cheated? The big man pointed at Lu Yun and asked. Yes, he cheated. We all saw it. Leirin nodded. We did see it. This kid obviously cheated. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy. The others also stood up to support Leirin. In the entire 6th floor, only Saipan did not make any statement. The big man glanced at the group of people, and then looked at Saipan next to him. Did you see him cheating? No. Saipan shook his head. This brother has good character. I have not seen him cheat, and I don't believe that someone like him would cheat. It's not that he blindly favors Lu Yun. The main reason is that he really didn't see Lu Yun cheating, and he didn't think Lu Yun would do that. The big man nodded after hearing this, and then he turned around and slapped the gang that tried to cheat Lu Yun to death and sent them flying. Including Lei Blade, who had just climbed up. Lei Blade only felt a black screen before his eyes, and then he scored a second goal and was blown away again, embedded in the wall. This group of people were stunned, and until now, they still don't understand why this happened. It was Lu Yun who was cheating, so why did this guy beat them? Could it be that this guy is very important, and the background behind him is so powerful that he can protect others so blatantly. You said he cheated? The big man glanced at everyone and laughed angrily. Being a chicken bully, do you think I'm stupid? Or do you think you're smart? After saying this, the big man raised his hand and waved at the group of people, and a pressure was instantly released and swept towards everyone. Twice the pressure. Boom! Under this pressure, the ground beneath everyone's feet began to crack. Everyone had a look of pain on their faces, feeling unprecedented pain. Many people even bent their knees and knelt on the ground. The fact that they could reach the 6th floor was enough to show that they were both talented and strong-willed. But under such terrible pressure, it is still unbearable. My lord, I refuse to accept this. Leyrin resisted the urge to bend his knees, raised his head and glared at the big man, shouting, "You are blatantly shielding him. Even if this guy has a great background, you can't shield him like this, right? Cover." The big man sneered. I released 3 times the pressure on him before, and he could bear it easily. Now, I only released 2 times the pressure on you. Why can't you bear it? You said he cheated. If someone like him needs to cheat to pass the 6th floor, then don't you even have the qualifications to come to the 6th floor? Swish! At this moment, Lei Run and others finally understood why the big man attacked them. It turned out that the big man had been testing Lu Yun before, and the result of the test was obviously enough for Lu Yun to prove his innocence. Since a strong man like Dahan said so, it is almost certain that Lu Yun did not cheat. Lu Yun is indeed much better than them, at least in terms of stress resistance, which they cannot match. In front of the big man, they can withstand 3 times the pressure, but they are already dying with only twice the pressure. Although the truth has surfaced, it is still difficult for everyone to accept. Haha, after all this time you're just a bunch of clowns. Just because you can't do it, you think others can't do it either. It really makes me laugh to death. How can there be such stupid people like you in the world? Saipan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tears came out. He was really amused to the point of almost suffocating. Lei Ren and the others all had gloomy faces, clenched their fists and throats, but could not make a sound. They thought Lu Yun was cheating, but in the end he was humiliated. They were too embarrassed to say anything. I didn't expect that the clown was actually me. You are very good. You should have no problem passing the 6th floor. However, the following floors are very difficult. It will not be easy to pass them. May everything go well for you. The big man nodded to Lu Yun. His eyes became much kinder, and then he glanced at Saipan. You are already standing in the waiver area. Since you have already waved, come out with me. Come on, brother. I'm looking forward to your performance down there. Saipan winked at Lu Yun, then followed the big man away. When the big man left, the scene returned to normal, and the clone that had been standing still began to move again. Before Lei Ren and others had time to sigh, the battle had already begun. But during the fight, everyone's faces couldn't help but get hot, and they felt restless and ashamed when they thought about what had just happened. Boy, at most you were just better at withstanding pressure. Do you know Linning? He is my brother. You are nothing in front of him. You're just lucky today and didn't meet him otherwise, Lei Ren looked at Lu Yun and said. However, these words made Lu Yun pause. Do you know Linning? Lu Yun asked with a strange expression. Snort. Lei Ren snorted coldly, as if his status had risen a lot invisibly. Who is Linning? He is a genius who graduated from the Demon University. Not only in Jinsha City, but also in the whole of Kyoto, there are not many people who don't know him. Linning and I are sworn brothers, and we've even had meals together. Lei Ren raised his head and was about to show off, but halfway through his words, he felt something was wrong. Lu Yun's eyes had turned red, and his whole body suddenly exuded endless hostility, as if he had seen the murderer of his father, which was completely inconsistent with his previous state. This guy wanted to use Linning to show off, but in fact he just had dinner with Linning once by chance. Moreover, he had deliberately arranged that meal in order to curry favor with Linning, and that meal almost emptied out all his family savings. He thought he could rise to the top by relying on Linning, but in the end he got nothing. However, this did not stop him from showing off about it. But he didn't expect that there was a deep hatred between Lu Yun and Linning. When Linning came to Jinsha City for Jiangshi, he had some friction with Lu Yun. If it weren't for the occasion, Lu Yun might have been sent to see the Buddha by the other party. It can be said that the hatred between the two can no longer be resolved. When Lu Yun came to Kyoto this time, he was already prepared for the other party to come to his house for revenge. But he didn't expect that Linning didn't see it, but saw the other party's brothers first. As Lu Yun, who never took revenge overnight, he would not miss this opportunity. He launched an attack immediately. Justice Mockery. Ancient Dragon Claw Attack. Flame Dragon Breath Slash. Dragon Charge. The blood is boiling. Die for me. Chapter 198. I'm going to hit Brother Lining. Lu Yun opened fire with full force as soon as he attacked. In an instant, the entire sixth floor was filled with fierce, murderous intent. Everyone felt a chill under their feet for no reason and even felt fear. The people around were stunned, and Lei Run, the person involved, was even more stunned. He never dreamed that things would develop to this point. He originally wanted to show off by bringing out Lin Ying, but who would have thought that he would be met with a sudden and violent attack? His words, "Lin Ying is my brother," have already aroused Lu Yun's anger. Lei Ren is level 30 and is a freshman at Kowloon University. He is also the best among the freshmen and a legendary job changer. With such a level and strength, it would not be a big problem to suppress Lu Yun normally. After all, the level advantage is there. But right now, on the 6th floor of the Tempering Tower, he was under so much pressure that he couldn't even exert 1/5 of his normal strength. On the other hand, Lu Yun was hardly affected. Under such circumstances, Lei Ren was obviously no match for Lu Yun, not to mention that Lu Yun attacked with full firepower as soon as he attacked. You're fucking sick. No matter how jealous you are, you won't do this. Lei Ren clenched his teeth and tensed all the muscles in his body, and then he became furious. His own level is far superior to Lu Yun. Even if his strength is suppressed here, he cannot let Lu Yun take advantage of him. Double Blade Hua Zhan. Lei Ren held the knife in both hands and swung it down fiercely. At this moment, the space that was originally filled with murderous aura became even more fierce. The body seemed to be frozen, as if it would be cut in half by the sharp blade at any time. But just as the sword was swung out, a pale yellow light came from afar, and the thunderblade changed color instantly. He was horrified to find that when his body was enveloped by the pale yellow light, the skill he released, Double-Edged Slash, was forced to be interrupted. Not only that, he uncontrollably raised his two swords and rushed towards Lu Yun. The effect of Righteous Taunt took effect, interrupting the opponent's skills. It was a disguise control skill. Unless the opponent had a domineering state, he would be interrupted by Lu Yun. Just as the lightning blade was rushing towards Lu Yun uncontrollably, Lu Yun had already rushed over with the Dragon Fortress in his hand. Boom! Dragon strikes. Lei Ren grunted and was knocked away by Lu Yun like a kite with a broken string. His body hit the wall at the edge of the 6th floor directly, and most of his body was embedded in the wall. Minus 500. Lei Ren felt that all his internal organs were impacted to varying degrees. He endured the severe pain and prepared to fight back. Who would have thought that Lu Yun would directly lift up the Dragon Fortress and smash it towards this guy's head? Bang! Minus 600. Bang! Minus 654. Bang, bang, bang. Minus 611. Minus 644. Minus 674. The series of attacks left Lei Ren with no ability to fight back. After several consecutive hits, Lei Ren felt dizzy. I'm Lin Ying's brother. If you do this, I'll make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. Lei Ren blocked the two swords in his hands in front of his chest and shouted loudly. After he shouted, Lu Yun actually stopped what he was doing. Lei Ren breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Lu Yun was shocked by Lin Ying's title. Although his level is far higher than Lu Yun, this is the 6th floor after all, and his strength is suppressed here. If the two sides really fight, he is no match for Lu Yun. Brother Lin Ying? Lu Yun raised his lips and suddenly put away the Dragon Fortress. Yes, now I know I'm afraid. Lei Ren looked up at Lu Yun and was about to say something harsh, but suddenly he saw Lu Yun put his fingers together and the smile on his face became more and more presumptuous. I'm hitting Lin Ying's brother, that's you. As soon as Lu Yun said this, Lei Ren and the onlookers nearby were all dumbfounded. The person being beaten was Lin Ying's brother? What the hell is this? Lei Ren felt his brain go blank, and before he could figure out what was going on, Lu Yun's attack came one after another. Flame Dragon Breath Slash. Boom! A red sword shadow instantly gushed out from Lu Yun's fingertips and slashed heavily at the Thunderblade. Lei Ren's eyes darkened, and he quickly put his two swords in front of him. Suddenly, his whole body was covered by a layer of sword light barrier. Blade Shadow Shield. This is his only defensive skill. As a professional who is accustomed to using dual swords as weapons, his attack style is sharp and overbearing. One move can often suppress the opponent to the point where he cannot fight back. But in the current situation, he cannot achieve this effect and can only use skills to block. At the moment when the fiery dragon breath hit his barrier, the originally solid barrier instantly cracked into countless tiny lines. Boil! Lei Rin's eyes were bloodshot, and 1,000 fucking thoughts were running through his mind. In the 6th level, his strength was suppressed in all aspects, and even the power of his defensive skills was not as strong as before. If they were fighting normally outside, he would have the advantage in level, and even if Lu Yun used all his strength, it would be difficult to break his defense. But everything changed here. Click! Finally, after a crisp sound, the barrier in front of Lei Rin cracked instantly, and he was blown away by the huge force. His body was embedded in the wall again, and the knife in his hand fell to the ground. He had lost all the strength to resist, but Lu Yun's attack was not over yet. Lu Yun suddenly stretched out his right hand, and the power of fire in his palm condensed and turned into a spear. What the hell do you want to do? This is the Tempering Tower. If you kill me, you won't survive. Feeling the murderous intent from Lu Yun, Lei Rin was really scared. His voice began to tremble, and the arrogance that only belonged to a genius was no longer there. Compared to ordinary people, geniuses are naturally at the top of the pyramid, but geniuses are also afraid of crazy people. And Lu Yun's current performance was even more terrifying than a madman. Two people who didn't know each other actually fought hard right away. Would a normal person do that? Lu Yun naturally knew that if he killed the other party here, he would be severely punished, not to mention that the person who offended him was Lin Ying and had nothing to do with the other party. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yun would not be so crazy. The key point is that this guy has a close relationship with Lin Ying, and he framed him before. Now he wants to use this relationship to feel superior in front of him. This makes Lu Yun unable to hold back. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but it's okay to beat you half to death. Lu Yun said word by word with a frosty face. You dare! Lei Rin's eyes suddenly widened. Lu Yun snorted coldly. Since you think I don't dare, then try to see if I dare or not. After saying this, Lu Yun shook his palm violently and threw the spear directly out. Whoosh! The spear was like an arrow shot from a bow, instantly shooting towards Lei Blade's forehead. If Lei Blade is hit by this attack, he will definitely die. Chapter 199, I want to show off. The space at the scene froze, and everyone looked at this scene in horror, unable to recover for a long time. No one expected that Lu Yun would suddenly become extremely crazy after hearing the word Lin Ying. What they didn't expect was that although Lu Yun kept saying that he would not kill Lei Rin, he showed no mercy at all. This was clearly a fatal move. If the Thunderblade could not dodge this attack, only death would await him. Are you a devil? Lei Rin held his head in his hands and was a little overwhelmed. He now began to regret provoking Lu Yun earlier. If I had known that Lu Yun was so crazy, I would have killed him rather than commit suicide. But now that it has happened, it is too late to say anything. Looking at the spear that was so close, Lei Rin knew that it would be difficult to block it in his current state. He immediately opened a portal and called out his spouse. The portal opened, and a sexy swordsman walked out. He held 2 swords and was only wearing a few pieces of thin cloth. The cloth could only cover the main parts of his body, leaving a large area of skin exposed. The woman's skin was a healthy dark brown, with a distinct waistline on her abdomen. She had an excellent figure without a trace of fat. Compared to the perfect figured long here and the exaggerated chest and hip curves of Zhang Qingqing, this swordsman has a more powerful figure. This person is Lei Rin's marriage partner, a marriage partner from the Double Blade clan. After the woman appeared, she held the knife in both hands and chopped at the spear in front of her. The whole set of movements was smooth, and there was no delay at all. After the knife was chopped out, Lu Yun's spear was instantly turned into powder, but after the knife fell, the woman seemed exhausted. She shook a few times and then took a few steps back. Obviously, in this place, whether it is the job changer or the marriage partner, they will be affected by the pressure in this space. If it was outside, even Lei Rin didn't need to take action himself, but this marriage partner was an existence that Lu Yun couldn't easily shake. But unfortunately, this was the 6th floor of the Tempering Tower. Do you really want to kill me? Is there something wrong with your brain? Lei Rin escaped death and was almost insane, with a large area of his back wet with sweat. More than people, right? Lu Yun did not give a direct answer, but opened his own portal. In an instant, 2 extremely domineering flame forces emerged from the portal, causing the temperature of this space to rise suddenly. Soon, Long Ku'er and Jilinger walked out of the marriage space with their long legs. Needless to say, Long Ku'er was still as domineering as ever. Her temperament and appearance were enough to beat any other woman present. Jilinger looked a little tired. After the last battle with Lu Yun, her body had not fully recovered, and now she could barely get out of bed and walk. In fact, the physical aches and pains were nothing. What upset her the most was that she had behaved too weakly during the meeting with Lu Yun. After only 6 hours of fighting, they surrendered 8 times, and even foamed at the mouth on the last occasion. She did not let Lu Yun have the most extreme experience, so Zhilinger has been feeling guilty about this matter for some time. Master, what do you want me to do? Zhilinger looked at Lu Yun with somewhat evasive eyes, but she knew that Lu Yun needed her now. Kill them. Lu Yun pointed at the 2 Lei Rins in front of him. The eldest wife, Long Ke, tilted her head and looked at Lei Blade in a domineering manner. Her eyes were as sharp as a knife, and flames were rolling in her red eyes. This expression was like looking at a dead person, even though Long Ke said nothing and did nothing at the moment. But this domineering aura was frightening. To be domineering, you don't necessarily need to do anything. Just a look or even an expression is enough to make others feel like they are facing a formidable enemy. Long Ke has this kind of personality. Her domineering nature is not forced like most people. Her domineering nature has always come from her bones. Following closely, the second wife Zhilinger also turned her head to look at the Thunderblade, with coldness overflowing from the depths of her eyes and a pair of red wings condensed behind her. Among the wings, hundreds and thousands of red feathers are like arrows shot from a bow, ready to burst out at any time, giving people a strong sense of oppression. As the first and second wives expressed their opinions one after another, a bow and arrow appeared in Lu Yun's hand. In this situation, Lei Rin felt that he was on the verge of collapse at any time. Are you crazy? Lei Rin took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and said, Lining and I are not brothers. You don't have to be so hostile to me. As a mythical job changer, he was not a fool, and he understood what was happening. The reason why Lu Yun went crazy was because of the name Lining. There seems to be some conflict between Lu Yun and Lining. Didn't you just say that you and Lining are brothers? Why don't you say that now? Are you stupid? Or do you think I'm stupid? Lu Yun said with a smile. Lei Rin took a deep breath and suddenly looked at the 3 young men behind him. These 3 people are all freshmen at Kowloon University like him. They're his brothers and always follow his lead. But from the time Lu Yun attacked the Thunderblade until now, these 3 younger brothers have not shown any reaction at all, and they don't even have the courage to fart. What are you still looking at? Attack together. Don't you want to curry my favor? Here's a chance. Lei Rin said with a look of disappointment. Brother Blade, this matter was caused by you after all. I think everything has a beginning and an end. It would be better for you to solve this matter. One of the young men, wearing earrings, avoided his eyes. I think so too. If we attack now, wouldn't it be like outnumbering the minority? If this gets out, it will also tarnish your reputation, Brother Ren, right? The other 2 young men also nodded in agreement. Lei Rin's eyes gradually turned cold, and he almost vomited blood in his heart. Wouldn't it sound bad if it got out? Is it better for me to solve it myself? If I can solve it myself, what the hell would I ask you to do? What's wrong with using the majority to bully the minority? Using numbers to bully the few is much better than him being hacked to death by Lu Yun here. But he also knew that everyone would be suppressed on the 6th floor, and even if the 3 of them took action, they would not be able to defeat Lu Yun, so he simply ignored them. As for your 2 marriage partners, you should be the Lu Yun from Jinsha City, right? Lei Rin asked after looking at Long Ke and the other girl. I don't want to listen to your nonsense now. You said you're not Brother Lining, so prove it to me, otherwise you will not end up well today. Lu Yun said lightly. Lei Rin was confused for a while, but he finally took a deep breath and said, It's hard for me to get close to someone like Lining. Although I'm a mythical job changer, my level is far lower than his. At that time, I took the initiative to treat him to a meal in the hope of getting close to him, but in the end, he ignored me. After saying this, Lei Rin lowered his head. He was just using Lining to show off, and now he was forced to speak out, which was so embarrassing. Lu Yun's expression remained unchanged, and he continued, If that's the case, then why did you say you were Brother Lining just now? This time, Lei Rin did not evade his gaze and looked directly at Lu Yun, because I want to show off. At this moment, the space was dead silent, and even Lu Yun's mouth twitched violently. Chapter 200A Feather. Everyone had complicated expressions when they heard Lei Rin's answer. The 3 freshmen from Kowloon University who were present with Lei Rin covered their faces with their hands and could not bear to look directly at him. They followed Lei Rin at the beginning because of Lei Rin's words. Lining is my brother. Lining is Lei Ren's brother, and they are Lei Ren's younger brothers. So Lining is also their brother. Who would have thought that Lei Ren said that just to show off? I told you so. This is the 6th floor. With his strength suppressed, he is no match for this kid. How dare he talk nonsense? He is just pretending to be powerful. Although I'm not the person involved, I'm so embarrassed that I want to find a way to get in. It's so damn embarrassing. This guy invited me to dinner, but I guess I've forgotten his name now. Many people who didn't know Lei Ren began to whisper, their words full of sarcasm and ridicule. As a legendary genius, Lei Ren had been shining since the moment he joined Jiulong University. When had he ever been humiliated like this? He had now become a clown, the laughing stock of the whole audience. Just a friendly reminder, every act of pretense in life will be repaid in the future, Lu Yun said calmly. He immediately ignored the Thunderblade and went up to the 7th floor. The reason why Lu Yun attacked Lei Ren was not only because Lei Ren had a foul mouth, but also mainly because he was Lin Ying's brother. Now that he had taught the other party a lesson and exposed his hypocritical mask, Lu Yun would naturally not embarrass him anymore. Of course, if the other party continues to seek death, that would be another matter. Shortly after Lu Yun left, the 3 followers who had been silent before came back to Lei Ren. Brother Blade, we have to take revenge, otherwise we will definitely be laughed at. We can go out and wait for this guy in advance. He just took advantage of the terrain. Brother Blade's strength is suppressed here. After we leave here, he will be beaten up. If I don't take revenge for this, I'm not a gentleman. Brother Ren will make him pay with blood later. The 3 younger brothers fanned the flames and spoke indignantly. However, when Lei Ren needed them before, they didn't dare to say a word. Now that Lu Yun left, they dared to jump over and shout, which was purely hindsight. Get lost. Lei Ren said nothing, just turned around and left. Seeing this, the 3 younger brothers hurriedly followed, but the next moment, bang, 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 3 muffled sounds suddenly exploded, and the 3 younger brothers were blasted away by the Thunderblade one after another. After doing all this, Thunderblade left the tempering tower without looking back. The reason why these 3 guys could get here is that he took care of them all the way. Besides satisfying his vanity, he took these 3 guys as his subordinates because he thought there was strength in numbers. But after what happened before, he had given up on these 3 guys, or he suddenly saw through something. The reason why the 3 of them chose to follow him was that they wanted to use his power to gain more benefits. Previously, they watched me being beaten by Lu Yun but refused to take any action. If I cannot provide them with satisfactory benefits in the future, they will definitely be abandoned. He suddenly remembered a sentence his elders told him before he left. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. Now it seems that this is true. It is better not to have such a younger brother. As for the revenge that these people talked about, he had never thought about it at all. He was indeed in the wrong in this matter. Although he was conceited, he was not stupid. Lu Yun was not at fault in this matter, and there was no need for him to fight to the death with the other party. What's more, we now know Lu Yun's identity. He is a double job changer from Jinsha City. There is no doubt that Lu Yun's talent is far superior to his. If the 2 sides continue to develop, it won't be long before the other party surpasses him. There is no benefit for him to be hostile to such a person. On the other side, after Lu Yun reached the 7th floor, the previous pressure dissipated, but 2 clones appeared in front of Lu Yun. These 2 clones both look like Lu Yun and are far superior to the clone on the 6th level in terms of both power and number. It seems that although the 7th level does not have that terrifying pressure, the clones are stronger and more numerous. Let's fight. Lu Yun gathered the power of fire in his hands, condensed it into a flaming spear, stepped on the ground with his feet, and rushed towards the 2 clones in front of him. This was a hearty battle, with both sides throwing out skills and various body movements. What surprised Lu Yun was that this level of clone could even copy his ancient Dragon Claw attack. However, Lu Yun knew the weakness of the ancient Dragon Claw attack, which was that it consumed a lot of energy and could not be sustained, so he chose to end the battle in one go. Although he was injured, he won the battle at the lowest cost. It's a pity that there are no challengers here, otherwise everyone would be shocked beyond words by this wonderful battle. After the battle, Lu Yun was panting, and his blue shirt was soaked with sweat. Lu Yun took out a bottle of green healing liquid and drank it all. A green light surrounded his body, and his injuries slowly recovered. This is healing fluid, a relatively low-level healing item that can be dropped by many low-level monsters. Although the healing effect is the weakest among equipment of the same attributes, it is more than enough to recover from some skin injuries. After the healing was completed, The reward for the 7th floor appeared in front of him. This is a white feather. If you crush it, you can condense a defensive barrier in front of you through the air, which can withstand the full force attack of an ordinary level 30 job changer. This thing is not very important to Lu Yun, but it should be wasted. After collecting the reward, Lu Yun went to the 8th floor again. With his current condition, he could still go up. At this moment, as Lu Yun stepped into the 8th floor, the people in the entire square were in an uproar. Whether they were monsters or job changers, they all looked at the string of numbers 9528 that represented Lu Yun's identity. This human actually reached the 8th level. It took less than an hour in total. This is fucking terrifying. It's been a long time since I've seen a human reach such a high level. Yi Changkong is also currently on the 8th floor. This kid is actually on par with this monster. In the crowd, Lu Qiushui looked towards the direction of the quenching tower, with a hint of relief on his lips. Her junior brother was definitely more talented than her, because when she first entered the tempering tower to challenge, she couldn't even reach the 8th floor. Regardless of whether Lu Yun can reach the final 9th level, there is no doubt that his talent is monstrous. However, at this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly sounded from one direction of the square. Haha, did you see that? The guy who rushed to the 8th floor is my brother. His name is Lu Yun, and I am his elder brother.